According to numerous reports, pixelation has gradually emerged across the globe, intensifying over time. Even with the collaboration of multiple scientists and scholars under the auspices of the United Nations, a corresponding solution has yet to be devised. In the year 2199, on an unremarkable evening, the world had entered its 64th hour of persistent pixelation. An invisible light veil swiftly enveloped the planet. In an instant, all terrains were torn asunder by this sudden wave of light, followed by a series of intricate and rapid reconstructions. Majestic mountains, sprawling plains, arid deserts, snowy landscapes, deep canyons, and even oceans materialized, creating a world that had undergone a profound transformation. Above every human's head, a data panel manifested. Lin Cheng gazed upon the drastically altered environment and the data panel hovering above him, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Name: Lin Cheng. Level: 0 health, 20 hunger, 20 radiation level, 100. Yet, amidst the daunting atmosphere, he felt an indescribable thrill. As a traveler from another dimension, the changes before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a game he had once played: Minecraft. Before he could ponder further, a cold, ethereal voice echoed above all humanity. Global pixelation progress. 100. Data integration is complete. Ding. City module loaded. Village module loaded. Vehicle module loaded. Weapon module loaded. Current survival mode, Apocalypse. Within the apocalyptic survival environment, as night falls, various infected beings will randomly spawn across the globe. As days of survival increase, the strength of the infected will correspondingly enhance, with a likelihood of elite monsters appearing. At 6 a.m., dawn breaks, halting the spawning of infected beings, while those exposed to sunlight will gradually lose health. At 6 p.m., night descends, and infected beings within sight will begin to spawn, capable of detecting nearby movements and sources of light. In addition to the essential survival supplies, players must also seek medicine to reduce their radiation levels. Exceeding radiation levels will result in continuous health loss until death ensues. Moreover, food in this world possesses a limited shelf life. Once it spoils, it becomes inedible. Each time a survivor perishes, all levels will reset, and any survivor below level 10 will be completely erased from existence. Under these circumstances, all actions will be sanctioned by the Creator God. Survivors are encouraged to exercise their creativity. As the voice faded, Lin Cheng began to grasp the essence of this so-called apocalypse. The objective was clear: to find a way to survive, gathering supplies during daylight hours. He must return to his designated shelter before nightfall. In such a harsh environment, no one could guarantee a carefree existence. This could be deemed the greatest catastrophe in human history. The so-called mysterious magnetic field had transformed the entire blue planet into a virtual yet tangible realm. However, here, death would be irrevocably real. A single demise would erase all levels, and should one's level be below 10, they would be instantly obliterated. In simpler terms, upon reaching level 10, one would receive a single chance at resurrection, but only once. Crucially, upon death, all items in one's inventory would be lost. It posed quite the dilemma. Lin Cheng surveyed his surroundings. The terrain nearby was a vast plain, ideal for building. Yet, this was not the time for construction. With dusk approaching, he had little time before nightfall. He needed to gather food before the sun set, ensuring he could survive the first night. Unlike typical survival scenarios, hunger levels diminished rapidly here. As long as there was food, survival was possible. Why did Lin Cheng feel so confident that he could endure amidst the infected? It was because the method of digging 3 blocks and filling 1 was perfectly suited for the early transitional phase. While the infected had yet to evolve, their intelligence and capabilities were limited, allowing him to navigate this initial stage. Once the infected gained strength, employing such tactics would be tantamount to inviting death. The sparse trees in the distance were among Lin Cheng's few options. To achieve prosperity, one must first gather resources. In a matter of moments, he dismantled a few logs, which were then transformed into planks. With the crafting table and wooden sticks assembled, a wooden pickaxe was born. Why not craft a wooden axe instead? The answer was simple. A wooden pickaxe could be used to strike stone, yielding cobblestones from which to create stone tools. Stone equipment was far superior in efficiency and durability compared to wooden counterparts. Apart from shovels, all other tools had the same soil-breaking speed. Thus, Lin Cheng refrained from wasting the durability of his pickaxe and instead used his hands to dig a few blocks of dirt, quickly uncovering stone. From a moment he began collecting logs to crafting a full set of stone gear. Less than 2 minutes had elapsed. However, time had slipped away. It was now 5:54 p.m. Only 6 minutes remained until nightfall. The endless plain revealed no signs of animals. Villages were out of the question, for if any existed, he would have seen them by now. His only glimmer of hope lay in the few oak trees before him. As Lin Cheng collected logs, he awaited the falling leaves, but the majority of the drops yielded mere saplings. With the nearby oaks exhausted, he had managed to collect only 2 apples. While insufficient for complete sustenance, it still offered a glimmer of hope. With just over 2 minutes until nightfall, Lin Cheng wasted no time and dug 3 blocks down, filling one above him. Yet, upon completing this, he was taken aback. Beneath his health bar, a blue data bar became visible. Temperature. What tightened Lin Cheng's breath was the alarming decline in his temperature, visibly plummeting. Should this trend continue, even if he survived the infected's bite or the pangs of hunger, he would succumb to the cold. Title: Infinite Survival from the Great Transformation. Author: Mintu Sleepyhead. Synopsis: In a world transformed by a mysterious magnetic field, humanity has entered a digitized realm, encountering a terrifying crisis from the very outset. In this land riddled with the infected, survivors must scavenge for resources to endure. Lin Cheng, a reborn soul, marvelously discovers that the mechanics of this world mirror those of a game he once played, known as Minecraft, while other players struggle to procure sustenance. Lin Cheng effortlessly navigates between cities in a helicopter, transporting supplies. Concerned about food, he possesses an automated farm. Faced with hordes of the infected, he wields redstone contraptions. As Lin Cheng begins to dominate this world of infection, he soon realizes that the true saga of survival has only just begun. Chapter 1. Global digitization. According to various credible sources, a phenomenon of pixelation has gradually emerged across the globe, and over time, the process has intensified. Despite the United Nations gathering numerous scientists and scholars from various fields for collaborative research, an effective solution has yet to be devised. In the year 2199, on an unremarkable evening, the world had already endured 64 hours of continuous pixelation. An invisible curtain of light descended upon the earth in an instant. In that fleeting moment, all geographical features were utterly torn asunder by this sudden wave of light, followed by a series of intricate and rapid reconstructions. Mountains, plains, deserts, snowfields, canyons, and even oceans. A myriad of terrains, resembling those of the real world, gradually emerged, transforming the world in a cataclysmic upheaval. Above each person's head, a data panel manifested. Lin Cheng gazed at the dramatically altered environment in the data panel hovering above him, feeling a mix of trepidation and inexplicable excitement. Name: Lin Cheng. Level: 0, Health: 20, Hunger: 20, Radiation level: 100. Yet, this monumental change in the surroundings stirred within him an indescribable thrill. As a traveler from another dimension, this transformation bore an uncanny resemblance to a game he had once played in his previous life, My World. Before he could ponder any further, a cold, ethereal voice resonated above all humanity. Global pixelation progress: 100. Datization complete. Ding. City module loaded. Village module loaded. Vehicle module loaded. Weapon module loaded. Current survival mode: Apocalypse transformation. In this apocalyptic survival environment, as night descends, infected entities will randomly spawn across the globe. As the days of survival increase, the strength of the infected will correspondingly amplify, with elite monsters appearing at random. At 6 a.m., dawn breaks, and the infected across the world cease to spawn. Those exposed to sunlight will gradually lose health. At 6 p.m., nighttime commences, and the infected within the line of sight will begin to spawn. Capable of sensing nearby movements and light sources, players must not only gather essential survival resources but also seek medications to reduce their radiation levels. Should radiation levels exceed acceptable limits, players will continuously lose health until death ensues. Moreover, food in this world has a certain decay time. Once spoiled, it becomes inedible. Each time a survivor dies, all levels will reset, and those below level 10 will be erased from existence. Within this dire environment, all actions will be sanctioned by the creator deity, allowing survivors to exercise their freedom. As the voice faded, Lin Cheng comprehended the essence of this so-called apocalypse transformation. Essentially, It was imperative to find a way to survive, and he must venture out to gather resources by day. Before nightfall, he must return to his designated refuge. In such a harsh environment, no one can guarantee a smooth and safe survival. This could certainly be deemed the greatest catastrophe in human history. The so-called mysterious magnetic field had transformed the entire blue planet into a virtual yet tangible realm. However, in this world, death is irrevocably real. A single death will reset all levels. If one is below level 10, instant obliteration will follow. In brief, upon reaching level 10, a chance for resurrection is granted. But it is a singular opportunity. Crucially, upon death, all items in one and Oppo's backpack will be lost. It's akin to a no-drop-on-death scenario, which complicates matters. Lin Cheng surveyed his surroundings. The terrain nearby was a vast plain, ideal for construction. However, this was not the time for building. With dusk approaching, time was of the essence. He needed to gather food before the sun set to ensure he could survive the first night. Unlike conventional survival scenarios here, the rate of hunger depletion was alarmingly rapid. As long as he procured food, survival was possible. Why was Lin Cheng so confident that he could endure amidst the infected without any weapons? It was because the Dig 3 Fill 1 survival method was perfectly suited for the initial transition phase. While the infected had yet to evolve, their intelligence and abilities were still incomplete, allowing him to utilize this strategy effectively. Once the infected gained strength, employing such rudimentary tactics would be tantamount to courting death. The sparse groves in the distance represented one of Lin Cheng and Oppo's few options. To prosper, one must first gather resources. After hastily collecting several logs, he transformed them into planks. With the crafting table and sticks completed, he had effectively created a wooden pickaxe. As for why he opted for a pickaxe over an axe, the reasoning was simple. A pickaxe allows one to mine stone, yielding cobblestones to create stone tools directly. Stone equipment, compared to wooden counterparts, not only enhances efficiency but also boasts superior durability. Aside from the shovel, all other tools break soil at the same rate. Thus, Lin Cheng preserved the durability of his pickaxe and diligently used his hands to dig a few blocks of dirt, swiftly uncovering stone. From the moment he began collecting logs to fashioning a complete set of stone equipment, Lin Cheng spent less than 2 minutes. However, the time now read 5:54 p.m. Only 6 minutes remained until nightfall. The boundless plain revealed no signs of wildlife. Villages were non-existent. If they had been present, he would have already seen them. His only hope lay in a few oak trees before him. As Lin Cheng collected logs, he awaited the leaves to drop. But most of the fallen items were mere saplings. The nearby oak trees had been stripped bare, yielding a meager 2 apples. Though insufficient for complete sustenance, it was still a glimmer of hope. With just over 2 minutes remaining before nightfall, Lin Cheng did not hesitate. He dug 3 blocks downward and filled one above him. Yet, upon completion, he was taken aback. Beneath his health bar appeared a striking blue data bar. Temperature. What made Lin Cheng and Oppo's breath quicken was that his temperature was visibly plummeting. If this trend persisted, even if he were not bitten by the infected or succumbed to hunger, he would surely freeze to death. Chapter 2. As night falls, the crisis of low temperature, the night descends, and the chilling reality of the crisis unfolds. But where to find warmth? Ding. Night has arrived. Infected beings have emerged. Roar. As the ominous sound cue fades, the chilling roar of an infected creature reverberates nearby. Particularly alarming is the fact that one of these creatures has materialized directly above Lin Cheng. The sound resonates as if it were right in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, his mental fortitude holds strong, preventing him from screaming, which would undoubtedly attract a horde of infected. Now, Lin Cheng must regain his composure, focusing on his immediate need for warmth. The first step is to rummage through his backpack, searching for any life-saving items. Upon spotting the 8 remaining stones within his pack, a glimmer of hope crosses his face. By placing these 8 stones in a circle on the crafting table, he can forge a furnace. Although lacking coal, wooden items such as saplings, logs, planks, and sticks can serve as temporary fuel. As for the choice of fuel, logs will have to suffice. When burned, logs can produce charcoal, though it remains uncertain if torches will generate sufficient heat. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng continues to dig in the dark, ensuring he is aware of his immediate surroundings. He carries with him the crafting table he had previously constructed. With only 16 logs to his name, he carefully places 1 log and 1 sapling in the furnace. The surrounding darkness is finally dispelled, and Lin Cheng's body temperature begins to rise due to the warmth of the fire at least for the moment alleviating his plight. The rationale behind choosing saplings as fuel is quite straightforward. Lin Cheng does not need to plant trees at this stage. Trees are abundant in most terrains except for deserts and certain unique locations. He can virtually chop down any tree he desires. However, with limited wooden resources, he must be frugal. Saplings burn swiftly, their flames extinguishing almost as quickly as they ignite. Even after cutting down numerous trees, the saplings he collects merely provide a fleeting source of warmth. Thus, Lin Cheng is compelled to conduct a systematic evaluation of the remaining fuel in his backpack. The night stretches from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., a full 12 hours. If he allows the furnace to burn continuously, he risks depleting his limited wooden resources. The 4 torches he has crafted only slightly delay the drop in temperature. Lin Cheng attempts to create a campfire, but alas, the current game version lacks such an item. A non-existent object cannot be crafted, even if one knows the recipe. This is one of the many rules governing this game world. Just as despair begins to creep in, an idea suddenly sparks in his mind. He must allocate his fuel wisely. By periodically igniting the furnace, he can maintain his temperature above critical levels, ensuring he survives until the early hours of the next day. Fortunately, the furnace burns longer than the standard game time. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for Lin Cheng to endure the first night with the scant resources in his backpack. Outside, the roars of infected creatures grow increasingly frequent. Lin Cheng realizes that the crackling sounds from his furnace have drawn these creatures near. He is grateful to be in a plain area, predominantly sunlit. Once dawn breaks, the sun will incinerate a multitude of infected beings. With only a few wooden resources and 2 apples in his possession, Lin Cheng manages to survive the night. However, his hunger level is now only half of its capacity. Ding! Dawn breaks. The infected cease to spawn. With the notification sound, Lin Cheng breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that the cacophony of roars will not escalate any further. All that remains is to await the sun's full ascent, marking the time for him to venture forth. The anticipation is excruciating. As the clock strikes 7 a.m., sunlight begins to illuminate every corner of the earth. Upon contact with the infected on the ground, a cacophony ensues, followed by flames engulfing them. Lin Cheng seizes his furnace and crafting table. Grasping his stone sword, he rushes outside. The number of infected on the surface is staggering. Yet fortunately, they are not at their peak strength. Additionally, as it is the first day of the apocalypse, the infected have yet to become overwhelmingly powerful. Roar, even ablaze. The infected retain their fierce intent to attack the survivors. The nearest dozen infected rush toward Lin Cheng with fervor. Rather than retreating, he advances, swinging his stone sword with precision. The infected, already weakened, fall swiftly to his strikes, leaving behind various loot and experience orbs. Lin Cheng has no intention of lingering. He swiftly gathers the dropped items before hastily departing from his previous location. With daylight upon him, he must seize the opportunity to search for a city or village to gather supplies. After the global data reset, all maps have become obsolete. Each corner of the world now differs vastly from the previous reality. No one knows where cities might be, nor if other survivors exist. Analyzing the situation from all angles, Lin Cheng determines that until he possesses absolute self-defense capabilities, it is safer to operate as a lone wolf. After all, one can never be sure if a companion might turn traitor in the chaos. The items he collected consist only of rotten flesh and potatoes. Although consuming rotten flesh restores some hunger, it carries the risk of inducing a hunger debuff. With this debuff, hunger depletes rapidly, given his already diminished hunger level. The potential for further decline due to a hunger debuff is a dire prospect. Thus, Lin Cheng refrains from consuming rotten flesh unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 3. Exploring the city. Searching for supplies, however, the solitary potato nestled within the backpack must not be consumed carelessly. It is an exceptionally rare seed. As long as he ensures the presence of this seed in his possession, it equates to an endless supply of sustenance. Lin Cheng surveyed his surroundings and ultimately chose to proceed in the direction of true north. The other 3 cardinal directions were fraught with obstacles: rivers, towering mountains, and dense forests. The rivers concealed lurking infected, and due to the flowing water, these creatures would not ignite even under the sun and Apos' rays. The mountains posed a strenuous climbing challenge, and a moment and Apos' inattention could lead to a surprise attack from the infected, resulting in a fatal fall from great heights. Although the forest boasted abundant timber resources, one must also consider the shade cast by the trees. If something were to obscure the sunlight, the infected could remain active within. unscathed by flames. With the stone sword currently in his possession, Lin Cheng could manage to deal with a small number of infected through careful maneuvering. Yet should their numbers swell, his only option would be to flee. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Thus, he opted for the most spacious thoroughfare. The vast plain, bathed in sunlight, could be deemed a rare safe zone. The warm rays caressed his skin, and the gentle breeze offered Lin Cheng a fleeting illusion. This was not a world overrun by the infected, it was merely a tranquil morning. After traversing nearly an hour's journey, a flicker of excitement ignited within Lin Cheng's gaze. He had spotted the city. A city signifies limitless possibilities, yet it equally harbors countless perils. These threats could emerge from the omnipresent infected or from the treacherous survivors lurking within. To prevent time from slipping away, Lin Cheng hastened his steps towards the city. The immediate priority was to scour for supplies, ensuring his survival through the arduous early days. Only those who endure have the right to contemplate future developments. The city lay engulfed in eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the guttural roars of the infected. He could even hear the desperate pleas of survivors. Upon entering the city, the first structure that greeted him was a grand shopping mall. At the entrance, 2 security guards, now infected, lay motionless on the ground. As Lin Cheng advanced a few steps, these eerie figures seemed to respond to an unseen call, slowly rising from the earth. Their bizarre movements sent chills down his spine. The palpable scent of blood and their grotesque visages momentarily stalled Lin Cheng and Apos' actions. Yet, regaining his composure, he struck without hesitation. The stone sword inflicted 5 points of damage, requiring 4 successful strikes to vanquish a single infected. Lin Cheng recalled distinctly that the sword's durability stood at 132, allowing for a maximum of 132 successful hits. The stone axe dealt slightly more damage but had a shorter reach and slower attack speed. It was not a reliable weapon against the infected. After expending 8 durability points, he successfully dispatched the 2 guarding infected. The first floor of the mall yielded no valuable items, but as he approached the elevator, Lin Cheng and Apos' eyes brightened in astonishment. The elevator, in this pixelated world, was composed of iron blocks. This discovery eliminated the need for mining and smelting iron. 1 block of iron equated to 9 ingots. Should he dismantle the elevator, he could acquire at least 10 iron blocks. Crafting a full iron suit early on would significantly enhance his defense. Now, the stone pickaxe he had previously crafted came into play. Although the mining speed was slightly sluggish, it remained within acceptable limits. After a considerable duration, Lin Cheng concluded his excavation, amassing 12 iron blocks, 2 more than he had anticipated. Once he confirmed that no further infected posed a threat nearby, Lin Cheng retrieved his workbench from his backpack and skillfully transformed the iron blocks into ingots. He expended 5 ingots to forge an iron helmet, 8 ingots for an iron chestplate, 7 ingots for iron leggings, and finally, 4 ingots for iron boots. What might take ordinary players considerable time to craft, Lin Cheng accomplished in mere moments. Donning the complete iron armor set, he could at least rest assured that he would not easily fall victim to the infected. Of the 108 iron ingots, he utilized 24 to assemble the full armor set, additionally crafting an iron sword, pickaxe, axe, and shovel. But his endeavors did not cease there. Lin Cheng also spent 3 more ingots to create an iron bucket, filling it with water from a nearby basin. The bucket proved invaluable. A fall from a height into water would negate damage. This was not a bug, but rather a unique feature. With another bucket in his backpack, he could ensure that if cornered, he might execute a leap of faith into water. Ultimately, he was left with 72 iron ingots, a sufficient supply for some time. With the initial issues of weaponry, armor, and tools resolved, the remaining concerns were food and shelter. The second floor appeared to house a clothing store, yet in this world, there were no peculiar garments of diverse colors. Thus, the second floor lay in disuse, merely home to a collection of empty armor stands. A typical survivor might have turned away upon witnessing such a sight, but for Lin Cheng, a seasoned veteran, value extended beyond the contents of chests. The wall blocks held the potential for unexpected worth, much like the iron blocks in the elevator. He set about dismantling the decorative logs, removing torches from the walls, and collecting wool used for embellishment. He gathered all that was not overly burdensome for his backpack yet held future utility. The third and fourth floors yielded no useful items, but the blocks he collected quickly filled half of his backpack. Finally, on the 5th floor, Lin Cheng stumbled upon a restaurant, only to find its supplies thoroughly plundered. Nothing remained. With no other recourse, he shifted his focus to the haystacks strewn across the floor. Previous survivors who scavenged here likely overlooked the fact that these ground blocks could also yield food. 9 wheat could be crafted into a haystack, which could likewise be reversed into 9 wheat. 3 wheat could create a loaf of bread. Thus, one might consider a haystack equivalent to 3 loaves of bread. With 7 or 8 haystacks piled high on the ground, he was poised to secure a considerable supply of bread. And dismantling these stacks would yield the same efficiency, whether using his hands or a tool. Chapter 4. The elite infected butcher after dismantling 8 haystacks. Lin Cheng had no intention of keeping any remnants. He promptly transformed them all into bread. Item name: bread. Type: food. Shelf life: 100. Function: restores 6 points of hunger upon consumption. Satisfied, he consumed 2 loaves, finally restoring his hunger to a relatively healthy state. Apart from this, he had not managed to gather anything useful from them all. However, he had encountered a considerable number of infected individuals within some tightly shut rooms. There were a staggering number of infected who could not yet break blocks but could selectively destroy doors. Therefore, to evade the pursuit of these low-level infected, one simply needed to encircle them with blocks. After leaving the mall, Lin Cheng attempted his luck in several nearby buildings, but regrettably, he found nothing. Outside a gas station, he spotted a military green Jeep, and it suddenly dawned on him that vehicles were indeed present in this world. This vehicle was not merely decorative. It was a fully operational mode of transport. He hurriedly approached the vehicle and, after a thorough inspection, concluded that it was in pristine condition. However, it was out of fuel. What puzzled Lin Cheng the most was that, right next door, there was a gas station. Had the previous survivors who explored this area never thought to search for gasoline there? The only explanation was that these survivors had met their demise before they could procure any fuel. The mere thought of this possibility made Lin Cheng extremely anxious. Despite having slain numerous infected, his current level was only 2. According to the rules, only players who delivered the final blow to the infected would receive corresponding experience points. Infected that perished from sunlight would drop neither experience nor items. If he were to be killed now, it would truly be the end. Armed with an iron sword and clad in full iron armor, he was not an easy target. Nonetheless, he needed to ensure that his escape route remained unobstructed. The interior of the gas station resembled a small supermarket, yet the shelves were entirely bare. A dozen infected lay sprawled on the ground, and upon hearing approaching footsteps, they immediately rose to their feet. If it had merely been these ordinary infected, Lin Cheng would not have panicked. However, the issue was that in the deepest part of the gas station, there was a colossal creature that defied the proportions of a typical infected. Ordinary infected stood at a maximum of 2 blocks high, while this behemoth towered at 5 or 6 blocks. Name: Butcher. Health: 100. Creatures with special names are all elite monsters, and this one had a staggering 100 points of health. Its large size naturally implied an expanded attack range. Furthermore, it was unclear whether the Butcher possessed any other special attack methods. Glancing at his iron sword and then at the massive figure that dwarfed him, Lin Cheng decisively chose to withdraw for the time being. Engaging in a direct confrontation could have severe repercussions. The previous survivors who had ventured forth without return were the best cautionary tales. Fortunately, the Butcher's aggro had not shifted towards Lin Cheng. The nearby infected that had been roused could only be regarded as appetizers. They posed little threat to him. He placed a bucket at his feet, utilizing the force of the water flow to corral the infected into a corner. What followed was a straightforward and brutal monster-slaying tactic. By judiciously employing the terrain and the items at his disposal, he could significantly enhance his efficiency in dealing with monsters. Yet the most pressing issue remained. He still could not find gasoline. Although the architecture here bore a striking resemblance to the real world, not all machinery was functional. For instance, the gas station's fuel injection platform was merely ornamental. To seek gasoline, he would have to rummage through various containers in several rooms. Just as Lin Cheng was filled with desperation, the Butcher, who had been slumbering, suddenly awakened with a thunderous roar that sent chills down his spine. Lin Cheng and Oppo's expression shifted instantly, for he had just seen a figure dash inside. Was this person seeking death? The crucial point was that he should not drag Lin Cheng down with him. Fortuitously, he still had plenty of blocks. He quickly stacked them to elevate himself to the roof of the gas station. This position was advantageous, allowing him to observe the situation below from a superior vantage point. Moreover, ordinary infected lacked the ability to climb, rendering them incapable of reaching Lin Cheng on the roof. The intruder was a young man clad in a leather jacket and jeans. Remarkably, his objective was also to access the boxes within the gas station. However, this individual was far too reckless, showing no consideration for the other monsters lurking within the room. Although Lin Cheng had dealt with the numerous infected, the formidable butcher remained. This was one of the key reasons Lin Cheng had chosen not to confront the butcher directly earlier. With his current equipment, he could indeed contend with ordinary elite monsters and potentially secure a kill. However, he aimed to avoid becoming a mere pawn for others in the city. Should he expend great effort to slay an elite monster, only to be interrupted by an unexpected contender, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Naturally, this unfortunate intruder met a swift demise at the hands of the butcher. Indeed, he was simply swatted down. With a single strike, the butcher reduced the nearly full health survivor to a fraction of his vitality. The subsequent blow annihilated him entirely. The destruction caused during the attack obliterated the surrounding blocks, scattering debris across the floor. The sheer damage inflicted left Lin Cheng gasping in astonishment. This elite monster, known as the Butcher, not only dealt outrageous damage but could also alter the terrain. It seemed that his earlier decision to avoid a direct confrontation with the Butcher had been exceptionally wise. The unfortunate intruder's reckless entrance was not without merit. The Butcher had vacated its original position to pursue him. Now, near the boxes in the gas station, there was no immediate threat. As long as Lin Cheng acted swiftly, he still had a chance to seize all the items from the boxes. He plotted his course of action, planning to create a hole in the ceiling and leap down, escaping through the gap the Butcher had just created. Perfect. Chapter 5. The Enchanted Swiss Army Knife. The plan has been finalized, and it is now time to implement it. The concrete utilized for the gas station and Appos building blocks can be swiftly dismantled with a pickaxe. After switching to the iron pickaxe, Lin Cheng made only a few strikes before creating a gaping hole in the gas station's roof. He then leaped down and, with the speed of a single man accustomed to solitude for over 20 years, rapidly opened the chest and stuffed its contents into his backpack. Due to the haste of his actions, he barely registered what items he had collected. The Butcher, however, was alerted. Its massive form was moving towards Lin Cheng with alarming speed. Naturally, Lin Cheng would not grant it the opportunity to close the distance. He turned and sprinted outside, using blocks from his inventory to seal the opening he had just created. Although the Butcher could destroy terrain, this would at least buy him some time. The army green jeep remained parked in place. Upon opening his backpack, Lin Cheng indeed found a barrel of gasoline. The first item that caught his eye when he opened the chest was the red gasoline canister. Item name: gasoline canister. Type: consumable item. Function: increases the target vehicle and Appos' fuel capacity by 20 upon use. Ding. Gasoline successfully used. Target vehicle and Appos' fuel capacity increased by 20. Behind him, the Butcher had already given chase, the faint scent of blood in the air only hastening Lin Cheng's movements. He jumped into the jeep and started the vehicle, the roar of the engine creating a gap between him and the Butcher. This area had been thoroughly explored, and he had even driven away with the car before leaving. The exploration had been relatively smooth, yielding a wealth of valuable information. The first piece of intelligence was that there were quite a number of survivors in this city. After all, with so many buildings emptied, it was evident that it could not have been accomplished by a mere handful of people. Although it was a small city, likely the size of a large town, it had nonetheless endured a night that would have reduced the majority of survivors. Yet, a significant number remained. This indicated that the population of survivors in this small city was substantial. Clearly, it was not suitable for further exploration or for establishing a base. The second piece of intelligence revealed the existence of an elite infected known as the Butcher. The Butcher not only dealt tremendous damage but could also destroy blocks. Hence, constructing buildings on the surface would require utmost caution. Stopping the vehicle at a safe distance from the city, Lin Cheng utilized the remaining daylight to sort through his backpack. He found very little food, much of which was nearing expiration. Aside from the assorted items, there was one special item: a radio. Item name: radio. Function: communication device. Function: using the radio allows connection to the current Area S channel. After upgrading with plugins, it can connect to global channels. The presence of the radio provided Lin Cheng with a greater means of acquiring external information. However, what thrilled him the most was the discovery of two weapons that could enhance his combat capability. Item name: P11 handgun. Type: firearm. Function: consumes 5mm ammunition, dealing damage to a target within a certain range. Single target damage. Item name: 5mm ammunition. Type: consumable item. Function: provides attack power for specific firearms. Item name, Swiss Army knife. Type, weapon. Function, deals a certain amount of damage to enemies in front. Possesses the sharpness for enchantment. Upon reading the descriptions of these weapons, Lin Cheng's eyes lit up. He had been lamenting the lack of effective weapons to combat the infected. The Swiss Army knife came with an enchantment. Enchantment refers to endowing various items with special effects, and the sharpness attribute is among the most classic types of enchantments. It increases the damage dealt when the weapon strikes an enemy. Lin Cheng recalled clearly that the highest level of sharpness obtainable through conventional means was sharpness V. Yet the Swiss Army knife he held already bore the sharpness 4 attribute. Although he was puzzled as to why firearms and knives were found in the gas station and Appos' chest. A little randomness in the world could only be seen as a positive. Otherwise, those iconic buildings likely to yield weapons would undoubtedly become prime targets for countless survivors. The only unfortunate aspect was that the quantity of 5mm ammunition was somewhat lacking, totaling only 20 rounds. Lin Cheng grasped the P11 handgun in his hand. The bullets in his backpack automatically filled, reducing his ammunition count by 1. With a firearm in his possession, his sense of security naturally surged. All unease stemmed from insufficient firepower. At this point, it was already 4 p.m., with 2 hours remaining until nightfall. Lin Cheng surveyed the nearby terrain. He was situated at the junction of plains and mountains. He could temporarily construct a garage with blocks and then dig a cave to serve as a makeshift shelter. After all, he needed a place to store his supplies. Relying solely on the capacity of his backpack would not suffice. While he could carry a few large chests, he required a special item, shulker shells. Shulker shells are dropped by the unique creature known as the shulker found in end cities. Combining 2 shulker shells with a chest creates a shulker box. The primary difference between a shulker box and a regular chest is that even if destroyed, the contents do not spill out. This makes it incredibly convenient for storage. However, reaching the end city necessitated defeating the Ender Dragon first. Yet, surviving was already a challenge. Could he even think of venturing to the end city? To be safe, Lin Cheng dug the cave quite deep, and as he continued, he suddenly realized that the space could easily accommodate the jeep. This way, he would not have to worry about the jeep being damaged by the infected while out of sight. By the time Lin Cheng finished excavating the temporary shelter, the time had reached 5:43 p.m., leaving only 17 minutes until nightfall. Considering that noise could agitate the infected, he reinforced the walls with several additional layers. He hoped these blocks would muffle any sound. He certainly did not wish to experience another night like the previous one, surrounded by a horde of infected. Although he had not been attacked, the incessant noise had been quite bothersome. Chapter 6. The Rise of Radiation Levels Ding. As night fell, the infected began to emerge. Faint and sporadic cries echoed outside, but for Lin Cheng, these low-level infected posed no immediate threat, as they could not breach the walls. The darkness within the makeshift shelter was soon dispelled by the flickering light of torches, bringing a modicum of warmth to the cold cave. However, it was still far from sufficient. The temperature gauge above Lin Cheng and Appos' had dropped once more, but after his earlier experience, he no longer felt panic. Skillfully, he retrieved the furnace and placed it nearby, filling it with kindling. The moment the flames ignited, the cave's temperature rose slightly. He had collected a fair amount of wood and planks during the day at the mall, which now proved invaluable. Setting the radio aside, Lin Cheng turned it on. And to his surprise, a chat interface appeared. What is this strange place? Can anyone tell me how to survive? Our group of 8 has dwindled to just me and one other friend. Coordinates 1333, 1437, 78. Any good brothers willing to bring me some food? My hunger is nearly depleted. I have plenty of food here at coordinates 1436, 64, 5579. Anyone in need should hurry over. Supplies are limited. Help. A horde of infected has stormed my house. I offer all my supplies in exchange for assistance. 9mm bullets for 5mm bullets. Anyone interested in trading? The messages on the radio were a chaotic mix of truth and deception. Lin Cheng shook his head, slightly disheartened, and switched off the radio. It seemed that from these frantic survivors, no valuable information could be gleaned for the time being. Those who revealed their coordinates were either naive or had ulterior motives, seeking to rob or harm others. The current environment for survival could indeed be likened to an apocalyptic scenario. Without absolute self-defense capabilities, revealing one's location prematurely would likely result in a grim demise. Glancing at the scant wool in his backpack, Lin Cheng and Appos' eyes glimmered with an idea. In terms of practical thinking, wool possesses inherent insulating properties. Would lying down on a bed help maintain his body temperature? 3 wooden planks and 3 wool pieces combined to form a bed. which he placed in the safest corner of the cave. He opted to position the bed as deeply as possible, partly due to the noise from the monsters outside, but also because of certain game mechanics. When players attempt to sleep while monsters wander nearby, they are unable to lie down. Additionally, placing a bed resets the spawn point. Lin Cheng recalled that upon reaching level 10, he would gain a chance to avoid death. This meant that in dire circumstances, he could forcefully return to his spawn point through self-destruction. However, the cost of such an act was steep. He might not only lose all items in his backpack but also forfeit his level. With all concerns addressed, Lin Cheng consumed a bit of food and lay down. As he had anticipated, his temperature indeed remained stable, and the rate of hunger depletion slowed. One particular statistic on his attributes panel caught Lin Cheng and Appo's attention. Name: Lin Cheng. Level: 4. Health: 20. Hunger: 20. Radiation level: 25. The radiation level had alarmingly increased from 0 to 25. This was an ominous sign. If the radiation level exceeded 100, his health would deteriorate rapidly. It appeared that his ventures in the city earlier that day had contributed to this increase. Yet, he had not yet encountered any medical supplies. And the city he explored lacked a hospital. Tomorrow and Appo's tasks would undoubtedly be formidable. As genuine fatigue washed over him, Lin Cheng and Appo's eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into slumber, his first sleep since entering this virtual realm. The following morning, dawn broke. Ding! The infected had ceased to respawn. It was already 6 a.m. To Lin Cheng's astonishment, he had slept soundly through the night. While sleep offered no tangible enhancement, it did clarify his thoughts. Indeed, rest proved indispensable, alleviating mental strain. Based on yesterday and Appo's experience, he decided to wait at least another hour until the sun fully rose, significantly reducing the risks of venturing out. Yet, this hour was not to be spent idly. Preparations were essential before departure, with the most crucial task being to check his equipment. Unlike the previous day, Lin Cheng did not carry all his possessions. Instead, he crafted 2 chests from 16 wooden planks at the workbench, merging them into a larger chest. He carried some logs, wood, and cobblestones, leaving the rest of his items at home. The logs and wood would serve to craft equipment when he discovered rarer materials, while the cobblestones were practical as basic building materials, useful for climbing tall structures. The cobblestones had been collected while excavating the shelter, so using them freely posed no emotional attachment. The tools and weapons he carried included a complete set of iron tools, such as an iron axe and pickaxe, as well as a P11 pistol and an enchanted Swiss Army knife. The iron sword he had crafted earlier remained at home, as the enchanted Swiss Army knife offered comparable damage to a diamond sword, enhanced further by its sharpness 4 attribute. The damage dealt would surely surpass that of the iron sword. Lin Cheng was generous with the 5mm ammunition required for the P11 pistol, bringing all of it along. This could prove life-saving, and carrying extra could only be advantageous. As for the miscellaneous items, he carelessly stuffed them all into the chest, knowing that only he was aware of this location. Even if other survivors happened to pass by, none would be so idle as to attempt a foolish endeavor. With everything prepared, the clock struck 7 a.m., and the sun began its ascent in the sky. It was time to set forth. Chapter 7. Special Items. Bronze coins. As the walls were gradually excavated, the anguished cries of the infected grew increasingly distinct. While the searing rays of sunlight could steadily deplete the infected and Appo's vitality, they could not extinguish their lives outright. Until the final moments before death, the infected retained formidable offensive capabilities. Lin Cheng silently counted down in his mind, gauging the remaining thickness of the wall. After creating a passage barely wide enough for his own passage, he stepped out of the cave. Outside the cave, approximately 30 infected were visible. Lin Cheng disdainfully unsheathed his Swiss Army knife. The enhanced damage inflicted by the enchanted Swiss Army knife resulted in the immediate demise of the already weakened infected. 1 slash, 2 slashes. Lin Cheng relentlessly brandished the Swiss Army knife, each strike resulting in the death of an infected. It was only after all the infected had been vanquished that he ceased his assault. Throughout the encounter, he suffered not a single scratch. Surveying the ground littered with loot and experience orbs, Lin Cheng was quite satisfied as he sheathed his Swiss Army knife. Truly, an enchanted weapon, and Appo's damage was extraordinary. As was customary, the defeated infected dropped a plethora of rotten flesh. However, one unique item caught Lin Cheng's attention. It appeared to be a coin. Item name: bronze coin. Type: currency. Function: usable for trading with NPCs. Upon seeing this item, Lin Cheng's pupils dilated in surprise. Was this not an item from the NPC mod? Initially, there had been no mention of the existence of NPC mods in this world during the pixel art phase. Could it be that NPCs inherently existed in this world? This implied that there must be a neutral location for players to engage and trade with NPCs. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis, and its validity would have to be confirmed later. While the prospect of a neutral trading hub was exhilarating, Lin Cheng realized he could not recklessly pursue this goal at present. His food supplies were insufficient. An immediate priority lay in seeking out medicinal supplies to reduce his radiation levels. A radiation level of 25 seemed negligible, yet the difficulty in finding medicine was exceedingly high. Procrastination could prove fatal, thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance, given that the previous small city had likely exhausted the search for nearby urban areas. Lin Cheng eliminated the direction he had previously taken. Furthermore, he opted for a route with flatter terrain, allowing the jeep to maintain a decent pace, thus conserving his hunger levels. In a sense, this strategy saved Lin Cheng considerable resources. After all, every action incurred a corresponding hunger cost. The longer one ran, the more they consumed. Once hunger levels dwindled to a critical point, running would become impossible. Encountering the infected while unable to run would spell disaster. The rumbling of the jeep soon disturbed numerous infected lurking in the shadows. However, once these infected ventured beyond the sunlight and Oppo's reach, they quickly succumbed to its searing heat, their movements failing to keep pace with the jeep. When the fuel gauge neared the halfway mark, Lin Cheng finally discovered a small town. Fortunately, the town was not insignificant. Otherwise, Lin Cheng would have been infuriated. Though small, the town was well-equipped, possessing all the necessary amenities. Most importantly, it had yet to be explored by other survivors, ensuring that every chest contained at least some supplies. To ensure he scoured every building thoroughly without leaving anything behind, Lin Cheng resolved to search in a systematic manner. The first building he investigated was a modest two-story villa, constructed of red bricks. Judging by its exterior, it appeared unremarkable, yet the interior was quite splendid. Plush wool carpets adorned the floors, providing a soft, silent walking surface. The soundproofing was commendable. Had the circumstances been different, Lin Cheng might have considered claiming this place as his own. Without further ado, Lin Cheng rummaged through the first room, uncovering a collection of seeds, eggplant seeds, pumpkin seeds, watermelon seeds, and various other crops. This indicated that the current survival mode still featured numerous modded items, as eggplants and similar crops were absent in the original survival mode. Nevertheless, this enriched the experience. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng gathered all the crops to take home. However, upon opening the second room, Lin Cheng was taken aback. The cramped space was teeming with infected, and the moment he opened the door, their gazes converged upon him. In that instant, Lin Cheng felt like a beloved star, the center of attention. Unfortunately, it was a spotlight no one wished to occupy. With an awkward smile, Lin Cheng promptly shut the door. The moment he did, the infected began to violently batter against it. Bang, bang, bang. The chorus of their roars sent shivers down his spine. Acting swiftly, Lin Cheng blocked the door with several blocks to prevent the infected from breaking through. Becoming trapped in a corner would be a dire predicament. Though he was uncertain why so many infected had congregated in that room, Lin Cheng was acutely aware that he should avoid provoking them, especially in the absence of powerful weaponry. Upon entering the third room, Lin Cheng had learned from his previous experience. The image of the second room lingered vividly in his mind. He could not rely on luck every time. Should the infected ambush him the moment he opened the door? It would be no trivial matter. Given that the infected were of similar height to survivors, if he only breached one block, they would be unable to escape. With his pickaxe in hand, Lin Cheng carefully created a small opening at a height of 2 blocks, allowing him to observe the interior of the room. The third room appeared to be safe. In the center stood a chest, and upon seeing this, Lin Cheng entered. Inside the chest, he discovered valuable items. Gunpowder. This was an essential material for crafting TNT. In this game world, TNT was among the most destructive blocks, capable of altering landscapes and inflicting devastating damage upon living beings. Chapter 8. Explosions as art. From the chest, I procured a total of 32 pieces of gunpowder. According to the counting rules of this game world, the vast majority of items and blocks have a stacking limit of 64. Items that reach this limit are referred to as a stack. However, there exists a category of exceptionally unique items that either cannot be stacked or have limited stacking capacities. Tools and weapons fall into the category of non-stackable items. A typical example of an item with a stacking limit is the egg, which can only stack up to 16, rather than the usual 64. The most efficient and straightforward way to determine whether an item can be stacked is to experiment. With 5 pieces of gunpowder and 4 pieces of sand, one can create a TNT block. Using half a stack of gunpowder yields 6 TNT blocks, leaving a few pieces of gunpowder remaining. Besides gunpowder, the chest also contained a few diamonds and gold ingots, though their quantities were minimal, merely 3 diamonds and 6 gold ingots. Were it not for the current unfavorable conditions for mining, I would have likely taken my diamond pickaxe to extract resources. The diamond pickaxe possesses greater durability than the iron pickaxe and holds significant value in terms of enchantments. This quaint red brick house consists of merely 3 rooms, and no chests could be found in the common areas. Just as I was preparing to leave, I caught a glimpse of the sand in the garden below. Remembering the half stack of gunpowder in my backpack, a bold idea began to take shape in my mind. Given that it was daytime and the threat from the infected was significantly diminished, I could certainly use TNT to obliterate the room filled with them. This would also allow me to harness the damage caused by the explosion to eliminate some of the infected. If that room contained any rare resources, I might never have another opportunity to return after leaving. After all, it is inefficient to search the same location consecutively. Such actions would only squander time and diminish returns. I took out my shovel and swiftly collected the sand into my backpack. Once all the sand was used up, I had crafted 5 TNT blocks. But using all 5 felt excessively wasteful. After estimating the potential power of the explosion, I ultimately decided to use only 3 TNT blocks. Due to the unique properties of TNT explosions, they ignite surrounding TNT blocks, causing them to explode as well. The scattered TNT poses a significant danger, as they also possess explosive effects and damage. By digging a small hole in the room and placing 2 TNT blocks at the entrance, I could utilize the force of the first explosion to propel the second TNT into the room. In addition to crafting TNT, I also fashioned a lever from cobblestone and wooden sticks from my backpack. Igniting TNT is not without its conditions. It must be activated by redstone signals or fire. The most common and convenient method is to use flint and steel, but I currently lacked flint, rendering me unable to craft it. Thus, I opted for one of the redstone signal switches, the lever. With my plan set in motion as I pressed the lever, the ignited TNT blocks radiated a dazzling light, signaling the commencement of the countdown to detonation. To avoid being caught in the explosion, I prudently retreated downstairs to seek shelter. I had no desire to be crushed by falling infected. Such close encounters were to be avoided at all costs. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the walls and door were blown apart. Almost instantaneously, the explosion of the second TNT followed, freed from the confines of the room. The fortunate infected who survived fell to the ground, their health nearly depleted. There was no need for me to intervene. The blazing sun above was sufficient to finish them off. I merely had to reap the rewards, as the explosive power of the TNT had severely damaged the walls, even obliterating the chest within. The items within the chest naturally fell to the ground, and I simply needed to watch my step among the debris. After surveying the area, I discovered an item resembling a backpack. Item name: small backpack. Type: container. Function: provides the user with 9 slots of storage space. Upon reading the description of the small backpack, I felt a surge of excitement. My greatest concern had been the lack of a suitable portable container. The arrival of this small backpack alleviated my immediate predicament. Satisfied, I stuffed the remaining gunpowder and used TNT and a haphazard assortment of seeds into the small backpack. I filled all 9 slots, yet a few types of seeds remained unallocated. Indeed, 9 slots proved insufficient. However, it was better to have something than nothing at all. The second building I searched was a small clinic. Given my current scarcity of medical supplies, I meticulously scoured every corner, leaving no potential hiding place for chests unexamined. Finally, behind a painting, I discovered a hidden chest. A knowing smile spread across my face. I had anticipated that not every chest would be placed in plain sight. Upon opening the chest, I found 5 vials of antibiotics. Item name: antibiotic type 1. Type: medicine. Function: reduces radiation by 10 upon use. After acquiring the antibiotics, I sighed with relief. As long as I could keep my radiation levels within a safe range, everything would be manageable. In the subsequent rooms, there were no valuable chests. However, I did find several useful items. In the study, I stumbled upon a bookshelf. Although I could not collect it entirely, I could still break it to obtain a number of books. If necessary, I could always craft a new bookshelf from planks. Speaking of bookshelves, they are quite valuable. In this world, there exists a marvelous item known as the enchanting table. The enchanting table allows one to expend experience levels to bestow various enchantments upon tools, armor, and weapons placed within it. The levels consumed are divided into 3 tiers, with the highest threshold requiring the enchanter to be above level 30 and consuming 3 levels per enchantment. Should one fall below level 30, access to the highest tier enchantments is denied. To utilize a fully leveled enchanting table, one must not only meet the required level, but also possess bookshelves. 15 bookshelves are necessary to elevate the enchanting table to its maximum level, thereby increasing the likelihood of obtaining superior enchantments. Chapter 9. Creating Infinite Water. Lin Cheng meticulously searched through every building in the town, ultimately uncovering a mere 40 books. 3 books combined with 6 wooden planks equated to a single bookshelf, resulting in a mere 13 bookshelves. Yet, he still needed 2 more. Apart from bookshelves, there were other resources to consider, such as anvils, obsidian, iron blocks, and gold blocks. However, these items were not discovered within chests, but were instead extracted directly from the earth, unlike other survivors, who might only search for chests and their contents. Lin Cheng recognized that every block held its own significance, especially those with special uses. Observing the jeep consume nearly half of its fuel, Lin Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was troubling news. A lack of fuel would mean reverting to walking as his means of transportation. The most prudent course of action was to drive the jeep back to the makeshift shelter, for he could not guarantee the next location would yield any fuel. If fortune favored him, he would rejoice in the restoration of the jeep's fuel status and return safely. However, should misfortune strike, not only would the vehicle stall, but he would also be stranded at his next exploration site. Should he fail to return to the shelter before nightfall, he would be forced to employ the previously used method of digging and filling. While this could ensure his survival under ordinary circumstances, any unforeseen events could prove fatal. Until he reached level 10, a single death would mean complete annihilation, and he had no desire for such an early demise. Fortuitously, he had accumulated a fair number of seeds, allowing him to make some modifications to his shelter upon returning home. After all, food has a shelf life. It is not enough to simply find sustenance and assume it will last indefinitely. The bread he had previously baked in the city had already lost a third of its shelf life, and the quantity was approaching a dangerously low level. Lin Cheng understood that to survive comfortably in the early stages, 3 conditions must be met: an ample food supply with regular replenishment, a temperature that, while not excessively high, would prevent him from freezing at night, and managing radiation levels, which were undoubtedly crucial to his survival. Currently, he could manage the temperature, and with the 5 bottles of antibiotics he had just discovered, he need not worry about radiation for the time being. His next task was to establish a small farm. Skillfully maneuvering the jeep back, he parked it within the makeshift shelter. Instead of rushing outside, Lin Cheng dug a 1-3 pit within the room, designed to create infinite water. By utilizing the opposing water currents from the 2 sides, he could generate a third source of water in the center, thus obtaining an inexhaustible supply. This was not a bug. Rather, it was a feature of this world, where no bugs existed, only endless possibilities. Glancing at the time, it was 4:26 p.m., with over an hour remaining until the infected began to respawn. Considering the shelter and Oppo's location at the intersection of plains and mountains, and the absence of water sources in the plains during previous explorations, he resolved to venture into the mountainous terrain. Provided he did not make any significant mistakes, he could easily return within the allotted time. Lin Cheng had not left the water bucket he had prepared at home. Instead, he crafted 2 empty buckets from 6 iron ingots. Given the mountainous environment, the risk of falling was considerable, and in critical moments, he might need to make a leap of faith. Saving 3 iron ingots only to lose his life would be the most regrettable trade. Moreover, he was not lacking in iron ingots at present. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed down at the rushing water below. Cautiously descending would be time-consuming, yet jumping would mitigate fall damage. Although leaping would save considerable time, the challenge of climbing back up would be daunting. After some contemplation, Lin Cheng opted for a balanced approach. He would place a bucket of water from the height of the mountain, as water flows freely in a vertical direction. This way, he could descend along the water's current. Once he filled 2 buckets, he could ascend easily along the same flow, which was far more efficient than climbing gradually. As Lin Cheng poured the contents of his bucket, a blue stream cascaded from above, and he followed the flow downward. Upon reaching the ground, he retrieved 2 buckets of water and returned without a hitch. The entire process was remarkably smooth and concluded even sooner than anticipated. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng remained vigilant, determined to complete the preparatory work for his farming endeavors as swiftly as possible. After all, crops required time to grow. They would not mature instantaneously upon planting. The only means to expedite growth was through the application of bone meal. But as night fell, the primary threats were the infected, not the skeletons and zombies of the original survival game. Consequently, bone meal had become a scarce commodity, leading to Lin Cheng's current food scarcity. With infinite water secured and a preliminary farming plan established, his next task was to fill the pit with water while using a hoe to convert the surrounding soil into arable land. These were time-consuming tasks that required minimal skill. As long as there was sufficient sunlight and water to nourish the soil, the crops would thrive. Light conditions were intrinsically linked to the growth rate of the crops. But fortunately, Lin Cheng possessed a generous supply of torches to provide ample illumination. He planted all the seeds he had, yet a few plots of land remained unutilized. Lin Cheng sighed softly, realizing that he would have to wait until the next wave of collection to plant additional potatoes. Among the foundational crops of wheat, carrots, and potatoes, planting potatoes early on yielded the greatest benefits, as baked potatoes restored a significant amount of hunger. Moreover, when harvested, potatoes produced even more yield, serving as both seeds and sustenance. At that moment, the third night arrived. As the clock struck 6 p.m., the latest batch of infected began to respawn. What initially seemed like an unremarkable day was about to take an unexpected turn. Chapter 10. The Blood Moon descends. Ding. A blood moon is slowly rising. Under the influence of the blood moon, the attack attributes of all monsters increase by 100, their defense attributes by 100, and their health by 100. Moreover, the perception range of the infected towards players is doubled. The blood moon buff lasts until the end of the night. The blood moon. Lin Cheng's pupils constricted sharply. The enhancement provided by this blood moon buff to the monsters is exceedingly exaggerated. An increase of 100 in all attributes means that if one were to confront the infected outside at this moment, they could easily lose their head. Sure enough, as Lin Cheng entered the radio station, the desperate cries for help from players echoed incessantly. Help! We are besieged by the infected at coordinates 437, 97, 76 in the city, a location that has not been scoured by other survivors. We are willing to share our coordinates and even the resources within the city, just hoping someone can rescue us. Wait, it seems these monsters have enhanced perception. I used to hide here without being discovered by any infected. Yet now I can hear their sounds nearby. What is happening? Why has the number of infected suddenly surged? Is anyone willing to form a survivor team? Let us help each other and survive together. How do you craft iron armor from iron ingots? Is there a friend willing to inform me? I will offer 10 iron ingots as a reward. The messages within the radio station were varied, containing pleas for help, requests, and even offers for trade. However, Lin Cheng merely scoffed at this. At this stage, player-to-player trade holds no tangible value. The distribution of cities is incredibly scattered, compounded by the vast uncertainty surrounding the available resources. For instance, the first message received via radio was about venturing to an unknown, uncharted city, which could potentially yield abundant resources. Yet, with the blood moon's influence, even the ordinary infected could present insurmountable challenges for survivors, let alone those empowered by the blood moon buff or the butcher. Lin Cheng had witnessed the butcher's combat prowess firsthand. Previously, the butcher could dispatch an unarmored survivor in merely 2 blows. After receiving a 100 damage boost, it would be child and amp, oppos, S-play. Even those clad in armor would likely not last long. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng silently committed the coordinates of this city to memory. Just because he could not venture there now does not mean opportunities will not arise in the future. The vast majority of survivors, while scavenging for supplies, often neglect the collection of blocks, thus overlooking many valuable items or resources. The most critical resource remains gasoline. The Jeep is currently inoperable. With only a meager supply of fuel left, it is likely that it wouldn't get very far before stalling. Before Lin Cheng could plan further, a thunderous explosion suddenly reverberated through the air. Boom. It sounded as though something had been partially destroyed, and the noise was alarmingly close. Lin Cheng immediately sprang from his bed, entering a state of heightened vigilance. He was certain that the sound had originated nearby. Ordinary infected possess limited combat capabilities, and even enhanced by the blood moon's power, they should not be able to create such a cacophony. It seems there is a butcher nearby. Lin Cheng's anxiety surged. He knew that the butcher has the ability to destroy blocks. Unfortunately, he was in a cave. If the butcher were to break through ahead and the infected were to flood in behind him, it would be a certain death trap. Defending alone against a multitude of infected would be exceedingly challenging. especially with the blood moon's influence augmenting their combat strength. Boom! Another deafening roar erupted. Even closer than the last, it seemed as though something was being destroyed right in front of him. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng grasped his P11 pistol and Swiss Army knife, then dug a depth of 1 block with his pickaxe. When he constructed this makeshift shelter, the wall sealing the entrance was 5 blocks thick. After digging 1 block, he still could not discern the situation outside, indicating that the butcher was at least 2 blocks away. However, the next chilling roar shattered Lin Cheng and Oppo's last vestige of hope. The final barrier was breached by the butcher, revealing its grotesque visage through the gaping hole. Instantly, Lin Cheng realized that if he could swiftly eliminate the butcher, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Drawing his P11 pistol, Lin Cheng fired 2 rounds at the butcher, inflicting damage. Yet, the variations in hit location resulted in differing damage outputs. The butcher's health cap was a staggering 100 points, as Lin Cheng continued to discharge bullets from the P11. The number of nearby infected began to swell. These infected were attracted by the noise of the gunfire. Yet, Lin Cheng had no other recourse, unless absolutely necessary. He would not recklessly engage the butcher in close combat with his Swiss Army knife. He decisively holstered his P11, as the shots fired had nearly depleted the butcher and Oppo's health. The butcher, now bolstered by the blood moon buff, possessed an overwhelming amount of health. If this were any other time, the temporary shelter's walls would have remained intact. But instead, a colossal hole had been ripped open. The butcher swaggered into the space, gazing at the butcher's health bar above its head. Lin Cheng glanced at the scant remaining ammunition in his pistol and made a perilous and audacious decision. He would engage in close combat with his Swiss Army knife. After all, one of the primary reasons for opting to use the P11 for attacks was the concern for maintaining a safe distance. But now, there was no longer any safe distance, and he had only 1 bullet left. Once that bullet was fired, it would be time to charge in with the knife. The gun fired, and the butcher lunged. Its attack struck Lin Cheng, causing nearly half of his health to plummet. The terrifying damage made Lin Cheng gasp. Fortunately, the butcher and Oppo's health was also critically low. Following 2 close-range assaults from Lin Cheng, the butcher and Oppo's health was instantly depleted. However, the butcher and Oppo's massive frame did not collapse to the ground upon losing its health. Instead, it began to swell at an alarming rate. Lin Cheng, staring at the rapidly expanding butcher, suddenly felt a terrible premonition. Could it be that this creature is about to explode? Upon contemplating this possibility, Lin Cheng hastily dug several blocks into the wall and sealed the exit. Just as he sealed the last block, the final glimmer of light was completely extinguished. Lin Cheng was plunged into darkness. Chapter 11. After the storm, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the cave entrance. The air was thick with the roars of the infected, their cries dense and overwhelming. Even without a clear view of the outside, Lin Cheng could surmise that the temporary refuge was already teeming with the infected. In the absence of the blood moon buff, he could have charged out at dawn to eliminate some of them, swiftly sealing the entrance afterward. However, the presence of the blood moon buff altered the stakes. He had already experienced the butcher's ferocity firsthand. A seemingly light attack had nearly halved his health. It was worth noting that he was clad in full iron armor. While the armor and Oppo's protective capabilities were not at their pinnacle, they were still among the highest in this world. Yet, before the butcher, he felt utterly vulnerable. And this was merely one foe. Although the infected outside were less formidable than the butcher, their sheer numbers posed a grave threat. A single assault could easily shred him to pieces. As he observed his temperature steadily declining, Lin Cheng took a deep breath, grateful for his own cleverness. When constructing the temporary refuge, he had ingeniously embedded the furnace into the wall to conserve space. This meant that if he dug to the back of the furnace, he could utilize his supplies to maintain his body temperature and prevent freezing to death. Subsequently, he could expand his operational area while leaving a narrow opening solely for dispatching the infected. Fortunately, he had a few torches in his backpack to illuminate his work, ensuring he would not dig in the wrong direction. With a keen sense of direction, he quickly located the furnace. As the flames flickered to life, the previously subdued infected became agitated once more. Light had the uncanny ability to revive their frenzy. However, it was unavoidable. A burning furnace inherently emitted light. If he did not ignite the furnace, his temperature would not recover. With his iron pickaxe, Lin Cheng expanded his space and created a minuscule opening through which the infected could see him but could not pass. Thus began a one-sided slaughter. To prevent the infected from accumulating too densely or attacking from a distance, Lin Cheng meticulously expanded the area behind him, retreating slightly with each strike. Advance and retreat. His blade danced. The health of the infected continued to dwindle. When his hunger waned, he consumed food. When his temperature dropped, he added fuel to the furnace. Outside, the infected surged forward but were unable to breach the walls, while Lin Cheng methodically dispatched them one by one. The experience orbs dropped by the defeated infected were drawn towards him, but he could not collect the dropped items. Survivors possess a certain magnetic quality towards experience orbs. Once within a certain range, the orbs would gravitate towards them. However, dropped items required the player to approach and collect them. Lin Cheng sighed quietly as the night wore on, and he had reached level 27. Through leveling up, he discovered that for every 10 levels, his health would increase by 1 point. Now at level 27, his health had risen by 2 points. The fractional increase at level 7 did not contribute to his maximum health, as increments only occurred at complete 10s. Thus, it seemed that as one ascended in levels, the difficulty of survival correspondingly diminished. However, it remained uncertain whether there was a cap on health increases. If there was, he could not afford to rejoice prematurely. As dawn broke, a notification signaled the end of the third night, ushering in the fourth day. The infected outside ceased to respawn, and the number of infected within the temporary refuge dwindled. Remarkably, before 7 o'clock, all the infected in Lin Cheng's makeshift sanctuary had been eradicated. Gazing at the scattered remains, Lin Cheng could only smile ruefully as he temporarily stowed the putrid flesh in a crate. Aside from the least valuable rotting meat, there were various other disorganized drops, such as iron ingots, potatoes, and carrots. These items represented a minuscule proportion of the total, with the rare coins appearing to be the most valuable yet least abundant. Lin Cheng had accumulated 9 bronze coins. Although their immediate purpose was unclear, it was prudent to save them. What pained Lin Cheng the most was the state of his meticulously arranged vegetable garden, now trampled and in disarray by the rampaging infected. The sole silver lining was that these crops would not vanish entirely. Particularly, the seeds would revert to drops after the plants were damaged. This meant he had only lost a night of growth and a smidgen of durability from his hoe. After a great deal of effort, he finally restored his temporary refuge to its former condition. However, as Lin Cheng approached the entrance to make repairs, he discovered several pieces of equipment dropped on the ground, a nearly worn-out iron helmet and a pair of iron boots with nearly full attributes. He fell into deep contemplation, but quickly came to a realization. Excluding the possibility that these were dropped by other deceased survivors, they could only have come from the butcher he had slain. The news that the butcher could drop equipment was indeed promising. After all, a butcher without the blood moon buff was not overly formidable for a survivor armed with firearms. Speaking of firearms, Lin Cheng was reminded of the troubling predicament he faced. He had run out of ammunition. Initially, he had 29mm rounds, but now he had none left. His P11 pistol had become nothing more than a decorative item with no practical function. Furthermore, his Jeep was out of gas, and he was in urgent need of a city. Rather than search aimlessly, it would be wiser to head towards the city coordinates he had heard from the radio the previous night. Though fraught with danger, failing to act boldly would be tantamount to a slow demise. Moreover, his level had surpassed 10, granting him a one-time chance at survival. After inspecting his inventory and checking the Jeep's durability, he noted that the previous night's assault had reduced its durability by a third. Fortunately, the core integrity remained intact. As long as there was sufficient fuel, it could still function normally. The most disheartening news was that he only had 4 loaves of bread left, with a mere fifth of their shelf life remaining. Chapter 12. Journey to the city, gazing back at the makeshift shelter he had left behind, and then glancing at the infected, scorched by the searing sunlight. Lin Cheng resolutely stepped out through the doorway of the temporary refuge, Swiss Army knife in hand. The means to escape this world remained elusive. What enigmatic force could render existence itself pixelated? Yet, amidst this haze of uncertainty, the immediate priority was to survive in this realm. As he neared the coordinates he had recorded, Lin Cheng's anticipation heightened. The open radio station's presence meant that any survivor nearby could possess knowledge of the city's coordinates. Competition for resources would undoubtedly be fierce. As Lin Cheng approached the city coordinates, now only 100 boxes away, a grand silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon before him. The last city he had explored was merely a small settlement, but this one was at least 4 times its size. The vast expanse of the city ignited hope within Lin Cheng, for the greater the number of buildings, the higher the probability of uncovering valuable items, albeit with commensurate risks. He could not afford to hesitate. He found a secluded spot and used a pickaxe to breach the wall. Entering the city through conventional means would likely turn him into prey for those with nefarious intentions. It was wise to maintain a low profile for the time being. The first structure he encountered upon breaching the wall was a hospital, though Lin Cheng held little hope. Survivors were well aware of their radiation attribute, making hospitals the first target for scavenging, often stripped of supplies. His suspicions proved correct. Upon entering the hospital, he was met with a scene of devastation. The lobby was littered with the bodies of both the infected and some survivors. Boxes scattered in corners had long been emptied, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, this hospital had 6 floors, prompting Lin Cheng to search from the top down. It was unlikely every corner had been thoroughly combed, and any small find would validate his efforts. Fortune favored the diligent. In a small room at the 4th floor corner, Lin Cheng discovered a stash of antibiotics. He now possessed 11 bottles. Just as he prepared to leave the room and continue his search elsewhere, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned that the rhythmic and forceful steps were evidently not those of the infected. "I say, you two have truly poor observation skills, with so many rooms. How could you find nothing?" remarked one. "Brother, it's not our fault. The others who came here to scavenge were too stingy, taking everything they could carry and leaving us nothing," another replied. "Exactly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to scour this entire building twice without finding a single item. If I find any supplies, I'll make sure to use your heads as night pots." "Wait, when did this hole appear? This passage wasn't here before. Should we check it out together?" Creak. The door swung open, and the 3 individuals strode directly into Lin Cheng's room. The swiftness of these events was astonishing. With the room being exceedingly cramped, Lin Cheng had no place to conceal himself. In an instant, he found himself face to face with 3 conversing figures. Despite their numbers, Lin Cheng remained unfazed. The equipment worn by these 3 was evidently incomplete. Some donned only helmets, others merely leg guards, and some wore only boots. Their weapons were nothing more than ordinary iron swords. The combat potential of these 3 was negligible. Armed with his Swiss Army knife and honed combat skills, Lin Cheng could dispatch them without sustaining injury. Unbeknownst to them, they mistakenly perceived Lin Cheng's solitary presence as an opportunity. "Today is our lucky day. We just stumbled upon a lone survivor. This room must hold something valuable since no one has been here before. What did you find in that box? Hand it over quickly, and perhaps we'll spare your life." Yet, if they resorted to force, it would not be as simple as surrendering. Their intentions were all too apparent. "Let us not waste time. Let us deal with him quickly and move on to search other buildings. The coordinates are already exposed, and if we delay, we might not even get a sip of soup." With that, the 3 charged at Lin Cheng, wielding their iron swords. In the confines of the small room, there was no room for evasion. Lin Cheng, however, chose not to retreat. Utilizing his armor's advantages and engaging in a counterattack, he deftly dodged their strikes while inflicting damage with his Swiss Army knife. The contrast in their combat styles was stark. While the trio swung their swords recklessly, Lin Cheng maintained a composed pace, occasionally delivering precise strikes and executing jump attacks at strategic moments. According to the damage assessment parameters, longer intervals between attacks resulted in greater damage output, but there was a cap to this damage. If the intervals were too brief, the resulting damage would be disappointingly low. Chapter 13A Leap Slash, while it may indeed enhance one's damage output, necessitates a discerning sense of timing. Otherwise, it merely presents the opponent with an opportunity to exploit one's vulnerabilities, hastening one's own demise. Engage in a dance of evasion, seeking the perfect moment to strike while deftly avoiding incoming assaults. Armed with a Swiss Army knife imbued with sharp enchantments and supported by Lin Cheng's exceptional combat prowess, the damage inflicted was undoubtedly beyond the adversary's expectations. It wasn't long before the 3 opponents began to waver, their health dwindling to less than a quarter. Should they continue this confrontation, the toll would likely be catastrophic for their side. In stark contrast, Lin Cheng maintained a health pool of approximately half, casting doubt upon their very existence. The trio, outnumbering Lin Cheng, could hardly fathom why their vitality was faltering. This was inconceivable. The equipment adorning Lin Cheng appeared comparable to theirs, save for a few additional components. "Brother, if it comes to it, perhaps we should retreat. This individual has an unsettling aura. Every time I attempt to strike, it feels as though I'm on the verge of hitting him, only for him to shift in the opposite direction, as if he anticipates my every move." As one member's composure shattered, the others soon followed suit, their morale plummeting in the face of such insurmountable disparity. Had they been granted a second chance, they would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Lin Cheng, the harbinger of death. Yet, Regrettably, the world offers no elixir for remorse. Lin Cheng's position had undergone a transformation. Behind him was no longer a wall, but a door. The initiative now lay firmly in his grasp, not that of the trio. Brothers, we were blind to the mountain before us. Let us consider this matter settled. We can offer you provisions as compensation. Our meeting is a stroke of fate. Henceforth, we can greet each other as friends and assist one another. In this world, having an additional ally can pave the way for future endeavors. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's disposition shifted. He no longer desired to let the three depart so easily. A cold smirk graced his lips. He sought not trouble, yet it did not imply he feared it. Having sensed their murderous intent, to release them now would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. Now that they were all competitors, if they showed no mercy, they could hardly expect it in return. The three understood that they were on the brink of death and prepared for a final counterattack. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. One was swiftly dispatched, followed by the others in quick succession. Among them, one had surpassed level 10, resulting in the absence of a corpse, while the remaining two lay utterly defeated. Observing the scattered loot, Lin Cheng let out a quiet sigh. This was not an act of indiscriminate slaughter, but rather a response to their provocation. Had he chosen not to retaliate, survival would have been in jeopardy. Among the fallen's possessions, he found little of value. The worn iron equipment, lacking durability, held no appeal for him, as it would merely encumber his inventory. However, he collected all the food and left no mineral resource behind. The conclusion of this unexpected skirmish prompted Lin Cheng to proceed with heightened caution in his subsequent searches. Had the trio possessed superior skills, and their equipment not been a tier below his own, the outcome of the battle could have been remarkably different. Within the confines of the cramped room, his maneuverability had been severely limited. In a more open setting, he could have engaged in a tactical dance with his adversaries. Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Cheng ventured into a hardware store, unearthing some iron ore and a hodgepodge of minerals. In various eateries, he discovered abandoned food seeds tucked away in corners. Upon closer inspection, the items he scavenged were of little monetary value. Redstone, lapis lazuli, and seeds constituted the bulk of his findings. While these items may not yield immediate benefits, from a long-term perspective, their potential was immense. Redstone could be utilized to craft intricate contraptions, while lapis lazuli was essential for enchanting. As for the seeds, they were vital for ensuring his future sustenance. The thought of redstone mechanisms made Lin Cheng's head spin. They were neither trivial nor overly complex. The entry threshold appeared deceptively low, yet the upper limits were exorbitantly high. Despite his extensive experience with Minecraft, he had barely grasped even a fraction of redstone contraptions. However, mastering simple traps and concealed doors remained well within his capabilities. With the procurement of additional materials, he could contemplate constructing an automated door. This would allow him to forego manually mining a passage each time he entered or exited. As for the enchanting of lapis lazuli, Lin Cheng had yet to devise a strategy. His current iron armor bore no need for enchantments. He would prefer to craft a superior set in one go. A diamond ensemble was also on his agenda. Yet, the present survival conditions were ill-suited for mining. Otherwise, he would have already delved into the depths to forge his gear. One could only wonder whether the mines below harbored any infected creatures, and the underground environment was fraught with peril, presenting myriad unforeseen challenges. In this world, death led to loss. Should he unwittingly perish in lava, his possessions would be irretrievably lost. Or worse, should he fall in a remote location, the chances of reclaiming his items would be exceedingly slim. Thus, Lin Cheng's primary source of minerals lay in rummaging through chests within these edifices and scouting for exploitable blocks in the vicinity. A sudden, jarring shriek interrupted Lin Cheng's contemplations. Not far away, an infected creature was ensnared within a crevice, struggling to break free. Lin Cheng, uninterested in intervening, noted that the creature posed no threat as it remained trapped. Just as he prepared to depart, a fleeting shadow darted past the infected creature. The speed was astonishing, almost unprecedented. Momentarily, Lin Cheng questioned his own sight. The silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to a survivor. Yet, the velocity exhibited by players was beyond comprehension, especially when the infected remained oblivious to its presence. Chapter 14. The special team if they were indeed survivors. The infected would surely attack the nearest survivor rather than simply howl at him. It seems I have been imagining things. The gas station is a potential site for weaponry. These two locations are Lin Cheng's primary search targets. This city is as vast as anticipated, and numerous survivors are also scouring its depths. Among the multitude of survivors, a sense of vigilance prevails, and they do not opt for proactive aggression. After all, barring a few exceptions, the vast majority of survivors wish to live modestly rather than engage in wanton destruction and chaos. During this time, some even extended an olive branch to Lin Cheng, claiming they were forming a survivor base. However, Lin Cheng declined with a smile. With the butcher's terrifying combat prowess, coupled with the influence of the blood moon, he could easily dismantle a survivor base. If luck were to falter and several butchers were encountered, it would be unlikely that any survivor could escape unscathed. Having only just passed the third night, the number of infected has already multiplied several times over. If this trend continues, the frequency and density of the infected will undoubtedly escalate, and when that time comes, should any individual within a survivor base make a misstep, it could influence the fate of all. In the zombie-themed films I have watched, there are often incompetent teammates who inadvertently lead many to their doom. Lin Cheng would rather navigate this perilous world alone than encounter an exceptionally incompetent ally. While a cooperative companion can indeed be beneficial, one must consider the diverse array of individuals in a large forest. The number of survivors in the vicinity is certainly in the thousands, just in this city alone. He has already encountered hundreds. With hundreds of people searching a single area, even in a city as expansive as this, the resources allocated to each individual are pitifully scant. It is at such times that the speed and precision of resource gathering are put to the test. Upon arriving at the gas station, Lin Cheng found the fuel in the containers nearly depleted. A few barrels remained, but not all could provide a full 20 fuel capacity. Some offered only 10. The one in Lin Cheng and Appo's possession was among the latter, yet finding any gasoline at all was a stroke of good fortune, leaving little room for complaints. His backpack was already filled to nearly half its capacity, but the most crucial item, 9mm ammunition, remained elusive. Even in the absence of bullets, discovering some ranged weaponry would be advantageous. After all, engaging in close combat makes one vulnerable to the infected, especially in densely populated scenarios. The sound of several jeeps approached from behind, prompting Lin Cheng to instinctively glance up. To his surprise, a convoy of jeeps appeared. The survivors who disembarked were identical, coordinated attire. Clearly, this was a team. The commander exhibited a commanding presence as he issued orders with confidence. Team 1 heads north to search for survival supplies. Team 2 heads south to gather building materials. Teams 3 and 4 will accompany me to eliminate nearby threats. The commands were delivered in a systematic manner, and the survivors treated Lin Cheng as though he were invisible, completely disregarding his presence. The atmosphere suggested an ambition to seize control of the entire city. For an ordinary survivor, witnessing such assertiveness might prompt a hasty retreat. After all, confronting them directly would yield no advantages. However, Lin Cheng was different. Where there is no path, he carves his own. Where there are no solutions, he conjures them. If all else fails, he would simply tread the path of others, leaving them stranded. Though the gear worn by the team appeared uniform, it was composed entirely of leather, offering only average defense and durability. Thus, Lin Cheng surmised that their choice of attire was likely due to the ease of material acquisition and the necessity for clear identification among themselves. If he could procure a set of leather clothing, would he not be able to blend in seamlessly? As long as he refrained from direct conversation, who could discern whether he belonged to their ranks? Fortunately, the 3 unfortunate souls he had previously dispatched possessed some leather. He had initially planned to use it for crafting books, later intended for enchantment. It seemed he would need to utilize it sooner than expected. Skillfully crafting a leather ensemble at the workbench, Lin Cheng exchanged his iron armor for it. He then nonchalantly joined one of the groups in their search. As long as he maintained his composure, he would not reveal any significant flaws. The idle survivors, upon witnessing these organized teams commencing their search of buildings, wisely vacated the area. With such a FAAD in place, Lin Cheng was spared considerable trouble. Iron ingots, gunpowder, and an assortment of dyes were discovered. Even a steel spear and a metal boomerang. Yet, the elusive 9mm ammunition remained absent. While rummaging through a room, Lin Cheng stumbled upon a brewing stand and a small quantity of nether wart. This was a valuable find. Not only did it include the nether wart, but also many essential brewing materials, including 16 golden carrots. Lin Cheng and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight, and without hesitation, he began to extract the brewing stand. However, before he could lift it from the ground, a booming voice resonated behind him. "Hey, you over there." The voice was directed at him. Lin Cheng and Appo's motion to retrieve the brewing stand faltered slightly, but he refrained from turning around. I and Apos, am talking to you. Didn't Apos see the boss already mentioned that before taking anything? You must report to your respective team leader? You look rather suspicious. I trust you aren't and Amp. Apos, planning to keep that for yourself, are you? You know the consequences of doing so. Lin Cheng and Amp. Apos' lips involuntarily twitched. What on earth was this person talking about? He understood not a word. In such a scenario, speaking up would surely expose him. He didn't even know who the boss was, let alone the identity of his team leader. No, more accurately, he had no idea which team he belonged to, because he did not belong to this group at all. The footsteps behind him grew closer, and Lin Cheng and Apos' mind raced as he devised a response. I'm not trying to hoard it. I merely found this item to be rather peculiar and was curious about its use. It looks peculiar? The newcomer, clad in a leather outfit, bore distinct features and an air of authority. He must be a team leader as well. Chapter 15. A tremendous blunder. Lin Cheng remained unperturbed, discreetly preparing his enchanted Swiss Army knife. Should the situation turn dire, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Listen closely. You are now a member of the first squad. If you cause any trouble, I, as the squad leader, shall share the consequences. Therefore, focus on searching for items and dismiss any frivolous thoughts, lest we all suffer the repercussions. From these terse words, Lin Cheng discerned the identity of the individual before him. Indeed, the leader of the first squad. The man approached the excavated brewing station, examining it meticulously for an extended period, ultimately reaching a rather absurd conclusion. It appeared to be an ordinary object. Though it looked different from others, it bore little utility. Upon hearing these words, Lin Cheng felt as though a raven had flown overhead. The significance of potions for survival was indisputable. The quintessential potions included night vision, underwater breathing, fire resistance, and healing potions. If these potions possessed effects corresponding to their names, and could be enhanced by adding various ingredients to prolong their duration or amplify their effects, then acquiring a bottle of night vision potion while navigating through the darkness would considerably elevate the probability of success. After all, it merely aided oneself, while the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, especially when searching the city at night. The combination with a night vision potion could significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering infected individuals. However, if the squad leader was unaware of the brewing station's purpose, the situation became considerably simpler. It seems it's of no use. May I take it with me? Although it is merely decorative, it does possess an appealing aesthetic. Throughout the exchange, Lin Cheng had not once raised his gaze, even speaking in a subdued tone, ensuring the other party could barely hear him. He could not ascertain whether the squad leader recognized all members under his command. If he were an individual with an impeccable memory, raising his head would be tantamount to revealing his identity. Take it, but let this be the last time. Please wait in the hall. The second squad will arrive shortly to transfer supplies. Lin Cheng, somewhat bewildered, nodded. He had little interest in the nature of the supply transfer. Having masqueraded as a member of the first squad for quite some time, his backpack was nearly full. The nearby buildings had been thoroughly scavenged, and discovering the brewing station was a stroke of luck. Why not seize the opportunity to escape? This so-called supply transfer provided an excellent excuse. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs. Upon waiting in the hall and confirming that the area was deserted, he chose to exit through the front door. To his surprise, a few infected individuals were still active in the security booth around the corner. Lin Cheng initially intended to disregard them, but upon noticing a supply crate within the booth, he quickly deduced that it had not been opened. Otherwise, the infected would have been cleared out, rather than remaining alive within the booth. After dispatching the infected with swift precision, he opened the supply crate to discover it contained food, still within an 80 expiration status, certainly worth taking. His hunger was quite pronounced, making this a perfect opportunity to replenish his sustenance. Just as Lin Cheng began to indulge, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Friend, what are you doing there? Are you perhaps sneaking a bite?" This was rather against the rules. According to squad regulations, all discovered items must be reported. Lin Cheng's eating came to an abrupt halt, thoughts racing through his mind. Why did these team members always call out from behind? Seeing Lin Cheng's delayed response, the individual assumed he had been rendered speechless. No need to panic. It's only natural to stash away some food. I did the same just a moment ago. Don't worry, I'll keep it confidential with your squad leader. Here's a little tip. Next time you hide something or prepare a private meal, ensure the door is closed. Otherwise, if your squad leader finds out, you might be in for a scolding. All right, I won't keep you much longer. Our squad leader sent me to deliver supplies and relay a message. The second squad is heading to meet up with the boss shortly and want to be back for a while. Thus, the search mission in this area is entrusted to your first squad. The boss mentioned that if you gather sufficient supplies, your squad will receive a reward. I'm not privy to the details of that reward. You may take the supplies back with you. I've placed the inventory list in the bag. Everything is in your hands now, so I shall take my leave. I just spotted an unopened crate on my way here, and now is the perfect time to retrieve it. Throughout this exchange, Lin Cheng remained silent, while the other party babbled incessantly, not affording him a chance to respond. Gazing at the two packages in his possession, Lin Cheng was at a loss for words, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. He had anticipated needing to employ his Oscar-worthy acting skills or even engage in combat to secure his escape, yet the unfolding situation proved to be a remarkable blunder. He had assumed that the term supply transfer entailed a specific exchange of items between both parties. Instead, it turned out to be a windfall of 2 backpacks filled with resources. Had the other individual known he was not a member of their team, would he have been so furious as to spit blood? To prevent similar incidents, Lin Cheng deliberately distanced himself, seeking a relatively concealed corner to hide. The earlier remarks from that naive individual reminded him that, regardless of the circumstances, the opposing team outnumbered him. Engaging them recklessly could lead to a severe beating. Thus, it was paramount to retreat and develop his strategy cautiously. Upon inspecting the 2 packages he had acquired, Lin Cheng was astounded to find they were both small backpacks. Each small backpack boasted 9 slots of storage space, amounting to a total of 18 slots filled with supplies. The first backpack contained 9 barrels of gasoline, a special item that could not be stacked. Thus, each barrel occupied a slot. Nevertheless, the value of these 9 barrels remained extraordinarily high. Who would ever complain about having an excess of gasoline? The second small backpack was astonishingly filled with one of the most scarce resources, bullets. Chapter 16. Fortune smiling brightly. Merely the P11 pistol could accommodate a staggering 64 rounds of 9mm ammunition. When combined, the total of 56mm and 62mm rounds available for the rifle reached an impressive 128 rounds. In addition to these munitions, there was also a sticky grenade and a fragmentation grenade. Item name: sticky grenade. Type: consumable weapon. Function: upon being thrown, it adheres to any surface and explodes after 5 seconds, inflicting area damage and destroying nearby blocks. Item name: fragmentation grenade. Type: consumable item. Function: upon contact with any object, it detonates, causing an explosion that disperses 8 shards, inflicting secondary damage while also destroying surrounding blocks. In the current circumstances, possessing weapons and ammunition is an invaluable asset, and the acquisition of such resources without effort is nothing short of miraculous. It is as if fate itself is bestowing bountiful gifts upon him. With 9 barrels of gasoline and a plethora of bullets, the total worth far exceeds any item in Lin Cheng's possession. Having fortuitously collected 2 bags of supplies, Lin Cheng's spirit soared. His departure was swifter, for lingering in the vicinity could lead to an unavoidable confrontation with adversaries. Equipped with 50 rounds of 9mm ammunition, the P11 pistol significantly bolstered his combat capabilities. However, Lin Cheng chose not to vacate the city entirely. Instead, he ventured into other areas. To leave the city now would be a disservice, as he had only scoured 3/4 of it, leaving 1/4 unexplored. By simply donning his earlier iron armor instead of the leather suit, he could easily conceal his identity. Moreover, the most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Thus, logic dictates that remaining in the city to continue his search would indeed be safer than retreating with the spoils. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already 1 p.m., with 5 hours remaining until sunset. That was ample time. As long as he could return by 4 p.m., he would be well within his limits. While passing an intersection, Lin Cheng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water beneath his feet. A flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps the subterranean waterways concealed some treasures. He had been so focused on the structures above that he had overlooked the potential for resources below. Discovering an unoccupied area, Lin Cheng began to dig downwards, eager to explore the depths. The underground realm was shrouded in darkness, but upon igniting a torch, the space illuminated, revealing the orderly waterway system. However, iron grates separated each channel, complicating the search. The most disconcerting aspect was the sporadic, distant growls of the infected. Lin Cheng's senses heightened. The infected could spawn anywhere in the world, and he could very well be in a place where they had recently appeared. Given that this area was devoid of sunlight, the infected could be lurking in the shadows, lying in wait. With half a set of torches remaining in his backpack, Lin Cheng resolutely chose to continue his exploration. There are times when one must take risks to obtain what they desire. In one hand, he wielded the P11 pistol, while in the other, he brandished an enchanted Swiss Army knife. His backpack also contained a sticky grenade and a fragmentation grenade. With these weapons at his disposal, he was well positioned to engage the infected, barring an overwhelming number or the presence of a butcher or other formidable elite infected. After dismantling an iron grate, Lin Cheng spotted a box nestled in a corner. Ensuring the vicinity was clear of threats, he opted to open it. Inside lay an assortment of minerals and various weapons, including an iron dagger, iron spear, and iron longsword. Given their limited enhancement to his current combat prowess, Lin Cheng refrained from taking these weapons, opting instead to collect the minerals. Typically, he would not bother with weapons that could not be stacked and offered little utility unless his backpack had ample space. The underground waterway harbored numerous infected, and to avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Cheng resolved to utilize his Swiss Army knife whenever possible. The infected were not only attracted to light, but also to sound. The loud discharge of the P11 could easily draw attention, not just from the infected, but potentially from survivors above. Who knows where he stood at that moment? If other survivors were searching above, it could reveal the existence of resources underground. As anticipated, it was indeed fruitful. After navigating through a few grates, Lin Cheng discovered another box. Although its contents were not overly abundant, they nonetheless contributed to his overall gain. After a thorough search, he had amassed 2 full stacks of iron ingots and unearthed 16 diamonds. He also found a considerable number of emeralds, roughly 10 in total. A low growl drew Lin Cheng's attention. Glancing to his left, he noticed 6 infected wandering near the iron grate, utilizing the dim light of the distant torch. He had found this spot without drawing attention, and fortunately, the infected had not detected him. Initially, he intended to slip away quietly, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the presence of a box behind these infected compelled him to confront the 6 foes. In a relatively secure environment, a true survivor would not overlook any box within sight. Thus, Lin Cheng skillfully brandished his pickaxe, creating an opening in the grate to ensure that his Swiss Army knife could reach the infected while they could not strike him in return. Chapter 17. The special items in the box. Lin Cheng's approach ignited a fervor among the 6 infected individuals, who struggled to escape their confines and engage him in a desperate confrontation. Yet, Lin Cheng was not inclined to grant them such an opportunity. With his enchanted Swiss Army knife, he swiftly dispatched the infected foes. The greatest advantage survivors possess against the infected lies in their ability to wield weapons and exploit the terrain to their benefit. The 6 trapped within the iron bars were akin to fish in a barrel. This predicament inspired a bold hypothesis in Lin Cheng's mind. He could construct a temporary spawning ground for monsters. Each night, the infected would serve as a natural breeding ground for experience points. With every 10 levels gained, his health would increase marginally. Therefore, if he could amass more levels, his vitality would surely be fortified. However, time was of the essence today, and he resolved that tomorrow and Appo's objective would be to establish such a spawning ground. Having solidified his plan, Lin Cheng ventured deeper into the unexplored territory, ignoring the rotting flesh scattered on the ground. Upon opening a box, he discovered a map nestled inside, piquing his curiosity, as it was his first experience uncovering a map within a supply crate. Item name: Treasure Map 7. Type: Special Item. Function: An ancient treasure map. Rumored to lead to unimaginable rewards marked on all treasure maps. Upon reading the item description, Lin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. He had stumbled upon a treasure map. This development was intriguing. According to the description, this map was merely one among many, indicating a lengthy endeavor ahead. The treasure map bore 3 markers, each located in vastly distant directions. However, the most exhilarating revelation was that one of the marked coordinates was alarmingly close to his temporary shelter. It appeared that tomorrow's agenda was already set. First, to construct the spawning ground, and second, to explore the coordinate indicated on the treasure map. Should fortune favor him, he might encounter unforeseen rewards. If not, he could always save the treasure map for later. Yet, the persistent roars of the infected echoed in his ears as Lin Cheng squinted, perplexed. The only infected he had encountered nearby were the 6 he had just vanquished. and they had all been eliminated. Where, then, was this sound originating? Judging by the roar, the infected creature was not far off. Yet his line of sight revealed no targets. This was indeed peculiar. Could the infected be hidden within the walls? Contemplating this possibility, Lin Cheng tentatively began to dig into the wall before him. To his astonishment, a beam of light pierced through. There was indeed something on the other side. Lin Cheng squinted and peered through the hole he had created, revealing a room constructed from stone bricks. But who would build a room underground? The furnishings within were meticulously arranged, suggesting it was not the handiwork of survivors, but rather a structure generated by the city itself. A bed, redstone lamps, boxes, and bookshelves adorned the space. A few flower pots on wooden shelves added a touch of warmth to the otherwise sterile environment. The only jarring element was the lone infected creature meandering within the room. Given that there was but a single infected, Lin Cheng felt no need to proceed with caution. He continued to excavate the wall, Swiss Army knife in hand, and entered the room. However, as he approached, he discovered that this infected was no ordinary foe. Monster name, Splitter, health, 100, attributes, blindness, camouflage. The attributes displayed were entirely unfamiliar to Lin Cheng, and he was at a loss regarding the functions of blindness and camouflage. The most alarming aspect was that when the Splitter entered the room, it vanished from sight. In its place was an almost invisible, translucent outline. Before he could react, the Splitter struck him, plunging his vision into darkness, leaving him able to see only the area beneath his feet. The surrounding space was engulfed in blackness, as if he had been cast into a lightless abyss. In that moment, Lin Cheng realized that the attributes of blindness and camouflage were the combat abilities of the infected. Being struck imposed a blindness effect, while camouflage allowed the infected to assume a semi-transparent state. The combination of these effects was indeed troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Lin Cheng endeavored to maintain his composure. After all, it was merely an infected creature, lacking complex cognitive abilities. He had already memorized the general layout of the room before entering. He still possessed a bucket in his backpack, and he aimed to position himself in a corner. Pouring a bucket of water at his feet was the first and most crucial step. As long as the Splitter was affected by the water, it would not pose a significant threat to him. The debuff of blindness was not particularly fearsome, nor was the camouflage. His primary concern was the creature's attack range. If the Splitter's attack distance was considerable, this invisible foe would become nearly invincible. The rationale for choosing a corner was straightforward. With his back against the wall, he could ensure he would not be attacked from behind. This would minimize the potential directions from which the Splitter could strike. Although the creature lacked any thought processes, he still needed to discern its position through sound. The more potential attack directions there were, the greater the likelihood of misjudgment. To his dismay, the blindness effect persisted for a full 10 seconds, and being attacked reset the duration of the blindness debuff. As Lin Cheng sought the corner, he was struck twice by the Splitter, reducing his health by nearly half. While its damage was not as exaggerated as that of a butcher, it was significantly higher than that of an ordinary infected. Upon reaching the corner, Lin Cheng wasted no time in pouring the water from his bucket at his feet. The flowing water successfully delayed the Splitter's advance. Hearing its roar stabilize at a fixed location nearby, Lin Cheng finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that the water could indeed affect the Splitter's movement. However, before he could revel in this small victory, another roar echoed from the opposite side. Chapter 18. The Splitting Elite Infected. According to the displayed information, it was, astonishingly, yet another divider. Lin Cheng was not overly surprised. After all, upon first encountering the name of this elite infected, he had already surmised that this creature possessed the ability to split, otherwise it would not bear the name of divider. In order to prevent this creature from continuing to divide, Lin Cheng knew he had to act swiftly. Otherwise, 1 would become 2, 2 would become 4, and 4 would become 8, perpetually splitting. At such a rate, the entire room would likely become overwhelmed. The physical collisions between living beings would lead to a dangerously high density of monsters, and even the force of water might not safeguard him from harm. Lin Cheng retrieved his P11 pistol from his backpack and, guided by the infected's howls, fired several shots. The damage inflicted by the P11 was considerable. The divider's defensive attributes appeared to be rather poor, as he dispatched it with only 5 bullets. As for the clones it had produced, their defenses were even more abysmal, falling to 3 bullets. However, this encounter with the divider heightened Lin Cheng's vigilance. It dawned on him that elite monsters might possess unique attributes. This time it was blindness. Next time, It could very well be poison, slowness, or other equally troublesome characteristics. Moreover, the exact number of elite infected creatures remained unknown. Once the effects of blindness subsided, Lin Cheng refilled the empty barrels with the water pooled on the ground. As the source of the water was collected, the flow from other areas ceased as well. This was a characteristic of the game. The last time he had defeated the butcher, he had stumbled upon some equipment. So Lin Cheng began to scour the ground meticulously to see if this divider had dropped anything worthwhile. After all, it was a creature he had spent 8 bullets to vanquish. However, aside from a solitary iron chest plate, there were no other items to be found. It was evident that something had dropped, yet it felt as though nothing had truly materialized. The iron chest plate, no doubt, was worth less than the 8-9mm bullets he had expended. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Lin Cheng considered bypassing the iron chest plate. Yet, upon closer inspection, he sensed that this chest plate appeared somewhat different. Drawing nearer, he was astonished to discover it was an enchanted piece of equipment. The seemingly ordinary iron chest plate emanated a faint purple glow, a clear indication that it had been enchanted. Although the specific attributes of the enchantment were unknown, any enchanted equipment was certainly preferable to the plain iron chest plate he was currently wearing. Lin Cheng picked up the enchanted iron chest plate, as if unveiling a prize. Opening his backpack to reveal the attributes of the enchanted armor before him: Protection 4, Durability 3, and Experience Mending. The moment he saw Experience Mending, Lin Cheng felt a lump in his throat. It was not that this enchantment was undesirable, rather, it was too advantageous. It felt almost a pity for such an attribute to be found on an iron chest plate. Experience Mending allows survivors to repair enchanted items' durability by simply gaining experience while holding them. For armor, as long as it is worn during combat and experience is acquired, the lost durability can be replenished. In a sense, it could be regarded as a unique form of perpetual motion. However, this is contingent upon earning experience. Should one fail to acquire experience during battle, durability would continue to diminish. The rarity of experience mending lies not only in its formidable function, but also in the limited means of obtaining it. Players cannot acquire it through an enchantment table. It can only be obtained by special methods, such as through librarian villagers and villages, fishing, or exploring various ruins and dungeons. Yet, these events, filled with randomness, have an exceedingly low probability of occurrence. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that the enchantment book for experience mending is highly sought after. The attributes of Protection 4 and Durability 3 are rather classic. One enhances defense, while the other reduces the rate of durability consumption. In a sense, the durability enchantment also extends the lifespan of the equipment. If this chest plate were not iron but diamond, the rewards would be vast. Based on the current world level, it appears that netherite does not exist, implying that diamond chest plates are the most resilient armor available. Unless there are other RPG-like armors in this world, which is highly unlikely. An iron chest plate is an iron chest plate, and it is certainly better than having nothing. Lin Cheng removed his original iron chest plate, which had already lost a quarter of its durability. Even if he discarded it, he would not feel remorse, as it merely occupied space in his backpack. The existence of experience mending could significantly enhance the potential lifespan of the equipment. Before he donned another piece of armor, this enchanted iron chest plate might accompany him for quite some time. Exploration continued, yet it was evident that time was running short. If he did not dare to return soon, he might encounter a horde of infected. If it were merely a matter of facing infected creatures, Lin Cheng would not be overly worried. With proper utilization of the terrain, even a multitude of infected posed little threat. Of course, this is provided that he did not encounter elite infected. The most limiting factor for survivors, as well as the source of immense pressure, is the temperature. As night falls, the rapid drop in temperature can be chillingly alarming without means to keep warm. The genuine sensation of cold is indeed unbearable. Lin Cheng marked his current coordinates, intending to return for further exploration when the opportunity arose. He was certain that the survivors wandering the city had yet to realize there were still areas waiting to be explored below. Lin Cheng was confident that tonight, some reckless survivors would remain in the city, not because the houses were suitable for habitation, but in a desperate race against time to scavenge for supplies. The city was vast, and there must be overlooked areas. Even he might miss certain details. Lin Cheng began to dig vertically from his current position and soon reached the surface. He found himself at the center of the road, with no unusual occurrences nearby. And overall, the endeavor was quite successful. Continuing in the direction of home, he finally reached the temporary shelter just before darkness enveloped the land. Chapter 19. The refreshing of blocks. As night descended, the infected began to appear anew. With a chilling sound echoing in his ears, the fourth night officially commenced. Listening to the cacophony of infected howls outside the window, Lin Cheng could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Had he returned just a few minutes later, he would have undoubtedly encountered the first wave of the infected head-on. Now, having returned safely, the danger level had significantly diminished. After glancing at his own status, Lin Cheng decisively consumed 2 vials of Type 1 antibiotics. His excursions within the city today had resulted in a staggering 20 increase in radiation levels. Each vial of Type 1 antibiotics could reduce radiation by 10. Thankfully, he still possessed a considerable stock of antibiotics, with 9 vials remaining, ensuring he would not face a crisis of scarcity even after using a few. The crops in the shelter had shown no signs of growth, remaining unchanged since his departure. This realization caused Lin Cheng to furrow his brow. Indeed, even in a pixelated world, the issue of blocks needed consideration. The mechanism mirrored that of a game, inherited flawlessly. Crop growth required not only water, soil, and sunlight, but also the presence of nearby survivors. When no other survivors are active within the vicinity, the crops cease to develop. This block mechanism was a source of frustration for Lin Cheng. It appeared that the temporary shelter must be located near other survivors. However, he currently had no trustworthy companions. It seemed he would have to tend to the garden alone. A single night was insufficient for significant crop growth, and different types of crops required varying amounts of time to mature. Most critically, he had yet to encounter any skeletons, preventing him from acquiring bones to create bone meal. He had already consumed all his bread. The sole piece of good news was that the potatoes in the garden had begun to show signs of growth. If he could manage to survive the night peacefully, he would be able to harvest mature potatoes the following day. If circumstances grew dire, he might have to resort to consuming some of the seeds. The seeds of potatoes and the crops themselves were the same item, and if necessary, he could eat carrots instead. After all, carrots were not particularly useful in the early stages of survival, lacking the practicality of potatoes. Baked potatoes provided a substantial amount of nourishment during the initial phase of survival. In addition to checking on the crops, Lin Cheng systematically organized all the supplies he had gathered that day. To survive effectively, one must possess a thorough understanding of the resources at their disposal. The 2 large chests in the temporary shelter had now expanded to 4. 3 of these chests were nearly full. Gasoline and ammunition had been found without effort, akin to a windfall. Furthermore, he had fortuitously acquired 2 small backpacks, bringing his total to 3 small backpacks. This translated into a storage capacity of 27 slots. Although not as expansive as an ender chest, it was still a considerable amount of portable storage. Items such as ammunition and minerals were kept on his person rather than stored at home, as their usage frequency was high. Even when out scavenging for supplies, they would prove useful. Naturally, food and medical supplies were also carried along. Without food and medicine, no amount of ammunition or minerals would suffice. One cannot subsist on bullets when hunger strikes. Regarding block-type items, aside from a few logs, everything else was stored in the chests at home. Every bit of space saved was advantageous. Among the items he had collected, many were exceptionally useful to him at present, such as a brewing station and an array of brewing materials. Lin Cheng placed the brewing station in a corner and crafted a chest using 8 templates specifically for storing brewing materials. To brew potions, not only were the relevant materials needed, but also a fundamental item, a water bottle. Water bottles were formed by filling glass bottles with water, and crafting glass bottles required sand. The process involved melting sand into glass, after which 3 pieces of glass could create 3 bottles. During his exploration of the city, he had encountered an abundance of glass, primarily made from the skyscraper's construction materials, aside from the blocks used for structural support. However, collecting glass required precise gathering enchantments. Simply using tools to shatter it would yield no drops. Though it seemed all tasks were within reach, there remained a slight impediment. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lin Cheng retrieved the treasure map and scrutinized the coordinates. Based on the distance calculated, it was a mere 30 minutes away on foot. Unfortunately, the location was situated in mountainous terrain, preventing him from driving his jeep directly there. Otherwise, the journey would only take a few minutes. His jeep, with its ample supply of oil, was an invaluable means of transportation. Today, while in the city, he had discovered several vehicles, but all were in a state of disrepair. The few operable vehicles had already been claimed by the earliest survivors to arrive in the city. After all, such resources were first come, first served. The treasure map contained no information beyond the coordinates, but it suggested a position underground. Lin Cheng gazed at the treasure coordinates not far from him, feeling no excitement within. However, his schedule for the following day was already quite full. He needed to construct a spawning ground to expedite his level progression. Additionally, he had to gather sand to smelt into glass. Not to mention, he needed to brew some potions for himself. Whether to combat the infected or to negotiate with other survivors, they would prove invaluable. If he could complete both tasks, he would still have around 3 hours of time left to consider investigating the treasure map's coordinates. But if time proved insufficient, he would have to forego it. After all, his life was far more valuable than the unknown treasure. The infected, unable to breach the shelter, allowed Lin Cheng the comfort of lying on his bed as he quietly activated the radio. Chapter 20. The Experience Repair Enchantment Book. The number of survivors active on the radio station has evidently more than doubled, likely due to the recent gathering of individuals around the radio. Bartering has commenced, allowing the exchange of any supplies for food, provided that I possess the necessary items. Are there any nearby friends willing to trade? To the friends seeking to barter, do you have any 5mm ammunition? I can offer food in exchange for 5mm rounds. I don't have 5mm, but I do possess 9mm and 56mm ammunition. I can't make use of those types of bullets at the moment, so perhaps not. 56mm ammunition? That is what I need. Send over your coordinates, and if the distance is reasonable, we can trade tomorrow. Does anyone know where to find weapons? I currently only wield a stone sword, and it takes numerous strikes to defeat an infected. I have many iron weapons collected. If anyone needs them, we can exchange for food. Selling a vehicle with 20 fuel for just 32 loaves of bread. The Sea and Sky Alliance is recruiting. We require flexible thinkers who can follow orders and 1T act recklessly. If interested, come to coordinates 117, 7644, 42 to sign up. The current global trend is beginning to stabilize. Survivors who have made it to the 4th night have, to some extent, acquired survival skills. Those who remain oblivious to the rules of survival have already been eliminated in the initial days. Previously, radio transmissions were filled with pleas for help. But now they are shifting toward trade. Where there is need, there is exchange. Players are circulating resources among themselves. In a sense, a degree of cooperation has begun to emerge, albeit tenuous and unreliable. The emergence of survivor alliances is within Lin Cheng's expectations. However, this so-called survivor alliance has yet to prove significantly impactful. Just as Lin Cheng was about to turn off the radio and succumb to slumber, a particular transmission piqued his interest. An item named the Experience Repair Enchantment Book is for sale, priced at merely 10 units of any food. Experience Repair. Lin Cheng's eyes sparkled with fervor. The value of Experience Repair far exceeds 10 units of food. Furthermore, the seller did not specify the type of food required, implying that even 10 carrots would suffice as currency. No one responded to this radio call, as the majority of survivors at this time do not comprehend the meaning of enchantments, nor do they know where to utilize an enchantment book. This opportunity, I shall seize it. To verify the authenticity of the seller's claims, Lin Cheng switched to the corresponding frequency for direct communication. I'll take the Experience Repair Enchantment Book. From where did you acquire it? This was Lin Cheng's test. Should the seller's response be unsatisfactory, he could terminate the transaction unilaterally. I caught this Experience Repair Enchantment Book while fishing. I originally sought only to gather some fish for food, but unexpectedly, I ended up with this. The seller confessed. I'm unsure of its value or purpose, so I'm just taking a chance by offering it. Lin Cheng's expression shifted to one of realization. The book was indeed obtained through fishing. It must be said, this individual possesses remarkable luck, without having an enchanted fishing rod with the sea's favor attribute. To catch an Experience Repair is nothing short of extraordinary. I'm not certain of its utility. I just found the name intriguing and thought it might be a good collectible. Is there any chance we could negotiate a better price? Upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, the seller seemed to hesitate, uncertain of the enchantment book's true worth. Noticing the silence, Lin Cheng chose not to rush. The seller, too, was likely testing his resolve. If Lin Cheng displayed undue eagerness, it would suggest that the Experience Repair Enchantment Book held immense value, far beyond the 10 units of food. Lin Cheng's calm demeanor indicated that the book might not be particularly valuable. After 10 minutes, the seller finally confirmed, if you truly desire this Experience Repair Enchantment Book, it will now cost you 8 units of any food. I cannot go lower. Though it was merely a savings of 2 units of food, Acquiring such a treasure at minimal cost was indeed a pleasant surprise. It was settled. The time for the exchange was set. Tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock. We shall meet at coordinates 690, 733, 76 for the trade. Lin Cheng glanced at his coordinates, relieved that the distance was not overly far. However, for safety's sake, he decided to drive his jeep. This would save time on the round trip, and should anything seem amiss, he could swiftly depart. Having confirmed his plans for the following day and ensured no infected had breached the area, Lin Cheng closed his eyes to rest, eventually succumbing to sleep. On the 5th day of survival, Lin Cheng awoke, prepared himself, and began to inspect his modest garden. Some potatoes and carrots had matured, though the quantity was sparse. It was sufficient for trading and personal consumption. Since the seller had not stipulated the types of food for exchange, he decided to use carrots to meet the requirements, reserving the potatoes for his own sustenance and future planting. As he watched the furnace roasting the potatoes, Lin Cheng took his iron pickaxe and opened a larger passageway in the wall, accommodating the size of his jeep. By now, it was just past 7 o'clock. The infected had almost all perished under the sun, leaving no trace behind. Following the coordinates provided by the seller yesterday, Lin Cheng soon arrived at the designated spot. From a distance, he spotted an individual standing there, seemingly dazed, holding a book that shimmered with an enchanting glow. This must be the person with whom he was to trade. The book in their possession was undoubtedly the experience repair. The sound of the jeep drew the seller's attention. Chapter 21. Vital information on heating. My friend, I am here. Lin Cheng was somewhat taken aback, for it was still quite early relative to their agreed-upon time. It was evident that the other party was quite earnest about this transaction, even exhibiting a sense of urgency. However, Lin Cheng remained cautious, refraining from approaching directly and instead surveying the vicinity. One must never be too trusting, nor too careless. Who knows if this fellow might harbor ulterior motives? What surprised Lin Cheng the most was the absence of any protective gear on the individual. This raised suspicions of a potential ruse, perhaps an attempt to lower Lin Cheng's guard by appearing unarmed. He preferred to exercise prudence rather than regret later due to a hasty miscalculation. After confirming that there were no signs of traps nearby or ambushes by other survivors, Lin Cheng finally drove closer. Hello, I am Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao eagerly stepped forward to shake Lin Cheng's hand, appearing quite nonchalant. Lin Cheng reciprocated with a smile, introducing himself. Lin Cheng. This is the enchanted book for repairs that I sought. Have you brought the food? Mo Xiao was not one to beat around the bush, directly addressing the transaction at hand. Of course, the food is ready. We shall exchange the enchanted book for the provisions. Excellent. Both parties promptly discarded their respective items. Lin Cheng happily retrieved the enchanted book while Mo Xiao collected the 8 carrots Lin Cheng had relinquished. Brother Lin Cheng, where did you acquire this vehicle? Mo Xiao inquired with keen interest, his gaze fixated on the jeep behind Lin Cheng, nearly wide-eyed with curiosity. By mere chance, Lin Cheng replied succinctly, not wishing to engage in further discourse. Now that the transaction is complete, I believe it is time we part ways. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. It has been quite some time since I encountered another living soul. Since it is daytime and infected do not respawn, how about we exchange some survival experiences? Never encountered another living being? Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow, as they were in an area where the number of survivors was not negligible. One could easily stumble upon others while scavenging for supplies, given the vast population of Huaxia. Mo Xiao suddenly chuckled softly and confessed, to be honest, I have hardly ventured out to search for supplies. My initial location was near a small village rich in crops, sufficient to sustain me for a while. Each night, I would barricade the blacksmith's door with blocks and rely on the lava outside for warmth. I even found a fishing rod in a chest. But now that my food has run out, I barely manage to fish daily. The rod, unfortunately, has seen better days. With a sigh, Mo Xiao lamented, now, the number of infected outside continues to increase, and every night they linger near me, making it impossible to sleep. Lin Cheng listened silently, revealing no emotion. In such dire circumstances, survival was a formidable challenge for everyone. It was quite fortunate for a novice like Mo Xiao to have survived thus far, especially when compared to those unfortunate souls who began in desolate wilderness and perished from hunger on the very first day. You mentioned a village? Lin Cheng keenly seized upon a detail, for villages were a natural feature of the original world, populated by numerous villagers. Although the village contained no particularly rare items, it offered opportunities for trade with the villagers, using emeralds as currency. He still had a fair amount of bronze coins, and perhaps the villagers in this world differed significantly. allowing for exchanges with bronze currency. Mo Xiao nodded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, it is a village, but for some reason, I have yet to see a single villager. Mo Xiao's words instantly dashed Lin Cheng's fleeting hopes. Without villagers, the village's value diminished significantly. However, he did mention a massive iron figure that swayed daily and assisted in combating the infected. Yet, that giant vanished by the second night. And when he went to search for it, he only found a few iron ingots and a small red flower. What you described must be an iron golem. Lin Cheng deduced instantly. Iron golems are neutral creatures that appear in certain villages, their purpose being the protection of villagers. If attacked, they would pursue the aggressor. Upon their demise, they would drop a certain quantity of iron ingots and possibly a flower known as the poppy. For ordinary survivors, the damage dealt by iron golems is quite formidable, and a careless encounter could result in being lifted high in the air. However, one could exploit the golem's height and attack range to create a platform for a one-sided attack. Nonetheless, unless one is particularly in need of iron, having an iron golem for protection offers considerable comfort during the early stages of survival. From Mo Xiao's account, Lin Cheng was able to assess the village's situation. It appeared to be a settlement ravaged by the infected, leaving behind remnants of supplies that inadvertently benefited Mo Xiao. Brother, I see your gear is quite commendable. Would you consider allowing me to accompany you in survival? Lin Cheng rejected Mo Xiao's proposal without a moment's hesitation. No, the pressure of survival remains significant, and we are merely acquaintances. Mo Xiao offered a wry smile, acknowledging the truth in Lin Cheng's words. They were but strangers and had yet to reach the point of loyalty or sacrifice for one another. Given that Lin Cheng had numerous plans to execute, including meticulous strategizing for a monster spawning site and a visit to the treasure map coordinates, he could not afford to linger. Now was a crucial time for maximizing his schedule, and he had little leisure for idle conversation. Let us conclude our discussion here. I have other matters to attend to, but perhaps we can converse another time. You should have my radio frequency. Should you come across another repair enchantment book, feel free to contact me. Mo Xiao nodded. I have noted your radio frequency. Thank you for the food. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Chapter 22. Collecting lava on his return journey. Lin Cheng relentlessly analyzed the intelligence he had acquired from Mo Xiao. The infected would attack villagers, and the iron puppets would also proactively assault the infected. Therefore, once he acquired an abundance of iron, he could feasibly create additional iron puppets to serve as guardians in his home. Another crucial piece of information was that lava could also provide warmth. It appeared essential for him to procure 2 barrels of lava, one for his home as a refuge, and the other to carry, ensuring he could warm himself whenever necessary. With 2 barrels of lava at his disposal, he could venture underground for mining during the night. Conversations, after all, are not merely exchanges of trivialities devoid of value. If one can glean useful intelligence from another's words, such discourse becomes meaningful. As for any attempts to cultivate relationships, such efforts were entirely unnecessary. The jeep came to a halt in the clearing before the temporary refuge. This area was flat, devoid of significant elevation changes, making it suitable for constructing a natural spawning ground, thus saving considerable time. However, the size of the spawning ground should not be overly expansive, otherwise, it would become a conspicuous structure, inevitably attracting the attention of other survivors. This was his private spawning ground, not a communal one, and a larger crowd could lead to the unfortunate actions of selfish individuals intent on destroying it. It was imperative to remember that once night fell, time for repairs would be limited, and any mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences. The core of the spawning ground consisted of 2 pivotal aspects, the first and foremost being the aggregation of monsters. Should the capacity of the monsters be insufficient, the efficiency of spawning would dwindle, rendering the purpose of the spawning ground moot. Furthermore, safety was paramount. According to Lin Cheng's design, there would be an underground passage connecting his spawning ground to the temporary refuge. In this manner, should danger arise, he would have the opportunity to evacuate or transfer via the underground route. Both the refuge and the spawning ground would have bidirectional access to the passage, providing him with diverse options. In the current environment, preparing multiple avenues for survival was undoubtedly prudent. Given his limited construction methods, Lin Cheng decided to utilize the remaining cobblestones and dirt from his previous excavations as the primary building materials. To attract monsters, light and sound served as the main lures. However, creating sound sources posed a challenge. The note blocks and record players, 2 types of redstone machines, could serve as primary sources of sound. Nevertheless, the sound of note blocks was too faint, and record players required records for activation. Thus, he opted to forego both options. The remaining choice was light. At the entrance designed to attract monsters, he placed several torches, ensuring a sufficient light source. Initially, he needed to construct a narrow passage for the orderly entrance of the infected. Next, he had to create a space where he could take refuge. Various considerations came into play during the construction of this space. Firstly, it could not be cramped, and secondly, the entrance to the underground passage should be as close as possible to his spawning area for quick evacuation. In truth, constructing the spawning ground did not consume an excessive amount of Lin Cheng's time. The most time-consuming aspect was the excavation of the underground passage. A level and straight design would effectively prevent the invasion of the infected from outside. While this may appear to be a minor project, achieving a polished completion required considerable time. Lin Cheng spent the entire morning transforming this temporary spawning ground. Additionally, the underground passage was nearly completed, with only decorative work remaining. As night fell, the temperature began to drop, a fact Lin Cheng had anticipated. Relying solely on a furnace for warmth proved inefficient and wasteful of resources. In contrast, utilizing lava was distinctly more convenient and speedy. Moreover, lava served not only for heating but also as a disposal method. Items deemed unnecessary could be discarded into a chest, occupying space, or thrown far away, albeit the rules would eventually clear them after some time. Yet, venturing out to dispose of items remained necessary. The characteristics of lava ensured that any items it touched would be incinerated, with the exception of certain objects deemed indestructible by the rules, rendering them non-existent in an instant. It was both convenient and efficient. The most common method to acquire lava was through mining, as it was likely to be encountered underground. Lin Cheng equipped himself with a pickaxe, some food, and torches, and began excavating downward through the underground passage. The deeper he delved, the greater the likelihood of encountering lava. Near layer 11, the probability of finding diamonds also increased significantly. Thus, Lin Cheng descended directly to layer 11, employing a fishbone mining technique to extract resources, yielding a gratifying bounty of minerals. He discovered diamonds twice. First, for diamond ores, and second, 8 diamond ores, lacking fortune enchantments or precise collection enchantments. Lin Cheng chose to break the 12 diamond ores on the spot, garnering 12 diamonds and a portion of experience. He also collected varying quantities of lapis lazuli, redstone, coal, iron, and gold ores, though the majority comprised redstone and coal, which collectively accounted for half of all the minerals he extracted. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng harbored no discontent. He accepted everything, grateful for the opportunity to mine. The primary intention of this mining expedition was not for the minerals, but rather for the lava. Ironically, when he wished to avoid lava, it was always encountered, even to the point of nearly falling into a lava lake. Now, in his dedicated search for lava, it proved elusive. After considerable effort, Lin Cheng finally located a small lava lake. Although its area was modest, it sufficed to fill several barrels with lava. The endeavor to find lava had been exhausting, prompting Lin Cheng to smelt the iron ore he carried on site. 3 iron ingots could forge a single bucket, and to avoid waste, he crafted only 10 buckets of lava. With the most essential lava collected, Lin Cheng did not immediately depart. Instead, he placed a water bucket against a wall, allowing the water to converge with the lava. As the water and lava reacted, they ultimately formed a black-purple block that appeared exceptionally hard. Lin Cheng retrieved his diamond pickaxe from his backpack. Despite the slow digging speed, he patiently collected these black-purple blocks. Chapter 23. Journey to the Treasure Coordinates. This particular block is known as obsidian, a remarkably unique material that can be utilized to forge obsidian itself and to construct a portal to the Nether. However, the Nether is not truly a hell. It is more aptly described as the lower realm. Its vivid crimson landscape, replete with flowing lava and flames, gives it an appearance reminiscent of hell, hence the moniker. In essence, one can create a gateway to another world using obsidian. Glancing at the time, Lin Cheng realized that the afternoon had arrived without him noticing. He needed to return swiftly. The primary advantage of the fishbone mining technique lies in the orderly nature of the tunnels, allowing for an uncomplicated return journey. Moreover, Lin Cheng had counted the coordinates of his temporary refuge and soon found himself back in the underground passage. He placed a bucket at the monster spawning location, another in the middle section of the tunnel, and yet another inside the temporary refuge. The 3 buckets of lava effectively resolved the temperature issue that had troubled Lin Cheng for quite some time. He even set aside a bucket of lava in a small backpack, ensuring that he would not succumb to the cold should he be delayed outside in the future. The remaining 6 buckets of lava were stored away in a dedicated chest, specifically reserved for items that could not be stacked. From his elevated vantage point, Lin Cheng gazed proudly at the completed small monster spawning area. Experience had become more than merely a means to increase his health limit. The obsidian he had mined was now of utmost significance. To craft an enchanting table, both obsidian and diamonds were essential. He had already acquired diamonds, and now he possessed obsidian as well. As for bookshelves and books, Lin Cheng had no shortage. During his explorations in the city, he had dismantled numerous bookshelves, yielding nearly 200 books in total. With such a plentiful supply, even under the worst of circumstances, he could still expect to enchant a good number of them. The pressing task at hand was to forge his equipment, especially since he still held an experienced mending enchantment book. Lin Cheng opted not to place the enchanting table in his temporary refuge, recognizing the risk of consolidating all his valuable items in one location. Instead, he decided to retain it in the underground passage, where he could conveniently enchant upon gaining experience. Before mining, Lin Cheng had already reached level 28. After a brief excursion, he had only gained 3 additional levels. At level 31, he could use the enchanting table to its fullest, but afterwards, he would revert to level 28, indicating that now was not the time for enchanting. As the clock struck 3:57 p.m., he contemplated the journey to the treasure map coordinates, feeling somewhat pressed for time. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Cheng found himself contemplating a risk. Adhering too strictly to caution, while ensuring his survival, would not facilitate his rapid development. The treasure map. Perhaps it was his opportunity for a swift ascent. After all, his jeep remained parked in the open space outside, untouched. With over 2 hours to spare, he decided to take a chance, especially since the nighttime temperature issue had been resolved. As long as he avoided particularly unfortunate encounters with terrain-altering foes, he could endure a night outside. To be safe, Lin Cheng used another bucket of gasoline to increase the jeep's fuel level. Following the coordinates indicated on the treasure map, he soon arrived at a mountain gorge. However, the road ahead was clearly impassable by vehicle. The steep incline posed a risk of tumbling down into the gorge. While he could escape the vehicle before falling, using water to mitigate fall damage, the jeep itself would be doomed. He couldn't feasibly excavate a steep path either. It would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and uncertain in success. Instead, he could use that time to search for another drivable vehicle in a different city. After noting the coordinates where he parked the jeep, Lin Cheng opted to proceed on foot. As he drew closer to the treasure location, he marveled at the contrasting environment. This area was a world apart from the regions beyond the gorge, adorned with vibrant flowers and scattered trees, while the afternoon sun cast a gentle glow on the ground, intensifying the fragrance of grass and blossoms in the air. In addition to the flora, Lin Cheng was astonished to encounter numerous animals wandering about. He had never witnessed any signs of animal life elsewhere. Could this place possess some unique quality compared to the outside world? Observing the grazing cows and sheep, he wasted no time in raising his enchanted Swiss Army knife and charging forward. These creatures were living sources of sustenance. The unfortunate animals had barely registered the threat before becoming victims of Lin Cheng's blade. While relocating them for breeding would have been ideal, the terrain here was ill-suited for such an endeavor. Thus, he resolved to slaughter them, taking their meat, hides, and wool instead. This must be the spot, Lin Cheng thought as he surveyed the flat ground beneath him, resolutely beginning to dig. With the vertical coordinates matching the other 2, he was confident he had pinpointed the treasure's exact location. After a thorough excavation, Lin Cheng indeed uncovered a chest. Exercising caution, he refrained from opening it immediately, opting instead to dig around the vicinity, uncertain whether this chest was merely ordinary or a trap activated by redstone mechanisms. Fortunately, no anomalies were detected nearby. As he slowly opened the chest, the items within caused Lin Cheng's pupils to constrict in shock. Before him lay a sword, an extraordinarily dark weapon. Its name sent tremors through Lin Cheng's hand, the sword of universal domination. This weapon approached invincibility. A single strike would nearly guarantee an instant kill, rendering any armor ineffective against its damage. Yet, such a formidable weapon could hardly exist within the realm of reason. How could it possibly be found in a place accessible to survivors? Chapter 24. the shattered sword of cosmic dominion, a multitude of questions reverberated in his mind. Yet these inquiries found clarity the moment Lin Cheng grasped the shattered sword of cosmic dominion. Item name: Shattered Sword of Cosmic Dominion. Type: Weapon. Description: a weapon of divine creation level, possessing the power to annihilate all, though this potency appears to have waned. The Shattered Sword of Cosmic Dominion cannot be enchanted or destroyed, and upon use, it will bind with the user's soul. Ding! You have activated the hidden quest, Dominion Holder. With the sound of a prompt echoing in his ears, a vast luminescent screen appeared before him. Quest name: Dominion Holder. Quest type: Hidden quest. Quest description: the weapon of the Dominion Holder is scattered across the world, consisting of a total of 16 shattered swords of cosmic dominion. The survivor who acquires the shattered sword of cosmic dominion must absorb the remaining 15 to obtain a complete sword. Each absorption will enhance combat capabilities incrementally, and completing the quest will unlock the next stage. Quest requirements: absorb 15 shattered swords of cosmic dominion, 0-15. Quest reward: Sword of Cosmic Dominion, Divine Creation level. It became evident that the sword Lin Cheng held was not whole, but rather in a fragmented state. This revelation made sense. Grasping the shattered sword of cosmic dominion, although he could not perceive its weight, he could feel the vibrant energy pulsating within. At the moment of dawn and Oppos, martial engagement, an invisible connection formed between the sword and Lin Cheng. This was the essence of soul binding. As long as Lin Cheng drew breath, none could seize his shattered sword of cosmic dominion. Conversely, should the other 15 swords have already forged bonds with other survivors, Lin Cheng would first need to eliminate the holders of these swords to integrate their remnants. The journey would be arduous, yet the rewards were undeniably substantial, justifying Lin Cheng's unwavering commitment. The sword, capable of vanquishing the heavens and the earth, would empower him to traverse this realm with unparalleled dominance. Indeed, he mused, should he choose to walk upon his hands, it would not be out of reach. However, what astonished Lin Cheng most was that after the soul binding with the shattered sword of cosmic dominion, he found himself unable to view its attributes. The text before him starkly declared insufficient permissions. Despite repeated attempts, he could only discern a glaring progress bar: Shattered Sword of Cosmic Dominion, 0-15. Taking a deep breath, Lin Cheng confirmed that his next objective was to collect the remaining shattered swords of cosmic dominion. Yet, this endeavor promised to be exceedingly challenging, for the existence of these swords disrupted the balance of the world. Even in their broken state, the potential damage they could inflict was likely immense. He stowed the shattered sword of cosmic dominion, contemplating the simplest and most straightforward method to test its power: an evening of monster hunting. Just as Lin Cheng turned to depart, from a distant concealed corner, a man with pale eyes silently observed the unfolding events. As Lin Cheng walked on, he sensed a searing gaze fixed upon him from behind. This intense sixth sense compelled him to glance back, yet he found nothing. The mysterious figure's previous location was now utterly vacant, as though no one had ever been there. After an arduous journey, Lin Cheng finally located a treasure map he had long sought, though it was merely one of 3. The nature of the other coordinates, whether they concealed more shattered swords of cosmic dominion, remained uncertain until he could investigate personally. Once more, as night fell, Lin Cheng returned to his temporary refuge, and upon completing the final block, the familiar chime of nightfall resonated. Night of the 5th day had arrived, yet this evening was destined to differ from the past. Utilizing a previously excavated underground passage, Lin Cheng made his way to the small monster spawning area he had constructed during daylight. It was now teeming with infected creatures lured by torches at the entrance, and due to Lin Cheng's design, these creatures could see him but could not attack. The distance at which they could strike was sufficiently safe. As long as Lin Cheng executed his actions correctly, monster hunting would prove effortless. However, the primary flaw of this spawning area was its singular entry point. To facilitate the collection of drops, Lin Cheng had outfitted the entire floor within reach with hoppers. Whenever an infected creature was defeated, the dropped items would be funneled into the hoppers and subsequently into an underground chest. Through recent experimentation, Lin Cheng had discerned that every 2 hours, the world would purge dropped items. Should he fail to collect them in time, they would be irrevocably lost. If he happened to drop something crucial during the battle, particularly the enigmatic bronze coins whose purpose he had yet to ascertain, he could not risk venturing out amidst the overwhelming horde. In comparison to such perilous actions, Investing a bit more iron and crafting hoppers was evidently the more prudent choice, especially since he was not short on iron. Holding the shattered sword of cosmic dominion aloft, Lin Cheng struck at the nearest infected creature. -10. The damage displayed momentarily stunned Lin Cheng. Though his sword was in a fractured state, it should not yield only 10 points of damage. Yet, regardless of how many times he attempted to strike, the damage remained consistently fixed at 10. This, however, was not entirely disadvantageous. Lin Cheng discovered a unique characteristic of the shattered sword of cosmic dominion. He recalled that if the interval between two attacks was too brief, the resultant damage would be slightly diminished. Yet, this mechanism appeared to have no effect on the shattered sword. The speed at which he wielded it at dawn translated directly into the number of 10-point damages he could inflict. This elucidated why a weapon of divine creation caliber could only deal 10 points of damage per strike. In essence, the current shattered sword of cosmic dominion operated with a remarkably low minimum, yet an incredibly high maximum potential. If he could execute rapid strikes within a second, the damage he dealt would rival that of an enchanted, complete sword. Chapter 25. The mysterious City of Order. It is essential to recognize that the various types of infected possess differing defensive attributes, which leads to a certain degree of disparity in fixed damage output. When confronting infected beings with higher armor, one often finds themselves at a distinct advantage. Under Lin Cheng's relentless efforts of monster farming, his level ascended at an astonishing pace. Countless experience orbs accumulated, ultimately converging upon Lin Cheng, as his level soared from a mere 31 to over 50, and this was merely after a single night. Should the efficiency of this monster farming persist, surpassing level 80 would undoubtedly be within reach. The process of slaying creatures, while monotonous, began to induce a sense of drowsiness in Lin Cheng. The repetition of a singular task inevitably breeds a certain irritation. Yet, at 5:00 a.m., a notification from the sky shattered his fatigue. Ding! The City of Order has been activated. Coordinates 200, 260. Survivors may proceed to the City of Order to engage in material trade with NPCs and undertake corresponding tasks assigned by them, which yield appropriate rewards upon completion. Furthermore, within the City of Order, players are prohibited from engaging in combat with one another. Any survivor who violates this rule and attacks another will be marked as a criminal and subject to retaliation from the city's NPCs. Note, even if slain by NPCs, one will still face penalties under the death mechanism. Additionally, the opening of the City of Chaos is scheduled for 5 days hence, coinciding with the 11th day of the apocalypse. The City of Order. It appears that NPCs truly exist. Lin Cheng immediately recalled the bronze coins he had collected, realizing that gathering these coins had indeed proven to be one of the wisest decisions he had made thus far. Moreover, the area within the City of Order is designated as a safe zone, forbidding conflict among survivors. This meant that during his journey to trade in the City of Order, he would face no immediate threats to his safety. As for what lay beyond the city's boundaries, he believed no one could jeopardize his security. However, it was not yet the opportune moment to venture towards the City of Order. Lin Cheng surveyed the gathering infected before him and resolved to wait. As soon as the clock struck 6 and the dawn broke, halting the spawn of infected, he would set forth. The City of Order was not far from his current location. There was no need for a jeep. The primary concern with driving the jeep was the necessity of excavating a sizable opening at the temporary shelter's entrance, which would allow infected to infiltrate. By the time he cleared the infected, at least half an hour would have elapsed. With that much time, he surmised he would have already arrived at the City of Order. Furthermore, it was his first visit to this city, and the conditions there remained uncertain. Ideally, there would be a place to park. Otherwise, he risked having his jeep stolen, as it lacked keys. Any individual with gasoline could drive it away. With less than an hour remaining, Lin Cheng found himself disinterested in further monster farming. He made his way to the chest beneath the funnel to assess the spoils of the night's endeavors. The chest contained mostly putrid meat, which, for Lin Cheng, who could barely sustain himself, was merely clutter in his backpack. Thus, without exception, he fed all the putrid meat to the lava. Aside from the putrid meat, the quantity of bronze coins was surprisingly substantial. Coupled with the portion he had previously acquired, he now possessed a total of 30 bronze coins. Clutching these coins, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety, for he remained uncertain about what these 30 bronze coins could ultimately procure. The pricing of goods would ultimately be dictated by the NPCs, not the survivors. Iron ingots, carrots, and potatoes constituted a significant portion of the loot. There was also a peculiar item he had acquired for the first time, a zombie head. This decorative block could drop when slaying zombies, creepers, and skeletons. Despite having slain infected beings, he had obtained a zombie head. Yet, such details seemed trivial. What truly mattered was whether this zombie head could be exchanged for useful supplies in the City of Order. Estimating the time, he concluded it was time to return home and organize his provisions. His level had reached 74, with his maximum health increasing from 23 to 27 points. The additional 7 health points could very well save his life at a critical moment. Upon returning to the temporary shelter through an underground passage, Lin Cheng hastily gathered everything he deemed tradable. With 3 small backpacks at his disposal, he enjoyed a storage capacity exceeding that of others by 27 slots, providing ample room for his items. Among the supplies he carried was half of his iron ingots. Compared to the other resources, the quantity of iron ingots was evidently excessive. Furthermore, he had no immediate need for a large quantity of iron ingots, so trading them for other valuable supplies seemed the most prudent course of action. He took all his weaponry and ammunition with him. Although the journey was short, he anticipated encountering numerous infected along the way. His greatest concern remained the potential confrontation with elite infected. Lin Cheng was not eager to face those elite foes, which came equipped with debilitating debuffs. This was the wilderness, devoid of cover, and if he were to be afflicted with blindness once more, he would be faced with a horde of infected. Ding! Dawn has arrived. The infected have ceased spawning. The time is now 6 o'clock a.m. The moment Lin Cheng stepped outside, the nearest infected detected his presence. Roar! With a cacophony of growls, several infected lunged toward Lin Cheng. Yet, he remained unfazed, wielding the sword of cosmic dominion, inflicting damage upon the infected with each swing. Ever since acquiring this sword, Lin Cheng had seldom resorted to using the enchanted Swiss Army knife, unless he had a close-range weapon capable of instantly eliminating the infected. Otherwise, the fixed damage of the Sword of Cosmic Dominion was far more appealing. With just 2 swift strikes, he could dispatch the most ordinary of infected. As long as his reflexes remained sharp, it could be regarded as a form of instant kill. As he traversed the landscape, he obliterated every infected in his path. In that moment, Lin Cheng resembled a harbinger of death, brandishing the battered Sword of Cosmic Dominion, striking down all that dared to obstruct him. Chapter 26. The vast quartz city. As the coordinates drew closer, Lin Cheng encountered numerous fellow survivors along the journey. These individuals did not exhibit any intent to interfere with one another, for they shared a common objective: to engage in trade. Surviving solely on one's own is exceedingly arduous, as no one can guarantee the ability to procure all necessary items. It is possible to possess an abundance of physical goods while lacking essential supplies to mitigate radiation levels. Or conversely, to have an excess of radiation-reducing medications, yet find oneself deprived of vital resources for survival. The uncertainties are manifold, and trading with strangers carries considerable risk. Should one encounter a ruthless individual, the consequences could be dire. Hence, nearly all survivors require a relatively secure trading venue. And the existence of the Order City evidently meets this pressing need. The imposing silhouette of Order City gradually emerged within Lin Cheng's field of vision. This colossal city, constructed from quartz, radiated an aura of ineffable purity through its pristine white architecture. However, there was but a single entrance to the city, guarded by over 10 armed NPCs. Survivors wishing to enter Order City were mandated to register. This so-called registration was merely a procedural formality. When it was Lin Cheng's turn, the numerical values above the NPCs' heads became visible, revealing that their health points reached a staggering 1,000. Clearly, these NPCs were beyond the reach of ordinary survivors, which bolstered the confidence of the Order's enforcers in maintaining absolute order. Anyone daring to commit transgressions within the confines of Order City would undoubtedly attract the lethal attention of the NPCs. The death penalty mechanism effectively ensured that the vast majority of survivors would conduct their transactions in a straightforward manner, devoid of any nefarious intentions. Identity registration complete. You may enter the city. Welcome to Order City, and may your trading be prosperous. The NPC stepped back to allow Lin Cheng passage, to which he responded with a smile. Inside Order City, a scene of bustling activity unfolded before him. Shops lined both sides of the streets, offering an extensive array of goods: weapon stores, armor shops, restaurants, blacksmiths, trading centers, auction houses, and taverns. There were even stores for enchanted tomes and seeds. As it was still early, the number of survivors within the city was relatively sparse, granting Lin Cheng ample time to explore this unfamiliar metropolis and the potential benefits it could offer. Lin Cheng first entered the weapon shop. In the harsh realm of survival, aside from the essential food and other supplies, weapons were undoubtedly of paramount importance. The weapon shop did not disappoint. An assortment of various arms adorned the walls, including firearms. The NPC at the weapon shop, named Hualuo, greeted him with a warm smile upon his arrival. "Hello, what can I assist you in purchasing today?" "Just browsing," Lin Cheng replied. Should customers wish to gain a more systematic understanding of the items for sale, they could consult a menu. Hualuo presented a book, stating, "This is our weapon shop's menu. You can autonomously purchase items through this system." Lin Cheng nodded, appreciating the convenience of this method, which spared him the need to wait in line for transactions. Upon opening the menu, he found the exchange rates clearly laid out, and he was taken aback by the value of the bronze coins. One bronze coin could be exchanged for 10 9mm bullets, 5.5, 56mm bullets, or 5.7, 62mm bullets. 20 bronze coins could procure either a rifle or a submachine gun. 30 bronze coins could be traded for a long-range rifle or a light machine gun, while 50 bronze coins would yield a heavy machine gun. Each type of firearm presented distinct characteristics. For instance, the available rifles included the AK-47 and M4A1, while submachine guns encompassed the MP7 and MP5KA4. Long-range rifles featured the AWM and Barrett M82A1, and light machine guns were represented by the RPK and M249. Naturally, the heavy machine gun was none other than the Gatling gun. The variances in firearm types dictated their respective specialties. Rifles offered a balanced option. Submachine guns were tailored for close-quarters combat, long-range rifles excelled in distant precision shooting, and light machine guns were effective for localized fire suppression. The role of heavy machine guns required no further elaboration, as they were known for their formidable firepower, albeit at the expense of mobility, being limited to fixed-point targeting. For Lin Cheng, the prices of firearms beyond rifles and submachine guns were somewhat prohibitive. As he currently possessed only 30 bronze coins, his entire fortune amassed from a night spent battling infected creatures, not to mention the other survivors, who had barely engaged in direct combat with the infected. Most likely, he had only stumbled upon a few items by sheer happenstance. If Lin Cheng were to expend all his bronze coins on firearms, he would find subsequent trades exceedingly challenging unless he sold off some of his possessions. Thus, he decided to focus on items with more modest price tags. Two weapons caught his eye. One was the MP7 submachine gun, and the other was an enchanted diamond sword boasting sharpness 4, durability 3, and cleaving 3. However, in comparison to the melee weapon, Lin Cheng leaned more towards the MP7 submachine gun. The enchanted diamond sword, while lethal against densely packed infected foes, paled in significance to his existing sword, the celestial Dominion blade, which undoubtedly surpassed all other melee weapons in power. Having already acquired such a potent weapon, Lin Cheng saw no need to exchange for another melee weapon. Therefore, he opted to spend 20 bronze coins to obtain the MP7 submachine gun. This price was merely for the weapon itself, as all submachine guns utilized 9mm ammunition, identical to that of handguns. Consequently, Lin Cheng contemplated converting the remainder of his bronze coins into 9mm bullets. He also planned to sell his previously used P11 handgun at the trading center to other survivors in need. Chapter 27. The immutable fate of the unyielding in the City of Order. The weapon shop does not engage in the trade of handguns, and the majority of survivors possess but a meager amount of bronze coins. Expecting them to produce 20 bronze coins for the exchange of rifles or submachine guns is patently unrealistic. The prospect of scavenging for firearms is equally impractical, as the likelihood of discovering such weapons in either the urban expanse or the rural villages is exceedingly slim. Lin Cheng's acquisition of a P11 handgun is already a stroke of fortune. Consequently, he is reluctant to set an exorbitant price for this P11 pistol. If it were priced comparably to a rifle, it would likely remain unsold. Nevertheless, it cannot be undervalued. After all, weapons are considered a form of hard currency, holding a status not inferior to that of food. He tentatively prices the handgun at 10 bronze coins, allowing for the possibility of barter with equivalent resources should one lack sufficient coinage. Through Lin Cheng's exchanges, he expended all 30 bronze coins, leaving him with nothing to spare. His backpack now contained a newly acquired MP7 submachine gun, along with 100 rounds of 9mm ammunition. coupled with the bullets he fortuitously gathered earlier. This arsenal would sustain his combat capabilities for a considerable duration. Holding the MP7, he scrutinizes the weapon. Its magazine accommodates 39mm rounds. The firing rate remains unmeasured. Discharging a weapon indiscriminately within the City of Order could incite the ire of patrolling NPCs. Lin Cheng is disinclined to be the first survivor to contravene the city's regulations, particularly with his numerous levels yet to be enchanted. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Lin Cheng meandered through other trading venues within the City of Order and stumbled upon a shop dedicated to the procurement of minerals and ironworks. The ironworks not only assists survivors in forging equipment, but also facilitates mineral exchanges with players. 32 pieces of iron or ingots equate to 1 bronze coin, while 16 pieces of gold or ingots can be exchanged for a single bronze coin. Beyond these commonplace ores, rarer minerals such as diamonds and emeralds are also accepted for trade. 8 diamonds can be exchanged for 1 bronze coin, and 4 emeralds can yield the same. Lin Cheng, preferring emeralds over diamonds for such exchanges, recognizes that emeralds do not contribute directly to the crafting of player equipment, unlike diamonds, which are indispensable for creating tools, weapons, and certain composite items. He decided to exchange all the iron ingots in his possession, confident that other survivors would similarly possess iron ingots. Unless one is an exceedingly reclusive survivor, unwilling to venture forth in search of resources, the quantity of iron ingots on hand should be considerable. The ironworks serves as a system shop. While it may not dictate pricing, it establishes a baseline for the minimum trade value among survivors. Transactions between survivors could not feasibly undercut the prices set by the ironworks. If the prices were excessively low, survivors would be better off trading directly with the ironworks. Consequently, should survivors wish to acquire items already purchased by the ironworks, they must present items of greater value. A mere set of iron ingots garnered Lin Cheng only 2 bronze coins, a rather paltry return. Yet, there was no alternative. Bullets and firearms cannot be synthesized. The only means of acquisition lies in scavenging supply crates or trading within the City of Order. This monopolistic rule of the world is utterly unbreakable. Fortunately, the value of bronze coins remains high. Had Lin Cheng not opted to procure an MP7 submachine gun, the 30 bronze coins exchanged could have sustained him for nearly half a month. Nevertheless, he harbors no regrets regarding his choice. Without weapons, all else is merely idle talk. Relying on mere luck to gather firearms could lead him to wait an eternity for a suitable weapon. Nonetheless, Lin Cheng continuously laments the City of Order's stringent food regulations. 1 bronze coin can only be exchanged for 16 potatoes, 16 carrots, or 16 wheats. It is worth noting that the drop rate of bronze coins is notoriously low, and the nature of probability is exceedingly capricious. As fate would have it, some survivors, cursed with misfortune, might slay 1,000 infected creatures without ever obtaining a single bronze coin. Should one rely solely on bronze coins to procure essential sustenance, the overwhelming majority of survivors would succumb to starvation due to their ill fate. Having traversed every building in the City of Order, save for the trading center and tavern, Lin Cheng observed that the number of survivors had swelled exponentially, now reaching hundreds. The throngs of people filled the city, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing difficult. The foot traffic outside the trading center and tavern was relatively sparse, as most newcomers were eager to familiarize themselves with the NPCs available for trade and their corresponding prices. This, in turn, alleviated some of the pressure Lin Cheng felt while navigating through the crowd. Before entering, Lin Cheng keenly noticed a tattered but keen-eyed elder lingering outside the trading center. Typically, such wandering NPCs harbor hidden quests. This elder did not appear to be an ordinary beggar. His eyes were clear and discerning, a stark contrast to the muddled gazes of the destitute. Regardless of whether a hidden quest exists, it would be prudent to approach and inquire. Lin Cheng approached the elder, whose perceptive demeanor suggested an awareness of Lin Cheng's intentions. As Lin Cheng drew near, the elder neither recoiled nor evaded. Instead, he greeted Lin Cheng with a smile. "Survivor, I have a task for you. Would you be interested in accepting it?" The elder's forthrightness momentarily stunned Lin Cheng. He had not anticipated that the elder would present a quest before he could even utter a word. "While I am indeed intrigued, I require details of the task before I can determine my willingness to accept. Though the quest may seem appealing, it would be unwise to undertake something beyond his capabilities. Who knows what penalties might ensue should he fail?" Chapter 28. S-Class Mission. The shadow of Beishan the Elder nodded appreciatively, stating, "The task's content is rather straightforward. You may examine it for yourself." With that, a pristine sheet of paper was cast before Lin Cheng. Immediately, a radiant glow, visible only to Lin Cheng, materialized before him. Task name: Operation to clear the City of Order. Task type: B-Class. Task description: The number of infected individuals near the City of Order has surged. In certain shadowy corners, where sunlight fails to reach, many infected remain active. To ensure the safety of the residents within the City of Order, survivors are commissioned to eliminate 50 infected during daylight hours. Task requirements: Eliminate 50 infected between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Task reward: 2 bronze coins. Upon grasping the details, Lin Cheng did not revel in triumph. Instead, a frown creased his brow. Compared to hidden tasks, this appeared more akin to a routine assignment. Ordinarily, routine tasks would not have such elusive NPCs to dispense them. Was his assumption erroneous? Perhaps sensing Lin Cheng's skepticism, the tattered old man chuckled. "If you can bring back a zombie's head, I would be willing to grant you a special task." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Cheng produced the zombie head he had acquired just the night before from his backpack. The elder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Cheng's unhesitating display of the zombie head. How intriguing. Haha. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an amusing young man. It seems this task is fated for you. Lin Cheng gazed at him with curiosity. You wouldn't be the type to give me a task only to offer it to others as well, would you? Not at all. We maintain a sense of professional integrity. The elder replied with a hearty laugh. The special task can only be undertaken once. If you accept this special task, no other survivor will have the opportunity to claim it thereafter. Lin Cheng, reassured by this statement, realized that trading a zombie head for a special task indicated its considerable value. If he were to exchange the zombie head for a task accessible to others, he would be at a loss. However, if the task was exclusive to him, it would be a fair exchange. Task name: The Shadow of Beishan. Task type: S-Class. Task description: In the northern part of the City of Order lies a towering mountain, referred to by the residents as Beishan. Some inhabitants have stumbled upon a peculiar shadow at the mountain and Oppos, S summit, seemingly an elite infected. Task requirements: Eliminate the shadow atop Beishan. Task reward: 1 space transfer staff. Item name: Space transfer staff. Type: Functional item. Description: An exquisitely luxurious staff, adorned with a spatial gem at its pinnacle, imbued with formidable power. This staff enables players to record coordinates and achieve teleportation. Usage method: It can record the current location's coordinates. To teleport, one simply selects the coordinates and remains still for 3 seconds. After each teleportation, a cooldown of 30 seconds is required. The space transfer staff can record up to 50 coordinates, which can be added or deleted at will. Upon glimpsing the reward for this S-Class task, Lin Cheng and Oppos' pupils dilated. The efficacy of the space transfer staff was immeasurable. With such an equipment in his possession, even without a vehicle, he could return home with astonishing speed, requiring only a mere 3 seconds. In essence, while others might be unable to utilize teleportation commands, he could achieve rapid transfers with the space transfer staff, an advantage of no small significance. As long as he recorded the coordinates between 2 locations, he could switch back and forth in 3 seconds. Although there was a 30-second cooldown between each teleportation, this brief interval paled in comparison to the time spent traveling, rendering it almost negligible. However, such a bountiful reward also heightened Lin Cheng's regard for this S-Class task. The more lucrative the reward, the greater the challenge of the task. This was a fundamental truth, especially given that it was an S-Class mission. 2 tasks were already sufficient to keep Lin Cheng occupied for a while. Yet, before embarking on these tasks, he made a trip to the trading center, needing to ascertain the current market prices in this world. This was not a realm where players interacted solely with NPCs, but rather one where players engaged with each other. Only by understanding the demand for resources among players could he devise a more effective trading strategy. At the trading center, players could list items for free. If someone had a need, they could purchase autonomously, saving time and effort. The currency earned from sales and the items acquired would temporarily reside at the trading center for collection. If retrieved within 24 hours, they would not vanish. Beyond that, the transaction would be automatically canceled. As long as either party came to claim their respective gains, the trade was deemed complete. However, if one party failed to retrieve their share within 24 hours, the rewards would be deleted from the trading center without recourse for recovery. Lin Cheng opened the current trading panel, noting that the most common items for trade were food, followed by a plethora of varied weapons. Surprisingly, someone had also listed leather armor for sale, priced at 1 bronze coin per set. Lin Cheng shook his head at such pricing. These goods held no real reference value. According to the exchange rate, 32 iron ores or ingots could be traded for a single bronze coin, making the price of 1 bronze coin for a leather armor set rather outrageous. Nevertheless, there were survivors with a knack for commerce, buying and selling items simultaneously. However, the scarcity of goods circulating in the market left little room for profit. After browsing the offerings, Lin Cheng gained a clearer understanding of the values of the items listed in the trading center. A bottle of Type 1 antibiotics was valued at around 1 bronze coin, with its worth increasing with quantity. Selling 10 bottles at once could even fetch a price of 15 bronze coins. This revelation astonished Lin Cheng. The value of antibiotics was indeed remarkable, yet it was to be expected. After all, rarity begets value. In comparison to other resources, the necessity of antibiotics was paramount. Without weapons, one might still survive for a time through sheer luck and instinct. Chapter 29, Troublesome. Encountering the splitter again, however. If antibiotics are no longer available and 1 and amp, Oppo's own radiation levels exceed the limit, it equates to a slow death. Lin Cheng placed the P11 pistol in the trading center, initially pricing it at 10 copper coins, the same as before. Notably, this price did not include any ammunition. Those in need of bullets would have to purchase them from the weapons shop. Clearly marked prices often attract many onlookers, especially when the cost of 10 copper coins can afford a firearm, appealing to some survivors with surplus funds. After consigning the P11 pistol at the trading center, Lin Cheng chose to head north to complete his mission. He currently possessed only 1 bronze coin, and further aimless wandering in Order City would be futile, as he could not purchase anything he desired. Conversely, upon completing 2 missions, he could earn 2 bronze coins and a space teleportation staff as rewards. If all went smoothly, by the time he returned to Order City, the P11 pistol might have already been sold, which would be ideal. This would leave him with 13 bronze coins, ample for spending in Order City. Given that it was named North Mountain, it was undoubtedly situated directly north of Order City. As Lin Cheng advanced, he soon discovered a towering mountain. The base of such high terrain typically harbors emerald ore deposits. However, it was evidently not the time for mining. Lin Cheng opted to proceed directly to North Mountain, eager to complete the S-Class task while simultaneously pursuing the B-Class mission. The area was replete with dense woods, providing ample opportunity to encounter infected individuals shielded from the sun's rays. He had not forgotten the requirements of the BG mission, which mandated not only the elimination of infected creatures, but specifically those present during daylight hours. Therefore, to locate these infected beings, he had 3 options. First, encountering them while mining underground. Second, discovering them during building explorations. And third, in areas obscured from sunlight. Not far behind an oak tree, he indeed spotted several infected individuals. With the sword of universal domination in hand, Lin Cheng dispatched these ordinary infected beings with little effort. The progress of the mission advanced as he ascended the mountain. Before reaching the summit, he had already completed the majority of the required kills. Current mission progress, 4950, only 1 infected remained. Lin Cheng paused to survey his surroundings. All the infected in the vicinity had been eliminated. With the summit now just a step away, he found that the path ahead was no longer shrouded in trees. Since there was no time constraint on the task, he decided to wait a moment and see if luck would be on his side when descending. The summit was barren, devoid of significance save for the snowflakes drifting through the air. Due to the altitude, the grass blocks were blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Lin Cheng and Oppo's temperature index gradually decreased, evidently influenced by the temperature differential. His brow furrowed. In such a low-temperature environment, he could not remain active for long without risking health deterioration from the cold. The choice of this location for the mission was indeed challenging, befitting an S-Class task. Although he had not lingered long, it was sufficient to survey the area. This so-called North Mountain summit bore no signs of life, not even a shadow. Just as Lin Cheng was at a loss, a familiar roar echoed in the distance. He had heard that roar before, but it was certainly not from an ordinary infected. It seemed to be the voice of a splitter, yet there was nothing here to shield it from sunlight. Even a lead infected could not escape its harmful rays. Where was it? Where could this splitter be hiding? Could it be on the other side of the mountain? Lin Cheng took a few steps forward, and a dark silhouette gradually came into view. At the summit was an inconspicuous cliff, approximately 20 blocks deep. This height was neither particularly high nor low. However, Jumping directly down would undoubtedly prove fatal. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could react, he was struck by an attack, plunging him into chaos. It felt as though someone was transporting him back and forth with countless ender pearls. The dizzying flashes nearly made him vomit the breakfast he had just eaten. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself at the base of the cliff. What had just happened? Instinctively, he looked up, only to find a splitter gazing down at him. Yet, due to its exposure to sunlight, the splitter was engulfed in fierce flames, a consequence of the sunlight's contact. Monster name: Splitter. Health: 100. Attributes: teleportation, confusion. It was indeed a splitter. The special attributes displayed were teleportation and confusion. The latter likely referred to the disorienting state he had just experienced. The teleportation ability was particularly troublesome, as it left no trace, rendering it nearly impossible to track. The most infuriating aspect of the splitter was not merely its inherent abilities but its capacity to split. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng drew his newly acquired MP7 submachine gun. Weapons were meant for use. This was not the time for regret over ammunition expenditure. At that moment, the splitter and Appos' teleportation capability proved exceedingly formidable, denying Lin Cheng any chance to land a hit. In a series of swift movements, it had split into two. Both newly formed splitters retained the same attributes and health as the original. Whoosh! Thud! Lin Cheng was once again caught off guard by an attack from the latest splitter, which had teleported directly behind him, inflicting confusion in the process. As the splitters drew ever closer, Lin Cheng took a deep breath, his mind racing with plans. The effectiveness of the MP7 submachine gun was severely diminished against this dual attribute splitter. The teleportation allowed it to evade bullets, while the confusion hindered his aim. Despite having a sufficient supply of ammunition, he could not afford to waste it. Since his bullets could not find their mark, he would have to resort to alternative methods. Chapter 30. The power of knowledge utilizing the force of flowing water is undoubtedly the most classic method. However, in the current environment, it seems somewhat impractical. Yet, within his backpack lies another liquid, magma. Like water, magma possesses a certain fluidity, but it flows at a considerably slower pace. Moreover, it inflicts indiscriminate damage, whether to foes or oneself. Contact with magma results in burning injuries. Lin Cheng painstakingly approached the edge of the precipice, moving cautiously while evading attacks from the splitters. The chaotic effects could lead him astray, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. With tremendous effort, he finally neared the wall. Lin Cheng retrieved a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and excavated a few blocks of space within, pouring magma at the entrance and Appos' apex, thereby creating an appearance reminiscent of a waterfall cave. Oh no, to be precise, it should be termed a magma cave, to prevent magma from flooding into his refuge. Lin Cheng also dug a block directly beneath the magma, ensuring it would not overflow into his hideout. Should any collector wish to approach him, they would have to traverse through the magma, which, although its burning damage was not overly exaggerated, would gradually wear them down. Furthermore, he had excavated a vertical tunnel measuring 2-1, with only one path ahead of him. The sword in his hand, the Cosmic Dominion blade, was persistently swung forward. Teleportation did not equate to invincibility. If struck, one would inevitably sustain damage. As anticipated, when a splitter attempted to attack, it teleported directly in front of Lin Cheng, only to be struck by the Cosmic Dominion blade. The resulting knockback effect sent the splitter tumbling backward, plunging straight into the magma. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of magma and Lin Cheng's swift slashes with the Cosmic Dominion blade, the splitter's health was visibly diminishing. With a single strike, 100 health points were reduced to below half. This method proved effective. Lin Cheng replicated his approach, although it consumed considerable time, against such teleporting elite monsters. The most straightforward method was the only viable one. Shortcuts were not an option. The two splitters were dispatched in succession. Yet, Lin Cheng found himself utterly disheartened when he realized that defeating the splitters did not count towards the completion of the B-rank quest. The quest and Appos' requirements explicitly stated that he must slay infected, not elite monsters. This blunt yet frustrating wordplay left Lin Cheng feeling as if he had struck cotton with a punch. There was no way around it. Quests offer no shortcuts, and he would have to diligently search for another infected. However, in broad daylight, seeking a solitary infected along his path was exceedingly easy. After all, infected did not respawn during the daytime, and he had already eliminated the vast majority during his ascent. It was maddening that the absence of just one infected hindered the completion of his task. Help? Why is this group of infected fixated on me? A cry for help caught Lin Cheng and Apos' attention. It was worth noting that Beishan was quite distant from Order City, and ordinary survivors would never venture so far. Could it be that others, like him, had accepted quests? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it before. Following the direction of the sound, Lin Cheng unexpectedly encountered a survivor he had met not long ago, Mo Xiao. Lin Cheng. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, Mo Xiao and Apos' delight was palpable, akin to a drowning person spotting a lifeline. Behind Mo Xiao, several infected were relentlessly pursuing him. Lin Cheng also wore a satisfied smile. After an arduous search, he had finally found the infected he required for his quest. Yet, with Mo Xiao nearby, Lin Cheng refrained from wielding the Cosmic Dominion blade directly. Its overwhelming power could easily attract unwanted attention. Instead, the Swiss Army knife he had acquired earlier came into play. Accustomed to the rapid strikes of the Cosmic Dominion blade, Lin Cheng instinctively attacked quickly, but aside from the initial blow, the subsequent damage was rather meager. Indeed, one must pay attention to the attack intervals. After spending some time dispatching the pursuing infected, Lin Cheng successfully completed his B-rank quest. Mo Xiao, having escaped the brink of peril, let out a relieved sigh. Brother, are you here for the herb-gathering quest as well? Herbs? Lin Cheng raised an eyebrow, realizing there were numerous tasks within Order City. No, our quest types are different. Oh? Mo Xiao paused, glancing thoughtfully at the fallen infected. Thank you, Lin Cheng, for your assistance. Without your intervention, I would have likely met my end here. I didn't act to save you, Lin Cheng chuckled, shaking his head. Thanks to you, my task is now complete. Nevertheless, Mo Xiao remained obstinate, insisting, no matter what. Consider this a favor I owe you. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. Suit yourself. Lin Cheng did not take it to heart, as this fellow appeared utterly defenseless, being pursued by mere ordinary infected. To be frank, he held no expectations that this Mo Xiao would provide him with significant assistance. Brother, may I ask you for a favor? Mo Xiao stammered, fidgeting with his hands as if he had a request. I still need 4 herbs to complete my gathering quest, and there may be other infected nearby. I fear for my safety. Could you please protect me? Lin Cheng gently shook his head. Protection was out of the question, as his time was invaluable. Since both the S-rank and B-rank quests had been accomplished, upon returning to Order City, he would receive 2 bronze coins and a spatial teleportation staff as rewards. Why waste time on futile efforts here? How about this? You can choose any one item from my belongings as a reward. Mo Xiao hastily dumped everything from his backpack onto the ground, revealing several enchanting books among the items. Are you not concerned that I might take advantage of you? Lin Cheng glanced at the items scattered on the ground, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes, causing Mo Xiao to feel a twinge of trepidation. Chapter 31. A certain kind of luck fear. Of course. I fear your propensity for violence. Mo Xiao swallowed hard, revealing his evident anxiety. Yet, I have greater faith that you are not such a person, otherwise there would have been no need for you to eliminate those infected before they could take my life. Lin Cheng merely smiled without uttering a word. Decisive action and senseless slaughter are eternally disparate concepts. When it comes to survivors with whom he has transactional value, Lin Cheng would not resort to indiscriminate killing. While murder and pillaging may offer a swift means to acquire resources, they also jeopardize potential trade opportunities. Lin Cheng is acutely aware of the distinction between long-term and short-term gains. Where did you procure these enchanted books? Lin Cheng inquired, kneeling to sift through the assorted volumes. The variety of enchanted books was indeed perplexing, encompassing an array of types, efficiency, durability, sharpness, undead slayer, and even the sea's blessing typically found on fishing rods. These enchanted books are what I discovered. Perhaps my luck is simply abysmal, as I seldom find any weapons while scavenging. Yet I stumble upon this chaotic collection of books instead. Upon hearing Mo Xiao and Apos' words, Lin Cheng couldn't and Apos' help but twitch his lips. Although enchanted books do not directly enhance a survivor and Apos' offensive capabilities, they are indispensable auxiliary items. In essence, the existence of enchanted books can elevate a survivor and Apos' combat potential. Enchanted equipment and non-enchanted gear hold dramatically different values. Throughout his scavenging endeavors, Lin Cheng had never encountered enchanted books. In a certain sense, Mo Xiao could indeed be considered fortunate, albeit he remained oblivious to this fact. The mere act of catching a pure experience mending enchanted book using an unenchanted fishing rod speaks volumes about Mo Xiao and Apos' serendipity. Amidst the disordered collection of enchanted books, Lin Cheng discovered one with dual attributes, Thorns 3 and Cursed Binding. Such books with multiple attributes are referred to as mixed enchanted books. To be more precise, this particular tome ought to be termed as Mixed Thorns 3. While mixed enchanted books can possess a multitude of attributes, these attributes may not necessarily be compatible. Moreover, they often lead to exorbitant costs. Should an item become excessively costly, it becomes no different from scrap, requiring time and effort to recreate. Hence, if given the choice, most individuals would prefer pure enchanted books over mixed ones. Nevertheless, mixed enchanted books are not without merit. If the properties are compatible, they can save one from needing a pure enchanted book. Thorns is a relatively rare attribute, although it can be directly enchanted at an enchanting table, albeit with a low probability. Furthermore, Thorns 3 represents the highest level of thorns available in the original game. As for Cursed Binding, this attribute has both advantages and disadvantages, yielding mixed outcomes overall. The benefit is that even upon 1 and amp, Oppos, demise, these items will not be carelessly dropped. However, the downside is glaring. Unless durability is entirely depleted, the equipment cannot be relinquished. It effectively grants a soul binding feature akin to a weakening curse. When combined with experience mending, Cursed Binding can achieve a nearly permanent binding effect. Regrettably, Thorns 3, which accompanies Cursed Binding, can only be applied to armor, comprising helmets, chest plates, leggings, and boots. I shall take this Thorns 3 enchanted book, Lin Cheng declared. Mo Xiao discerned Lin Cheng and Oppos' profound affection for enchanted books. Among the scattered items he had discarded, there were also some minerals, such as iron and gold ingots, which Lin Cheng showed little interest in. Instead, he was markedly focused on the enchanted books, which he found puzzling otherwise. Suddenly, Mo Xiao had an idea and decided to collect everything except the enchanted books, leaving them on the ground. Brother, you just saved my life. I certainly cannot be stingy with you. Take as many of these enchanted books as you like. Lin Cheng half opened his mouth, not out of adherence to propriety, but simply wishing to claim one Thorns 3 book. The other enchanted books were utterly uninspiring and offered little utility. Efficiency I, Durability I, Sharpness 2, Undead Slayer I. These low-tier enchanted books are hardly worth keeping, merely taking up space in my inventory. I refuse. Keep them for yourself. Lin Cheng decisively waved his hand. Although he had a penchant for collecting various items, he did not wish to be a mere collector of refuse, allowing everything haphazardly to be cast upon him. Mo Xiao was nearly moved to tears, believing Lin Cheng's decision stemmed from concern for his future lack of enchanted books. Little did he know, it was Lin Cheng's disdain for these low-level enchanted books that deterred him from taking them. His trust in Lin Cheng climbed another notch. Lin Cheng did not purposely shield him, he simply followed behind, keen to explore the environment of the northern mountain. To Mo Xiao's surprise, the herb he sought was fern. How absurd. Can this truly be classified as an herb? This is far too casual. Amid Lin Cheng's bemused gaze, Mo Xiao finally completed the collection of herbs required for the task. What reward can you expect for this herb-gathering task? Mo Xiao answered without hesitation, 2 bronze coins. And combined with the bronze coins I previously found, I should be able to purchase some self-defense weapons. As Lin Cheng observed the dreaming Mo Xiao, he suddenly recalled something and could not resist inquiring. Do you genuinely lack any combat skills? Mo Xiao nodded earnestly. I truly cannot fight. I'm not deceiving you. Nor am I putting on a show. I don't have a single weapon in my backpack. I even suspect I might be a weapon repellent. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. For someone who could find an abundance of enchanted books yet fails to discover even the most common weapons is indeed perplexing. Lin Cheng felt a pang of sympathy. After all, weapons have a high probability of appearing, differing only in material and damage. I noticed you dropped quite a few iron ingots earlier. Did you not consider crafting your own equipment? Mo Xiao suddenly displayed a look of shock. You can craft equipment from iron ingots? I always thought I had to exchange them for bronze coins at a blacksmith shop before purchasing equipment. A flock of crows flew overhead, and Lin Cheng wondered if this foolish child was unwittingly allowing others to profit from his ignorance. Chapter 32. The Space Transmission Staff. After a series of exchanges, Mo Xiao not only failed to profit, but also incurred a loss. It appears that this individual is not merely pretending to be foolish, he is genuinely naive. However, I have heard from others that by placing corresponding items on the synthesis table, one can create the desired tools. I am not particularly well versed in the intricacies of synthesis, so I resolved that it would be more convenient to directly exchange resources. Lin Cheng and Oppos' lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Mo Xiao was a natural-born gullible soul. How about this? Lin Cheng proposed, "You give me your materials, and I shall assist you in synthesizing your desired items. However, this service is not without cost. I will require a certain amount of minerals as compensation, regardless of how one calculates it. This arrangement is far more advantageous than directly exchanging them in the City of Order." Mo Xiao, of course, was delighted with this proposition and promptly relinquished all the minerals he possessed to Lin Cheng. "I do not require much, merely a full set of iron armor. If there are any materials left, please forge me a weapon. If not, prioritize the armor." Lin Cheng was taken aback. To prioritize armor over weaponry was indeed an unusual choice. Observing Mo Xiao and Amp Oppo's demeanor, he noted a distinct shift in his perception of this survivor. Utilizing the iron ingots that Mo Xiao had provided, Lin Cheng crafted an entire suit of iron armor. As for the subsequent gold ingots and diamonds, they would serve as his payment. Mo Xiao harbored no objections. In fact, had he opted to exchange these items directly in the City of Order, he would likely have received far less than a complete set of iron armor. Both parties benefited from the transaction, utilizing one another to their advantage. Yet, if one were to assess the value of this exchange, Lin Cheng undoubtedly came out ahead. After all, the art of synthesis merely requires knowledge of the arrangement. There is virtually no cost involved. The materials used for crafting the equipment were all supplied by Mo Xiao, allowing Lin Cheng to profit handsomely from this endeavor. Upon reaching the City of Order, the two bid farewell, as their respective quest submission locations differed. Outside the trading center, the old beggar still lingered. His gaze upon Lin Cheng imbued with a complex mixture of emotions that hinted at mild surprise. This left Lin Cheng momentarily perplexed. One would expect joy upon the return of a survivor sent to complete a task. What did that expression signify? "Old man, I have returned to submit my quest," Lin Cheng announced. "Ah, indeed." The old beggar nodded calmly, and momentarily, a notification of task completion appeared before Lin Cheng. "Ding! You have successfully completed the B rank task. Congratulations. You have received a reward, 2 bronze coins. Ding! You have successfully completed the S rank task. Congratulations, you have received a reward, 1 space transmission staff." With the rewards secured, Lin Cheng's anxieties dissipated. "I noticed your surprise at my return. Were you hoping for my demise out there?" "Not at all, my young friend, you have misunderstood." The old beggar replied with a smile. "You are not the only one who accepted this S-rank task. Regrettably, all others who attempted it have met their end. According to the task distribution rules, only one survivor may accept an S-rank task at a time, until the previous survivor is perished. No others may take on the same task. S-rank tasks cannot be casually relinquished. Aside from death, there is no other means to abandon them. Furthermore, a single survivor may only undertake 1 S-rank task at a time. Therefore, it is essential to contemplate carefully before accepting such tasks in the future." With the old beggar and Amp Oppo's explanation, Lin Cheng finally comprehended the reason behind the beggar and Amp Oppo's earlier expression. Facing a splitter endowed with dual special attributes is indeed no trivial matter, especially one possessing both the chaotic and teleportation abilities. The longer the battle drags on, the more perilous it becomes. He had endeavored to conclude the fight as the splitter divided into 2 entities. Should it split into 4, even he would find it challenging to cope, let alone those survivors lacking combat experience. "Do you have any other tasks available?" Lin Cheng inquired. The old beggar gently shook his head. "I currently have no other tasks to offer you. I wish you the best of luck." Lin Cheng chose not to linger any longer. Since there were no tasks available, it was more prudent to explore other areas. Of course, he did not forget about the P11 pistol he had consigned at the trading center. Approximately 2 hours had elapsed between accepting and completing the task. If anyone were genuinely interested in the P11 pistol, it was likely already sold. As he stepped through the doors of the trading center, Lin Cheng received a notification from the center. "Dear survivor, your consigned P11 pistol has been successfully auctioned by survivor Gu Wuming for the price of 13 bronze coins. The trading currency can be collected at the service center, with a preservation period of 24 hours. If not claimed within this time frame, the currency will be automatically cleared. 13 bronze coins." Lin Cheng and Oppo's eyes widened in astonishment. This price exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated selling it for a mere 10 bronze coins and was now astounded to find it sold for 13. To put it into perspective, a B-rank task rewards only 2 bronze coins. At the service center, Lin Cheng happily collected his 13 bronze coins. Including the 2 coins exchanged previously for minerals and the 2 coins awarded for the B-rank task, He now possessed a total of 17 bronze coins. With just 3 more coins, he could acquire either a rifle or a submachine gun. However, Lin Cheng deemed it unnecessary, as he already owned a submachine gun. In the future, he could exchange for a light machine gun and a long-range sniper rifle, which would suffice for his needs. The light machine gun would provide suppressive fire, while the sniper rifle would serve for distant assassinations. A submachine gun would be adequate for close combat. The remaining bronze coins could be used for purchasing ammunition, as it depletes rapidly. Gazing at the time, Lin Cheng noted that night was approaching. Although the City of Order was guarded by NPCs, survivors were not permitted to spend the night there. Once the infected began to respawn, all survivors would be automatically relocated beyond the city and Oppos, as borders, unable to re-enter. Thus, those who sought to exploit this situation by attempting to stay overnight in the City of Order would likely face dire consequences. Lin Cheng retrieved the space transmission staff and recorded the coordinates of the City of Order, allowing him to teleport directly there in the future, thereby saving considerable travel time. Chapter 33. The Intruders of the Temporary Shelter Ding. The coordinates have been successfully recorded. The spatial teleportation permit has been bound to the soul of the survivor, Lin Cheng. The soul binding is complete. According to the regulations governing the use of the spatial teleportation staff, one can only record the coordinates of their current location. Thus, even if Lin Cheng is aware of the coordinates of his temporary shelter, he cannot teleport directly back home. Nevertheless, it is still a means of rapid transportation, with significant potential for future use. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Cheng, having not driven his jeep, decided to set off early. Outside the City of Order, chaos reigned. Many survivors who had arrived by car found themselves unable to locate their vehicles, evidently stolen by others. The NPCs guarding the City of Order bore no obligation to assist survivors in safeguarding their vehicles, nor would they bother, as matters outside the city were beyond their jurisdiction. Even if a skirmish erupted among survivors, as long as it did not affect the City of Order, they would turn a blind eye. Who stole my car? If I find out who it is, I will tear them to shreds, ensuring they can never be revived. Brother, was your car stolen too? Our group of 6 came with 3 vehicles, and they've all been taken. This is outrageous. There's no way to check the surveillance. I thought no one would engage in such underhanded dealings in the City of Order, but it seems we underestimated those shameless scoundrels. Lin Cheng felt a surge of relief for his foresight. Thankfully, he hadn't driven over. Vehicles were prohibited within the City of Order, with no means of entry except for parking outside. Of course, one could take the risk of parking a little further away, using the surrounding terrain for concealment. But this was not without its dangers. After some time, the City of Chaos would open, though its contents remained a mystery. However, if one were to conjecture based on the City of Order, the City of Chaos was likely a place devoid of any governing rules. The existence of a place holds unique significance for others. If the City of Order is a hub for trading resources, then the City of Chaos could very well be a place for acquiring them. Yet, this was merely Lin Cheng and Oppos' speculation. The true nature of the City of Chaos would only be revealed when he witnessed it firsthand. The journey back to his shelter was one Lin Cheng had long mastered. Even should he encounter some infected, he could easily handle them. Yet, he was astonished to discover numerous signs of survivor activity near his temporary shelter. This indicated that survivors were beginning to construct homes in the vicinity, which was not good news for Lin Cheng. The temporary shelter had no defensive capabilities. If other survivors infiltrated it and made off with some supplies, he would be powerless to trace the culprits, even if he discovered the theft. Fortunately, no one yet knew the precise location of the temporary shelter. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Cheng, causing his breath to quicken. The temporary shelter was nestled within the mountains, making it difficult for other seekers to discover it. However, the small monster spawning area he had previously constructed was openly visible. A casual search of that area would undoubtedly reveal the underground passage leading to the temporary shelter. This was a ticking time bomb. Upon arriving at the entrance of the small monster spawning area, Lin Cheng and Oppos' heart raced. The walls had been destroyed, clearly indicating that other survivors had entered. Lin Cheng had no illusions that these survivors would show any kindness and leave his belongings untouched. After all, if they had already demolished the walls, would they spare the contents of the crates? With an enchanted Swiss Army knife in one hand and an MP7 submachine gun in the other, Lin Cheng was ready for a bloody confrontation. As he delved deeper, he could faintly hear the voices of the intruders. This place is a treasure. It's far superior to our shabby little room. That essay given, our place was hastily constructed, lacking any defenses. Unlike this underground passage, which is not only expansive but also features magma for warmth. I wonder which unfortunate soul is not home during the day. Did they perish while scavenging for supplies? Who cares whether they're dead or alive? This place is ours now that we've discovered it. If they dare return to reclaim it, we'll eliminate them too. Isn't this a bit cruel? Cruel? What are you thinking? What kind of world are we living in that we should still harbor such compassion? I just traded for an enchanted diamond sword in the City of Order. My combat strength has drastically improved. Even if we face them head-on, we won't be at a loss. But what if they have guns? We're equipped for close combat and can't compete against ranged weapons. Haha. How many firearms do you think these survivors possess? What are the odds we run into them now? The weapon shop in the City of Order has prices clearly marked. The cheapest weapon costs 20 bronze coins, and our group has only 10 bronze coins combined. Looking around, this environment shows no signs of communal living. It's likely just a lone wolf. We have the advantage in numbers. What is there to fear? There seems to be a path ahead. Let us move deeper in. We might stumble upon more unexpected treasures. Listening to their conversation, Lin Cheng couldn't help but smirk. These fools believed themselves invincible with a few enchanted diamond swords. Numbers do not necessarily equate to an advantage, and their audacious attempt to seize this place was utterly laughable. His painstakingly constructed small monster spawning area now lay in ruins. Within the underground passage, 5 sneaky survivors continued their advance deeper. Behind them, Lin Cheng took out blocks from his backpack, sealing off all escape routes from the underground passage. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the passage, startling the 5 survivors ahead. What was that? It sounded like a gunshot. Are you an idiot? The owner of this place is us. Let us go see what's happening. However, when they encountered Lin Cheng face to face, their confidence swiftly transformed into sheer terror. Chapter 34. Rooting out evil due to significant improvements. Lin Cheng and Apos' armor had evolved from a complete set of iron into a much more formidable ensemble. The iron helmet had been replaced by a diamond one, and the iron leg guards had similarly been upgraded to diamond. These modifications substantially enhanced the protective capabilities of Lin Cheng's gear. As for the reason behind Lin Cheng and Apos' lavish use of diamonds, part of the credit could be attributed to Mo Xiao. The critical factor, however, was the weapon in Lin Cheng and Apos' grasp, an MP7 submachine gun, which became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel and Apos' back. Infringing upon another and Apos' territory is an exceedingly rude act, and should destruction ensue, it only compounds the offense. Lin Cheng offered them no opportunity for explanation, immediately unleashing a barrage of bullets. There was no need to waste words on such shameless individuals, as they would never change. Thus, if one sought to root out evil, one must eradicate it entirely. No one in the passage, besides himself, would leave alive. Though the MP7 and Apos' damage might not be extraordinary, its rapid rate of fire proved pivotal. Originally 5 adversaries stood against him. In the wake of Lin Cheng and Apos' gunfire, only one remained with barely half health, alongside another barely clinging to life. It was truly eye-opening to witness how, in the face of death, everything could be forsaken, even one's comrades. Lin Cheng smirked derisively, his gaze tinged with disdain, for he had just observed the survivor push a teammate forward to shield himself from the hail of bullets. The expression of the mocked survivor was a volatile mix of emotions. We merely stumbled into this place, and you resort to such brutality. Enough with your melodramatic tales. I have no time for your fabrications. I overheard your conversation upon entering the underground passage. Before imagining to seize another and Apos' territory, one must first assess their own capabilities. If one is lacking, then they are merely foolishly courting death. Lin Cheng scoffed. There would always be survivors clinging to hope, recklessly engaging without adequate preparation. He was not one to exhibit mercy. A single act could lead to another, and having already forged enmity, releasing them would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains, potentially inviting disaster. As the MP7 and Apos' bullets swept through, the last survivor fell to Lin Cheng and Apos' onslaught. Each of these survivors had not surpassed level 10, and their demise would render them eternally unable to resurrect. Observing the plethora of items scattered on the ground, Lin Cheng felt no guilt as he began to sift through them. Those who attempted to usurp territory should be prepared for the wrath of its rightful owner. However, the items dropped were rather rudimentary, most of which he found unworthy. Yet, he did not dismiss some universally useful items, such as food and minerals. Those he collected without hesitation. As for the other detritus, he unceremoniously tossed it all into the lava. With nightfall approaching, time was short, and it seemed the monster's spawning grounds would be unusable that evening. Thus, he resolved to wait until the following day to repair the outer regions and intended to rest well that night. Upon returning to his temporary refuge laden with supplies, Lin Cheng patted the familiar jeep. With the advent of spatial teleportation, the utility of the jeep had diminished significantly, except for journeys to uncharted locations. The most critical limitation was that the spatial teleportation staff could only transport himself, leaving any accompanying objects behind, rendering the jeep somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, it remained a viable means of travel, and thus, he deemed it worthy of retention. Ding! As night descended, the infected began to respawn. The familiar notification echoed. Yet Lin Cheng shrugged off the impending presence of the infected outside. Seated beside the enchanting table, he prepared to embark on a new round of enchanting. His level was quite respectable, having reached approximately level 80 prior to this venture. Additionally, during his quest in North Mountain, he had eliminated numerous infected adversaries, including an elite infected creature, thus surpassing level 80 and nearing level 90. Calculating the enchanting requirements, he knew that with a maximum enchanting level consuming 3 levels, his current level of 4 allowed for over 25 enchantments. However, Lin Cheng was prudent enough not to exhaust his levels entirely, ensuring he retained at least 10 as a safeguard. Furthermore, he lacked sufficient lapis lazuli, as enchanting required more than just levels. It also demanded these precious stones. The thought of his dwindling mineral resources caused him a headache, for in the realm of Minecraft, minerals were an indispensable resource. Alas, if only he had a fortune enchantment. He could have crafted a Fortune 3 pickaxe. For this enchanting endeavor, the most coveted enchantment books included durability, fortune, and protection, each of which would enhance the longevity of his gear. Fortune would increase the yield from mining, while protection was the quintessential armor enchantment. While auxiliary enchantments such as respiration, underwater efficiency, and deep-sea explorer were welcome, they were not core necessities. As the books were cast upon the enchanting table, obscure glyphs began to float in the air, and 3 options appeared before him, each requiring progressively more levels and lapis lazuli. This system differed significantly from the game, as one must select an option to reveal the type of enchantment book received, unlike the game where one could preview the enchantments created from the 3 options. Such a mechanism inevitably led to a waste of levels, but it was an unavoidable reality. With each passing moment, Lin Cheng and Appo's levels diminished visibly, and the number of enchantment books in the chest adjacent to the enchanting table grew exponentially. When he noted that he had only 32 levels remaining, his supply of lapis lazuli was entirely depleted. In the chest lay 20 enchantment books, encompassing a vast array of types. Among them, he had successfully acquired the much-desired Fortune 3, albeit with a minor flaw. He had obtained 2 Fortune 2 books instead. According to the game's rules, any enchantment book not reaching the original cap could be combined with another of the same level to ascend to a higher tier. Thus, 2 Fortune 2 books could be synthesized into a Fortune 3 book using iron rods. However, such a process would infinitely increase the demand for iron. Chapter 35. A variety of enchantment books. During his prior explorations, Lin Cheng had managed to bring back an anvil, thereby saving himself 3 iron blocks and 2 iron ingots. Crafting enchantments also necessitates the expenditure of experience levels, yet Lin Cheng harbored a significant desire for Fortune 3. Minerals such as diamonds, lapis lazuli, redstone, emeralds, and coal, when mined, are influenced by fortune, affecting the quantity of their drops. It is important to note that this does not guarantee a proportional increase in drop rates but merely raises the potential maximum. According to the rules governing fortune enchantment books, a Fortune I book offers a 33 probability of doubling the drops. Similarly, a Fortune 2 book maintains the same probability for doubling or tripling the drops. As for Fortune 3, the likelihood extends to doubling, tripling, and even quadrupling the drops. After expending several levels of experience, Lin Cheng successfully crafted the Fortune 3 enchantment book. However, it was not the optimal moment to create an enchanted diamond pickaxe, as an adequate one necessitates at least efficiency V, Unbreaking 3, and Fortune 3. Direct enchantment would not yield efficiency V, implying the requirement for 2 efficiency 4 books. A meticulous calculation reveals that at least 4 enchantment books are essential. The probability of enchanting a diamond pickaxe directly to obtain efficiency 4 and Unbreaking 3 remains substantial. The highest tier enchantments consume 3 levels, allowing Lin Cheng to complete a task that would otherwise require a minimum of 12 levels by merely expending 1 Fortune 3 book. Once again, the crux of the matter returned to the absence of remaining lapis lazuli. This predicament was vexing. Glancing at the 18 enchantment books at hand, all of which bore identical appearances, Lin Cheng recognized the necessity for organization to prevent future complications. With an ample supply of wood, he decided to craft several chests, categorizing the books into 3 types: tools, armor, and weapons. Protection, unbreaking, fire protection, projectile protection, feather falling, depth strider, and frostwalker were allocated to the first equipment chest. Sharpness, flame, knockback, looting, sweeping edge, punch, and power were placed in the weapons chest. Efficiency, fortune, silk touch, lure, and luck of the sea were designated for the tools chest. Each enchantment book possessed a unique purpose. Flame could imbue weapons with the ability to ignite targets, while knockback would propel adversaries further away, facilitating one's own maneuvering. Looting enhances the quantity of drops from slain foes. Punch and power are enchantments specifically for bows. The array of fishing rod enchantments was notably complete, encompassing lure and luck of the sea. Lure accelerates the rate at which fish bite, while luck of the sea increases the chance of catching valuable items. In the world of Minecraft, fishing offers the possibility of reeling in a myriad of items. A bit of consolidation could yield a commendable fishing rod, though it lacked the vital mending enchantment. While Lin Cheng possessed a mending book, he was reluctant to apply it to a fishing rod, as there remained a chance of catching a mending rod through fishing. Beyond rods, various enchanted bows could also be caught. To Lin Cheng's surprise, he discovered 2 Thorns enchantment books. This was quite fortuitous, having also obtained 1 from Mo Shao. He now possessed 3 in total, 2 at Thorns 2 and 1 at Thorns 3, which could effectively be considered as 2 Thorns 3 books when rounded. Observing his dwindling experience levels, now below 30, Lin Cheng felt a pang of regret. These levels had been painstakingly accrued, and their rapid consumption was disheartening. Although this immediate expenditure did not seem to yield significant enhancements, considering the long-term implications revealed a profound impact. The preservation of enchantment books requires time to accumulate, and one never knows when a coveted book may present itself. Even if not utilized presently, it does not imply perpetual redundancy. As the saying goes, every item holds its intrinsic value and significance. The crops in his temporary shelter had grown somewhat, but they were still far from maturity. Lying in bed, Lin Cheng began to devise a plan for his forthcoming survival strategy. The issue of sustenance remained unresolved, and safety measures required bolstering. After all, there were always reckless individuals eager to invade, and he could not remain confined to his home at all times, even with the convenience of a teleportation staff. His greatest concern was the inherent vulnerabilities. As the adage wisely states, one fears not the thief who steals, but the one who covets. Redstone contraptions appeared to be the sole solution at present. A tripwire hook combined with a dispenser arrow trap represented one of the simplest forms of redstone machinery. Such devices were most prevalent in jungle temples, while the arrow-firing redstone mechanisms were particularly effective in underground passages. Moreover, evading silent traps could be effortlessly achieved by utilizing the sticky piston's block adhesion properties to create a concealed door. While pistons were relatively easy to manufacture, crafting sticky pistons required slime balls, presenting a considerable challenge. The switch for the tripwire hook would not be redstone, but string. Thus, crafting dispensers also necessitated string. The primary materials for a dispenser, aside from cobblestone, included bows. To create a bow, 3 sticks and 3 strings were required. Yet Lin Cheng currently possessed not a single strand of string. He had not even encountered a spider, and his plans had been abruptly halted before they could fully materialize. Lin Cheng felt overwhelmed, as he lacked essential resources despite appearing to have secured survival. Nonetheless, numerous gaps remained to be addressed, and neglecting them over time would inevitably lead to complications. Mining underground had evidently become the source of all solutions. Should he discover an underground mineshaft, the inherent issues could be swiftly resolved. These natural formations often contained minecart tracks and the potential for chests filled with rare items. For Lin Cheng, however, the true value of the mineshaft lay not in the chests but in the hidden caves housing cave spider spawners. The vicinity of these spawners would invariably be enshrouded in piles of cobwebs, which, while seemingly annoying, served a significant purpose. With a sword, he could swiftly harvest the cobwebs, thus ensuring a sufficient supply of string. Essential equipment such as bows and fishing rods necessitated string, and the demand for it was extensive. Chapter 36. The unexpected gains from mining in a world where firearms exist, the utility of bows and arrows has diminished considerably. However, it would be erroneous to dismiss their value entirely. The foremost advantage of the bow lies in its ability to be enchanted, allowing for silent operation that does not disturb the infected. A bow imbued with infinite enchantments can achieve limitless shooting, provided that its durability is not exhausted and at least one arrow is present in the inventory. This makes it a particularly enticing option for stealthy attacks. As for the fishing rod, its merits are self-evident. Every player who has successfully fished up valuable items understands the benefits it offers. With a fishing rod in hand, one can procure sustenance even when crops are not yet ripe, thereby enhancing the chances of acquiring other treasures. He had not forgotten the enchanted Book of Sea and Apos, as favor that he possessed. After 2 exhausting days without proper rest, Lin Cheng found himself utterly fatigued and decided to postpone his mining endeavors, opting instead for a much-needed slumber that extended into the following morning. Upon awakening, his first task was to harvest some potatoes from his field. After replanting, he placed the freshly harvested potatoes into the furnace to bake. Preparing for his mining expedition necessitated ample food and torches for illumination. A pickaxe was indispensable. Venturing into the mines without one would be akin to leaving without one's wits. Having familiarized himself with the preparatory tasks, Lin Cheng proceeded along the previously excavated tunnels. However, shortly after entering the mine, he encountered a horde of infected, causing him to furrow his brow. The emergence of infected creatures after nightfall is unpredictable. Any open area could potentially spawn them. Since his last venture, no other survivors had traversed these subterranean paths. While the appearance of infected was not unexpected, their presence severely hampered his mining efficiency. Apart from the mining itself, he had to remain vigilant against the infected lurking nearby. Had he not possessed the Sword of Cosmic Dominion, he might have succumbed to despair. Continuing from his last excavated spot, Lin Cheng and Apos' mining efforts persisted. This time, equipped with a spatial teleportation staff, transporting minerals back home became significantly more convenient. Furthermore, he could directly document the locations he had excavated, allowing for easy modification upon return. And he could assign names to each coordinate to avoid the embarrassing mistake of misplacing teleportation coordinates. Lin Cheng spent nearly an entire day mining. Yet the haul was disappointingly mundane. His inventory was filled entirely with raw ores rather than processed minerals. This was due to the precise gathering enchantment he had applied to his diamond pickaxe. Although he possessed a fortune enchantment book, it was temporarily unusable. Directly breaking down these raw ores would yield a rather paltry return. It was far more prudent to collect them with precise gathering and, upon returning to his temporary shelter, apply the fortune enchantment to his diamond pickaxe before conducting a second excavation. While this method added an extra step, the potential rewards were sufficient to justify the inconvenience. Any survivor would likely adopt the same approach, given the substantial benefits that a fortune-enchanted diamond pickaxe could yield. Before long, Lin Cheng had amassed 16 diamond ores and 32 lapis lazuli ores, along with a plethora of assorted ores such as redstone, coal, iron, and gold. However, he had yet to encounter any emerald ores, indicating that this was not mountainous terrain. Regrettably, the sought-after mine shafts remained elusive. Such formations are serendipitous finds. Discovering one would signify a stroke of good fortune. Lin Cheng had invested considerable time in his mining efforts, employing the classic fishbone mining technique, which typically made locating mine shafts relatively straightforward. Just as despair began to settle in and he contemplated leaving, he suddenly heard a hissing sound. This distinctive call could only be made by spiders, implying the presence of either regular or cave spiders nearby. Lin Cheng and Apos' spirits lifted. This could possibly indicate the presence of a spider spawner or a mine shaft. Even a few spiders could yield valuable string, which would be immensely beneficial. He honed in on the direction of the sound and excavated vigorously. As he drew closer, the noise intensified. After breaking through a stone barrier, a blue-green spider lunged at him with astonishing speed. Fortunately, he had anticipated such an encounter. He unleashed a volley of bullets from his MP7 submachine gun, which erupted from the barrel without hesitation. At such close range, relying solely on melee weapons would have rendered him vulnerable to the cave spider and Apos' venomous bite, which could inflict a debilitating poison effect. However, with firearms in hand, such concerns dissipated. The rapid-fire capability of the submachine gun allowed him to dispatch the cave spider in an instant. As he surveyed the ground for spider eyes and string, Lin Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction as he ventured further inside. With a torch affixed to the wall, the nearby area was illuminated. revealing a sight consistent with his expectations: the entrance to a mine shaft, adorned with a vast expanse of cobwebs, and a peculiar cage that likely served as the cave spider spawner. Lin Cheng diligently documented the coordinates, renaming it the cave spider spawner. Given that spiders do not spawn randomly in the overworld, string and spider eyes could be considered relatively rare resources. Discovering a cave spider spawner was akin to securing a continuous supply of string and spiders, along with the opportunity to gain experience. However, to access the area surrounding the cave spider spawner, he needed to clear away the webs on either side. Fortuitously, he was in need of string, and the presence of the cobwebs invigorated him rather than disheartened him. With the Sword of Cosmic Dominion's infinite durability, Lin Cheng had no apprehension about depleting his weapon's endurance. Chapter 37. Transforming the cave spider spawner. In comparison to the worth of the cave spider spawner, the exploration of the adjacent mineshafts held little significance for Lin Cheng. Although the chests within the mineshafts bore the chance of containing rare enchanted books, the risk of losing one and Apos' way during exploration was considerable. The immediate priority was to diligently modify the cave spider spawning area. Under the relentless assault of the universe-dominating sword, the cobwebs were gradually deteriorating. After considerable effort, Lin Cheng succeeded in clearing a direction of cobwebs, ultimately collecting an entire stack of string. To prevent the cave spiders from ambushing him while he cleared the nearby area, Lin Cheng ignited every side of the spawner with fire. This measure ensured that the spawner would remain inactive, thus reducing potential troubles for him. He meticulously cleared the cobwebs and constructed walls around the vicinity of the cave spiders, digging downward to a certain extent. He then ventured afar to retrieve 2 buckets of water and excavated 3 pits in the ground. Pouring the water into the blocks at either end created a rudimentary infinite water source. In Lin Cheng and Apos' vision, this area would be transformed into a small and simplistic spawner. After all, the essence of spawning is singular, and the efficiency of such a setup would naturally be less than optimal. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Having a designated area for cave spiders is preferable to having none at all. Although spider eyes may appear rather inconsequential, they can indeed be utilized for potion brewing. Within his temporary refuge lay a brewing stand, long untouched and unused. The location of the spawner would serve as the pinnacle of the spawning tower, necessitating a downward excavation of 2 or 3 blocks to allow the spawner to hover in midair. At each of the 4 corners, a bucket of water was placed, creating a current that flowed inward. This design would also sweep any infected creatures spawning to the south downwards, effectively enhancing the efficiency of the spawning tower. Beneath the spawner, a 3-3 corridor was excavated, maintaining a height of roughly 5 blocks. The very bottom of this corridor would serve as Lin Cheng and Apos' designated spot for exterminating the creatures, elevated slightly with half slabs to prevent cave spiders from reaching him. This arrangement afforded him a secure position for spawning. The bottom of the half slabs would accommodate a hopper, with a large chest positioned directly below it. A single block of space was required between the 2 large chests for placement. To position the 2 large chests closely together, a combination of regular and trapped chests was necessary. Functionally, they were nearly identical, save for the trapped chest and Apos' ability to trigger a redstone signal. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Lin Cheng had refined every detail to perfection. The next step was to test the fruits of his labor. Utilizing the space teleportation staff, he transported himself beside the spawner and dismantled the torches above it. The moment the torches were removed, a cave spider spawned, only to plummet into the corridor and land at the very bottom. Returning to his spawning position, Lin Cheng observed the frustrated cave spider, unable to reach him, and a satisfied smile graced his face. The cave spider spawning tower was finally complete, having just cleared a substantial amount of cobwebs, yielding 2 stacks of string. Lin Cheng felt no immediate need to continue spawning cave spiders. He decided to venture into the mineshaft in search of fortune, hoping to find a minecart chest. The cave spider spawning tower, he believed, was quite secure. Ordinary survivors would struggle to locate this place, let alone disrupt or utilize his spawner. Adhering to his principle of thorough exploration, Lin Cheng collected everything that could potentially serve him in the future. Not even the iron tracks on the ground were spared. For crafting tracks required iron ingots, and every bit saved was advantageous. Lin Cheng and Apos' luck held as he soon discovered a minecart with a chest nearby the iron tracks. However, 2 infected creatures were swaying nearby, and he was unwilling to let these unfortunate beings impede his search for the minecart chest. Drawing forth the universe-dominating sword, he swiftly dispatched them. With the minecart chest now accessible, Lin Cheng opened it, only to find its contents somewhat disheartening. Aside from a few minerals, the chest contained only music discs. Music discs are special items that players cannot craft. Placing them in a jukebox allows one to listen to the music etched upon them. They serve primarily as leisure items, and some survivors with ample resources might collect them to enhance their quality of life. Yet, the majority of survivors remain indifferent to such items. Thus, music discs occupy a rather awkward niche, rare in availability, yet lacking in practical utility. Nevertheless, with ample space in his inventory, Lin Cheng decided to take them along. Aside from iron tracks and minecart chests, the walls of the mineshaft also held a high probability of yielding various minerals. Lin Cheng collected everything, leaving the previously neat walls pockmarked from his excavations. After a thorough patrol, he amassed 2 minecart chests. Although he did not find an experience repair enchantment book, he did discover a considerable amount of minerals. Crucially, he also extracted the iron tracks and minecarts on site. Lin Cheng had already devised plans for these iron tracks and minecarts, intending to use them as a backup passage between his underground tunnel and temporary refuge. This expedition to the mineshaft could certainly be deemed a resounding success. The benefits accrued from 2 stacks of string would suffice to allow Lin Cheng to live a life free from want for a time. With his fishing rod in hand, he was reminded of its exceptional utility. Aware of the many tasks still awaiting him, Lin Cheng knew he could not squander an entire day underground. He decisively chose to return home, documenting his current coordinates before utilizing the space teleportation staff to return to his temporary refuge. Since his diamond pickaxe had been enchanted with the efficiency enchantment, it was incapable of breaking lapis lazuli ore. Lin Cheng produced 3 diamonds and 2 sticks, crafting a brand new diamond pickaxe at the crafting table. He then placed the 3 lapis lazuli ores on the ground and shattered them with his pickaxe. Armed with the lapis lazuli drops, Lin Cheng approached the enchanting table, intending to enchant the newly crafted diamond pickaxe. Among the 3 options, he resolutely selected the lowest one, which required 3 levels and 3 lapis lazuli. Chapter 38. The fortune-enchanted diamond pickaxe. Obscure and enigmatic symbols re-emerged, swirling in the air before swiftly merging into the diamond pickaxe. The once unremarkable tool now radiated with an enchanting glow. Lin Cheng grasped the enchanted diamond pickaxe and scrutinized its attributes. Efficiency 4, durability 3. This was entirely in line with his expectations. He retrieved an Efficiency 4 enchantment book and a Fortune 3 enchantment book from the chest. After a series of strikes at the anvil, he successfully crafted a diamond pickaxe with Efficiency V, durability 3, and Fortune 3. With the Fortune enchanted pickaxe in hand, he could now shatter the raw ores in his inventory. After mining 16 diamond ores with the Fortune enchanted pickaxe, he was rewarded with a total of 48 diamonds, an amount that exceeded his expectations. Such a yield was wholly acceptable. The 48 diamonds were more than sufficient for Lin Cheng to forge an impressive set of diamond armor. Given that he had already crafted 2 pieces of diamond gear and that diamond was not yet in high demand, he decided to complete his diamond armor set. However, he lamented that his level had not yet reached 30. Although he could utilize the enchantment table, he was unable to access the maximum level enchantments. The resulting attributes were less than stellar, and the levels consumed were still considerable. He pondered whether to create the armor at all. If he chose to do so, he would need to find the optimal location to avoid expending excessive levels in the future. What troubled Lin Cheng the most was the experience mending ability inherent in the iron chestplate. This feature allowed for the absorption of experience to repair durability, significantly enhancing the longevity of the armor. To forego experience mending would mean accepting the risk of potential damage to his armor. Yet, he possessed only 1 experience mending enchantment book. Where would it be best utilized? On a sword? A pickaxe? An axe? Or perhaps on his armor? Each consideration left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed, for each item held immense significance, especially now that they bore enchanting properties. To abandon any would entail a substantial loss. The sole silver lining was that tools and armor crafted from diamond boasted durability far superior to those made from other materials. It would take considerable time to wear out diamond items. While he had an ample supply of lapis lazuli, his current level was insufficient. Thus, the plan to create enchanted diamond armor would have to be postponed once more. After a day filled with busyness, he found himself still lacking many useful items. The road ahead was long and arduous. The time was now noon. The entire afternoon was more than adequate to repair the mob spawning area. There was even ample time for renovations to the underground passage. Lin Cheng constructed a plethora of dispensers, which could serve purposes beyond merely launching arrows. They could also dispense lava and water. Until he amassed a surplus of arrows, he would have to rely on lava as a temporary defensive measure. As for pistons, he had acquired some knowledge, but due to a lack of slide balls, he could not craft sticky pistons. Remembering that he had a few TNT left over, he decided to utilize them all. Any misstep onto a trap would trigger a series of redstone contraptions. First, one would be swept by water into the lava below, suffering continuous damage and a significant reduction in movement speed. Even if one exerted tremendous effort to avoid being swept into the lava pool, they would inevitably step on a tripwire, triggering TNT explosions. This was the last line of defense. The materials at his disposal were exceedingly limited. A grand renovation of the underground passage would only hasten the depletion of his resources. As for the piston's role, it was rather minimal for the time being, as they could only push items away without retrieving them. While pistons could be used to construct cobblestone generators, the current world prohibited any exploitative methods, rendering such devices unusable. Otherwise, Lin Cheng and Oppo's stockpile of cobblestone would have sufficed to completely renovate the surrounding area, preventing the disarray of different construction materials in some of the walls. Today's goal was merely to repair the mob spawning area. Gazing at the dilapidated walls, Lin Cheng could only patiently mend them one by one. Fortunately, the repair process was relatively straightforward and the general outline remained discernible. Otherwise, he would have to replan everything, which would likely lead to hair loss. The mental exertion he had endured in recent days was considerable. While it was said that the more one used their brain, the sharper it became, overuse could still be exhausting. After completing all his tasks, evening approached. He consumed a couple of baked potatoes to slightly restore his hunger. Lin Cheng then settled by his bedside for a brief respite. However, little time remained for relaxation. That night, he intended to engage in continuous mob farming, as the chaotic city would soon open. As its name suggested, the chaotic city would undoubtedly be a battleground. In terms of weaponry, he possessed the universe-binding sword, an enchanted Swiss army knife, and an MP7 submachine gun. The universe-binding sword would serve as a trump card, to be wielded only against solitary foes or in relatively safe scenarios. The old adage, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings guilt, rang true. Prolonged use of the universe-binding sword would inevitably incite jealousy. However, Lin Cheng's stock of armor and auxiliary items was woefully scarce. His armor consisted solely of diamond, and although he had acquired a full set, it lacked any enchanting properties. Though he had excellent enchantment books at his disposal, the absence of suitable equipment templates hindered his crafting. Haphazardly creating armor could easily lead to exorbitant costs. Should the armor become overly expensive, it would be akin to crafting waste. Therefore, before deciding to forge any equipment, he needed to select a moderately priced template and build upon that foundation. The enchanting of equipment would have to wait until he had gained a few more levels. As for auxiliary items, they consisted of potions and enchanted golden apples. Given the relative scarcity of minerals, directly crafting golden apples seemed wasteful, and their effects were somewhat lacking. The significance of potions was evident, and with a surplus of spider eyes and a brewing station at his disposal, creating some damaging potions posed no issue. The steps for potion crafting were undoubtedly a challenge for ordinary survivors. Chapter 39. Brewing Potions for Lin Cheng. Brewing potions was as effortless as breathing. As a seasoned veteran in the realm of gaming, he had meticulously memorized the recipes for every potion: fire resistance, night vision, poison, damage, and underwater breathing potions, among others. The advantages conferred by these potions would undoubtedly grant him a strategic edge in combat, if memory served him correctly. Combining a golden carrot with 3 bottles of awkward potions would yield a night vision potion, enhancing his visibility during nocturnal endeavors. By fermenting a spider eye alongside 3 night vision potions, he could concoct an invisibility potion that would render him nearly undetectable, albeit not entirely, as observant eyes could still catch glimpses of the potion's shimmering bubbles. Moreover, while under the effects of the invisibility potion, one could not hold any items or wear armor, lest their position be betrayed. This potion's effects were solely applicable to the survivor, leaving carried items and equipped gear unaffected. A shimmering melon combined with 3 awkward potions would create a healing potion, while sugar and 3 awkward potions could forge a speed potion to enhance movement. A rabbit's foot combined with 3 awkward potions would result in a jump potion, and a spider eye with 3 awkward potions would yield a poison potion, amplifying his combat prowess. As for the fire resistance potion, it required magma cream and 3 awkward potions for its creation. Should he manage to ferment a spider eye, he could further refine certain key ingredients into weakness, damage, or slowness potions. Given the materials at his disposal, he could currently brew only night vision and poison potions, necessitating a small amount of gold and carrots for crafting golden carrots. After a moment and Oppos, as hesitation, Lin Cheng resolved to utilize some of his gold or to create the golden carrots. The utility of night vision potions was significant, whether mining or undertaking nocturnal activities. They provided immense convenience. The gold expenditure paled in comparison to the benefits conferred by the night vision effect. Crafting a golden carrot required 8 gold nuggets and 1 carrot, with each gold ingot yielding 9 nuggets. Thus, it could be surmised that 1 ingot sufficed for crafting a single golden carrot. Each golden carrot could then produce 3 night vision potions. Considering that potions could not be stacked, Lin Cheng decided to create 9 golden carrots, resulting in 27 potions, enough to completely fill a small chest. He also planned to produce 27 poison potions, allowing both types to occupy a single chest. The advantages of organized categorization were numerous, notably saving him considerable time when searching for items. From now on, he intended to carry several night vision and poison potions whenever he ventured out, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. The brewing process was about to commence. Lin Cheng began by crafting glass bottles, then proceeded to the infinite water source to fill them. Observing his inventory filled with water bottles, he couldn't help but sigh, as neither potions nor bottles could be stacked. Thus, he had no choice but to transport them one by one. The brewing process required a fundamental potion, namely the awkward potion. This necessitated placing 3 water bottles on the brewing stand, topped with a nether wart. An indispensable component was blaze powder, derived from blaze rods. Previously, while gathering potion ingredients, he had acquired a portion of blaze powder. Simply put, blaze powder served as the energy source for the brewing stand. Running out would halt the potion-making process entirely. With everything prepared, the awkward potion was successfully brewed, manifesting in a burst of bubbles. By adding a golden carrot, he could transform the awkward potion into a night vision potion. Although the night vision potion granted its intended effect, its duration was somewhat fleeting. He could opt to enhance the potion and Oppos' effects with glowstone dust or extend its duration with redstone. However, only one of these enhancements could be chosen. The final step involved adding gunpowder to convert the potion into a splash potion. Without gunpowder, it remained a standard potion, effective solely through consumption. Beneficial buff potions could forego gunpowder to remain as regular potions, but detrimental debuff potions must be made splashable, as their utility against foes was paramount. Otherwise, consuming poison would harm oneself without impacting the enemy. Quite the absurdity indeed. Lin Cheng lacked glowstone dust and did not require it to enhance the night vision effect, as the outcome would remain consistent regardless. He simply needed to utilize redstone to extend the potion and Oppos' duration. After a long wait, all 9 golden carrots were consumed, resulting in 25 night vision potions, 2 of which turned out to be mundane. Failures were an inherent risk in the brewing process. A yield of 2 failures from 27 attempts was an acceptable probability. To conserve materials, Lin Cheng promptly consumed the 2 ordinary potions and refilled his bottles for another brewing attempt. The glass he had painstakingly acquired from mining sand was too precious to waste carelessly. Next up was the creation of poison potions, which he could not immediately take with him due to his limited supply of gunpowder. After rummaging through his belongings, he managed to find only 3 gunpowder, sufficient for crafting a maximum of 9 splash poison potions. It appeared that he would need to trade with other survivors for additional gunpowder in the near future. Remarkably, the success rate for poison potions was a perfect 100%, with not a single failure throughout the process. The 3 gunpowder he possessed were promptly added to the brewing stand, resulting in 9 splash poison potions. In a world where crafting methods were not universally known, Lin Cheng's advantage was significant. Simply selling these potions could fetch a handsome price. He contemplated that relying solely on scavenging for supplies was inefficient and perilous. Now that he possessed a unique brewing technique unknown to others, it would be wiser to leverage these potions as bargaining chips in trades with fellow survivors. This way, all parties could obtain the items they required. However, at present, his inventory contained only night vision and poison potions, and survivors in need of these specific concoctions were likely few and far between. Chapter 40. Full Attribute Diamond Helmet. It is a rare occurrence for survivors to venture out at night. As the clock strikes 6 in the evening, infected beings begin to emerge across the globe. Recklessly stepping outside in search of supplies is tantamount to courting death. However, Night vision potions prove exceptionally effective during mining, as they eliminate the need for torches. Yet, considering the pricing of the night vision potions, it is unlikely that many survivors would carelessly indulge in their use while mining. Rarity confers value, given that he is the sole individual in this world knowledgeable about the brewing process. Pricing a potion that lasts for 8 minutes at a bronze coin seems quite reasonable. Lin Cheng contemplated for a brief moment, stroking his chin, before promptly establishing the prices for both the night vision potion and the deadly poison potion. The night vision potion was set at 1 bronze coin per bottle, while the deadly poison potion was priced at 1 bronze silver coin per bottle. Should there be no purchases later on, he could adjust the prices accordingly. Adapting prices based on market demand is the foremost skill of a merchant. Ding! Night descends. The infected begin to spawn. The familiar notification echoed once more, shattering the previous tranquility with a cacophony of growls. Lin Cheng gradually rose, departing from the brewing station, and opened the hatch on the ground to descend into the underground passage. The monster spawning had commenced. The infinite durability of the Sword of Universal Domination proved to be a tremendous boon for Lin Cheng. He need not worry about the weapon and Oppo's durability. Regardless of how long he engaged in combat, experience orbs continuously flowed into his body, and with each level he gained, Lin Cheng's enthusiasm heightened. He was acutely aware of his forthcoming endeavors, grinding for experience, crafting enchanted gear, and forging a robust and formidable set of armor. Then, he would await the opening of the City of Chaos. The process of monster grinding was inherently monotonous, after an entire night of relentless battling. Lin Cheng was certain that if he continued any longer, he might doze off while standing. Approaching level 90 was the finest reward for his labor throughout the night. Lin Cheng also noticed a significant difference in the number of infected that spawned. They appeared to have increased dramatically compared to before. Otherwise, achieving over level 80 in just one night would have been improbable. Based on previous rates, reaching the 70s would have been a cause for celebration. It is important to note that the infected entering the spawning area were merely a fraction of the total. One could only imagine the sheer terror of the numbers outside. Upon returning to the underground passage, Lin Cheng removed his diamond armor and placed it, along with the lapis lazuli, onto the enchanting table. The enchantment attributes of the diamond helmet were Protection 4 and Aqua Affinity. The diamond chest plate boasted Durability 3 and Protection 4. The diamond leggings had Durability 3 and Protection 3. The diamond boots possessed Feather Falling 4 and Durability 3. Upon observing the enchantment attributes of these 4 pieces of equipment, Lin Cheng could not help but frown, despite his prior preparations. The helmet and leggings bore enchantments that were somewhat lacking, aside from the chest plate and boots. He would have preferred to exchange the Aqua Affinity attribute of the helmet for Durability 3. Yet, it was impractical to spend an excessive amount of diamonds to forge an entirely new set of diamond armor. While it did not meet his expectations, the limited variety of enchantments on the chest plate and leggings meant that even if he had to enchant multiple times, it would not be prohibitively expensive. The helmet had the most diverse enchantment types, ensuring that the cost would not escalate too dramatically. Lin Cheng undertook a shocking act that would astonish other survivors. He retrieved 5 diamonds and crafted a new diamond helmet. Subsequently, he placed this new helmet on the enchanting table, and, after expending levels and lapis lazuli, the second enchanted helmet was born. Why waste 5 diamonds to recreate a helmet when one already existed? The answer was simple. Even if the enchantment attributes differed, identical equipment could be combined via an anvil. Although this would require slightly more levels, the benefits were substantial. The second enchanted helmet Lin Cheng crafted boasted the attributes of Respiration 3 and Durability 3, perfectly complementing the first enchanted helmet. By merging these 2 enchanted helmets at the anvil, he could obtain a diamond helmet with Protection 4, Durability 3, Aqua Affinity, and Respiration 3. Thus, he was merely one step away from a fully enchanted diamond helmet, needing only an experience repair and a Thorns 3. Fortune smiled upon him, for he possessed an experience repair book and 3 Thorns 3 enchantment books. The singular experience repair book would naturally be allocated to the piece of equipment closest to full attributes, allowing him to save on future crafting. Lin Cheng's levels plummeted rapidly. He was now left with only 40 levels of experience. With that, a fully enchanted diamond helmet was finally forged. Gazing at the helmet in his hands, adorned with the pinnacle attributes of protection, durability, respiration, aqua affinity, thorns, and experience repair, Lin Cheng finally revealed a smile of relief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Beyond the helmet, he also needed to ensure that his chest plate, leggings, and boots were upgraded to full attributes. However, completing this endeavor in a single sitting would be impossible, as he possessed only one experience repair book, which had already been assigned to the helmet. Nevertheless, the remaining 2 Thorns 3 books would certainly be put to good use. Considering his insufficient levels, Lin Cheng prioritized the enchanting of the chestplate and leggings. The full attribute enchantments for the chestplate included Protection 4, Durability 3, Thorns 3, and Experience Repair. The diamond chestplate, serving as a template, already possessed Protection 4 and Durability 3. He merely needed to add a Thorns 3 enchantment book, and the equipment would be nearly complete. The leggings mirrored the chestplate's full attribute enchantments. Lacking a Protection 3 enchantment book, Lin Cheng decided to apply a Protection 4 enchantment to the diamond leggings instead. Aside from the boots yet to be enchanted, both the chestplate and leggings were only one experience repair away from becoming fully enchanted equipment. This transformation would undoubtedly signify a qualitative leap in Lin Cheng and Amp Oppo's combat capabilities, with the helmet, chestplate, and leggings all bearing the Thorns attribute. Ordinary survivors would find themselves at a disadvantage, often sustaining more damage than they inflicted. Most survivors donned iron armor, with few willing to invest in diamond equipment. Even those who did possess such gear typically lacked any enchantments, rendering them mere standard equipment. Chapter 41. The Azure Survivor Alliance. It was not until dawn that the infected ceased to spawn, allowing Lin Cheng to begin examining the loot beneath the spawning ground. With a noticeable increase in the number of infected, the drop rate of bronze coins surged correspondingly. After adding the 15 bronze coins he had just acquired to his existing collection, he felt that such a reward justified his sleepless night of effort. Placing the 15 bronze coins into his backpack, Lin Cheng grasped the spatial teleportation staff and selected the coordinates for the City of Order. In a flash of light, he was transported to the City of Order with remarkable speed, far exceeding what any survivor could have imagined. To avoid drawing undue attention with his sudden appearance, he had deliberately chosen a more concealed location for his arrival. This time, he brought all the scattered gasoline barrels he had. With the spatial teleportation staff in his possession, opportunities to drive were rare, unless venturing to uncharted territories. Thus, retaining 2 or 3 barrels of gasoline sufficed. There was no need to hoard more during this period of scarcity. Many survivors were undoubtedly waiting eagerly for someone to trade with, seeking to exchange their needs. Lin Cheng could use gasoline to acquire desired items. As one of the hard currencies, resources naturally included bronze coins. However, aside from bronze coins, Lin Cheng also lacked another essential item, the Experience Repair Enchantment Book. This item was exceedingly rare, and relying solely on his own efforts to collect it could take an eternity, rather than waiting in vain. He decided to throw the items other survivors needed into the trading center, leaving the rest of the process to them to figure out. After all, this group likely did not comprehend the true value of the Experience Repair. He set a price of 1 barrel of gasoline for each book. To his surprise, the speed of acquiring the Experience Repair book exceeded his expectations. He listed 3 barrels of gasoline, and one was instantly snatched up. Lin Cheng could hardly contain his joy. Exchanging a barrel of gasoline for an Experience Repair book was an incredible stroke of luck. The rarity of the Experience Repair book far surpassed that of gasoline. He hoped that those trading gasoline for the Experience Repair would eventually recognize its worth and not be left in shock. In addition to trading gasoline, Lin Cheng began contemplating the sale of his potions. As anticipated, he set the price of each potion at 1 bronze coin. However, considering he lacked sufficient gunpowder, he decided to convert the poisonous potion into a splash potion. Consuming it directly would not only fail to harm enemies but would also adversely affect his own health. Thus, he only listed the night vision potion for sale, reserving the few bottles of poisonous potions for personal use, as they might yield unexpected results. Before long, someone stood outside the trading center, calling out for Lin Cheng. "Where is the brother selling potions? I have a substantial order. I wonder if you are interested in taking it?" Generally, such inquiries came from those with significant demand, and trading with them was unlikely to result in a loss. However, there was always the possibility that this could be a trickster masquerading as a survivor that would lead to quite a debacle. Regardless, it would not hurt to approach and inquire further. "I am the one selling potions. Currently, I only have night vision potions available. How many would you like?" Upon hearing Lin Cheng was the potion seller, the other person and Amp Oppo's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Greetings. I am from the Azure Survivor Alliance. Our leader particularly values talent and wishes to recruit you into our alliance. We can provide abundant survival resources. In this environment, unity is essential for longevity. Upon realizing the intent to recruit him, Lin Cheng and Appo's interest waned. He was not fond of joining such groups. Firstly, they were often laden with complications. Secondly, his freedom would be severely curtailed. As for the promise of rich survival resources, he was even less intrigued. Even during transitional periods, his survival skills were more than sufficient to navigate this world. Moreover, he possessed numerous insights that exceeded current knowledge, which could easily be appropriated by nearby survivors if he were not cautious. Should something become commonplace, its inherent value would diminish. After all, rarity is the essence of value. I and Appos, am afraid I have no intentions of joining any groups at this time. The other parties seemed to anticipate this. Truly capable individuals tended to be rather proud, and a single olive branch was unlikely to sway them. After all, even Zhuge Liang required 3 visits to the thatched cottage to recruit Liu Bei, let alone in the current context. If the esteemed one ever wishes to join our alliance, the Azure Alliance will always welcome you. Although we may not become comrades, we could perhaps establish a trade partnership. Our leader has indicated a willingness to purchase 50 night vision potions from you, but could you lower the price a bit? Lin Cheng and Appos' eyelids twitched at this proposition. The Azure Alliance certainly did not hold back. They were requesting 50 night vision potions outright. To be honest, my current prices are already quite reasonable. Night vision potions come in 2 varieties. One lasts for 3 minutes, and the other for 8 minutes. I have set the price of the 8-minute potion at 1 bronze coin to penetrate the market, but prices will certainly increase thereafter. When it came to persuasion, these naive survivors were no match for Lin Cheng. He could conjure a myriad of excuses. The difference between the 3-minute and 8-minute potions was significant, after all. As expected, the other party's expression revealed their discomfort. I see. I will discuss this with our leader. How long will it take to prepare the potions? That is hard to say. If all goes smoothly, you could receive the goods by this afternoon. However, I must clarify that I do not provide containers. Lin Cheng and Appos' terms were clear. He could not afford to give away his small backpack while selling night vision potions. Such a losing deal was not in his nature. He had always been one to benefit from others, not the other way around. Chapter 42. A significant order, no problem. A small backpack can provide 9 compartments for storage. I will request 6 small backpacks from the leader, and that should suffice. Please wait for a moment. I will return shortly to report to the leader. Watching the hurried figure depart, Lin Cheng sensed that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. After all, this transaction had come about rather abruptly, and the process was surprisingly smooth. Something unusual was afoot. Yet, he could not discern what they stood to gain, aside from the brewing processes stored in his mind. Could it be that these individuals intended to capture him and subject him to severe interrogation to extract the steps for brewing potions? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin Cheng dismissed it outright. The likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly low. Any rational individual would refrain from acting against someone truly capable. With the emergence of the first Survivor Alliance, it was only a matter of time before a second would arise. Once a precedent was set, others would inevitably rush to imitate it. As long as a balance of power was maintained, these individuals would hesitate to act recklessly. After approximately 10 minutes, the individual who had initially spoken with Lin Cheng returned. Friend, here are the small backpacks, one of which contains a deposit of 25 bronze coins. The remaining bronze coins will be settled in full upon delivery. Utilizing a deposit system is indeed the most prudent approach for a transaction, especially since this was the first engagement between the parties and uncertainties lingered. Each party assumes half the risk, which seems reasonable. Lin Cheng accepted the 6 small backpacks and confirmed the presence of bronze coins in the first one. Very well. Let us meet at the trading center in trance around 3 in the afternoon for the final exchange. No problem. We will send someone to collect the items around 3, and we shall not lose sight of each other. Once he confirmed the other party had departed, Lin Cheng sought a secluded corner and retrieved his space transfer staff. 50 bottles of night vision potions would exchange for 50 bronze coins. This transaction was undeniably profitable from any perspective. The value of golden carrots was not particularly high. Had they been crafted from gold ingots rather than gold nuggets, the potion prices would have soared to an exorbitant level. After all, the relationship between multipliers is significant. With practiced ease, he crafted the golden carrots, following the previous steps to continue brewing the potions. First, he combined hellwarts and water bottles to create crude potions, then added the golden carrots to transform the crude potions into night vision potions. Finally, he incorporated redstone to extend the duration of the night vision effect. Although other survivors were unaware that potions varied in duration, 3 minutes versus 8, If the duration was too short, no one would be willing to pay. One could certainly exploit others, but it was essential not to kill them outright. Such actions would jeopardize future dealings. There is a considerable difference between a one-time scam and repeated exploitation. Lin Cheng's objective was not simply a one-off transaction, but rather to establish long-term strategic partnerships. Brewing 50 bottles of night vision potions did not require an excessive amount of time. Half the time would suffice. He aimed to create the illusion that potion crafting demanded considerable time and effort, thereby enhancing the perceived value of the potions. After all, aside from himself, there should be no other survivor capable of brewing potions in the City of Order, even if they had fortuitously located a brewing station. They would be as lost as a blind person in the dark. The 50 bottles of night vision potions were soon packed into the small backpacks, leaving some remaining for sale and personal use. Most survivors would not be as extravagant as the so-called Azure Alliance. 50 bronze coins would likely take a survivor over a month to gather. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11 in the morning, and he had accomplished nothing that day. There were still about 4 hours until the transaction handover. In these 4 hours, Lin Cheng had ample opportunity to explore. The trading market offered by the City of Order was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Certain items that he could not personally collect could still be exchanged through the trading center. For instance, essential materials for potion crafting, like blaze rods, were not something he could directly gather from the nether. The dangers of the lower realms far exceeded those of the overworld. It was possible that the area was infested with infected beings. Additionally, the nether and Oppo's mob-spawning mechanics, along with the presence of unique monster types, posed significant threats to his safety. Given that nether fortresses did not appear as frequently as one might hope, he would rather purchase them directly from the trading center. After all, the supply chests in the overworld contained a plethora of peculiar items. This morning, while browsing the trading center, he even spotted gas tears. With a bit of luck, he might procure a nether star. The nether star was a crucial ingredient for crafting beacons. Besides emitting a brilliant light, beacons could project a towering beam into the sky, providing buffs to nearby survivors and serving as a distinctive landmark visible from afar. However, recklessly placing a beacon would turn his temporary refuge into a target, making him an easy mark in the eyes of other survivors. Upon returning to the City of Order, Lin Cheng found himself in possession of 40 bronze coins. Once the Azure Alliance settled the remaining 25 bronze coins, his total would reach a staggering 65. As he walked down the bustling streets of the City of Order, survivors clad in iron armor surrounded him, while Lin Cheng stood out in his shimmering diamond armor, sparkling with enchantments. This drew the attention of many passers-by, as the glow of enchantments was quite foreign to them. A significant number of survivors merely observed from a distance, hesitant to approach, as Lin Cheng was under no obligation to explain anything to them. Nonetheless, a few socially adept survivors boldly stepped forward to inquire. Lin Cheng's response was simple: "This equipment. I found it. I'm not entirely sure of its specific effects." "What? You ask where I found it?" "Naturally. It was in the supply chest of the city." Chapter 43. Bargaining. When Lin Cheng spun his tales, he did so with an unflinching demeanor, leaving outsiders utterly oblivious to his fabrications. Numerous survivors, witnessing the earnestness in his words, were immediately convinced, their desire to venture into the city in search of supplies intensifying. The more fervently they pursued resources in the city, the more they uncovered, and Lin Cheng capitalized on this by offering a myriad of potions as bargaining chips. Essentially, he was employing laborers to assist him in gathering supplies. The balance of bronze coins in his possession was more than sufficient for a spell of indulgence within the order. However, it was not merely indulgence, it was more akin to a grand procurement of the resources he required. At the trading center, a survivor was offering fiery rods at a rate of 10 rods for a single bronze coin. This price was relatively reasonable, considering that the seller might not be able to alter the price immediately. Not only would it waste time, but the seller might also possess only that limited quantity of fiery rods. Thus, Lin Cheng decisively placed his order, exchanging 1 bronze coin for 10 fiery rods. 1 fiery rod equated to 2, enabling the production of numerous potion bottles, which was undeniably valuable. After all, in this world, one cannot expect a profit without some form of investment. Naturally, the investment must be significantly lower than the returns. Otherwise, what profit could there be? Beyond the dilapidated structures, Lin Cheng also focused on acquiring various essential materials, such as gunpowder and hellish warts. He found himself severely lacking in gunpowder, and hellish warts were also quite scarce. Although hellish warts could be cultivated like crops, akin to potatoes or carrots, The soil required for their growth was not ordinary dirt or grass blocks, but rather a special block found only in the nether, soul sand. This unique block slows down creatures that traverse it and is adorned with eerie soul patterns, giving it a rather sinister appearance. The likelihood of discovering soul sand in the overworld is exceedingly low. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of finding it in certain supply crates, but that remains purely hypothetical until he truly acquired soul sand. The only avenue to obtain hellish warts was through the trading center or by personally venturing into the city to gather them. Considering that a trip to the city would increase his radiation levels, which would subsequently deplete his health upon reaching a certain threshold, consuming his stock of type I antibiotics, purchasing hellish warts from other survivors appeared to be a far more convenient option. A cursory glance revealed that the probability of encountering hellish warts was even lower than that of fiery rods, and their price was notably steep, 16 hellish warts for 2 bronze coins. Lin Cheng was not about to be taken for a fool, aside from himself. It was unlikely anyone else would buy hellish warts, indicating that the sellers were merely testing the market. Once a transaction was completed, the price would likely stabilize around that figure. According to Lin Cheng's expectations, if he could negotiate the price of 32 hellish warts down to about 1 bronze coin, the profit from potion making would significantly increase. However, pushing the seller and Oppos' earnings down to 1/4 of their bronze coin would be excessively aggressive. Such a tactic might provoke a backlash, leading to a situation where hellish warts would be unattainable. The temporary shelter had only 10 hellish warts remaining, which would suffice to brew 30 more potions. Should the hellish warts run out, his potion-making plans could face delays. To Lin Cheng and Oppos' surprise, he discovered that the seller of hellish warts was also offering gunpowder, prompting him to consider establishing a connection with this individual for potential long-term collaboration. Besides shouting at the entrance of the trading center, there was another method to contact sellers. One could request the NPCs of the Order City to reach out to them through the service center. However, this required a waiting period, as notifications would only be sent once the seller entered the vicinity of the Order City. The notification was dispatched promptly, and within a minute, a survivor rushed into the trading center. Who was seeking to purchase hellish warts and gunpowder? That would be me, Lin Cheng replied, stepping forward. The price for hellish warts seems a bit high. If you could adjust it slightly, I would be willing to buy both items in whatever quantity you have. Upon hearing the prospect of a significant deal, the seller's smile broadened. Certainly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Jingjia. Prices are negotiable, and the rates on the trading center are merely placeholders. Lin Cheng's lips twitched at this statement. If they were merely placeholders, why was the price set so high? It seemed he was hoping for a gullible buyer. My target price is 1 bronze coin for 32 hellish warts and 1 bronze coin for 16 units of gunpowder. Li Jingjia's expression shifted, revealing his surprise at Lin Cheng's low offer. Your offer is rather low. How about we both make concessions? 1 bronze coin for 10 units of gunpowder, and hellish warts priced at 1 bronze coin for 16. Lin Cheng resolutely shook his head. Surely, you understand how challenging it is to acquire bronze coins, Brother Jingjia. I am merely collecting on behalf of others, not for my personal use. If the price fluctuates too dramatically, it will be difficult for me to report back. Ah, I see. Li Jingjia's gaze flickered, indicating a potential softening of his stance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng pressed further. Consider this a friendly agreement. If you have more hellish warts and gunpowder in the future, I will continue to purchase at the current prices. Regardless of market fluctuations, my offers for these 2 items will only increase. This was an enticing assurance, as initial supplies were indeed scarce, resulting in inflated prices. However, as time progressed, prices would inevitably decrease, for these items could not continuously rise in value. As exploration efforts intensified, the availability of resources would increase. Are you serious? A gentleman's word is his bond. Excellent. Since you are a straightforward person, we shall proceed with the trade at the prices you proposed. Thus, Lin Cheng acquired a set of hellish warts for 2 bronze coins and subsequently obtained a set of gunpowder for 4 bronze coins. In a moment unseen by Li Jingjia, Lin Cheng revealed a sly smile, triumphant in his scheming. Chapter 44. Wordplay. The promise he made to Li Jingjia was that as long as he needed to make a purchase, the price would remain unchanged. However, he did not mention the times when he wooed and Oppos' need to buy. Once he had soul sand in hand, there would be no necessity to purchase hell warts. Furthermore, the price of gunpowder would not decrease with the progression of time, as it is a rather unique commodity. It can be utilized to manufacture TNT explosives. Initially, the survivors might not face significant conflict. However, As more survivors band together for warmth and mutual development, large-scale collisions are inevitable. If any one of the administrative alliances masters the techniques for utilizing and crafting celestial bodies, then the price of gunpowder becomes uncertain. Thus, Lin Cheng's earlier statement bore no hint of disadvantage. It appeared disadvantageous, yet he incurred no loss. Such is the brilliance of wordplay, ensnaring others without their awareness. He left with 40 bronze coins, having spent 7 in a short time, leaving him with 33. Yet, Lin Cheng felt no pangs of regret. These expenditures were necessary. He had acquired the rarest of gunpowder and could now prioritize the production of splattering toxic potions. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Lin Cheng arrived at the trading center as agreed, where members of the Azure Alliance awaited him outside. The night vision potions you requested are packed in this small backpack. What about the remaining 25 bronze coins? Here, payment and delivery occurred simultaneously. The entire transaction unfolded smoothly, with no errors. A pleasant cooperation indeed. If you have any other new potions for sale, feel free to contact me. My radio channel is noted here. The other party handed him a slip of paper, inscribed with characters indicating the radio channel. Yuun and Amp. Amp. Appos. T believe it, but I possess a special potion called the Toxic Potion. Unlike other potions, this one does not enhance but rather diminishes. A look of astonishment crossed the other's face. You are remarkably productive. Just recently, you brewed 50 bottles. And now you have a new type of potion? It isn't that I am highly efficient. The toxic potion was crafted by a friend of mine, and I am merely facilitating the trade. Lin Cheng certainly would not admit that he could concoct 2 different types of potions in such a short span. His reasoning remained consistent. How many bottles do you have? Our leader mentioned that your potion is quite exceptional. For the next transaction, I shall take the liberty of paying up front. The Azure Alliance's attitude was rather agreeable to Lin Cheng. He preferred collaborating with such generous alliances. Their willingness to pay in advance was the highest form of trust, especially since nobody could guarantee that the survivor they traded with a moment ago wouldn't flee the next. The quantity was not particularly large. He had only 5 bottles. Let us price them similarly to the night vision potions for now. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Once again, payment and delivery occurred simultaneously, and Lin Cheng's pocket swelled once more. With 63 bronze coins, he could comfortably survive for at least a month in this world. Are you really not considering joining our alliance? Not at the moment, perhaps another time. The other party and Amp. Appos. Expression reflected disappointment, but such matters are inherently mutual. A forced alliance would yield no sweetness. After bidding farewell, Lin Cheng returned to his temporary shelter laden with survival supplies. With ample time still remaining, he decided to. Lin Cheng retrieved the treasure map 7 from his backpack. Among the 3 coordinates marked on the map, he had already explored one, which was the location where he had obtained the Celestial Dominion Sword. He did not dare to hope that the other 2 coordinates would also yield a broken Celestial Dominion Sword. At the very least, he sought some useful supplies. These coordinates pointed to uncharted territories, rendering the space transfer staff ineffective at this moment. Thus, he had no choice but to return to his temporary shelter by jeep. Certain terrains were unsuitable for vehicular travel, so Lin Cheng found a discreet spot to park the jeep. He used the space transfer staff to temporarily record the coordinates to prevent a lengthy return on foot. All plans were set forth with optimism, yet the outcome was disappointing. At the remaining 2 coordinates, Lin Cheng found nothing. This left 3 lines of frustration etched on his forehead. It appeared that among the 3 coordinates designated by the treasure map, 2 were false, leaving only 1 genuine. The most critical aspect was that he had initially discovered the only correct coordinate, rendering his previous efforts futile. Reluctantly, he drove back, knowing that while the space transfer staff could take him home directly, abandoning the jeep outdoors was not an option. In the wilderness, it could be damaged by infected creatures or potentially driven away by other passing survivors. As he neared the coordinates of his temporary shelter, roughly 200 spaces away, Lin Cheng unexpectedly spotted other survivors constructing a house. This was quite a rarity. The terrain was flat, with only sparse vegetation occasionally interrupting the view. In such an open area, erecting a dwelling would undoubtedly make one a target for infected creatures. Of course, the foolishness of this individual was of no concern to him. However, Lin Cheng felt that the survivor building the house looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Mo Xiao. Lin Cheng's mind was filled with questions. If he remembered correctly, Mo Xiao's residence should have been in the village. What brought him to this location? Lin Cheng, big brother. Mo Xiao had also noticed Lin Cheng and appeared both surprised and delighted, since they were acquaintances and had engaged in trade or deception before. Lin Cheng stepped out of the vehicle to greet him. What brings you here? It's a long story. Mo Xiao looked rather helpless, as if he had encountered something difficult to discuss. This morning, a group of survivors suddenly arrived, and without a word, they tore down the villagers' houses. They claimed they needed wood, but it was clearly a blatant robbery. I couldn't possibly stand against them alone, so I had no choice but to flee. Chapter 45. The coordinates of the chaotic city. Mo Xiao's expression as he recounted his tale was one of utter grievance, yet Lin Cheng could not help but chuckle. Perhaps the situation is not entirely unfavorable for you. The reason you have managed to survive on the surface for so long is solely because you have not encountered a butcher. Otherwise, in such a cramped village, a single charge would likely demolish your shelter, leaving you no chance to escape. The effort you expend constructing a dwelling might ultimately lead to your demise at the hands of the infected. It would be wiser to simply dig a pit and reside underground for a while. That makes sense. Mo Xiao's face brightened with realization. So, I shall begin digging now. Lin Cheng, brother, what brings you to this vicinity? Do you reside here as well? Lin Cheng had no intention of revealing his residence. A healthy sense of caution was paramount. No, I am merely wandering nearby, searching for places to scavenge supplies. Regrettably, I have found nothing and was just about to return. The location you have chosen is rather ordinary, though it cannot be deemed entirely poor. Keep up the good work. I shall take my leave now. Very well. I must focus on building my home. I shall express my gratitude to you another day. Observing Mo Xiao's earnest and simple demeanor, Lin Cheng's mind was filled with doubts. This fellow appeared utterly oblivious, yet he was remarkably fortunate to have survived thus far unscathed. Had he encountered a band of ruthless survivors, he might well have lost his life. Perhaps this is simply the luck of the Na'vi. Upon returning home, Lin Cheng began tinkering with the brewing station nestled in the corner. He planned to concoct a substantial quantity of splashing poison potions, for he had seemingly discovered a flaw within the City of Order. While PvP was prohibited there, it did not specify a ban on potions. Could it be that toxic potions could resolve certain personal grievances? If this hypothesis holds true, the value of these potions would undoubtedly skyrocket. After all, there will always be individuals who, unable to prevail, will flee to the City of Order, where they are shielded by NPCs. Ordinary survivors stand little chance against well-equipped NPCs unless they possess numerical superiority. However, NPCs can respawn, while survivors are limited to a maximum of 2 lives. Thus, any survivor with a modicum of sense would typically avoid direct confrontation with NPCs. The sound of potions being filled resonated throughout the makeshift shelter, and the stockpile of splashing poison potions grew increasingly abundant. It would suffice for an extended period, even enough for trade. As for the experience repair book acquired from the City of Order, Lin Cheng affixed it to his chest armor. Among the helmet, chest plate, leg guards, and boots, the chest plate offered the highest defense attributes. Consequently, both the helmet and chest plate had reached maximum attributes, unless he consistently failed to gain experience. The equipment could be considered virtually indestructible. Recalling that he had prepared numerous fishing lines, and knowing that Mo Xiao had a penchant for fishing, Lin Cheng devised a rather unique trade proposal. He would exchange fishing rods for enchanted books. Any fully leveled enchanted book could be traded for a fishing rod. Although this arrangement may seem inequitable, as an unenchanted fishing rod holds limited utility, value is inherently determined by demand. Possessing a fishing rod equates to having a source of food, a fundamental necessity for survival. Communication with Mo Xiao could be facilitated through the radio. Lin Cheng promptly tuned the device to Mo Xiao's frequency. Mo Xiao, can you hear me? I can hear you. Who is this? It's Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, what can I do for you? I have an abundance of fishing rods. If you wish to trade, gather some enchanted books, and if I find them acceptable, I will exchange them for fishing rods. Such a delightful proposition? Absolutely. However, it is getting a bit late now. I shall return tomorrow for our trade. All right. Indeed. The hour is late, with only an hour remaining until the infected respawn. Tonight, Lin Cheng did not plan to continue hunting monsters, as the chaotic city was set to open. Tomorrow, a new coordinate would emerge. What kind of wonders lay within this so-called chaotic city, and what challenges would it present? All remained a mystery. Only by maintaining ample energy could he ensure that he was fully prepared to enter the chaotic city the following day. A night passed in silence. Lin Cheng was unaware of how long he had slept, only to awaken to the sound of the system notification. Ding! The chaotic city has opened. Nearby survivors are advised to proceed at their discretion. The coordinates of the chaotic city are 1734, 4397, 17. The chaotic city is devoid of any regulatory constraints. Players will continue to drop items and levels upon death. Certain NPCs within the chaotic city will actively attack players, seizing items from survivors. And defeating these NPCs allows one to claim their possessions. A new world has also been introduced. Accessible through the teleportation portal in the central square of the City of Order, transporting survivors to the War World. The War World is rich in resources, and upon entry, survivors will be randomly teleported to various locations. Once survivors have gathered supplies, they must return to the randomly refreshed teleportation point to return to the main world. Note that the death penalties in the War World are identical to those in the main world. Players can seize resources from other survivors through combat. Should a survivor fall below level 10, they will face immediate obliteration. Furthermore, the respawn rate of the infected in the War World is twice that of the main world, continuing unabated both day and night, with the infected immune to fire damage. Upon hearing the introduction to the chaotic city, Lin Cheng felt his drowsiness dissipate entirely. His spirits were notably uplifted. This was indeed a promising place. Not only was it free from any rules, but it also allowed for the slaying of NPCs to obtain corresponding items. It was akin to an alternative RPG dungeon, open to all survivors. The setting of the War World bore a striking resemblance to the Battle Royale games of the past. The randomness of teleportation introduced myriad uncertainties. And with only one exit from the War World, it was plausible that many nefarious survivor alliances would target this, lying in wait at the teleportation points to ambush other survivors passing through. The probability of such scenarios occurring is considerably high. Chapter 46. Journey to the City of Chaos. Most critically, in the realm of war, one must be wary not only of survivors, but also of the incessantly respawning infected. No one can ascertain if, while diligently scouring for supplies, an infected creature might suddenly appear behind them. Or worse yet, an elite infected, immune to the fiery damage of sunlight and boasting a respawn rate twice that of the primary world. These characteristics alone are enough to render many survivors incapable of gathering resources. Moreover, this place is ungoverned by any rules. Any act of murder or pillaging is tacitly permitted. Yet, the more perilous it seems, the more Lin Cheng yearns to venture into the world of war, for the abundant resources present and irresistible allure. Furthermore, with the sword of universe domination and the MP7 submachine gun in hand, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to eliminate him, provided he has ample ammunition. Many resources unattainable in the primary world can only be sought within the realm of war. Simultaneously, survivors near the coordinates of the City of Chaos are hastily making their way toward its location, all eager to be the first to seize the opportunity. Lin Cheng is no exception. However, considering the inherent dangers of the City of Chaos, he refrains from taking his jeep. Instead, he opts for the most primal means of travel on foot. At this moment, the external infected have only just ceased to respawn, while the remaining ones continue to wreak havoc. Clutching the sword of universe domination, Lin Cheng slays the infected as he walks, and the corpses he leaves in his wake have already piled high on either side of the path. However, the coordinates of the City of Chaos seem rather distant. Lin Cheng soon finds himself regretting his decision. At this pace, reaching the city before dusk would be a miracle. Were it not for the space teleportation staff in his possession, allowing him to swiftly return to the temporary shelter, he would likely have already turned back. Big brother Lin Cheng, are you also heading to the City of Chaos? A familiar voice suddenly calls from behind. Lin Cheng turns to see Mo Xiao speeding toward him on a motorcycle, executing a graceful drift as he comes to a stop before Lin Cheng. Where did you acquire that motorcycle? Lin Cheng asks, astonished, recalling that Mo Xiao had no vehicle when they last met. Most importantly, there was nothing in the vicinity of Mo Xiao's newly established home that could be searched. Did the motorcycle simply descend from the heavens? There's no time for explanations. Hop on. Mo Xiao gestures to the back seat of the motorcycle. Lin Cheng glances at the current coordinates and decisively chooses to mount Mo Xiao and Amp Oppo's motorcycle. After all, Mo Xiao is a trading partner and can be considered a semi-acquaintance. Besides, the impression Mo Xiao leaves is that of a naive and honest newcomer, nothing more. We aim to be among the first to enter the City of Chaos. I hope we can gather some valuable items this time. Mo Xiao exclaims eagerly. There aren't many chests to loot in the City of Chaos. It is a place rife with warfare. You are aware of the rules, aren't you? Lin Cheng cannot help but be astounded by Mo Xiao's enthusiasm. Mo Xiao's smile quickly falters, and he incredulously asks, isn't the City of Chaos abundant in resources? Lin Cheng gazes skyward, momentarily at a loss for words to convey his disbelief. The abundance lies in the world of war, not the city of chaos. You didn't end Oppos rush here without understanding that, did you? Mo Xiao sheepishly chuckles. I was just lying in bed when I heard about the coordinates and rushed over. Oh no. Oh no. I and Oppos am not very good at fighting. Well, I suppose I can treat this as a day trip to unwind and alleviate some tension. The city of chaos, a veritable nightmare for many survivors, is a place where war can erupt at any moment. You call this unwinding? Lin Cheng remains perplexed by Mo Xiao's peculiar reasoning. Nevertheless, the chance to hitch a ride is an unexpected delight. The motorcycle speeds along, soon arriving at a location not far from the city of chaos. Big brother Lin Cheng, wait for me here while I hide the motorcycle, then we can enter together. I'm afraid to go in alone. Lin Cheng is exasperated. After all, it was Mo Xiao who had brought him along. He decides to consider it a favor owed. Go ahead, but make it quick. Time waits for no one. Understood. 2 minutes will suffice. 2 minutes later, Mo Xiao approaches. Having successfully concealed the motorcycle in a discreet location, ensuring it will remain undiscovered by other survivors. Observing the confidence radiating from Mo Xiao, Lin Cheng refrains from dampening his spirits and simply takes off down the path. Mo Xiao closely follows, resembling a devoted attendant. The city of chaos is starkly different from the city of order, constructed from bedrock, its durability incomparable. It is worth noting that bedrock is the hardest block in the world, unbreakable except in creative mode. Despite employing countless methods, one cannot budge it, creating a stark contrast to the city of order. The survivors here were expressions of wariness toward strangers, for no one wishes to become the next victim. Revealing one's wealth in such a place is perilous. A moment's carelessness can result in being swarmed and assaulted. Lin Cheng, wishing to avoid attracting the envy of others, has already stowed his enchanted diamond armor in his backpack before entering the city of chaos, donning a pre-prepared set of iron armor instead. This decision proves prudent as, shortly after entering the city, he witnesses several survivors clad in iron armor besieging one wearing diamond armor. Ultimately, even a fully armed individual cannot withstand the onslaught of multiple attackers. Soon, the battle concludes with the diamond-armored survivors' defeat, and the fallen armor is swiftly claimed by passing survivors. Hey, what are you all grabbing? This is our hard-fought loot. If you take any more, we'll deal with you too. Chapter 47. The Portal to the War World. What do you mean by your victory? The city of chaos is a lawless land. Whatever falls to the ground belongs to whoever picks it up. You may have had the upper hand in numbers, but that does not grant you the right to bully us. Here, only the strong have the privilege to speak. Either come and fight directly, or silence yourself. As chaos ensues in the streets, the scene truly lives up to its name, the city of chaos. Although Lin Cheng's enchanted diamond armor significantly enhances his combat prowess, he is reluctant to endure a war of attrition. After wandering around the city of chaos, he found nothing of real value but did encounter numerous NPCs. These NPCs were clad in various pieces of equipment, some even adorned with enchanted chainmail. Chainmail is a unique type of armor that cannot be synthesized through ordinary means. In the original survival mode, chainmail can only be obtained by defeating zombies and skeletons that wear such armor, aside from creative mode. Currently, the primary monsters spawning in this world are the infected, skeletons, and creepers, with endermen appearing exceedingly rarely, so much so that Lin Cheng has yet to encounter one. However, the chainmail does not particularly entice Lin Cheng, as his diamond armor is nearly at full capacity. It would be imprudent to forge a set of chainmail, which holds limited practical value, merely for a change of pace. Ignoring the surrounding battles, Lin Cheng proceeded toward the central square with single-minded focus. Rather than engaging in skirmishes with nearby survivors for looting, it would be far more advantageous to venture into the war world. He does not believe these survivors can uncover anything of significant worth in the main world. The war world, however, is a different story, brimming with a plethora of diverse resources. Anything imaginable, even items that do not exist in the original version, could materialize in the war world. The portal located in the central square is quite conspicuous, resembling a hell portal yet distinguished by its blood-red light waves. The massive structure is surrounded by numerous survivors, all pausing to observe, their excitement tempered by the ominous aura emanating from the Crimson Portal. To step inside signifies the commencement of battle. A harrowing ordeal until one can return to the main world, fraught with anxiety. Yet, risk and reward have always coexisted. The higher the reward, the greater the risk. And vice versa. Cheng, you can't be thinking of entering directly, can you? Mo Xiao remarked, her heart racing at the thought. This is the war world. Even those nearby do not dare to step inside. The city of chaos and amp, Opos, S defining trait, aside from the omnipresent NPCs, is indeed this war world. Having come this far, to not enter would be a waste of time. Moreover, consider this. While others hesitate, our early entry grants us a strategic advantage. The later they enter, the more time we have to scour for resources, thus gaining better insight into the situation within. The first to take a risk may face two fates, a dreadful demise or a bountiful reward. I believe those who venture into the war world first will undoubtedly reap the latter. With that, Lin Cheng strode confidently into the blood-red portal without a backward glance. As his body made contact with the crimson portal, the nearby space distorted momentarily. In an instant, Lin Cheng vanished entirely, leaving Mo Xiao paralyzed with fear. However, whether he could survive and exit the city of chaos alone remained uncertain. With a resolute breath, Mo Xiao closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and propelled herself forward, plunging into the portal of the war world. As the blood-red light gradually faded, Lin Cheng found himself confronted by a moss-covered stone wall, momentarily leading him to believe he had been randomly teleported to a dungeon. This notion quickly dissipated, however, as it became evident that he was in a large structure, long abandoned, with moss growing on the stone surfaces. Flanking the walls were ender candles, and the corners were enshrouded in cobwebs, obscuring a chest that would require clearing the webs first. From the left, in an impenetrable darkness, he could hear the faint growls of the infected. The unknown always invokes the deepest fears. One could never predict when these infected might emerge. Lin Cheng grasped a torch from his backpack, placing it as close to the shadows as possible to maximize the light's effectiveness. To his relief, he discovered that he was in a sealed room, surrounded by iron doors. Strangely, these doors bore no visible redstone mechanisms, buttons, or levers. Could it be a puzzle room? The possibilities swirled in his mind, and Lin Cheng furrowed his brow. Such rooms were not out of the question. Fortunately, he had a so-called war map in his backpack, which would reveal his current position and the overall layout of the war world. He was situated at the center of the war world, seemingly close to the portal back to the main world, yet it would require a day and amp, Opos, S journey to reach it. The map displayed only his own marker, failing to reveal the locations of other survivors. However, within the war world, there exists a public channel where all survivors can communicate. In the upper left corner of the map, a count of the current survivors appeared, only 5 in total. Mo Xiao, Cheng, where are you? The first message in the world channel was Mo Xiao's desperate call for Lin Cheng, eliciting a wry smile from him. Thankfully, the world channel had a private messaging function, otherwise, his position would be compromised. Lin Cheng, private. I've sent you my coordinates. Keep it discreet and make your way here quietly. If there are too many infected outside, find a safe spot to hide. Lin Cheng, private. Also, gather materials. I can trade useful items for fishing rods. Chapter 48. Military base. While others might scoff at a fishing rod, for Mo Xiao, it had become the most valuable currency in his eyes. Any material could be measured against the worth of a fishing rod. To be on the safe side, Lin Cheng decided to remove his iron armor and don the enchanted diamond armor instead. The resplendent glow of the enchantment bestowed upon him an ineffable sense of security. However, the primary objective remained the search for resources. The Sword of Dominion over the universe possessed infinite durability, enabling Lin Cheng to swiftly clear away the spider webs clinging to the edges of the crates. To his astonishment, the supply crate contained a trove of food, along with a fragmentary grenade. Upon counting meticulously, he discovered 2 sets of bread and a set of carrots. It was no wonder they claimed that resources in the war-torn world were abundant. There was no hint of exaggeration in that assertion. If one were to search for supplies in the cities of the main world, it might take an eternity to amass such a bounty. Yet, in the war world, merely opening a single supply crate had yielded 3 sets of food. The disparity was evident. In the expansive space, apart from this one room and its crate, no others had been found. Lin Cheng began contemplating an escape route. Directly digging out the door seemed the most straightforward method, compared to other fanciful speculations. A direct approach appeared to be the most expedient. Gripping the Sword of Dominion tightly, he also prepared to switch to the MP7 submachine gun from his backpack. With the current equipment, ordinary infected beings posed no threat to Lin Cheng. As the iron door was excavated, the infected lurking behind surged forward like a tidal wave. Before him stood at least 30 or 40 infected creatures. Using the sword to cut through them would be a lengthy endeavor. In pursuit of efficiency, Lin Cheng drew forth the MP7 submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets, dispatching all the infected in an instant. From the 100 rounds of 9mm ammunition exchanged in the City of Order, only 40 rounds remained. The MP7 could accommodate 30 rounds per magazine, leaving him with a mere 10 rounds by the end. It would take at least a day to withdraw from the war world. Thus, he needed to conserve his ammunition. Continuing his exploration in the room, Lin Cheng noted that the chambers were all quite similar. Even the building materials were identical. Without a reasonable route planned, he would soon find himself lost. Judging by the z-axis height coordinates, he was currently underground, not on the surface. Randomly digging with a pickaxe would only lead to disorientation and potential loss of valuable resources. Considering the issue of elevation, he decided to gather blocks from the surrounding area to build up vertically. Lin Cheng was unwilling to expend his wooden planks, preserving them for crafting items instead. The mossy stone on the walls was easy to collect, and with the efficiency 5 enchantment on his diamond pickaxe, extracting it was a breeze. He quickly amassed half a stack of mossy stone, sufficient for his needs. The remainder of the process involved digging straight up while filling in blocks beneath him. As he ascended, the light within his field of vision began to diminish. After all, this tunnel was one he had carved himself, barely accommodating one person. Placing torches would quickly obstruct the passage. A little darkness was preferable to wasting his limited supply of torches. After ascending over 20 blocks, Lin Cheng finally caught sight of a new source of light. This revelation brought him relief. Had he not reached the surface soon, he would have had to dig sideways. Assessing the current situation, it appeared that his initial entry point into the war world was a basement. Just as Lin Cheng turned to look behind him, he was astonished by the sight that met his eyes. Before him lay a small military base, complete with helicopters and other vehicles. On the airstrip's edge, more than a dozen military trucks stood parked. Given that this was a military base, it should be teeming with firearms and ammunition, a prime location for scavenging. Lin Cheng dared not squander a moment, as the population of survivors in the war world had surged to a staggering 2,000, a number that had multiplied hundreds of times over. The momentum of this growth continued to escalate, and should this trend persist, the prospect of hundreds of thousands scouring for resources in the war world was not beyond imagination. These multitudes would converge upon the same location to utilize the same portal to escape, and without some form of collision, even Lin Cheng found that hard to believe. When that time arrived, it would become a contest of resource inventory. The more supplies one possessed, the greater their confidence. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether other survivors might spawn within the military base itself. After all, the spawn points in the war world were random. One could end up in a favorable location or a perilous one. This randomness meant that some fortunate souls might find themselves birthed directly within the military base. To avert such potential complications, the optimal strategy was to scavenge the military base with utmost speed. The sheer volume of resources available within the military base left Lin Cheng astounded. After merely searching 2 rooms, he had already discovered 2 sets of 9mm ammunition, 1 set of 56mm ammunition, and 1 set of 62mm ammunition, along with AP-11 handgun. The extraordinarily high resource reserves expedited Lin Cheng's scavenging efforts, allowing him to take only what was truly useful to him. The war world was vast, and it refreshed periodically, its resource quantities far surpassing anything the main world could offer. While searching the second room, Lin Cheng detected the sound of footsteps emanating from the depths of the chamber. His senses heightened immediately, as he could not discern whether this individual posed a threat. Until he could determine the stranger's intentions, he had no choice but to treat them as an adversary. Drawing his MP7 submachine gun, he reloaded with the 9mm ammunition he had just collected. His supply was finally sufficient. Even if a minor skirmish were to erupt, he could leverage the MP7's remarkable firing rate to achieve a strategic victory. Who goes there? Lin Cheng's voice was cold, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Please, I merely entered to scavenge for supplies. If my presence displeases you, I shall take my leave immediately. Chapter 49. The teleporting ender pearl. From behind a high platform emerged a youthful figure, seemingly around 20 years of age. The young man wore a mix of iron and diamond armor, a playful grin adorning his face. Upon noticing the absence of hostility, Lin Cheng contemplated holstering his MP7 submachine gun, only to catch sight of a dark green pearl in the young man's hand. Upon closer inspection, was that not an ender pearl? Put down what you're holding. Immediately, Lin Cheng demanded, his tone shifting. The young man's cheerful demeanor gradually faded. replaced by a glimmer of malice. To think you understand the value of that item, I shall no longer feign ignorance. In this world of conflict, the law of the jungle prevails. Although you discovered it first, I doubt you can strike me. Either you leave quietly, or I shall take your life and seize everything you possess. Lin Cheng chuckled derisively. That statement lacks substance. Even if I were to depart, you would not let me go so easily. Ha. Enough of this banter. The sooner I dispose of you, the sooner I can scavenge the resources here. And in that instant, the battle commenced. The young man hurled the dark green pearl towards Lin Cheng, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at Lin Cheng's side, brandishing a sinister black firearm, long enough to be more than a pistol or submachine gun. Lin Cheng's pupils constricted. Though clad in enchanted diamond armor, even such protection could not withstand a hail of bullets. In a flash, Lin Cheng retrieved a vial of splattering poison from his backpack and hurled it towards the young man. Instead of evading, the young man continued to unleash a barrage with his rifle. As the glass vial shattered, a cloud of toxic mist enveloped the cramped room, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving the young man as its sole victim. Despite his precision, the young man's confidence dwindled as he realized he had been poisoned. With his health depleting, his aim faltered, and the once accurate shots veered wildly. Was this the legendary master of human outlines? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng unleashed a volley from his MP7. Though its power paled in comparison to that of a rifle, its unparalleled rate of fire compensated for any shortcomings. If all bullets struck true, the explosive potential of the MP7 could rival any rifle. The young man, filled with resentment, contemplated using the Ender Pearl for a second escape. Alas, Lin Cheng would not grant him that chance. Within mere seconds, 39mm bullets found their mark, culminating in the young man's demise. Simultaneously, the number of survivors in this war-torn world diminished by one. Gazing at the scattered equipment and items, Lin Cheng finally exhaled. Though his health teetered on the brink of depletion, had he not acted swiftly to deploy the poison, the outcome may have been dire. Although brandishing the MP7 allowed for a rapid response, the young man still possessed the Ender Pearl, potentially enabling him to widen the gap. Both the Sword of Cosmic Control and the MP7 were suited for close combat. Should distance be created, the Ender Pearl would undoubtedly grant the young man a significant advantage. Thus, Lin Cheng had resorted to a risky maneuver, exploiting the disorientation caused by the poison to hinder the young man's aim. This was likely the first time the young man had encountered such a debilitating substance, and anyone faced with inexplicable circumstances would instinctively panic. It was this fleeting moment of chaos that provided Lin Cheng the opportunity to turn the tide. Yet, there was no time for self-congratulation. The presence of other survivors nearby remained uncertain. Lin Cheng retrieved some bread from his earlier scavenging, replenishing his hunger to full capacity, which would gradually restore his health. Upon inspecting the durability of his enchanted diamond armor, he discovered it had suffered a fifth of its integrity from the bullets. What a revelation! Such a full attribute diamond armor. Aside from minor wear due to experience, repairs, and thorns, it could be considered a complete set of full attributes. Just a few bullets had rendered it in this state. The damage from bullets was indeed not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Cheng reflected on the profound impact the war world would have on the overarching dynamics of the main world. It was akin to an endless reservoir of resources and combat materials. The frequency of conflicts among survivors in the main world would undoubtedly escalate. However, every situation possesses dualities. With adversity comes opportunity. He could leverage the resources acquired from the war world to his advantage, ensuring his safety in the process. Remembering the Ender Pearls the young man possessed, Lin Cheng hurried to inspect the body. Indeed, beside the young man's carcass lay a significant cache of Ender Pearls, 16 in total. The Ender Pearl was a unique item that, when thrown at a target location, could teleport the user there. However, one must be cautious of fall damage, as the teleportation process does not grant immunity to such harm. Yet, a more advanced technique involves combining the Ender Pearl with falling into water. According to the game's mechanics, one could negate fall damage, regardless of the height, provided they landed in water. Together, these elements allow for long-distance maneuverability, whether in pursuit or escape. The existence of Ender Pearls significantly enhances a survivor's mobility. The sole means of acquiring them is through slaying Endermen, yet Lin Cheng had yet to encounter such a creature during his survival. Where had this young man encountered one? Endermen possessed innate teleportation abilities, making them formidable foes for ordinary survivors. Of course, there remained the possibility that the young man had stumbled upon an Ender Pearl in a supply chest. Chapter 50. Unique thought processes regardless of the source from which it was acquired. Now that this item was in his possession, it must be utilized to its fullest potential. The Ender Pearls, aside from facilitating instantaneous movement, can also be employed to craft Eyes of Ender. With the Eyes of Ender, one can locate the end portal within the overworld and thereby access the realm of the end. If the end is not overrun by infected entities, he could construct a dedicated tower for spawning Endermen, colloquially known as the Little Black Tower. This would grant him an inexhaustible supply of Ender Pearls. Such an item, capable of allowing one to swiftly close the gap to an adversary or to retreat from danger, significantly enhances one and Amp Oppo's survival prospects. Even when surrounded by a multitude of infected beings, he could escape the battlefield through the teleportation effect of the Ender Pearls. The method for locating the end portal with the Eyes of Ender involves simply tossing the eye above one's head. The eye will travel in a specific direction, guiding the user toward the portal. Moreover, the Eyes of Ender do not vanish after use. They fall to the ground, allowing for repeated utilization. However, the quantity of eyes crafted should not be too meager, as they are essential for activating the end portal. Gazing at the mere 16 Ender Pearls he possessed, Lin Cheng felt a pang of reluctance to expend them. Setting aside thoughts of the Ender Pearls for the moment, he noted that the young man had dropped a considerable amount of supplies, though it was evident that he was in a state of false bravado. The rifle he wielded was an M416 automatic rifle, firing 56mm rounds, yet his supply of ammunition dwindled to a mere 17 rounds. This indicated that he would soon be bereft of bullets. No wonder he was so eager to eliminate Lin Cheng. He sought a swift resolution to avoid running out of ammunition. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Lin Cheng. Had it been another survivor, he might have succeeded. The tardy Mo Xiao soon sent a message to Lin Cheng, and they met outside the military base. "Brother Cheng, this place you found is enormous. Is there a chance weapons might respawn inside?" "Indeed. Then might I trade any weapons and ammunition I find for a fishing rod?" Lin Cheng cast a bemused glance at Mo Xiao, realizing his friend and Amp Oppo's thought processes remained as peculiar as ever. If memory served him correctly, Mo Xiao possessed not even a single weapon. A direct confrontation with another survivor could lead to his swift demise. In such a perilous situation, rather than seeking a means of self-defense, he was fixated on acquiring a fishing rod. "Of course, we can trade. We'll discuss the specifics of our exchange when we return." Lin Cheng had no objections, understanding that Mo Xiao wished to become his little sidekick. With limited space in his backpack and the constraints of the war world, where all items in one's backpack became ineffective upon entry, he needed assistance in gathering resources. "Your task is to search for ammunition and other survival supplies. Firearms can be stored with me. I'll keep a tally, and we will settle accounts once we return to the overworld." Mo Xiao nodded vigorously and commenced a thorough search within the military base. Given that Mo Xiao had no weapons and his self-defense capabilities were nearly non-existent, Lin Cheng designated a search area within a 50-block radius of himself. This distance was judicious, allowing for rapid assistance if needed within mere seconds. Unless Mo Xiao was dispatched in an instant, the chances of him calling for help remained high. There was no need to shorten the distance further. Doing so would mean searching in the same room, which would greatly diminish efficiency. Time was of the essence, and wasting it would jeopardize the discovery of valuable items. The military base housed a significant amount of ammunition, and after a brief search, Mo Xiao had already filled half his backpack with bullets. Acknowledging the need to save space for more essential supplies, he reluctantly discarded some less useful rounds, such as the 7.62mm bullets. The 5.56mm rounds, however, from the M416 rifle seized from the young man were certainly to be kept. Lin Cheng had only packed 2 sets of 9mm and 2 sets of 5.56mm ammunition, with all other bullets stored in Mo Xiao and Oppo's possession. In simple terms, Mo Xiao had become a mobile ammunition depot, tirelessly assisting as Lin Cheng had shared a loaf of bread with him. For someone like Mo Xiao, who preferred survival over conflict, having something to eat and a means of protection was sufficient motivation to serve Lin Cheng. "Brother Cheng, do you think this has any value?" "Not at all. That is merely an ordinary red dye." "Are you planning to dye yourself a new outfit?" "Brother Cheng, this looks quite valuable on the ground. Should we not take it with us?" "Put down the pickaxe. That is simply a piece of black stained glass, not coal." "Brother Cheng, look. There is a small wheat field ahead. Should we not harvest it?" "Do not waste time. Even if you clear the entire wheat field, it may yield insufficient grain for a single loaf of bread." "Brother Cheng." As Mo Xiao prepared to utter more, Lin Cheng abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. "Stop. No more talking. Just follow me. We have finished searching this military base. Now we must continue to other areas." Speak less, act more. Mo Xiao nodded, then shook his head, his eyes signaling Lin Cheng that something else was amiss behind him. As Mo Xiao and Apos, incessant gestures became increasingly frantic. Lin Cheng began to sense that things were not as simple as he had presumed. It seemed there was indeed a lurking danger approaching. As he turned around, a foul wind rushed toward him. Lin Cheng and Apos' pupils constricted, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Such a scene would be etched in his memory forever. Chapter 51. Encounter with the horde of infected. Countless infected individuals surged towards the military base, a number so vast it defied estimation by the naked eye. As far as one could see, the area was shrouded in the dark forms of the infected, numbering at least in the thousands. Such a colossal horde of infected beings was certainly beyond the capacity of the two survivors to handle casually. Moreover, within this throng, there lurked dozens of butchers. The infected advanced relentlessly toward the military base, their momentum unprecedented in its ferocity. No wonder Mo Xiao had repeatedly warned him. Anyone else would likely be paralyzed with fear. The situation was dire. Simply hiding within structures would not suffice. These butchers were no mere decorations and could demolish the military base in mere moments. If they were exposed amidst the frenzy of the infected, their predicament would become exponentially perilous. Mo Xiao, dig deeper as swiftly as possible. The further down, the better. Hurry. Lin Cheng had no time for lengthy explanations. The urgency was palpable, akin to a race against death itself, for the distant infected might have already detected their presence. With such a massive horde, a single hit could render him lifeless, immobilized by the effects of the infection. Even possessing an Ender Pearl would not guarantee his escape through such a formidable tide of infected beings. Mo Xiao understood that this was not a moment for jest. Any further delay could mean they would lose their chance to return to the main world. The respawn mechanism in this war-torn realm was utterly outrageous. Either it did not refresh at all, or it unleashed a multitude of infected at once, leaving them defenseless. Yet, Mo Xiao's digging was painfully slow, for he was using a pickaxe to excavate the earth. At this rate, he would likely be overwhelmed by the infected before even reaching the stone. Soil should be removed with a shovel, while stone should be tackled with a pickaxe. It was imperative to dig down about 20 blocks. Lin Cheng aimed to reach the basement where he had spawned, allowing them to evade the oncoming horde while simultaneously searching for a means of escape. Frantic and disorganized, Mo Xiao finally managed to dig down successfully, filling in the blocks above as Lin Cheng instructed. This would significantly muffle sounds and prevent the butchers from easily breaching their defenses. However, the infected had by now arrived directly above them and remained stationary. The unique, chilling howls of the infected echoed ominously, and the destructive force of the butchers was terrifying. The blocks overhead were being relentlessly dismantled. At this rate, it would not be long before the butchers descended upon them, accompanied by countless ordinary infected. Lin Cheng retrieved the spatial teleportation scepter, attempting to teleport back to the main world. Ding. Teleportation failed. The user's current world differs from the target area. The spatial teleportation scepter requires coordinate stones to be used within the same world. Curse luck. It was utterly useless. With a furrowed brow, Lin Cheng and Apos' thoughts raced, seeking the best solution to their predicament. But the issues were not easily resolved. Prior to entering this war-torn realm, he had already learned of the rules governing the respawn of the infected. Even in safe zones, infected could emerge. It was entirely possible that some were already lurking in the basement. If he disregarded the infected above ground, Lin Cheng was confident in his ability to clear the basement. However, should the infected above coordinate with those below, he would be utterly powerless. Mo Xiao, the infected have locked onto us as targets. Hollow out this entire area and leave a secure escape route. Huh? Mo Xiao was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lin Cheng would make such a decision. Hollowing out the central area would waste valuable time for their descent. Wouldn't this bring them closer to the descending infected? Was that akin to walking into a trap? Trust me, if we do not follow my instructions, we may not have a single thread of hope left. Lin Cheng did not believe that the bullets in his possession could withstand the onslaught of thousands of infected, especially with several tough-skinned butchers in the lead. The only viable option was to deploy fragmentation grenades and sticky grenades to eliminate the leading butchers. Then, using the volume of the infected to their advantage, they could potentially trap the following butchers. This would buy him precious time to deliberate on a retreat strategy. All right, I understand. Mo Xiao, albeit confused, complied with Lin Cheng's orders. With no other choice but to place his complete trust in Lin Cheng, he began to dig fervently. Their excavation progressed swiftly, primarily due to the efficiency of Lin Cheng's diamond pickaxe. According to Lin Cheng's plan, they needed to carve out a space measuring 333 to ensure the butchers would be fully contained within. The fragmentation and sticky grenades would cause significant damage to nearby blocks, thus they had to seal off at least 3 blocks of their planned hidden exit to avoid self-harm. Now, dig a tunnel as deep as you can. I will handle the rest. Lin Cheng pointed to the open space behind him, elaborating on the essential conditions for the tunnel. The most critical aspect was ensuring its accessibility. Once Mo Xiao commenced his task, Lin Cheng gripped his MP7 submachine gun and gazed upward. The success of their plan hinged on the number of butchers. Ideally, if all the butchers clustered at the front, it would be optimal. Even if they arrived in waves, it would pose less of a concern, as the ordinary infected that entered first could serve as a barrier against those that followed. His greatest anxiety lay in the butchers being scattered, with one appearing every few infected. He had only 4 grenades in total, 2 sticky and 2 fragmentation. In terms of sheer damage, the fragmentation grenades were superior, but the sticky grenades had stronger adhesive properties, allowing them to cling to a target. Lin Cheng tossed a sticky grenade onto the block above, retreating into the tunnel just excavated by Mo Xiao. This sticky grenade would serve as a signal. Should a butcher breach the upper block, the grenade would detonate. Simultaneously, Lin Cheng would throw a fragmentation grenade to augment the damage, subsequently sealing off the bottom of the 2-1 tunnel to prevent ordinary infected from passing through while allowing his bullets to reach the outside infected and the butchers trapped within the 333 space. Chapter 52. New survival pressures. The intellect of these infected individuals is certainly not comparable to that of the survivors. Upon identifying a target, they will advance along a singular path. Once they have determined their direction, the infected will not deviate unless the target has perished or exceeded their tracking range. These characteristics culminate in Lin Cheng and Appo's flawlessly devised plan. 10 seconds later, a violent explosion erupted, creating a vast crater in the confined space, obliterating the infected in the process. Lin Cheng swiftly hurled a fragmentation grenade, the immense force proving as devastating as anticipated, instantly dispatching several of the nearest butchers. The subsequent wave of infected that surged forth were merely the most ordinary variety. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Cheng couldn't and Appo's help but exhale in relief. With the situation having developed to this extent, the subsequent actions would be considerably simpler. All he needed to do was continue digging downward until he exited the targeting range of the infected. However, one crucial detail remained. The depth must be sufficiently ensured before attempting to venture into other regions. Otherwise, it would merely attract the infected on the surface, inevitably drawing the tyrants from other locations down upon them. In his possession, Lin Cheng was left with only a fragmentation grenade and a sticky grenade. Should another confrontation arise, he was uncertain if fortune would favor him once more. Behind him, Mo Xiao stood frozen in fear, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle since entering this world. Brother Cheng, do you think these monsters will rush in? No, Lin Cheng reassured him. The infected stand 2 blocks high, while this space can only accommodate a single block at a time. Unless they can break through the blocks, they will remain trapped here until they dissipate. I thought we were done for with so many infected. We stand no chance, Mo Xiao exclaimed. Lin Cheng nodded in agreement. Such a vast number of infected was beyond their capabilities. Even any survivor alliance would struggle to emerge unscathed from such a colossal horde. The only viable strategy to withstand such an overwhelming force would be to gather sufficient survivors and possess adequate firepower. However, this hypothesis was evidently impractical, as the very essence of the war-torn world was to foster competition among survivors, while spontaneous cooperation among survivors could significantly enhance their chances of survival. The darker facets of human nature would be magnified within this realm. Those unspeakable selfishness and latent murderous intent would be unleashed without restraint. In this grim environment, seeking help from strangers would likely yield little hope for the seeker, as one could never ascertain whether they were appealing to a noble gentleman or a remorseless demon. What should we do next? Are we to wait here until the infected disappear? Such a supposition was untenable. The daylight outside allowed the infected to roam freely, immune to the scorching flames. The sun posed no constraints on the infected in this world of warfare, and their respawn frequency was alarmingly high. This was merely the first wave of infected they encountered since entering the war-torn realm. Future surprises, no, more accurately, shocks, awaited them in abundance. Lin Cheng clenched his diamond pickaxe tightly and turned to the still-dazed Mo Xiao, speaking in a grave tone. Now is not the time for reflection. Our priority is to devise a means of escaping the target range of these infected. Otherwise, when night falls, our current conditions may leave us at risk of freezing to death. Lin Cheng was a person who typically prepared for every eventuality, yet this time he had faltered. In an effort to conserve space in his backpack, he had placed the furnace and corresponding fuel for emergency warmth into a small pack. Unfortunately, within the war-torn world, no containers could be utilized, resulting in his loss of the ability to stay warm at night. Once darkness descended, the temperature would plummet, and he would face the imminent danger of freezing to death. Glimpsing the world within this war-torn reality, the current unified time read 1456. There were merely 3 hours remaining until nightfall. To return safely to the primary world, Lin Cheng had only 2 options before him. The first choice was to reach the teleportation portal before night fell. The second option was to find something that could provide warmth before nighttime arrived. However, the first option seemed nearly impossible, as the distance was too great, compounded by the infected outside that would obstruct their progress. It would be challenging to reach the portal in less than a day or two, especially when they were still less than half a map's distance away. Those survivors who had been teleported to the edge of the map must be feeling a desire to perish at this moment. The longer one remained in the war-torn world, the greater the dangers encountered would become. Yet, this was not without its benefits. The more distant locations were less likely to be contested by other survivors. Even if he were the sole individual to enter this war-torn reality, he could gather a wealth of resources. Ultimately, it would come down to how much he could bring back. The second option appeared more feasible, as numerous items capable of providing warmth existed. Just the cobblestones on his person could suffice to create 7 or 8 furnaces. However, the crux of the matter lay in the absence of items to aid in warming. Merely possessing fuel was not enough. He also needed materials for the furnace to burn. Both elements were indispensable. Opening his backpack to assess his current inventory, Lin Cheng found nothing but some wooden planks for crafting, devoid of any fuel or combustible materials. The planks burned quickly and could only serve as fuel. While turning wood into charcoal required raw logs rather than planks made from logs. Lin Cheng's current altitude should have yielded a plethora of minerals. However, not a single coal vein had been spotted. This indicated that no mineral resources would spawn within this war-torn world. Combustible items could only be sourced from the surface or obtained by rummaging through supply chests and dismantling existing building blocks. Progressing underground obscured the surface terrain, leaving them with no choice but to dig ahead in silence. Chapter 53. The search for combustibles. In essence, everything must be left to fate. The myriad uncertainties weighed heavily on Lin Cheng, amplifying the pressure upon his shoulders. Having learned from past misfortunes, Lin Cheng resolved to ensure that he would meticulously address any oversights in future ventures into the war-torn realm. However, the crux of this endeavor hinged upon his survival and ability to exit the battlefield unscathed. Casting a glance at his own level, he noted with dismay that he had plummeted to a mere 32. The recent destruction of a multitude of infected had yielded a fair share of experience orbs. Yet they lay perilously distant from him. It would be imprudent to charge recklessly into the throngs of infected for the sake of a scant reward. The imbalance of risk versus reward was stark. Forsaking this experience in exchange for a chance to escape, albeit seemingly acceptable, carried its own risks. One must remember that in any world, there exists a penalty for death, aside from the soul-bound teleportation staff, which would not be lost upon demise. Even his meticulously crafted diamond armor would be forfeited. Such equipment, born of relentless toil, would be a grievous loss if seized by another survivor. Lin Cheng was resolute in refusing to relinquish his hard-earned efforts to others. Under Lin Cheng's guidance, the duo proceeded deeper, swiftly descending into the basement. Surrounded by the damp, moss-covered stones, Lin Cheng felt no inclination to explore. The weight of survival was too immense. He had experienced the rapid drop in temperature firsthand. Without a means to replenish warmth, they would perish within the hour. Mo Xiao, he urged, if you spot any logs, procure them immediately, or we risk freezing to death tonight. Remember, any type of log must be collected. Mo Xiao, although unaware of the utility of logs for warmth, recognized that Lin Cheng's plans were underpinned by sound reasoning. Having narrowly escaped their previous ordeal, he now followed Lin Cheng's lead with unwavering trust, treating him as a deity. He could hardly fathom how Lin Cheng had emerged unscathed from such a formidable horde of infected. It was a feat beyond the ordinary. Alas, within the basement, no logs or any combustible materials could be found. Lin Cheng's brow furrowed in frustration. Even raw potatoes would suffice to keep the furnace operational for a time. Perhaps some raw meat could be discovered, but presently, they found nothing. They had no choice but to venture back to the surface and gamble on their luck. We cannot linger here any longer. Let us dig forward for a few minutes and then ascend vertically. Mo Zhao's heart raced at the prospect, disbelief etching his features. but the infected outside may still be waiting for us. Wouldn't we be walking into a trap? Not necessarily, Lin Cheng replied with conviction. As long as we dig far enough away, we can evade the ambush. When we ascend, we must create a staircase-like passage. A direct vertical ascent would save time. But it could prove troublesome if we encounter trouble outside. Seeing Lin Cheng's unwavering resolve, Mo Xiao decided to join him in this risky endeavor. Dying outside was preferable to his suffocating demise within. Mo Xiao wielded a basic iron pickaxe, devoid of any enchantments, rendering his digging efficiency significantly inferior to Lin Cheng's enchanted diamond pickaxe. In awe of Lin Cheng's prowess, Mo Xiao soon ceased his futile attempts to match his pace, opting instead to follow in Lin Cheng's wake. Based on their calculations, the grass block above should be the final barrier. Are you ready? Lin Cheng inquired. Turning to Mo Xiao, the significance of the block above weighing heavily upon them. If it concealed an infected, they would have no choice but to retreat and continue their search for combustibles, which would undoubtedly consume precious time. Ready? Mo Xiao responded, though his heart raced with anxiety. Mirroring Lin Cheng's own. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng wielded his diamond shovel to remove the last block separating them from the surface. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating their surroundings, and they heard no cries of the infected. It appeared the immediate threat had subsided. Lin Cheng exhaled in relief and beckoned Mo Xiao to join him on the surface. Their first priority was to survey their surroundings before deciding their next course of action. Lin Cheng assigned Mo Xiao a simple task to explore in a different direction. If they failed to find combustibles within 100 blocks, they would regroup and return. The efficiency of their joint search would far surpass that of a solitary endeavor, as they could cover the cardinal directions with just 2 searches. However, with fewer people, the potential for mishaps increased. Disparities in resource allocation were minor concerns, but internal discord could spell disaster. Mo Xiao appeared somewhat flustered. Having strayed from Lin Cheng meant losing his protective shield, should he inadvertently encounter an infected. His only recourse would be to flee for his life. If he succeeded, all would be well, but failure could cost him dearly. Yet, there was no alternative. Survival demanded effort. Relying solely on Lin Cheng would render his existence meaningless. The fate of being a burden in this world was akin to being discarded as refuse. Thus, Mo Xiao steeled himself, clutching the iron sword Lin Cheng had forged for him. Though merely a basic weapon, it sufficed to deal with a couple of ordinary infected. Chapter 54. Rare items. The area to which Lin Cheng ventured was a mountainous region, where the trees at the summit should be plentiful. However, it wasn't long before he discovered that this highland was adjacent to a snowy expanse. When survivors find themselves in a blizzard, the temperature continues to plummet. And with nightfall approaching, it was unnecessary to deplete his warmth so recklessly. Thus, even though he hadn't reached the full 100 blocks, Lin Cheng resolutely decided to turn back. Continuing further would be a futile endeavor. The due west direction could be dismissed. Upon returning to the starting point, Mo Xiao had yet to arrive. This left 2 possibilities. Either he had not yet reached his destination and was still on his return journey, or he had returned before Lin Cheng and had already set off again. Lin Cheng proceeded directly east, as he and Mo Xiao had delineated their paths. Mo Xiao was responsible for the north and south, while Lin Cheng took charge of the east and west. The west was obstructed by a bloodline barrier, which made it a non-option. Thus, Lin Cheng was left with only the eastward path. Not long into his journey, he spotted several birch trees. Finally catching sight of the timber he sought. In haste, Lin Cheng unsheathed his axe and approached the birch trees, swiftly felling them. In comparison to alloyed woods and spruce, the yield from oak and birch was relatively meager. Felling this tree yielded merely 4 birch logs, far from sufficient. Trees rarely exist in isolation. Where there is one, there are surely others. After traversing approximately 30 blocks further, Lin Cheng stumbled upon a grove of birch and oak trees. It appeared he could harvest 2 to 3 groups of logs. With the crisis of fuel seemingly resolved, Lin Cheng extracted all the excess timber without leaving a single piece behind. By the time he had cleared the grove, less than an hour remained until the 1800 hour when the infected would respawn. He needed to return to the starting point swiftly. Mo Xiao was already waiting at the origin and had conscientiously prepared a cave for their overnight stay. Brother Cheng, based on your previous design, I made a few modifications. This tunnel has 3 emergency exits. Mo Xiao proudly pointed at the cave beneath them. While the cave appeared rather rudimentary, it was, overall, quite well done. The adage of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows aptly suited their current survival situation, even in the event of an unforeseen incident. It was unlikely that all 3 passages would be compromised simultaneously. The establishment of escape routes in 3 distinct directions significantly enhanced their chances of survival. Moreover, the cave was equipped with a workbench and a furnace. These 2 essential crafting blocks would suffice for their night's needs. I found a considerable number of logs. So we have secured fuel for tonight. What about you? Lin Cheng entered the cave and found a spot to sit and rest briefly. Mo Xiao, wearing a contented smile, dumped everything from his backpack on the ground, excluding the ammunition. You might not believe this, but while searching the north, I found a trove of abandoned loot on the ground. It must have belonged to some survivors who perished during an onslaught of the infected. I gathered all the useful items I could find. See if there's anything you could use. I'll gladly share as much as you need. Lin Cheng's eyes widened at the sight of the bountiful supplies scattered on the ground. What remarkable luck! A casual search had yielded such a wealth of abandoned possessions from fellow survivors. Luck, it seemed, was a finite resource. Those who exhausted it first would depart. He mused whether Mo Xiao might meet an untimely end. However, among the items strewn about, there were indeed several valuable treasures. A small pile of diamonds, assorted weapons, and ammunition were among the finds. Yet, these were of little assistance to Lin Cheng until something on the ground caught his eye, drawing his full attention. It was a purple object, appearing merely as an ordinary shell, without anything particularly intriguing about it. Yet, in Lin Cheng's eyes, it was a treasure. An ender pearl? It is well known that 2 ender pearls in a chest can be crafted into an ender box, essentially a portable chest that can be retrieved at will. This was far superior to a small backpack. A small backpack could hold only 9 slots, while an ender box could accommodate 27. In terms of capacity, it was thrice as generous. Moreover, small backpacks could not be stored within one another, yet ender boxes could contain small backpacks. This was akin to an infinite nesting doll. As long as he had enough small backpacks, it was conceivable that a single ender box could hold 27 of them, resulting in a staggering total of 243 storage slots. The enhancement was nothing short of monumental. The crux of the matter was that acquiring ender pearls was exceedingly rare, as they only dropped from slain endermen. It seemed likely that a survivor had fortuitously discovered them while scouring through supply chests, and there were only 2 in total. Clearly, ender pearls were an exceedingly rare commodity. You may keep the other items, but these 2 ender pearls are mine. Mo Xiao, oblivious to the significance of the ender pearls, merely saw 2 purple shells. To him, they seemed worthless compared to the diamonds scattered on the ground. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Often, the most unassuming items can wield profound value and utility. Lin Cheng smiled silently, preparing for an important endeavor. Using the nearby workbench, he transformed a small portion of logs into planks and crafted a chest using 8 planks. Finally, following the recipe for an ender box, he consumed 1 chest and 2 ender pearls to create an ender box. In this war-torn world, while small backpacks could not be utilized, one could still place, destroy, and open blocks normally. An ender box was classified as a block, and if he could position it correctly on the ground, it would allow him to carry back a greater quantity of supplies. While other survivors were limited to backpacks for storage, he could boast the advantage of an additional ender box's worth of storage space. This enhancement was indeed staggering. Chapter 55. The declining number of survivors as the shulker box was placed upon the ground. Lin Cheng's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Just as he had anticipated, the shulker box was regarded as a block, allowing its use within the war-torn realm. Beside him, Mo Xiao stood in astonishment. He had never encountered such a purple box before, and what was most astonishing was its ability to be opened freely. Brother Chum, what is that thing you just placed on the ground? Is it made from that purple shell? Mo Xiao inquired. Lin Cheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is crafted from the shell. This object is called a shulker box. It serves as a container. The next time you come across such shells, remember not to give them to others indiscriminately. Bring them to me for exchanges. Mo Xiao smiled innocently. To talk about exchanges seems a bit too distant. Don't you think our relationship is worth more than these shells? Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel a slight jolt in his eyelids. There didn't seem to be much of a relationship between him and Mo Xiao. However, upon closer inspection, it could be deemed a rather subtle partnership. Nightfall finally arrived, and the temperature began to drop gradually, with occasional echoes of infected creatures' roars resonating from the outside. Meanwhile, the furnace, nestled in the corner, sprang to life with the insertion of items. The blazing flames dispelled the cold within the cave. While it was impossible to lie comfortably in bed and sleep, merely surviving in such a perilous environment was already a significant blessing. Lin Cheng began to assess the current number of survivors within the war realm. To his dismay, the figure was startling. Only 2,000 survivors remained. He inhaled sharply, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Just this afternoon, he had casually glanced at the map, noting over 60,000 survivors bustling about in various corners of the war zone. Yet, in a mere few hours, that number had plummeted to a mere 1/30th of its original size. At this rate, the remaining 2,000 survivors would scarcely last much longer. It was utterly terrifying. Mo Xiao had also observed the drastic reduction in numbers, feeling a sense of dread in retrospect. The deceased survivors had evidently been ill-prepared, underestimating the challenges of the war realm. The survival difficulty in the main world compared to the war realm was not even on the same scale. Moreover, the current count did not include those survivors lacking warming supplies. As expected, within about an hour, the number of survivors continued to decline at an alarming rate, diminishing by another 500 individuals. However, after another hour, the rate of decline noticeably slowed. It was evident that those who had survived thus far had established a foundational ability to endure within the war realm. Out of tens of thousands, only slightly over 1,000 could adapt. Such a survival of the fittest ratio was almost unbelievable. Brother Cheng, do we have any plans for tomorrow? Plans? Lin Cheng pondered for a moment before decisively shaking his head. In the war realm, anything can change in an instant. Plans are far too slow to keep up with the shifting tides. For now, we should take each step as it comes. Our primary goal is to locate the portal back to the main world. As for gathering supplies, I believe it unnecessary to venture to a specific location for collection, although certain areas do refresh specific survival resources. However, the biggest drawback of that is that it distances us from the portal back to the main world. Even if we gather an abundance of supplies, if we cannot return alive to the main world, it would merely serve to benefit others. Instead, if we journey towards the portal, all our acquisitions along the way have a far greater chance of being brought back to the main world. Being overly greedy often leads to dire consequences. Understanding restraint and self-control is essential for survival in this harsh world. I feel the same. Mo Xiao readily agreed. The war realm is indeed perilous. Securing some food and basic supplies sufficient for survival in the main world is all we need. Their conflicts have nothing to do with us. Not quite, Lin Cheng countered. If they were to bully us, we must retaliate. Thus, during the supply gathering process, we should also select some weapons to bring back. It is better to sacrifice a portion of survival supplies to ensure we are adequately armed. Remember this, all unrest arises from insufficient firepower. If you wield 2 Gatling guns with ample ammunition, even when faced with that many infected creatures, you would scarcely feel alarmed. Mo Xiao parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words, as he suddenly realized the truth in Lin Cheng's assertions. Indeed, firepower equated to the very essence of survival. The greater the firepower, the more infected one could eliminate. With such capabilities, who would reside in subterranean shelters? One could simply stand atop skyscrapers, armed with machine guns, sweeping away all infected creatures. The experience gained alone would significantly elevate one's health capacity. Brother Cheng, can I follow you from now on? Mo Xiao asked, a hint of yearning in his voice. He desperately needed someone to guide him through survival. He was not particularly ambitious. He merely wished to live peacefully. Lin Cheng gazed into Mo Xiao's earnest eyes, feeling a touch of heaviness. After spending this time together, it was apparent that Mo Xiao was indeed a survivor devoid of ambition, possessing a somewhat naive charm. While he was not foolish, he often gave off an impression of being easily led, and he executed commands with remarkable speed. Surviving alongside Mo Xiao could be feasible. You may accompany me. But I have one condition. Our boxes must not be shared, nor shall we share temporary shelter. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Of course, you may freely inspect my box, but I will never look at yours. I understand the rules. With Mo Xiao's assurance, Lin Cheng felt a sense of relief. The immediate priority was to devise a way to safely return from the war realm to the main world. Chapter 56. Unwelcome visitors. The frequency of the infected during the night seemed to have increased significantly, their haunting roars echoing as if they were right beside him. Mo Xiao had not closed his eyes throughout the night, dutifully assisting in observing the conditions of the 3 passageways. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng rested in a state of half-sleep. It was not Lin Cheng's intention to take advantage of Mo Xiao. Rather, it was Mo Xiao who had insisted on this arrangement. As he put it, his existence served merely to enhance Lin Cheng's mobility, who was the most formidable intellect for their survival. It was essential to ensure that this brain was well rested to maintain its sharpness. Naturally, Lin Cheng welcomed the opportunity to rest, as there were many challenges awaiting him during the day, and returning to the main world was not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. More rest could only be beneficial. If necessary, he could take the night watch himself the following day to allow Mo Xiao a reprieve. At 6 a.m., although the infected in the war-torn world appeared continuously, the drop in temperature after nightfall signaled that it was time to venture out in search of supplies. All survivors felt a collective thrill. A new day dawned, bringing with it new opportunities for scavenging. Those who could seize the initiative would procure the freshest resources. Lin Cheng had no intention of lingering long. After checking the external conditions through 2 different passageways with Mo Xiao, he headed straight back to the surface. Despite the presence of several active infected on the ground, this posed no issue for Lin Cheng. In addition to the previously acquired MP7 submachine gun, he had also secured an M4A1 assault rifle, marking a significant enhancement in combat capability. Ammunition was no longer a concern, even if he exhausted his supply. Mo Xiao had become his mobile ammunition depot. The fragmentation grenades and sticky grenades used the previous day had proven invaluable, prompting Lin Cheng to remind Mo Xiao to collect any grenades they encountered. These grenades possessed explosive power comparable to TNT and, crucially, were unrestricted. As soon as they were activated and thrown, they would detonate. Any throwable object generally held substantial utility. Advancing towards the military base and the portal, they encountered numerous dilapidated villages along the way. These villages bore no signs of inhabitants, yet their supply crates were abundant. However, the majority contained food and seeds. With the likelihood of finding weapons in the villages being exceedingly low, Lin Cheng was uninterested in the food, while Mo Xiao, akin to a child presented with sweets, was exuberant. Had he not been reminded that the bullets were meant for Lin Cheng, he might have even considered discarding them to fill his inventory with food. Brother Cheng, this food will last us a long time. Once we address the temperature issue, even if I stay home like a hamster, I will be well fed, exclaimed Mo Xiao, listing off the provisions: bread, potatoes, carrots, and an impressive amount of wheat. Observing Mo Xiao's exuberance, Lin Cheng felt the need to temper his enthusiasm. He understood the principle of joy leading to sorrow. Matters were seldom as simple as they seemed. Indeed, while they had found a considerable amount of food, it was essential to remember that all food has an expiration date. Before long, the provisions would spoil, and if consumed recklessly, they would not only fail to sustain them but could also induce a debuff of poisoning. Therefore, the focus should not be merely on quantity but rather on how much could be consumed before it perishes. Otherwise, no matter how much food they carried, waste would be inevitable. As Mo Xiao paused to collect food, he pondered Lin Cheng's words, which were indeed sagacious. If they did not consume the food before its expiration, it would ultimately rot and become worthless, a true chicken rib, devoid of flavor, yet impossible to discard. I understand now, Brother Cheng. Let us move on. We've already searched this place and should head to the next. Just as Lin Cheng was about to take a step away, he suddenly noticed several figures not far off, staring intently in their direction. Well, it seems this young brother possesses some survival knowledge. Have you considered joining our alliance? The leader of the survivors clapped, clearly in agreement with Lin Cheng's earlier sentiments. Join your alliance? Lin Cheng surveyed the area, estimating about 10 individuals. They must have been lying in wait since his arrival in the village. Their identities remained unclear, but one thing was certain: these individuals bore ill intentions. What brings you to lie in wait? Are you after our supplies? You've guessed correctly, but only partly, the central survivor replied with a smile. We desire not only your supplies but also your complete submission to our alliance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Radar, the leader of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. I shan't waste words. You face 2 choices. First, you can submit and relinquish all your weapons and supplies, joining our alliance, which will then distribute survival resources uniformly. The second option is death, after which we will forcibly take all your belongings. You have no third path available. Having spoken, Radar revealed his weapon. An ARP-K light machine gun, which Lin Cheng recognized from a previous visit to a weapons shop in Order City. Apart from Radar, most of the surrounding survivors brandished handguns, with only a few wielding melee weapons. Surrender. You are but 2, even if you both wield firearms. We are confident we can turn you into a beehive before you can fire a shot. Radar laughed heartily, as though the situation was already settled in their favor. Indeed. You might shoot us down before we retaliate, but what if we choose not to fire? Lin Cheng and Apos S words caused Radar to draw a sharp breath. a sense of foreboding rising within him. Clang! An object rolled across the ground, coming to rest at Radar and Apos' feet. This object had not fallen from the sky, but had been thrown by Lin Cheng. Quick, back to the room. Lin Cheng urgently pulled Mo Xiao, retreating to the room they had just vacated, and just as they closed the door, a thunderous explosion ensued. Chapter 57. The Survivor Alliance of the Thunder Dragon. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated far and wide. The destructive power of the fragmentation grenade was as formidable as ever. Indeed, the object hurled by Lin Cheng moments ago was none other than a fragmentation grenade capable of inflicting devastation. The members of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance were caught completely off guard, their ranks shattered by the force of the blast. Those closest to the explosion suffered the most grievous injuries, with the unfortunate leader of the Thunder Dragon being sent directly to the realm of the dead by a single grenade. The remaining survivors found themselves leaderless and bewildered, unaccustomed to the lethal capabilities of grenades. Just moments ago, their leader had exuded confidence, only to be obliterated in an instant, leaving them stunned by the sudden turn of events. Glaring at the gaping hole in the wall before him, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of trepidation. The power of the fragmentation grenade was indeed colossal. Had they not managed to evade the blast in time, they would surely have sustained injuries as well. Leave your belongings behind and retreat in a specified direction. Disobedience will result in a second grenade awaiting you. Upon hearing this ominous warning, the Thunder Dragon Alliance members, fearing the prospect of another explosion, hastily withdrew without a moment and Apos' hesitation. However, Lin Cheng still possessed a solitary sticky grenade, whose explosive power paled in comparison to that of the fragmentation grenade. His declaration was merely a tactic to instill fear and drive them away. After all, the opposing side had a numerical advantage, and as a survivor alliance, it was implausible that they were composed of only a handful of individuals. If they were to rally their numbers, the situation could become dire. Even a war of attrition could spell their demise. While Lin Cheng himself might emerge unscathed, his companion Mo Xiao could potentially meet his end, given the stark disparity in protective capabilities between enchanted diamond armor and unenchanted iron armor. Let us search the ground for any previous drops. We must hasten our departure, Lin Cheng urged. The explosive sound of the fragmentation grenade had been deafening, likely attracting a horde of infected individuals towards their location. With no long-range weapons remaining, being surrounded by a multitude of infected would severely diminish their chances of escape. Having faced numerous perils, Mo Xiao had grown indifferent to danger, believing that what was meant to come would inevitably arrive, and what was not meant to come would remain absent. At the sight of the Thunder Dragon Alliance leader and Apos' demise, several weapons and ammunition lay scattered, which Mo Xiao collected under Lin Cheng and Apos' direction. Brother Cheng, here are the supplies dropped by the enemy, Mo Xiao said, presenting the goods. Lin Cheng waved his hand lightly. You should keep this M4A1 assault rifle for now, as you currently lack a weapon. Alone, I cannot guarantee your safety. Ultimately, it is up to you to protect yourself. Mo Xiao glanced at the M4A1 in his hands, and after a moment of internal deliberation, accepted it. In the current circumstances, even if he wished to remain aloof, it was a futile endeavor. There would always be those who ignited the flames of battle, whether actively or passively, and escape was ultimately impossible. By the way, Brother Cheng, I found this, Mo Xiao exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if recalling something significant, and promptly handed over a dark tube. Lin Cheng picked it up and his eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a rare treasure. Item name, 4x scope, type, firearm attachment, function, can be mounted on long-range rifles and automatic rifles, providing a 4x magnification for enhanced visibility and improved accuracy at distance. A scope. Those familiar with shooting games would know that such an attachment greatly enhances long-range shooting capability. Without a scope, relying solely on the naked eye to aim resulted in a significantly low probability of hitting the target and posed considerable difficulty. A moment and Apos' inattention could lead not only to failure in hitting the opponent, but also to revealing one and Apos' own position. The first to fire held the advantage. Yet a weaker shooter who failed to hit would merely provide the enemy with an opportunity to react. The greatest drawback of firearms in combat was the scant time afforded to survivors to respond. Conveniently, Lin Cheng possessed the M4A1, allowing for alternating use with the MP7 submachine gun. By adjusting the M4A1 to single-shot mode, it could serve as a long-range rifle. The rationale behind this adjustment was simple. Even in the world of Minecraft, firearms still exhibited recoil, and he could not ascertain his ability to control the weapon with a 4x scope. There existed a substantial difference between this reality and the game. The tremors felt through his arms could easily hinder even an experienced adult from maintaining a steady grip. To prolong his shooting duration, it was prudent to set the weapon to single-shot mode. As long as these items are useful to you, that is sufficient. I was initially inclined to discard them, but I am fortunate I did not, Lin Cheng remarked, his interest in the 4x scope evident. Mo Xiao sighed in relief. The scope and Oppo's utility was immense, permitting them to engage in long-range shooting from a distance approximately 4 times greater than their visible range. Lin Cheng took up the M4A1 equipped with the 4x scope and gazed in the direction of the retreating Thunder Dragon Alliance, only to witness a sight that caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. The Thunder Dragon Alliance, in their retreat, was now hastily returning, and behind them trailed a large swarm of infected. It appeared the world of war was once again spawning infected individuals. They could no longer linger in this location. Quickly retreat. The infected horde is upon us. We must move to the next location to search for supplies. Upon hearing that the horde was returning, Mo Xiao sprinted ahead, nearly outpacing Lin Cheng. With legs pumping, he dashed after Lin Cheng, fearful of lagging behind. Fortunately, this horde of infected was not converging from all directions but rather advancing from a single direction, affording them precious time to escape and seek out their next supply point. Chapter 58. The abandoned hospital. Before them loomed an abandoned hospital. They decided to seek refuge within its walls, simultaneously on the lookout for antibiotics. Lin Cheng extended his hand, gesturing towards the dilapidated structure not far off. The hospital bore numerous gaping holes that were beyond repair. Vines snaked along the walls, and cobwebs hung in the corners, all indicative of its long-standing desolation. Had it been an ordinary restaurant, the thought of hiding inside would have never crossed their minds, for they had ample time before the onslaught of the infected. The perishable nature of food would render the search within fruitless, as valuable items were likely scarce. Conversely, there was a significant probability that corresponding buildings would yield essential supplies. They were not lacking in food for the moment, at least until the expiration date loomed. Should they continue their pursuit of a restaurant for scavenging, it would either be a testament to their overconfidence in luck or a lapse in judgment, pursuing something of little benefit to their current needs. In contrast to food, the shelf life of medications, particularly antibiotics, is considerably longer and more resilient. In the short term, they would not expire, especially given the scarcity of antibiotics at present. Even when scouring for supplies in a war-torn world, one's radiation levels would inevitably escalate. If neglected, such exposure would soon jeopardize their health and well-being. The appearance of the dilapidated hospital was indeed foreboding. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down their spines. Even standing at the threshold, a sense of dread began to swell within. Lin Cheng boldly stepped inside, and a dormant infected in the corner stirred at the sound. He had no desire to engage with it. Raising his MP7 submachine gun, he discharged several rounds. The infected's defenses were woefully inadequate, and it fell lifelessly to the ground, transforming into a handful of experienced orcs. They decided to split up, first clearing the lower floor of infected before proceeding to the second. If the first floor was cleared, there would be no need to ascend further. They could gather materials to seal the breaches. Should the infected horde pass through here, they would strive to remain silent and find a hiding spot, avoiding confrontation whenever possible. Their division of labor proved efficient. After Lin Cheng cleared the first floor, he cast a sweeping glance around the environment. This appeared to be a waiting area, devoid of anything of value besides some decaying structures. Not a single box was in sight, suggesting that any salvageable supplies were likely on the second floor or higher. With ample ammunition at his disposal, even if he were unable to reload in time, he still possessed the cosmic sword as a last resort. Lin Cheng refrained from allowing Mo Xiao to accompany him to the second floor, not only to address the repairs needed on the first floor but also to keep the existence of the cosmic sword a secret. The fewer who knew of its existence, the better. Ideally, he would be the sole keeper of that knowledge, ensuring his safety. On the second floor, the number of infected had noticeably increased. Yet they were merely ordinary infected, posing no significant threat to Lin Cheng. However, the difficulty of clearing them was considerably greater due to the presence of numerous cobwebs in several small rooms. Faced with two choices, he could either meticulously clear the cobwebs or force his way through the walls. Prioritizing safety, he opted for the former, as he remained unaware of the potential threats lurking within the rooms. Should he encounter an elite infected, the situation could swiftly escalate. In a frantic attempt to escape, He could easily become ensnared in the webs, drastically hampering his escape. To save a bit of time at the risk of his safety was not a sound trade. Unless in dire circumstances, Lin Cheng preferred to invest additional time rather than gamble with his life. Fortunately, with the cosmic sword at his side, he felt no pang of regret in clearing the cobwebs. As he approached one of the rooms, the walls suddenly burst open. A colossal infected emerged before him, the butcher. Lin Cheng immediately retreated, recalling the creature's formidable reach and devastating power. Once at a safe distance, he drew his MP7, expecting a straightforward resolution. However, after unleashing a barrage of bullets, he was met with a disconcerting realization. This butcher was immune to firearm damage. This was troubling news. Lin Cheng's gaze fixed on the butcher's massive and grotesque form, its elite attributes materializing in his mind. Indeed, it differed from previous encounters, as this was a butcher endowed with special properties, much like the splitter he had faced before. This butcher possessed two unique attributes: immunity to ranged damage and immunity to explosive damage. These two immunities effectively rendered all ranged attacks futile. Neither bullets nor arrows would inflict harm, and grenades and TNT were also rendered ineffective. In essence, unless engaging in close combat, there was no conceivable way to inflict damage upon the butcher. Lin Cheng deduced that any elite infected could potentially carry special attributes. Though not always, there was an element of randomness to it. For instance, the elite infected he had previously encountered bore no such traits. In retrospect, he had been fortunate. Had he faced a butcher with special properties then, his plans would have been utterly derailed. Switching to the cosmic sword, Lin Cheng braced himself for the inevitable close-quarters confrontation. Given the circumstances, he resolved to step forward and give it a try. After all, in a one-on-one scenario, a mere butcher was unlikely to bring about his demise. The creature's cumbersome bulk might just present an opportunity for him to exploit. Chapter 59. The strange infected before him. The butcher roared with fury, raising his massive axe and effortlessly cleaving a large hole in the wall with a single swing. The shattered blocks tumbled to the ground, and Lin Cheng and Appo's gaze remained fixed on the butcher, anticipating his next assault. Before launching an attack, Lin Cheng needed to ascertain the butcher's frequency and speed of strikes to have a clear understanding of his forthcoming strategy. Relying solely on reckless aggression could very well lead to his downfall. Mo Xiao was of little assistance, as his combat experience was virtually non-existent. Were it not for the M4A1 automatic rifle in his possession, he would likely struggle against even a common infected. The elite infected butcher before them was notably immune to early-stage damage. Allowing Mo Xiao to engage would only result in his demise. Should Mo Xiao perish, the supplies within his backpack would also be lost, and with limited carrying capacity, even the addition of a shulker box might not suffice to transport everything. Overall, he would lose a mobile backpack. Weighing the pros and cons, it was evident that dealing with this formidable foe alone was the most prudent course of action. As the butcher prepared to strike again, Lin Cheng calculated the butcher and Appo's attack speed, one strike every 3 seconds. Moreover, the butcher and Appo's attacks exhibited a distinct wind-up, allowing Lin Cheng to anticipate the assault through its movements. With 3 seconds to spare, even accounting for the time spent maneuvering, he could unleash several strikes in succession. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Cheng grasped the pitch-black sword of universal dominion and charged resolutely toward the butcher, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. The moment he reached 3, Lin Cheng swiftly retreated, denying the butcher any opportunity to land a blow. The butcher and Appo's attack missed once more, its fury rendering it almost deranged. It could not comprehend why this insignificant creature was able to toy with it so effortlessly. With his plan bearing fruit, Lin Cheng finally exhaled in relief. The next step was to slowly wear down the butcher. Provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, he could grind the butcher to death. Given the low intelligence of these infected beings, they would not devise alternative attack strategies. In the repetitive cycle of assault, Lin Cheng raised the sword of universal dominion high, delivering the final blow that would extinguish the butcher and Appo's life. The already swollen body of the butcher expanded further, on the verge of exploding. With abundant experience confronting butchers, Lin Cheng recognized this as the final struggle of the butcher and Appo's corpse. Each butcher, upon defeat, would detonate within seconds, inflicting one last bit of damage on their adversary. Notably, this explosive damage was substantial. Being caught in the blast while in a weakened state could easily result in a one-for-one exchange. Hearing the commotion from above, Mo Xiao rushed up from below. "Brother Cheng, what just happened? I heard a violent explosion." Nothing of consequence. I merely dealt with an elite infected. Lin Cheng seamlessly concealed the sword of universal dominion, sheathing it with such swiftness that Mo Xiao saw naught but a shadow. Is it one of those large creatures we encountered earlier? Indeed, Lin Cheng affirmed with a nod. That is merely one type of elite infected. The exact number of elite infected types remains undetermined. How is the repair of the first floor coming along? It and Oppos, S nearly complete. To preempt any unusual occurrences, I even reinforced areas below 2 blocks thick. Excellent work. Mo Xiao and Amp. Oppos, S approach was indeed commendable. Fortifying the entire abandoned hospital was unrealistic. After all, the hospital boasted 3 stories. And considering approximately 6 blocks on the first floor, it would require reinforcing a total of 18 blocks in height. And this is merely height, not accounting for width. Not to mention that a building must have at least 4 sides. The difficulty and workload were far too immense, rendering such efforts unnecessary. The height of the infected, aside from the butcher, was generally 2 blocks, so fortifying merely 2 blocks in height would still provide a measure of protection. A promising pupil. Meanwhile, outside the abandoned hospital, a cacophony of noises emerged. Lin Cheng peered through the glass window, discovering that the previously sighted horde of infected had arrived. Shall let us remain silent. They have yet to detect us. Although the infected and Oppos' sensory range had increased, Lin Cheng had spotted the horde using a 4x scope, and throughout the encounter, he had remained outside their line of sight. Thus, as long as they refrained from sound, the infected outside would remain undisturbed. Mo Xiao nodded seriously. Being discovered by the infected outside would render them living targets. Lin Cheng, equipped with the 4x scoped M4A1, observed the movements of the infected outside. Suddenly, one of the infected lifted its head sharply, locking eyes with Lin Cheng. Startled, Lin Cheng instinctively withdrew his rifle, pressing against the wall and Oppos' edge, his heart racing. Fortunately, the infected did not spot Lin Cheng, merely gazing around aimlessly. This is utterly exhilarating. What struck Lin Cheng as most peculiar was that these infected continued to linger nearby, showing no signs of departing. He found it perplexing. If they had not been detected, why did this group remain instead of migrating to other locations? Continuing to observe the scene outside through the 4x scope, Lin Cheng made a new discovery. The infected were persistently hovering near an open space, leading him to ponder whether survivors were sheltering beneath that area. This was the only explanation thus far. If survivors were indeed hidden below and were detected by the infected, unless those survivors vacated the area, the infected would remain on alert until a target appeared. Amidst the throng of infected, several butchers suddenly became agitated, pounding the ground violently and causing numerous blocks to fall. This action seemed to serve as a signal, igniting the entire horde of infected. Once quiet, they now roared in fury, mirroring the butcher and Oppos' wrath. Even a fool could deduce that the survivors beneath the ground had performed some action that provoked the infected. Simultaneously, Lin Cheng and Oppos' suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, there were survivors beneath that open space. Chapter 60. Each for their own when disaster strikes. However, Lin Cheng had no intention of venturing out to offer assistance. The danger was too great. Who could know whether the butcher in that open area possessed any special attributes? What if it shared the same immunity to bullets and explosive damage as the one he had encountered earlier? The consequences would be dire. Brother Chum, should we seize this chaos to escape? After all, these infected individuals are not targeting us. If we leave now, we may just evade the peril. Lin Cheng pondered for a moment before replying. The risk of leaving directly is substantial, as some infected are lingering near the hospital. From our vantage point above, there are certain blind spots in our line of sight. It is prudent to avoid venturing out until we ascertain the safety of those areas. But those butchers are still digging, and they have yet to unearth any survivors after such a long time. Since they are unable to find them, let us give them a nudge. Lin Cheng retrieved his last sticky grenade, a perilous opportunity forming in his mind. This grenade was not intended to deter the infected. Rather, it was meant to create a large pit in the area the butchers were excavating. This could hasten the infected and Oppos' discovery of the survivors trapped below. While this course of action might exacerbate the danger for those unacquainted survivors, it remained the only viable solution at hand. If those concealed survivors did not emerge, Lin Cheng would also be trapped in the abandoned hospital. Although the sticky grenade was less powerful than a fragmentation grenade, it still held the potential to create a significant crater. Imo Xiao seemed to grasp Lin Cheng and Appo's plan, as he had always been obedient to Lin Cheng and Appo's strategies. As long as their safety was not jeopardized, they could ignore the existence of other survivors. However, if their safety were at stake, every individual must consider their own well-being. The current environment was hardly conducive to altruism. Moreover, this sticky grenade might not entirely spell doom for the survivors. When the grenade detonated while they were in a secure area, the resulting damage would only eliminate nearby infected, sparing the survivors from harm. In the face of such explosive power, even those who survived would likely emerge gravely wounded. Thus, facilitating the escape of those unfamiliar survivors also laid a foundation for their potential survival. Ultimately, the outcome depended on the survivors and Appo's combat abilities and their capacity for improvisation. With the ominous sticky grenade soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, it finally adhered to one of the butchers. Moments later, a resounding explosion erupted, creating a large pit in the ground and dispatching numerous ordinary infected. However, the butcher still retained a sliver of vitality, though it was surely dwindling. Where did that grenade come from? There was no time to ponder further. The remaining infected had not yet fully encircled them. They needed to escape swiftly. No. You sealed the exit. I haven't gotten out yet. Apologies, brother. I must elevate my position. There was only a narrow passageway available. If they waited for another to be dug, both would perish here. If only one must die to ensure the survival of the other, then at least that sacrifice would not be in vain. Despicable. Did we not agree to support each other and leave together? Promises unfulfilled are merely hollow lies. One must act in their own interest, lest they face dire consequences. Lin Cheng stood by the window, coldly observing the unfolding events. One survivor had sacrificed a companion to buy time for their own escape. Such acts were not unprecedented, yet witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. Imo Xiao stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could a companion commit such an atrocious act? Each individual yearns for survival, uncertain of how long they might endure. Yet the only course of action is to prolong their own existence as much as possible. From a moral standpoint, the survivor and Appo's actions were devoid of humanity. However, in the realm of survival, their choices were not entirely unjustifiable. Lin Cheng and Appo's heart remained unperturbed, instilling a sense of trepidation in Imo Xiao. Brother Cheng, you wouldn't abandon me like that, would you? That would depend on your worth to me, Lin Cheng replied candidly. If you have shown me kindness or possess considerable value, or if I feel a deeper connection, I would certainly consider you in my escape plans. While I may approach matters with logic, I am not devoid of compassion. After all, we are not mere wood and grass, devoid of sentiment. The relationship between Lin Cheng and Imo Xiao was merely that of newly forged partners, lacking depth or the bond of life and death. In the face of calamity, each might indeed prioritize their own survival. Yet Imo Xiao remained resolute, unconvinced that Lin Cheng would so easily abandon him to his fate. If Lin Cheng had truly intended to do so, his life would have already been forfeit during the recent onslaught of infected. The fate of the two survivors below was all too apparent. The first to flee had vanished without a trace, showing no sign of concern. The other, trapped beneath, had just breached the blockage when they were swiftly overwhelmed by a tide of infected. The outcome was grim indeed. Lin Cheng could not bear to watch any longer and shifted his focus to scavenging for supplies on the second floor. He discovered a wealth of medical supplies, though most were remedies for restoring health and alleviating status ailments. For instance, he found several bandages that could temporarily halt any blood loss debuff, such as poisoning, burning, radiation, or hunger. However, their effect lasted only 2 seconds, after which the rate of blood loss would resume as before. While this item held considerable merit, as it could stave off radiation damage for a brief moment, the sheer quantity of bandages required over time was unsustainable for any individual. In other words, if one had so many bandages, how could they possibly be lacking in antibiotics? He located 8 vials of type 1 antibiotics and, without hesitation, shared them equally with Imo Xiao. Given that their radiation levels had already reached 60%, they could not afford to delay their use any longer. Chapter 61. An unusual phenomenon. Even before departing from the war-torn world, my radiation attribute had not reached 100. Once outside, I would inevitably have to utilize it, thereby occupying a valuable slot in my backpack. Whether sooner or later, it must be used. In consideration of the long term, it would be prudent to consume all 8 bottles of type 1 antibiotics at once. Each bottle reduces radiation levels by 10, and with 4 bottles per person, that equates to a 40 reduction. Maintaining radiation levels around 20 should be considered relatively safe. Mo Xiao consumed 4 bottles of type 1 antibiotics. Yet his radiation levels remained around 40. His radiation levels were rather peculiar. In response to Lin Cheng and Appo's puzzled gaze, Mo Xiao bitterly explained, "In truth, I had a radiation level of approximately 40 even before entering the war world. However, I was unable to find any medications to lower it in the main world, which is why I seldom explored urban areas." Lin Cheng nodded, recognizing that someone like Mo Xiao, who was not adept in combat, could not venture out alone to scavenge for supplies. There was a dual concern: the threat of infected individuals attacking and the fear of being ambushed by other survivors. The longer they hesitated, the higher their radiation levels climbed, rendering each foray into the city a gamble. Discovering medications to lower radiation levels would be fortuitous, but failing to do so would equate to a slow demise. Hence, until they had absolute certainty, it was safest to avoid urban exploration. In this light, Mo Xiao and Appo's visit to the military base to seek him out was indeed a gamble for survival. Had he not found the type 1 antibiotics, it was likely that he would not have survived for long. "Knowing your radiation levels are high, why would you still come to the military base to find me?" Lin Cheng inquired. To his surprise, Mo Xiao earnestly replied, "I believe that apart from you, there is no one else I can rely on. Rather than perish in solitude, I would rather strive for a trustworthy companion." It was evident that he had made the right wager. In this abandoned hospital, they had found type 1 antibiotics, and you generously shared 4 bottles with me. Although my radiation levels still hover around 40, it is a significant improvement. Seeing the naive smile on Mo Xiao and Appo's face struck Lin Cheng profoundly. In this world, there truly exist individuals willing to brave danger for their companions. The concept of fate is indeed wondrous. Finding 8 bottles of type 1 antibiotics in a derelict hospital suggests that the probability of antibiotic spawns in the war world is quite high. As they prepared to leave, Lin Cheng resolved to pay close attention to the hospitals along their route, amassing more antibiotics. The shelf life of medications is extensive, and hoarding them would not lead to waste. Even upon returning to the main world, medications that reduce radiation levels remain highly sought after by survivors. However, this scarcity of hospitals in the war world is concerning. Moreover, given Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao and Appo's intended route back, the closer they approached the central area, the more likely they were to encounter other survivors with similar objectives. Generally, unless they were part of a particularly reckless group, solitary survivors would not venture far. The continuous spawning of infected individuals in the war world poses a constant threat, even under the scorching sun, that could easily be surrounded by hordes of the infected. A scenario fraught with peril. Lin Cheng opened the map in his hands, noting that only 800 survivors remained in the war world. This sudden reduction left him perplexed. How could the numbers diminish so drastically in a mere morning? Logically, having endured the most arduous first day and the longest night, one would expect the survivor count to stabilize. Why then such a pronounced fluctuation? This was indeed an abnormal phenomenon. Observing their distance from the portal back to the main world, they had approximately half the journey left. This was slightly faster than anticipated, suggesting overall progress was moving in a favorable direction. Yet, the unexpected smoothness of their journey instilled a sense of unease in Lin Cheng, prompting him to caution Mo Xiao. "Let us remain vigilant of our surroundings. I sense an ominous premonition." The severe decline in survivor numbers could indicate that some nefarious survivor factions were lying in wait near the portal, poised to ambush passing survivors. Mo Xiao and Appo's face registered shock, but he quickly absorbed Lin Cheng and Appo's words, having previously witnessed a survivor abandon their companion as bait. The probability of individuals committing such heinous acts for resources was indeed significant. "There appears to be a watchtower ahead. Should we investigate?" Mo Xiao pointed towards a distant towering structure. "Let us take a look," Lin Cheng replied. Although it deviated from their planned route, after an hour of travel, they had encountered no buildings. With ample space remaining in his backpack and his shadow box, not yet full, entering the war world presented numerous challenges and dangers. If they could not return laden with supplies, it would be difficult to justify the endeavor. As with other structures, the vicinity of the watchtower was teeming with infected individuals, yet they were dormant, evidently devoid of other survivors passing through. "Let me handle these infected. You can search for supplies," Mo Xiao volunteered, grasping his M4A1 rifle and moving toward the infected. Lin Cheng was taken aback by this unexpected display of bravery. For Mo Xiao was not typically inclined towards combat. His sudden initiative was indeed surprising. Emulating Lin Cheng's previous tactics, he aimed for headshots to maximize damage and conserve ammunition. However, due to his limited experience with firearms, his aim was not as precise. After firing 3 shots, he only managed to hit once. These were merely ordinary infected, and such inaccuracy would not cost him his life. Allowing him to practice his combat skills would ultimately benefit them both. As Lin Cheng approached the watchtower, he observed that it was structured into 5 slender levels, with an exceedingly cramped interior. Surprisingly, within this unassuming building, each level housed a supply crate. Chapter 62. The Diamond Longbow. Lin Cheng meticulously opened each of the supply crates, discarding unnecessary trinkets while selecting provisions of utility. After scouring the 5-tiered watchtower, he discovered an abundance of diamonds, nearly half a set, and a substantial number of iron ingots. As for the food within the crates, Lin Cheng had no intention of taking any. Their current stock was already ample. They had found 4 sets of bread, and 2 sets each of carrots and potatoes. Had it not been for the fact that the carrots and potatoes could serve as seeds for cultivation, he would have left those behind as well. The constraints of shelf life undeniably limit survivors' capacity to hoard provisions. In addition to minerals and these common basic supplies, Lin Cheng stumbled upon an intriguing weapon, the diamond longbow. Crafted entirely from diamonds, this bow exuded an aura of opulence. Its sky blue hue transformed into a longbow adorned with vibrant and practical patterns. In the original game, there was but a single type of bow. However, in the advanced versions, crossbows appeared as well. Yet, the creation of bows from minerals undoubtedly falls within the realm of mods, likely a feature of a weapon mod. The durability of the diamond longbow far surpassed that of ordinary bows, and its power enhancements were significant as well. As Lin Cheng toyed with the diamond longbow, a satisfied expression graced his features. While firearms deal considerable damage, they also generate substantial noise, easily attracting nearby survivors. This often results in the awkward predicament of escalating encounters with infected foes. It had been noted before that bows emit no sound upon release, particularly when enchanted with infinity. Possessing just 1 arrow in his inventory allows for limitless shots, provided the bow maintains sufficient durability. However, bows harbor a critical flaw stemming from enchantment conflicts. The experience repair enchantment and the infinity enchantment cannot coexist on a single bow, leading to a choice. Should the bow be optimized for durability or arrows conserved in the inventory? Typically, the majority of survivors would opt for the infinity attribute, as acquiring arrows is rather cumbersome. Crafting them necessitates flint and feathers. While the former is easily obtainable, the latter requires hunting animals such as parrots and chickens. If one could find chickens, they would surely be bred for their eggs rather than slaughtered for arrows. Moreover, the diamond longbow cannot be crafted independently. Once its durability is depleted, it vanishes entirely. Without allowing himself to ponder these taxing considerations, Lin Cheng stowed the diamond longbow away. Solutions to specific problems would arise from careful analysis in due time. Brother Cheng, the number of infected is increasing. We must evacuate swiftly. Mo Xiao called from below the watchtower. Indeed, they were not short on ammunition, but the sheer accumulation of infected was rather alarming. Lin Cheng gazed down from his vantage point. Good heavens! Nearly 100 infected were steadily advancing toward them. Mo Xiao, stationed on the first level of the watchtower, was guarding the entrance with an M4A1 assault rifle. Once the magazine was empty, there would be a moment required for reloading, making continuous fire impossible. If the number of infected grew sufficiently, a single person would struggle to defend the entrance. These are merely ordinary infected. We can drive past them. You go first. I will follow shortly, Lin Cheng declared, and before Mo Xiao could process his words, he leapt from the top of the watchtower. Such a height could surely spell doom for a fully healthy survivor. Just as Mo Xiao thought Lin Cheng was doomed, an astonishing revelation unfolded before his eyes. At the moment Lin Cheng landed, a block of water materialized beneath his feet, and he suffered no harm. Water landing. This maneuver was commonplace among seasoned players, a fundamental technique achievable with adequate reflexes. However, for a novice survivor like Mo Xiao, it was utterly beyond comprehension. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, suspecting a mirage. What are you waiting for? Hurry and retreat. We'll be in trouble if the infected surround us. They're coming. Mo Xiao, filled with questions, swiftly dispatched the few infected before retreating toward Lin Cheng. As Mo Xiao departed, Lin Cheng did not remain idle. He raised his M4A1 equipped with a 4x scope to provide cover. His precise shots ensured that every bullet penetrated the skull of an infected adversary. Although an automatic rifle, Lin Cheng had transformed it into a long-range weapon. According to the map, if they pressed on, they would soon reach an airport where they might discover a vehicle. As he moved, Lin Cheng scrutinized the map, which marked significant structures but lacked detail for smaller buildings. For instance, the turret they had just searched and the abandoned hospital from the morning were entirely unmarked. Brother Cheng, I have a question. If we do find a vehicle, can we bring it back to the main world? Lin Cheng pondered, concluding that the sole prerequisite for transporting a vehicle back to the main world was the ability to traverse a portal. Provided the portal was sufficiently large, it might indeed be possible to return with a vehicle. We can certainly try. Let us see what happens. I must find myself a vehicle. That motorcycle I rode earlier offered no sense of security, Mo Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, a foolish grin adorning his face. It appeared he was already envisioning himself driving a Ferrari with one hand. Lin Cheng could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This fellow's thoughts were often peculiar. The airport is just ahead. Hurry. As Mo Xiao prepared to charge into the airport, Lin Cheng suddenly called out, Wait. Don't rush in. Although Mo Xiao was uncertain of the reason, his trust in Lin Cheng prompted him to return immediately. What is the matter, Brother Cheng? On top of that central building in the airport, I think I just saw a figure move. Chapter 63. The Deadly Strike and the Art of Transformation. The figure moved with remarkable speed, a fleeting presence that I caught sight of for no more than 2 seconds. Lin Cheng, while speaking, retrieved his M4A1 automatic rifle equipped with a 4-fold scope, aiming towards the distant rooftop of a building. With the assistance of the scope, the scene, previously obscured to the naked eye, became strikingly clear. Indeed, on the rooftop, a figure was poised with a long-range sniper rifle, scanning the surroundings. Judging by the weapon's appearance, it appeared to be a Barrett M82A1, a formidable heavy sniper rifle. A single bullet from such a weapon could prove fatal, even to someone clad in diamond armor. However, the ammunition for this heavy sniper rifle is scarce and highly precious, likely acquired from the airport. Even Lin Cheng, the bearer of a full set of diamond armor, would not dare linger in the presence of such a weapon. Peering through the 4-fold scope again, he observed numerous items dropped by the deceased survivors scattered across the ground nearby. The dwindling numbers were undoubtedly linked to this sniper. Yet it was clear that such devastation could not be attributed solely to one individual. He must either have a team behind him or others emulating his lethal methods. As Lin Cheng contemplated his strategy, the sniper suddenly trained his rifle on Lin Cheng and Appo's direction. Their gazes locked in an intense standoff. He had been discovered. The sniper's expression mirrored disbelief, as if he had not anticipated being spotted. Lin Cheng was not foolish enough to engage in a shootout from his position. The sniper held the high ground, affording him a superior vantage point. Although Lin Cheng felt he had concealed himself adequately, the risk of being hit remained substantial. Mo Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, simply following Lin Cheng and shifting positions. Brother Cheng, since the enemy wields a heavy sniper rifle, wouldn't he running around make us easier targets? Mo Xiao inquired. No, the ammunition for such rifles is limited. They would hesitate to waste shots recklessly. Moreover, each shot requires a reloading time, providing us an opportunity to close the distance to the building. What should we do now? Mo Xiao pressed. Lin Cheng paused, glancing at the few ender pearls remaining in his backpack, letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared that these pearls might not serve their purpose any longer. I have a plan. Stay here and wait for me. With an ender pearl in hand, Lin Cheng swiftly made his way to a higher vantage point. This bold move startled Mo Xiao. Having previously leaped from the watchtower and Appo's summit was one thing, but now he was voluntarily exposing himself within the sniper and Appo's range. Not only was Mo Xiao flabbergasted, but the sniper atop the building was equally taken aback. Was this man truly so fatigued that he sought to end his own life? If that were the case, then let it be. At the moment Lin Cheng reached the elevated position, he hurled the ender pearl towards the building with great force. The ender pearl, akin to a projectile, would not land directly atop the roof, but could reach the vicinity below. Simultaneously, Lin Cheng tossed another pearl directly beneath him. The sniper fired a shot. Yet, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. Lin Cheng vanished from sight, leaving only a faint lavender haze in his wake. According to the mechanics of the ender pearl, as long as it made contact with any entity, the user would be teleported. Thus, even with 2 pearls thrown in succession, he would teleport to the first entity encountered. This did not hinder the trajectory of the pearl he had thrown earlier. Just as the sniper prepared his ammunition and aimed at Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppo's former position, he was astounded to discover that the target had vanished. From Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's perspective, it was undeniably evident that Lin Cheng had seamlessly transitioned between two locations in the blink of an eye. Such feats seemed utterly impossible. Had he not witnessed it himself, Mo Xiao would never have believed that someone could teleport. Brother Cheng, you're incredibly impressive. At that moment, Lin Cheng found himself at the base of the building, raising the Ender Pearl in his hand and hurling it once more. Taking into account the arc of the Pearl's flight, he adjusted his angle toward the building, ensuring the Pearl would land directly upon the rooftop. Mere moments later, Lin Cheng teleported again. This time, he materialized directly behind the sniper, who remained oblivious to his presence. As the man sought out his elusive enemy with the heavy sniper rifle, the very adversary he sought now stood behind him. The game is over. Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppo's voice echoed eerily from behind. The sniper trembled, turning to confront Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppo's icy visage. Impossible. How did you ascend? Your curiosity regarding my ascent is irrelevant. What you must know is to avoid provoking those who should not be trifled with, lest you hasten your own demise. He raised his weapon, fired, and struck with deadly precision, a seamless execution. The advantages of the MP7 submachine gun at close range are unparalleled by ordinary firearms. After dispatching the sniper, Lin Cheng did not immediately allow Mo Xiao to enter the airport's vicinity. Instead, he collected the last 2 rounds of heavy sniper ammunition dropped by the sniper and took cover at the spot from which the sniper had just fired. Surveying the airport and Oppo's expanse, Lin Cheng needed to ascertain one critical detail. If other survivors were present within the airport, it would imply a team dynamic. To secure the airport, absolute safety was paramount. The Barrett M82A1's mounted scope was merely a standard 4-fold lens. Undoubtedly, this position offered a strategic advantage. With minimal blind spots aside from some structures, the perimeter fence of the airport was merely an ordinary iron barrier, easily allowing a view of the survivors and Oppo's positions. Upon surveying the area, Lin Cheng concluded that aside from himself and Mo Xiao, no other living survivors remained at the airport. This individual was indeed alone. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Cheng. The ground bore numerous dropped supplies, suggesting that the sniper's motive for killing other survivors was not for resources, but rather a twisted hunger for bloodshed. Chapter 64. The unfounded hypothesis: if the intent was to seize resources, at the very least, a purpose would exist. Each individual must consider their future survival, whether it be the immediate need for supplies or the necessities for future existence. Ultimately, the aim is merely to endure. However, the notion of killing for the sake of killing, what distinguishes this from the actions of a demon? Lin Cheng found it difficult to comprehend, yet he took solace in the belief that evil begets retribution. After all, this scoundrel had encountered him. The expenditure of 3 Ender Pearls had caused him considerable distress. Yet, had he not utilized these 3 precious pearls, he might have been unable to approach the building, let alone eliminate this malevolent entity. Exchanging 3 Ender Pearls for a Barrett M82A1 was undoubtedly a lucrative transaction. Furthermore, this formidable sniper rifle came with 2 additional rounds, providing him with a total of 3 opportunities to fire. The operation of the Barrett M82A1 is somewhat cumbersome. It cannot be wielded freely and must be fixed in place due to its significant weight, rendering movement nearly impossible, and its recoil is astonishingly powerful. After stowing the Barrett M82A1 in his backpack, Lin Cheng signaled for Mo Xiao to enter the airport's vicinity. The two did not rush to locate a vehicle, nor did they search the airport building for supplies. Instead, they methodically sifted through the items dropped by the deceased survivors in the open spaces. The quantity of resources on the ground far exceeded their expectations. A mere stroll yielded a backpack full of items, though most were of little immediate use. To prevent others from reaping the rewards of their labor, Lin Cheng devised a plan to eliminate future complications. He dug a deep pit and buried the surplus supplies within. This seemed the safest course of action given that he lacked lava to obliterate the items entirely. It was unlikely that any survivor would be idle enough to dig randomly in the airport's open spaces, as the only structure present was the airport terminal, surrounded entirely by vacant land. Digging aimlessly in broad daylight would either mark one as a fool or a madman. With the issue of resources resolved, The next question revolved around their core necessity, transportation. Given the name of this location, airport, there was a possibility of acquiring a helicopter or other aircraft. However, Lin Cheng harbored little hope. Even if such vehicles existed, their fuel consumption would be exorbitant, far beyond what his limited supply of gasoline could sustain. Brother Cheng, there appears to be a drivable vehicle ahead, somewhat akin to the jeep you previously operated. Mo Xiao and Apos. Exclamation prompted Lin Cheng to hasten toward the indicated direction. Indeed, it was a jeep, identical in appearance to his own, making differentiation impossible. Fortune smiled upon them, for they had indeed found a vehicle. First, they needed to check the fuel level. If it was empty, their next task would involve searching for gasoline. Mo Xiao quickly nodded and climbed into the vehicle to assess its condition, his expression shifting from tense to jubilant. Brother Cheng, this jeep is fully fueled. It seems we won and Apos. Need to search for oil cans anytime soon. Lin Cheng was already accustomed to such strokes of luck. Mo Xiao's fortune was beyond ordinary. With him by his side, it felt as though an auspicious charm accompanied their journey, often leading to fortuitous events. Having acquired the jeep, their speed toward the portal would undoubtedly increase. Shall we attempt to make the crossing tonight? Lin Cheng pondered briefly and deemed it a viable option. After all, the infected in the war-torn world refresh incessantly, with little distinction between day and night, save for the issue of temperature. As long as they could maintain warmth, the remaining challenges would be easily surmountable. Yet, this seemingly trivial temperature dilemma posed a substantial challenge for Lin Cheng. To sustain warmth, only two methods remained: proximity to lava or the continuous operation of a furnace. However, neither could be feasibly implemented within the confines of the jeep. They could not simply place lava inside the vehicle, as this would inevitably degrade its durability. The risk of a catastrophic explosion loomed large, and should they find themselves airborne, their fates would be dire. As for placing a furnace in the jeep, such a possibility was non-existent. A furnace is a solid block and cannot be accommodated within the vehicle. Moreover, no physical blocks could be stored in the jeep. Thus, the two methods of warmth were rendered impractical. If they could not resolve the temperature issue, they would have to remain inactive at night, utilizing daylight to advance as far as possible. Unless a third method of heating could be discovered, the previous hypothesis would remain unviable. Mo Xiao immediately wilted, feeling as deflated as a frostbitten plant, for no third method had yet been uncovered. He could not conjure a solution from thin air. Nevertheless, possessing a vehicle would indeed expedite their journey. Even if they had to find a place to rest tonight, they could reduce their travel time by at least half. If all went smoothly, they should reach the portal by noon the following day. Reaching the main world's portal did not necessarily guarantee a safe return to their realm. Lin Cheng gently shook his head, speaking earnestly. The sniper we encountered today had ulterior motives. In a vast forest, one can find all manner of birds. It is inevitable that similar individuals will emerge. Mention of the sniper sent a chill down Mo Xiao's spine. He had learned from Lin Cheng of the sniper's selfish intentions, which had cost many innocent survivors their lives. Let us move. We have no time to ponder life's mysteries. We must act swiftly. Lin Cheng checked his backpack to ensure no essential items had been inadvertently discarded. It would be a grave loss to let a hard-won opportunity slip away. Brother Cheng, may I drive? I've never had the chance to drive properly. Certainly. I'll study the map while you take the wheel. Lin Cheng initially dismissed the request until Chapter 65, Erecting a Temporary Dwelling. Cheng, this is the accelerator. And this is the brake, correct? You Haven and Apos, driven before, have you? Mo Xiao inquired, scratching the back of his head and smiling sheepishly. I wouldn't and Apos, put it that way. I did take the driving test some time ago, but I Haven and Apos, driven in ages. I still remember the basics. Though navigating through such complex terrain might be a tad bumpy. With that reassurance, Lin Cheng felt a bit more at ease. After all, a licensed driver shouldn't and Apos, be too incompetent behind the wheel. However, the ensuing road conditions nearly made him regurgitate his dinner from the previous night. What should have been a flat plain was transformed into the jarring undulations of mountainous terrain under Mo Xiao's control. There were several close calls where they almost collided with innocent rubber trees. Lin Cheng, seated beside him, found that even with his eyes closed, he would likely be tossed about to the point of dizziness. Noticing Lin Cheng and Apos' scrutinizing gaze, Mo Xiao chuckled lightly. Don and Apos, worry, once I familiarize myself with the environment. The ride one and Apos, be so bumpy. Fortunately, as Mo Xiao predicted, This tumultuous experience did not persist for long. After approximately 10 minutes, he had grasped the nuances of driving, and the journey became significantly smoother. Nonetheless, this improvement did little to disguise his fundamentally poor driving skills. As they ventured closer to the center, the number of survivors increased, all with a singular objective: to reach the main world and Apos' teleportation hub. Their aims were aligned, and in the absence of conflicting interests, very few would dare to attack nearby survivors. For here, they faced the imminent threat of a massive horde of infected. At that juncture, all survivors would need to band together, as relying on an individual alone would prove perilous. Lin Cheng speculated whether there might be restrictions at the main world's teleportation portal, certain conditions that must be met to return to the main world. If that were indeed the case, the stakes of entering this war-torn realm would only heighten. While resources here were undeniably abundant, the risks involved far surpassed anything the main world could muster. "Hey, brothers, need a ride? I can offer you protection," shouted a burly man with a full beard from a distance. "Your jeep can accommodate 4, and I happen to have 2 companions. Let's band together for warmth and mutual benefit. Although I don't possess heavy weaponry, I do have an automatic rifle, and my friend here has a submachine gun. Our ammunition is just sufficient to fend off a wave of infected." Regardless of his entreaties, Lin Cheng maintained an impassive demeanor. Trusting strangers in a war-torn world often led only to a dead end. Even the closest of allies could betray one. So placing faith in these transient acquaintances was out of the question. Ignore him. Let us move on. The teleportation portal is not far off. Let us avoid any unnecessary complications. Imo Xiao understood the stakes and accelerated the vehicle. As they departed, the bearded man's smile gradually faded, replaced by an ominous scowl. "These two pray 1T take the bait. If soft approaches fail, I shall resort to force." Informed Apeng that fresh quarry has entered his hunting ground. It seems they have gathered a substantial amount of supplies. Whether they live or die is inconsequential, but we must preserve that vehicle intact. With idle time on his hands, Lin Cheng began observing the weary survivors passing by. Their faces bore the marks of exhaustion, clear indicators of the toll taken by their trials in this war-torn world. This was the standard state. Anyone appearing unfazed, with a cheerful countenance, would undoubtedly be a severe threat. After all, anyone who had traversed from afar would have encountered at least 1 or 2 waves of infected. The experience of being pursued by such hordes was far from pleasant, and those who survived would possess a keen understanding of the infected's attack patterns or wield sufficient firepower to repel the onslaught. However, most of those who appeared unspent were likely engaged in hunting other survivors for resources. In this harsh environment, it was difficult to discern right from wrong. Merely differing perspectives defined their stances. Not just they, but many survivors were steering vehicles toward the main world's teleportation portal. Around 10% had managed to acquire transportation. Among the remaining hundreds, this was an unexpectedly high figure. If this multitude of vehicles could successfully pass through the portal back to the main world, the circulation of vehicles there would undoubtedly reach a new zenith. Time passed more swiftly than anticipated. It was now 5 p.m., with less than an hour remaining until nightfall. Numerous survivors had begun to settle, erecting small makeshift shelters nearby, seemingly intending to band together for warmth. Although there was no overt communication, such arrangements were often tacitly understood. To survive, those camped nearby could not afford internal strife. They needed to conserve all their ammunition for the impending threat of the infected. Lin Cheng understood the rationale behind the survivors constructing surface dwellings. In large numbers, even if they burrowed underground, they could not entirely evade detection by the prowling infected. Moreover, leaving their vehicles above ground introduced uncertainty, with the risk of theft by other survivors. Thus, some survivors with vehicles opted to build surface structures. Once one person initiated the endeavor, others naturally followed suit. The number of these simple shelters increased, providing just enough space for rest. Akin to tents in the real world, should one abandon them, there would be little emotional attachment. "We should build one too, to protect this vehicle." After Imo Xiao brought the vehicle to a stop, Lin Cheng leaped from the passenger seat and began to survey the area for a simple layout. Their temporary dwelling would not need to be particularly large. It merely needed to accommodate the vehicle and the two of them. Naturally, for safety's sake, constructing walls of about 3 layers in thickness would be prudent. Chapter 66. The fundamental qualities of the building materials utilized were, of course, the most common round stones, all of which had been excavated the previous day. rather than allowing them to languish in the backpack. It was far more prudent to employ them in constructing a temporary shelter. However, the scant quantity of round stones stored in the backpack was insufficient for erecting a 3-layer thick refuge. Consequently, the necessity to source materials locally arose. Digging elsewhere would prove laborious and time-consuming, so it was wiser to excavate directly beneath their feet. Mo Xiao was, naturally, to assume the role of laborer, as he was utterly unversed in construction. With Lin Cheng present to design the structure of the temporary abode, Mo Xiao needed only to transport materials. Their division of labor was quite clear, and in approximately 10 minutes, they had completed their makeshift shelter. However, this entirely enclosed box-like structure posed significant safety risks, as it obscured their view of the outside world. Should a bullet find its way through a gap on the second layer, they could easily become victims of an unexpected assault by other survivors. Even though the current consensus was to huddle together for warmth, one must remain vigilant. The heart that harbors malice should not be underestimated. A modicum of caution is always beneficial. Glancing at the time, they had roughly 20 minutes before nightfall. Some sand could be excavated from a nearby area, and since the furnace was idle, it would be wise to utilize it to produce some glass. With glass in hand, they could shield themselves from potential incoming bullets while simultaneously observing the external situation, thus preventing their shelter from being surrounded without their knowledge. Mo Xiao, I have a task for you. Do you see that pool of water to the northwest? There is some sand along its edges. Bring back a bit. Lin Cheng stated, leaving the quantity to Mo Xiao's discretion. Mo Xiao, observing the throngs of survivors outside, hesitantly pointed to himself. Brother Cheng, are you certain you want me to go alone? What if someone has ill intentions and ambushes me? That would be disastrous. If I follow you, who would watch our home? Lin Cheng chuckled. What could a single man do against you? Coughing slightly, Mo Xiao's face flushed as he took the iron shovel from his backpack, ready to depart. Just before night descended, he returned with a substantial amount of sand. After estimating the furnace's operational time, they realized they had ample time to make modifications. Although their stay was temporary, ensuring safety for the night was paramount. As the furnace ignited, the sand slowly transformed into glass. To observe the outside without revealing their presence, they devised a simple solution, placing a layer of blocks in front of the inner glass. When they desired to view the outside, they could simply remove these blocks. While this method was somewhat cumbersome, it was currently the only viable option. The transparency of glass is relative. What can be seen from inside can also be observed from outside. As the clock struck 6, nearby survivors began to light fires for warmth. This marked Lin Cheng and Appo's first night spent alongside so many other survivors since entering this digitized world. Friends from various regions, many of whom had not engaged with strangers in quite some time, saw this as an opportune moment to converse and alleviate their boredom. I encourage everyone to refrain from actions that may endanger fellow survivors. Our ultimate goal is to persevere together. Someone called out, prompting a chorus of agreement from those who felt stifled. The sentiment resonated, as they all acknowledged their shared experiences as survivors thrust into this digital realm. I believe that if we unite, defeating the mindless infected will pose no challenge. With the advent of this war-torn world, there was no longer a need to scramble for resources in the main world. They should strive to suppress their darker impulses and survive together. Tonight presented a chance for transformation, setting aside defenses and sharing survival strategies. While the outside world buzzed with animated conversation, Lin Cheng remained silent, methodically organizing his supplies. Mo Xiao, following suit, emulated Lin Cheng and Appo's meticulousness in cataloging their provisions. Brother Cheng, do you feel as though you Don and Appo's trust the other survivors? Mo Xiao inquired. Not distrust, merely vigilance. Lin Cheng replied, placing some valuable items into a shulker box while glancing at Mo Xiao. Understand this, when everyone is striving to survive, no one approaches you with genuine goodwill devoid of ulterior motives. Any calculated gesture is driven by purpose, whether that purpose is noble or not. Maintaining a sense of caution is always wise. Mo Xiao recognized the truth in Lin Cheng and Appo's words, considering the survivors outside who appeared to share a deep camaraderie. Yet, when danger loomed, they would likely abandon one another. In this moment, concealed within their temporary shelters, the sincerity of their intentions was difficult to ascertain. Lin Cheng and Appo's unwavering rationality commanded Mo Xiao and Appo's respect, as he maintained clarity amidst chaos. This seemingly simple feat was, in reality, exceedingly difficult. Few could ensure they remain untempted by external influences. Yet Lin Cheng saw through the superficial allure to grasp the underlying essence. Strength. This was the quality a true warrior must possess. Ah, Brother Cheng, rest assured, my intentions in approaching you stem from a desire for companionship. My disposition differs from yours. I fear that solitude would drive me to madness, as such profound loneliness is unbearable. Mo Xiao and Apos. S gaze suddenly hardened. From the moment you agreed to take me along, our fates became intertwined. Should anyone wish to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. As Lin Cheng organized his backpack, a shiver coursed through him. He had nearly deciphered Mo Xiao and Apos' character. Though he appeared carefree, he harbored a deep-seated fear of solitude and a particular obsession with certain matters. Chapter 67. A premeditated plunder, however. This may not be a misfortune for him. As Mo Xiao has indicated, their fates are now intertwined. Enough of this emotional display between two grown men. This time, the war has yielded a bountiful harvest. Pray tell, how much have you gathered? Upon mentioning the collection of supplies, Mo Xiao began to count meticulously on his fingers. I currently possess 5 sets of 56mm ammunition, 3 sets of 7.62mm, and 2 sets of 9mm. Additionally, I have 4 sets of bread, 1 set of carrots, 1 set of potatoes, and 3 sets of wheat seeds. The remaining items are minerals, along with some weapons you advised against discarding, such as iron spears, iron battle axes, and iron boomerangs. Lin Cheng gazed at Mo Xiao, momentarily taken aback for about 5 seconds. I fail to comprehend why you would bring those weapons along. Although they cannot be synthesized, their practical significance appears minimal. I simply wish to gather them. In case of future need, I could readily utilize them, Mo Xiao replied earnestly. I have an M4A1 assault rifle, which should suffice, and I possess ample ammunition and food. We need not search for wheat seeds next time. It would be more beneficial to cultivate potatoes, which yield greater returns. Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. I merely believe we ought to maintain a balanced diet. Subsisting solely on potatoes is not viable. We must have some staple food to fill our bellies. Lin Cheng felt his expression muscles becoming increasingly strained. However, retaining a greater quantity of wheat seeds could indeed prove advantageous, as they serve a purpose beyond mere planting. They can also be used to breed chickens. If he manages to catch 2, it is tantamount to acquiring an endless supply of chicken meat. Periodically, he could use seeds to facilitate the breeding of 2 chickens, which would lay eggs. If the eggs were cast upon the ground, there exists a chance they would hatch into chicks, thus creating a continuous accumulation. Would he then have to worry about chicken meat and feathers? It is imperative to retain the wheat seeds. Even when planting, one should not sow them all at once, for they may serve other purposes in the future. To be prudent, Lin Cheng felt the need to remind Mo Xiao, for this fellow often undertakes actions he cannot comprehend. Brother Cheng, there is something I have been exceedingly curious about, though I am uncertain whether I should voice it. Then do not speak of it. Ah, just a jest. Speak your mind. How do you possess such an abundance of survival knowledge? If it were merely through trial and error, you would not know so much. Lin Cheng and Apos' gaze flickered as he pondered how to respond, for he could not very well admit that he was a time traveler who had played a game identical to their current survival scenario. I shall not conceal it from you. When the world was first virtualized, I fortuitously acquired a book that contained a portion of survival knowledge. Upon opening it, all the information instantly coalesced in my mind, and the book subsequently vanished. Lin Cheng fabricated an excuse, for the notion of events becoming data was inherently unbelievable. In such a context, any impossibility could indeed transpire. Thus, Mo Xiao harbored no substantial doubt, especially given Lin Cheng and Apos' earnest demeanor during his explanation. Now I understand. You must keep the secret for me. That book may be unique to my possession, or perhaps only a select few have it. Fear not, Brother Cheng, I shall safeguard your secret with utmost diligence. Besides, I am not one to gossip. To demonstrate his sincerity, Mo Xiao pounded his chest decisively. Seeing that Mo Xiao had taken him at his word, Lin Cheng discreetly sighed in relief. Since meeting Mo Xiao, his skills in deception had undoubtedly improved. The idle chatter outside continued, but soon the light-hearted conversation came to an abrupt halt. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The infected horde is upon us. Everyone, be cautious." Lin Cheng had intended to take a brief rest, but the urgency of the situation jolted him awake, prompting him to nudge the drowsy Mo Xiao beside him. Awake. It seems we are facing an infected horde. Boom. The sound of an explosion quickly overwhelmed Lin Cheng and Apos' voice. Mo Xiao sprang to his feet, alert and scanning his surroundings. Arm yourself. We must be prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. Lin Cheng carved an escape route into the wall, turning to instruct Mo Xiao. Pay attention to my signals. Should the situation escalate, we will flee by vehicle. Remaining here is far too chaotic. Mo Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation. The greater the number of survivors, the more likely they were to attract the infected. Who knows how many lurk outside now? After establishing a temporary shelter, Lin Cheng's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. In every direction, the infected were swarming. A portion of survivors had surged forward to begin shooting at the infected, yet they were vastly outnumbered. Some survivors wielding grenades did not hesitate to unleash their firepower against the infected. This appeared to be a united front, as everyone sought to endure the oncoming horde. However, lurking in the shadows were numerous hypocrites, stealthily pilfering from other supplies. Lin Cheng spotted several dubious survivors sneaking into makeshift shelters, evidently plotting to steal vehicles. Some car thieves, when discovered, resorted to desperate measures, hitting the brakes of the vehicle's rightful owner while simultaneously looting supplies. Lin Cheng's understanding crystallized. The very individual who had first spoken may well have been one of the vehicle thieves. They sought to bolster the survivors' morale and collective hope for survival. Thus, when the infected horde descended, they could exploit the distraction to pilfer supplies. This was a premeditated heist, despicable and shameless. It is possible that these infected individuals were intentionally lured by that group, for all were confined within their shelters, oblivious to the external chaos. With little time for contemplation, Lin Cheng focused solely on retreating swiftly, for if his suspicions were confirmed, the consequences would be dire. These nearby survivors were likely being targeted as prey by the culprits. Chapter 68, A Glimmer of Hope considering the worst-case scenario. It was even possible that their position had been preemptively rigged with explosives. This group was intent on killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, regardless of their motivations. Lin Cheng could only ascertain one thing: it was unwise to linger here. He could not afford to dismiss even the slightest possibility of danger. After all, life is fleeting. Should he perish in this war-torn world, he would not only lose all his levels, but also forfeit every item he possessed. Such a loss would be devastating, for his entire fortune resided within his backpack, particularly the shadow box. Losing it would be an irreparable blow. Mo Xiao, we cannot tarry here. We must leave at once. This place is far too perilous. Mo Xiao had always been obedient to Lin Cheng, placing unwavering trust in him. Without questioning, she swiftly excavated an opening large enough for their vehicle to pass through. Where are you two planning to go? Everyone is fighting off the infected. It's unwise to abandon your posts. From an unseen angle, a man emerged, a mocking expression etched upon his face as he fixed his gaze on Lin Cheng, as though he were prey. Following him, 6 other survivors appeared, all armed and ready. Lin Cheng's expression darkened. The appearance of these 7 survivors confirmed his earlier suspicions. It was indeed a conspiracy. How despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics to seize the possessions of others. In this world, the concept of morality had all but vanished. To survive, one must be more ruthless than others. I've had my eye on you. Clearly, you possess valuable resources. There is no way I would let you leave easily. Suddenly, Lin Cheng recalled something. Could these individuals be affiliated with the burly man who had obstructed their path earlier? Hand over everything you have, and perhaps you might yet see a sliver of mercy. What a naive thought. Lin Cheng was in close proximity to the driver's seat of the Jeep. He leaped into it, and Mo Xiao instinctively understood, taking the passenger seat. The vehicle had a degree of durability. Even if they were shot at, it would not explode immediately. This brief window of time was their only chance to escape. Lingering any longer would result in them being encircled. Looks like you've chosen to disrespect the warning. Prepare for the consequences. The sounds of gunfire erupted as bullets ricocheted off the Jeep's metal frame, sparks flying in the darkness like fleeting stars. With a deft maneuver, Lin Cheng executed a perfect drift, breaking free from the encirclement, inadvertently sending one of the survivors flying in the process. Yet, in those fleeting seconds, the Jeep's durability dwindled to a mere fifth. If they were struck again, both man and machine would likely meet a fiery end. Not only was the vehicle under fire, but both Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao suffered minor injuries from the stray bullets. Mo Xiao, take the wheel. Lin Cheng swiftly vacated the driver's seat, knowing that even without a driver, the Jeep would continue moving forward for a short while due to its momentum. Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden command, but quickly regained his composure. Brother Cheng, could you perhaps give me a heads up next time? Such abrupt orders are quite disorienting. Absolutely. From his backpack, Lin Cheng retrieved the Barrett M82A1. Though he had only 3 rounds, he was determined to make each shot count. The man who had spoken earlier clearly held some status within this sinister group. He would eliminate him first. Such a loathsome character deserved no mercy. Every encounter would warrant a death sentence. With the 4 times magnification scope engaged, Lin Cheng aimed carefully. Although the bumpy terrain would affect accuracy, the open ground before him rendered his target as good as a live target. Aim. Fire. As a heavy sniper rifle, the Barrett M82A1 possessed astounding penetration and power. With a single bullet, he struck down not just the intended target but also a survivor behind him. Double kill. Wait, how did 1 bullet take out 2? Quickly. Report this to the leader. We cannot let them escape. Frustration surged within Lin Cheng as he satisfiedly stowed away the Barrett M82A1. His goal was solely to eliminate the leader. The lesser henchmen were insignificant. Moreover, with only 2 rounds remaining, he could not afford to waste them unnecessarily. However, the fact that 1 bullet had felled 2 targets exceeded his expectations. Traveling by night was unwise. So Lin Cheng directed Mo Shao to find a relatively safe location where they could dig a temporary shelter for warmth. As for the jeep, they would have to park it discreetly for the time being. It was a necessary compromise. The jeep's ability to ascend inclines was limited. While it could manage some slopes, venturing underground would make extraction exceedingly difficult. Brother Cheng, why did those people ambush us amidst the chaos? Isn't it obvious? They wanted our supplies. Their goal is to eliminate survivors. Mo Shao shivered at the thought. No one could have imagined that mere moments ago. They were chatting amicably with what could rapidly become enemies wielding blades. Even those who had relied on them for resources had turned into robbers. Sighing, Lin Cheng gazed into the flickering flames, a sense of desolation washing over him. Trust among survivors was already a rarity. After this dreadful encounter, any remaining shred of faith had surely disintegrated. While he did not advocate for unity, humans are inherently social beings. Surviving alone was a precarious endeavor. The sheer loneliness could obliterate one's psychological defenses, leaving them utterly vulnerable. Chapter 69. The virtual speed and passion. It is one thing for this group of individuals to engage in such activities in the primary world. But this is a war-torn realm. Each person's capacity for storage is limited, and any surplus items cannot be transported back to the primary world. Their actions not only devastate the scant trust that survivors hold, but also sever the flow of resources to the primary world. This time, many survivors return empty-handed from their expedition in the war world, and some even lose their levels. Those with lower levels may even lose their lives as a consequence. It is not that Lin Cheng is overly pessimistic. Rather, this poses a significant setback for the development of survivors across the globe. Moreover, Lin Cheng has discerned a troubling clue. He has never encountered survivors from outside his own region. Logically, after the world became data-driven, the human population should only increase, not decrease. Even with many being slain by the infected, it should not result in such a scarcity of individuals. This suggests that the war world is not global in scope. It must pertain to a specific region, a singular war world. Whether a worldwide war world will emerge in the future remains uncertain. Time ticks away, with just over an hour until dawn. Lin Cheng and Mo Shao take turns observing through the scope, vigilant against the approach of pursuers. They anticipated a mundane passage of time, yet what was inevitable soon approached. With merely 20 minutes left until midnight, a convoy of vehicles sped toward them from the distance. Brother Cheng, we are in trouble. A convoy is coming from the west, and it appears to comprise at least 5 jeeps with around 20 individuals. Lin Cheng inhaled deeply, having foreseen this outcome. While the night indeed lowers temperatures, the opposing party must be utilizing a unique strategy. They likely travel for a distance before disembarking to set up a furnace for warmth. This method, though cumbersome, allows for some travel. It is feasible when numbers are ample, but with fewer individuals, it becomes perilous. Stopping could invite ambushes from other survivors or the infected. Moreover, the restoration of warmth requires time. One cannot expect immediate results from merely placing a furnace down. This is one of the reasons Lin Cheng opted not to pursue this method of travel. Let us adhere to the old strategy. You drive ahead, and I will provide sniper support from behind. However, this time, Lin Cheng would not employ the Barrett M82A1 for shooting. He reserved his last 2 bullets for critical moments, deeming the pursuit of these relentless foes unworthy of such ammunition. Instead, he would use the M4A1 assault rifle, which conveniently comes equipped with a 4-time scope. As the engine roared to life, the adversaries, upon spotting them, accelerated with fervor, akin to hungry wolves chasing sheep. "We spotted them. The boss has ordered that neither of them escapes. Capture them at all costs. We want them alive or dead. We demand the loot." Lin Cheng felt a surge of murderous intent as he observed their relentless pursuit. His aim would not merely be to hit any target. His priority was to eliminate those aiming weapons at him, followed by targeting the tires of their vehicles. Blowing out a tire could impede four pursuers, while hitting a person would only halt one. In terms of ammunition expenditure versus damage inflicted, targeting the vehicles was evidently more advantageous. Several shots rang out, yet none succeeded in puncturing the tires of the Jeep, while their own vehicle's durability diminished further. How he wished for a grenade at that moment. Lin Cheng took a deep breath, contemplating possible strategies. Since pinpoint destruction was unattainable, he decided to activate automatic fire and unleash a barrage. Between being captured and expending ammunition, Lin Cheng resolutely opted for the latter. Bullets poured forth from his weapon as he targeted the foremost vehicle of the enemy convoy. The stockpile of 5.56mm ammunition in his backpack dwindled at a visible pace. Meanwhile, the opposing team frantically returned fire. To avoid being hit, Mo Xiao maneuvered the vehicle in an S-curve, complicating Lin Cheng's aiming process. Amidst the exchange of gunfire, Lin Cheng demonstrated superior skill, successfully blowing out the tire of the lead vehicle. Though only one tire was destroyed, it was sufficient to destabilize the vehicle, causing it to collide with those behind it. This singular act significantly slowed their pursuers. However, Lin Cheng's own Jeep was left with barely any durability remaining. Should it be hit again, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, the temperature within their vehicle plummeted, having been in motion for some time. At this rate, if they did not find a place to stop and raise the temperature within 2 minutes, they risked freezing to death. Yet, Lin Cheng exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he remained patient. The rate of temperature decline was uniform among all, and as their warmth dwindled, the pursuers would surely experience a similar drop. Their temperature must be lower than theirs, and even if they succumbed to the cold, it would likely be the pursuers who perished first. As Lin Cheng had anticipated, the enemy's pursuit eventually halted, and they hurriedly set up a furnace on the ground. However, this decision relinquished all initiative to Lin Cheng. With an M4A1 in one hand and an MP7 submachine gun in the other, accuracy was no longer a concern. No matter how the adversaries attempted to evade, they could not escape the furnace's radius. They were akin to rabbits ensnared within the unyielding gaze of a hawk. Utterly devoid of defensive capability, he unleashed a torrent of fire, depleting his ammunition. Reloading, he continued the onslaught. In this relentless cycle, the health and numbers of the pursuers were significantly diminished. They began to falter, realizing that this opponent was exceptionally formidable. Once Lin Cheng confirmed that the enemy had lost their capacity to chase, he instructed Mo Xiao to accelerate forward. They had to consider the issue of temperature as well. Chapter 70. The final sprint. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained until dawn. The glow of the furnace gradually dispelled the surrounding darkness, and the temperature began to rise. "Brother Cheng, what if they continue to pursue us? Then we'll eliminate them all." Lin Cheng and Appo's voice was devoid of warmth, as cold as the frost of millennia. Their condition must be dire. Even if they managed to recover some health through increased satiety, the durability of their gear would be severely diminished. The equipment they wore was merely the most basic iron gear, vastly inferior in durability compared to diamond sets, and they lacked any enchantments. Moreover, we had already distanced ourselves considerably. If they persist in their pursuit, they might encounter dangers beyond our own. What should we do next? Mo Xiao suddenly felt a pang of confusion. If no survivors in the world could trust one another, it would indeed be troublesome. Upon returning to the main world, the opponents had not seen my name, nor had I seen theirs. If we were to cross paths again, I would find a way to annihilate them all. Lin Cheng had no desire to be a savior, but he could not stand idly by while the order of the world crumbled. After all, he would still rely on trade to acquire the necessities he required. If all survivors fell into a crisis of trust, trade would become impossible. Relying solely on himself to gather various resources would not only consume vast amounts of time and energy, but also expose him to countless unforeseen dangers. Beyond stabilizing the order of trade, Lin Cheng harbored a small, selfish desire. By eliminating those individuals, he could seize all the resources they had previously intercepted, thereby elevating his stockpile to unprecedented heights. As expected, the pursuing foes ceased their chase. They must have considered the difficulty of dealing with Lin Cheng. Unfortunately for them, They likely did not anticipate that the durability of the jeep he was driving was nearly depleted. Had they continued their pursuit, Lin Cheng would have no choice but to retreat into the nearby mountainous terrain and engage them there. At present, it was uncertain how much damage an explosion from the vehicle would cause, but one thing was clear: obliterating a nearly defeated survivor would pose no challenge. After retrieving a few pieces of bread from his pocket and filling his stomach, Lin Cheng glanced at the time. Only 1 minute remained until dawn. He began to gather his belongings, preparing to depart. We needed to reach the vicinity of the main world as teleportation portal today, as the war world had become exceedingly perilous. Especially after the events of the previous night, survivors near the teleportation portal would undoubtedly seek to seize resources from others. Therefore, we must return to the main world before they reach the teleportation portal. Indeed, but I pity my jeep. Mo Xiao gazed at the jeep, its durability nearly exhausted, feeling an unexpected surge of sorrow. It must be said, this vehicle had indeed saved their lives. Without it, escaping their recent predicament would have come at a far greater cost. There would be plenty of jeeps in the future, next time we entered the war world. We would prepare a bit more thoroughly. Lin Cheng patted Mo Xiao on the shoulder. Don't be so sentimental, man. Be a bit more carefree. As long as we're alive, we can acquire any resources we need. If you really want a vehicle, you could always trade some of your belongings in the City of Order for one. It shouldn't be a problem. Mo Xiao shook his head firmly. The resources in my backpack are not solely mine. A portion is meant for you. I cannot be so selfish as to consume all the resources alone. Lin Cheng paused for a moment, then chuckled. All right, keep those resources safe. I'll come to you when I need them. Brother Cheng, the jeep only has a sliver of durability left. Should we risk continuing to drive? This was indeed a dilemma. If we did not drive and simply walked, we could still reach the vicinity of the main world and Appo's teleportation portal by nightfall. However, if we drove the jeep, our speed would naturally be quicker. Yet, that also posed certain dangers. If we happened to encounter other survivors along the way, and by some unfortunate chance, they fired at the jeep, it could lead to disaster. Let us do this. Since dawn has just arrived and there aren't many survivors on the road nearby, we'll drive for 1 more hour. After that, we will destroy the vehicle. Mo Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with this decision, as the jeep's fuel was also running low after the long trek. It would last at most another hour and a half. The remaining half hour of fuel was negligible. Destroying it would be wise, at least sparing us from further risk. Unfolding the map of the war world, the number of surviving individuals was glaringly evident in the upper left corner. Only 270 survivors remained. Compared to the tens of thousands when they first entered the war world, this stark decrease was chilling. It was hard to fathom that merely searching for supplies and battling the infected could lead to such a toll on survivors. Of course, some of the blame lay with the survivors themselves. Their current position was not far from the teleportation portal of the main world. However, the closer they got, the more cautious Lin Cheng became. Success was merely a step away. Any misstep at this juncture would lead to profound regret. Having overcome so many trials, they could not afford to falter now. An hour passed, and the vehicle came to a halt. Let us back up. I'll destroy it. Once at a safe distance, Lin Cheng pulled the trigger of his MP7 submachine gun, obliterating the jeep and Appo's remaining durability. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the jeep erupted violently, reduced to a charred wreck before their eyes. This was Lin Cheng's first encounter with a vehicle explosion, and the sheer power of it was even more exaggerated than TNT. The blast naturally attracted the attention of nearby infected, and Lin Cheng could not afford to linger. Without any means of transportation, escaping the infected on foot would be nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, once targeted, they would either have to delve underground to evade the infected's wrath, just as they had on their first day in the war world, or fight to the death, annihilating all the infected in their path. Chapter 71. The golden portal to the main world. As the distance to the portal of the main world dwindled to around 500 meters, the number of survivors in the vicinity began to increase. Yet, each individual wore an unmistakable expression of vigilance, harboring intense hostility towards any unfamiliar person who dared to approach. Why must you come so close when the path is so wide? Do you harbor ill intentions? Keep your distance. Let us coexist peacefully as we return to the main world. But should anyone dare to entertain sinister thoughts, beware of the consequences. The most concerning situation inevitably unfolded. Lin Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. Time alone could alleviate such tensions. After all, every survivor was in need of trade, and as long as commerce persisted, the outcome would not be dire. This highlighted the significance of the City of Order. Without such a city, the trading market among survivors would undoubtedly suffer immensely. It must be acknowledged that the existence of the City of Order and the City of Chaos represents two extremes, yet they complement each other and are equally indispensable. Fortunately, everyone was united in their desire to return, and so far, there had been no emergence of those intent on causing trouble. Overall, a fragile peace prevailed. Mo Xiao closely followed Lin Cheng, brandishing an M4A1 assault rifle with commendable seriousness. This was indeed a prudent course of action, for when true danger strikes, there is little time to react. Having a weapon at hand allows one to swiftly enter a state of combat to address unforeseen circumstances. Lin Cheng opted for an MP7 submachine gun instead. At this moment, all survivors shared a common goal, reaching the portal to the main world, and the distances between them were not vast. In such a combat environment, the MP7 could prove most effective. From dawn until noon, and from noon until afternoon, time slipped away, and the survivors drew ever closer to the portal. When the sector housing the portal was finally rendered visible, the grandeur of the main world portal was laid bare before them. All survivors were awestruck by its magnificent and holy golden hue. Even from afar, the shimmering golden light of the portal was visible. The portal appeared so valuable. If one could manage to extract a piece to bring back, it would surely fetch a significant trade. What absurd thoughts occupy your mind? If you were to damage the portal, none of us would stand a chance of returning. Cough, cough, I merely jest. Besides, it is hardly so easy to damage the portal of the main world. That is true. Victory lies within reach. Let us hasten our return, for the longer we linger here, the more dreams we may invite. In agreement, the crowd surged in urgency. Upon sighting the portal, the survivors quickened their pace, eager to reach its side and return to the main world. Yet, haste can lead to folly. Many survivors began to stir restlessly, sensing this was their last opportunity to act. Once they returned to the main world, finding a moment to strike would be increasingly difficult. However, due to the heightened vigilance of the overwhelming majority of survivors, any aggressive move would likely be swiftly quelled by the collective. After all, aside from a select few, most were merely seeking to gather supplies and resume a stable life in the main world. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not choose to engage in the chaotic search for resources, with only a few hundred individuals remaining. Further loss would severely restrict the flow of supplies in the main world. Those who gathered resources by eliminating survivors sought to elevate themselves above all others. This was their ultimate aim. Keep a close watch on those around you. Should anyone draw a weapon, even if it is a misunderstanding, we must strike first. Lin Cheng commanded Mo Xiao, for as they progressed, the distances between them diminished, and any sign of aggression would likely lead to an exceedingly swift confrontation. Those who acted slowly risked losing half the battle. The first to strike held the advantage. Mo Xiao was nearly paralyzed with anxiety, his heart racing as he regarded each unfamiliar survivor as a potential adversary. Observing Mo Xiao and Oppo's frayed nerves, Lin Cheng attempted to offer reassurance by patting his shoulder, only to inadvertently startle him into a scream due to his heightened state of alertness. This outcry proved catalytic amidst the tension. It triggered a wave of startled reactions akin to a chorus of croaking frogs. After the initial shock, all survivors stood frozen, their faces reflecting a collective bewilderment. Moments later, laughter erupted among them, the absurdity of the situation alleviating the prior tension. This amusing scene left Mo Xiao awkwardly scratching the back of his head, casting a resentful glance at Lin Cheng. Yet, Lin Cheng merely waved dismissively. It was not his fault that Mo Xiao's composure was so fragile. Following this brief interlude, the group's anxiety finally eased, no longer taut with tension. They had anticipated a tumultuous battle upon entering the portal to the main world. Yet the reality proved far smoother than expected. As Lin Cheng stepped into the portal, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Once the blinding light subsided, he found himself back in the chaotic City of Order. In the familiar square, countless survivors gazed eagerly at those emerging from the portal. Among them were individuals too timid to enter the world of conflict, alongside others expelled from it by demise. Yet they all shared a single trait, a keen desire for the abundant resources possessed by those returning from the war-torn realm. Look, look, the first batch of survivors has emerged from the portal. They must carry a wealth of resources. If we can eliminate them, those supplies will be ours. That would be splendid. My food reserves are critically low, and if I cannot find sustenance soon, I fear I shall starve. With their numbers on the rise, they could devise a plan once they dispersed. Chapter 72. The pursuer behind. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Cheng certainly overheard snippets of conversation. Precautions must be taken. Ding. The portal to the war world has entered cooldown. According to the rules governing the war world, the battlefield opens only once a month, accommodating a maximum of 50,000 participants. Survivors who perish in the war world cannot re-enter for that month. Those who did not enter may fill the vacant spots. Furthermore, once the war world has been open for 24 hours, no survivor can enter until the next opening of the portal. The regulations regarding the war world echoed continuously above, and many survivors who missed this opportunity bore expressions of discontent, as they would have to wait an entire month. Meanwhile, the survivors emerging from the war world clutched their backpacks tightly, seeking a suitable moment to depart from the chaotic city, which felt perilously unsafe. Even those who survived the treacherous war world could not be assured of survival in the shadowy depths of human hearts. Countless ill-intentioned survivors lurked, coveting the abundant resources. Brother Cheng, should we leave quickly? It would be wise, lest we encounter further complications, Lin Cheng mused, suddenly sensing a pair of eyes fixated on him from behind. Do not look back. It seems someone is following. You should exit the city of order and locate the vehicle you've hidden. Return home first. I will devise a way to divert them. We must split up to ensure our escape. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's intent to confront their pursuers alone, Mo Xiao instinctively shook his head. We should leave together. I cannot abandon you. Trust me, I can manage. Your presence here will only hinder my escape. You must go first, and we will reconnect later. After all, your dwelling is not too far from mine. Mo Xiao contemplated deeply. He realized that his presence offered little advantage. In terms of combat prowess, he could hardly match Lin Cheng's capabilities. Rather than delaying Lin Cheng, it would be prudent for him to leave and contact Lin Cheng once safe. Having witnessed Lin Cheng's fighting abilities in the war world, he placed his trust in him. Very well. If you need assistance, I will return immediately. The two parted ways, seemingly as if engaged in a normal farewell, each taking a different direction. Yet the shadowy figures trailing Lin Cheng remained fixated on him, unwilling to shift their focus to Mo Xiao. Lin Cheng glanced down at his diamond ensemble and began to comprehend the situation. Upon leaving the war world, he had retained his enchanted diamond armor to ensure his safety until the very last moment. Now, back in the main world, there were those who coveted his attire, believing it to be acquired from the war world. His decision to send Mo Xiao away was not born from a desire to be a savior, but rather due to his possession of the spatial teleportation scepter. Instead of driving back together with Mo Xiao, it would be more strategic to find a secluded spot and use the scepter to teleport home, thereby avoiding detection by their pursuers. Driving back could easily lead to being followed, potentially exposing his lair and depleting his resources. Estimating the distance based on the sound of footsteps behind him, Lin Cheng prepared to activate the teleportation. The scepter required a 3-second countdown, and fortuitously, he spotted a narrow alley ahead. As he turned into the alley, he collided with a diminutive NPC, a wiry figure with a pointed face, brandishing a long dagger. The NPC's gaze was filled with malicious intent. Ha ha ha. I found a solitary target. Even with your diamond armor, I can hold you off until my comrades arrive. Step aside. Lin Cheng's eyes glinted coldly, his murderous intent freezing the NPC in place. It was a pure, unadulterated urge to kill, as if the NPC would meet a swift demise if it did not yield immediately. Despite being merely an NPC, the creative deity and Apos' design imbued it with a semblance of emotion and awareness. Faced with such a formidable presence, it wisely refrained from attacking, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. Clearing the obstacle before him, Lin Cheng pressed onward. The NPC and Apos' appearance, though a minor delay, inadvertently provided a momentary distraction for his pursuers, granting him a chance to escape. Once assured that he was unobserved, Lin Cheng retrieved the spatial teleportation scepter, confirmed the coordinates of a temporary refuge, and decisively initiated the teleportation. The 3-second countdown passed swiftly, and he vanished from his location, leaving no trace behind. As if he had never been there at all, the survivors trailing Lin Cheng, having finally evaded the NPC and Apos' interference, arrived at the site of his teleportation. To their astonishment, they discovered it was a dead end, devoid of any exit. With only one path leading to this place, Lin Cheng's departure would have been impossible to miss. Yet, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded before their eyes. A living being had vanished into thin air. Returning home, Lin Cheng first collapsed onto his bed. The toll of the war world had been immense, draining his energy. Though he did not feel fatigued, The mental strain of survival left him drowsy. Succumbing to the fatigue, he chose to sleep, knowing it was still morning. When he awoke, it was already midday. Lin Cheng stretched comfortably, then remembered to contact Mo Xiao. His radio had received several messages from Mo Xiao. "Brother Cheng, have you made it home safely? I have arrived. It's peculiar. Someone filled my motorcycle with gas. Please respond upon receiving this message." In addition to Mo Xiao's communications, there was another message. Chapter 73, The True Grand Order Friend. Do you still have any night vision potions on hand? It turned out to be a custom potion request. Naturally, Lin Cheng would not refuse such a doorstep business, especially since he still had a considerable stockpile. He had recently purchased a flame rod as well. However, the request had been made 2 days prior, when he had already entered the war world. "How many do you need?" Lin Cheng cautiously inquired, aware that a significant amount of time had elapsed, and the other party might not be monitoring the radio station. The response came swiftly. "Friend, you finally replied. I guessed you had entered the war world." The moment I learned that the survivor from the war world had returned, I rushed to the radio station, and I was fortunate enough to receive your message. Seeing the other party's eagerness, Lin Cheng merely smiled and got straight to the point. "How many night vision potions do you require? This order is larger than any before. Our leader wants 100 bottles of night vision potions." 100 bottles. Such a colossal order took Lin Cheng by surprise. Based on his previous pricing, this amounted to 100 bronze coins. It seemed that this Azure Survivor Alliance must be quite significant. Otherwise, they would not be able to present such a sum at once. Given the vast quantity of the order, preparation would take some time, and they would need to provide the containers. "No problem. We can supply as many containers as needed. As long as the potions are delivered, the money is not an issue." For such a substantial client, Lin Cheng felt it prudent to establish a rapport. "Since you are purchasing so many night vision potions in one go, I will generously add 9 bottles of splash-type poison potions, which can be used to inflict poisoning effects on targets." That and amp, Oppos, is fantastic. Thank you. As for why he offered 9 bottles, the reason was simple. A small backpack has a capacity of exactly 9 slots. Offering too few would seem stingy, while too many would be counterproductive. Filling a small backpack with gifts was just right. Lin Cheng gazed at his solitary brewing station and felt a twinge of exasperation. This poor brewing station was under tremendous pressure, far exceeding its production capacity. Each brewing process could only yield 3 bottles at a time, involving numerous steps. He needed to find a way to create additional brewing stations. Lin Cheng had some knowledge of redstone. Crafting an 8-core or 16-core semi-automatic brewing machine was entirely feasible. However, the current challenge lay in the lack of ample space and the concern that other survivors might dismantle his equipment. Everything had to be kept as simple as possible. Nonetheless, it was plausible to create a few more brewing stations. Even if someone were to steal a brewing station, he would only lose a flame rod and a cobblestone. To expedite the potion brewing process, Lin Cheng prepared 5 brewing stations at once. Of course, before that, he needed to make a trip to the City of Order to acquire the containers for the potions, with the aid of the spatial teleportation scepter. Such familiar long-distance round trips became remarkably effortless. The teleportation took 3 seconds each way, even accounting for the time spent carefully securing the backpack handed to him. It ultimately took less than a minute. This not only saved a considerable amount of time, but also helped him avoid numerous uncertainties. The well-practiced brewing process continued, and the number of night vision potions in his small backpack steadily increased. Selling the night vision potions individually also conserved some gunpowder, as the potions sold were not splash type and did not require further processing. This saved him a step and a portion of materials. Thus, while the cost of brewing night vision potions was relatively high due to the golden carats required, the splash-type poison potions consumed gunpowder. The costs appeared comparable, and omitting the gunpowder processing step saved a significant amount of time. Lin Cheng did not rush to complete the transaction. After receiving a deposit of 50 bronze coins from the other party, he decided to deliver the potions the following noon. The other party had no reason for suspicion, as potion brewing required a process, though they were unaware of the speed at which he could work. 100 bronze coins constituted a substantial sum, piquing Lin Cheng and Oppos' interest in the so-called Azure Survivor Alliance, albeit only slightly. As evening approached, Mo Xiao and Oppos' radio station sent another message. "Brother Cheng, I have plenty of ammunition. When do you need it? Should I send some over first?" Lin Cheng suddenly remembered that he had only a small amount of ammunition left, with most still in Mo Xiao and Oppos' possession. "That works. If you have the time, please bring some ammunition over." "Not a problem. I'm always available whenever you need it. After traversing the war world, Imo Xiao had passed Lin Cheng's subsequent tests. His personality meshed well with Lin Cheng's, possessing both strengths and weaknesses. Overall, he was a trustworthy individual. Forget about that house, tidy it up, and you can move closer to me. Really? Then I won't hold back. Imo Xiao was more than eager to hear this, and with limited resources, he could easily discard unnecessary items. I meant for you to move nearby, not into my home. At most, we will be neighbors. Haha, I'm already satisfied with being neighbors. At least if I encounter danger now, someone can lend me a hand. But Lin Cheng harbored similar thoughts. Having someone to assist each other seemed quite agreeable, provided that person was trustworthy. After receiving the coordinates from Lin Cheng, Imo Xiao quickly arrived at the designated location. Following Lin Cheng and Oppo's vision, he swiftly excavated a temporary shelter suitable for habitation. However, this location was still somewhat distant from Lin Cheng's temporary refuge. Nevertheless, it posed no significant issue, as the distance was nearly negligible. A few chests, a furnace, a crafting table, several torches, and a bed comprised Imo Xiao and Oppo's modest abode. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Though the furnishings were simple, survival was assured as long as the place was not overrun by infected creatures. With a sufficient food supply, he could survive for quite some time. Since I have nothing else to offer as a housewarming gift, here are a few fishing rods for you. Lin Cheng tossed a few fully equipped fishing rods to him. Crafting fishing rods was a trivial task for him, especially with a cave spider spawner at his disposal. Chapter 74. The first round of strengthening for the infected. With merely a few sticks and the string dropped by slain cave spiders, one could craft a fishing rod. However, to Imo Xiao, the fishing rod was not just a tool, it was his means of sustenance and his sole passion. He gazed in astonishment at the fishing rods below, counting a total of 9. Chenggu, where did you acquire so many fishing rods? Can these be crafted? In this world, the vast majority of items can indeed be crafted, but there are exceptions. The materials required for crafting a fishing rod can be somewhat elusive. So it is wise to avoid using them to lure others, as that would waste their durability. Do not forget any valuable enchantment books you find, including the Experience Repair enchantment, can be exchanged with me for fishing rods. Imo Xiao nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Then I shall fetch some water and create a small artificial pond underground. This aspect of his world was particularly unique. Even stagnant water could yield fish and other items. It was akin to a lottery. Fishing with a rod enchanted with higher properties of the sea's favor would result in a greater likelihood of obtaining superior items. Observing Imo Xiao's fervor, Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle silently, watching him scurry about. This fellow might just end up making a living from fishing one day. After nearly an entire afternoon of preparation, Imo Xiao's new home was finally ready. At last, tonight, I shall fish all night long and see if I can reap any rewards, Imo Xiao declared, hands on his hips, gazing proudly at the 3-3 water pit before him, filled with determination. Almost forgot the essentials. The bullets are in the chest. Take as many as you need. Chenggu. Lin Cheng had no intention of taking all the bullets at once, for that would be unnecessary. There would be no immediate need to expend excessive ammunition. And even if he were to take them all, he would feel a twinge of guilt. After all, entering the war-torn world meant accepting risks. And these items were all acquired by Imo Xiao through his labor. As for how many bullets to bring back, it would depend on the remaining capacity of his inner chest. He decided against taking any 7.62mm rounds for the time being, focusing instead on the 3 firearms he possessed. The most accurate was undoubtedly the Barrett M82A1, followed by 9mm and 5.56mm rounds. The acquisition of Barrett M82A1 ammunition was exceedingly rare. During his visit to the City of Order, he found no means for exchange, meaning it could only be obtained through search. This was understandable, given the weapon's overwhelming power, capable of instantaneously eliminating a fully healthy survivor. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Ultimately, Lin Cheng took 2/3 of the 5.56mm and 9mm ammunition, leaving the 7.62mm untouched. The hour was late. It was time for rest. All right. Upon returning home, Lin Cheng reclined on his bed, suddenly feeling a sense of leisure. His recent venture into the war world had significantly replenished his ammunition stock, alleviating much of the pressure of survival. Furthermore, for the immediate future, he need not worry about food shortages, as long as he secured new provisions before the current supplies expired. Just as Lin Cheng was settling in for a comfortable night's sleep, a chilling voice echoed from the heavens. In an instant, it reverberated throughout every corner of the world. Ding. Night has fallen. The infected begin to respawn. Ding. Detecting the current world survival days at 10, the infected will undergo their first round of strengthening. Ding. Infected strengthening successful. Attack power, health points, and defense have all increased by 10. Additionally, the probability of triggering a blood moon has increased by 5. The probability of elite monsters respawning has increased by 5. The probability of elite monsters possessing special attributes has increased by 5. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Cheng's breath hitched. Just as he felt a sense of relief regarding survival pressures, he learned of the infected's enhancements. It suddenly struck him that he was perhaps the favored man of fate. Yet, this favor seemed ill-timed. Thankfully, the enhancement was only 10. Had it been 100, it would have posed a significant problem. The strengthening of ordinary infected was inconsequential, as they could hardly pose a threat to him. Unless, of course, an overwhelming number of infected appeared, outpacing his ammunition supply. However, the increased likelihood of elite infected and those with special attributes presented a rather unfriendly scenario for the majority of survivors. Ding. A blood moon is slowly rising. Under the influence of the blood moon, all monsters' attack attributes increase by 100, defense attributes increase by 100, and health points increase by 100. Furthermore, the infected and Oppos' perception range of players has doubled. The blood moon buff will last until nightfall. Another piece of bad news followed. Tonight was to be the most perilous blood moon. This event triggered in conjunction with the infected and Oppos' enhancements would be far more daunting than the previous blood moon. Lin Cheng completely abandoned the idea of venturing out to hunt monsters. Initially, he had considered heading to his small monster spawn area to level up a bit and craft a decent fishing rod. However, he had no desire to become the first sacrifice to the newly empowered infected. Weighing the risks of leveling up against the safety of a good night and Oppos' sleep, he chose the latter. He would wait until the morning when the blood moon passed. After all, he could afford to delay his plans by a moment. However, just a few minutes after lying down, he was startled by a violent commotion nearby. It sounded like something had exploded. Accompanying the explosion was a monstrous roar. It was a sound he had never heard before, far more powerful than that of the elite infected known as the Butcher. It seemed to be a formidable creature. Was it possible that, with the enhancement of the infected, a new breed of elite infected had emerged? This possibility was not beyond reason, and Lin Cheng felt a surge of tension. The sound was alarmingly close. Otherwise, he shouldn't Oppos' have heard it so clearly through the thick walls. Yet the noise had been as vivid as if it were ringing directly in his ear. Chapter 75. The emergence of the tyrant to recklessly breach the walls is an act fraught with peril, and Lin Cheng would not willingly take such a risk. Initially, he contacted Mo Xiao via radio, knowing that Mo Xiao and Oppos' position was relatively more secure. Mo Xiao, have you encountered any peculiar monsters over there? Or any entities that might pose a threat to your safety? No, I and Oppos' am sleeping soundly at home, not a sound to be heard. Chenggu, are you in danger? Mo Xiao and Oppos' response sent a wave of panic through Lin Cheng. This implied that the creature he sensed was not directly in front of him, but rather above him. In selecting the terrain, Lin Cheng had noted that high above him lay a mountainous region. He had chosen this location to temporarily settle while excavating a cave. Given that it was atop a mountain, the immediate threat to him should not be significant, yet the creature and Oppos' capabilities remained unknown. Should it be an elite infected like the Butcher, capable of devastating the terrain, it could wreak havoc by descending upon him. After all, infected falling from above would inevitably fill the entire makeshift shelter. Moreover, tonight was the blood moon. Should he expose himself to the infected, he would likely be overwhelmed. Although he possessed ample ammunition, he could not guarantee survival under the blood moon and Oppos' influence. He had yet to encounter any danger, only hearing an unusual sound. Rest well and try not to make any noise, he advised Mo Xiao, urging him to remain indoors, as Mo Xiao and Oppos' combat experience was alarmingly negligible. A direct encounter with the infected could lead to his demise within mere minutes. He would lack even the capacity to resist. The bizarre roar continued to echo, and Lin Cheng initially intended to disregard it and rest for the night. However, perhaps due to his apprehension, the sound seemed to grow closer. At this rate, even if it fell from the ceiling, he would harbor no doubts. Quietly, He replenished the magazines for his M4A1 and MP7 submachine gun, and placed the buried M82A1 on the ground, poised to unleash a powerful strike against the elite infected. Given the buried M82A1 and AMP, Oppos, as formidable power. Even if it did not eliminate the elite infected outright, it could at least incapacitate it severely. As time trickled by and the sound approached, the ceiling suddenly ruptured, revealing a colossal figure, the Tyrant. This elite infected bore the name Tyrant. Its form was more massive than that of the Butcher, with a shattered jaw exposing two enormous teeth. Its ghastly visage instilled terror, and the enormous sword it wielded was stained with blood, as if steeped in the essence of countless ages. The Tyrant boasted a staggering health pool of 1,000 points, under the Blood Moon and AMP, Oppos' influence. Its destructive capability and vitality were beyond imagination. In Lin Cheng's mind, the immediate thought was not to swiftly eliminate the Tyrant, but rather to find a safer location. Above him was a mountain range, and the infected spawning at the peak would likely leap into the chasm created by the Tyrant. The bottom of that chasm was where his temporary shelter lay. Should he be surrounded, the consequences would be dire. Lin Cheng fired a shot from the Barrett M82A1 at the Tyrant, inflicting a dramatic 200 points of damage. Yet, this merely depleted 1/5 of its health. To slay it would require much more. The Barrett M82A1 had but one bullet remaining, and Lin Cheng was reluctant to squander it, especially with so few rounds left to reload. He swiftly stowed the Barrett M82A1 and, with utmost urgency, used blocks to seal the gap in the ceiling. Despite his speed, 3 ordinary infected had already breached the makeshift shelter. These were infected bolstered by the Blood Moon buff. Even though they were typically feeble, their combat prowess now rivaled that of a weakened elite infected. The ceiling was only about 5 blocks high, and with diamond boots providing fall protection, he would not sustain damage. Lin Cheng was determined not to engage in combat within the confines of the shelter, where boxes and various items were strewn about. The Tyrant's reckless swings of its colossal sword could easily obliterate everything in its path. Periodically, all dropped items in the world would be eradicated by some peculiar force. He had no desire for his enchanted books and mineral resources to vanish before his eyes. The underground passage was undoubtedly the best option. As he retreated, Lin Cheng unleashed a barrage from his MP7 submachine gun at the 3 ordinary infected. Even with their enhanced defenses, a single magazine could dispatch 2 of the Blood Moon buffed infected without issue. With no time to reload, he switched to his M4A1 and quickly eliminated the 3 ordinary infected. However, the most formidable foe, the Tyrant, had already launched an assault on Lin Cheng, its gigantic sword slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Any block that came into contact with the sword was obliterated in an instant. The power of that sword was indisputable, and Lin Cheng had no intention of sacrificing his health to gauge the Tyrant's damage. He opened a trapdoor on the ground and dove inside, only for the earth beneath him to be ravaged, seeing its attack thwarted. The Tyrant let out a furious roar and began to pursue Lin Cheng in the direction he had fled. Having entered the underground passage first, Lin Cheng swiftly reloaded his MP7, which had run dry, and filled the magazines of his M4A1 as well, both weapons now at peak performance. As the Tyrant entered the underground passage, both firearms discharged in rapid succession, one in each hand. Although firing simultaneously with both hands compromised accuracy, at such close range, the precision would not deviate significantly. If it were any closer, he might as well have stuffed the barrels into the Tyrant's mouth. With each bullet fired, the Tyrant's health diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Yet, Lin Cheng remained acutely vigilant, refusing to relent. Chapter 76. Alternative Safe Zone. The discharge of bullets is often accompanied by a vacuum period. Once the magazine is emptied, one must endure a brief interval of cooling down. The Tyrant, unlike the Butcher, possesses a notably swift mobility. It is not only stronger in attack but also more destructive and faster in movement. Estimating the time it would take for the Tyrant to reach his position, it would be no more than 4 seconds before it corners him. Behind him lies a small spawner, teeming with numerous infected. At this moment, the infected within the spawner are clamoring with fervor, eager to surge forward and rend Lin Cheng to pieces. This predicament poses a grave threat to his life. The time required to reload a firearm is approximately 2 seconds, though this may vary slightly depending on the type of weapon. Even if he manages to reload before the Tyrant arrives, there is no guarantee that a full magazine will deplete the Tyrant's remaining health. Using an Ender Pearl? No. Employing an Ender Pearl would interrupt the reloading process of his weapon, rendering it unnecessary. Moreover, The number of ender pearls in his possession is dwindling. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin Cheng. He retrieved the space teleportation staff from his backpack and recorded his current coordinates. He then chose to teleport to a temporary refuge. The countdown for the Space Teleportation Authority is 3 seconds, with a cooldown period of 30 seconds. Although he cannot traverse back and forth immediately, he can find a way to teleport to another location and wait for the blood moon to pass. Once it is over, returning to confront the tyrant would become significantly less challenging. After all, the buffs provided by the blood moon greatly enhance the infected once the blood moon buff concludes. Even the tyrant's threat to him would diminish considerably. Next, he had to select a teleportation location. Time was of the essence. Order City was certainly out of the question, as it is inaccessible at night. The recorded coordinates in his possession were few, and safe coordinates were even scarcer. The cave spider spawner he had previously constructed might not be entirely secure either, as he could not ascertain whether it had also spawned more infected. After a series of eliminations, the only safe area he could teleport to was the home of his neighbor, Mo Xiao, who he had helped arrange rooms for earlier that day. Without a moment to lose, Lin Cheng decisively teleported to Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's residence. The 3 seconds flew by in an instant. Mo Xiao, who was fishing, heard a commotion behind him and instinctively turned around, only to see Lin Cheng rushing in. Lin Cheng was in the midst of reloading his MP7 submachine gun, a sight that startled Mo Xiao. "Brother Cheng, what are you doing? We are comrades striving for survival together. We cannot turn on each other. Moreover, we are friends now. You wouldn't harm your own friend, would you? What are you thinking?" Lin Cheng rolled his eyes at Mo Xiao's dramatics. After reloading the MP7, he swiftly proceeded to load his M4A1 assault rifle. "An elite infected has breached my home. I'll be taking refuge here for the night." At that moment, Lin Cheng couldn't help but commend his foresight. He had initially intended for Mo Xiao's place to be closer to his temporary refuge. However, he realized that the infected possess a detection range. As long as one exceeds this range instantaneously, their enmity can be nullified, preventing them from tracking his exact location. He believed that the tyrant in his temporary refuge was now wandering aimlessly without a target to attack. In such a state, the elite infected would remain relatively calm, not rampaging destructively, but rather in a standby mode. Unless another survivor entered the tyrant's hatred range during this period, the surroundings of his temporary refuge would remain unharmed. "Ah, so that's how it is," Mo Xiao exhaled in relief, patting his chest and saying, "I thought you were here to kill me. You can deduce that with common sense. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive?" "Indeed," Mo Xiao conceded, recognizing the truth in Lin Cheng's words. If Lin Cheng had intended to kill him, there would have been no need to choose this moment to strike. Moreover, who would attempt to kill another without first preparing ammunition, opting instead to reload at their house? That would be foolish behavior. "Is the elite infected in your home?" The source of that strange sound. Lin Cheng did not hide the truth and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed it was. When I heard the sound, I sensed something was amiss. Fortunately, I stayed vigilant, or I might have met my demise at home." Mo Xiao was very intrigued by Lin Cheng's recent teleportation behavior. "Brother Cheng, could you tell me how you managed to teleport? Your instances of teleportation in the war world truly amazed me, and now that we are back in the main world, you can still teleport. Is there some little trick I'm unaware of? If possible, could you teach me?" Lin Cheng had long since prepared an answer for this inquiry. He could certainly share the utility of ender pearls, but he could not directly divulge that his ability to enter Mo Xiao's home was due to the space teleportation staff. The space teleportation staff comes with a soul-binding feature. Even if he were to perish, the staff would not fall to the ground. In simple terms, no one besides him can utilize the space teleportation staff in his backpack. Teleportation can be achieved through a special item known as an ender pearl. In the current main world, the probability of finding ender pearls is remarkably low, besides searching through supply crates. One can only obtain them by defeating a creature known as an enderman. However, the current main world exhibits a peculiar phenomenon where the spawn rate of endermen is lower than the chance of finding diamonds outside. Thus, the means of acquiring ender pearls in the main world can be understood as being solely through supply crates. Ender pearls? Mo Xiao's expression turned curious as he quietly approached the chest behind him, rummaging through its contents for quite some time. Chapter 77, A Fool and Amp, Oppos, as fortune moments later. Mo Xiao stood before Lin Cheng, clutching a handful of ender pearls. "Brother Cheng, is this what you were referring to?" Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened in astonishment. From where had this fellow procured such valuable items? Where did you find these? Of course, I scavenged them. Do you remember the military base we searched first? I discovered them in a small room there, along with some ammunition. At first, I thought they were useless, but I quite liked the name. So I brought them back to the main world. A few crows flew overhead, and Lin Cheng reflected on how wise it was to partner with Mo Xiao. His luck was indeed extraordinary. After rummaging through countless supply crates without encountering a single ender pearl, this fellow had somehow stumbled upon them. What was most frustrating was that Mo Xiao was oblivious to their potential. Truly, a fool's fortune. How many ender pearls do you possess? 32 in total. But these things are peculiar. A single slot can hold a maximum of 16 ender pearls. If you try to store more, they spill over into another slot. Naturally, ender pearls are unique items. They are grouped in sets of 16, not 64. Using an ender pearl is quite simple. Just throw it in the direction you wish to go. However, be cautious not to fall to your demise. If you are teleporting over a long distance, it is advisable to land in water to mitigate some of the damage. Alternatively, you might practice the water landing technique, which is quite beneficial when descending from heights or during teleportation. Mo Xiao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Concepts like damage immunity and water landing were evidently beyond his understanding. I can and Oppos, possibly use all these ender pearls. I'll give you a set. One for each of us. Lin Cheng accepted without objection, considering it a favor owed to Mo Xiao. Having ender pearls in hand provided a significant sense of security. Moreover, when he eventually located the end portal, he would need ender pearls to craft Eyes of Ender, which were essential to activate the portal. Activating the end portal required 12 Eyes of Ender, equating to 12 ender pearls and an equal number of blaze powder. Furthermore, Eyes of Ender had a chance of disappearing when locating the portal, so it was wise to carry more than just the bare minimum. Otherwise, a shortage could severely hinder their subsequent search efforts. In addition to locating the end portal, Eyes of Ender could be used to craft ender chests. In the world of Minecraft, ender chests are regarded as secure vaults. Although they appear as mere chests, each person who opens one has access to a unique space. Anything placed inside is impervious to theft by anyone else, providing greater security than carrying items on one's person. However, crafting an ender chest is a challenge most survivors cannot meet. It requires 8 obsidian blocks and 1 Eye of Ender. Just gathering obsidian is enough to stump the majority, let alone acquiring Eyes of Ender. Moreover, once an ender chest is placed, it must be mined with a pickaxe enchanted with silk touch. Otherwise, it will shatter into 8 obsidian blocks. While it can be recrafted, this would waste an Eye of Ender. Lin Cheng still had some obsidian on hand and could easily craft 2 ender chests. Alas, he had teleported too close and had not brought any blaze powder. So he could not transform these ender pearls into Eyes of Ender. Tomorrow, I'll give you a splendid item to store your supplies in. No one but you will be able to access it. Mo Xiao's face lit up with delight. So, it's like I'll have a universal vault? One could interpret it that way, but once you place it down, do not move it. Breaking it will destroy it entirely. Once I deal with the elite infected at my place tomorrow, I will deliver one to you as a token of gratitude for these 16 ender pearls. Oh, come on. We're friends. No need for such formalities. Though Mo Xiao feigned nonchalance, his joy was unmistakable. In these survival conditions, having a storage space exclusively for oneself was immensely valuable. After their brief interlude, Lin Cheng decided against sleeping, for Mo Xiao's home was not guaranteed to be entirely safe. If the elite infected were to target them, they might find themselves in a frantic midnight dash or a defensive stand. With nothing pressing to do, he figured fishing might ease the tension. Although he had no fishing rod on him, Mo Xiao had several at his residence. A quick borrow would suffice. He could return it tomorrow. The two settled by the pool, fishing in a leisurely manner. Without any enchantments, the chances of catching fish relied solely on luck. Among various treasures, one might also reel in a selection of worthless debris, such as a pair of tattered leather boots or an empty glass bottle. Eventually, Lin Cheng managed to catch an enchanted book, only to discover it bore the enchantment of Unbreaking Eye. He dismissed the book, tossing it into the pool without a second thought. Mo Xiao, astonished by Lin Cheng's actions, queried, "Brother Cheng, why would you discard that enchanted book? If I recall correctly, you were collecting such books." With another swing of his fishing rod, Lin Cheng replied earnestly, "Low-level enchanted books hold little value, except for thorns. One might as well discard any lower-tier enchantments outright. However, some enchantments possess no levels, such as Depth Strider, Mending, and Silk Touch." Mo Xiao pulled in another uniquely designed enchanted book. "Then I suppose this book of mine is also worthless." Just as he was about to toss it into the pool, Lin Cheng called out, "Wait, Don't be so quick to discard it. Chapter 78. The Binding Curse Enchantment Book. Mo Xiao paused in surprise, still holding the peculiar-looking enchantment book. Let me see that enchantment book, Lin Cheng said, taking it from him. Instantly, he erupted in laughter. For this enchantment book was indeed a binding curse. Unlike ordinary enchantment books, the binding curse can be regarded as a type of debuff, more accurately described as a curse. There are two types of curses, the disappearing curse and the binding curse. While their names differ by just 2 characters, their effects are vastly different. Equipment imbued with a binding curse will not drop, even upon death, binding it to the soul in a similar manner. However, the binding curse has its limitations. Once donned, the equipment cannot be removed unless its durability is entirely depleted. Conversely, the disappearing curse causes the equipment to vanish from the wearer's possession upon death. Both curses effectively prevent other survivors from acquiring the gear that one might drop. If one possesses high-quality equipment with maximum attributes, applying a binding curse can prevent its loss. Even if one were to take a risk and accidentally perish, the binding curse would mitigate the likelihood of losing a valuable item. Lin Cheng and Appo's full attribute equipment was undoubtedly worth binding with a binding curse enchantment book. The more delighted Lin Cheng became, the more perplexed Mo Xiao felt. As a complete novice, he could not comprehend the source of Lin Cheng and Appo's elation. Next time you see a binding curse or a disappearing curse, remember that those 2 enchantment books can indeed be kept, he advised. However, I personally recommend against using either of them directly, as these enchantment books are curses that offer no benefit to ordinary survivors. Imagine a survivor with a limited understanding of enchantment books serendipitously discovering a binding curse book. Out of love for their equipment, they might unwittingly apply the curse to a mediocre piece of gear, only to find, when attempting to remove it later, that it has become permanently unremovable. They would have to wait for the durability to completely deplete, which could be quite a laborious process, especially if the equipment is diamond tier with enchantments. Depleting its durability would demand significant effort and a hefty consumption of health, requiring frequent food consumption to recover. This binding curse enchantment book was a delightful surprise, and Lin Cheng intended to apply it to his diamond helmet. After all, compared to his other pieces of equipment, the diamond helmet had already reached maximum attributes, making it the epitome of full attributes when coupled with the binding curse. In the future, he could acquire additional binding curse books and apply them to other pieces of equipment. Aside from the binding curse book, there were no other significant gains. Even the enchantment books he fished up were merely inconspicuous, ordinary ones, of little value and merely occupying space. Ding! Dawn breaks. The infected have ceased to spawn. The blood moon has ended, and all infected in the main world have returned to normal values. With 2 notifications sounding in succession, Lin Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The most arduous night had finally passed. It was time for him to return home and deal with the tyrant rampaging through his house. Defeating the tyrant might yield some rewards, much like when he had slain the butcher. Elite infected creatures often bring unexpected surprises, and Lin Cheng hoped that this tyrant, more formidable than the previous 2, would provide even greater spoils. Brother Cheng, are you heading home? Yes. Now that it's dawn and the blood moon and Appo's enhancements for the infected have concluded, I must return and clear out the infected in my house. I will come back later. I want to forget the ender chest I promised you. I'm not rushing for the ender chest. I merely wanted to ask if you need assistance. Mo Xiao grinned, pulling an M4A1 assault rifle from his backpack. If you need help, I can accompany you to clear the infected. Lin Cheng smiled slightly. Now is not the time to refuse help, especially considering the unknown number of infected still lurking on the surface. He could use the space teleportation staff, but it would be inappropriate to use it in front of Mo Xiao. All right, you can join me and help clear the infected on the ground. Remember, do not overextend yourself. If you find yourself overwhelmed, return immediately or seek my assistance. Of course, while I wish to help, I also value my life. I've come this far and cannot afford to perish without reason. The 2 ascended through the stairs back to the surface. Upon detecting the presence of survivors, the infected nearby rushed toward them. Devoid of the blood moon and Appo's enhancements, they appeared trivial in the face of gunfire. After a barrage of bullets, the infected surrounding them were nearly eradicated. All visible threats had been eliminated, save for a few at a distance beyond their range. Stand guard outside for me. I will enter and deal with the large one inside. Do you need me to accompany you? Not at the moment. There is only one elite infected inside. If both of us go in, We may become trapped if ordinary infected enter from outside. The temporary shelter is not spacious, and being cornered could lead to fatal consequences. I understand. I will ensure the task is completed. Lin Cheng nodded and chose to dig down from directly above the underground passage. As he leaped into the passage, he spotted the tyrant standing at the end. The tyrant, too, noticed Lin Cheng, and upon recognizing each other, both launched their attacks. Within 7 steps, the sword strikes swiftly. Beyond 7 steps, the gunfire prevails. Before the tyrant could reach Lin Cheng, he was gunned down by Lin Cheng wielding the MP7 submachine gun and the M4A1 assault rifle. Deprived of the Blood Moon and Oppos's enhancements, the tyrant and Oppos's health and defense attributes had been significantly diminished. It was no longer a cause for concern. Chapter 79. Basic spoils. As the tyrant and Oppos's final vestige of health was extinguished, its colossal form collapsed heavily onto the ground, the great sword slipping from its grasp. In a matter of breaths, both the tyrant's carcass and the massive sword vanished without a trace. Instead, a single item was left behind. Lin Cheng stepped forward to retrieve the spoils, upon which the words Basic Spoils were boldly inscribed. Item name, Basic Spoils, type, Spoils, function, upon use. One will randomly acquire an item. The higher the level of the spoils, the greater the chance of obtaining rare items. Each spoils guarantees at least 1 item. Upon seeing the inscription Basic Spoils, a flicker of anxiety stirred within Lin Cheng. The spoils resembled a blind box. It could yield magnificent treasures or disappointing trinkets. Even if this particular spoils was merely basic, yet one could never be certain if fortune would smile upon him, allowing him to unearth something exceptional from these basic spoils. As he opened the basic spoils, the acquired items were promptly transferred to his inventory. Ding! You have opened the basic spoils and obtained 16 diamonds. Is this it? Lin Cheng had mentally prepared himself for such a meager reward, acknowledging the basic nature of the spoils. Nonetheless, a sense of disappointment lingered. 16 diamonds held little significance for him at this stage. He had already acquired the necessary equipment, most of which boasted maximum attributes. The demand for diamonds was minimal, primarily reserved for trading or crafting common items. Essential needs had been fulfilled. Lin Cheng did not forget to return to the surface to reassure Mo Xiao of his safety and allow him to rest at home. Before doing so, he dashed to a nearby chest, retrieving several blaze rods to craft Eyes of Ender from the Ender Pearls. He also took out 16 obsidian blocks, combining them with 2 Eyes of Ender to create 2 Ender chests. One would remain at home, while the other would be gifted to Mo Xiao, enhancing convenience for both of them. Should the need arise for him to seek refuge at Mo Xiao's home, he can access essential items through the Ender chest, ensuring that his resources remain usable despite his location. Upon seeing Lin Cheng emerge from the underground passage, Mo Xiao promptly stowed away his M4A1 assault rifle and approached with concern. How are things down below? It's all taken care of. Here. This is the Ender chest I promised you. You can simply place it on the ground to use it. Do remember what I mentioned before. Once the Ender chest is placed, relocating it becomes quite difficult. If you plan to move, I suggest you ask me to dismantle it. Otherwise, it will merely turn into a pile of obsidian. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, harboring an inexplicable fondness for the uniquely designed chest. Once Mo Xiao had departed, Lin Cheng returned to his temporary refuge and set about repairing the ceiling that the tyrant had breached. It was evident that reinforcing internal defenses alone would not suffice. Protective measures were also needed at the mountaintop. The most natural form of protection involved planting more trees, which would serve to deter both infected beings and other survivors. After all, encountering a structure that seemed artificially constructed atop a mountain would likely arouse suspicion in any rational individual. If someone were to dig down from above, there was a risk of encountering a thief eager to pilfer his valuable possessions. While losing everything would not be catastrophic for Lin Cheng, it would still deal a significant blow. In addition to filling the tyrant's damaged passage with cobblestones, he also placed some lava and obsidian blocks. This way, even if someone or an elite infected being attempted to dig downwards, they would inevitably encounter the searing heat of lava. The durability of obsidian was remarkable, and its defensive properties could buy him precious time, scorching the health of any weakened survivor or infected being. Once they reached the bottom, provided he was at home, he could easily deal with them. However, if he were not at home, then he would be at a disadvantage. He had acquired a significant amount of strength, which could be fashioned into tripwire hooks and dispensers. The dispensers could even launch lava, serving a protective function in a sense. Such mechanisms were ideally suited for the underground passage. Lin Cheng exerted considerable effort to place tripwire hooks throughout the more concealed areas of the underground passage. He filled the dispensers with both lava and water. Some dispensers would utilize flowing water to push survivors and infected beings towards other traps, while others contained lava buckets, automatically dispensing lava if anyone approached. It had been previously noted that lava flows significantly slower than water. Thus, to ensure that a target could be struck by lava, the speed of the water flow had to be harnessed, all while ensuring that the water wouldn't wash away the lava. This required precise calculations regarding the flow rate of the water and its placement. Lin Cheng had only managed to create this intricate, yet somewhat ineffective trap through ongoing experimentation. At this point, it was the best defensive measure he could devise. In the future, when resources were more abundant, he planned to craft a few sticky pistons to create a pit that would collapse beneath anyone who approached. What lay at the bottom of the pit mattered little. Whether it contained lava or arrows, the ultimate goal remained the same: to eliminate intruders. Of course, Lin Cheng had not forgotten about the numerous splash potions of poison in his possession. The dispenser was a remarkable device, capable of launching arrows, lava, and water, as well as automatically utilizing potions, provided they were splash potions. The splash poison potions conveniently met the dispenser's requirements. While he lacked glowstone to enhance the potency of the splash poison, he could utilize redstone to extend the duration of the poisons. As long as he could keep the intruder disoriented, it was highly likely they would trigger additional redstone traps. Since splash poison potions could not be stacked, the dispenser could hold no more than 9 bottles of them. However, that was more than sufficient. After all, no fool would trigger the same trap 9 times in succession. Chapter 80. Crafting an enchanted diamond longbow. The intricate mechanisms atop the highest platform are now complete, and the design for the underground passage's contraptions has begun to take shape. The security of the temporary refuge has significantly improved, alleviating concerns about unwelcome intruders for the time being. The binding curse acquired from Mo Shao is to be utilized promptly, ensuring it serves its intended purpose effectively. As the anvil clanged with activity, Lin Cheng affixed the binding curse to his helmet. Only a single piece of diamond equipment bore the binding curse effect, which did not hinder Lin Cheng's subsequent strategy of playing the fool. After all, many survivors have been known to mix diamond and iron gear. One more or one less makes little difference. The long-awaited diamond longbow now rests in Lin Cheng's hands, and with proper crafting, it might transform into a formidable weapon. Undoubtedly, the damage inflicted by a diamond longbow surpasses that of a conventional bow. However, it must first be tested for enchantment. Should it fail, the longbow would be nothing more than a useless trinket. Placing the diamond longbow upon the enchantment table yielded no response, a disheartening sign that left Lin Cheng's spirit somewhat diminished. Yet, all hope is not lost. Even if the enchantment table proves unhelpful, one might still employ an enchantment book. Lin Cheng combined the diamond longbow with a durability 3 enchantment book on the anvil. Fortunately, they fused seamlessly, albeit at the cost of several enchantment books. This remains the sole method to enchant the diamond longbow presently. A worthy bow must embody attributes such as Power V, Durability 3, Knockback 2, Flame, and Infinity. Should these 5 enchantment traits be amassed, the diamond longbow and Oppo's damage would reach its zenith. Although the mending enchantment ensures the bow and Oppo's durability remains intact, the extensive consumption of arrows could easily become burdensome. Moreover, arrows are seldom required, with their greatest advantage over firearms being ease of firing and loading, coupled with their capacity for stealthy execution. The flame enchantment imbues arrows with incendiary properties, igniting any target struck and inflicting additional damage. Knockback and power are essential attributes for any bow. Durability is also a necessity, as nearly all equipment requires the assistance of a durability enchantment book. Lin Cheng possesses a plethora of enchantment books suitable for bows, save for the elusive Power 4. He holds but one Power 4 book, and to attain Power V, he must merge 2 Power 4 books. With no other choice, he proceeded to apply the other attributes, deferring the acquisition of the additional Power 4 book for a later time. Ultimately, the diamond longbow has been enhanced to include Power 4, Durability 3, Knockback 2, Flame, and Infinity enchantments. While everything appears ready, one vital component remains absent: the arrows required for its use. Without arrows, even the most formidable bow is rendered ineffective. Crafting arrows necessitates 3 ingredients: flint, sticks, and feathers. Sticks and feathers are relatively easy to acquire. Sticks are abundant, crafted from wooden planks, while feathers, though less common, are still within his possession, gathered when he first acquired the broken Cosmic Dominion Sword. The crux of the matter lies with the flint. The sole method to obtain flint is through mining gravel, where one might occasionally unearth either gravel itself or flint, although gravel is found in fixed geographic areas. Luck plays a significant role in its discovery. Fortunately, while mining, Lin Cheng is likely to encounter some, and below lies the fishbone mine he previously excavated. A brief exploration should yield some gravel, and if he strikes flint, the diamond longbow will be ready for use. Seizing the moment, Lin Cheng descended into the mine, not primarily for minerals, but in search of gravel. After approximately 20 minutes of exploration, he finally uncovered gravel in one of the tunnels. Lin Cheng and Appos, as fortune held. As he cleared the area, unearthing 3 pieces of flint. The remaining 2 pieces of flint could serve as fire starters or backups in case his arrows went missing. Upon returning to the temporary refuge, Lin Cheng immediately set to work crafting the remaining potions. He needed to reach the City of Order by noon to trade with the Azure Survivor Alliance. The quantity of 100 night vision potions is no small feat, and having wasted an entire night, he must now exert himself. Fortunately, he had prepared several brewing stands. Otherwise, using a single stand would likely extend the process indefinitely. The exact duration of potion brewing escapes Lin Cheng, but he is aware that he completed the entire batch just as midday approached. According to their prior arrangement, Lin Cheng, carrying a full 100 night vision potions along with an additional 9 splash poison potions as gifts, utilized the spatial transfer staff to arrive successfully at the City of Order. The contact awaited outside the trading center, greeting Lin Cheng as he approached. After a lengthy wait, the quantity of potions was considerable, thus naturally requiring additional brewing time. The contact smiled and said, "We understand. After all, you've prepared a full 100 night vision potions. We are exceedingly grateful for your timely delivery. To prevent unforeseen incidents, our leader has suggested that even if you cannot deliver all required goods today, we can afford a bit of leeway." Pausing briefly, the contact continued, "My friend, have you truly considered joining our alliance? I have insider information that several survivor alliances near the City of Order are on the brink of conflict. By joining us, you would at least have a protective umbrella. Remaining neutral could easily draw you into the chaos." The contact and Appos, as words momentarily stunned Lin Cheng. These survivor alliances were about to instigate conflict? Chapter 81. The unlimited starting bid. It is only natural to consider that a bulk purchase of such a substantial quantity of night vision potions indicates a significant impending action. After all, to expend 100 bronze coins in a single transaction for such a fleeting consumable could easily strain resources and impede future developments. A competent leader of a survivor alliance engaging in such a venture undeniably signals that a conflict looms on the horizon. Many members of the survivor alliances have only recently emerged from the ravages of war, at a time when their resources are plentiful. Choosing to initiate warfare at such a juncture likely suggests a desire to seize the assets of others. It is prudent for the opposing side to offer counsel, as those like them, ordinary survivors unaligned with any faction, are the most susceptible to becoming collateral damage in the chaos of conflict. I appreciate your goodwill. I have indeed grown accustomed to leisure. Should the opportunity arise, I would gladly collaborate with you in the future. The other party sighed with regret. A forced fruit is never sweet. Aishan and Appos, to say more, I shall take my leave now. Lin Cheng nodded lightly, contemplating how to navigate this impending clash smoothly. Large-scale conflicts are seldom brief, as they are typically the result of careful planning. Near the armory in the City of Order, the number of wandering survivors has visibly increased compared to previous days. It appears that various survivor alliances have flocked here to stockpile firearms and ammunition. An idea suddenly struck Lin Cheng. Since these alliances had come with the intent of waging war, selling splash-type poison potions at this moment could yield considerable profit. There will inevitably be affluent survivor alliances willing to pay exorbitantly for such potions, given their area of effect nature. A single toss into a crowd could ensnare many in a toxic grip. The psychological pressure of poisoning alone would be substantial, not to mention the tangible loss of health that would send most survivors into a frenzy. Rather than calling out himself, Lin Cheng decided to list the splash-type poison potions at the trading center. It was merely a matter of time before those with vested interests would scour the center and discover the potions. As anticipated, mere minutes later, he was approached by eager voices. "Is the brother selling the splash-type poison potions here? I have a lucrative proposition for you. We too wish to converse with the brother selling the splash-type poison potions, and our offer shall only rise." Lin Cheng stood at the entrance of the trading center, observing the throng of individuals fervently searching for him. Now was not the time to reveal himself. Once the news spread that the splash-type poison potions were in high demand, a phenomenon would emerge: competition. Allowing them to compete would drive prices upwards, as everyone would wish to stockpile these valuable potions. Consequently, the same quantity of potions could fetch a price several times higher. It is noteworthy that the price he set for the splash-type poison potions at the trading center had already doubled compared to what he previously offered for a single bottle. 2 bronze coins for 1 bottle of splash-type poison potion. Lin Cheng remained a silent observer, watching for over 10 minutes as those desperate to procure the potions grew increasingly agitated, akin to ants on a hot pan. They could not ascertain whether the seller of the splash-type poison potions had already been approached by others. Lin Cheng had no intention of revealing his identity. As the individual from the Azure Survivor Alliance had aptly pointed out, as a neutral survivor unassociated with any faction, he could easily find himself unwittingly embroiled in turmoil. His sole desire was to sell his potions in peace. Given that the splash-type poison potions had become a hot commodity at the trading center, Lin Cheng decided to list all the poison potions he possessed. As for the pricing strategy, Lin Cheng devised a clever plan. Rather than setting a fixed price, he would establish only a starting bid. The trading center allows for 2 pricing methods: a fixed price, where the item can be taken upon payment, and a starting bid, which is merely an initial offer with no upper limit. The only stipulation is that the starting bid cannot exceed the fixed price. Lin Cheng chose not to set a fixed price. He would allow the market to determine the value of the splash-type poison potions. With 10 bottles of splash-type poison potions, Lin Cheng opted to bundle them for sale, setting the starting bid at 10 bronze coins. Though the starting price appeared modest, given that he had previously sold a single potion for 2 bronze coins, many survivors would subconsciously assign a value of 2 bronze coins per potion. This mental labeling would linger in their minds. Thus, the bundled sale of 10 bottles at a mere 10 bronze coins translates to just 1 bronze coin per bottle. Those fervently seeking the seller would undoubtedly bid without hesitation. Throughout this process, Lin Cheng remained discreet, silently monitoring the fluctuations in price at the trading center. The initial bid of 10 bronze coins swiftly surged to 30 bronze coins. Moreover, this price continued to escalate at a remarkable pace. All survivor alliances interested in the splash-type poison potions were fervently competing for the 10 bottles. Notably, the Azure Survivor Alliance was among the contenders. Although they had established a long-term partnership with Lin Cheng, a reduction in the market supply of potions meant an increase in their potential monopoly. They recognized that this was an opportune moment for profit and would not reproach Lin Cheng for independently selling the potions, as they held no right to do so. Ultimately, the decision of whom to sell the potions to remained entirely Lin Cheng and Oppo's prerogative. The fact that he accepted the Azure Survivor Alliance's order for 100 bottles of night vision potions was already a testament to his generosity. However, Lin Cheng also gleaned valuable internal insights from the Azure Survivor Alliance. True strategic partnerships thrive on mutual benefit, rather than one party solely seeking to exploit the other. News of the splash-type poison potions being sold at the trading center swiftly spread like wildfire to the upper echelons of various survivor alliances. Chapter 82. The advantages of bundled sales outside the trading center of the City of Order. A frenzy of competition erupted as numerous individuals vied to purchase. While the surface appeared calm, this unseen commercial skirmish had already stirred considerable excitement among various survivor alliances. Concurrently, the effects of the splash-type poison potion had become well known among these alliances. The survivor alliance that first discovered the splash-type poison was momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of competitors. However, there was no choice. This was the crucial moment for seizing the opportunity. Whoever offered the highest price would claim the 10 bottles of splash-type poison. Each participant relied on their own capabilities. The highest bidder would prevail. Lin Cheng, undeterred by the bidding war, busied himself with brewing more poison potions, as he still possessed a substantial quantity of spider eyes. Moreover, having access to a cave spider spawner provided him with an inexhaustible supply of spider eyes and silk, allowing for generous consumption. Upon returning to the trading center after concocting 30 bottles of poison, Lin Cheng was astonished to discover that the items had already been sold. According to the trading center and Oppo's regulations, if no one outbid the last bidder within 30 minutes, the transaction would be locked in. Ultimately, the final sale price reached 50 bronze coins, a surprising figure for 10 bottles of splash-type poison, amounting to 5 bronze coins per bottle. This was far more lucrative than selling them individually. Having tasted success, Lin Cheng promptly listed another 10 bottles of splash-type poison, this time in consecutive batches. Bundled sales proved to be the key. The final prices remained consistent, culminating in the sale of 40 bottles of spray-type poison and yielding 200 bronze coins in total. This was a windfall beyond imagination. With a total of 370 bronze coins now in his possession, Lin Cheng found himself in a position to indulge for quite some time. Meanwhile, several survivor alliances that had failed to acquire the splash-type poison continued their pursuit. However, only a handful successfully secured the potion, as many lacked the funds to participate. Even those willing to spend considerable sums were hesitant to part with 50 bronze coins for merely 10 bottles of splash-type poison. Although the Azure Survivor Alliance possessed a fair number of night vision potions, their stock of splash-type poison was dwindling. This led to some regret among them for not having purchased more from the enigmatic potion brewer earlier. Lin Cheng could easily surmise that the Azure Survivor Alliance was attempting to reach him through radio communications. Yet, he had no intention of responding. He was now more akin to a merchant seeking to acquire his potions at an exceedingly low price. It would be folly to offer them 9 bottles of splash-type poison as compensation for inside information. There was no mutual obligation to consider. Next came the need to procure supplies. After all, continuously selling off resources would deplete his stockpile at the shelter. Given the current tumultuous circumstances, if he were to seek out supplies directly, it would provide ample opportunity for others to exploit his position. Having just sold a substantial quantity of splash-type poison and then attempting to procure gunpowder and blaze rods would inevitably raise suspicions. A rational individual would inevitably link these two items with the splash-type poison. This could lead to inflated prices throughout the market, resulting in significant losses. Even with familiar acquaintances, Lin Cheng decided against making direct contact. If he could not personally procure supplies, he would enlist someone he trusted to do so. Mo Xiao was undoubtedly the best candidate. To other survivors, Mo Xiao had never been exposed to the public eye. In essence, he could easily serve as a discreet procurement agent. As the plan crystallized in Lin Cheng and Apos' mind, he began his return to the temporary shelter. At that moment, Mo Xiao was at home rearranging his belongings. Seemingly dissatisfied with the previous arrangement, as most of the boxes and decorations had been relocated. The ender chest Lin Cheng gifted him was now positioned as a makeshift nightstand by his bed. Mo Xiao, do you have time? Come with me to the City of Order to procure some supplies. To the City of Order? Mo Xiao expressed his doubts but readily agreed to assist, as he had no pressing matters at hand. As a newcomer focused solely on survival, having resolved his issues of safety and sustenance, everything else was secondary. ISN and Apos, that vehicle of yours in the war-torn world destroyed? You can borrow mine for now. Really? Such a stroke of luck? Mo Xiao's eyes lit up at the prospect of suddenly acquiring a Jeep, which was quite appealing. However, it's only a temporary loan, not a gift. I don't care where you drive it, but when I need it, you must accompany me. Lin Cheng reiterated the terms of ownership concerning the Jeep. Ultimately, this point was of little consequence. More importantly, there was the matter of necessity. Should he require the Jeep, it would likely be to venture into uncharted territories, unreachable by the spatial teleportation scepter. The familiar areas he had already recorded coordinates for would render the Jeep's utility significantly diminished. Rather than let it languish, it was better to lend it to Mo Xiao, effectively securing a free temporary driver. Mo Xiao readily agreed, his desire for the Jeep stemming purely from a wish to satisfy his collecting instincts. Beyond that, he had no ulterior motives, nor was he inclined to venture out in search of survival supplies. With the Jeep at his disposal, traveling to the City of Order would be a far more enjoyable experience, and the concern over fuel was momentarily alleviated. Lin Cheng had previously obtained a full small backpack of fuel canisters, ensuring that he would not run out in the near future. Upon arriving at the City of Order, Mo Xiao hopped out of the Jeep first, only to realize that Lin Cheng remained in the passenger seat, showing no intention of disembarking. For today's procurement, you'll go on your own. I will instruct you on the specifics of pricing and purchasing techniques. Chapter 83. Regulating the market of the City of Order. Mo Xiao was astonished, his mouth agape. Was such a significant task entrusted solely to him? Cheng, good. I believe it would be wise for you to accompany me. After all, I lack experience in procuring supplies, and if I were to mess it up, Dawn and Apos, worry, even if things go awry, it's of little consequence. Money is the least of my concerns. Lin Cheng and Apos' lavish demeanor somewhat assuaged Mo Xiao and Apos' restless heart. The reason I'm not going myself, but rather sending you in my stead, is quite particular. The supplies I require are just 4 items: hellwarts, gunpowder, flame sticks, and glass. If anyone is willing to sell sand, that would suffice as well. As for the prices, gunpowder costs 16 pieces of bronze for 1 unit. Hellwarts are priced at 32 pieces of bronze, and flame sticks are 10 pieces of bronze each. While prices may fluctuate slightly, as long as they do not diverge excessively, I am amenable. Sand and glass should be relatively inexpensive. 1 piece of bronze can purchase a set of sand or half a set of glass. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, committing these prices to memory. An error in pricing could mean genuine losses. More accurately, it would be akin to handing out money to others. Go now. The transaction should be concluded within an hour. With me here, the vehicle will remain safe. Mo Xiao took a few hesitant steps forward, anxiety gnawing at him. This was his inaugural experience negotiating supplies with other survivors. Lin Cheng, however, felt no trepidation. With the advent of the war world, the circulation of goods had inevitably increased. Moreover, the main world was not devoid of resources. There were always cautious survivors who, rather than entering the war zone, continued their search in the main world. In the main world's supply boxes, numerous items akin to hellwarts, flame sticks, and gunpowder could be found, even if they had not ventured into the war world. The survivor alliances likely possessed a stockpile of similar supplies. Now was the opportune moment to acquire raw materials at a low price from them, subsequently crafting them into splashing-type toxic potions to sell at a premium. Essentially, he would be profiting from the processing fee, which was significantly substantial. Lin Cheng handed Mo Xiao 50 pieces of bronze, eager to see how much he could procure. He had complete faith that Mo Xiao would not secretly covet the 50 pieces. He was aware of the approximate prices, should the quantities deviate too significantly. Only a fool would remain oblivious. Furthermore, Mo Xiao had little attachment to bronze coins, as he had nothing much to purchase. Approximately 40 minutes later, Mo Xiao hurriedly emerged from the City of Order. Cheng Ge, I have acquired everything you requested, and the prices are quite close to what you mentioned. However, I still have 20 pieces of bronze left, which are right here. Mo Xiao handed over the 20 bronze coins, dumping all the supplies he had gathered into Lin Cheng's hands. 10 sets of sand cost him 5 bronze coins, while 100 flame sticks consumed 10 coins. 2 sets of gunpowder cost 8 bronze coins, with the remaining coins allocated to purchasing hellwarts. Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The prices he had quoted were nearly spot on. Well done. For your first trading expedition, achieving such perfection reflects your potential in this area. Mo Xiao sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Potential doesn't matter. What's crucial is that I didn't botch the transaction. I'm grateful for that. Many of my trading partners were from survivor alliances, and they seemed to be in dire need of funds for some reason. Lin Cheng nearly burst into laughter. Their financial woes stemmed from their desperation to acquire splashing-type toxic potions. Some survivor alliances were so determined to procure a portion of the potions he was selling that they were willing to part with their possessions. This led them to sell off supplies to gather bronze coins for future expenditures. Regardless, with so many survivors in an alliance, their daily expenses amounted to a considerable sum. By the way, Cheng Ge, while I was browsing the trading center, I noticed numerous individuals selling a substance called splashing-type toxic potion. Its price is exorbitant, reaching up to 10 bronze coins per bottle. Lin Cheng was taken aback. Could there really be someone more ruthless than him? Pricing a bottle of splashing-type toxic potion at 10 coins? The source of these potions, of course, was from his own sales. This was the essence of middlemen profiting from the price differences, buy low, sell high, acting as a broker. Although this price was somewhat unreasonable, being double that of his original price, there would always be those in urgent need. When an item is scarce, even a slight increase over its original value can entice buyers. If Lin Cheng were to continue selling his splashing-type toxic potions at 5 bronze coins a bottle, he would undoubtedly attract many eager customers. However, he had no intention of doing so. He aimed to ensure that the circulation of splashing-type toxic potions in the market remained limited, so that when he later provided supply, the prices would steadily rise. Currently, controlling the market in the trading center required a gradual approach, not a gluttonous feast. If too much were released at once, it could lead to a catastrophic drop in value, which would be utterly detrimental. As for the prices set by others, that was of no concern to him. He had already made his profit, and those splashing-type toxic potions were consumables, vanishing after a single use. The day would inevitably come when the circulating splashing-type toxic potions would be exhausted. When that time arrived, he would reintroduce some to the market, maintaining a steady flow. By then, whether it was those genuinely in need of splashing-type toxic potions or those seeking to profit from reselling, they would all compete fervently for a chance to bid. The intensity of the competition would hinge on their demand for the potions. The greater the demand, the higher the eventual transaction price. Chapter 84. A New Journey to the Nether. Lin Cheng, with a hint of self-admiration, gently pinched his chin, acknowledging his rare genius. This was merely a splattering type of lethal potion. Once he developed fire-resistant potions and various other functional elixirs, he would hold dominion over the entire potion market. This represented a genuine source of wealth. If he could master the art of potion making, would he ever need to worry about the scarcity of bronze coins? Chenggu, what an amp, Oppos, with that strange smile. Have you thought of something good? Mo Xiao, focused on driving, felt a tremor of curiosity at Lin Cheng and amp, Oppos' beaming expression. He had never seen Lin Cheng exhibit such delight. Were it not for the global digitalization, he might have thought Lin Cheng had won the lottery. After all, who else would smile in such a manner? In truth, Lin Cheng's situation was akin to winning the lottery, though this fortune translated into bronze coins. The supplies acquired from the City of Order should suffice for a considerable time. The only downside was that he had only managed to procure sand, which he would need to melt into glass and subsequently craft into bottles. Fortunately, there was no immediate rush, having just sold a batch of potions. There was no need to hastily prepare another. Lin Cheng already had plans in mind. He aimed to venture into the Nether while all survivors remained oblivious to its existence. By taking the initiative, he could gather all necessary resources and gain a significant advantage. The Nether housed numerous rare materials. But the primary objective was to discover the Nether Fortress, akin to the temples in the overworld. However, the Nether Fortress was more expansive, and the treasures within were limited, with a lower probability of yielding valuable items than the temples. Yet, his quest for the Nether Fortress was not merely for its chests, but for the monsters that spawned there, wither skeletons. Defeating these wither skeletons had a chance to drop their skulls. And 3 skulls combined with 4 soul sand could summon the formidable boss monster, the Wither. Slaying the Wither would guarantee a Nether star, which could be used to craft a beacon. Blaze spawners were another primary target, as each Nether fortress typically contained 1 or more of these spawners. Finding a spawner equated to an endless supply of blaze rods. In comparison to the wither skeletons, locating the blaze spawner was evidently more crucial. Beyond these pursuits, Lin Cheng and amp, Oppos' main goal was to acquire soul sand in bulk to cultivate Nether wart. Constantly purchasing these materials was time-consuming and costly in bronze coins. Avoiding such expenses was a prudent way to save money. To construct the Nether portal, the essential raw material was obsidian, and fortunately, he had a surplus. Mo Xiao, I will be in seclusion at home for a while. Unless it's of utmost importance, try not to disturb me. Seclusion? Chenggu, are you about to cultivate immortality? What immortality? If I don and amp, Oppos, succeed in my seclusion, I may very well become an immortal. Hee, I was just saying it casually. Don and amp, Oppos, worry. I'll keep an eye on the area for you. Lin Cheng, however, did not wish for Mo Xiao to learn about the Nether portal, primarily for his protection. As a novice with little understanding of combat skills and survival rules, entering the Nether would be akin to courting death. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether the Nether had been overrun by the infected. If that were the case, the difficulty of his quest would escalate significantly. At that point, he would be too preoccupied to spare any energy to protect Mo Xiao. Before long, they arrived near home, and the jeep was left with Mo Xiao as agreed, leaving him to figure out its upkeep. Upon returning home, Lin Cheng did not immediately set up the Nether portal. Instead, he excavated a hidden chamber behind the wall. The Nether portal was too conspicuous, with its deep purple obsidian and violet teleportation light, attracting attention wherever it was placed. Most survivors had already seen what a portal looked like, and even those who hadn't and Oppos, would recognize it as a portal, albeit unaware of its destination. After ensuring all precautions were in place, Lin Cheng began to check his equipment. Entering the Nether would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, and even his Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, which could only fire once more, was brought along. Since he had decided to enter, he had to be thoroughly prepared. Given the Nether and amp, Oppos' dim lighting, primarily illuminated by lava and the flames burning on the netherrack, Lin Cheng prudently brought along some night vision potions. He possessed a considerable number of these potions and deemed it unwise to skimp on safety. Each potion lasted for 8 minutes, and while carrying too many would consume valuable inventory space, he ultimately decided to take a small backpack filled with night vision potions. 9 bottles would provide a continuous effect for 72 minutes, sufficient time. As he stepped into the Nether portal, the scenery began to distort before being engulfed by darkness. Upon regaining his vision, everything remained distorted, but after taking a few steps forward, the warped scene vanished, revealing an endless expanse of crimson and shadows. This was the Nether, rife with danger, where the red netherrack set the tone for the landscape. Flames flickered atop some of the netherrack, and molten rock fell from above, forming a searing column of fire. No one dared to approach the molten rock. Even its appearance instilled a sense of peril. The lurking threats were far more numerous than what was visible. Lin Cheng gripped his MP7 submachine gun tightly, swiftly consuming a bottle of night vision potion that would last 8 minutes. As the potion took effect, the encroaching darkness receded, revealing a brilliant crimson hue. Chapter 85. The infected of the Nether. Under this peculiar illumination, the eyes found it uncomfortable to perceive their surroundings, yet it was far preferable to complete darkness. Lin Cheng took a moment to observe his environment, which lay amidst a series of raised hellish rock hills, where remnants of quartz ore could be faintly discerned upon the ground. His purpose for venturing here was not to excavate these quartz deposits, as he currently harbored no immediate need for construction. However, the allure of crafting a home from quartz, with its pure, pristine whiteness, was undeniably enticing, promising a sense of tranquility. Furthermore, quartz could be fashioned into various types to cater to diverse architectural demands. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Lin Cheng could indeed mine some quartz from the Nether to forge quartz blocks for building a house. Yet, this endeavor hinged upon the assurance that his abode would remain untouched by other survivors. Otherwise, a missing wall today or a lost door tomorrow, while not fatal, would undeniably be a source of vexation. Contrary to his expectations of encountering infected beings, he instead spotted several zombie pigmen. These unique creatures of the Nether were neutral, posing no threat unless provoked. However, should one inadvertently offend a zombie pigman, it would not be a solitary foe one would face, but rather a horde. Armed with golden swords, their individual damage may not be significant, yet their collective combat prowess was formidable. Lin Cheng extracted his spatial teleportation rights from his bag, meticulously recording the location of the portal. He had previously learned in the war-torn world that the spatial teleportation staff could not facilitate interdimensional travel. Thus, to return to the main world, he must be adjacent to the portal. With no surplus obsidian to craft another portal, every bit saved was invaluable. Having noted the coordinates, Lin Cheng cautiously navigated around the aimlessly wandering zombie pigmen. His quest encompassed two objectives: to locate a Nether fortress and to seek out soul sand. He aimed to avoid confrontation with these creatures as much as possible, prioritizing his safety. Not long into his journey, he discovered a small vial of soul sand. While the quantity was meager, it was undeniably better to possess some than none at all. With soul sand in his possession, he gained the ability to indefinitely regenerate Nether wart. A familiar sound echoed behind him, causing Lin Cheng and Appo's heart to sink. If his memory served him correctly, it was the voice of an infected being. He had initially hoped to evade such encounters in the Nether, envisaging the construction of a temporary shelter to shield himself from the infected of the main world. However, it seemed his hopes were misplaced. The Nether harbored its own infected beings. Given the unique nature of the Nether, Lin Cheng refrained from engaging in combat with firearms. Instead, after determining the position and number of the infected, he withdrew his diamond longbow from his backpack. It was time to test the prowess of the diamond longbow. Approximately 20 paces away, an infected being lay in a dormant state. With a swift release of the bowstring, the arrow soared in a parabolic arc, striking the slumbering creature. Remarkably, the arrow failed to vanquish the infected but reduced its health to a critically low level. Coincidentally, the infected stood at the edge of a precipice. The impact from the arrow, imbued with a knockback enchantment, sent it plummeting down the cliff. If he was not mistaken, the bottom of that cliff must be a sea of lava. The infected, being vulnerable to lava damage, was effectively taken care of by that single shot. Even if the cliff and Appo's base were not a molten sea, the sheer height alone would suffice to claim the life of the severely weakened infected. Lin Cheng glanced at the exquisite diamond longbow in his grasp, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Currently, the bow possessed only a power 4 enchantment, which significantly impacted its damage output. Although the infected had survived with merely a drop of health, that single point necessitated an additional arrow to finish the job. Such an efficiency was both time-consuming and counterproductive. It was imperative that he expedite the search for another Power 4 enchantment book to elevate his bow to Power V. However, the demise of that infected seemed to trigger a series of unforeseen repercussions. Several more infected beings began to spawn in the vicinity, escalating Lin Cheng and Appo's anxiety. He began to comprehend the implications. The Nether lacked a distinction between day and night, perpetually shrouded in blood-red darkness. Did this mean that the infected also followed a continuous spawning pattern akin to that in the war world? If this were indeed the case, the challenges of exploring the Nether would far exceed his initial expectations. Upon entering the Nether, the main world was basking in daylight, suggesting that all worlds should share a synchronized time. Yet here, the infected continued to spawn, lending credence to his hypothesis. Thankfully, the newly spawned infected remained in a dormant state. As long as he maintained a low profile to avoid awakening them, he could navigate without incident. The Nether and Apos' environment was astoundingly complex, with its terrain presenting bewildering surprises. What appeared to be a flat expanse could suddenly reveal a gaping chasm ahead. Moreover, crossing such an abyss proved difficult. The only solution lay in sourcing materials locally, excavating hellish rock to create a pathway. To avoid a scenario where he ran out of materials mid-construction, Lin Cheng prudently mined approximately 5 stacks of hellish rock. Regardless of its eventual use, it was better to have it on hand. With each block laid, he found himself increasingly elevated above the sea of lava. On this vast expanse of molten rock, a survivor was painstakingly constructing a path, one block at a time. A single misstep could result in a fatal plunge into the seemingly endless lava sea, leading to inevitable demise and the loss of all equipment. With one hand gripping the hellish rock to pave his path, and the other clutching an ender pearl, Lin Cheng was prepared. Should he find himself in danger of falling, he would immediately hurl the ender pearl to teleport to safety. Regardless of the circumstances, it was always prudent to have a contingency plan. Suddenly, an eerie sound resonated from the sky nearby, reminiscent of an infant and Apos' wail or the lament of a creature. Merely hearing it sent chills down his spine. While other survivors might find such a sound foreign, Lin Cheng recognized it all too well. It was the voice of a ghast. A ghast was lurking nearby. Chapter 86. The tenacious evil spirit. The evil spirit is a unique creature of the Nether, colossal in size and capable of flight. Its primary mode of attack involves spewing fireballs, creating explosive effects in nearby areas that inflict damage upon survivors and living beings. The low visibility of the Nether, compounded by the spirit and Apos' ability to soar high, often means that one may only hear its menacing voice without ever laying eyes upon it. If one is not well acquainted with the spirit's behavior, it becomes all too easy to fall victim to its surprise attacks. While being ambushed is typically manageable, the current predicament occurs over a vast sea of lava. A careless misstep could result in a plummet into the scalding magma below, leading to a most agonizing demise. Despite the troublesome nature of the evil spirit's assaults, it possesses a fatal weakness: its exceptionally low health. It is even conceivable that it may be harmed by its own fireballs, as its attacks can rebound. Just how fragile is the evil spirit? If it is struck by its own attack, it will perish instantly, regardless of its remaining health. In essence, the spirit has but one opportunity, while the protagonist has numerous chances to strike. Lin Cheng switched to the Celestial Dominion Sword, remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. He could not ascertain when the evil spirit would choose to attack. Moreover, rebounding the spirit and Apos' attacks requires a degree of finesse. Timing is crucial. Too early or too late could spell disaster. He had no desire to be the first unfortunate soul to meet his end in the Nether and Apos' lava. The chilling voice of the evil spirit echoed once more, this time unmistakably closer, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of an imminent attack. A blazing fireball hurtled toward Lin Cheng's head. At the last possible moment, Lin Cheng turned to face the incoming projectile, raising the battered Celestial Dominion Sword to counter it. The timing of his strike was impeccable, successfully reflecting the evil spirit and Apos' attack. However, he did not hear the anticipated explosion, indicating that he had not struck the spirit's corporeal form. Nevertheless, he could surmise the spirit's general location, as long as he could ascertain the broader direction. He could continue to refine his aim. As Lin Cheng pondered his next move, yet another fireball came hurtling towards him. Once again, the spirit's attack was deflected by the Celestial Dominion Sword. Lin Cheng secretly hoped the spirit would approach closer, ideally attacking directly above him. This was because vanquishing the spirit would yield some unique rewards, such as the tears of the evil spirit. Of course, there were other potential drops, including gunpowder, though its value paled in comparison to that of the tears. The tears of the evil spirit could be utilized to craft regeneration potions or to create ender crystals, making them quite valuable. And with a singular means of acquisition, encounters with evil spirits were rare, and obtaining their tears even rarer. The looting attribute could increase the drop rate of items from such spirits, with a looting 3 weapon potentially yielding up to 4 tears of the evil spirit under optimal conditions, though such scenarios were not typical. When yet another fireball approached, Lin Cheng instinctively raised his Celestial Dominion Sword to block it. The defense was successful, accompanied by the sound of an explosion and the spirit's anguished wail. Victory! With the evil spirit dispatched, Lin Cheng's anxiety lessened. At least he no longer had to worry about a surprise attack from behind. The arduous journey continued. He needed to reach the other side to discover what awaited him. In the distance, a silhouette began to materialize, a massive form that quickened Lin Cheng's heartbeat. Based on his previous experiences, it was likely a nether fortress. Otherwise, it could be an array of bizarre nether rocks. As he drew nearer, it became evident that it was indeed a grand nether fortress, suggesting a substantial scale. Victory was within reach. Locating the fortress signified that half of his nether expedition was accomplished. Lin Cheng hastened his pace, yet remained cautious of his safety. He could not afford to falter now. Above him, numerous glowstone blocks emitted a gentle luminescence. Mining these would yield glowstone dust, a vital ingredient for potion brewing that enhances potion effects. Thus, he aimed to gather some, albeit with a degree of skill. Any tool would break glowstone at the same rate. Therefore, using a non-precision tool would merely waste its durability. Employing a precision tool would yield whole glowstone blocks instead of mere dust. Lin Cheng preferred to mine with his hands, avoiding the unnecessary use of a precision diamond pickaxe, which would complicate the process and waste durability unnecessarily. He had no need for glowstone as a light source, and directly collecting glowstone dust proved more efficient. The areas where glowstone appeared were scattered and chaotic, making excavation laborious. He had to remain vigilant to avoid falling. And pausing to mine glowstone inevitably reduced his pace towards the fortress. However, as there was no one else vying for the fortress, there was no need to rush. Now that glowstone was practically within arm's reach, it would be remiss not to collect it. After gathering approximately a stack of glowstone dust, Lin Cheng paused his collection. Not because this amount was insufficient, but because the next cluster of glowstone blocks was too far from his current position and not en route to the fortress. While he could mine it, it seemed unnecessary. Lin Cheng's gaze remained fixed on the distant fortress, his heart racing faster as he approached. The closer he drew, the more he realized it was a twin nether fortress. The two fortresses were situated remarkably close together, appearing as a singular colossal structure to the naked eye. This was an ideal location for constructing a nether platform to spawn wither skeletons aimed at rapidly collecting their skulls. He believed that the Survivor Alliance would have a significant demand for beacons when constructing their bases, as these not only enhance the combat and survival capabilities of the survivors near the base, but also serve as a symbol of wealth and power. Chapter 87. Exploring the Hell Fortress. In simpler terms, this can be regarded as a form of alternative luxury, for the Nether Star is not commonly encountered. It can only be acquired by vanquishing the Wither, and the odds of a Wither skeleton dropping its skull are rather disheartening. This is a matter heavily reliant on fortune. Those blessed with luck might procure several in succession, while the unfortunate may spend an entire night without obtaining a single one. However, constructing the nether platform is no trivial task, as it necessitates a considerable quantity of nether bricks. The most efficient method is to mine them directly from the nearby nether fortresses. Otherwise, the time wasted in crafting a substantial amount of nether bricks is not insignificant. And the construction of the platform itself is a labor-intensive endeavor that requires minimal technical skill. Lin Cheng has already resolved that he cannot undertake the construction of the nether platform alone. Once his development stabilizes somewhat, he plans to invite Mo Shao to assist him in laying the nether platform, which will save him considerable effort. Collaborating with another is undoubtedly more efficient than laboring alone. Regarding the outline of the nether platform, he intends to dedicate some time to its construction, filling in the outline with nether bricks when the time comes. Along the walls of the nether fortress, Lin Cheng meticulously stacked nether rock from his backpack, finding himself situated at the broken bridge between two fortresses. Not far away stood a pitch-black skeleton, wielding a sword that closely resembled its own hue. There are various rumors concerning the sword held by the Wither skeleton. Some claim it is merely a common stone sword, while others assert it is a unique Wither sword that inflicts the Wither effect upon its foes. To ascertain the truth, one would need to procure the sword from the Wither skeleton. However, attempting to seize it directly is futile, as such mechanics do not currently exist in this world. Lin Cheng was indeed curious, yet he could not devise a method to verify his suspicions. As he approached the Wither skeleton for close observation, he was promptly targeted by it. A mere strike from this creature would enforce the Wither effect upon him. While his interest in research was piqued, the necessity was lacking. In such close quarters, it was unnecessary to waste the durability of his diamond longbow. He opted instead to engage with the damaged sword of the cosmos. A swift flurry of 2 strikes dispatched the fully healthy Wither skeleton, yet it yielded only bones and coal as spoils. The coveted Wither skull, which he had longed for, did not drop, But this was within the realm of expectation, considering it was his first encounter with a wither skeleton. If it had dropped so readily, his luck would have been exceedingly fortunate. The vastness of the Nether Fortress exceeded his initial estimations. As Lin Cheng wandered through its expanse, he marked various locations to prevent getting lost later. He meticulously dismantled all the chests he had already searched, most of which contained gold nuggets. There were also a few miscellaneous items, but their overall value was meager. Lin Cheng had lost count of the nether warts and gold nuggets he had collected. Every chest contained a few, alongside numerous unique items that could not be crafted, such as saddles and various horse armors, iron, gold, and diamond. These items held collectible value, as they could not be obtained through crafting. Who knows when someone might need them, even if he did not sell them. Preserving them for taming a steed in the future would be rather impressive. Lin Cheng estimated that the size of this nether fortress was more than 10 times that of an ordinary ocean monument. This was a conservative estimate, after all. It was a twin fortress of the nether, rich in collectible value. He located a relatively safe spot at the center and recorded the coordinates. This would serve as the optimal safe point for his teleportation to the fortress, and he carefully surveyed the surrounding environment. Not far down a corridor, he distinctly heard the voice of a blaze. However, just then, the effect of his night vision potion wore off, plunging him back into darkness. A disconcerting state that offered little sense of security. Even with his formidable armaments, the outbreak of combat could pose a risk to his safety. Nevertheless, illumination was essential. Lin Cheng quickly consumed another bottle of night vision potion, restoring his sight to normal. At the corner, indeed, a blaze was in a dormant state. Upon detecting Lin Cheng's approach, it slowly ascended and began to charge an attack. Lin Cheng would not wait for the blaze to strike before reacting. In the past, he might have needed to knock an arrow, wasting precious time and risking an attack. However, with firearms at his disposal, he saw no reason to jeopardize his safety by sacrificing health for a few bullets. Bullets could be replenished, but safety could not be exchanged. As he had previously mentioned, the MP7 submachine gun proved exceptionally effective for close-range engagements. Before the blaze could complete its charge, it was gunned down by the MP7's bullets. A blaze rod dropped to the ground. Lin Cheng picked it up, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. The greatest drawback of firearms is their inability to be enchanted. Otherwise, the dropped blaze rods might have been even more plentiful, a testament to the pros and cons of firearms. Their advantage lies in high damage output, with different types suitable for various scenarios: close, medium, and long range. Lin Cheng conveniently possessed one of each, the MP7 for close encounters, the M4A1 for medium range, and the formidable Barrett M82A1 for long-range combat. Yet, the disadvantages of firearms were glaring. They could not be combined with the original enchantment books, nor could they acquire those immensely useful enchantment attributes. If firearms could be enchanted, securing a fully attributed weapon would undoubtedly place him in an invincible position in certain domains. After briefly scanning the vicinity for other monsters, Lin Cheng departed, delving deeper into exploration. Typically, blaze spawners are located at the top of the fortress, making it nearly impossible for them to spawn within the internal corridors. Chapter 88. Return to the main world. In his search, Lin Cheng discovered numerous crates containing blaze rods, at least a dozen, if not more. Initially, these items seemed intriguing, but as their quantity increased, they became rather redundant. Disposing of them felt wasteful, yet his small backpack was nearing its capacity. Had he not brought the shulker box and the compact backpack, he would have certainly opted against carrying these items, as they consumed valuable space. Soon, Lin Cheng stumbled upon a blaze spawner situated at the foot of a staircase that ascended. At the base, a small patch of soul sand lay, adorned with nether wart. It was a stroke of fortune to find soul sand and nether wart readily available. Upon exiting, he noticed a lava well right at the entrance. In front of this well stood a prominent platform, upon which the blaze spawner was prominently displayed. Overjoyed, Lin Cheng realized that an inexhaustible supply of blaze rods was now within his grasp. The only cost he would incur was a slight modification of the surrounding area. Given that blazes possessed the ability to fly, constructing a tall spawner tower was unnecessary. A modestly low-ceilinged room would suffice. The building materials were conveniently at hand, as he could easily excavate some nether bricks from the vicinity. This would not only conceal his activities but also save time. Before long, a small blaze spawner chamber was established around the spawner to prevent any unexpected ambushes from the newly spawned blazes during construction. Lin Cheng prudently placed torches on several sides of the spawner, effectively sealing it temporarily. It was an amp, Oppos, until Lin Cheng recorded the coordinates of the spawner chamber with his space teleportation scepter that he removed the torches blocking the spawner. The spawning efficiency of a single spawner was modest, yet this was a blaze spawner, after all. According to the spawning rules, a survivor must be present within a certain radius for the spawner to continue its operation. If a survivor strayed from that area for an extended period, the spawner would cease to function. Therefore, to spawn a significant number of blazes at once, he would need to idle near the spawner for a while or explore other areas of the nether, allowing Mo Xiao to assist him in idling. This explanation should be sufficiently clear. Lin Cheng comfortably farmed for an extended duration, and once he had acquired around 2 to 3 stacks of blaze rods, he decided to take a break. His explorations in the nether had yielded a bountiful harvest, not only locating the twin nether fortresses but also nearly completing the blaze spawner chamber. In the future, with a little optimization, he could construct a potion brewing area adjacent to the spawner chamber, allowing him to brew potions while simultaneously idling, ensuring a continuous flow of spawns. Once the potions were brewed, a fresh batch of blazes would have likely spawned, and he could then venture in to slay them. This method would save considerable time. And most importantly, he would and Oppos, have to remain by the spawner, waiting to kill one blaze at a time. The feeling of spawn rates lagging behind kill rates was excruciating, akin to time dragging on endlessly, with the ever-present fear that the spawner might cease functioning at any moment. Of course, this scenario was unlikely unless specific factors interfered with the spawner's mechanics or the spawner were dismantled. Otherwise, even in the event of a world collapse, the spawner would persist in its operations, for the phrase inexhaustible supply was not mere rhetoric. Glancing at the time, and considering the abundance of useful items he now carried, Lin Cheng resolved to return to the main world. His explorations in the nether had been somewhat simpler than anticipated. At least he hadn't been swarmed by hordes of infected. While some areas occasionally spawned infected, the nether fortress spawning ecosystem surprisingly lacked any infected creatures. Had there been any, he would have certainly encountered a multitude during his extensive search. The absence of infected denoted that the nether fortress could serve as a viable area for habitation. Transforming such a vast expanse of nether fortress would undoubtedly demand significant time, effort, and resources. If he were to reside there alone in the future, he could easily construct a small room hovering directly above the fortress. Even with Mo Xiao joining him, it would merely add another room, requiring minimal effort. This discovery was momentous. It was akin to finding a proverbial get-out-of-jail-free card in a world where infected randomly spawn every 24 hours, drastically reducing the difficulty of survival. With the space teleportation scepter in hand, he selected the location of the nether portal and teleported back. Upon returning to the main world, evening was approaching, and only a few minutes remained before the infected would begin to spawn. This observation led to the conclusion that the passage of time in both the main world and the nether was synchronized and equivalent. Once back in his temporary refuge, Lin Cheng unloaded all the materials from his backpack. With a sufficient quantity of blaze rods, he could finally contemplate brewing strength potions. By utilizing blaze powder in the brewing process, he could create strength potions to enhance his combat prowess. The reason he had previously refrained from brewing them was due to a limited supply of blaze rods, which were also the most expensive resource he had procured thus far. Although it was possible to brew them, it seemed unnecessary. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of brewing poison potions was significantly higher, especially considering he had access to a cave spider spawner. However, the situation had changed. He now possessed not only glowstone dust to enhance potion effects, but also a substantial increase in blaze rod quantity. Additionally, with the establishment of the blaze spawner chamber, he would no longer need to trade in the City of Order once his blaze rods were exhausted. A self-sufficient production chain was soon to be established. Nevertheless, enhancing potion effects with glowstone dust would prevent him from using redstone to prolong their duration. It was akin to the age-old adage of not being able to have both a bear's paw and fish meat. One must choose between the two. Some potions emphasize duration, while others prioritize effectiveness. If immediate effects were desired, glowstone dust would undoubtedly prove superior. In most cases, aside from potions like night vision and underwater breathing, which lack tier distinctions, the majority of potions should ideally utilize glowstone dust to augment their potency. Chapter 89. Level 2 Strength Potion. As night fell, the infected began to respawn. A new wave of infected had finally started to emerge, and Lin Cheng sat on the edge of his bed, preparing to brew potions. Recently, the market had been flooded with toxic potions, rendering it unnecessary to produce another batch of deadly concoctions. Instead, he decided to concoct some strength potions, enhancing their effects with luminous powder. This type of potion, which provides a buff to oneself, could be effectively utilized even without being crafted into a splash type using gunpowder. However, the target of the buff would shift from an area effect to a single application. Yet, for the sake of production costs and potential profit, it was evidently wiser not to make it splash type. A standard strength potion could amplify damage by 130, while the enhanced strength potion, fortified with luminous powder, could escalate damage by a staggering 260. This marked a significant leap in potency. The familiar brewing process commenced, but this time, after adding the hellish warts. The first ingredient tossed in was not a spider eye or a golden carrot, but fiery powder. After a brief wait, the ordinary strength potion was completed, and Lin Cheng proceeded to add other materials sequentially. Upon witnessing the completion of the strength potion 2, Lin Cheng allocated several small backpacks to contain the potions. He planned to take them to the City of Order for auction the following day, without needing to be present himself. Staying on site would inevitably raise suspicions. Various signs pointed to the fact that if he could identify someone unrelated among the bidders, it would lead him to the ultimate auctioneer. Although the Azure Survivor Alliance maintained transactions with Lin Cheng, they remained oblivious to his personal details, knowing only the frequency of his radio station, a detail of little consequence. As long as Lin Cheng chose to remain indifferent, even a plethora of messages received via the radio could be disregarded. In the course of his brewing, Lin Cheng found himself unexpectedly productive, crafting 5 small backpacks filled with level 2 strength potions, each capable of holding 9 bottles, amounting to a total of 45 bottles. He sighed, realizing he had lost count during the process. For the time being, he decided to set aside this quantity. 45 bottles were neither excessively many nor too few. With ample time still left in the night, he could either continue leveling up or rest. Ultimately, Lin Cheng resolved to take a nap. For a well-rested mind is vital for efficiency. If mental strain is not alleviated, it would hinder productivity in subsequent endeavors. With a gentle closing of his eyes, he drifted into slumber, and the night passed swiftly. Ding! Dawn broke. The infected had ceased to respawn. As the familiar notification echoed, Lin Cheng stretched comfortably in bed and then made his way to the edge of his small vegetable patch to assess the growth of his crops. The potatoes were now fully matured and could be harvested to be roasted in the furnace. However, as Lin Cheng had recently procured a considerable amount of food from the war-torn world, the risk of food scarcity in the near future was negligible. Harvesting the crops would merely waste the coal in the furnace. The progress of potion brewing was closely tied to the yield of glass as well. No matter how many materials he possessed, without sand to convert into glass, it would all be in vain. After all, potions require containers. One cannot simply hold the potion in their hands. Carrying 45 bottles of level 2 strength potions, Lin Cheng utilized his spatial teleportation staff to return to the City of Order. As dawn had just broken, he found himself alone in the city, devoid of any other survivors. However, the auction of items at the trading center was managed by survivors setting the prices, with NPCs facilitating the transactions. Even in the absence of other survivors, the process could continue. In fact, the current solitude was advantageous. Once he seamlessly listed all the strength potions, some survivors would soon discover their presence upon opening the trading center, sparking a new round of bidding. As for the timing of their discovery, Lin Cheng pondered, knowing that some members of the Survivor Alliance would surely be preoccupied, unable to rush to the City of Order the moment the infected ceased respawning. Thus, there was a chance that certain survivors or alliances might seize the opportunity to snatch up the potions at a bargain price. Consequently, Lin Cheng needed to intervene. The trading center did not explicitly prohibit sellers from bidding on their own items. Although winning would incur a nominal fee, Lin Cheng was far more inclined to pay that minor fee than to allow others to benefit from a low-priced acquisition. As for what he deemed a bargain price, he decided to sell the 45 bottles of level 2 strength potions in sets of 5, starting each group at 10 bronze coins. A higher starting price might deter some survivors, while the allure of competition could ignite the bidding spirit among others. At that point, would the potion prices remain low? Certainly. Even the level 2 strength potions would find it challenging to surpass the price of night vision potions, which last for 8 minutes. Compared to the mere seconds of potency offered by the strength potion, the majority of survivors would undoubtedly prefer the former. Although the 260 strength increase was substantial, no one could guarantee an opportunity to consume the potion amidst battle, nor the ability to conclude a skirmish within those fleeting seconds. Despite these considerations, the impact of potions on combat was indisputable. Lin Cheng had no concerns regarding the sale of his potions. with all 9 sets of 5 potions listed. Lin Cheng sought a place to rest. The City of Order boasted many unique establishments, such as the Tavern, a social hub where survivors could purchase drinks with bronze coins and inquire about various tidbits from NPCs. Overall, it served as a legitimate and well-protected information trading center within the City of Order. As Lin Cheng pushed open the tavern door, he found it empty save for NPCs, without any other survivors in sight. Chapter 90. The Tavern of the City of Order. As Lin Cheng entered the tavern, the nearby NPCs instinctively turned their gazes toward him. "Oh, a guest so early?" The bartender, who was polishing a bottle, greeted Lin Cheng with a cheerful smile. "My dear guest, what can I get for you?" Before Lin Cheng, a shimmering interface materialized, revealing the tavern's menu. Rum, 1 bronze coin. Sake, 1 bronze coin. Ordinary red wine, 1 bronze coin. Sunset glow, 2 bronze coins. Bloody Mary, 5 bronze coins. The varying prices for different beverages astonished Lin Cheng, the highest being an astonishing 5 bronze coins. This establishment was undoubtedly one of the most expensive entertainment venues in the City of Order. It was rumored that the more expensive the drink ordered for the NPCs, the better the information one could obtain. However, the reliability of the information was subject to chance, as not all tidings would be beneficial to him. Lin Cheng did not rush to place an order. Instead, he took a seat at the bar, surveying the environment around him. Even in the absence of survivors seeking conversation, the NPCs engaged in hushed discussions. In a corner of the tavern, a middle-aged man with a weary visage drank alone, his troubled expression suggesting he was grappling with some predicament. When NPCs encountered difficulties, it often implied the possibility of receiving a quest from them. The nature of the quest and its rewards were left to fate. With good fortune, one might reap significant benefits, akin to the space teleportation staff he had previously acquired. Yet, not everyone possessed such luck. Even a single stroke of good fortune did not guarantee a succession of favorable outcomes. Thus, Lin Cheng held no lofty expectations but figured it was worth a shot. "Brother, drinking alone?" Upon Lin Cheng's approach, the middle-aged man seemed indifferent, continuing to imbibe in silence. "Don't keep your troubles bottled up. Perhaps I can assist you." Lin Cheng persistently attempted to trigger a narrative. As long as the man was willing to entrust him with the task, his efforts would not be in vain. After several attempts, the troubled man finally glanced up at him. "You likely cannot help with my plight." Lin Cheng's interest peaked. If even he found the task insurmountable, it was likely that no other survivor would dare to undertake it. "How can you know I cannot help if you do not share? I require a nether star. If you can procure one for me, I shall reward you with a rare item in return." The prospect of such a reward would undoubtedly entice the majority of survivors. The man's certainty regarding the task only deepened Lin Cheng's intrigue. An item that could attract such widespread interest among survivors likely bore significance akin to that of a world-controlling sword. Having disclosed the task, might you also reveal the reward? Should it be substantial, I am inclined to accept. The middle-aged man's expression shifted from one of despair to skepticism, rather than agreement. The acquisition of a nether star is exceedingly challenging. You alone may find it impossible to complete this task. Lin Cheng smiled enigmatically. "Isn't the nether star obtained by vanquishing a wither? I have already located a dual nether fortress. Constructing a nether platform is merely a matter of time." He had initially planned to build the platform later, but it now seemed imperative to do so without delay. Yet, this endeavor hinged upon the richness of the NPC's promised reward. Otherwise, he would not squander time on the nether platform, as its current utility for him was negligible. Moreover, placing a beacon at home would inevitably draw the attention of many survivors, rendering his refuge a target. Until he secured adequate defenses for his temporary sanctuary, the existence of a beacon would yield more harm than good. "Come closer." The middle-aged man beckoned mysteriously, signaling Lin Cheng to approach. "The reward is an artifact left behind by a creator god, though its value to me is minimal. Keeping it is a waste. So I will offer it as a task reward. However, I have one condition. You must deliver the nether star within 48 hours. If I do not see it by then, our agreement will be void. I cannot afford to wait indefinitely. If you fail, I shall seek another capable survivor for this exchange." Lin Cheng nodded, accepting the task. The time frame was within reason. Such lucrative quests typically came with stringent limitations. What intrigued him most was the content of the reward, an item purportedly used by a creator god. Could it possibly be another fragment of the world-controlling sword? If so, the task's value would be immense, for a broken world-controlling sword was an exceedingly rare find. With one already in his possession, acquiring another would allow him to fuse them, enhancing their potency. One nether star traded for a fragmented world-controlling sword was an undeniably advantageous transaction. To be frank, if this were a long-term exchange task, Lin Cheng could potentially transform the fragmented sword into a complete one within a month. However, this was merely hypothetical, given that the task was issued by an NPC. It was assuredly a one-time opportunity. Once he completed the task and exchanged it, other players would not have the chance to engage with it. Before my arrival, had any other survivors accepted this task? The middle-aged man had no intention of concealing the truth and nodded earnestly. Indeed, several players have come forward since the City of Order opened, and over a dozen have attempted to take on this task. However, they ultimately relinquished it, as they had no knowledge of how to acquire another star. Do you know? Lin Cheng fixed his gaze intently on the man's eyes, eager to understand one thing. Are NPCs truly omniscient beings? Chapter 91. The Shining Star of the Lower Realm. The middle-aged man suddenly smiled. And it was this grin that caused Lin Cheng to furrow his brows at the overwhelming stench of alcohol wafting towards him. I certainly do not know. If I did, why would I issue a quest here? He said. All right, I shall say no more. If you can retrieve the Lower Realm Star, the task reward will be yours. It and Appos. It's as simple as that. Ding. NPC Drunkard has issued you the quest, Shining Star of the Lower Realm. Quest name, Shining Star of the Lower Realm. Quest type, S-Class. Quest description, from an unknown day. A man who drinks excessively has appeared in the tavern of the City of Order. He never mentions his name, merely indulging in his solitary drinking, leading the tavern-goers to refer to him as the Drunkard. No one knows where he hails from or what his purpose is. Yet he has presented a peculiar task to many survivors who dared to converse with him, demanding the collection of a special item. Quest requirements: collect a Lower Realm Star and present it to the Drunkard. The quest must be completed within 48 hours from the moment it is accepted. Failure to do so or voluntarily abandoning the quest will result in automatic failure, and no second chance will be granted. Quest reward: Fragmented Sword of Cosmic Dominion 1. Accept. Upon seeing the task reward was indeed the Fragmented Sword of Cosmic Dominion, Lin Cheng decisively accepted the quest. Missing this opportunity would mean his chances of obtaining a complete Sword of Cosmic Dominion would be almost non-existent. After all, the number of these swords in the world is finite. Only by merging all the fragmented swords can one forge a complete sword. Each fragmented sword is a unique entity, irreplaceable. Should he miss this chance, he would have to wait for other survivors to complete the task and perhaps eliminate the one who succeeds. The Lower Realm Star. Collecting it is neither exceedingly difficult nor particularly simple. It largely depends on the spawning efficiency of the Twin Hell Fortress. Lin Cheng wandered about aimlessly. Having picked up an S-Class quest, his spirits were naturally elevated. He spent 5 bronze coins on a Bloody Mary, sitting across from the Drunkard to sip his drink. He felt that the Drunkard likely had more than just this one quest, as the details surrounding the task had not been fully elucidated. One could only wonder what the Drunkard required the Lower Realm Star for. Every NPC in this world has their own story. Delving into their narratives is both a source of enjoyment and a means to obtain rewards. Perhaps from the Drunkard, he could uncover hidden quests or related tasks. After all, whether one quest or two, if they are interconnected, completing them would be all the more efficient. As the Bloody Mary was served, the Drunkard's gaze fixated hungrily on the glass. The crimson liquid swirling within resembled blood, yet it was not. The taste was peculiar. After a couple of sips, Lin Cheng paused. He ordered the Bloody Mary merely as a pretext. From his observations, the Drunkard consumed only the most ordinary rum, nursing a single glass for hours. According to the quest description, he was a man who lived for alcohol. Thus, savoring such a cheap drink implied limited funds. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious with a low-cost beverage. Initially, he ordered the most expensive drink to draw the Drunkard and Appos' attention before planning to offer him the costly Bloody Mary. In the tavern and Appos' context, offering drinks to NPCs might yield valuable information, especially since he had already accepted an S-Class quest. This relationship should grant him a closer rapport with the Drunkard than with an average player. With such considerations, if no hidden tasks emerged, he could only lament his misfortune. Waiter. Lin Cheng snapped his fingers, and the server, who had been polishing bottles at the bar, promptly approached. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Please serve a Bloody Mary to the gentleman across from me. I will cover the cost. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The second Bloody Mary was quickly delivered. At the moment the drink was placed before the Drunkard, his eyes sparkled with greed, but it was swiftly subdued by reason. I shall not accept this drink without merit. Lin Cheng was momentarily stunned. He never thought that offering a drink to an NPC in the tavern could be met with refusal. Most astonishing was that it was the drunkard, a man seemingly devoted to alcohol, who turned down a Bloody Mary worth 5 bronze coins. This defies logic. You must have a reason for declining this Bloody Mary. I wish to know why. The drunkard hesitated, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. Every individual harbors corners within their heart that they wish to remain untouched, and my secret is concealed there. Those haunting pasts are like thorns deeply embedded in my soul, and each time I reflect upon them, I am pricked by their sting. When it comes to that matter, I fear no one can assist me, not even you with your current abilities. When you grow stronger, return to me, and I shall offer you a task that is far more rewarding and challenging. With the drunkard's words, Lin Cheng chose not to press further. Since the man was disinclined to share, no amount of persuasion would yield any information. However, he gleaned some insight. The drunkard was not as disheveled as he appeared. He could very well be an NPC with a concealed and elaborate identity. Furthermore, the drunkard had indicated that when Lin Cheng's strength increased, richer quests would await him. This Bloody Mary is a gift for you. A gesture to ensure our future dealings proceed smoothly. Lin Cheng downed the remaining Bloody Mary and pushed the newly served drink towards the drunkard. With a nonchalant flourish, he turned and left. As Lin Cheng exited the tavern, the drunkard slowly lifted his head, and in his murky eyes, a fleeting clarity glimmered. Chapter 92. Return to the lower realm. Upon exiting the tavern, the clock had struck 8. The city of order exhibited signs of life, a stark contrast to its earlier desolation upon his arrival. Outside the trading center, numerous survivors engaged in animated conversations, primarily negotiating trades. Brother, your wheat seeds are outrageously priced. The war realm has commenced. Food ought not to be as exorbitant as before. Whether or not the war realm has begun, not everyone is fortunate enough to return alive. You are well aware of the last conflict. Tens of thousands ventured forth, yet only a few hundred returned. Moreover, while food can be scavenged in the war realm, it has a shelf life, does it not? Possessing seeds equates to possessing boundless potential. Until you resolve your own sustenance issues, scavenging is merely a temporary fix. Walking by the river, how can one avoid wetting their shoes? The war realm is not guaranteed to be safe, and one cannot assure their survival on every occasion. Alas, you have a point, but your price is indeed excessive. Lower it a bit, and I shall purchase all the wheat seeds you possess. Very well. Consider it the making of a friendship, a pleasant cooperation. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Hey, you there. How much for the 5.56mm bullets in your possession? Surely they cannot be pricier than what the NPCs offer. Ah, this diamond spear looks quite impressive. Would you part with it for 3 bronze coins? Are you out of your mind? You expect to acquire this diamond spear for merely 3 bronze coins? At least 5 bronze coins are required. Huh. A shabby melee weapon dares to demand 5 bronze coins? I might as well spend a little more to buy a firearm. Enough. I cannot be bothered to explain to you. Individuals like you, who set ludicrous prices, will never sell anything. Just wait for that item to rot in your hands. Get lost. Even if it rots in my possession, I would never sell it to someone like you. Hurry up and clear out. You offend my eyes. Are you seeking death? Do you dare to raise your voice at me? Do you know who I am? I could easily have you eliminated outside the city of order. There were instances of both successful and unsuccessful trades, such as the myriad of human experiences. Lin Cheng held little interest in their transactions. Upon accessing the trading template, he noticed that the price of the second-tier strength potions he had put up for sale had soared to 20 bronze coins per set. 5 bottles of second-tier strength potions for 20 bronze coins meant each bottle could be sold for 4 bronze coins. A price exceeding his expectations, yet still relatively reasonable without the need for personal intervention. Considering the auction had yet to conclude, he needed to hasten back to construct the Hell platform, for the 48 hours would pass swiftly. Fortunately, no infected would spawn near the Hell fortress. Otherwise, acquiring the lower realm stars would prove even more challenging. Utilizing his space transfer staff, Lin Cheng returned home, but did not rush to traverse the portal to the lower realm. Constructing the Hell platform alone would require considerable time, and the platform and Oppo's size would be limited. The efficiency of monster spawning was intricately linked to the platform and Oppo's location and dimensions. At this moment, Mo Xiao and Oppo's assistance became invaluable. While fishing at home, Mo Xiao suddenly sneezed twice. Before he could gather his wits, Lin Cheng and Oppo's voice reached him. Mo Xiao, are you home? I and Oppo's here. Chenggo. What can I do for you? Mo Xiao replied, stowing his fishing rod and placing his belongings into a nearby chest. I need to go to a special location and could use your help. Help? That and Oppo's easy. I and Oppos. LL tidy up and join you shortly. Do we need to drive? No need for a car. We will enter through the portal. Once there, remember to heed my instructions. Otherwise, you might lose your life easily. As Mo Xiao prepared. He froze upon hearing the word portal. He realized the situation was not as simple as he had initially assumed. So far, he only knew of the portals to the War Realm and the main world, both fraught with peril. Where are we going this time? Do not be overly anxious. Only I know of this place, and with you, there are merely two of us. As long as you do not provoke the monsters there, you should encounter little danger. With Lin Cheng's reassurance, Mo Xiao's apprehensions eased. What should I bring with me? Aside from weapons and food, you need not bring anything else. If necessary, perhaps a diamond pickaxe. Mo Xiao followed Lin Cheng, still bewildered. To his astonishment, Lin Cheng began to break through a section of his wall. Behind this opening lay the portal to the lower realm. Upon witnessing the portal for the first time, Mo Xiao circled it, his curiosity piqued. Cheng good. How does your house possess a portal? Such things cannot be crafted, can they? Lin Cheng did not directly answer but instead smiled mysteriously. Anything is possible. How this portal came to be is not your concern. Remember what I told you earlier? Once we enter that realm, all will follow my lead. Understood. If you are ready, then follow me. Lin Cheng demonstrated by stepping into the violet luminescence of the portal, his figure distorting and vanishing in an instant. Although it was Mo Xiao and Oppos' first encounter with the lower realm portal, he was not entirely unfamiliar with portals themselves and promptly followed Lin Cheng inside. The two traversed into the lower realm together. Considering Mo Xiao lacked a space transfer staff and the potential for encountering numerous infected during their journey to the Hell Fortress, Lin Cheng took it upon himself to ensure Mo Xiao and Oppos' safety while facilitating his own platform construction. Having gained experience from their previous journey, Lin Cheng navigated the path with greater ease this time. The bridge constructed during their last visit allowed them to save considerable time. The occasional infected that appeared nearby posed little threat. As it was Mo Xiao and Oppos' first venture into the lower realm, he was filled with curiosity, bombarding Lin Cheng with questions. Eager to uncover the mysteries of this strange land. Chapter 93. Enviable fortune, Brother Cheng. Why are there so many redstones everywhere? Should we collect some? No need. These are merely common nether rocks, abundant and unnecessary to collect. Brother Cheng, what is that peculiar creature in front of us? It seems to be clustered together, wielding a golden sword, yet it appears oblivious to our presence. It is not that it is unaware of you. Rather, it cannot be bothered. If you wish to court danger, you may consider attacking it. However, I must forewarn you, should you provoke a horde of zombie pigmen, I shall not intervene. That would simply be a consequence of your own recklessness. I should be fine. What is that golden block with flickering lights above? That is a glowstone. Used for illumination. If you desire some, feel free to mine a few, but be aware that breaking them will yield glowstone dust unless you possess precise harvesting skills. Brother Cheng, silence. Do you see that small path ahead? We can reach our destination through it. Before Mo Xiao could utter another word, Lin Cheng interrupted him, pointing towards the single log bridge he had constructed. According to his memory of the coordinates, crossing this bridge would bring them close to the twin nether fortresses. Mo Xiao gazed at the narrow bridge, which was only 1 block wide, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Such an unprotected bridge, should one fall, the consequences would be dire. Rest assured, I have traversed this route before. As long as you do not act foolishly, we shall be fine. Perhaps to alleviate Mo Xiao and Oppos' concerns, Lin Cheng boldly stepped forward. Seeing Lin Cheng move ahead, Mo Xiao hurriedly followed, fearing that if something untoward occurred, he would be left without support. The path to the twin nether fortresses remained relatively safe, with only the occasional infected appearing. No other monsters were present. This was Mo Xiao and Oppos' first encounter with a nether fortress, and he was filled with awe at the sight of the structure rising above a sea of lava. Mo Xiao stood there, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Lin Cheng. This is our destination, Lin Cheng nodded gently, indicating that he could ascend. It was not commonplace to find a staircase leading to a nether fortress. Thus, the most practical method was to stack blocks beneath his feet to create a makeshift descent. Lin Cheng retrieved a set of nether bricks from his backpack and tossed them to Mo Xiao, while he himself dashed towards a nearby corner to utilize his spatial teleportation staff. Before setting off, he had already shared the predetermined coordinates with Mo Xiao. Prior to constructing the nether fortress, he needed to undertake some preliminary preparations, such as gathering a significant quantity of nether bricks. As Mo Xiao built, he collected bricks concurrently. As long as neither of them slacked off, the construction of the nether platform would progress swiftly, with a pickaxe efficiency of 5. The speed of mining the bricks was remarkable, and before long, Mo Xiao amassed a substantial number of nether bricks. To prevent Mo Xiao from growing anxious, Lin Cheng decided to hand over the collected bricks to him first. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, Mo Xiao waited and waited, yet Lin Cheng and Appo's figure remained elusive until, in the distance, he finally spotted a faint silhouette. Just as he excitedly approached, he was taken aback to find it was a pitch-black skeleton, brandishing a longsword. The wither skeleton also noticed Mo Xiao, and the two exchanged a silent glance, creating an unexpectedly awkward atmosphere. Mo Xiao was drenched in cold sweat. This was his first encounter with a wither skeleton, and its unusual appearance startled him. Without hesitation, he brandished his M4A1 automatic rifle and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Such a frenzied approach proved effective. Though somewhat wasteful of ammunition, the outcome was achieved. Upon hearing the gunfire, Lin Cheng felt a surge of anxiety. Why was there gunfire? Had they truly encountered danger? With this thought, Lin Cheng quickened his pace towards the sound, and by the time he arrived, he found Mo Xiao toying with an object in his hand. I heard gunfire from this direction. Aside from you and me, there should be no third survivor here. What transpired? Well, it wasn't an Appo's exactly a crisis. Mo Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I suddenly spotted a black skeleton and was startled, which prompted me to fire impulsively. I apologize for my abruptness. Lin Cheng found himself momentarily speechless. It was not uncommon for individuals to react irrationally when overly frightened. Firing a gun in the nether could have unpredictable ramifications. After all, the sound could carry far and potentially attract the infected. Fortunately, their current position was quite elevated, and he could hardly fathom how the infected might reach such heights. What do you have in your hand? Lin Cheng astutely observed the dark object Mo Xiao clutched. I and Appo's, am not entirely certain. It dropped from the black skeleton I defeated. I believe it is called a wither skeleton skull. Lin Cheng was left in stunned silence. His jaw nearly dropped. This fellow and Appo's luck was extraordinarily fortunate. He had casually defeated a wither skeleton and obtained a wither skull. Only 2 more wither skeleton skulls were needed to summon a wither. Remarkably, even before the construction of the nether platform had commenced, a third of the task had already been accomplished. Having a lucky charm like Mo Xiao around made any endeavor remarkably efficient. That wither skull is precisely what I seek. If you have no use for it, I would gladly purchase it from you. Oh, Brother Cheng, that sounds a bit distant. The ender chest you gifted me is already immensely valuable. You didn't and Appo's even ask for payment. How could I possibly ask you for money in return? Besides, it and Appo's merely a skull. It seems like an ordinary decorative item. If you desire it, consider it a gift. Without hesitation, Mo Xiao presented the exceptionally rare wither skull to Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng, grateful and without pretense, accepted it, for it was indeed what he had been searching for. In the future, he could craft a quality fishing rod as a token of gratitude for Mo Xiao. Take these nether bricks, I will outline a shape using them. And you are responsible for filling in the hollow spaces with more bricks. This task should not be too challenging for you, but do be cautious not to fall. Chapter 94. Clear division of labor. The bottom of this place is filled with scorching magma. Should you fall in, the likelihood of being burned to death is exceedingly high. Do you possess any ender pearls? Mo Xiao nodded, mentioning that he had brought 3 ender pearls when he set out, which should suffice. Just hold on to them. Lin Cheng instructed. The outline I intend to draw will be substantial, so I still need to gather some hell bricks. I leave the affairs here in your capable hands. With the division of labor arranged, Mo Xiao diligently began his task, placing the hell bricks into the required spaces one by one. As he excavated and filled, the originally barren platform and Appo's outline was rapidly taking shape before his very eyes. However, this presented a safety hazard for Mo Xiao. With the expansion of the hell platform, there was a certain probability that various monsters would randomly spawn. If only zombie pigmen were to appear, it would not be a concern, for they are neutral creatures. Yet, if wither skeletons or magma cubes were to spawn, or even worse, infected, then trouble would surely ensue. During the construction, few would pay heed to the circumstances behind them, and if an infected were to strike without warning, one could either plummet into the magma or fall to the ground and meet their demise. Regardless of the manner of death, one would inevitably lose all levels accumulated. Thus, when approximately 1/5 of the first platform had been constructed, Lin Cheng broached this issue with Mo Xiao. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Mo Xiao acknowledged the unsettling uncertainty. His reflexes were not particularly swift, and his combat experience was a mere fraction of Lin Cheng and Appo's. Should a monster indeed spawn unexpectedly behind him, he feared he might not react in time. How about this? You accompany me to gather hell bricks, and together we shall construct the hell platform. Lin Cheng proposed as a compromise. Even if Imo Xiao and Appo's pickaxe lacked efficiency via enchantment, resulting in a slightly slower digging pace, it was undoubtedly the safest and most efficient method available. All right, Imo Xiao readily agreed, for he always felt an indescribable sense of security when with Lin Cheng. As long as Lin Cheng was present, Imo Xiao believed he was shielded from any life-threatening danger. As time passed, the construction of the hell platform intensified. The areas already built began sporadically spawning various monsters. Wither skeletons and zombie pigmen comprised the majority, alongside some massive block-like creatures resembling red magma. They moved in a bouncing manner, akin to a large, gelatinous jelly. Upon sighting a magma cube, Lin Cheng felt as though he had spotted a savior. These creatures were immensely beneficial to him. Defeating a magma cube had a chance of yielding magma cream, an essential ingredient for brewing fire resistance potions. With these potions, he would no longer fear the prospect of falling into magma and being incinerated. Fire resistance potions offered formidable protection against flames and magma. Had the method of acquiring magma cream not been somewhat singular, Lin Cheng would have brewed a substantial batch before venturing into the nether. You continue the construction. I shall take down that magma cube. Do you require assistance? Not for now, Lin Cheng replied. Your sword lacks the looting enchantment, which would limit the quantity of drops from defeated monsters. It would be more advantageous for me to handle the kill. Imo Xiao, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Even now, he struggled to discern the various enchantments and their respective effects. As Lin Cheng swiftly dispatched the magma cube, Imo Xiao was about to inquire whether anything had dropped, only to be pleasantly surprised to witness the magma cube split into 2, and then 4, and then 8. It was Imo Xiao and Appo's first encounter with such a peculiar creature. For him, most things in this world were novelties. His curiosity often compelled him to explore further, yet his peculiar disposition rendered him largely uninterested in dangerous endeavors, significantly limiting his exploration of the world. Lin Cheng was fortunate. The defeat of this entire magma cube yielded a remarkable 20 magma cream. His luck seemed quite favorable. With these 20 magma creams, he could brew a full 60 fire resistance potions at the brewing stand. Considering Imo Xiao and Appo's fortuitous streak, having struck the first wither skeleton and Appo's head himself, all subsequent wither skeletons on the hell platform were entrusted to Imo Xiao's care. Each additional head collected would bring him closer to summoning the wither, thus fulfilling his task. However, should the task time expire, the coveted broken universe dominator sword would slip from his grasp. He could not allow this opportunity to elude him. Yet, it appeared that Imo Xiao and Appo's luck had waned slightly, as he persistently defeated over a dozen wither skeletons without obtaining a single head. Instead, he was inundated with an abundance of bones and coal. Bones and coal, while not entirely useless, were certainly beneficial to the current stakeholders. Once crafted into bone meal, bones could serve as either dye or fertilizer, making them quite a valuable resource. Most importantly, the overworld would not spawn skeletons for the time being, rendering bone meal precious. Storing some bone meal could avert the impending threat of starvation. With bone meal, farmland, and seeds, one could perpetually accelerate growth and reap the rewards of mature crops. Just ahead, 2 more wither skeletons appeared out of thin air, prompting Lin Cheng to take matters into his own hands this time. He chose not to wield the broken universe dominator sword, but rather a diamond sword he had previously crafted, enchanted with looting 3. This way, even in the absence of wither skeleton heads, he would still acquire additional coal and bones, effectively elevating the baseline of his loot. The 2 wither skeletons were swiftly dispatched by Lin Cheng. The first dropped coal and bones, while the second astonishingly yielded a third item. Lin Cheng and Appo's eyes brightened as he swiftly approached to collect this distinctly different object. He had acquired the second wither skeleton head. Only 1 more head was needed to summon the wither. Chapter 95, The Siege of the Infected Victory is within reach, and the motivation to construct the hell platform has surged. Lin Cheng, while collaborating with Imo Xiao to erect the infernal structure, remains vigilant about the spawn efficiency atop the platform. Whenever a wither skeleton emerges, he swiftly rushes forward to eliminate it. Numerous factors influence the efficiency of monster spawns, with the most apparent being the excessive number of creatures on the platform that have not been dealt with promptly. Although zombie pigmen may not pose a significant threat to Lin Cheng, their accumulation still hampers spawn efficiency. Slaying these creatures can yield gold nuggets, and with a stroke of luck, even gold ingots, materials that could aid in stockpiling night vision potions. Brother Cheng, hold off on the monster spawns for a moment. Take a look at the scene near the Hell Fortress. Mo Xiao and Amp, Apos, S voice trembled slightly, as if he had glimpsed something truly extraordinary. Lin Cheng dared not lower his guard. Although he had explored the Nether before, the unknown loomed large. Certain aspects diverged dramatically from the gaming world, necessitating careful analysis rather than sweeping generalizations. At the edge of the Hell Fortress, a throng of infected had gathered, trapped at the bottom and unable to ascend. Yet, the number of infected continued to swell, their frenzied roars echoing far and wide, attracting even more of their kind. This was rapidly transforming into a siege of the undead. Lin Cheng inhaled sharply. These infected must have been drawn here by the earlier gunfire. If this trend persisted, the infected would inevitably encircle the entire perimeter of the Hell Fortress. Should that occur, their only escape would be to construct bridges from a height, and the distance to the Nether portal was significant. To return, they would need to traverse the terrain one block at a time. For Lin Cheng, this was not a concern, as he could use his spatial teleportation staff to effortlessly return to the vicinity of the portal. However, Mo Xiao was in a precarious situation. While the fortress itself would not spawn infected, any corner could potentially summon unique nether creatures, blazes, magma cubes, wither skeletons, or even hordes of zombie pigmen. In this place, there was little time for respite amidst the relentless battles. He could not abandon Mo Xiao to face this alone. This was Mo Xiao and Apos' first encounter with such a scenario, and he felt somewhat flustered. Utilizing bullets to clear the infected would yield no results. In fact, it might exacerbate the situation, as the gunfire would attract more distant infected. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of this realm, or the differing mechanics from the gaming world, sounds carried far in the Nether. However, ignoring these lower-tier infected would inevitably lead to an even more chaotic scene. Lin Cheng took a deep breath, myriad images flashing through his mind. Employing explosives to eliminate these infected would be the optimal solution. Yet, the pressing issue was that he lacked sufficient TNT, not to mention fragmentation grenades or sticky grenades. Since area damage from weapons was insufficient, it was time to contemplate alternative items. His gaze fell upon the sea of lava beneath the Hell Fortress, and an ingenious idea struck him. He could use buckets to collect lava, then release it from the fortress walls, creating a natural lava barrier around the exterior. The infected would be unable to resist the damage from the lava. Thus, this molten substance could incinerate all the infected surrounding the fortress. This seemed to be the most effective strategy available. It would not deplete the durability of his equipment, nor would it generate excessive noise. Most importantly, it would exist permanently. The longevity and defensive capacity of a lava-encircled fortress would undoubtedly surpass that of an unprotected one. However, the primary challenge lay in how to retrieve the lava from below. Leaping directly into it was out of the question. The Nether and Apos' high temperatures would cause water to evaporate instantly, and even wet sponges would transform into dry ones in an instant. Utilizing falling water was impossible, without viable means to negate fall damage. He would have to devise a way to descend gradually. This brought him back to the initial dilemma: how to breach the throng of infected encircling the fortress. Mo Xiao, I need your cooperation, Lin Cheng said, locking eyes with him. In a moment, I will create a stairway for you, and your task will be to clear the area of infected with your firearm. This will ensure that I can dash to the edge of the lava sea and collect as much lava as possible. Only when I successfully gather the lava can you safely return to the portal. If any part of this plan faltered, both would find themselves in a dire predicament. While Lin Cheng could navigate this crisis, for Mo Xiao it could prove fatal. However, this did not intimidate Mo Xiao, armed with the spatial teleportation staff. He could escape in 3 seconds if necessary. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, feeling the weight of responsibility. If his cover failed, Lin Cheng could easily be overwhelmed by the infected. Moreover, some survivors had concluded that being attacked by the infected would significantly increase their radiation levels. This would lead to substantial consumption of their limited medical supplies, and they had scarcely any Type 1 antibiotics left. Lin Cheng rummaged through his backpack, extracting all of his iron ingots, knowing that 3 ingots could forge a single bucket. Fortunately, buckets could be stacked, but those containing lava or water could not. Hence, each lava bucket would occupy a slot in his inventory. Before proceeding, he needed to clear his backpack entirely. As they fought the infected, Mo Xiao might also collect various items, which could take up valuable inventory space. If he did not manage his slots precisely, he could very well miss out on 1 or 2 buckets of lava. Each descent was fraught with danger. Saving even a single bucket of lava was crucial. The simplest means of descending vertically would be to use ladders, but they offered little security. Instead, Lin Cheng decided to excavate a stairway. As for preventing the infected from intruding, he would simply block the entrance with solid blocks. Chapter 96, Racing Against Time. Under the combined efforts of Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao, the staircase leading to the Sea of Magma has been fully excavated. Only the final thick wall remains. Once this last segment is breached, the infected outside will surge in like a tide, even through the single wall. The anguished roars of the infected can be heard with alarming clarity, as if they were right before them. Are you ready? Ready. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the gravity and tension in the other and Oppo's eyes. Lin Cheng wielded his enchanted diamond pickaxe with efficiency, swiftly breaking through the wall. Simultaneously, Mo Xiao drew his M4A1 assault rifle from his backpack, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. The sound of gunfire and the shattering of the wall occurred almost in unison. The closest infected were swiftly dealt with by the first volley of bullets. Lin Cheng did not hesitate to unleash a barrage of fire from both his MP7 submachine gun and M4A1, clearing a wide area of infected in their wake. Now was the opportune moment to charge forth. Without time to reload his MP7 and M4A1, Lin Cheng switched to his Universe Dominator sword and surged forward. In such dire circumstances, consistent damage output was essential, and the fixed damage of the Universe Dominator sword proved to be an unparalleled choice. Each infected slain increased his safety margin. As for being exposed, that was of little concern, and Mo Xiao shared no such worries. For the variety of weapons in this world was abundant. Survivors aware of the Universe Dominator sword were likely few and far between. During the brief window Lin Cheng utilized to advance, Missouri Xiao had reloaded his weapon. The infected had all directed their ire towards Lin Cheng, leaving Mo Xiao relatively unbothered at the stairway entrance. Thus, he could quietly assist Lin Cheng by dispatching the nearby infected. As Lin Cheng pressed onward, he swung his Universe Dominator sword with fervor, embodying the spirit of a relentless reaper. Waves of infected gathered, while Lin Cheng approached the Sea of Magma at a visible pace. Only 2 segments remained until the magma. Swing, kill, swing, kill. The cycle continued. The number of fallen infected was too numerous to count, and though clad in full diamond armor, Lin Cheng's health was gradually depleting. Were he wearing merely a standard set of diamond armor, his health would likely be nearing critical levels. Finally reaching the edge of the magma shore, Lin Cheng dared not waste a moment, pulling out all his buckets. The searing, molten lava was being collected bucket by bucket. This was a critical juncture, Mo Xiao, from a distance, was determined not to squander a single bullet in his magazine. Reloading his weapon required time, creating a gap in their ability to fend off the infected. Lin Cheng was solely focused on his solemn task, leaving Mo Xiao to eliminate the nearby infected. Under immense pressure, Mo Xiao, usually known for his sharpshooting, had transformed into a marksman of unparalleled precision. Well done, Lin Cheng exclaimed after filling the final bucket with lava, having successfully collected 20 buckets. The Universe Dominator sword was drawn once more, and Lin Cheng became a force of destruction, slaying all in his path. Thankfully, the infected were merely the most common type, lacking any special attributes or elite variants. Otherwise, this mission would not have gone so smoothly. Lin Cheng, hurry. A new wave of infected approaches. Lin Cheng jolted, recognizing this as dire news, as retreat was not an option. According to his prior plan, the first batch of collected lava needed a secure path for retrieval. A safe route would allow for subsequent collections with far less risk, as lava, much like water, has a tendency to spread. To avoid the magma flooding his return path, he must excavate a 1-block deep isolation trench along the sides. This would ensure the lava flowed into the trench, preventing it from spreading uncontrollably. However, to dig this trench safely, it would ideally be done from start to finish. But now, it seemed he could only manage a few blocks. He had to proceed with faith, tackling challenges as they arose, quickly dispatching the few infected within the intended trench area. He switched to his diamond pickaxe and rapidly excavated a few blocks. The same was done on the opposite side. During this delay, the number of infected around him had increased, and Mo Xiao was still reloading. Seeing the escalating number of infected, Lin Cheng understood he could no longer afford to linger outside. If he did not swiftly enter the Hell Fortress, he would soon find himself trapped. As more infected appeared, Mo Xiao's bullets would inevitably be obstructed by the advancing horde. Lacking distant support, relying solely on himself to fend off the incessant waves of infected would prove exceedingly challenging, though he still possessed a few ender pearls. It was not yet the dire moment to employ them, as each use would diminish his reserve. For the sake of long-term strategy, a little risk was manageable. Overall, his health remained viable. Enduring a few hits was still feasible. Upon a successful return, Lin Cheng wasted no time in blocking the staircase with blocks. Having not spotted the tyrant or butcher, these blocks would withstand the onslaught of ordinary infected. Mo Xiao gasped for breath, although he had not directly faced the infected. The tension in his heart was no less than Lin Cheng's. Had anything gone awry for Lin Cheng, he too would not have survived. It had been perilously close. The infected were relentless, appearing one after another. Fortunately, I brought plenty of bullets when I ventured out. Otherwise, I would have exhausted my supply in that confrontation. Mo Xiao's expression turned grave, concern etched on his face. Lin Cheng, I've already used more than half my bullets. If we venture out again, we may. Lin Cheng understood Mo Xiao's worries. It was simply the fear of inefficiency, for another outing would deplete their ammunition reserves. Do not fret. I have devised a solution. Chapter 97, The Magma Isolation Zone. I ventured out to gather a substantial amount of magma, with the intention of creating a natural magma isolation zone. By harnessing the burning damage and slowing effects of magma, I aim to prevent the infected from attacking me from both sides, as long as my plan could be executed smoothly. The subsequent process of retrieving magma would become significantly easier. Mo Xiao and Apos' expression transformed into one of realization, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Indeed. Brother Cheng has thought this through thoroughly. I had assumed we would need to transport it back trip by trip. That notion is unfounded, Lin Cheng replied, shaking his head. Even if that were your intention, I would never agree to it. The risks involved are far too great, not to mention the exhausting task of clearing out the infected. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let us proceed to the highest point of the infernal fortress and test the viability of my method. The feasibility of the plan is of utmost importance. As magma was released from above, Lin Cheng and Apos' breath quickened with anticipation. Fortunately, everything unfolded as he had envisioned. When the magma spread and encountered the isolation zone, it sank directly into it. The areas expanding outward continued to scorch the infected along their path. When he ventured out later, he would only need to deal with the infected standing directly in his way, with the magma flanking both sides. The infected along that route would require only a single clearing, preventing their return. It seems we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Here are 9 barrels of magma for you. Commence the construction of the magma barrier from left to right, just as I released it. I will work from right to left. We shall proceed in 2 different directions. Soon, you will join me in retrieving magma, and we must complete the magma barrier swiftly. All right. Mo Xiao was now brimming with enthusiasm, closely following Lin Cheng. Through their relentless efforts, nearly half of the walls of the infernal fortress had been covered in magma. As for their exit route, they would need to devise a new plan to forge a safe passage. The simplest method would be to utilize the underground passage, though this approach carried its own risks. If they were to inadvertently dig directly beneath the sea of magma, it would create a predicament far beyond mere inconvenience. It would mean that all their prior efforts would be rendered futile upon reaching that point. If it were merely a small pool of magma, they could fill it. However, this was the nether realm, where magma was abundant. The quantity was so vast that it would be nearly impossible to extinguish it. Under the relentless burning of the magma, the vast majority of the infected had perished. Their drops were also consumed by the magma, the most significant drawback of this method being the inability to collect any drops. Among the incinerated drops, it was likely there were numerous bronze coins. But now was not the time to lament over lost currency. Surviving and returning was already a tremendous blessing. The few shots Mo Xiao had fired were not without merit. They had at least revealed the safety hazards of the nether. Identifying problems early allowed for timely resolutions, sparing them the anxiety of facing a swarm of infected when the situation became dire. The current pressure was manageable, especially with fewer survivors to contend with. As long as they could complete the magma barrier, the infernal fortress could serve as a viable initial sanctuary. Even in the event of seeking refuge from the Blood Moon later, it would be a commendable option. However, the challenge lay in Mo Xiao's inability to reach the fortress quickly. He could only traverse through the portal, making his way gradually. This required a keen sense of direction and adaptability. Ultimately, it would depend on his luck, for he could not conjure a second space teleportation scepter nor bring anyone along with him. Mo Xiao, the task of constructing the magma barrier falls upon you. I must hasten to farm wither skeleton skulls. Time is of the essence. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, with no threat of being attacked by the infected on his return route. He was confident he could accomplish his task alone. After receiving Imo Zhao's assurance, Lin Cheng began farming wither skeletons on the partially completed infernal platform. With just over 30 hours remaining until the task deadline, he felt fairly secure. However, considering the probability factor, it was prudent to acquire the 3 wither skeleton skulls as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as time dwindled, anxiety would increase. And the skulls did not drop with a certainty of 100%. Should he fail to obtain a single skull in the next 30-plus hours, that would be quite the predicament. Such a possibility was not out of the realm of likelihood, as probability only distinguished between 0% and 100%. It was either success or failure. Once he gathered 3 wither skeleton skulls, he would need to defeat 1 wither. The wither, as a boss, was not as easily vanquished as one might think. If he possessed a diamond sword enchanted with Smite V, the task would be considerably less daunting. As the wither was classified as an undead creature, and the Smite enchantment would inflict additional damage. Yet the crucial issue was that he did not possess such an enchanted sword. However, with firearms at his disposal, the killing speed should still exceed expectations. Observing the coal and bones in his inventory, he was nearing 3 stacks, yet the 3rd wither skeleton skull remained elusive. The most pressing concern was the low spawn rate of wither skeletons. Every 10 minutes or so, he could expect no more than a dozen to appear. If luck were against him, perhaps only a few would spawn. At this rate, it might take hours before he encountered another wither skeleton skull. Meanwhile, Imo Zhao had managed to coat all the walls in magma. With this protective barrier, the infected near the infernal fortress had been entirely eradicated. Moreover, the infected in the distance did not approach any closer, effectively eliminating the danger. The construction of the infernal platform could continue. As the platform expanded, the spawn rate and efficiency of the wither skeletons noticeably improved. Finally, after 5 more hours, the 3rd wither skeleton skull was secured. Lin Cheng's heart surged with excitement as he gazed at the floating skull. Once he defeated the wither, he would return to the City of Order to hand in the quest to the drunkard. The long-desired second shattered cosmic dominion sword would finally be within his grasp. Chapter 98. The Journey Home. Imo Zhao exclaimed, I and Amp, Oppos, V gathered everything I need. We can consider returning to the main world now. Hearing this, Imo Zhao, who had been tirelessly constructing the hellish platform, was overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. This lower realm was far from a sanctuary for normal survivors. It was perilously hazardous. Above the platform, creatures continuously respawned, while below, infected beings frantically sought to approach. Were it not for the protective barriers of lava, the area would have been inundated with these infected foes long ago. In such a treacherous environment, he wished to linger no longer. The sooner they could return, the better. They diligently prepared their weapons, particularly ensuring that their firearms were fully loaded. The journey home might not be tranquil. Although they were not within the bounds of the hellish fortress, other regions could spawn various monstrosities. Imo Zhao nodded, filling the magazine of his M4A1 assault rifle. Lin Cheng, too, was not idle, organizing his supplies before reloading his previously used MP7 submachine gun and M4A1. As they completed their preparations, the distant howls of the infected echoed ominously. They constructed a staircase, successfully crossing the lava barrier. Upon landing, they noticed more infected beings drawn to their presence. To avoid attracting additional infected with gunfire, Lin Cheng opted to dispatch the few nearby foes through close combat. During their search in the hellish fortress, Lin Cheng discovered a diamond warhammer. While he possessed the universe domination sword, far superior to the equipment they had found, he decided to hand the warhammer to Imo Zhao. They provided mutual cover, progressing relatively smoothly, at least until they reached the precarious bridge. A swarm of infected surrounded the bridge and Amp, Oppos' entrance. They realized that unless they eliminated this horde, their return would be impeded. Aware of how far gunfire could carry, and given the peculiar characteristics of this lower realm, Lin Cheng resolved to take a risk and attempt to clear the infected using melee tactics. However, Imo Zhao harbored doubts. There were easily close to 100 infected in this area. Slashing through them one by one would take an eternity. Brother Cheng, let us use our firearms to swiftly eradicate this group, allowing us to reach the other side of the bridge in record time. Lin Cheng acknowledged. Your approach would indeed expedite our journey. Yet, have you considered that the gunfire may attract even more infected, encircling the opposite end? Even if we sprint to the portal and Amp, Oppos' edge, can you assure me that the infected won't be waiting there? The next time we venture here, we could easily find ourselves besieged without respite, day or night. Imo Zhao fell silent, realizing the validity of Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppos' concerns. Regardless of the scenario, The risks they faced were undoubtedly greater than simply bulldozing through. All right, I admit my oversight. Let us hasten our preparations and act swiftly to ensure an early return. With a newfound synergy from their recent skirmishes, they provided cover for one another, carving a bloody path through the infected throng. They paid no mind to the fallen objects around them. Their focus remained solely on the nearby foes, as any strike could increase their radiation levels. Given their scarce medical supplies, conserving antibiotics was paramount. Lin Cheng wielded the universe domination sword, and no infected could withstand even a moment of his might. Since the last enhancement of the infected, their attributes had significantly improved, particularly in terms of attack power, health, and defense, rendering them more formidable. The previous efficiency in clearing infected had diminished. The enhancement of the infected had not been matched by any boost to the universe domination sword, effectively reducing its efficacy. Completing their task and acquiring the next fragmented universe domination sword had become imperative. After considerable effort, they finally reached the far end of the bridge. To prevent the infected from pursuing, Lin Cheng decisively severed several sections of the bridge with his pickaxe, obstructing the path from the other side. Under normal circumstances, the infected would not willingly leap off the edge, jostling together at the precipice, immobilized by their sheer numbers. With just a few sections removed, they could easily repair it upon their next visit or construct an alternative bridge elsewhere, given the open nature of this world, which offered myriad survival possibilities. The portal lay just ahead, the dawn of victory illuminating their path. Fortunately, no unforeseen events transpired during their passage. It was only when they stepped into the portal that Mo Xiao and Apos' anxiety dissipated. The scene before them distorted, and they found themselves, one after the other, back in the main world. The familiar surroundings stirred a profound excitement within Mo Xiao, nearly bringing him to tears, a genuine outpouring of emotion. The harrowing experiences they had endured, particularly the overwhelming siege of infected, weighed heavily on his mind. He had believed he would perish there, yet Lin Cheng and Apos' resourcefulness, utilizing the molten rock to forge a natural barrier, had saved them. Brother Cheng, that place was far too perilous, teeming with all manner of creatures and infected beings. Such matters are trivial. That was merely a taste of danger. Wait until I take you to the end. What? Brother Cheng, I feel this is unwise. I am but a child, desiring only a quiet existence. Mo Xiao and Apos' voice quivered, though he was unaware of what the end entailed. However, considering their recent ordeal in the lower realm, he surmised the end could not possibly be a place of solace. Chapter 99. Summoning the Withering Boss. If you wish to evade danger, know that danger will inevitably seek you out. No one can escape unscathed. Lin Cheng spoke earnestly. The cunning and treachery among the survivors in the main world is enough to keep you occupied, even if everyone is currently living modestly. In due time, as resources dwindle, thoughts of rivalry will arise. Should your strength be insufficient, you will be regarded as mere fodder. If you do not wish to become the harvest, you must become the harvester. The distinction between the two lies in a single thought. You appear to be in peril, yet in truth, you have a considerable advantage over many. Those who lead the way endure greater hardships, yet they also reap greater rewards. Under Lin Cheng and Apos' guidance, Mo Xiao and Apos' mood gradually stabilized, and his mindset began to subtly shift. Indeed, as Lin Cheng stated, the mere desire to survive is valid. However, to maintain a steady existence, one must first possess formidable strength. Otherwise, when others turn their aggression towards you, you may find yourself powerless to resist. At that point, seeking a last-minute reprieve would be of little use. Lin Cheng observed the change in Mo Xiao and Apos' expression and smiled with satisfaction. Mo Xiao is indeed a person of potential. Shaping this individual into a capable ally could alleviate many challenges ahead. While solitary endeavors are undeniably easy, bolstering one's combat capacity necessitates reliable companions. As previously mentioned, the lone wolf has its benefits, but a team possesses its own advantages. Return now and rest well. The hour is late, and soon the infected will begin to respawn. I also need to prepare for some preliminary tasks. I shall venture to the City of Order tomorrow morning. If anything arises afterward, I shall contact you. Very well. I shall take my leave to rest. Mo Xiao felt as though a great weight had been lifted and hastened back to his humble abode. There remained only 17 minutes until the infected would respawn. Lin Cheng did not hastily employ soul sand and withering skulls to summon the withering. Instead, he first visited the mine he had excavated. He meticulously gathered a substantial quantity of obsidian and replaced the walls, ceiling, and floor of the hidden chamber containing the portal entirely with this resilient material. Upon summoning the withering, a violent explosion would ensue, and its subsequent attacks would similarly bear explosive effects. Should the room not be prepped with obsidian, it would be all too easy for the withering to create a vast crater and ascend into the heavens. As night approached, with the infected set to respawn, should the withering take to the skies, he might find himself unable to pursue it, contending instead with the audacious infected outside. His resources were limited, and who could predict where this withering might land? If it were to descend upon another and Apos' territory, would it not grant others a free nether star? Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario. Not everyone possesses the strength to combat the withering, as it remains a boss-level entity. The creature and imp, Apos' innate power is undeniable. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. The explosive resistance of obsidian would prove invaluable against the withering, creating a room impervious to destructive blasts. After replacing all blocks in the chamber with obsidian, Lin Cheng positioned 4 soul sands at the room and imp, Apos' center in a cross shape, lacking only a top. On the upper 3 blocks, he placed a withering skull atop each. The moment the final skull was set upon the soul sand, an immense surge of energy coalesced within the room, causing the soul sand and skulls to seemingly come to life. Before him, a health bar materialized. The withering was awakening, and the sheer magnitude of the energy present was astonishing. Any ordinary individual witnessing such a sight would undoubtedly flee, for such a formidable creature would possess combat capabilities far surpassing those of the survivors. Yet Lin Cheng did not retreat. Instead, he gazed fervently at the unfolding events. Clad in a full set of max attribute armor, his defensive capabilities were assured, making him well-equipped to face the withering. To prevent the withering from detonating the torches within the chamber, plunging him into darkness and disorienting him, Lin Cheng consumed a potion of night vision, granting him 8 minutes of clarity, not excessively long, yet ample time to vanquish the withering. As the withering and Apos' form swelled to a certain extent, a thunderous explosion erupted, forcefully propelling Lin Cheng toward the chamber and Apos' edge. His health diminished due to the blast, but with his hunger fully satiated, it was not long before his vitality was restored. He first unleashed a volley of 5.56mm rounds from his M4A1 assault rifle, followed by a burst of 9mm rounds from his MP7 submachine gun. Lin Cheng then seized the Universe and Apos' Dominion sword, eschewing any unnecessary theatrics, and charged directly at the foe. Reloading would consume precious time, and the risk of interruption was high. Rather than squander moments, he opted for a straightforward confrontation, an epic contest of speed between his blade and the withering and Apos' attacks. As the withering observed this diminutive survivor charging forth, a flicker of derision crossed its gaze. In an instant, a withering attack hurtled directly toward Lin Cheng. The angle of this assault was particularly devious, compounded by the cramped confines of the chamber, leaving little room for evasion. Lin Cheng was struck, and the withering and imp, Apos' effect took hold, steadily draining his health. Yet Lin Cheng remained unflustered, resolutely attempting to engage the withering in close combat. As he closed the distance, the withering soon found itself within range of his strikes. With a series of swift slashes, Lin Cheng dealt considerable damage to the withering. The fixed damage of the Universe and imp, Apos' Dominion sword provided a distinct advantage during rapid strikes. Upon witnessing the Universe and imp, Apos' Dominion sword, the withering and imp, Apos' derision vanished, replaced by an overwhelming dread. It could not comprehend how this survivor wielded the weapon of a creator deity. As its health dwindled to a mere 5 points, the withering still persisted, prompting Lin Cheng to momentarily retreat in order to replenish his health. Chapter 100. The Nether Star Acquisition. The wither proved to be far more troublesome than Lin Cheng had anticipated. His gaze flickered as he diligently evaded each of the wither and Apos' relentless strikes. He desperately needed to regain health. The nourishment provided a gradual restoration of vitality rather than an instantaneous recovery, and the consumption of sustenance accelerated during the healing process. Lin Cheng found himself not only dodging the attacks of the wither, but also keeping a vigilant eye on his gem level and health points. The most pressing concern, however, was the plummeting temperature of the room he occupied, devoid of any heating measures. Consequently, he had to place his spare lava in a corner of the room, which rendered that area inaccessible to him. The lava would inflict considerable damage upon him, and its acceleration effect could easily allow the wither to strike, refreshing its debilitating effects. The relentless barrage of the wither left no respite for Lin Cheng to think or breathe. He was caught in a cycle of constant running, dodging, and seeking opportunities to counterattack. In this critical moment, all his focus was concentrated on the wither, as he endeavored to deplete the final 13 of its health. Glancing at the ender pearls in his inventory, He realized it was the opportune moment to utilize one. The instant the Wither launched an attack, Lin Cheng chose to use an Ender Pearl to teleport closer to the Wither's position. There existed a brief interval between the Wither and Oppos' attacks, and by timing his movements precisely, he could avoid being hit. Confronting such a formidable boss was not merely a contest of attributes and equipment. It was a meticulous stance of detail. Even the most insignificant detail could determine the outcome of the battle. The Wither was not a fool. Its experience in combat quickly revealed that this survivor was not an easy target, as it would not remain stationary. The Wither possessed the advantage of attack range. However, Lin Cheng was resolute. He identified an advantageous angle and utilized the knockback effect from his attacks to corner the Wither against the wall. The swiftness of his strikes equated to the magnitude of his damage output. Despair gradually etched itself onto the Wither's face, and as its health dwindled to a mere 1, it let out a mournful cry. The Wither was vanquished. As Lin Cheng gazed down at the fallen Nether Star, he exhaled a profound sigh of relief. The encounter had indeed been arduous, and he was left with just 3 health points. Had the battle lingered any longer, it was likely that he would have succumbed to the Wither's relentless assault before he could secure his victory. The crux of his current dilemma stemmed from his damage output being insufficient. Otherwise, he would not have risked such peril. With little time to revel in his triumph, Lin Cheng hastened back to the lava to warm himself. He knew that if he did not perish at the hands of the Wither, he might instead succumb to the cold. Now that he had acquired the Nether Star, his quest was secure. All that remained was to wait until the following day to venture to the tavern in the City of Order and present the Nether Star to the drunkard for his reward, a broken sword of cosmic dominion. Comfortably nestled in bed, Lin Cheng closed his eyes and slept soundly through the night, waking the next morning to find he had overslept. It was already 9 a.m. Clearly, the exertion of the previous day, coupled with the tension of battling the Wither, had taken its toll, and his body required the extra rest. Grasping his spatial teleportation staff, he decisively selected a teleportation coordinate. Upon arriving in the City of Order, he noted the presence of numerous survivors, yet this did not deter him from completing his task. Upon entering the tavern, he spotted the drunkard in his usual spot, nursing his drink. Lin Cheng approached briskly, greeting the man. "We meet again. I have brought you what you asked for." He placed the Nether Star directly on the table, and upon seeing it, the drunkard's eyes widened in disbelief. You actually managed to obtain it." The task that had confounded countless survivors had found resolution in Lin Cheng and Oppos' hands. As the drunkard reached for the Nether Star, Lin Cheng preemptively snatched it back, asserting, "Though this is a task, I wish to see the reward before relinquishing it." The drunkard laughed heartily, his demeanor visibly brightening upon beholding the precious item. "Such a valuable object, I certainly would not carry it on my person. Follow me." With that, he stood and began to walk away, leaving Lin Cheng with no choice but to follow, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The drunkard led him through winding paths until they arrived at a secluded corner, surrounded by dilapidated buildings, resembling a forsaken village. "I haven't been home in quite some time. It may appear run down, but this is my abode," he said, standing before a wooden structure with a nostalgic expression. Lin Cheng observed the house closely, noting the presence of cobwebs in the corners, confirming the drunken man and Oppos' words. The wooden structure was missing several planks, and had Lin Cheng not seen it for himself, he would have found it hard to believe such decay could exist in the City of Order. Upon entering the house, the drunkard swiftly approached a corner filled with shelves. He crouched beside them, seemingly searching for something. After a considerable time, he dismantled one of the shelves, revealing a hidden lever behind it. Lin Cheng and Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment. There was a redstone mechanism. An NPC capable of manipulating redstone was undoubtedly a figure of significant intrigue. Few survivors possessed the knowledge to navigate redstone contraptions. As the lever was pulled, the shelves slid apart, revealing a dark passage leading downward. The depths were shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern anything with the naked eye. The drunkard glanced back at Lin Cheng, stating, "The item I promised you is down there." Chapter 101. The mysterious dark room. Lin Cheng maintained a vigilant demeanor, refraining from hastily moving to the front, since there were already redstone traps outside. It was plausible that this dark passage below might also harbor similar dangers. He had no desire to falter in the darkness or become a victim of someone else and Oppos' cunning. "I refuse to lead the way. You shall guide us, or this transaction is over," Lin Cheng asserted. The drunkard chuckled at Lin Cheng's attitude, appreciating the young man and Oppos' composure and restraint in the face of potential rewards. Follow me, the drunkard instructed, stepping into the passage. As he did so, a square block unexpectedly emerged from both sides of the tunnel, illuminating the previously dark corridor. Lin Cheng and Appo's pupils dilated in astonishment at the sight of a blue block, intermingled with white, radiating light. Instinctively, Lin Cheng thought of the sea lantern. The production of sea lanterns was quite peculiar, as they could only be obtained from underwater temples. And even during his explorations in the overworld, he had encountered them sparingly. Could it be that this individual had previously ventured into an underwater temple? For an ordinary survivor, an underwater temple was a place to be avoided at all costs. It was a realm where guardians could spawn at any moment. And even more formidable ancient guardians lurked within. The ancient guardians imposed a mining fatigue debuff on intruding survivors, compounded by the natural inefficiency of mining underwater. Unless one wielded an exceptionally efficient pickaxe, it was nearly impossible to inflict any damage upon the structures of the underwater temple. Moreover, survivors faced the peril of oxygen depletion. If their oxygen ran low, they could suffer severe health detriment or even drown. Thus, a survivor capable of wielding a sea lantern must possess considerable strength, which explained the existence of the broken cosmic dominance sword. As the two continued deeper into the tunnel, it seemed to stretch into infinite depths, with no end in sight. Finally, after half an hour, the drunkard halted in his tracks, revealing a cosmic dominance sword bouncing amidst the lava. The sight sent a jolt of fear through Lin Cheng. Such a precious weapon was carelessly discarded in lava. Remarkably, it showed no signs of being incinerated. Perhaps noticing the astonishment on Lin Cheng's face, the drunkard reassured him. There is no need for surprise. The cosmic dominance sword is a creation of the gods and cannot be easily destroyed. The only way to conceal it from others is to cast it into the void, where even the gods cannot reach the deepest depths. There are no traps nearby. If you and Appos apprehensive, you may wait here while I retrieve the sword, he offered. Lin Cheng nodded in agreement, indicating his consent. He would certainly avoid any situation that entailed danger. A single misstep could cost him his life. The drunkard, being a man of his word, retrieved the broken cosmic dominance sword and handed it to Lin Cheng, who in turn presented the star of the lower realm to the drunkard. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, for completing the S-rank quest, the shining star of the lower realm. Ding! Congratulations, survivor, for receiving the quest reward. Broken cosmic dominance sword 1. Item name: Cosmic dominance sword, broken. Type: weapon. Description: a weapon of divine origin, possessing the power to obliterate all. However, this power seems to have waned. The cosmic dominance sword cannot be enchanted or destroyed, and using it will bind the user and Appos' soul to it. Lin Cheng exhaled heavily as he gazed at the second broken cosmic dominance sword in his possession. Where did you acquire this sword? He inquired. By chance, the drunkard replied. And how did you come by the sea lantern? Have you ventured into an underwater temple? Upon hearing the mention of the underwater temple, a flicker of astonishment crossed the drunkard's face. Observing Lin Cheng's youthful countenance, he asked incredulously, You know of the underwater temple? Lin Cheng smiled. He not only knew of the underwater temple but also of the jungle and desert temples. While NPCs in this world believed that every location required thorough exploration, Lin Cheng was already well versed in all of it. Yes, I am aware. It is fraught with guardians and ancient guardians, posing threats from monsters and oxygen depletion, indeed perilous. He explained, Your ability to return indicates you are not as destitute as you appear, and the presence of this broken cosmic dominance sword speaks volumes. A wise individual, the drunkard remarked. Few survivors are aware of the underwater temple, and your age makes it all the more surprising. With the broken cosmic dominance sword by your side, you should not encounter strangers. I hope you can wield it effectively. Filled with curiosity, Lin Cheng felt it was the perfect moment to unravel the mysteries surrounding them. Given your knowledge of the cosmic dominance sword and Appos' divine nature and its imperviousness to conventional destruction, why do you not use it yourself? He pressed. The drunkard and Appos' demeanor remained calm, and he patiently explained, Allow me to share a story. Once, there was a young boy who adored adventure and had a band of like-minded friends. Each day was spent either exploring or journeying to new destinations. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient book revealing the existence of a relic known as the Underwater Temple, rumored to harbor treasures from the gods and the coveted sea lanterns that captivated wealthy merchants. If they could find some sea lanterns, selling them to affluent individuals in the Order City would yield a fortune. Though they loved adventure, they needed to make a living, and reaching the legendary Underwater Temple would provide the funds to continue their exploits. After countless trials and tribulations, they finally discovered the fabled underwater temple. However, that extraordinary adventure led to the demise of all his companions, leaving only the boy alive to return with the many artifacts from the temple. The artifact in your hand is the broken cosmic dominance sword, and that boy was me. Chapter 102. The soul-binding stone. After the drunkard finished speaking, he fell silent. His gaze fixed intently on the battered sword of cosmic dominion in Lin Cheng's hand, his eyes gradually deepening as if lost in a reverie of intoxicating memories. Lin Cheng's heart suddenly grew heavy. The once dear friend had departed, leaving behind only the weighty sword of cosmic dominion. Ha ha ha, the drunkard exclaimed. I've shared so much with you to convey that I do not wish to wield this sword of cosmic dominion lightly, for it bears significant meaning. In our youth, we were reckless and ventured into perilous realms without due consideration. Though this sword is the fruit of our final endeavor, I would have preferred that we had returned empty-handed. Never having discovered the underwater temple, the outcome could have been entirely different. I do not know how to comfort you. Mourning is a natural progression, and one must always look forward, Lin Cheng replied. Thank you for your consolation. I have moved beyond it now, the drunkard said with a hearty laugh. From you, I see the reflection of our former selves, knowing full well the dangers yet rushing to the forefront. The mere thought of reclaiming the star of the lower realm reveals your potential. This battered sword of cosmic dominion is your reward for the mission, and I shall bestow upon you an additional gift as a token of the bond between us. With that, the drunkard produced a vividly colored stone seemingly from thin air, its hues shimmering with an ethereal glow. One glance was enough to ascertain its considerable value. This is a soul-binding stone. When struck against any item, it binds the soul of the user to that item permanently. Once bound, even in death, only you may wield that equipment, which will never be lost to others. Lin Cheng was astounded. Such a remarkable item existed in this world, surpassing even the utility of a binding curse. Not only could it be effortlessly removed and discarded, but it would remain impervious to others and Appos grasp. If he could acquire several soul-binding stones and embed them within all his gear, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. The drunkard noted the glimmer in Lin Cheng's eyes and surmised his thoughts. Cast aside those notions. Soul-binding stones are exceedingly rare and not as easily found as you might believe. Lin Cheng, his thoughts laid bare, smiled, and accepted the soul-binding stone. Item name, soul-binding stone. Type, consumable item. Function, can be embedded into any item. Once successfully embedded, the user only needs to utilize the item to complete the soul binding. In this state, no other survivor can pick it up or use it. Thank you. Although our transaction is concluded, I am curious about your intentions regarding the star of the lower realm, Lin Cheng stated candidly, without veiling his inquiry in subtlety. Perhaps it was Lin Cheng's sincerity that prompted the drunkard to divulge his motives. We once made a pact to acquire a star of the lower realm. I am embarking on a significant endeavor that may well be my last, and I intend to bring the star along, fulfilling our promise even in death. Lin Cheng was deeply moved. If his initial impression of the drunkard was that of a disheveled, wine-soaked man, he now saw him as a valiant spirit bound by loyalty. For the sake of a departed friend, the drunkard offered a weapon of divine caliber as a reward. Though the sword of cosmic dominion lay in a state of disrepair, its inherent value remained undiminished. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? I have answered all at once. This parting may render future encounters unlikely. The drunkard's demeanor was remarkably carefree, a stark contrast to one who was on the brink of death. There is nothing more. I wish you luck. Lin Cheng understood that he could not dissuade the drunkard from his chosen path. Everyone has their own way of living. He recognized the drunkard's resolve and knew that attempting to prevent him from leaving would be more painful than death itself. Sometimes, understanding is far more potent than persuasion. Perhaps since the moment of his friend's demise, the drunkard's spirit had already departed, leaving behind merely an empty shell. After bidding farewell, Lin Cheng made his way to the trading center, uncertain of the outcome of his previously auctioned level 2 strength potion. Now was the opportune moment to count his earnings. With his prior profits, Lin Cheng could confidently claim the title of the wealthiest among survivors. Of course, the exact wealth of the NPCs remained a mystery, as they adhered to a policy of discretion regarding their riches. Take the mineral merchants, for instance. They offered unchanging prices while engaging in infinite purchases. It was hard to believe they lacked thousands, if not tens of thousands, of bronze coins. Ding! Your level 2 strength potions at the trading center have all been sold. You have earned a total of 110 bronze coins from this transaction. The trading price was unremarkable, neither excessively high nor particularly low. Although the effects of the level 2 strength potion were potent, their duration was a significant limitation, with no means of enhancement. After a day's time, 45 bottles of level 2 strength potion yielded 110 bronze coins. Acceptable. As the weight of bronze coins increased in his pocket, Lin Cheng walked with newfound confidence through the Order City. He also scoured the trading center for bargains, hoping to stumble upon a damaged sword of cosmic dominion at a low price, which would be an extraordinary profit. However, such possibilities were exceedingly slim, with probabilities lower than finding a trove of diamonds on the street. After scanning the area and finding nothing of value, Lin Cheng was about to leave when he suddenly spotted something that stirred his heart. Chapter 103, The Fusion of the Cosmic Sword and Fragment Grenades. In previous encounters, the fragment grenades had consistently saved him from peril. However, during his recent searches, he had found none, which remained one of Lin Cheng and Appo's regrets. To his surprise, he discovered the presence of fragment grenades at the trading center. With a substantial amount of surplus currency at hand, he reasoned that rather than letting it accumulate without interest, he might as well procure all the available fragment grenades, for they could prove useful in the future. Each fragment grenade was priced at 2 bronze coins, which he felt was somewhat exorbitant. Nonetheless, the value of their functionality justified the cost. It appeared that the survivors had recognized a market opportunity, as they bundled 10 fragment grenades together. This collection amounted to 20 bronze coins, a sum that many ordinary survivors would rather spend on firearms than on fragment grenades. Consequently, these grenades remained largely overlooked, even relegated to the last page of the inventory. Had he not flipped to that final page, he might have missed the opportunity to acquire these 10 fragment grenades entirely. Accepting the price, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in haggling, as doing so would only waste precious time that could be better spent brewing potions for sale, ultimately recouping his expenditure in bronze coins. After confirming the transaction, the 20 bronze coins disappeared from his inventory, and the 10 fragment grenades appeared in their stead. Gazing at the grenades in his bag, Lin Cheng smiled with satisfaction. With these grenades, he would no longer need to expend so many bullets when clearing large swathes of infected creatures. The true utility of the fragment grenades lay in their ability to eliminate numerous foes simultaneously, and they could also be highly effective against other survivors. Overall, their effectiveness rivaled that of any firearm, with the sole drawback being their limited blast radius and the necessity for manual throwing. Moreover, such items were exceptionally rare. Finding one was akin to an arduous quest. Now, having acquired 10 in one go, he felt a sense of relief at not needing to search for them in the near future. Recalling his temporary shelter, Lin Cheng eagerly retrieved the damaged cosmic sword. The second broken cosmic sword he had long coveted was finally in his possession, and it was the perfect moment to merge these 2 fractured blades. He had refrained from merging them in Order City, not wanting the drunken souls to discover that he held another broken cosmic sword. Caution is the mother of safety. After all, the fusion of these 2 swords would not drastically alter their appearance. It was essential to ensure his security. One should never flaunt their wealth. Ding. 2 broken cosmic swords have been detected in the Survivor and Appo's inventory. Would you like to initiate fusion? Yes. Ding. Merging the broken cosmic swords. Current fusion progress, 10. Current fusion progress, 50. Current fusion progress, 100. Fusion complete. Quest name, Cosmic Sovereign. Quest type, Hidden Quest. Quest description. The weapons of the Cosmic Sovereign are scattered across the globe, comprising 16 broken cosmic swords. Survivors who obtain a cosmic sword must absorb the remaining 15 to forge a complete cosmic sword. Each absorption enhances combat capability. Upon completion, the next phase of the quest will unlock. Quest requirement, absorb 15 cosmic swords, 115. Quest reward, Cosmic Sword, Creator level, in the long-term quest completion progress. The status shifted from 015 to 115. Lin Cheng examined the attributes of the cosmic sword in his possession and noted some changes in its attribute panel. Item name, Cosmic Sword, broken. Type, weapon. Description, a creator-level weapon with the power to annihilate all, though this power seems diminished. The cosmic sword cannot be enchanted, destroyed, and upon use, it binds to the user and Appo's soul. Fusion progress, 115. Current fixed damage, 15. Instant kill probability, 2. Lin Cheng and Appo's pupils dilated in surprise. The fixed damage had increased by 5 points. This was merely the result of merging 1 broken cosmic sword. If he were to fuse the remaining 14, the fixed damage would soar to a terrifying 85 points. Even those clad in full attribute armor might struggle to withstand the damage from a single strike. Moreover, the cosmic sword had no restrictions on attack speed. As long as his reflexes were swift enough, he could deplete an enemy and amp Oppos as health in mere moments. Should he successfully gather all other broken cosmic swords, the probability of an instant kill could potentially reach 100. The attribute enhancement of the broken cosmic sword left Lin Cheng thoroughly pleased, as this upgrade not only increased damage but also augmented the instant kill probability by 2. The concept of an instant kill was straightforward. It meant obliterating an opponent and amp Oppos as health in one blow. This pitch-black sword was gradually taking on the essence of the cosmic sword. Clearly, the pursuit of the remaining broken cosmic swords must continue earnestly, as the infected became increasingly formidable. The only weapon capable of standing against them was this highly adaptable broken cosmic sword. Merely relying on firearms would require an immense stockpile of ammunition. And in the face of a blood moon, bullets alone would not suffice. "Cheng, are you home? I need to speak with you." Mo Xiao and amp Oppos' voice echoed from afar. Growing nearer as she approached, Lin Cheng emerged from the underground passage to find Mo Xiao calling out in search of him. "What is the matter? You seem flustered." Upon seeing Lin Cheng, Mo Xiao's face lit up as she hurriedly approached, breathless, and exclaimed, "While I was wandering nearby, I saw a group of people planning to establish a survivor settlement in this area. They seem to be from that survivor alliance. Do you think their presence will affect us?" Chapter 104. Narrow paths of enemies. Mo Xiao's words plunged Lin Cheng into a deep sense of foreboding. The survivor base established near their temporary refuge was far from a blessing, for the relationships among survivors had devolved into fierce competition rather than mutual coexistence. Scarcity of resources inevitably gave rise to a myriad of moral dilemmas, such as theft and outright robbery. The adversaries outnumbered them, while Lin Cheng and his companion were merely 2, and with their relatively abundant supplies, a forcible seizure could deal a devastating blow. Moreover, the presence of firearms rendered physical confrontation futile. Even with his enhanced weapon, he could not hope to contend with armed assailants. How many were they? A considerable number. Likely no fewer than 40 or 50, enough to constitute a medium-sized survivor coalition. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Cheng resolved to dismantle all surface structures to lower their adversaries and Oppos' guard. Additionally, he would have to dismantle his small monster spawning area, as he had no immediate use for it. Venturing to the Hell platform would suffice for monster hunting. Most importantly, it would allow him to gather resources, and with a stroke of luck, he might even procure some zero skeleton skulls, amassing nether stars for future use. "Please assist me in dismantling all the man-made structures above ground, and provide me with the coordinates of the base you observed being constructed," Lin Cheng instructed. "Understood," Mo Xiao replied, offering a series of coordinates before picking up a pickaxe to help dismantle the small spawning area. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. Lin Cheng had hoped for a leisurely exploration of the current world, only to discover that survivors had begun constructing living bases around their temporary shelter. However, this development was inevitable, given the considerable number of survivors in the vicinity, merely the tip of the iceberg. The number of survivors in vast China was indeed staggering. If there were no other survivors passing through, it would be rather implausible. To be fair, the location where Lin Cheng resided was quite suitable for establishing a large-scale survivor base. The flat terrain of the plains required no additional effort to level for construction. After traversing for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the coordinates provided by Mo Xiao. True to his observation, several survivors were busy at work. And judging by the outline of their structures, the base was roughly 128 by 128 in size, a considerable scale. Yet, these individuals seemed overly ambitious. The larger the living base, the more challenging it would be to defend against the infected. One could never know when a breach might occur, allowing hordes of infected to flood in, potentially leading to the demise of unsuspecting survivors in their slumber. The Butcher and the Tyrant posed the greatest threat to the survivors' dwellings, as their destructive capabilities were formidable. Fortunately, the spawning rates of these 2 monsters were not excessively high. Otherwise, the painstakingly constructed bases of the survivor coalition would soon be reduced to rubble, leaving not even a single plank intact. Through careful observation during the early hours, Lin Cheng keenly noted that the materials used by this survivor coalition were rather subpar. They had chosen the most ordinary oak planks. If they intended to construct a living base, at the very least, they should have utilized obsidian for the outer walls. Wood is neither fireproof nor blast-resistant. With minimal effort, it could be breached like a flimsy paper wall. It seemed these survivors planned for temporary habitation, Yet why would they erect such an expansive area for a temporary residence? Lin Cheng and Appo's mind was rife with questions, yet these matters bore no direct relevance to him. He needed to discern the motivations of these survivors. If their sole aim was to settle nearby, he could bide his time and, in conjunction with the infected, endeavor to drive them away. As for the method of cooperation, it was quite simple: find a secure vantage point and casually toss a few fragmentation grenades over the wall, and he had little doubt that panic would ensue among the survivors. As the adage goes, better to have a thief covet than to have him steal. Should they become aware of nearby survivors, coupled with the fact that their base was already compromised, any sensible survivor coalition would likely retreat. Of course, exceptions could exist. If this coalition sought a direct confrontation, intent on uprooting him, he would await the outcome. Engaging in guerrilla tactics would require no assistance from any survivor. He had resided in this vicinity for quite some time, thoroughly familiar with the terrain. The newcomers, having just arrived, would find him an insurmountable obstacle. The possibility of coexistence was slim, should his temporary refuge be discovered. His stored supplies could very well be lost. Relocating was indeed the simplest and most convenient solution. But he could not afford to move every time he encountered a survivor coalition. The world was vast, he could not simply run amok. Moreover, his temporary refuge housed a substantial amount of resources, and relocating would be a cumbersome task. Even with the spatial teleportation staff to save time, it still required effort. If anyone were to move, let it be the others. The thought of him yielding was utterly inconceivable. Move swiftly. Brother Hay has already stated that we must complete all the walls before nightfall. Do you truly believe we can accomplish such a monumental task today? Just the outer wall alone would take us a day. Who knows? The orders have been given. We shall do our utmost. If we cannot finish, we will report honestly. After all, such matters cannot be forced. Our Thunder Dragon Survivor Coalition finally has a chance to thrive above ground. We and Appo's been cooped up underground for so long that I feel like a mole. Thanks to the brothers who returned from the war world with a wealth of supplies, we now possess the means to establish ourselves. By the way, I heard our leader was killed once in the war world. Hush. Do not speak of such things. It and Appo's better if everyone keeps it to themselves. We must not bring it to light. Last time, our leader was quite furious. If he hears you, you may find yourself kicked out tonight. Oh, it's nothing. We are merely discussing amongst ourselves. Besides, the leader ISN and Appo's here now. He went to the Order City to procure supplies, right? Chapter 105. Seizing supplies, a peculiar smile began to emerge on Lin Cheng and Appo's face. Lo and behold, he was once again confronted by an old acquaintance. During his time in the war world, he had encountered members of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. These individuals were far from virtuous. In their relentless pursuit of resources, they had even resorted to murder and plunder. However, at that time, armed with a final grenade, he had swiftly sent their leader to meet the Grim Reaper. Little did he expect their paths to cross again in such a narrow circumstance. And he felt no inclination to show mercy. Lin Cheng had always harbored a vengeful spirit, now that a grudge had been established. There was no reason to exhibit compassion or leave any room for survival. While other survivors might be innocent, he could overlook their past indiscretions. But not those who had previously traversed the war world. It was a foolish dream to wish for a comfortable existence, especially under his watchful gaze. If memory served him correctly, the leader of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance was none other than Radar. Such an odd name indeed struck a chord with Lin Cheng and Appo's sense of humor. However, he had yet to spot his adversary. The journey from the City of Order to this location would take nearly half an hour by car. If Radar had just departed, he would have ample time to lay his traps. The 10 fragment grenades in his backpack would prove invaluable at this moment. Regrettably, they had yet to warm in his hands before he needed to deploy them. A grudge must be settled. Radar had to die. Otherwise, should he discover Lin Cheng and Appo's residence in the vicinity, he would undoubtedly turn the place upside down. After all, Lin Cheng had genuinely killed him once. Had it not been for the fortunate experience he possessed, he might have lost his life then and there, uncertain whether Radar still held that experience. Lin Cheng contemplated ways to ensure his demise once more. Regardless, he needed to ensure that Radar could not resurrect, thus severing any ties the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had with their future, unless someone harbored a close relationship with Radar and intended to seek vengeance. Lin Cheng would not hesitate to obliterate the entire alliance. Adjusting his vantage point to observe the enemy and Appo's position, Lin Cheng needed to conceal himself in the direction of the City of Order. As a Survivor Alliance, they would surely have vehicles at their disposal. Using fragment grenades to detonate vehicles posed a challenge, as moving targets were swift and the grenades required a moment to ignite. They would not explode the instant they were thrown, otherwise he risked injuring himself. To ensure he had sufficient time to collect the drop supplies post-explosion, Lin Cheng strategically repositioned himself slightly forward. It would be a considerable loss if he laid in ambush only to see a pile of goods left unclaimed. After approximately 10 minutes, the rumbling of engines reached his ears. It was 2 jeeps. The current primary world truly boasted a high probability of jeep appearances, while the likelihood of encountering sports cars or coupes was exceedingly low, to the point of near non-existence. As for helicopters, while it could not be definitively stated that they were absent, Lin Cheng had yet to encounter one. With a fragment grenade firmly in hand, he prepared to launch it toward the target. His current position was remarkably secure, perched upon a high vantage point that rendered him invisible to the approaching vehicles. Most importantly, throwing a grenade from above significantly increased the chances of a successful hit, thanks to the principles of free fall, as opposed to a level throw that would require consideration of ballistic drop. A poorly thrown grenade could very well reveal his location. This procurement operation had yielded mediocre results. These individuals were becoming increasingly astute and no longer so easily deceived. Having been lowballed several times, they were likely inquiring with their peers, and prices had begun to stabilize. Stability was welcome, provided there were no sudden price hikes. However, that assurance was tenuous at best. Price fluctuations depended entirely on current demand. If many sought to establish residential bases like himself, prices would soar. It was astonishing that such a meager amount of wood could command 10 bronze coins. In the past, he would have been reluctant to part with even a single coin. The times had changed, and if they wished to survive, it was imperative to engage with other survivors. Radar and Oppos. S. voice, accompanied by the chatter of his companions, drew nearer, indicating that they were now within earshot. The vehicle carrying radar was the last in line. If Lin Cheng could hurl the fragment grenade into the open space between the 2 vehicles, the resulting explosion would obliterate both jeeps. After a brief mental countdown, Lin Cheng decisively threw the fragment grenade downward. The Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance witnessed a dark object plummet from above, exploding with terrifying force upon impact. Both jeeps erupted into flames, and the occupants met their grim fate. The combined damage of the grenade's explosion, the vehicles and Oppos' detonation, and the impact from being thrown from the vehicles created a trifecta of destruction. Even the most robust among them could not withstand such extensive damage. As he beheld the scattered supplies on the ground, Lin Cheng understood the urgency of collecting useful items. Time was of the essence. The Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base would undoubtedly send someone to investigate the commotion. Should that occur, his ambush would serve merely to deplete their ranks without yielding tangible spoils. For the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, such a loss would not constitute a significant blow. Moreover, they would likely consider the possibility of vendettas. If he were their sole enemy, it would be challenging not to turn their suspicions toward him, raising the stakes considerably. However, if he managed to seize their supplies, they would inevitably contemplate the implications of murder and theft, broadening their target list. The area was likely teeming with other survivors, and the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance remained blissfully unaware of Lin Cheng's existence. Chapter 106. Losing both the lady and the troops. The supplies scattered upon the ground were predominantly construction materials, the most common of which was undoubtedly oak wood. It is no wonder that this group opted for wooden planks to erect their walls. They were merely attempting to cut costs. Leaving these logs behind would be a waste. Taking them along would spare them the trouble of gathering wood in the future. After all, many items require wood, and having a surplus is never detrimental. In the early stages of survival, the demand for wood is substantial. There is a saying that to become wealthy, one must first gather trees. Wooden planks can be used to craft various essential tools and can also be fashioned into torches, while raw logs can be converted into charcoal. Their utility is manifold. In addition to the wood, there were some combat tools and minerals, with diamonds being the most abundant. There were 2 full sets of diamonds. While this quantity may not be particularly vast, it is sufficient to cause the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance some distress for a while. It is worth noting that when Lin Cheng observed the base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, he noticed that most survivors were still clad in ordinary iron armor. These 2 sets of diamonds should be utilized to upgrade the survivors and Oppos' equipment, replacing a portion of their iron armor with diamond armor. The fact that Lin Cheng took these 2 sets of diamonds meant that the others would have to continue donning iron armor, significantly diminishing their defensive capabilities. Truly, it is a case of losing both the lady and the troops. The more the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance suffers, the more Lin Cheng revels in their misfortune, after all. They are adversaries, who would lament for their enemies. Bullets, gasoline canisters, and even I-type antibiotics were all seized by Lin Cheng. As for the equipment on the ground that he deemed unworthy of collecting, he simply doused it with a bucket of lava. The molten lava flowed with reckless abandon. Though its pace was slow, its destructive capacity was unparalleled. Anything touched by the lava vanished in an instant. Once Lin Cheng had thoroughly scavenged the supplies, he did not linger but promptly vacated the scene, leaving no trace of his presence. This is one of the advantages of the world's characteristics. It does not leave footprints behind, and regardless of the rain, the grass blocks do not become muddy, nor do they bear signs of passage. Shortly after Lin Cheng departed, a large group surged towards the site of the explosion, with the front runner being Radar, who had lost everything he possessed. Upon returning to the main world, Radar had endeavored to ensure his survival by leveling up to level 10 as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the shrapnel of the grenade thrown by Lin Cheng. With gritted teeth, Radar glared at the two charred jeeps, his inner fury nearly boiling over. Search. Leave no corner unexamined. Even in the most desperate of places, we must capture that rogue. How audacious he must be to dare intercept our Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos as supplies. I shall see if he has the life to plunder and the strength to utilize what he steals. Calm down, leader. We were caught off guard this time, and there was nothing we could do. Who could have known that the supplies would be blown up the moment we arrived here? There may very well be other Survivor Alliances nearby. We are in the open while they lurk in the shadows. It is perilous. It is precisely for this reason that we must swiftly locate them. Only by eliminating all threats can we construct our base with peace of mind. If this time it was the supply vehicle that was destroyed, next time it could very well be the walls of our base that are bombed. And if we think even more chillingly, our very homes could be obliterated. As the discussion among his subordinates grew increasingly absurd, Radar's irritation became more pronounced. Silence. Are you not merely boosting the enemy and Oppos' morale while undermining your own? Regardless of their identity, anyone who commits such an outrageous act must pay a corresponding price. Yet, in uttering these words, Radar failed to reflect on the countless innocent survivors he had slain in the war-torn world and the many resources he had seized from them. Resources that rightfully belonged to them. With a backpack brimming with supplies, Lin Cheng returned to the temporary refuge. Having established the intentions of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, he now needed to devise a plan to create disruption. Directly annihilating the entire Survivor Alliance would be a significant challenge. After all, they were a group of several dozen individuals, albeit a small-scale alliance. However, they wield firearms, necessitating a strategy of cunning rather than brute force. Since they intended to build a base, Lin Cheng and Oppos' objective should be to obliterate that very base. The simplest method would be to bury a substantial amount of TNT. Previously, in order to concoct a plethora of splash potions, he had procured a considerable amount of gunpowder. However, the quantity he possessed was still far from sufficient. He would need to make a trip to the City of Order to acquire more. As he contemplated the procurement task, Lin Cheng suddenly thought of Mo Xiao. This individual possessed a modicum of business acumen. At least during their last transaction, he had not been severely deceived. The fact that he managed to negotiate that first deal successfully indicated that he was indeed a reliable errand runner. The Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base was roughly planned to be 128 by 128 blocks, though the exact height remained uncertain. To flatten an area of that size entirely would require an immense quantity of TNT. It was likely that exhausting the entire stock of gunpowder from the City of Order would not suffice to produce that much TNT. The best approach would be to conserve the explosives, placing them solely beneath the structures, aiming to discreetly bury the explosives under their very homes. This would necessitate starting from underground, digging a tunnel that would connect to the entire base. Each detonation point could be linked using redstone and redstone repeaters. Thus, once all the explosives were strategically positioned, a single switch would suffice to send the entire Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance skyward. Should their base be razed, the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance would likely crumble into disarray. Lin Cheng retrieved several brand new fishing rods from his chest, intending to present them as gifts to Mo Xiao. Even though they were now strategic partners, he could not allow others to assist him without compensation, although Mo Xiao might not voice it. Lin Cheng felt it was his responsibility to reciprocate. As Lin Cheng entered Mo Xiao's abode, he found him seated beside a pool, engrossed in fishing. Truly, he was either fishing or on the path to fishing. Mo Shao, assist me in procuring more gunpowder in the City of Order. The greater the quantity, the better. Money is no object. Chapter 107. Preparations for the plan. Moreover, I believe your fishing rod is nearing the end of its durability, so I shall gift you a few new ones. Upon hearing about the new fishing rods, Mo Shao and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, Chenggu, why are you being so polite with me? We are all comrades. It is only right to help each other without such formalities. This is not merely a matter of politeness. I had originally promised you an ample supply of fishing rods. It would be untrustworthy of me to go back on my word, Lin Cheng replied, tossing the fishing rods at Mo Shao and Appo's feet. For him, crafting these rods was exceedingly simple, and the materials were not particularly expensive. The fishing line could be obtained from the cave spider spawner, and as for the wooden sticks. Today, while intercepting a cargo truck from the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, he had collected a considerable amount of lumber, ensuring he would not run out of wood in the near future. Furthermore, wooden sticks were hardly valuable. Well then, I shall graciously accept these fishing rods. Mo Shao exclaimed joyfully, placing them into his ender chest before Lin Cheng and Appo's astonished gaze. You have limited space in your ender chest. And yet you are using it to store fishing rods? Yes. Mo Shao nodded, explaining, I personally regard fishing rods as rather precious items. If someone were to steal them, I would be heartbroken. Rest assured, Chenggu, to prevent our bullets from being stolen in the future, I have also stored some in the ender chest. Such a scenario was unlikely. Lin Cheng always carried his ammunition with him. However, it was prudent to store some in the ender chest as a backup. Should they ever be ambushed, they could retrieve some bullets from the ender chest. Considering further ahead, Lin Cheng felt it prudent to seek additional firearms to store alongside the ammunition. Having bullets without guns would be utterly futile. Mo Shao nodded in agreement, and Lin Cheng refrained from further idle chatter, handing Mo Shao a total of 100 bronze coins. Upon seeing such a substantial sum, Mo Shao appeared momentarily stunned. Chenggu, are you certain you wish to purchase gunpowder with 100 bronze coins? Indeed, Lin Cheng affirmed with a nod. If he intended to eliminate the threat entirely, he could not afford to be stingy with his wealth. Besides, allowing the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance to establish themselves nearby would pose a far greater risk to his safety than the mere cost of 100 bronze coins. His assets stored in the temporary shelter were worth considerably more than that. That Survivor Alliance was the same one they had encountered in the world of war. Mo Zhao's expression reflected confusion as he struggled to recall which Survivor Alliance it was. Lin Cheng prompted him further. Do you remember when we searched a village and encountered a group that demanded we hand over all our supplies and pledge our allegiance to them? Understanding dawned upon Mo Zhao's face. Yes. Their leader was blown up by one of your grenades. Precisely. They are called the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. They are the ones building their base nearby. If they manage to survive in our vicinity, well, I need not elaborate. I leave that to your imagination. Mo Shao shuddered at the thought of coexisting with such violent individuals, those who sought to kill and dominate. The mere idea was far more intolerable than the prospect of never fishing again. Then I shall contribute in whatever way I can. Although I lack bronze coins at the moment, I am willing to do manual labor. Assign me any mindless tasks or simpler cerebral duties. Lin Cheng could not help but chuckle at Mo Zhao's pragmatic self-assessment. Throughout their conversation, Mo Shao had never boasted of his abilities, but rather maintained a rare humility. Such a character was commendable, especially compared to those inept survivors who flaunted their strengths. For now, I have no other tasks for you. Acquiring gunpowder will require significant time, and your prior experience makes you the perfect candidate for this job. If we wish to challenge the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, we must prepare extensively for any contingencies. They have many opportunities for error, whereas we possess only one chance. Should we fail, we would be exposed, and given their numbers, it would merely be a matter of time before they locate us. Unless we are willing to abandon our current position and relocate to establish a new temporary shelter. Would you be willing to move? Mo Shao shook his head earnestly. Relocating was a cumbersome endeavor, and given the effort invested in their current location, nestled by mountains and water, with ample plains for agricultural development, finding another suitable habitat would not be an easy task. It was no wonder the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance chose this site for their base. Any Survivor Alliance would have acted similarly upon discovery. While Mo Shao ventured to the City of Order to procure gunpowder, Lin Cheng began researching the crafting of invisibility potions. The process for crafting invisibility potions mirrored that of night vision potions, with the sole distinction of an additional step. After brewing a night vision potion with golden carrots, One could add a fermented spider eye to convert it into an invisibility potion. Invisibility potions were invaluable for stealth attacks, but they came with both advantages and disadvantages. The primary benefit was rendering the user invisible to enemies, while the drawback was the inability to wear any armor. Should adversaries detect movement nearby and begin to attack, the user could easily be struck down. The effectiveness of such a potion ultimately depended on the user and Oppo's approach. Lin Cheng planned to create invisibility potions to use in conjunction with night vision potions, allowing him to remain concealed while also gaining enhanced vision. However, Lin Cheng suddenly realized a significant issue. His helmet was cursed with a binding enchantment. This meant that, unless its durability was fully depleted, he could not remove the diamond helmet atop his head. Thus, the invisibility potion had become somewhat redundant for him, a mere afterthought. Anyone from the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, provided they were not simpletons, would surely find a floating diamond helmet perplexing. Chapter 108. No pain, no gain thus. The responsibility of infiltrating the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance fell upon Mo Xiao. This fellow, though lacking in formidable combat prowess and prone to panic in stressful situations, remained a trustworthy individual. No other candidate inspired confidence for such a task. Moreover, the effectiveness of the invisibility potion was exceedingly potent in the current world. Unless absolutely necessary, it must not be allowed to circulate in the market, lest countless survivors suffer the dire consequences. Lin Cheng ultimately decided to use redstone to prolong the invisibility effect. After consuming the potion, he could remain unseen for a maximum of 8 minutes. It seemed imperative for him to find a way to lift his binding curse. Yet methods for doing so were exceedingly rare, almost negligible. As Lin Cheng gazed at the soul binding stone in his backpack, an audacious notion struck him. The soul binding stone could link an object to a survivor and Oppo's soul, bearing similarities to the binding curse. Could the two effects potentially conflict? Perhaps binding the soul would displace the curse, thus achieving a replacement. If so, he could successfully acquire the diamond helmet afflicted by the curse. However, this remained mere speculation. Its practical application hinged on the outcome. It would be an audacious experiment, for if the effects were not mutually exclusive, it would be tantamount to squandering his soul binding stone. The drunkard had once proclaimed that soul binding stones were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. Thus, the stakes were considerably high. Holding the soul binding stone, Lin Cheng hesitated, initially intending to use it to bind something of great significance to him, rather than waste it on dispelling a curse. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to stow the stone away. He now had two plans in mind. The first involved Mo Xiao consuming the invisibility potion and infiltrating the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppo's base to gather intelligence. The second plan, a contingency, would allow Lin Cheng to attempt to lift the binding curse with the soul binding stone if Mo Xiao encountered difficulties or was unable to extricate himself. This way, he had a backup strategy. As long as Mo Xiao was not discovered during his reconnaissance, he could easily escape using an ender pearl. However, throwing the pearl would follow a certain trajectory, making it possible for others to notice it during its flight. Setting aside these intricate thoughts, Lin Cheng devoted additional time to crafting a substantial supply of invisibility potions. 8 minutes proved insufficient to explore a Survivor Alliance and Oppo's base. It was prudent to prepare extra potions, ensuring that he would not face a critical situation without a refill. He prepared 2 small backpacks filled with invisibility and night vision potions, 5 bottles of invisibility and 4 of night vision for each of them. This arrangement was dictated by the limited capacity of the small backpacks, which could hold a maximum of 9 items. Initially, the plan was for 4 bottles of each potion, providing 32 minutes of both invisibility and night vision effects. The extra invisibility potion served as a precaution should they require more than 32 minutes to escape. However, using the final invisibility potion would preclude the concurrent use of the night vision potion, leaving them in darkness if they ventured into an unlit area. Once Lin Cheng finished organizing the potions, Mo Xiao successfully returned from the City of Order, laden with a backpack full of gunpowder. The value of 100 bronze coins was substantial, sufficient for Lin Cheng to create several sets of TNT, with plenty remaining. The surplus gunpowder could also be utilized for crafting splash potions, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Mo Xiao, there is an urgent task I must assign to you. I cannot partake unless absolutely necessary. Lin Cheng briefly explained the situation. My helmet is cursed and cannot be removed through conventional means. Furthermore, to use the invisibility potion, one must ensure they are not wearing armor. Since you bear no binding curse, you must consume the invisibility potion. Invisibility potion? Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppos, eyes lit up. Such a wondrous item exists in this world? Indeed. Upon consuming it, you will gain 8 minutes of invisibility. Take this small backpack. It contains 5 bottles of invisibility and 4 bottles of night vision potions. Once night falls, drink the invisibility and night vision potions, infiltrate the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base, and gather information on their operations. As long as you ascertain their internal structure, we can successfully place TNT beneath their living quarters for detonation. Holding the small backpack, Mo Xiao felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. His primary objective in infiltrating the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base was to explore the terrain and locate inhabited areas. Not to linger idly. The area, measuring 128 by 128, was vast. A mere handful of individuals could not possibly occupy it fully. Moreover, to conserve gunpowder, it was crucial to position the TNT correctly to maximize the explosion and Oppos' efficacy. Leave this matter to me. As long as the invisibility potion works, I shall not falter. Mo Xiao and Oppos' confidence alleviated some of Lin Cheng and Oppos' concerns, though he remained partly anxious until the mission concluded. After all, until the final moment, unforeseen complications could arise. Infiltrating the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base was akin to entering a den of tigers. Yet, as the old adage goes, no pain, no gain. All that remained was to await the nightfall. And let us not forget to consider the temperature. While exploring the terrain, it was essential to seek a source of warmth. Chapter 109. The commencement of action. Upon hearing these words, Mo Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. He had entirely neglected the issue of temperature. With nightfall, not only would the relentless tide of infected individuals emerge, but the plummeting temperatures would also pose a considerable challenge. Should he manage to stealthily infiltrate the base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance without locating a source of warmth? Even with the aid of an invisibility potion, the success of his mission would remain in jeopardy. Forget about enduring 32 minutes. He might struggle to withstand even the 8 minutes of invisibility granted by a single vial. What should he do? It was hardly feasible to explore by simply placing a bucket of lava on the ground. That would be far too conspicuous, even without first-hand experience. He could vividly imagine the embarrassment of the scenario. A group of patrolling survivors inadvertently discovering a bucket of lava appearing out of thin air, only for it to vanish moments later. If this phenomenon occurred instantaneously, the survivors of the Thunder Dragon Alliance might dismiss it as an illusion. However, if it persisted for a longer duration and the occurrences increased, suspicions would inevitably arise among the survivors. At that point, the exploration mission within the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' base would become significantly more arduous. There was no need for such drastic measures. While carrying a bucket of lava could serve as a contingency, warmth could be sourced from elsewhere. He could infiltrate the dwelling of one of the survivors and absorb some warmth there, especially since he would be in an invisible state, unseen by others. That was true. But would he suddenly barging in raise suspicions? Entering a room does not solely rely on the door. One could discreetly create a hole in the wall while others are preoccupied. Lin Cheng revealed a knowing smile and softly explained, based on the intelligence I have gathered, it appears that the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' resources are rather limited. At the very least, they opted for the cheapest materials for their walls, using wooden planks instead of more aesthetically pleasing and functional building materials. Consequently, it is highly probable that the houses constructed by their members are also made of wood. The most efficient tool for dismantling wood is, of course, an axe. You can carry an axe discreetly, using it only when necessary to breach the walls. You are indeed clever, Brother Cheng. Mo Xiao sighed in relief. As long as there was a solution, everything would be manageable. The invisibility potion was incredibly practical. Without it, attempting to boldly infiltrate and simultaneously resolve the temperature issue would be nothing short of a fantastical dream. It was the existence of the invisibility potion that transformed numerous impossibilities into possibilities. Brother Cheng, how is the invisibility potion made? Or where can one procure it? I have previously seen individuals selling strength and night vision potions at the trading center in Order City, but this is my first time actually handling a potion myself. Mo Xiao and Oppos' eyes sparkled with curiosity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Cheng replied somewhat ambiguously. The brewing process of the potion is quite intricate, not something that can be easily explained in a few words. and the materials are exceptionally rare. The specific brewing formula is likely held by only a select few. The current potions are still in a monopolized stage. Unless the monopolizers decide to make the formula public, contemporary survivors will have little opportunity to brew their own potions. Alas, I envy those with such ingenuity. We are all starting from the same point, yet they can advance ahead, developing things we cannot comprehend. While we are preoccupied with mere survival, they are enhancing their living conditions and even profiting handsomely from their intellect. Listening to Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's earnest remarks, Lin Cheng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was quite the challenge to contain his amusement. What expression would Mo Xiao display if he were to discover that the creator of the night vision, strength, and invisibility potions was none other than Lin Cheng himself? However, since he was unaware, there was no need for Lin Cheng to disclose his role as the potion maker. The suspicion of feigning ignorance could be risky, but the fewer people who knew, the safer he would be. It was a matter of distrust towards Mo Xiao, rather, since Mo Xiao had not asked. There was no need for Lin Cheng to volunteer information. Invisibility potions are exceedingly scarce. Remember, do not waste them frivolously. Additionally, I must once again emphasize, after consuming an invisibility potion, ensure that you do not hold or wear any equipment. The effects of the potion only apply to the survivor themselves and cannot extend to any other objects. Rest assured, Brother Cheng, I understand. With all preliminary preparations complete, they now awaited the arrival of nightfall. This perilous yet thrilling operation was ready to commence. Time passed slowly, and the anticipation grew increasingly unbearable. As the clock struck 6, the resounding alert echoed through the air once more. Ding! Night has fallen. The infected begin to emerge. In various shadowy corners around the globe, the infected commenced their relentless appearances. The chilling cries of the infected and the pleas for help from survivors echoed daily, in every corner. Mo Xiao and Lin Cheng recognized that the moment had arrived for their action. To ensure the efficiency of their plan, they decided to adopt a dual approach. Executing parallel operations. One would infiltrate the interior of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppo's base to gather intelligence, while the other would dig an underground passage for their subsequent rendezvous and to conceal TNT. Compared to the former, the latter undoubtedly bore a higher degree of danger. After all, no one could predict whether the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had constructed a basement. If they had, and Lin Cheng happened to dig into it, the consequences could be dire. Upon departing the temporary refuge, they found that numerous infected individuals were already roaming outside, leaving them little time to traverse the area. As time passed, the number of nearby infected would undoubtedly increase. They were still in the initial phase of the refresh, where the infected and Oppo's numbers could be momentarily disregarded. Even if some infected individuals approached them, they could effortlessly deal with them using the Sword of Universal Dominion. Chapter 110, The Diamond Basement. The two ventured forth, encountering no significant obstacles, and soon arrived at their destination. The residents of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had made considerable progress. The once dilapidated walls now appeared surprisingly orderly. Given the current height of the walls, ordinary infected individuals would be unable to scale them, unless confronted by a tyrant or a butcher. Lin Cheng chose to excavate a few blocks deep near the walls of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, filling the newly created space with torches and sealing the top layer. He then quickly expanded the area, crafting a spacious underground chamber through sheer effort. Be cautious. We will meet here in 32 minutes. If you arrive and do not see me, do not panic, nor should you follow the passage to find me. If I have not returned on time, it signifies I have encountered some perilous danger, and coming after me would only jeopardize us both. Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. In his eyes, Lin Cheng was akin to a deity. If Lin Cheng could not resolve an issue, Mo Xiao's involvement would likely lead to his demise. After consuming an invisibility potion, Mo Xiao swiftly followed with a night vision potion. As the effects of the invisibility potion took hold, his form evaporated, leaving only his armor suspended in midair. Piece by piece, as he shed his armor, he gradually disappeared from sight. Even under close scrutiny, one would find it nearly impossible to detect him. Augmented by the night vision potion, he could evade detection unless he purposely approached someone. The efficacy of the night vision and invisibility potions exceeded expectations, instilling Mo Xiao with newfound confidence. I shall depart now. Take care, Chenggu. Be exceedingly careful. With that, they parted ways. Lin Cheng, undeterred, commenced digging inwardly towards the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance's habitation after Mo Xiao exited the chamber. For safety, he maintained a depth of 5 blocks below the surface. Such a depth was just right. It would prevent any survivors from accidentally breaking the floor and meeting him face to face in an awkward scenario. Moreover, it would not generate noise that might disturb the resting occupants. As long as he excavated proficiently, he would remain undetected. The excavation process was proceeding smoothly until Lin Cheng stumbled upon a diamond block amidst a heap of raw stones. Stunned, Lin Cheng pondered whether the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance indeed possessed a basement of such opulence, adorned with diamond blocks. If this were true, it must harbor some exceedingly valuable items. For safety and Oppo's sake, he did not brazenly chisel out the entire diamond block wall, but instead created a small opening. Through this gap, he beheld the interior of the basement, which astonishingly matched his expectations. It was indeed constructed from diamond blocks. In one corner of the basement lay a bed, upon which a survivor lay soundly asleep. The rest of the space was filled with chests and furnaces, while the floor was covered with thick woolen carpets. Adjacent to the bed, an embedded magma source was shielded by glass, serving both as illumination and heating, a true fireplace of sorts. This living environment was undeniably luxurious. The owner of this basement must be a survivor who relished comfort. Within the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, such royal treatment could likely be afforded only by their leader. Yet, Lin Cheng found it peculiar that if they could construct a basement of diamond, the Alliance and Oppo's situation was not as dire as it seemed. Why then? Were their resources lavished on the basement rather than on external fortifications? Only with sturdy outer walls could the basement be preserved. If the external walls were breached, discovery of the basement would merely be a matter of time. The only plausible explanation was that the basement contained something of paramount importance to the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Perhaps this so-called residence was merely a facade to conceal that mysterious treasure. The true value lay within this basement. Lin Cheng contemplated his small backpack, pondering that if he were to consume an invisibility potion, a diamond helmet would hover conspicuously in the air, which would be rather attention-grabbing. Conversely, to waltz in unceremoniously without the potion was out of the question. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Cheng resolved to observe the situation. Should the sleeping survivor awaken and depart, it would grant him ample time to explore the basement, possibly uncovering its secrets. However, the notion of a secret within the basement was merely Lin Cheng and Oppo's speculation. Only exploration would reveal the truth. He retrieved a bottle of splatter-type poison, having discerned the identity of the occupant, clearly not radar. As for why this individual was present, it was beyond his concern. Not wishing to kill the individual outright, while also aiming to elicit a reaction, the splatter-type poison was the ideal choice. The moment the poison was thrown into the basement, Lin Cheng swiftly refilled the diamond block he had excavated, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The sound of the glass bottle shattering echoed through the chamber, followed by the startled outcry of the survivor. Who ambushed me? Do they seek death? Wait, where is everyone? Aside from that radar, no one knows of this place. Who could it be? Could it be a ghost? I need to find radar. After a flurry of self-exclamations, the sound of climbing a ladder was heard, and once it subsided, Lin Cheng resumed chiseling away at the wall. In the enigmatic basement, no further sounds emerged, allowing Lin Cheng to boldly excavate the wall. The entire interior of the basement was now fully revealed to his gaze, laid bare before him. The basement and Oppo's decor appeared rather ordinary, featuring rows of chests and torches affixed to the walls. Lin Cheng meticulously ensured that no redstone traps were nearby before he began his thorough search of the basement. What treasures might lie within those chests? Chapter 111. The identity of the collaborator. With a creak, the box was opened, revealing it to be filled to the brim with 9mm bullets. Another box was opened, and it contained an abundance of 56mm bullets. Such a scene caused Lin Cheng to gasp in astonishment. Why would the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance hoard such a vast quantity of ammunition all at once? Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. The members of the Azure Survivor Alliance had previously warned him that there would be turmoil in the City of Order soon. Could it be that these bullets were prepared for that impending chaos? As more boxes were opened, it was unsurprising to find them all filled with ammunition, 9mm, 56mm, and 62mm bullets, all present in abundance. If only there were fragmentation grenades or sticky grenades, Lin Cheng could have profited immensely. However, these bullets held little value for him, as his own supply was still quite adequate. Aside from the ammunition, he also discovered a significant quantity of food. This was undeniably a precursor to war. All signs corroborated Lin Cheng and Oppo's assumptions. If he could ascertain the identity of the survivor who had recently occupied the basement. All his questions would be swiftly resolved. Yet, this was not the time for such inquiries. He had come here with the intent to detonate the place, not to investigate. As for the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and the enigmatic survivor he had just encountered, their astonishment and dealings had no bearing on him, regardless of how matters unfolded. They would not impact his interests. The outcomes of others and Oppos transactions were of no concern to him. Having quietly exited the diamond basement, Lin Cheng soon heard the faint sound of footsteps. 3 individuals descended from the ladder, one of whom was the very mysterious survivor he had just seen leave. "Here I am, resting soundly in bed, only to be ambushed," the survivor exclaimed. "What is the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance playing at? Wasn and Oppos, this supposed to be a secure location? If I can be attacked after merely taking a brief rest, how am I to feel safe here at all?" From the tone of this mysterious survivor, it was evident that his identity was quite significant, at least to the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. He was a figure of considerable stature. "Lord Wong, this is indeed a failure on our part at the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I will ensure that the events leading up to this incident are made clear and the culprit is brought before you. You may deal with them as you see fit." It seemed this earnest attitude had softened the countenance of the survivor known as Lord Wong, allowing for a slight easing of tension. Very well, very well. You are merely working under that fellow radar, so I shall not press you too hard. However, I must emphasize that if our dealings become known to others, the consequences are clear to you, even if I do not articulate them. The intruder we encountered earlier is likely not a member of the Survivor Alliance, or at least not loyal to it. If it turns out to be one of your own, I advise you to eliminate the threat at its roots. Understood. I shall report truthfully to our Lord Lei. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest. I have already stationed several brothers nearby. Any suspicious individuals approaching will be apprehended immediately. Good. That is more like it. You may leave now. Once everyone had departed, Lord Wong reclined back on the bed and, within moments, the sound of snoring filled the air. Lin Cheng found himself momentarily speechless. This individual was remarkably unperturbed, having just faced an attack, yet able to fall into such a deep slumber. From his dialogue with the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance members, Lin Cheng could deduce 2 key points. First, the mysterious survivor resting in bed was indeed a leader of a Survivor Alliance. Second, this Lord Wong shared some secretive arrangement with the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, more accurately described as a collaboration. Reflecting upon the stockpiled ammunition and the staggering amount of food, Lin Cheng pondered. Once he confirmed that the other party had truly succumbed to slumber, he resumed his excavation of the tunnel, carefully circumventing the diamond-encrusted basement. 32 minutes slipped by in an instant. Lin Cheng glanced at the deep tunnel he had dug and decided to return to the entrance. Considering the elapsed time, Mo Xiao should have also returned to the entrance by now. From a distance, he indeed spotted Mo Xiao, fidgeting restlessly at the exit. Naturally, Mo Xiao had noticed Lin Cheng approaching and hurriedly rushed to meet him. "Brother Cheng, I believe I have uncovered a monumental secret regarding the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance." "Oh, what have you discovered? Please, share it with me." "It seems the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance is planning to engage and trade with a Survivor Alliance called Tianqing. They appear to be plotting a joint assault on another Survivor Alliance, which I believe is called the Azure Survivor Alliance. In essence, it appeared that the 2 alliances intended to pool their resources for a combined effort, and upon successfully attacking the Azure Survivor Alliance, they would split the spoils evenly. The survivors from the Azure Survivor Alliance who wished to surrender would also be divided between the 2 alliances." Lin Cheng nodded in realization. It all began to make sense. The leader he had encountered, Lord Wong, must indeed be the leader of the Tianqing Survivor Alliance. Should they succeed in their assault, both the Thunder Dragon and Tianqing Survivor Alliances would undoubtedly expand their influence. Lin Cheng was no stranger to the Azure Survivor Alliance, a wealthy faction with whom he had conducted numerous transactions. Each encounter had been exceedingly generous, without haggling, and payments were made promptly. Unlike certain Survivor Alliances that tended to prolong matters, overall, Lin Cheng held a favorable view of the Azure Survivor Alliance. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Lin Cheng. Since he wished to prevent the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance from establishing a base near his temporary refuge, yet the Azure Survivor Alliance was a valuable client, he could subtly convey this information to them. As long as they remained vigilant, or even took preemptive action before the other Survivor Alliances could launch their attack, the outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 112. Backup Protection Device. However, one cannot entirely rely on others. Utilizing the Azure Survivor Alliance for a cunning maneuver is merely a supplementary strategy, a mere embellishment to the primary plan. The true course of action must be executed by oneself. How is the internal area delineated? Have you memorized any notable structures? Or perhaps you recall which locations are inhabited. It is imperative to consider this carefully. One must not err. Mo Xiao confidently patted his chest and proclaimed, "Rest assured, Chenggu, though my combat prowess may be lacking, my memory is impeccable. I have meticulously recorded all residences occupied by survivors, along with the coordinates of their beds." Lin Cheng chuckled, amused by this fellow's antics in noting down the locations of others' beds. Nonetheless, it is advantageous. Having resolved to demolish the habitation base, one must indeed eliminate the roots. By detonating TNT while others are at rest, even if they manage to react, they likely will not have time to escape. Unless, of course, they possess an ender pearl, which could mitigate some of the explosive damage. Following the coordinates provided by Mo Xiao, Lin Cheng carefully excavated pits at each specified location before placing the TNT. This phase merely involves positioning the TNT. The time for constructing the redstone circuitry has yet to arrive. Mo Xiao and Lin Cheng split their tasks, each equipped with some TNT. Since both are aware of the coordinates, they merely need to descend a few levels from the original height to find the appropriate spots for the TNT. Once all the TNT is in place, it is time for Lin Cheng to showcase his skills. Crafting a redstone circuit is a meticulous endeavor. Any misstep could lead to the collapse of the entire system. The primary materials utilized include redstone torches, and redstone repeaters, along with some redstone comparators. After a thorough assembly, a simple redstone mechanism is completed. With a lever at the entrance, one can easily trigger the detonation of all the TNT connected by the redstone circuit. To prevent accidental discovery by members of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance before the plan commences, Lin Cheng installed tripwire hooks at every room entrance. Additionally, he placed hooks at every crucial corner. Lin Cheng had an abundance of string, and he certainly would not hesitate to use this trivial resource. Such protective measures are undeniably essential. Should anyone inadvertently trigger a tripwire hook, the entire setup would detonate prematurely. The only lamentable aspect is that the individual igniting these structures would not be Lin Cheng, but rather an unfortunate intruder. Mo Xiao followed Lin Cheng closely, witnessing the gradual assembly of this remarkable contraption. "Chenggu, how do you accomplish this?" "It is all a matter of experience. In the beginning, I was utterly clueless. Many things lack shortcuts. However, the more one engages, the more one comprehends." "Is the explosive setup nearly complete?" Lin Cheng nodded gently. "It is essentially finished. Next, we must conceal the entrance as much as possible. Oh, and under no circumstances should you enter this passage casually, especially at the corners." "Understood." Mo Xiao responded without hesitation. Though curiosity prompted him to interject, "If I were to check whether the TNT had been tampered with, would that pose a problem?" "It would indeed," Lin Cheng replied confidently. "I have implemented precautionary measures. There is a triggering mechanism at every corner. Regardless of whether we initiate the explosion or they discover this place, the outcome remains the same, a sudden explosion." Mo Xiao was utterly astonished. This was not merely a simple redstone mechanism, but rather a flawless one. Whether activated manually or triggered by discovery, there was no risk involved. It allowed one to remain safely detached while calculating the fate of every survivor involved in the plan. What manner of prodigy is his Chenggu? His thoughts are astoundingly meticulous. In the future, there will be even more astonishing things to behold. This is merely the most fundamental redstone mechanism, hardly a grand creation. Lin Cheng felt no significant emotional upheaval. Compared to true redstone experts, his contraption was hardly noteworthy. Once he had ample materials and the confidence to construct surface buildings, he could contemplate creating an automated farm. This would spare him the labor of harvesting crops daily, allowing him to reap the rewards effortlessly. This goal, while seemingly near, remains quite distant. Unless he could procure a substantial quantity of bedrock and construct surface buildings from it, any endeavor to build would likely end in disaster upon encountering a tyrant or a butcher. The dawn should soon break. For safety's sake, we shall wait until the infected cease to respawn before departing. Lin Cheng glanced at the time. It was 5:20 a.m. After a night of accumulation, the number of infected outside had undoubtedly grown to a substantial figure. The habitation base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance remains incomplete. If Lin Cheng were to oversee its construction, the top of the walls would ideally be equipped with lava for warmth and illumination. Survivors must remain vigilant at night to prevent elite infected from breaching their defenses, leaving them no time to react until it is too late. Early detection of issues enables timely resolution. Regrettably, it seems the architect of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance lacks this foresight. Without Lin Cheng's intervention, it is likely that the entire alliance would soon fall victim to an assault by a tyrant or a butcher. With just 5 minutes remaining until the infected cease to spawn, Lin Cheng suddenly perceived the faint sound of footsteps above. Due to the depth of 5 blocks, the sound was nearly imperceptible, yet his keen senses caught it. Shoo, be silent. It appears other survivors are active above us. Emo Xiao, startled by this unforeseen turn, quickly covered his mouth with his hand, daring not to exhale for fear of making any noise. Hey, friends down below, would you mind if I took refuge for a moment? Chapter 113. The stranger wanderer. The sudden voice startled Lin Cheng, causing him to shudder. Could it be that their location underground had been discovered? This was not a favorable sign. It was highly likely that they were already surrounded by the members of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance outside. The moment they revealed themselves, they would be met with a barrage of bullets. Even clad in full diamond armor, they might not withstand such terrifying damage. Quickly, Lin Cheng decided to consume an invisibility potion. He immediately retrieved a vial from his compact backpack and tossed it to Emo Xiao. Until they could ascertain the identity of the voice, it was imperative to remain concealed. After all, the safety measures for the explosive device had already been set. Even if someone intruded, it would not matter. As for how to hide himself, he could dig a hole in the wall and elevate himself so that only his head protruded from the top layer. In this manner, he could use the blocks to obscure the view of others, ensuring that as long as his diamond helmet remained hidden, so too would he. Both of them moved with utmost caution and speed. Emo Xiao was unrestrained, capable of standing still without drawing attention. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng swiftly found a suitable refuge. The survivor outside, having waited for a considerable time without any response from within, finally could not contain himself and spoke again. If you do not come out, I shall enter. There are too many infected outside. Consider this my refuge. Following this declaration, the sound of blocks being excavated echoed, and a survivor descended from above, hastily sealing the opening above him. Despite his swift movements, 2 infected creatures plummeted alongside him. Yet, this survivor seemed unperturbed by the infected, drawing a golden warhammer. He struck one down with force. The warhammer delivered significant damage, and soon the first infected was vanquished. The second met a similar fate at the hands of this unexpected intruder. How strange. I clearly saw someone come here. Yet they have not emerged after such a long wait. Could they have left through the passage ahead? The survivor mused, disappointment evident. I had hoped to find allies, but it seems I am left empty-handed. Very well, I shall embrace the life of a lone wanderer. It appears that the survivor who arrived earlier was merely a fleeting encounter. Hearing this, Lin Cheng felt a flicker of interest regarding the survivor and Appo's identity. For ordinary survivors, being a lone wanderer required immense courage and extensive survival knowledge. Without such qualities, they would have perished long ago. Furthermore, why was this individual lurking near the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, and how had he witnessed Emo Xiao's entrance? This implied that he had been hiding there throughout the night, showing no intention of intruding, but rather arriving just before dawn. It suggested that he did not wish to disrupt Lin Cheng's plans, only concerned that after dawn, he might lose track of him. Perhaps he sought to seize this last moment to converse, potentially forging a friendship. You mentioned you are a lone wanderer? Lin Cheng inquired. Ah, you have not departed. The survivor expressed surprise, remaining composed despite not knowing Lin Cheng's whereabouts. His excitement was palpable. Wonderful. Finally, I can converse with a living person. My name is Jiang DePeo. What is yours? Are you surviving alone as well? This Jiang DePeo was indeed quite the chatterbox, revealing his talkative nature even before their first meeting. This trait reminded Lin Cheng of Emo Xiao. What brings you to this vicinity? Lin Cheng chose not to rush his response, but instead posed a question of his own. He felt secure in his current position, aware that Jiang DePeo would struggle to locate him. Moreover, he preferred to keep the existence of the invisibility potion a secret. Even if their conversation flourished, he would wait until the potion's effects wore off before revealing himself. I am but a drifter. Today, I stumbled upon this newly constructed base, so I thought to take a chance and see if I could pilfer some valuable items. Steal? Jiang DePeo confirmed. Indeed, I came to steal. In such a vast base, there must be something of worth. At the very least, there should be ample food. When the war-torn world opened last time, I did not dare venture out. And now my food reserves are nearly depleted. If I do not take a risk soon, I may perish. Why not search the city instead? Lin Cheng asked. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Depeo lamented, you know well that exploring the city increases one's radiation levels. I am already short on food, let alone medical supplies. To be honest, my radiation level has reached 60. If I enter the city, I fear I may not last long before succumbing to radiation poisoning. Don't leave me talking to myself. Let's at least meet. It is fortuitous to encounter someone in these times. Let us exchange names so that we may assist one another if we cross paths again. More friends mean more avenues for survival. Let us not rush. I still harbor reservations regarding your identity. Until I ascertain your background, it is best we do not meet face to face, Lin Cheng replied candidly. Feeling no need to conceal his thoughts. Having laid everything bare, I cannot trust you unless you demonstrate genuine sincerity. Jiang Depeo understood, acknowledging the chaotic world they inhabited, where not all survivors were trustworthy. Very well. Whenever you feel reassured, you may emerge. I am rather easygoing. If I say something amiss, do not take it to heart. By the way, what brings you here? You have excavated such a deep tunnel. If your intentions are akin to mine, we might consider an alliance. For we may reap unexpected rewards. Unexpected rewards, Lin Cheng pondered, as a sudden realization struck him. He recalled the underground chamber constructed of diamond blocks. Chapter 114. The potential of the bounty hunter. Why not employ a strategy of using one's enemies against one another? You are indeed correct. I have come here in pursuit of resources, and I have made some discoveries. Oh, I have uncovered a subterranean chamber constructed from diamond blocks, which houses a substantial cache of ammunition and provisions. However, the vicinity is heavily guarded, and entering it would necessitate a considerable sacrifice. If you are willing to divert the other survivors, I can offer you half of the supplies I retrieve. My friend, your words seem rather presumptuous. Diverting a member of the Survivor Alliance is no trivial task, and the risks involved are exceedingly high. Jiang Depeo began to negotiate, as you rightly pointed out. We are not yet acquainted. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. Collaborating with you is not out of the question, but you must demonstrate some sincerity. I have not even laid eyes on your name or appearance. Do you truly expect me to trust you implicitly? I merely wish to share a piece of information. The decision to cooperate hinges not solely on your belief in me, but also on my trust in you. If you were to deceive me, the consequences would be the same. After all, we are all here for resources. Since our intentions are clear, we can part ways without collaboration. Lin Cheng was still waiting. Approximately 2 minutes remained until the invisibility potion wore off. By the way, dawn is approaching. Soon, the members of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance will emerge to cleanse the infected near the city walls. Once these infected are dealt with, patrols will commence in the area. Should we wish to depart afterwards, we risk exposing our movements. If our presence is discovered once, it is certain to raise suspicions. The next attempt at infiltration will be significantly more challenging, and even the tunnel I excavated may be compromised. Indeed, let us change our location for discussion. Here's what I propose. I shall provide you with a coordinate. If you trust me, you may come to this location. If not, you may consider this encounter a mere figment of our imagination. I, Jiang Depeo, am a person of integrity. Although I am a lone wolf, I would never take advantage of others. The tunnel I unearthed will remain confidential. I might use it once or twice, but I assure you that I will not disclose its existence to anyone else. Regardless, I discovered it, and not sharing this information with other survivors is already an act of goodwill. It matters little. Should you wish to utilize it, feel free. Lin Cheng refrained from elaborating on the dangers within the tunnel. After all, the necessary precautions had been established, and it mattered little who triggered the explosion. After providing a coordinate, Jiang Depeo swiftly vacated the underground passage, while Lin Cheng urged his companion to leave promptly. Taking advantage of the remaining duration of the invisibility potion, they needed to depart post-haste, fleeing as far as possible. Once you feel secure, gradually return home, but be vigilant for any pursuers trailing behind you. And what about you? Chenggu? Mo Xiao inquired with a hint of concern. You are still wearing a diamond helmet, which surely diminishes the invisibility effect. Do not worry about me. Have you forgotten that I carry some ender pearls? With their assistance, my escape will not pose a challenge. Mo Xiao's expression reflected uncertainty. Yet with less than a minute remaining on the potion, delay would squander its effectiveness, rendering it counterproductive. I shall take my leave. Once you return safely, remember to meet me at my home. No problem. Mo Xiao's departure went unnoticed. Should any survivors happen upon the scene, they would merely observe blocks seemingly vanishing into thin air, with no trace of a person, as if the area were haunted. Lin Cheng's exit proved somewhat more complicated. Just as he emerged from the ground, a patroller from the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance appeared. Upon seeing the floating diamond helmet, the patroller was startled. What in the world is that helmet? Why is it levitating in midair? Lin Cheng dared not linger. Should the patroller open fire at the air? He would be defenseless, even in his invisible state. Without hesitation, he retrieved an ender pearl from his backpack and hurled it into the distance. To ensure minimal wastage of his precious resources, he exerted maximum effort to cast it as far as possible. As the ender pearl soared through the air, the patroller readied his weapon. Just before the gunfire erupted, Lin Cheng activated his teleportation. In an instant, he vanished, and the levitating diamond helmet disappeared from the patroller's view as if it had never existed. Strange could it be that I am imagining things? It seems I did not sleep well last night. I should report this to the boss and rest. Poor eyesight is not a trivial matter. The patroller stored his weapon and muttered to himself, wandering off to begin his day as patrol. The moment Lin Cheng landed, he adeptly swapped out his bucket, successfully completing his descent. Otherwise, falling from such a height could prove fatal, leaving him with injuries that would be grievous. However, he did not return home immediately, for he realized that he was not far from the coordinates left by Jiang DePeo. That fellow is rather intriguing. Most importantly, he is a lone wolf. Such individuals can easily become desperate rogues, willing to resort to any means for survival. Yet, from Jiang DePeo and Amp Oppo's self-description, it was evident he held a profound regard for rules. Perhaps he possesses the potential to become a bounty hunter. A bounty hunter is one who undertakes tasks for remuneration, regardless of the peril. As long as the compensation is sufficient, they will strive to accomplish the mission. Naturally, they would not accept absurd assignments. Although they may be desperate for resources, they are not fools. Assigning them the task of assassinating a deity would be utterly ludicrous. In situations where one cannot act directly, enlisting a capable ally to do the deed is indeed a prudent choice. Chapter 115. Establishment of cooperation upon arriving at the designated location. It became apparent that it was the foothill of a towering mountain. Jiang DePeo was seated beneath the shade of a tree, surrounded by remnants of decayed flesh, suggesting that he had dispatched the infected nearby. If this individual truly harbored nefarious intentions, he would not have so conveniently cleared out the surrounding infected. Lin Cheng decided against further concealment. As Jiang DePeo had suggested, if they were to collaborate, it was best to meet openly. You finally chose to show yourself," Jiang DePeo exclaimed, laughter erupting as he caught sight of Lin Cheng. Well, you actually came. I thought you might hesitate and refrain from approaching. There was no need for that. There are no ambushers from your side nearby. In a one-on-one scenario, you might not necessarily prevail against me," Lin Cheng replied. Noting the enchanted diamond armor Jiang DePeo donned, which he readily acknowledged with a nod. "You speak without boasting. Merely the superiority of your armor ensures your safety. I relish befriending those of strength, and my desire to converse with you stems from your remarkable ability to infiltrate a survivor alliance unnoticed. Moreover, your audacity to roam freely at night is quite rare. Most survivors I encounter either struggle to survive or cower in hiding. A night-venturing survivor like you is a rarity. Aside from myself, you may consider it mutual respect among heroes," Lin Cheng chuckled, extending his hand to shake Jiang DePeo's. "Now that we are adults, let us speak plainly. Is that diamond basement you mentioned in the underground tunnel truly real?" "Indeed," Lin Cheng affirmed, embellishing slightly. "It is constructed entirely of pure diamond blocks, devoid of any other building materials, a spectacle of luxury. There are numerous chests within, stocked with 5.56mm, 9mm, and 7.62mm ammunition, alongside a substantial reserve of food. If all goes as anticipated, this survivor alliance is either hoarding supplies or preparing to launch an assault." "I see." Jiang DePeo fell into contemplation before astoundingly declaring, "Let me share a tidbit of information. A large-scale war will soon erupt in this vicinity." Lin Cheng was taken aback. How could a self-proclaimed lone wolf like Jiang DePeo possess such intelligence? He had learned of this news through the Azure Survivor Alliance, and without prior trading connections, he would likely remain oblivious. The Survivor Alliances appear to maintain a tacit understanding, refraining from disseminating news of impending conflict to outsiders. Jiang DePeo's ability to acquire such significant information speaks volumes of his prowess. Surprised, are you? It may seem tranquil now, but it is merely the calm before the storm. If what you say is true, I am willing to cooperate. I expect half of the ammunition and food. Not an issue." Lin Cheng readily agreed, recognizing that he could not possibly consume such an abundance of supplies alone. After all, attracting the attention of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance would not be a trivial matter, and safeguarding his own safety was paramount. If he and Mo Xiao were to retrieve the supplies, one would need to keep watch while the other collected them. Tasking Mo Xiao with gathering supplies was unwise. Given the numerous traps in the vicinity, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, he resolved to be the one to procure the supplies, while Mo Xiao would be responsible for keeping watch and diverting the attention of other survivors. With Mo Xiao's capabilities, the task of keeping watch might prove more challenging than eliminating him. Jiang Depeo's timely appearance was fortuitous. Without him, Lin Cheng would have hesitated to disturb the treasures within the diamond basement. He could simply activate the explosive device and obliterate the entire Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance's base. After all, vengeance had already been vowed, and the target was set. Now they would deliberate the most crucial aspects. Jiang Depeo squatted on the ground. You determine when to act. Just notify me in advance, and I can be there without fail. Time is of the essence. Delays increase the likelihood of mishaps. If the night after tomorrow is not a blood moon, let us convene at 8 p.m. at the entrance of the underground tunnel. Agreed. This will be our first collaboration. And if executed flawlessly, I believe we could establish a lasting partnership. A partnership, you say? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. For now, we are merely fulfilling our respective needs, not yet friends. Lin Cheng spoke candidly, which piqued Jiang Depeo's interest. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It has been a while since I've conversed with someone so intriguing. You, my friend, are firmly in my circle. I, Jiang Depeo, place my trust in you. The spot you now occupy is directly above my home, 15 blocks down. Lin Cheng narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the unexpected revelation of the meeting place being at Jiang Depeo and Appo's residence. Did this fellow not fear that he might stealthily invade his home one night? This is my sincerity. I understand that in this current environment, survival necessitates a few friends. However, aside from you, I have yet to encounter another survivor worthy of friendship. I hope you do not disappoint me. Since we're here, shall we go inside? Jiang Depeo stood up from his place, removing several grass blocks to reveal a vertical passage leading downward, culminating in a commonplace wooden ladder. Certainly, Lin Cheng agreed with enthusiasm. Although Jiang Depeo wore diamond armor, it bore no enchantments. In close combat, few could rival the might of his enhanced, broken sword of cosmic domination. If Jiang Depeo was unperturbed about his home being invaded, Lin Cheng found no reason to harbor undue caution. He descended the wooden ladder, the height precisely 15 blocks, neither more nor less. Chapter 116. The second treasure map. This so-called home is replete with various furnishings, even featuring a chandelier fashioned from torches. The dwelling lacks windows, yet several recesses in the wall beside the bed hold pots adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms. It is evident that the occupant takes pleasure in their surroundings. However, Lin Cheng finds it perplexing that the house contains so few chests. Scattered throughout, there are merely 4 small boxes, each possessing a capacity of only 27 slots. Insufficient for substantial storage. One can discern that the accumulation of supplies here is quite meager, particularly regarding survival necessities, which are now nearly depleted. Jiang Depeo expresses a similar sentiment, lamenting the most pressing dilemma, the issue of radiation levels. Were it not for this radiation, my resources would undoubtedly be far more abundant. Lin Cheng simply smiled in response, refraining from comment. The existence of radiation levels serves to significantly heighten the challenges of survival. Additionally, it imposes a reasonable limit on the frequency with which survivors can scour the city. Otherwise, one individual could endlessly search, creating an imbalance for other survivors. The presence of radiation levels effectively curtails the ability of survivors to frequently enter cities in search of supplies. In a way, it offers a glimmer of hope to those less adept in survival techniques. Ultimately, whether they can endure depends on their ability to navigate this precarious path. Luck also plays a crucial role. If some individuals happen upon a substantial cache of Type 1 antibiotics early on, the radiation issue may become trivial. The crux lies here. The probability of encountering Type 1 antibiotics is exceedingly low, and currently, the vast majority of survivors possess not even a single vial. If you happen to have Type 1 antibiotics, I am willing to exchange any material for them, save for essential weaponry. Jiang Depeo candidly states his intentions, having brought Lin Cheng to his abode with hopes of selecting supplies. Of course, this arrangement hinges entirely on Lin Cheng possessing Type 1 antibiotics. It must be acknowledged that Jiang Depeo and Appo's intuition is remarkably accurate. Lin Cheng indeed has Type 1 antibiotics. However, He does not intend to use them as a bargaining chip to acquire other survival goods, for he lacks nothing: no food, no ammunition, no weapons, no armor. To him, any survival materials can be procured with bronze coins, save for Type 1 antibiotics. In the early days of Order City, one might encounter survivors with an abundance of medicinal supplies willing to sell Type 1 antibiotics at the trading center. Yet, as time has advanced, the number of survivors hoarding these antibiotics has surged, rendering them virtually absent from the current trading center. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Type 1 antibiotics are valuable yet unavailable. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng cannot overtly refuse. He opts instead to feign ignorance. No. My radiation has already reached 40, and I am currently at a loss for Type 1 antibiotics. Did you not discover any trace of antibiotics in the chest within that diamond basement? Alas, no. It contained merely 3 types of ammunition and various food items, nothing more. You must understand the preciousness of antibiotics. How could one possibly find such a vast quantity? Indeed, I suppose I have overestimated things. Jiang DePeo chuckles self-deprecatingly. Once we finish this endeavor, I shall embark on a journey, taking a final gamble. Best of luck. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Let us reconvene the day after tomorrow. If it happens to be a blood moon, the timing will automatically be postponed. No problem. The day after tomorrow or the day following, we shall not miss each other. Just as Lin Cheng was about to depart, he suddenly noticed an object in the display case on Jiang DePeo's wall. He possessed a similar item himself. Jiang DePeo, where did you acquire this object displayed on your wall? Following Lin Cheng and Appo's indication, Jiang DePeo glanced at the display case. I stumbled upon this while scavenging in a city. Inside was a diamond, and I found the idea of showcasing items quite intriguing, so I brought it back. No, I am not referring to the display case, but rather the item currently showcased within it. Lin Cheng and Appo's gaze remained fixated on the case, where a parchment scroll was prominently displayed. It bore a striking resemblance to the treasure map he had previously obtained, likely another fragment of a treasure map. You refer to this treasure map? Jiang DePeo retrieved the scroll from the display case. I acquired this by chance while searching through supply boxes. It bears several markings. However, it is situated too far from here, so I deemed it of little practical use and simply hung it up. Lin Cheng and Appo's interest began to ignite. If Jiang DePeo and Appo's assertion holds true, this treasure map remains undiscovered. While it may not guarantee the excavation of the shattered sword of cosmic dominion, the mere possibility exists. Even in the absence of the broken sword, acquiring other rare resources would be advantageous. I happen to possess a treasure map as well, but have not unearthed anything of note. Would you consider selling me yours? You are interested in this? Jiang DePeo regarded the treasure map in his hand and then glanced at Lin Cheng. One could say that. Lin Cheng replied earnestly. I harbor no other interests besides collecting these peculiar items. If I am not mistaken, your treasure map must bear a number, correct? My ambition is to collect all treasure maps. While I am unaware of their specific value, the sense of achievement in collecting them is, well, you understand. What price do you intend to offer? Among close allies, clarity is paramount. Since we aim to forge a cooperative relationship, I shall extend a gesture of goodwill. I offer 20 bronze coins for this treasure map. 20 bronze coins is not an insignificant sum. Lin Cheng refrained from proposing a lower price, knowing that Jiang DePeo is no fool. Pressing for a reduced price might provoke displeasure. Instead, he presented an offer that could not be easily refused, thereby enhancing the likelihood of a successful negotiation. 20 bronze coins? Jiang DePeo and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Those 20 coins could procure a substantial quantity of survival supplies. Chapter 117. Exchange of goods for coin. At present, the totality of my bronze coins amounts to a mere 10. A paltry sum in contrast to the vastness of my aspirations. Observing the expression on Jiang DePeo and Appo's face, Lin Cheng recognized that he had already achieved half of his objective. The price I offered is quite reasonable. Whether or not you choose to proceed hinges solely on your decision. Of course, I am willing. Jiang DePeo replied without the slightest hesitation, though he added a caveat. I must state that once the transaction is completed, returns will not be accepted. Lin Cheng chuckled softly. Realizing that this fellow was merely concerned about such matters, he had no intention of backing out. Given the current market for potions in Order City, 20 bronze coins would scarcely purchase a few vials. Not only would he not return the goods, but he might even fear that Jiang DePeo would approach him seeking a refund. Rest assured, as long as the items in your possession are satisfactory, the transaction will not be annulled. I possess a modicum of integrity, Lin Cheng assured him. After their discussion, Lin Cheng did not utilize his spatial teleportation staff to return to his temporary refuge. Instead, he chose to make the journey back on foot, step by deliberate step. Zhang Depeo was not a survivor devoid of capability, and it was plausible that he possessed formidable tracking skills. Even if he genuinely regarded Lin Cheng as a comrade, a measure of skepticism and caution was to be expected. Mo Xiao was at home, fretting anxiously, and only when she laid eyes on Lin Cheng did her anxious heart finally find solace. "Brother Cheng, why did you return so late? I thought you had been captured by the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Capture is impossible. They shall never find me. Do not forget, I have both invisibility potions and ender pearls at my disposal." Escaping their encirclement was a trivial matter, especially since it was still early, and only a handful of survivors were patrolling. "I just had a meeting with that survivor named Zhang Depeo. We shall commence our operations the day after tomorrow." Mo Xiao's breath caught, her muscles quivering with trepidation. "Are we really starting so soon?" "Indeed, if not the day after tomorrow, then definitely the day after that." Lin Cheng nodded. "The sooner we resolve this, the better, while they have yet to fully establish their base of operations. Although TNT has a wide blast radius, it cannot obliterate an entire settlement. If the area they have constructed is sufficiently expansive, I believe they would prefer to repair rather than relocate." "That is true. After all, they have already invested so much. Moving to another location would not only deplete manpower and resources but also finances. Do you have any plans for today?" Mo Xiao inquired, a hint of eagerness in her tone, as the impending battle filled her with excitement. "Yes," Lin Cheng replied. "I intend to visit Order City to subtly relay information regarding the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance to the Azure Survivor Alliance. Since we are to take action, we must strike decisively, leaving no room for reprieve." Utilizing the wireless radio channel previously provided by the Azure Survivor Alliance, Lin Cheng initiated communication. He did not directly divulge the origins or rationale behind the intelligence, but instead arranged a meeting point at the tavern in Order City. The response came swiftly, affirming that there would be no issues, and they would meet half an hour later by the tavern. For Lin Cheng, reaching Order City would take merely 3 seconds. Factoring in the journey to the tavern, it would consume no more than a minute. Arriving a bit earlier would carry no detriment, allowing him to gather intelligence within the tavern as well. After instructing Mo Xiao to guard their home diligently, Lin Cheng employed the spatial teleportation staff to swiftly arrive in Order City. The area was still teeming with throngs of people, even more so than usual, particularly outside the trading center, where the number of survivors was so vast that it was nearly impossible to gauge. It was a veritable sea of humanity. Entering the trading center required a lengthy wait in line. Unlike Chaos City, no one dared disrupt the rules in Order City, for the consequences of such misconduct would be met with the merciless judgment of NPCs. As Lin Cheng strolled through the bustling streets, a youthful voice caught his attention, proclaiming the sale of all types of ammunition at reasonable prices. Intrigued, Lin Cheng approached the young vendor who confidently asserted his ability to sell every kind of bullet. "Do you have ammunition for the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle?" Lin Cheng inquired, his interest piqued. "Yes." The boy replied eagerly, producing a substantial quantity of Barrett M82A1 ammunition. "What is the price per round?" "Not expensive. 1 bronze coin each." Ordinary individuals hearing such a price would likely turn away or attempt to haggle. However, Lin Cheng did not waver. He understood that Barrett M82A1 ammunition was worth every coin. "How many do you have?" "I currently possess only 12 rounds. As this type of ammunition is indeed quite rare, otherwise, I would not charge such a price. How about this? You continue to hawk your wares here, and it's likely no one else will inquire about this model. I'll give you 10 bronze coins for all 12 rounds." "That might be difficult," the boy frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. "I will give you 11 bronze coins, and you can have 12 rounds, considering it a buy one get one free deal." "Then I shall pass. Keep them to sell to someone else. 10 for 12 is my lowest offer." Lin Cheng employed a strategy of feigned disinterest, pretending to turn away, and as expected, the boy grew anxious. After all, he had spent the entire day selling, with Lin Cheng being the sole individual to express interest in such ammunition. All right. Cash and carry. Chapter 118. The peculiar NPC. Lin Cheng wore a satisfied smile. Exchanging 10 bronze coins for 12 rounds of Barrett M82A1 ammunition was undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. To his surprise, this visit to the City of Order had yielded unexpected rewards. In transactions conducted in public spaces, a degree of security is essential, so Lin Cheng followed the young man to a more secluded area for their exchange, ensuring that payment and delivery occurred simultaneously. They exchanged contact information, allowing for future purchases of similar ammunition at the same price. The young man nodded. Providing a radio channel. This is my radio channel. You may contact me whenever you are in need. I can offer you a discount. Considering we have already established a business relationship. Boss, do you need any other types of ammunition? Not for now, Lin Cheng replied with a slight smile. He had no intention of lingering, uncertain if the members of the Azure Survivor Alliance were already waiting for him at the tavern. The tavern remained as it always was, with NPCs and survivors mingling, engaged in lively conversation. The scene appeared remarkably harmonious, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic survival mode one might expect. Lin Cheng instinctively glanced at the spot where the drunkard had once occupied, now empty and devoid of his presence. That fellow had likely gone off in pursuit of his own dreams. Lin Cheng harbored a peculiar sentiment towards the drunkard, his sixth sense whispering that they would meet again in some future time and place. However, he could not discern when that might be. Ultimately, the sixth sense was merely an instinct, devoid of concrete evidence. Finding a seat, Lin Cheng was soon approached by an NPC. Survivor, I have a remarkable task for you. Would you be interested in accepting it? If so, a mere 50 bronze coins will suffice as an entry fee. Lin Cheng lifted his gaze, skepticism evident in his expression. 50 bronze coins for an entry fee? What kind of NPC would demand such a high price? The NPC, a thin, shifty-eyed individual, did not exude an air of trustworthiness. 50 bronze coins? The value of the task may not even reach that amount. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Don't be so hasty with your words. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hutton, the overseer of the information center in the City of Order. The reward for this task is worth far more than 50 bronze coins, possibly as much as 5,000. Such a task is beyond my current capabilities, Lin Cheng replied, diverting his gaze. The value of 5,000 bronze coins is excessive. I possess a clear understanding of my own abilities. I will not undertake tasks that exceed my capabilities, as the risks are simply too great. Seeing Lin Cheng's resolute demeanor, the NPC appeared increasingly flustered. Are you sure? I could offer a discount on the entry fee. That won't be necessary. Do I seem like someone with 50 bronze coins to spare? With no success in persuasion, Lin Cheng decided to feign poverty. This NPC's behavior was exceedingly strange. Not all NPCs were benevolent. What are you doing here, trying to swindle people again? The tavern does not welcome you. Leave at once. Two tall, imposing security NPCs swiftly approached, escorting Hutton out. During his removal, he shouted, "Let me go. I am merely sharing information. How can you accuse me of swindling? This is an insult to my character and my reputation. You must apologize." Hey, I can walk on my own. Can you please let go of me? Don't I deserve some dignity? The other survivors and NPCs in the tavern pretended not to notice, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Lin Cheng had only frequented the tavern a handful of times, but judging by the expressions of others, it was clear that Hutton had been here more than once. Just then, an old acquaintance approached. Lin Cheng squinted, realizing that members of the Azure Survivor Alliance had arrived. They were a good 10 minutes early. And conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed a pleasure. The other party spotted Lin Cheng immediately, especially since he had been waving at them. If they failed to understand that, it would suggest a problem with their eyesight. Boss, we've traded many times, yet I still do not know your name. A name is merely a code. It is best not to divulge my true identity, Lin Cheng replied. The other party chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, those with capabilities often cherish their privacy. Would you allow me to assign you a code name? How about Potion Guy? Lin Cheng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing. Absolutely not. Why choose Potion Guy when there are so many other Chinese characters to select from? Very well, if you dislike it, I'll drop it, the other party replied with a chuckle. Since we've met so many times, I should introduce myself. My name is Hu Changqing. Now, to the matter at hand. Lin Cheng centered his thoughts, recalling his initial reason for contacting the Azure Survivor Alliance. Has your alliance had any conflicts with a survivor group known as the Thunder Dragon Alliance? Upon hearing this, Hu Changqing's expression changed drastically, as if he had encountered a ghost. Boss, how do you know about that? Recently, the leader of the Thunder Dragon Alliance led a group into a city we occupied, challenging us and seizing a significant portion of our supplies. This led to a skirmish between our factions, with casualties on both sides, but ultimately we gained some advantage. Our leader has been searching for them, yet they seem to have vanished without a trace. Do you possess any clues? Hu Changqing's eyes brightened, his tone growing urgent as he rubbed his hands together. If you can provide us with detailed information about the Thunder Dragon Alliance, even without our leader's endorsement, I can assure you that you will undoubtedly become an honorary member of the Azure Survivor Alliance. This is a certainty. Chapter 119. Better than killing with a borrowed knife. The title of honorary member held little allure for Lin Cheng. He would rather forego it altogether. For once he became an honorary member of the Azure Survivor Alliance, it would effectively bind him to the organization. In essence, their fortunes would be intertwined, should he encounter peril. The Alliance could not remain indifferent, and conversely, if the Alliance faced danger, he could not stand idly by. It represented a mutual constraint. The leader of the Azure Survivor Alliance would undoubtedly not refuse him. Who could turn down an expert in alchemy? Hu Chaqing was indeed a master tactician. Lin Cheng dismissed the need for the honorary title. If they genuinely wished to express their gratitude, he would prefer a supply of resources instead. He was not inclined to entangle himself with any Survivor Alliance, regardless of their strength. Realizing that his intentions had been discerned, Hu Chaqing managed a somewhat awkward smile. Regarding the resource rewards, I am confident our leader will reconsider. I can provide you with coordinates. Specifically the location of the newly constructed habitation base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. The reason I divulge this information is due to my own grievances with that alliance. Moreover, I have overheard that they are collaborating with another Survivor Alliance with the intent of launching an attack on your Azure Survivor Alliance. If I am not mistaken, the individual working with the leader of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance is surnamed Wang. Lin Cheng endeavored to maintain the facade that he was privy to only this much information. He would certainly not reveal to Hu Chaqing that he had already devised a plan to bomb the habitation base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. He needed the Azure Survivor Alliance to shoulder the blame, as these two alliances were already at odds. If the base were to be detonated while members of the Azure Survivor Alliance were fortuitously nearby, just prior to the explosion, there would be no way to absolve themselves of the responsibility. Though this scheme did not constitute killing with a borrowed knife, it was, in effect, superior to such a tactic, ensuring an even more favorable outcome. I understand, Hu Chaqing said. I will relay this information verbatim to our leader. Should you require assistance, I will not be able to assist, Hu Chaqing remarked, upon hearing the first part of your statement. I thought you were about to offer us a significant supply of free potions. What a daydream. Potions cannot be free. After all, my materials do not fall from the sky. Chuckling, he continued, I merely mentioned it in passing. Given the gravity of the situation, I must return at once. Thank you for the intelligence. Once verified, I will request a reward from our leader. If the information proves accurate, you shall receive your reward in no more than 3 days. Very well. Be on your way. Lin Cheng waved dismissively, adding cryptically. I believe I overheard them discussing an operation scheduled for the day after tomorrow. I suggest you investigate the situation further. Do not act in haste, lest you draw unnecessary fire upon yourselves. Prepare thoroughly before taking action. Hu Chaqing was moved to tears, mistakenly believing Lin Cheng was genuinely considering the welfare of the Azure Survivor Alliance. In truth, Lin Cheng intended for members of the Azure Survivor Alliance to make an appearance the day after tomorrow, so that the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance would detect their movements. Lin Cheng's meticulously crafted plan was to execute his actions under the cover of night, as he did not wish for any interference in his designs. As for Jiang Depeo's role in diverting a portion of their forces, it would only account for a small fraction of their formidable strength. The key leaders of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance would undoubtedly remain in their base, preferring not to confront the relentless wave of infected individuals directly. Rather, it was the survivors outside, tirelessly risking their lives, who served as the Alliance's boastful capital. Meanwhile, preparations were underway to transport their goods while remaining poised to detonate the TNT tunnels concealed beneath the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance's base. With all arrangements complete, it was merely a matter of awaiting the opportune moment. As the saying goes, a light heart is free of burdens. With the pressing matters resolved, Lin Cheng felt buoyant as he walked. His recent fortunes had been quite favorable. Not only had he acquired the second broken universe domination sword, but he had also purchased several fragmentary grenades from the trading center. With 12 bronze coins, he had procured 12 rounds of Barrett M82A1 ammunition. As he approached the tavern's entrance, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Instinctively, Lin Cheng looked up to find Hutton, bearing his signature shifty-eyed demeanor and a mischievous grin. Survivor, I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. Can't you find someone else to follow? Is there something peculiar about my face? Lin Cheng was at a loss for words. It was unreasonable to relentlessly exploit a single individual. I feel a connection with you, and since everyone else has been indifferent to me, it is only you who has engaged in earnest conversation thus far. Lin Cheng paused before replying. I suppose I should thank you for enlightening me. I will certainly refrain from conversing with unfamiliar NPCs in the future. Don't be like that. On a serious note, I do have a rather intriguing task at hand, and I want to even ask for an upfront fee. If you can complete it, the reward shall be yours directly. Lin Cheng sighed in resignation. It appeared Hutton was indeed intent on sticking to him. If Hutton were to remain at his side, he would find it impossible to utilize the spatial teleportation scepter. Furthermore, within the Order City, there were special protective laws governing NPCs, and Lin Cheng had no desire to violate the rules of Order City. Go ahead, I'll listen. But let it be known that I am not obligated to accept your task. If it suits me, I shall accept. If not, I shall decline. That is my prerogative. Absolutely. Hutton leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. This task, while challenging, offers substantial rewards. You need only help me locate a few sponges and bring back a unique item from them for the task to be deemed complete. As for the specific requirements and rewards, you may review them yourself. As Hutton finished speaking, a task panel materialized before Lin Cheng out of thin air. Chapter 120. The Enigmatic Lord's Token. Quest name. The Temple Beneath the Sea. Quest description. There exists a peculiar structure on this planet, situated beneath the ocean's depths. This grand edifice is constructed from remarkably rare materials, and it is rumored to harbor an abundance of gold within its confines, alongside a uniquely special block known as sponge. Quest requirement. Collect 4 sponges. Current collection progress, 04. Quest reward. Lord's Token 1. The Lord's Token. Upon glimpsing this reward, Lin Cheng instinctively associated it with the concept of territory. As he eagerly examined the quest item, his pupils trembled violently as if shaken by an earthquake. Item name, Lord's Token. Type, one-time consumable item. Function, upon usage, it allows the holder to create a territorial space measuring 32 blocks centered around their feet. Within this space, the holder will possess absolute dominion. No other survivors or creatures can inflict damage upon the territory, nor can they interact with any items within it. Furthermore, the flow of water, lava, and explosions is strictly prohibited within the territorial confines. Absolute dominion. Indeed, it pertains to territory. Lin Cheng nearly succumbed to overwhelming excitement. The notion that no one aside from himself could mar the territory implied a remarkably safe haven. Most crucially, the conditions for this territorial space exempted him from all potential harm. The prohibition of explosions, as well as the flow of lava and water, indicated that, as long as he retreated into the territory before danger struck, even an entire survivor alliance would find him invulnerable. The exclusion of explosions would perfectly mitigate any damage from grenades. Even if he constructed solely with glass, he would remain entirely secure. The prohibition against interaction. This seemed excessively advantageous. The door could be right there, yet others would lack the authority to utilize it. Haddon, with a proud expression, remarked, "What do you think? I did not deceive you. The rewards for this quest are indeed bountiful. The rewards are undeniably substantial. However, completing this quest would not be a simple endeavor." Lin Cheng smiled subtly. Although he yearned for the reward, he was not blinded by it. The existence of sponge was indeed a rare phenomenon. Aside from certain regions of the underwater temple, the means of acquiring it were virtually non-existent. One could either resort to creative mode or venture into the underwater temple. Exploring the underwater temple now would be tantamount to seeking one and Appo's demise. If he possessed water-breathing potions, he could somewhat ensure his safety. Yet, without such potions, venturing into the depths with his scant oxygen reserves would likely result in a certain demise. Moreover, underwater temples typically lie deep beneath the waves, and their interiors are likely to be guarded by sentinels, each temple housing ancient guardians known for their formidable attacks and the particularly vexing mining fatigue debuff. Even wielding an efficiency V pickaxe, adorned with underwater breathing and fast digging enchantments, he would still find it arduous to delve into the temple and Appo's inner sanctum. First, he currently lacked the coordinates of any underwater temple. Should he rely solely on luck to locate one, he might succeed in a few days. But if fortune were not on his side, the quest could extend indefinitely. Secondly, although the Lord and Appo's token could conjure a territorial space, its dimensions were limited to 32 blocks. This space would only accommodate basic infrastructures. Adding more farming facilities would render it exceedingly cramped. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this territorial space is indeed practical and precisely what he currently requires. However, considering the myriad uncertainties, he needed to deliberate further before concluding the quest. Lin Cheng and Appo's analysis was remarkably rational. He was inherently a composed individual, and in the face of substantial rewards, One must ponder the implications and consequences. Haddon was genuinely astonished that someone could maintain clarity before the allure of the Lord and Amp, Oppo's, token. One thing I do not comprehend is, if you already possess the Lord's token, why do you not use it yourself? Haddon chuckled awkwardly. It is not that I do not wish to use it, but rather that I cannot. The regulations stipulate that residents of the City of Order are prohibited from using the Lord's token. Even though I hold such a precious item, I am unable to create a territory of my own. Suddenly, Haddon stepped forward and grasped Lin Cheng's arm with urgency. You absolutely must accept this quest. The deadline is infinite. Come find me whenever you collect the sponges. The revelation of an infinite deadline significantly influenced Lin Cheng's judgment. Without the pressure of time, holding on to this quest would pose no harm to him. Moreover, if he did not intend to construct a dwelling underwater, the sponge would hold negligible value for him. The space created by the Lord's token prohibits the flow of water, rendering the presence of sponge inconsequential. Furthermore, aside from himself, no other survivors could access the Lord's token. This transaction appeared to be an unequivocal gain. Thus, he resolved to accept the quest. Once I complete the task, where shall I find you? Haddon pointed towards the square of the City of Order. My residence lies in that direction. I am present at the square every day at noon. If one day you accomplish the task, simply arrive at the City of Order's square at 12 o'clock. Understood. Ding. Quest successfully accepted. In accordance with the NPC's wishes, the time constraint for this quest has been lifted. At last, the quest was dispatched, and Haddon, who had been anxious about the task's issuance, sighed in relief. He then hurriedly departed in a certain direction until he vanished from sight, leaving Lin Cheng perplexed by his peculiar behavior. Regardless, he regarded this quest as a fortuitous opportunity. As for when he would locate the underwater temple, it would hinge upon fate. Given his current capabilities, venturing out to seek the underwater temple might not guarantee the retrieval of its treasures. Furthermore, various legends surround the underwater temple. Some assert that its construction is steeped in legend, and those capable of building underwater should possess the ability to breathe within it. Therefore, what purpose does sponge serve within the underwater temple? Chapter 121. Collecting pufferfish. It is essential to recognize that the sole purpose of a sponge is to absorb water. Is it necessary for one who can ignite a fire underwater to isolate moisture? This is among the most significant controversies surrounding the underwater temple. Some assert that it was constructed by terrestrial beings, while others claim it is the creation of a mysterious entity. In any case, the multitude of speculations has cloaked the underwater temple in an aura of enigma. For Lin Cheng, being able to immerse himself in an exploration of the underwater temple serves as one of the most effective means to validate these conjectures. As for the water-breathing potion, Lin Cheng should be able to concoct some, although he currently lacks the raw materials. However, Mo Xiao might possess what is needed. The primary ingredient for the water-breathing potion is the pufferfish, which avid anglers are likely to have in their possession to some extent. Although the probability of catching one is quite low, given Mo Xiao's frequent fishing excursions, the sheer volume of attempts increases the likelihood that he will eventually catch some. Furthermore, Lin Cheng took the initiative to post a purchasing notice at the trading center, offering a handsome sum of 5 bronze coins for each sponge. The world of warfare is rife with the extraordinary. One might even stumble upon shadow shells, let alone sponges. If someone were to discover sponges within the war-torn realm and return with them, he could expedite the completion of his task by purchasing them directly. Even if it meant spending 10 bronze coins per sponge, Lin Cheng would not hesitate to place an order. After all, exchanging 40 bronze coins for a secure space measuring 32 is a profitable transaction by any measure. However, Lin Cheng harbored no grand illusions. The likelihood of acquiring sponges directly through purchase was exceedingly slim. Most individuals regard sponges as mere decorative blocks without utility. Even if someone were to serendipitously encounter them in the war realm, the chances of them bringing these back are minimal. Upon returning to the temporary refuge, Lin Cheng began to reorganize the supplies within his chest. After a period of rigorous training, his level had significantly increased. He retrieved some lapis lazuli and a book, making his way to the enchanting table for enchantment. His diamond longbow, which boasted a power level of 4, required an additional power 4 enchantment book to reach its maximum potential. After a diligent effort at enchanting, fortune favored his persistence, and he successfully obtained a power 4 enchantment book. He placed the nearly fully enchanted diamond longbow upon the anvil alongside the power 4 enchantment book. Although merely one book was used, the cost and experience was not insignificant. Watching his experience dwindle rapidly, Lin Cheng felt a pang of regret. Yet the advantages of the diamond longbow alleviated his concerns. With daylight still abundant, he decided to venture out. First, he approached Mo Xiao to inquire if he had any pufferfish. Initially bewildered, Mo Xiao soon snapped to attention, rushing to a nearby chest to rummage through it. I almost didn't realize it when you mentioned pufferfish. They are quite rare. After several days of fishing, I only managed to catch 5. 5 is already quite commendable. I have some uses for these pufferfish, so I will take them for now. As for your reward, you can collect it when your fishing rod runs out. He added with a firm nod. Aside from fishing, Mo Xiao had no other hobbies, and he felt that pufferfish held little value for him. Lin Cheng examined the 5 pufferfish in his backpack and began to strategize his expedition to locate the underwater temple. Waiting idly could prolong the time taken to receive news about the temple. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Should a large-scale battle erupt nearby, only the Lord's token could secure his safety, placing him within a protective boundary. Otherwise, even if he hid deep underground or in remote mountains, the chaos of war might force him to relocate. The life of a refugee is fraught with difficulties, and possessing the Lord and Apos' token would ensure the protection of his assets. No matter one's talents, the rules governing territorial space cannot be disregarded. Theft of his possessions or destruction of his structures would be impossible. This essentially allows for the construction of surface buildings, permitting him to live openly in this world, a dream cherished by countless survivors, yet an insurmountable chasm for many. These 5 pufferfish, given that each can produce 3 potions, would yield a total of 15 water-breathing potions. By using redstone to extend their effects, each potion could last for 8 minutes, yielding a total of 120 minutes of water-breathing effect. 2 hours submerged in the underwater temple to procure some sponges is entirely feasible. However, the sole drawback lies in how to combat the effects of mining fatigue and the ever-present threat of guardians spawning behind him. The underwater temple is a unique monster spawning biome, continuously generating special creatures. While ancient guardians do not respawn, ordinary guardians still have a chance to appear. The most direct remedy for mining fatigue is to consume milk, which dispels all buffs. However, this method has a significant drawback. It also negates the effects of the water-breathing potion. After all, milk indiscriminately removes all buffs, regardless of their beneficial nature, effectively wasting 8 minutes of exploration time. Thus, if he were to discover the underwater temple, it would be imperative to eliminate the ancient guardians swiftly. Otherwise, the water-breathing effect would inevitably be nullified by mining fatigue. If the walls had already been excavated, it would be manageable, as he could navigate freely. However, if he were forced to endure mining fatigue before clearing a path, he would have to prepare for the worst. Moreover, milk cannot be stacked. Considering the inventory space occupied by both the water-breathing potions and the milk, he must reserve at least 3 small backpacks to accommodate these items. Overall, this arrangement remains acceptable. Please gather as many pufferfish as you can for me in the near future. Although Mo Xiao is unsure of Lin Cheng's intentions for the pufferfish, he readily agreed. Chapter 122. The search for the underwater temple. By the way, Cheng, have you completed the tasks you set out to accomplish? Almost everything is prepared. The rest is left to time. Lin Cheng did not elaborate further, for some matters were beyond Mo Xiao's comprehension. His silence was also a measure for Mo Xiao's safety. I see. Since everything has been resolved, you should be able to enjoy a period of peace. Not quite yet, Lin Cheng replied. I may need to go out frequently in the near future. Would you like to join me? Lin Cheng extended an invitation to Mo Xiao, knowing that 2 searching together would be far more efficient than one alone. If they could indeed locate the underwater temple and retrieve the sponge within, Lin Cheng would consider allowing Mo Xiao to stay with him temporarily. After all, while Mo Xiao could be sheltered by the realm's space, he was unable to utilize all its resources. If they could delineate a sub-territory, Mo Xiao might gain access to a small portion of it. Otherwise, his supplies would have to be stored on his person or possibly within an ender chest. If Lin Cheng recalled correctly, the usage of the ender chest was not restricted by territorial permissions, as each individual's storage contents were unique and not interchangeable, thus falling outside the realm of container protection. Going out. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Mo Xiao hesitated, recalling that the infected had already undergone a round of enhancements. Although the specifics of these enhancements had yet to manifest, the infected would only grow stronger. Danger is inevitable, but you must also understand that peril often accompanies reward. I am in search of something called the Underwater Temple. If found, it will ensure your future survival is without worry. Lin Cheng refrained from mentioning the matter of the Lord's token but painted a grand vision for Mo Xiao. The phrase survival without worry was undoubtedly a golden promise, a condition that no survivor could resist. Mo Xiao harbored no doubts about Lin Cheng's words and believed in them wholeheartedly. Is it true? If we find the underwater temple, we can ensure survival without worry? At the very least, it will provide you with an absolutely secure dwelling, one that others cannot intrude upon or qualify to enter. Mo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced. He did not fully grasp the concept of the underwater temple but knew he desired a stable place to reside. Absolutely. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I will accompany you to find the underwater temple. Finding the underwater temple was merely the beginning. They would need to dive into the depths of the sea, for Lin Cheng sought something specific. Mo Xiao's expression momentarily froze, and his fervor for locating the underwater temple waned. Dive into the sea? That seems exceedingly perilous. Do not be alarmed. The underwater temple is not as easily found as one might think. The immediate priority is to locate it first, Lin Cheng reassured. Aware that certain matters could not be rushed, especially for a novice like Mo Xiao, diving into the depths impulsively would only invite trouble. I will undertake the task of entering the underwater temple. You only need to help me find it. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao sighed in relief. Had he been asked to dive into the underwater temple, he would not have outright refused but would undoubtedly be terrified. When shall we depart? Lin Cheng glanced at the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. They still had over 3 hours for exploration. An hour would be required for the round trip, and he could use the spatial teleportation staff to return, but Mo Xiao could not. Since he was bringing Mo Xiao along, he would do everything in his power to ensure his safety. Wait a moment, I'll gather my things. Mo Xiao appeared fully equipped, his backpack brimming with provisions, including 5.56mm and 9mm ammunition. Regarding the fuel for the Jeep, Lin Cheng still had several gas cans, alleviating concerns about the vehicle's range for the moment. They needed to consider their direction carefully. The underwater temple could only be found beneath the sea, necessitating a course towards the ocean. It was impractical to drive the vehicle up a mountain, thus, they could only proceed across the plains. Uncertain of how far they needed to travel to reach the sea. Let us go. We will drive forward unless we encounter an insurmountable obstacle. Then, we shall not stop. Mo Xiao, seated in the driver's seat, eagerly pressed the gas pedal. After recent driving practice, he was becoming increasingly adept behind the wheel. At least he no longer crashed every few meters. Lin Cheng had previously feared that the vehicle would break down before Mo Xiao honed his skills. After nearly an hour of driving, they finally spotted a lake. Whether the other side connected to the ocean remained a mystery to be unraveled. Lin Cheng leapt from the jeep, instructing Mo Xiao to wait momentarily, as he needed to craft a wooden boat to cross and assess the situation. Stay here and find a concealed spot to hide both the vehicle and yourself. Regardless of whether I discover the ocean, I will return. Here, take this boat. For safety's sake, Lin Cheng constructed 4 wooden boats, 2 for himself and 2 for Mo Xiao, in the event of an unexpected encounter, such as survivors attempting to seize the vehicle. Mo Xiao was advised to flee as best he could. If escape proved impossible, he should toss an ender pearl into the distance and ascend to the water's surface using the boat, confident that once in the water, pursuers would not follow. Mo Xiao took the boats, and his tense demeanor was evident. Cheng, please be careful. I will wait for you here. Rest assured, even if you encounter trouble, I will remain unharmed. Lin Cheng replied half-jokingly, yet sincerely, not intending to frighten Mo Xiao. His survival skills were likely unparalleled among any survivor. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's playful words, Mo Xiao finally relaxed and smiled. I must live well. At the very least, you should hold on until you return. Enough chatter. I shall place a boat upon the water's surface. The return journey will take an hour, which means my search time is dwindling, leaving no room for delay. Chapter 123. The infected beneath the sea. The surface of the water lay still and serene, betraying no signs of disturbance. And the gentle afternoon breeze contributed to the tranquil atmosphere. Lin Cheng found himself contemplating the notion of constructing a dwelling atop the water, envisioning an endless supply of sustenance. With a fishing rod in hand, he could indulge in leisurely fishing excursions during pleasant weather, a delightful pastime indeed. As long as the pressures of survival were alleviated, he could revel in life's pleasures at his discretion. The pivotal advantage of building upon the water was the deceptive impression it would create for potential adversaries, suggesting an easy-to-defend stronghold. Typically, survivors did not venture into aquatic territories. Thus, if he chose his location wisely, he could ensure his safety. Furthermore, the forthcoming assistance of a Lord token would create a secure domain, reinforcing his absolute safety. This aspiration had taken root in his mind, a persistent idea that refused to dissipate. Ultimately, he could establish his abode wherever he pleased, unencumbered by significant constraints. Wherever he desired to go, he merely needed to utilize the spatial teleportation staff to select a previously stored coordinate and instantaneously arrive at his destination. The existence of spatial teleportation greatly enhanced Lin Cheng and Apos' efficiency in traversing distances. Lost in thought, Lin Cheng spotted a structure floating upon the water. It appeared to be a small pavilion, standing solitary with no other edifices in sight. He was no stranger to this construction. It was a naturally formed structure. If memory served him correctly, it contained only a workstation, a crucible, and a brewing station. Overall, the architectural style was quite appealing, with a flower pot resting on the windowsill. Although the interior held no valuable items, the prospect of acquiring a crucible and brewing station effortlessly was quite enticing. He couldn't pass up the opportunity to claim the flower pot as well, particularly since he had yet to discover clay for crafting bricks, which would prove somewhat arduous. It was prudent to prepare some decorative items for his future abode, especially as he intended to commence building his terrestrial structures once he obtained the Lord token. At that point, a visit to the Nether would be necessary to construct at least one quartz edifice. With the increasing number of active survivors in the vicinity, it was inevitable that outsiders would gradually arrive at their location. However, one perplexing thought lingered in Lin Cheng and Apos' mind. Since the global datafication, it seemed that only the survivors from their original city remained active nearby. The number of survivors in vast China was undoubtedly substantial, yet he encountered few unfamiliar faces. This enigma gnawed at him, eluding any coherent explanation despite his relentless contemplation. Ding. Entry into the ahead area is prohibited. You have reached the boundary of the current regional map. As Lin Cheng navigated his wooden boat towards a particular direction, an invisible barrier manifested before him. The glaring red warning was unmistakable. A map boundary? A regional division? What was the meaning of this? He sat in his boat, staring at the intangible wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. If regions were delineated by cities, and each region possessed an invisible map boundary, it could elucidate why he had not encountered those unfamiliar survivors. Did this imply that within each city, there existed a city of order and a city of chaos corresponding to the current region? Or perhaps even other entities? If his chilling hypothesis held true, it suggested that the Sword of Cosmic Dominion could very well exist in multiple forms. Yet, the assumption regarding the Sword of Cosmic Dominion was fundamentally flawed, as it was the weapon of a creator deity, and there could only be one originator in the world. It seemed improbable for one individual to forge numerous weapons. Surely, a creator deity should not be so idle. The pressing concern remained: how to dismantle the barriers between cities, or rather, between regions. Currently, his position was rather precarious. Ahead lay vast expanses of ocean. Perhaps beneath the surface of the water before him lay an underwater temple. If that were the case, Lin Cheng might well be driven to the brink of despair. With the path ahead obstructed, he resolved to navigate in another direction. Fortunately, the expanse of the ocean was immense, allowing ample opportunity for exploration in alternate directions. At the very least, this outing had granted him clarity. Survivors from other regions existed in various locales within their current region. Now, it was merely a matter of when the mysterious force controlling these dynamics would dismantle the barriers between regions. In truth, the current lack of barriers, in a sense, served to protect their development. A surge in population could lead to a stark division, where those who thrived would monopolize resources from the less fortunate, potentially leading to the starvation of the weaker survivors. The separation between regions effectively ensured the overall development of each region, albeit it might not guarantee the welfare of every individual survivor. The small wooden boat appeared insignificant against the vastness of the water. Just as it sailed smoothly, it was suddenly jolted violently. This unexpected turbulence nearly sent Lin Cheng tumbling into the water. He swiftly rose to assess his surroundings, only to find himself utterly alone. Nothing within his line of sight posed a threat. Could the danger be lurking beneath the surface? Leaning over the edge of the boat, Lin Cheng peered into the depths below. What he beheld nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. A substantial mass of infected had accumulated beneath the waves, gradually rising towards the surface. How could there be infected dwelling in the ocean depths? Did this mean they could disregard the rules of oxygen, akin to the legendary drowned corpses? Lin Cheng and Apos' heart sank further. If this were indeed the case, His exploration of the underwater temple would entail more than merely contending with guardians and ancient sentinels. He would also have to confront the infected. Should fortune not favor him, he could easily find himself overwhelmed by a throng of infected. Without time to ponder further, Lin Cheng drew the sword of cosmic dominion, dispatching the few infected that clung to his vessel before hastening towards the shore. Chapter 124. The curse of disappearance. The perils lurking beneath the waters far exceeded his expectations, rendering all prior assumptions null and void. Should he wish to continue his exploration of these aquatic realms, a comprehensive reassessment of his strategy was imperative. The recklessness of his current approach posed immense risks to his safety. Fortunately, he had made his discovery in time, preventing the infected from launching further assaults on his vessel. Otherwise, he might have found himself submerged in the depths, surrounded by countless infected entities. Should he plunge into that abyss, his chances of escape would be perilously slim. For movement underwater significantly slows down survivors, compounded by the looming threat of oxygen depletion. It was unlikely that those ravenous infected would allow him the luxury of employing an oxygen tank. On the shore, Mo Xiao observed Lin Cheng approaching, a smile gracing his features. Yet, in the next moment, that smile froze in place. For behind Lin Cheng trailed hundreds of infected, having surged from the depths below. Lin Cheng had no time to stow his wooden vessel. He swiftly shattered it with a strike of his sword, drawing forth his MP7 submachine gun and M4A1 assault rifle to engage the oncoming horde. After exhausting the ammunition in both firearms, he transitioned to the universe domination sword, prepared for close-quarter combat. The enhanced capabilities of this blade were now unparalleled, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of infected. However, the sheer number of adversaries in proximity was overwhelming. Having traversed the waters for but a short while, he had attracted an alarming number of infected. How many more lay hidden in the vast expanse beneath? Mo Xiao, belatedly aware of the situation, also unsheathed his weapon, joining Lin Cheng in the fray. Together, they successfully eradicated hundreds of infected, though their ammunition supplies were rapidly dwindling. Brother Cheng, what on earth is happening? Why are there suddenly so many infected? Mo Xiao inquired, concern etched across his face. I share your bewilderment, Lin Cheng gasped. Having danced perilously close to death, the sheer volume of infected exceeded all his anticipations. Should he fall among them, even a single attack from each could spell his doom. It seems these infected were in a dormant state beneath the water. My passage must have startled them. Remarkably, they can disregard the rules of oxygen, remaining submerged for so long without succumbing. Then when we locate the underwater temple, we shall have to remain vigilant against the infected. Indeed. Therefore, I cannot venture alone. You must accompany me, Lin Cheng stated, locking eyes with Mo Xiao. This decision, though unavoidable, was fraught with peril, as they sought both the sponge and protection against ancient guardians. The burden of these tasks had already drained much of his energy, leaving no room for distraction by the ever-present threat of infected. Mo Xiao understood the implications of this arrangement. After careful consideration, he replied, Very well. Once we find the underwater temple, I shall join you in the depths until our mission is complete. Satisfied, Lin Cheng nodded and clapped Mo Xiao on the shoulder. Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall encounter no misfortune. This aquatic territory proved even more expansive than he had anticipated, for he had explored merely a third of its expanse. As dusk approached, they resolved to return and prepare. In future fishing endeavors, they must ensure to capture pufferfish. The more pufferfish they acquired, the safer their dives would be. As for their purpose, he would reveal that in due time. Retracing their steps was prudent, lest the night bring unforeseen complications. As Mo Xiao and Lin Cheng departed, an invisible barrier in the air seemed to ripple momentarily, only to restore itself as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Yet, in that fleeting instant, countless dormant infected at the ocean's floor simultaneously opened their eyes. After navigating various obstacles, they finally arrived before nightfall. Mo Xiao was certain he would find no rest that evening. According to Lin Cheng, the presence of pufferfish would ensure his safety. Given Lin Cheng's nature, he would likely fish tirelessly throughout the night. Were it not for the limitation of a single fishing rod for each hand, Mo Xiao might have attempted to fish with both. Lin Cheng too was unlikely to sleep. Burdened by the weight of numerous pressing matters, the plans of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and the quest for the underwater temple loomed large in his mind. The accumulation of these concerns wrought significant mental strain. Lying in bed would only invite restless thoughts, thus, they might as well fish together, perhaps even gaining some experience in the process. Of course, such outcomes remained a mere possibility, particularly without a fully upgraded fishing rod. When Mo Xiao learned that Lin Cheng would accompany him for an entire night of fishing, he could hardly contain his joy. He had often stood by the water and Appo's edge alone, and to claim that it had not been tedious would be an understatement. Yet, apart from fishing, he had little else to occupy his time, plunging him into a vicious cycle. Now, with company, the situation was infinitely improved. As night descended, the infected began to respawn. The darkness brought forth a cacophony of infected roars echoing in the vicinity. Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao sat facing each other, each wielding a standard fishing rod. After several attempts, they only managed to catch a few worthless scraps. However, on the sixth cast, Lin Cheng suddenly yanked on his rod, reeling in an enchanted fishing rod. Examining the rod, he noted with dismay that its durability was nearly depleted, likely to break after just a few more uses. Nonetheless, its enchantments were remarkable: experience repair and the curse of disappearance. Experience repair was undoubtedly a beneficial trait, yet the curse of disappearance was far less desirable. Upon death, any equipment in a survivor and Appo's inventory would vanish without a trace, leaving no chance for recovery. In a sense, it could prevent valuable items from falling into the hands of others, but the drawback of this enchantment was clear. Upon death, reclaiming what had been lost would be impossible. Chapter 125. The capriciousness of fate. The fishing rod, enhanced with experience repair, renders its remaining durability inconsequential, as long as it is not reduced to zero. A few fishing attempts will gradually restore its condition. Mo Xiao also noticed the peculiar hue of the rod in Lin Cheng and Appo's grasp, his eyes reflecting a clear sense of bewilderment. Strangely enough, the exceedingly fortunate Mo Xiao had never managed to catch a fishing rod while angling. Perhaps this is the whimsy of fate. Brother Cheng, what is the story behind that fishing rod in your hand? Why does it bear such an unusual color? This is a fishing rod with experience repair. You can think of it as a rod that, once taken up, remains in a state of virtually infinite durability as long as you refrain from using it to hook others. Furthermore, this rod possesses crafting potential. With a bit of effort, it could be transformed into a fully attributed fishing rod. With a fully attributed rod, wouldn't the speed at which fish bite be significantly enhanced? Indeed, not only would the fish be more likely to take the bait, but the probability of reeling in valuable catches would also increase. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who wouldn't yearn for such an enviable, fully attributed fishing rod? Well, Mo Xiao rubbed his hands together. Brother Cheng, you want this fishing rod, don't you? Lin Cheng pondered briefly, recalling that Mo Xiao would accompany him through thick and thin. During their previous venture to the lower realms, they had narrowly escaped the clutches of the infected. In a sense, they had become brothers in arms, and gifting him a fishing rod seemed trivial. Moreover, Mo Xiao often left the spoils of his fishing endeavors to Lin Cheng, retaining only those items of minimal value as mere collectibles. I can certainly give it to you, but I must caution you. This rod carries a curse of disappearance. Should you meet your demise, the rod will vanish along with you, leaving no chance for it to drop. Therefore, unless you can ensure your absolute safety, it's advisable to refrain from using this rod. Additionally, the durability of this rod is currently quite low. You must fish steadily for a while to restore its condition. If the durability is extremely low, avoid using it to hook others, animals, or the infected. My own level isn't particularly high either, but I happen to have a few enchantment books that should be useful to you. Do you have any iron ingots? The more, the better. I will return the rest to you later. Mo Xiao nodded and retrieved an entire set of iron ingots from the chest. Lin Cheng hurried to the crafting table, and within mere seconds, he had fashioned an anvil. By placing equipment in front and enchantment books behind, he could imbue items with enchanting effects. However, different enchantment books correspond to different equipment, and the specifics would require more time to explain. Tomorrow during the day, I will return home and find you some enchantment books suitable for fishing rods. For tonight, let me play with this rod for a while. Mo Xiao gazed enviously at the fishing rod in Lin Cheng's hand, his desire palpable. Yet, good things often require patience, and haste can lead to misfortune. As fate would have it, not long after, Lin Cheng hooked yet another enchanted fishing rod, also with experience repair. This was truly a twist of fate. Mo Xiao's face contorted in despair, as he had always considered himself fortunate, but it seemed he was merely a hapless fool. After fishing for such an extended period without a single rod, Lin Cheng had managed to reel in 2 experience repair rods in just a few tries. Seeing Mo Xiao's woeful expression, Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Matters tied to probability are always a mystery beyond comprehension. One cannot overanalyze them, for clarity eludes understanding. Since they now possessed 2 experience repair rods, the previously cursed rod could be given to Mo Xiao without hesitation. With the acquisition of the experience repair rod, the utility of the ordinary rods in Mo Xiao's inventory diminished significantly. The night swiftly passed, and at the break of dawn, the two had only managed to catch 3 pufferfish. The odds were indeed dishearteningly low. No wonder Mo Xiao had spent so many days without a decent catch. Ding! Dawn breaks. The infected have ceased to respawn. Upon hearing the cessation sound, Mo Xiao ceased his fishing, instead fixing an unwavering gaze upon Lin Cheng. Aside from this, he exhibited no further reaction, merely staring intently at him. Lin Cheng suddenly realized that Mo Xiao was urging him to hurry back for the enchantment books to craft a fully attributed fishing rod. Although he did not voice it, his eyes conveyed an unmistakable urgency. All right, I understand your intentions. Let us return together, and you can assist me in clearing the infected. Previously, had the situation called for a direct confrontation with the numerous infected, Mo Xiao would have likely hesitated. However, now that the prospect of a fully attributed fishing rod was at stake, he was the first to leap into action. Before Lin Cheng could even step outside, Mo Xiao was already brandishing his M4A1 assault rifle, ready to wreak havoc. This sudden shift in attitude took Lin Cheng by surprise. It seemed that only a fishing rod could compel Mo Xiao to make such sacrifices. A fully attributed fishing rod requires attributes of Ocean's Favor 3, Bait 3, Experience Repair, and Durability 3. The types are few, and the most critical attribute, Experience Repair, was already secured. The other 3 enchantment books were relatively common. As for the durability enchantment books, they were slightly more abundant, and fortunately, Lin Cheng had a considerable stock. Crafting 2 fully attributed fishing rods would be more than feasible. According to their previous agreement, Mo Xiao would undertake the crafting of his own rod, as Lin Cheng was not in a position to expend his own limited levels. Accompanied by the clanging of the anvil, Mo Xiao watched with barely contained excitement as he held the fully attributed fishing rod. Although its durability was currently low, the experience repair would grant it infinite endurance. Once it was in his hands, Mo Xiao eagerly began to fish. Initially, the differences were not immediately apparent. But after several attempts, he could clearly perceive an increase in the speed at which fish took the bait, albeit with some randomness. Moreover, the likelihood of reeling in valuable items had also risen. Astonishingly, on his second cast, he hooked an enchantment book with durability 3. Chapter 126, Preparedness even with the blessing of the sea and the augmentation of 3 enchanting attributes. The rapid acquisition of a book of Unbreaking 3 truly exemplifies Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's unyielding fortune. Chenggu, this enchanting book is for you. With a beaming smile, Mo Xiao presented the Unbreaking 3 book, which Lin Cheng graciously accepted, recognizing the value of saving his own experience points, as there are numerous applications for such a tome. Even if it may not be immediately useful, its potential in the future cannot be overlooked. Have you not forgotten our mission tonight? Mo Xiao shook his head, assuring Lin Cheng, rest easy, Chenggu. I am fully prepared. At your command, I shall brave any peril. Braving perils might be an exaggeration, Lin Cheng cautioned. During the operation tonight, be astute. We must avoid entanglement and unforeseen complications. He had already coordinated with Jiang DePeo, entrusting him with the task of diverting some attention. Their sole responsibility would be to detonate the devices previously concealed. To fortify the success of their endeavor, Lin Cheng had devised an additional strategy. For the entirety of today, you must remain indoors. I will contact you before the operation. Remember, it is not merely advisable to refrain from venturing out. It is imperative that you do not leave your abode. Lin Cheng and Oppo's additional strategy naturally pertained to the Azure Survivor Alliance. Should Mo Xiao be seen frequently in the vicinity today, the likelihood of encountering members from the Alliance would rise significantly. If he were to be inadvertently discovered, and the trail led back to Lin Cheng, it would not take long for them to deduce that he was orchestrating a plot against them, or worse, that he was deliberately implicating the Azure Survivor Alliance as a scapegoat. He had painstakingly lowered their guard. Any escalation could jeopardize his access to vital intelligence. Absolutely. Mo Xiao replied enthusiastically, being quite the homebody himself. With his fully upgraded fishing rod, he could easily spend his time at home, indulging in endless fishing akin to a 007 mission, casting his line around the clock for a week. Everything was in place, awaiting only the favorable winds. As long as a member of the Azure Survivor Alliance made an appearance at the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance base in the afternoon, their plan would be set in motion. As for emptying the diamond basement of its supplies, that would pose no challenge for Lin Cheng, who possessed a space transfer scepter. For safety and Oppos' sake, he would also carry an ender chest, allowing him to store additional items if necessary. Throughout the morning, Lin Cheng meticulously calculated the details of their impending incursion. He contemplated various scenarios and devised corresponding countermeasures for each possibility. Even in the face of the worst-case scenario, Lin Cheng felt confident in ensuring Mo Xiao and Oppos' safe retreat. However, the safety of Zhang Depeo remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng would honor their prior agreement of a 50-50 split. He had no intention of hoarding even a fraction of the resources. To maximize the productivity of the day, Lin Cheng made a special trip to the Nether. The nearly completed Hell platform had reached an efficiency that sufficed for regular mob farming, and the occasional spawning of magma creatures provided a wealth of alchemical materials. Fire resistance potions were often essential, especially during subterranean explorations, as one could never ascertain whether the blocks beneath their feet were stone or scalding magma. After defeating dozens of wither skeletons, he was disappointed to find only one wither skeleton head as a reward. The drop rates remained dishearteningly low. In contrast, a multitude of zombified piglins yielded a significant number of gold nuggets, which Lin Cheng opted not to smelt into ingots. Instead, he decided to combine them with carrots to create golden carrots for brewing night vision potions, as the sole purpose of the gold was to facilitate that process. In addition to the zombified piglins, wither skeletons, and ghasts, both magma cubes and blazes had also spawned on the Hell platform. Overall, the yield was quite bountiful, justifying the time he invested. After estimating the time, he concluded that it would not be long before the operation commenced, and it was time to return. Grasping the space transfer scepter, he precisely teleported next to the Nether portal, greeted once more by the familiar scenery of teleportation. Lin Cheng re-entered the dim chamber of the temporary refuge, enveloped in an eerie stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Barely had he returned to the overworld when news of the infected beginning to spawn reached him. Ding! Night falls, and the infected begin to spawn. Fortunately, it was not a blood moon tonight. The infected would not gain enhancements, and the agreed-upon time with Zhang Depeo had arrived. Lin Cheng readied his weapons and ammunition, ensuring he had ample potions. He gathered every empty container he could find, determined to completely clear the diamond basement of its contents. Even if his own backpack could not accommodate everything, with Mo Xiao nearby to assist, they would manage to carry a significant load. Mo Xiao was already prepared, awaiting Lin Cheng and Oppos' command, and together they set off toward the residence base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Zhang Depeo had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Lin Cheng accompanied by another survivor, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Before Zhang Depeo could inquire, Lin Cheng preemptively assured him, "Do not worry. He is one of us. Moreover, as previously agreed, his share will remain unchanged. He will not partake in the distribution." With that, Zhang Depeo relaxed, realizing that since Mo Xiao would not be sharing in the spoils, the arrangement was manageable. Even if there were to be a division, it would pertain solely to Lin Cheng and Oppos' share, given that the risks he bore were the greatest among the three. Understood. Let us proceed as we previously discussed. Action begins. Chapter 127. Each takes what they need with Lin Cheng and Oppos' command. Zhang Depeo swiftly seized a fragmentation grenade and hurled it into the depths of the residence of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Boom. The resounding explosion startled the majority of the inhabitants of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. A few unfortunate souls, still in the throes of slumber, met their demise in the wake of the grenade and Oppos' shrapnel. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Who was so foolish as to cause such chaos? Surely, it could not have been an accident within the base. It was inconceivable that one would detonate a grenade in their own sanctuary. Remember those survivors spotted nearby this afternoon? It must have been their doing. Those individuals belonged to the Azure Survivor Alliance. I had initially hoped to grant them a few more days of life, only to find them delivering themselves to us. Heaven has its paths, yet they chose not to tread them. Hell has no doors, yet they came unbidden. Gather a few brothers, take some warmth supplies and weapons, and let us set forth. With a thunderous chorus of footsteps, the majority of the combatants within the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and Oppos' residents were lured away by Zhang Depeo. Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to advance. determined to remain close behind him, wary of making even a single misstep. Each step here was fraught with peril. He could not be certain he would evade every hidden trap, should he stumble upon one. As Lin Cheng had warned, his head would be blown to pieces. Not only would the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and AMP, Oppo's residence be obliterated, but he too would perish alongside it. At the corridor and AMP, Oppo's end, the familiar sight of the diamond basement re-emerged. Mo Xiao, encountering the diamond basement for the first time, was awestruck by its opulence. This basement was extravagantly constructed from diamonds. Our current task was to extract the supplies contained within this lavish underground chamber. Zhang Depeo and AMP, Oppo's willingness to distract the others stemmed primarily from the promise of shared spoils. We would divide the resources equally, each party meeting their needs without owing the other. I understood. Shall we commence immediately? Patience, Lin Cheng advised. For safety and AMP, Oppo's sake. We must first ascertain whether anyone remains inside the basement. Lin Cheng was not one to act rashly after such a tremendous disturbance. The more suspicious individuals would undoubtedly rush to inspect the situation within the diamond basement. Should we encounter them, it would spell trouble. Cautiously, he carved a small hole in the wall to survey the interior of the diamond basement. Fortunately, it was devoid of any presence. Even the bed in the corner had vanished. Lin Cheng then felt reassured enough to wield his pickaxe, extracting every diamond block from the wall. These were minerals easily acquired, and one should never pass up free resources. Had he undertaken the collection alone, it would have taken him several days just to gather these diamonds. Even with a fortune-enhanced diamond pickaxe, the time saved would have been minimal. The wall was stripped bare, and the majority of the supplies from the storage chest had been cleared out, leaving only a small portion of food behind, as his inventory was already filled to capacity. Hoarding excessive food would only lead to waste, as perishable items would soon expire. Even consuming 2 stacks of food daily, he had enough provisions to last over half a month. Both his small backpack and ender chest were filled to the brim, while all the commonly used ammunition had been thoroughly plundered, leaving not a single round for the enemy. Lin Cheng smashed the chest to pieces and, having laid lava at the bottom, incinerated the remnants along with the food. Even if he could not carry it away, he had no intention of leaving any resources for the enemy, as doing so would merely provide them with the means to regroup and retaliate. What expressions would the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance wear upon discovering their diamond basement had been completely raided, with not a trace left behind? The task was complete. It was time to exit. Remember, the faster you run, the better. As for me, you need not worry, unless infected or other survivors storm your home. Do not emerge for any commotion. Mo Xiao nodded, understanding Lin Cheng and AMP, Oppo's resourcefulness. He recognized his own clumsiness and knew that staying behind would only hinder Lin Cheng. Once Mo Xiao successfully departed, Lin Cheng returned to the corridor's entrance and placed a lever at the end of the redstone line. As he gently pressed the lever, the previously dim red line erupted into a vibrant crimson glow. The eerie luminescence seemed almost alive, gradually spreading outward. Lin Cheng dared not linger any longer. He summoned his space teleportation scepter and transported himself to a relatively unfamiliar coordinate, Zhang Depeo and Oppo's home, where he had only been once before. After completing his mission, Zhang Depeo could not return to their previous meeting place. That would be tantamount to courting disaster. The only familiar location left was his home. They had long since agreed that the rendezvous point for resource exchange would be at Zhang Depeo and Oppo's residence, and Lin Cheng made himself at home, casually settling into his spot while surveying the surroundings. Noticing the empty display shelves on the walls, Lin Cheng suddenly remembered he still had the coordinates for a second treasure map yet to explore. He had been preoccupied with various tasks and had forgotten such an essential matter. Indeed, human energy is finite. Once consumed by other endeavors, prior plans may slip from memory. While Lin Cheng pondered this, the sound of someone climbing a ladder echoed from above. Most likely, it was Zhang Depeo returning. As the ladder climbing sounds faded, a familiar figure emerged. Zhang Depeo, you move swiftly and have retained my home and AMP, Oppo's coordinates remarkably well. I expected you would lose your way nearby, having already visited once. If I were to lose my way again, it would be more than just being directionally challenged. It would be sheer folly. Haha. I toyed with those fools from the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, sending them scurrying about like headless chickens, and they still have no clue where I am. Little do they know, I have long since slipped away. How did things go on your end? Were you able to secure the goods? Chapter 128. The dust settles. Lin Cheng nodded, adhering to their prior agreement by distributing half of the supplies. as Imo Xiao had taken a portion with him. That segment rightfully belonged to him as well. Consequently, Lin Cheng discarded the majority of the supplies from his backpack. The provisions consisted mainly of food and ammunition, with little else of significance. The diamonds excavated from the wall were not included in the division, as he had painstakingly mined each one himself. Jiang DePeo and Apos' eyes widened at the sight of the abundant supplies strewn across the ground, far exceeding his expectations. Goodness, the bounty from this venture is astonishing. Just these bullets and food will sustain me comfortably for quite some time. I have not been covetous of your share. I have apportioned to you what is rightfully yours. I understand that while these supplies may appear plentiful, the effort needed to transport them is considerable. Even if you consume a portion, it matters not. As long as the gains align with my expectations, the rest is inconsequential. A fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration. There are many infected outside, and as I just ran through, I have brought several along. For safety and Apos' sake, you should depart tomorrow during the day. I will escort you back then. That is unnecessary. Just take me a short distance forward. My friend will come to meet me. Very well, I merely need to ensure you are safely out of my sight. What happens thereafter rests upon you, though I do hope you manage to survive for a while longer. I am quite eager for our future collaborations. Perhaps we can accomplish something significant together. Your words suggest otherwise, Lin Cheng remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. Even if you were to perish, I might not find myself in peril even 10 times over. Huh? I cannot believe that. Believe it or not, Lin Cheng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Although Jiang DePeo appeared robust, this was merely the beginning of survival. They could only ensure their meager existence, not truly live above ground. Only upon acquiring the Lord's token would he consider it the true commencement of survival. A stable residence would render future survival and hoarding meaningful. Otherwise, their possessions could easily be pilfered, leaving them empty-handed and merely aiding others. By the way, during your previous travels, have you explored any water bodies? Water bodies? You mean the sea surface? Precisely. More specifically, not only the surface but also the depths beneath. Not at all. I have yet to explore the land, let alone the more challenging aquatic realms. What prompted this sudden inquiry? To be honest, I recently delved into the aquatic areas and was astonished to discover that beneath the sea surface, there are throngs of infected. Jiang DePeo gasped in disbelief, his voice tinged with incredulity. Those infected won't drown? Remaining submerged is quite a nuisance. I cannot fathom it either, but it is indeed the case. The crux of the matter is that I am in search of a specific item, one that exists only at the seabed. What is it? Lin Cheng shook his head, feigning confusion. I received a mission in Order City, instructing me to search for a special item at the seabed, yet it did not specify what that item is. Should you encounter any peculiar underwater structures or other oddities on your future journeys, do let me know. Upon completing the mission, I can share a portion of the rewards with you as compensation for your intelligence. The mission rewards include the Lord's token. However, no one else is privy to the specifics of the rewards. I could easily fabricate some details. If I can barter for the coordinates of an underwater temple using common supplies, it would be a profitable transaction. Furthermore, given that we have collaborated once, our trust will undoubtedly surpass that of strangers. Jiang DePeo readily acquiesced. Should I discover any unusual underwater structures, I will inform you at once. However, descending to the seabed in search of items is no simple feat. One must not overlook the necessity of oxygen. Of course, I would not overlook that. Thus, the task's difficulty is substantial, yet the rewards align perfectly with my current needs. Otherwise, I would not go to such lengths. I could simply abandon it. The two found themselves devoid of common topics, and after some aimless conversation, the atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Jiang DePeo, seemingly unfazed, reclined on the bed and fell soundly asleep, entirely unconcerned that Lin Cheng might incapacitate him. This careless demeanor mirrored Imo Xiao's in some respects. Lin Cheng harbored no ill intentions. He leaned against the wall and feigned sleep for a while. However, boredom soon enveloped him, and after confirming that Jiang DePeo was in deep slumber, he excavated several niches in the wall, sealing the entrance behind him. Standing within the confined space, he slowly retrieved the spatial teleportation staff from his backpack. If not now, then when? When Jiang DePeo awoke to find him absent, he would instinctively assume Lin Cheng had left first, without contemplating other possibilities. The countdown of 3 seconds sped by, and in an instant, Lin Cheng was teleported from Jiang DePeo's home back to his temporary refuge. This entire sequence unfolded without a whisper of awareness. With ample time remaining before dawn, Lin Cheng ventured to a cave spider spawner he had not visited in quite some time. Recently, His consumption of spider eyes had been considerable, particularly for crafting a large batch of venomous potions. This was an opportune moment to gather more. Not only to procure the necessary spider eyes for potion making, but also to collect some string. Subsequently, he could essentially monopolize the supply of most resources. Including fish rods and bows, quantity was no issue. As for pricing, he could adopt a strategy of low margins with high volume, or control sales like with potions, thereby elevating prices. Regardless of the approach, profit was assured since producing goods for sale was essentially pure gain. Transactions devoid of middlemen meant the suppliers reaped the most rewards, all while minimizing effort and time. This singular cave spider spawner resembled a veritable fountain of wealth. Chapter 129, The Fall of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. An incessant stream of cave spiders cascaded down from above, each one meeting its demise at the hands of the Sword of Cosmic Dominion. Consequently, the experience points surged, and the quantities of string and spider eyes in the backpack multiplied significantly. After an entire night of grinding, the loot drop rate remained somewhat underwhelming. As the Sword of Cosmic Dominion did not possess the looting enchantment, Lin Cheng contemplated the creation of another looting diamond sword. Yet the absence of experience minting at present posed a dilemma. The durability of his previous looting diamond sword had dwindled, and utilizing experience minting on a diamond sword seemed rather extravagant. It was anticipated that during future excursions to the End Islands, he could occasionally discover swords, shovels, and picks with experience mending in the End cities. Furthermore, armor materials such as helmets, chest plates, leggings, and boots could also potentially bear the experience mending enchantment. The reason Lin Cheng opted to employ the experience mending enchantment book on his current armor was due to its urgent necessity. Crafting it sooner would mitigate the risk of death. Even after expending 4 experience mending books, Lin Cheng deemed it exceedingly worthwhile, as it assured his safety. However, possessing the Sword of Cosmic Dominion with infinite durability made the prospect of using experience mending on a diamond sword seem wasteful. Although enchanting the diamond sword with looting would indeed increase the probability of valuable drops, there were still numerous other areas where experience mending was required. Unless his stock of experience mending books reached a level of abundance, crafting several weapons would be inconsequential. After all, different weapons yield distinct effects, ideally. Each individual should be equipped with at least 3 fully augmented diamond swords, one with sharpness, one for slaying undead, and one for exterminating arthropods. Yet, the majority of survivors do not complicate matters to such an extent, as creating a single fully augmented diamond sword is already a daunting task, let alone 3. The levels consumed in this endeavor are not trivial, and common survivors strive to accumulate their levels to enhance their health limits, making them reluctant to expend such resources on equipment. A slight misstep could render their investments exorbitant, rendering previous efforts futile. Ding! Dawn breaks. The infected cease to spawn. Upon hearing the sound indicating the cessation of the infected, Lin Cheng returned to the temporary refuge, where he sought to ascertain the current state of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. To be prudent, he consumed an invisibility potion, which, while revealing his helmet, at least obscured his body. This reduced the likelihood of detection. With sufficient caution, he might evade notice. Given the high stakes of this venture, he chose not to involve Mo Xiao, who had been a burden with his incessant demands for adventure, affording him a much-needed respite. After all, a balance of work and rest enhances efficiency. Using the spatial teleportation staff, he arrived at the pre-marked coordinates, where the residents of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had transformed into a mere heap of rubble. Aside from the relatively intact walls, the internal structure lay in disarray, with debris littering the ground from explosive destruction. Among the ruins, scattered remnants of fallen survivors testified to the chaos. Some unfortunate souls had perished twice, their levels insufficient to withstand a second demise, marking their total extinction. This fate included Radar, the leader of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, who had met his end during a previous ambush. The destruction wrought by the recent explosion had claimed him outright, leaving the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance in utter disarray. Devoid of leadership, most survivors scavenged the remnants for useful supplies before hastily vacating this perilous locale in search of safer havens. It appeared that this survivor base was destined for abandonment. Lin Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction at this outcome, as long as his existence remained undisturbed. The struggles of others held little significance for him. However, should his safety be at stake, he would go to great lengths to mitigate any risks. Any potential threat to his well-being had to be eradicated with utmost diligence. Every survivor striving to endure seeks to secure their own survival. No one wishes to perish due to an unforeseen calamity. The downfall of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance inevitably sent shockwaves throughout the Order City. Notably, The alliance was neither insignificant nor inconsequential. It was a mid-sized survivor faction that had recently flourished, procuring resources extensively within the Order City. It was unexpected that their newly established base had been so swiftly dismantled, and the tavern buzzed with rumors linking the incident to the Azure Survivor Alliance. Did you hear? Last night, the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance was attacked, suffering catastrophic losses. Even their leader perished in the assault. My goodness, how dreadful. Surely, the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance must disband now. Indeed, I have a friend within the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. They were busy gathering their belongings this morning before evacuating. According to reliable sources, the assailants appear to be the Azure Survivor Alliance, who harbored a grudge against them. Is that true? The Azure Survivor Alliance is one of the largest factions near Order City. They took the initiative. Preemptive strikes ensure survival. Now that the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance has been vanquished, let me share a secret. When the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance was establishing their base, they allied with another survivor faction, seemingly aiming to overthrow the Azure Survivor Alliance. Wow, what explosive news. No wonder the Azure Survivor Alliance acted first. If the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had gained an advantage, it would have been troublesome. Do you know the name of the faction allied with the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance? That I cannot say for certain, and they are unlikely to disclose it, especially now that the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance has fallen. The remaining members will undoubtedly seek refuge with that faction. Chapter 130. Journey to the Treasure Coordinates. We need merely observe which Survivor Alliance has experienced the most rapid growth in recent times to discern the truth. My brother speaks wisely. I have gained insight. These rumors are indeed fermenting, growing increasingly absurd, and the Blue Survivor Alliance, at the center of this discourse, finds itself utterly bewildered. They remain oblivious to the events unfolding around them. They only received news regarding the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance and sent someone to investigate. Indeed, they were constructing a habitation base, and they did send a team to survey it. However, they accomplished nothing. They merely cast a distant glance, unaware that the very same night, the base was attacked, resulting in heavy casualties, including the demise of their leader. Yet, regardless of the plethora of justifications they may offer, they remain at a loss for words. If one person suggests they are at fault, it may merely be a misconception. But when 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 voices echo the same sentiment, it becomes an inextricable mess. Throughout this ordeal, the Blue Survivor Alliance has never considered Lin Cheng to be culpable, as they perceive him simply as a merchant of potions. They believe that the affairs of war would hardly impact him, and that a single individual could not orchestrate such grand plans. Little do they know that it is indeed Lin Cheng who has orchestrated the disintegration of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, and that he has played a pivotal role in the majority of the schemes. He was, in fact, the one who pulled the final straw that shattered the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Paradoxically, the more unexpected the turn of events, the more pronounced the unforeseen outcomes. The murky waters of blame do not splash upon him. It matters not where the blame lands, so long as it does not taint his own reputation. Lin Cheng now finds himself unburdened, having completely eradicated the greatest threat posed by the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. The enmity between him and Radar has been resolved, and he has little desire to know the whereabouts of the remnants of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance. Every grievance has its source, since the creditor has been dealt with. The rest can simply depart. Thus, the quest for the underwater temple has become the most crucial undertaking. Until he secures the Lord and Apos' token, he cannot embark on his developmental plans. The sense of security afforded by the territory space is immensely comforting. Even contemplating it brings a profound sense of safety. However, locating the underwater temple is no simple task. He recalls the drunken man once telling him that they discovered the coordinates of an underwater temple in an ancient tome. Yet, upon their entry into the temple, only the drunken man emerged alive. It is apparent from his words that the companions who accompanied him were seasoned adventurers, well-versed in perilous endeavors. Logically, they should have possessed ample experience and should have emerged unscathed from their exploration of the underwater temple. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Either the temple they explored harbored other factors endangering their survival, or all underwater temples in this realm contain some exceedingly unique presence, one that safeguards these sacred sites. It is also possible that the threat of infected beings played a role, as many remain lurking beneath the waves. Yet, the drunken man must be quite aged by now. At the time of their misfortune, the presence of infected beings in this world was still an unknown. Lin Cheng then retrieved the treasure map from his person. A fragment acquired at great expense from Jiang de Peo. Item name: Treasure Map 6. Type: Special Item. Function: An ancient treasure map. rumored to lead to unimaginable rewards for all treasures marked upon it. Previously, he had discovered a fragment of a treasure map numbered 7 in a supply box, while this one is numbered 6. The proximity of these two maps is astonishing, especially considering the vast distance between their coordinates. One of the treasure locations is astonishingly situated directly above the waters he searched last time. Could it be that this treasure lies buried deep beneath the sea? The mere possibility of such a notion instinctively connects Lin Cheng's thoughts to the underwater temple, though fate rarely aligns so conveniently. If it were so simple to locate the underwater temple, his fortune would indeed be extraordinary. As for the other two coordinates, they lie at the vertices of the treasure map's other two directions. The total distance between these three coordinates spans nearly the entirety of the land upon which the City of Order resides, with the city itself positioned at the very center of this triangular formation. Surely, such perfect symmetry cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps these three coordinates are interconnected in some mystical manner. Yet, since entering this world, Lin Cheng has encountered an overwhelming number of peculiarities, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless despite his fervor. For the sake of safety, the coordinates situated in the waters shall be the last to explore. He would rather not traverse every potential danger only to discover that the coordinate holds nothing of value, which would surely infuriate him. As for the other two coordinates, he must drive to reach them. Considering Mo Xiao's safety and the need for discretion regarding the treasure map, Lin Cheng resolved to venture forth alone. This way, should danger arise, he could utilize the spatial teleportation staff to escape. However, taking Mo Xiao along would necessitate concern for her safety. While their efficiency in exploration would be heightened as a duo, prioritizing safety leads him to conclude that it would be wiser to embark solo. Upon hearing Lin Cheng's intention to venture alone, Mo Xiao immediately grew wary. Brother Cheng, you're not planning to leave me here while you indulge in your own pleasures, are you? What nonsense is this? If I wished to abandon you, I would have done so long ago, leaving you in some desolate wilderness. Why would I bring you back? Lin Cheng silently rolled his eyes. He had countless opportunities to leave Mo Xiao behind, whether during their previous escapade in the Hell Fortress or while exploring the coastal waters. With the spatial teleportation staff in hand, Mo Xiao would undoubtedly have no chance of survival. True enough, Mo Xiao chuckled, shaking her head. Then take care of yourself, Brother Cheng. I shall continue fishing and prepare as many pufferfish as possible. Very well. I hope that when I return, you will have caught 10 pufferfish. Chapter 131. Ominous foreboding. The journey of exploration is destined to be fraught with hardships. Some forms are simply ill-suited for the terrain, especially when vehicles have become the primary means of ascent. To ensure the safety of his vehicle, Lin Cheng sought a secluded spot to conceal it, utilizing a spatial transmission staff to temporarily record its coordinates, thus achieving a near-perfect safeguard. The topography of this region is exceedingly inhospitable for survivors, characterized by its ruggedness, making construction a formidable challenge, unless someone is willing to level the uneven landscape or fill it in. Such efforts would undoubtedly consume vast amounts of time, a laborious endeavor that few survivors would willingly undertake. Rather than laboring over the treacherous terrain, it would be far more practical to seek another location for a makeshift refuge. Remarkably, the first coordinate of the treasure map lies at the very heart of this rugged landscape. After considerable exertion, Lin Cheng at last reached the zenith of the terrain, only to discover it led to an abandoned hut. This structure was certainly not one that could naturally regenerate in standard survival scenarios. Could there be other survivors here? Yet, the notion was quickly discarded from Lin Cheng and Oppo's mind, as there were no signs of survivor activity nearby. Moreover, should infected beings begin to spawn, the central area would inevitably be besieged from all sides. It was improbable that anyone could have survived unscathed until now. Lin Cheng carefully positioned his Barrett M82A1 at a vantage point, surveying the solitary building from above. He needed to ascertain that the interior was unequivocally secure. Through the scope, however, he found no indication of life within. The structure appeared devoid of any inhabitants. With a sigh of relief, he stowed his weapon and approached the destination with an air of confidence. Though his initial wariness had dissipated, he clutched an ender pearl tightly in his hand, ready to retreat should the need arise. Fortunately, the interior was empty, save for a few boxes. Just as Lin Cheng began to relax, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The frigid gaze emanated from the figure as though it had emerged from an ice cellar, instilling an immediate sense of dread within Lin Cheng. As their eyes met, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him, an eerie sensation he had never encountered before. The figure, an unremarkable survivor clad in a sky blue t-shirt, bore an unsettlingly pale gaze. "Who are you?" Lin Cheng demanded, but the individual offered no reply, merely taking a symbolic step forward and pointing a finger at him. It seemed they were whispering something. Yet Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppo's heightened anxiety, combined with the distance, rendered the words inaudible. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Cheng switched to his cosmic control sword, realizing that this person was not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps this was their home, and if so, it could spell trouble. The structures marked on treasure maps are rarely commonplace. Who could this individual be? Just when he braced himself for an impending confrontation, the figure abruptly vanished, as if teleporting away. No trace remained, and had Lin Cheng not witnessed it firsthand, he might have dismissed it as an illusion. Nevertheless, the acute sense of danger lingered, reminding him that this was no mere figment of his imagination. It had truly transpired. After the figure and Oppo's departure, Lin Cheng gasped for breath, the oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocating him. Clearly, this was no place to linger. He quickly rummaged through the boxes in the room, only to find them all empty, save for 5 vacant containers. As he stepped outside, a sudden noise from below drew his attention. Looking down, he saw nothing but ordinary grass blocks. Yet, in the next moment, the floor beneath him collapsed, and Lin Cheng plunged downward, caught off guard by the sudden sensation of weightlessness. Unable to discern his surroundings, he could only hear the wind howling past him. Without time to ponder, he swiftly retrieved a water bucket from his backpack. At this height, a lack of landing water could result in fatality, and he could not afford to waste all his possessions. Fortunately, just before impact, Lin Cheng managed to deploy the water, cushioning his fall and thereby evading severe injury. Phew, that was a close call, he thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, the environment around him was utterly unfamiliar. After a careful examination, the entirety of the new chamber began to imprint itself in his mind, causing Lin Cheng to take a sharp breath. To his astonishment, he found himself in a room constructed of bedrock. While a diamond block basement might be understandable, albeit somewhat extravagant, this bedrock structure was entirely different. Bedrock is a block that cannot be broken under normal circumstances, and one must wonder how it came to be utilized as a building material. In standard survival mode, there is no means to acquire bedrock. Its only source is in creative mode. If this were a mere fragment of bedrock, it could be construed as a natural formation, a mere happenstance. However, the room was meticulously arranged, containing at least several thousand bedrock blocks, a probability so minuscule that it might as well be considered impossible. Clearly, some transcendent force governs the rules of this world, influencing its very operation. The cosmic control sword in Lin Cheng and Oppo's grasp trembled slightly, as if sensing an omen. This was the first time he felt such a response from the sword, a mixture of trepidation and excitement coursing through him. This apprehension stemmed from the unknown, while the exhilaration arose from hope. Perhaps he was drawing closer to the truth of the world, or maybe he was on the brink of uncovering the foundational rules governing this realm. Chapter 132. Abundant rewards. The expanse forged from bedrock was truly colossal, rendering the term and Oppo's room and Oppo's inadequate. Its dimensions were at least 128 by 128, with a height perhaps not reaching 128, but certainly no less than 64 blocks. The only source of illumination nearby emanated from light filtering down from above. However, in the depths of this bedrock realm, the sunlight barely reached, leaving him to navigate in darkness. Lin Cheng was unwilling to become a fool, susceptible to ambush in the gloom, and thus raised his torch towards the bedrock. To his astonishment, a line of red text materialized before him. Ding. Detected that the survivor is attempting to place an item. You do not have permission at this time. Lin Cheng suspected he was hallucinating and tried again, but the same message repeatedly appeared. No matter the method he employed, whether running while placing or attempting to affix it to the wall, the result remained unchanged. Permission denied. Was this some realm of dominion belonging to another? Instinctively, Lin Cheng considered the Lord's token, for in his understanding, the only entities related to territory and permissions were those of dominion. The strange figure he had encountered moments before was likely linked to this enigmatic bedrock space. Yet, the darkness ahead remained impenetrable. Was he to venture blindly into it? The dangers lurking within the shadows could strike at any moment, leaving him scarcely a breath to react. Once or twice he might manage, but with repetition, even the mightiest would sustain injuries. Lin Cheng withdrew an ender pearl, seeking to use it as a means of escape from this bizarre locale. He was aware of his coordinates. With the mountains intact, he feared not the absence of fuel. Once his sword of cosmic dominion upgraded further, he could return for exploration. However, the moment the Ender Pearl left his hand, that vexing message reappeared. Ding. Detected that the survivor is attempting to teleport. You do not have permission at this time. No placement permission, no teleportation permission. This had to be a territory space. Lin Cheng felt his breath quicken. This was the second time since entering this world that he truly sensed the encroaching threat. The first was on that fateful night when the world first digitized. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically as the bedrock space began to constrict towards him. If he wasn't mistaken, the walls were closing in simultaneously, threatening to crush him within. He certainly did not wish to be squashed into a mere paste. Yet, at that moment, it seemed he had no alternative to avert this impending fate. Was he to perish here? The suffocating sensation rushing at him nearly stilled his breath. Unwillingly, he closed his eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not arrive. When he opened them again, he found himself back in that isolated chamber. Thankfully, it had all been an illusion. Lin Cheng exhaled heavily, surveying his surroundings, which appeared unchanged since his departure. The chests before him remained neatly arranged. Despite knowing they were empty previously, an inexplicable curiosity compelled him to open one. To his surprise, it was not empty at all. The last time he had opened it, it had been devoid of contents, yet now it brimmed with an array of supplies. There were 2 full rows of seeds alone, not to mention other resources: 9mm rounds, 5, 56mm rounds, 7, 62mm rounds, and a substantial amount of Barrett M82A1 specialized ammunition. Transporting all these bullets back would surely suffice for months, sparing him the need to scavenge in the war-torn world. Other chests contained scarce materials, one even housing 2 stacks of diamond blocks, 2 stacks of emerald blocks, 2 stacks of gold blocks, 2 stacks of iron blocks, and 2 stacks of coal blocks. Lin Cheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He was certain the last time he opened the chest, it had been empty. Could it be? An idea suddenly dawned upon him. Perhaps this was the true reality, and what he had just experienced was a mere illusion. The source of this illusion must have been that enigmatic figure with pale eyes. Or perhaps that figure was merely a figment of his imagination. In any case, this place exuded an air of the uncanny. With no time to waste, Lin Cheng hastily gathered as many resources as he could carry. While the chests were plentiful, they were not entirely filled, allowing him to transport what he needed with his small backpack and shulker box. Although he had not found the coveted sword of cosmic dominion, the haul he managed was a delightful surprise, far better than returning empty-handed. Once he had gathered all he could, Lin Cheng took a moment to eradicate any trace of his presence, cleaving the chests with his axe, scattering the remaining items across the floor. These discarded items would vanish after some time, without his intervention. After completing all necessary preparations, Lin Cheng, laden with supplies, prepared to depart. Yet, as he reached the threshold of the house, the empty space before him reminded him of the earlier scene, causing a shiver of apprehension. Prioritizing safety, he resolved to use an Ender Pearl once more. Fortunately, this time the pearl was successfully activated, transporting him to a secure location. The previous events felt like a vivid and unforgettable dream. His upcoming journey proved to be smooth sailing, leading him to another isolated building at the second coordinate. However, he only uncovered some food and a hodgepodge of useless weapons displayed on the wall. This venture had proven fruitless, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Thus, he was left with one final unexplored coordinate on his treasure map, located within the watery depths. Chapter 133. An unexpected battle. Given the myriad of unknown dangers lurking in the waters, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of trepidation. Though it is said that a short pain is preferable to a long one, the perilous nature of the situation was undeniable. His current preparations were inadequate. He needed to ensure an ample supply of oxygen tanks before venturing forth. Furthermore, the visibility beneath the water and Oppos's surface was dismally low, necessitating the use of night vision potions to discern the underwater landscape. Without them, one would be surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, rendering any stealthy attacks from infected foes utterly undetectable. On his drive back to the temporary refuge, Lin Cheng noticed a marked increase in the activity of nearby survivors. And it was not a trivial uptick. These individuals either moved alongside the vehicles or wandered about armed. What they intended was anyone in Oppos's guess. But Lin Cheng could not afford to dwell on their motives. He needed to return to his shelter with haste. His instincts warned him of an impending clash, likely the large-scale conflict referenced by the Survivor Alliance. After concealing his vehicle once more, Lin Cheng opted not to return home immediately, but instead paid a visit to Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's residence. Mo Xiao, the frequency of unfamiliar survivors has surged alarmingly. What transpired during my absence? He inquired, to which Mo Xiao responded with a perplexed expression, indicating that she had not ventured far from her home throughout. This was indeed strange. It seemed the anticipated war was truly on the horizon. However, why were these individuals choosing to engage in conflict so close to their location? Would it not be more compelling to battle in the vicinity of the Order City, where witnesses abounded? In such a remote area, even a bloody confrontation would lack significant witnesses, rendering the outcome a mere matter of speculation. Perhaps they harbored unspoken reasons for their choice. Yet if a war were to erupt nearby, the repercussions for them were inevitable. The severity of the impact remained uncertain. It was evident that they could not dictate the course of events. After all, with their limited capability, confronting the entire Survivor Alliance with merely 2 individuals was an impractical endeavor. The previous encounter with the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had already consumed considerable time and effort, and now all nearby Survivor factions were on high alert. Any minor disturbance could unleash a severe butterfly effect. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Cheng inquired, "Have you caught anything remarkable while fishing?" With a fully upgraded fishing rod, the task should be quite effortless, and the chances of landing something extraordinary should also increase. Mo Xiao, brimming with excitement, led Lin Cheng to a chest and pointed at it. I and Amp, Oppo's VE stored all the good finds inside. As for the raw fish, I assumed you would and Amp, Oppo's be interested, so I cooked them all in the furnace. There are several enchanting books that appear promising, along with a few fishing rods of mediocre quality. I also included the pufferfish. Lin Cheng nodded appreciatively. He had no intention of being coy with Mo Xiao, as nurturing his own development would undoubtedly benefit her as well. He approached the chest and opened it, revealing the array of supplies within. Inside were 5 enchanting books: Unbreaking 3, Mending, Thorns 3, Fire Protection 3, and Wither Protection 4. The remaining fishing rods varied in durability and attributes, but most were of little value and could be discarded without regret. These enchanting books are excellent. I shall take them now. Should you require any in the future, feel free to come to me, Lin Cheng suggested, particularly valuing the Mending book, which was among the most coveted of all enchanting tomes. Take them all. My current diamond armor, though unenchanted, provides sufficient protection. As long as I avoid conflict with others, I should remain unharmed. Seeing Mo Xiao and Amp, Oppo's innocent smile light up, Lin Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. While stress can be beneficial, excessive pressure is detrimental, potentially leading to a plethora of negative consequences. Thus, it is wise to have someone nearby who can help alleviate such stress. A balance of work and leisure is essential for longevity. Otherwise, one might falter along the way. The number of pufferfish was substantial, totaling 7, which, when paired with the previous oxygen potions, would alleviate the pressure of diving in the short term. Once the turmoil subsided, they could venture into the depths. The successful discovery of an underwater temple would be a pivotal moment for their survival. Lin Cheng and Amp, Oppo's words ignited a spark of hope within Mo Xiao. He longed for a stable home, a desire shared by all survivors. The key to fulfilling this wish lay within the underwater temple, beneath the indifferent sea surface. They needed to find Sponge, acquire it, and deliver it to Haddon in Order City. This was their primary mission. Just as they were envisioning their future, a series of explosions erupted outside, signaling the onset of a large-scale conflict. Lin Cheng instinctively felt the urge to investigate, but suddenly recalled that venturing out now would be akin to walking into a trap. If those survivors perceived him as an enemy, he would become a target. In such large-scale battles, collateral damage is inevitable, and no compensation would be offered. After all, war is ruthlessly unforgiving. Lin Cheng quietly settled down, retrieving his fishing rod from his backpack. Fishing was a delightful pastime, ideal for unwinding. With the battle raging outside, he decided to stay and fish, allowing himself to relax until the chaos subsided. Chapter 134. Gathering information. Having resolved their existential pressures, Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao have begun to embrace a more tranquil, Buddhist-like approach to life. When the essentials of food and survival are no longer a concern, one and Amp, Oppo's expectations for other resources tend to diminish significantly. Once they find the sponge and obtain the Lord and Amp, Oppo's token, even if the two were to spend their days fishing, they would feel no pressure whatsoever. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of new crises in this world. Lin Cheng is no fool. The game My World comprises an extensive array of modules. What they are currently experiencing is merely one apocalyptic scenario, and many peculiar modules could emerge thereafter. However, it is impossible to predict the unfolding developments with clarity. He is not omniscient. He can only navigate the path as it unfolds, taking each step as it comes. The frequency of explosions has increased markedly, transitioning from one every few minutes to several in a single minute. The external terrain may have been utterly ravaged, yet fortunately, their current position remains at a safe distance from the epicenter of the detonations. Otherwise, even the ceiling might be reduced to rubble, as the destructive power of fragmentation grenades is considerable. Indeed, the Survivor Alliance possesses formidable resources. Otherwise, they could not so casually wield such an arsenal of fragmentation grenades. Apart from these grenades, Lin Cheng could scarcely fathom what else the survivors might employ to wreak such havoc. TNT certainly boasts a comparable explosive effect, but the survivors remain oblivious to its synthesis method. Furthermore, in contrast to fragmentation grenades, TNT appears rather cumbersome, and the majority of survivors would prefer to use grenades. The continuous explosions persisted until nightfall, only easing slightly, yet the distant sound of detonations still lingered. Brother Cheng, I just counted. There have been a total of 320 explosions outside, equating to 320 fragmentation grenades. Is the outside not turning into a meteor crater? That is a possibility. Lin Cheng replied with resignation. The area, once a flat and unremarkable plain, must now be a scene of utter devastation. Nevertheless, this may work to their advantage. The more desolate and lifeless the environment, the less likely survivors are to establish dwellings nearby. In a sense, it serves as a natural mask of protection for the two of them. Generally, individuals encountering such a grim landscape would lack the inclination to explore the vicinity. After all, who would choose to build a home in a locale ravaged by the fires of war? Moreover, the area is ill-suited for habitation, devoid of resources, and consists solely of an expansive plain. Compounded by the sounds of explosions, venturing outside poses a significant risk of stumbling. However, there remains a pressing concern. The days of survival are soon to reach 20. Tonight marks the 19th day, indicating that tomorrow night will herald the emergence of a new wave of infected. This batch of infected will likely be further enhanced. The previous enhancement was already quite formidable. One wonders what abilities or creatures this new wave might possess. Suddenly, Lin Cheng recalled that he had not encountered any elite monsters in quite some time. This was indeed an unusual circumstance. Be it the Butcher, the Splitter, or the exceptionally troublesome Tyrant, none had crossed his path. In previous encounters, he would have encountered several by now. Where could these elite monsters have vanished? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became, a chill creeping along his spine. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition. Yet he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. The very thought sent a shiver down his back, a disquieting sensation. Infected began to emerge one by one, their hoarse cries echoing in the air, varying in distance due to the severely altered terrain. Some were trapped in deep pits, while others roamed the scant remaining ground. Lin Cheng struggled to envision the current state of the outside world. Why had such a violent conflict erupted so suddenly? Could it be that his prior destruction of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance had intensified some underlying conflict? Yet such a possibility seemed remote. The true contention of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance lay with the Azure Survivor Alliance. This skirmish was merely a clash between two survivor factions, not indicative of a broader conflict among all survivors. All these uncertainties would have to wait for answers in the City of Order. Relying solely on his own thoughts would yield no clarity. After all, he was not a participant in the war and lacked knowledge of the intricate details surrounding the events. At this point, hunting monsters bore little significance. The urgency for experience points had diminished compared to earlier. Moreover, fishing also afforded experience, albeit in meager amounts. But every little bit contributes to a greater whole. With ample resources at hand, he could afford to leisurely await the next objective, taking time to rest. The days spent fishing were pleasant, yet the encroaching pressure was palpable. Soon, night fell. Although the experience repairing fishing rod alleviated concerns over durability, the constant filling of his backpack became a nuisance, particularly when he reeled in trivial items like bowls and sticks, mere refuse best left for the magma. Ding. Dawn breaks. The infected have ceased to spawn. Finally, daylight has arrived. I shall venture to the City of Order to gather intelligence. If you feel confident, you may explore the vicinity a little. I will leave you 2 potions of invisibility. Our supply is dwindling, so please use them sparingly. Before departing, Lin Cheng entrusted Mo Xiao with 2 potions of invisibility. Exploring without them would pose considerable danger. Even with invisibility, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. One must remember that fragmentation grenades have a wide area of effect. A grenade could very well fall from the sky, obliterating anyone below. While the likelihood of such an occurrence is low, it is certainly not impossible. Of course, Mo Xiao was no fool. She would not choose to explore during the most explosive moments. The 2 potions of invisibility would last for 16 minutes, providing ample time to survey the area. Overall, the duration of invisibility was more than sufficient. Chapter 135. A dead horse is to be cured as if alive in the early morning hours of the City of Order. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as dawn had only just begun to break, leaving the urban area devoid of any activity. Lin Cheng first visited the trading center to scour for goods, but found that valuable items were rather scarce. At this moment, as numerous survivor alliances were fiercely battling, the introduction of potions into the market could undoubtedly elevate their worth to unprecedented heights. No one could resist the allure of deadly poisons or night vision potions amidst the chaos of war. The available supply was limited, with only 10 bottles of each potion for sale, a strategy that had been previously discussed to control circulation. He also procured some gunpowder and sand. But apart from these basic necessities, most items held little significance for him. Finally, as the number of active survivors in the City of Order increased, Lin Cheng plunged into a tavern. NPCs record the words of players, allowing Lin Cheng to gather the information he sought for the price of a few drinks. After ordering the most expensive Bloody Mary, he gleaned some intriguing news from an unremarkable-looking NPC. Just yesterday, 11 survivor alliances near the City of Order had commenced a war, purportedly to determine the strongest among them. The purpose of this selection was to form a grand alliance, with the victor assuming the role of its leader. Each alliance leader, proud and haughty, was unlikely to heed the commands of others without reluctance. This battle had seemingly inflicted considerable losses upon them, but such sacrifices were necessary for their ultimate acceptance. Lin Cheng and Oppo's expression shifted to one of realization. It was absurd that these individuals fought for such trivial reasons. Even if they identified the strongest, what would that truly achieve? Nature is filled with diverse beings, and superficial harmony cannot ensure the longevity of an alliance. Had a final outcome been reached? Not yet. According to their agreement, each survivor had only one chance to participate in the conflict. Upon death, they forfeited their right to continue fighting. Currently, 9 survivor alliances had been disqualified, leaving only 2 struggling to endure. If all went as expected, the ultimate victor would arise from one of these 2 remaining alliances. Which alliances were they? One was the Azure Survivor Alliance, and the other the Clear Wind Survivor Alliance. Both possessing similar foundations, though the Clear Wind Alliance currently held the upper hand. Lin Cheng furrowed his brow, contemplating whether it would be beneficial for the Azure Survivor Alliance to emerge as the dominant force among the 11 alliances surrounding the City of Order. However, it was uncertain. After gaining absolute advantage, what actions might the Azure Alliance take? Would they unite all survivors to seek him out and restrict his freedom, aiming to secure a continuous supply of potions? Such a scenario would pose significant trouble. Therefore, he resolved not to expose himself unless absolutely necessary. Nor would he meddle in the affairs of others. Whether he survived until the end depended on their capabilities. He had no intention of wading through these murky waters. Now, one final question remained. Did he know why they chose a relatively secluded location for the battle? It seemed to be to spare the surrounding environment of the City of Order from disturbance, but the specifics were known only to them. After all, the rumors circulating outside were not necessarily accurate. The NPC's response was quite reasonable. Hearing is deceptive, seeing is believing. Until he obtained concrete answers, all information was merely a relatively persuasive excuse. With a single Bloody Mary, he could unravel the entire sequence of events, a transaction he deemed worthwhile. However, Lin Cheng sought more substantial information than this. According to the Taverness rules, each drink could only elicit one question. His inquiries regarding the war among the survivor alliances had concluded. Should he wish to continue, he would need to order another drink as compensation for further information. Yet, Rather than ordering directly, Lin Cheng tentatively inquired, "Do you have any news regarding the underwater temple? If you do, I would gladly buy you another Bloody Mary. If not, consider it as if I never asked. I seek the coordinates of the underwater temple." Upon mentioning the underwater temple, a look of distinct confusion crossed the NPC and Apos' face. "I cannot say I am familiar with that. Structures like temples are exceedingly rare. Perhaps only ancient tomes might contain such coordinates. Regrettably, I cannot assist you in this matter." Disappointment flickered within Lin Cheng, though he recognized this outcome as somewhat expected. If such information were so easily obtainable, then Haddon would not have tasked him with this mission. "Coordinates of the underwater temple? I believe I have some knowledge of that, though it has been quite a while, and there may be slight inaccuracies. But it should not stray too far." An elderly NPC suddenly appeared behind him, seemingly having overheard their conversation. The NPC with whom Lin Cheng had been speaking appeared skeptical, retorting, "Old man, you should draft your boasts more carefully. The coordinates of the underwater temple are exceedingly rare, and ordinary survivors cannot approach the underwater realm. I am not boasting. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." The old man smiled kindly, clasping his hands behind his back as he prepared to depart. Lin Cheng would not allow him to leave so easily, treating it as a last-ditch effort. "I wish to know the coordinates of the underwater temple. What reward do you seek? A Bloody Mary, perhaps?" The old man slowly turned, still wearing the gentle smile. "I am too old for such drinks. However, I would appreciate a bottle of swiftness potion. If you can bring me one, I will gladly share the coordinates of the underwater temple with you." Chapter 136. A desperate gamble were he an ordinary survivor. Upon hearing such a condition, he would have turned and walked away. After all, the knowledge of potions among other survivors in this world is limited to merely their restorative effects. The intricate process of their creation is foreign to them. However, Lin Cheng was acutely aware that he alone supplied all the potions currently available in the market. Moreover, the quick potion was not particularly complicated to concoct. If it had been a rejuvenation potion, he would have needed to collect the tears of the damned. But the ingredients for the quick potion were remarkably simple, and fortuitously, he had just the right amount on hand. With the space transfer staff, returning home would take mere seconds. He could wait a few minutes for the staff's cool down and still acquire the coordinates of the sunken temple within about 20 minutes. "I can provide you with the quick potion, but you'll need to wait for 20 minutes, he stated. The old man's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. "Young man, you're not deceiving this old man. Do you truly possess the quick potion?" "Indeed, I do, though it and Apos, it's not on my person. I must retrieve it from home." "Very well, I shall wait here for you. If you have not returned in 20 minutes, I shall take my leave," the elder replied, finding a vacant spot to sit. Lin Cheng felt the urgency of time. Every passing minute was crucial. With the sunken temple at stake, his determination surged as he hastened to a secluded corner and activated the space transfer staff to return home. Once he gathered the necessary ingredients for the quick potion, he placed them into the brewing station. The elder NPC had not specified whether he desired a splash version or a standard quick potion, so Lin Cheng opted for the latter to save time, knowing that the distinction between the two types was minimal for such enhancement potions. Within minutes, 3 bottles of quick potion, each lasting 8 minutes, were ready. Just then, the cooldown for the space transfer staff concluded, and everything aligned perfectly. Upon returning to the tavern, Lin Cheng found the elder, who claimed to possess the coordinates of the sunken temple, still seated, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Here is the quick potion you requested. I have brought 3 bottles, but I can only offer you one at this moment as a reward for the coordinates to the sunken temple. If my verification confirms the coordinates are genuine, the remaining 2 bottles will be a token of gratitude." The elder waved his hand with a smile. "1 bottle of quick potion is sufficient for me. The coordinates of the sunken temple are recorded in this book. I assure you, I am not a deceiver." The elder NPC handed him a tome filled with dense text, prominently featuring a line of coordinates. Lin Cheng felt a sense of familiarity with the coordinates and, upon reflection, realized they matched the last unexplored location on the treasure map, specifically, the one submerged in water. The coincidences were too striking to ignore, evoking a chilling sense of foreboding. The alignment of these coordinates suggested the sunken temple was indeed linked to the treasure map, raising the likelihood of uncovering the 3rd coordinate to its peak. Gaining prior knowledge of the sunken temple and Apos' location eased a burden from Lin Cheng and Apos' mind, although he remained acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. He recalled the last encounter with the infected. Merely gliding along the water and Apos' surface had resulted in being surrounded. To plunge beneath the waves would be akin to walking into the jaws of a predator. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that the elder NPC who had provided the coordinates had vanished. Staring blankly at the book in his hands, Lin Cheng felt an urge to ask the elder many more questions, but it seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. Having consumed a Bloody Mary and a bottle of quick potion, he had acquired 2 vital pieces of information. His visit to the City of Order had not been in vain. Before leaving, Lin Cheng visited the trading center, and true to form, the potions had already been purchased. This time, he did not set a fixed price as he usually did. Instead, he marked the price considerably higher. Selling 10 bottles of potions as a bundle brought the total to a lofty sum of 100 bronze coins, averaging 10 bronze coins per potion. This was significantly higher than previous auction prices. Fearing that the auction might yield an even higher price and mindful of the time investment, a buyer had opted to acquire all the potions at the fixed price. The toxic and night vision potions sold for a total of 200 bronze coins, akin to finding money on the ground. After collecting his rightful share of bronze coins from the trading center, Lin Cheng returned to his temporary refuge. His next objective was to venture to the sunken temple to retrieve the sponge, which he would then present to Haddon in exchange for the coveted Lord and Apos' token. However, the critical factor was that tonight marked the 20th day of survival, heralding the second enhancement of the infected. The pressure surrounding his exploration of the sunken temple would only intensify. As noon approached, a daring thought flashed through Lin Cheng and Apos' mind. Since the infected were set to undergo their second enhancement that evening, why not infiltrate the sunken temple beforehand to acquire the sponge he needed? Although his preparations were not entirely thorough, he had already gathered the essential items, and the infected were still at their first enhancement level. Should he prepare adequately to confront the second enhancement of the infected, or should he set forth now against those at their first enhancement? If he chose to embark on this journey, he knew that Mo Xiao would undoubtedly follow him into danger. With his current combat prowess, what harm could there be in facing peril head-on? Without hesitation, Lin Cheng felt himself spiraling into an unprecedented frenzy. Sometimes, over-preparation could be a hindrance. Impulsive decisions could yield unexpected success. However, excessive detail could lead to complications. Upon returning to his temporary refuge, Lin Cheng rummaged through every drawer and cabinet, placing all his valuables into the ender chest at home. Other than the essential potions and weapons, he carried nothing else. It was time for a desperate gamble. Chapter 137. The Undersea Temple. Mo Xiao remained at home, peacefully fishing, utterly unaware of the impending events. It was only when Lin Cheng burst into his house, clearly stating his intentions, that Mo Xiao and Apos' expression shifted to one of alarm. "Brother Cheng, have you thought this through? If we set off now, we only have 3 hours to explore the Undersea Temple. If we cannot complete our exploration within that time frame, we must return before nightfall, or we might never come back. Today marks the 20th day of survival, and at nightfall, the infected will undergo a new round of enhancements." "I am well aware of that," Mo Xiao replied. 3 hours should suffice for our exploration. After all, the lung potion we possess can support both of us underwater for just over an hour. Consider this. If we do not seize the opportunity to explore the temple before the creatures strengthen, returning afterwards would be, well, unwise. Indeed, Mo Xiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so preoccupied with the dangers that he overlooked such a crucial detail. However, the critical issue remains. We do not yet know the coordinates of the Undersea Temple. Searching for it may consume a significant amount of time. "Do not fret," Lin Cheng reassured him. "While gathering intelligence in the City of Order today, I discovered the coordinates of an undersea temple. We must now verify its existence. If it truly is the temple, we shall strive valiantly to complete our mission." Think about it. As the monsters grow stronger and conflicts among nearby survivors escalate, finding a stable place to reside is becoming increasingly essential. Lin Cheng continued to gently coax Mo Xiao into joining him for this daring endeavor. While there is merit in developing steadily, the current environment does not favor such tranquility. Sometimes, one must push oneself to discover their true potential. "You are right. We must indeed give it our all." Mo Xiao, clearly moved, wasted no time and prepared to set off with Lin Cheng. As they entered the vehicle, their adrenaline surged. Having had prior experience driving there, they swiftly located a suitable place to park. Lin Cheng handed Mo Xiao 2 small backpacks, each containing 9 vials of potion. Each of them had 9 vials of night vision potion and 9 vials of lung potion. This was merely the initial distribution. Further supplies would be available once they located the temple. While he could not guarantee the availability of other potions, he was confident that they would have enough night vision and lung potions. Standing beside the water, they gazed into the unfathomable depths, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The moment they ventured into the water, they would face immeasurable risks and dangers. "Are you ready?" Lin Cheng asked, noticing Mo Zhao's rapid breathing and growing anxiety. Maintaining a certain level of tension can enhance efficiency, but excessive apprehension often leads to counterproductive outcomes. "I should manage," Mo Zhao replied, forcing a strained smile. For someone who merely wished to survive, exploring such perilous locations felt like a leap of faith. Regardless of the outcome, his willingness to take this step was already a significant improvement. "Fear not. It is not as perilous as you imagine. As long as our coordination is seamless, merely returning alive is a small feat. Drink the potions and follow closely behind me. Do not stray." Taking the lead, Lin Cheng consumed a vial of night vision potion and a vial of lung potion. The effects manifested simultaneously, illuminating the previously murky underwater world as if it were daylight. Although there remained some differences from the terrestrial realm, the visibility underwater was acceptable. With a resolute step, Lin Cheng plunged into the sea, noting that they still had some distance to cover to reach the coordinates. Time was of the essence. Seeing Lin Cheng dive in, Mo Zhao hastily followed suit, consuming his potions in unison. As they descended, the underwater scene unfolded before them, aligning closely with Lin Cheng's expectations. Indeed, numerous infected lay in a dormant state on the ocean floor, momentarily undisturbed. Situated in shallow waters, the number of infected was far less than in the deep sea. As they ventured deeper, the quantity of dormant infected increased significantly. Mo Zhao, equally aware of the slumbering infected, felt a chill of fear but remained silent, understanding that with careful movement, they would not awaken the dormant creatures. They soon approached the vicinity of the coordinates. Even with slightly reduced visibility, Lin Cheng could still discern a structure not far away. The outline of a building emerged. In known environments, a grand edifice beneath the sea could only be the undersea temple. Pointing forward, Lin Cheng signaled to Mo Zhao, who immediately grasped the implication and accelerated towards it. Due to the lack of enchantments on Mo Zhao's armor, he swam at a slower pace than Lin Cheng, but managed to keep up. They stood before the magnificent undersea temple, gazing in awe at the architectural marvel. Is this truly the undersea temple? Mo Zhao wondered. The interior would undoubtedly be far more extraordinary than the exterior, but caution was required during their exploration. Before they could approach, an infected creature surfaced before them, struggling as it lunged toward the two. Lin Cheng halted Mo Zhao's instinct to draw his weapon, opting instead to wield the sword of cosmic dominion and move forward. Minimizing noise was crucial. Unnecessary conflict was to be avoided. The ordinary infected were as fragile as paper before the sword of cosmic dominion, easily dispatched with just 2 strikes. However, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him, and his status bar displayed a new buff, excavation fatigue. This buff persisted for an extended duration. To explore the inner sanctum of the undersea temple, they would inevitably need to excavate portions of the walls. Chapter 138. Creating a waterless space as misfortune would have it. Calamity followed calamity. Behind him, sporadic infected began to emerge. Initially, there were only a few, but as they drew closer, their numbers swelled. Seemingly aroused by the presence of these submerged infected, the pressing challenge was to devise a means to alleviate the exhausting negative buff and seek a refuge from the encroaching infected. Lin Cheng recalled a particular characteristic of underwater constructions, one he had learned during his previous experiences building homes in subterranean realms within a game. In a confined space, if one could fill all areas containing water and then excavate the blocks anew, the water within would vanish, effectively creating a completely water-sealed environment. Thus, constructing a waterless abode within the underwater temple for rest and to relieve the pressures of external exploration was imperative. Moreover, this method was the only viable solution to expel the water from the chamber without the use of sponge, albeit it was rather rudimentary and simplistic. Nevertheless, at this moment, no superior alternatives existed to confront the current environment. Consequently, Lin Cheng retrieved emergency blocks from his backpack and promptly sealed the entrance of the underwater temple. This measure not only thwarted the external infected from invading, but also created a chamber free from the inundation of seawater. Although Mo Zhao was unaware of this unique ability, he was quick-witted enough to follow Lin Cheng's lead. Soon enough, A cramped space was completely filled with blocks, leaving only the area where they stood unoccupied. Upon removing the blocks, the remaining seawater had indeed vanished. Mo Xiao was astonished by this miraculous spectacle. Who would have thought seawater could be expelled in such a manner? Fortunately, due to the peculiarities of the world, even in such confined spaces, one would not succumb to suffocation from a lack of oxygen. Brother Cheng, what shall we do next? First, we must consume some milk to alleviate the exhaustion from mining, and then drink a potion of night vision. Lin Cheng produced a bucket of milk from his backpack and tossed another to Mo Xiao. This was a product he had procured from Order City. Although players were still uncertain of the utility of milk and had difficulty obtaining it, the tavern in Order City allowed for private transactions with NPCs, with many cocktail ingredients requiring milk for synthesis. Thus, purchasing a portion of milk could alleviate a considerable amount of trouble, considering that milk indiscriminately dispelled all buffs, including the mining exhaustion, which could very well return. Lin Cheng decided to first drink a potion of night vision before strategizing to eliminate the remaining ancient guardians within the underwater temple. This would ultimately allow for the permanent removal of the mining exhaustion effect. I will dig a small pit, just large enough for one person to exit, ensuring that the chamber does not become completely flooded. We need to address the ancient guardians in the underwater temple, and as for those guardians, we shall assess the situation as they are known to respawn. Mo Xiao, unfamiliar with the term ancient guardian or guardian, could nonetheless sense the palpable fatigue weighing upon him. Upon encountering an ancient guardian, I advise against engaging it directly, as it possesses reflective damage capabilities. Once you locate the target, remain here and inform me of its precise location. I shall handle it. Exercise caution during your exploration, for each underwater temple harbors 3 ancient guardians. Lin Cheng repeatedly cautioned Mo Xiao against acting impulsively, for the ancient guardians could be likened to minor bosses. They not only wield laser attacks, but also inflict thorn damage upon survivors who dare to assault them. Considering Mo Xiao's ordinary diamond armor, a direct confrontation with an ancient guardian could spell disaster. It is essential to note that the underwater temple is not solely populated by ancient guardians. There are also smaller, yet bothersome guardians. Ancient guardians do not respawn, but the smaller guardians do, adhering to unique spawn rules dictated by the terrain, much like how corpses spawn in desert biomes and phantoms in snowy landscapes. As the milk was consumed, the fatigue that had enveloped the two vanished in an instant, along with the effects of the water breathing and night vision buffs. The surroundings plunged into darkness once more. Though this condition improved after sipping the night vision potion, Lin Cheng swiftly excavated 2 small openings, just sufficient for one person to pass through. Had he been any slower, he might have found himself ensnared by the mining exhaustion debuff once again. For safety, he left only one exit to prevent any lurking infected from infiltrating through multiple openings. While exploring the underwater temple, he had to be cautious, as the blocks bore a striking resemblance, making it easy to lose one's way. Thus, as he delved deeper, he marked his path with distinct blocks, the most distinguishable and abundant being dirt. After navigating through a convoluted maze, Lin Cheng finally encountered one of the ancient guardians. This formidable creature was carelessly swimming in the water and, upon spotting Lin Cheng, emitted an ear-piercing shriek. Lin Cheng's eyes gleamed with determination. If he could eliminate these 3 most troublesome foes, the remaining guardians would pose little threat. Considering the propagation of sound, it was more expedient to employ the Sword of Cosmic Dominion. As Lin Cheng swiftly swam towards the ancient guardian, a purple laser suddenly locked onto him. He was acutely aware that the ancient guardian was charging its laser attack. Once the beam shifted to a bright yellow hue, it would signify that the charge was complete. Just as Lin Cheng approached, the ancient guardian completed its charge, unleashing a tremendous force that depleted a portion of his health. Fortunately, clad in a full set of fully augmented armor, he had managed to withstand the blow. Otherwise, it could have cost him dearly. According to the established attack rules, the ancient guardian's laser, upon full charge, inflicted 8 points of damage, while the maximum health of a player typically caps at a mere 20 points. Without daring to linger any longer, Lin Cheng raised the Sword of Cosmic Dominion high, preparing to confront the ancient guardian. Chapter 139. Slaying the ancient guardian after expending immense effort to vanquish one of the ancient guardians. Lin Cheng was barely afforded a moment's respite before another guardian materialized behind him. However, Lin Cheng exhibited no signs of trepidation. In fact, He welcomed the prospect of having all three guardians converge in a single location, thus saving precious time. The defeat of the two guardians had only diminished Lin Cheng's health by more than half, and fortunately, in this world, a 10-level increase would augment his health ceiling. Otherwise, he would likely be left with a mere sliver of vitality. The ancient guardians yielded no valuables, only some raw fish along with fragments of sea crystal and sea crystal sand. While these materials were crucial for crafting sea crystal lamps, their worth was relative, insignificant to those who had no need for such luxuries, yet highly coveted by survivors with a penchant for opulence. Lin Cheng collected the shards from the ground, dismissing the raw fish. After all, with a fishing rod in hand, he could catch as much as he desired. With only one ancient guardian remaining in the underwater temple, Lin Cheng was eager to dispatch it, allowing him to explore the entirety of the temple without concern. However, half of his time had already elapsed, leaving him with just over an hour. Should he fail to locate the sponge he sought within this time frame, he would have no choice but to return to the temporary shelter, as they had no means of warmth and could very well perish in this frigid environment. The slaying of two guardians had drained Lin Cheng's oxygen significantly, necessitating the consumption of a bottle of water-breathing potion. Thankfully, his helmet was enchanted with the underwater breathing effect. Without it, he would have run out of oxygen long ago. Yet, just as his oxygen levels began to recover, the fatigue from mining reared its unwelcome head. Akin to an inescapable shadow, Lin Cheng's expression darkened. It was indeed infuriating that this fatigue had manifested only after he had consumed a potion, resulting in a needless waste. The dwindling supply of water-breathing potions was a pressing concern. Nevertheless, the silver lining lay in the fact that once he located the final guardian, he would no longer need to worry about the potions. Mo Xiao had ventured out for quite some time now, and thus far, there had been no word from him, which set Lin Cheng on edge. Given the immense size of the ancient guardians, it was improbable that all three would occupy the same confined space, prompting him to return to the previous waterless area. At that very moment, Mo Xiao reappeared in the waterless space, bearing a crucial clue. Brother Cheng, I have discovered some peculiar blocks that appear to be special. These yellow blocks are covered in dense black dots. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in realization. If he did not recognize what Mo Xiao was referring to, he would be a fool. The underwater temple was scarce in blocks, with only a handful that could be counted on one's fingers. Sponge blocks, in particular, were easily identifiable by their distinct appearance. Did you remember the coordinates? Let me there immediately. We must secure that item and make our exit. Mo Xiao, startled by Lin Cheng's urgency, had never anticipated that his aimless wandering would lead him to the very objective of their mission. The suddenness of it all was overwhelming. Lin Cheng understood that this underwater temple represented the third coordinate on their treasure map, likely housing chests filled with valuable treasures. However, his primary focus was on obtaining the sponge and escaping safely. The discovery of treasure chests would be left to chance. After all, aside from himself and Mo Xiao, no one else could possibly venture here. Moreover, Mo Xiao's desire for resource chests was virtually non-existent. Even if he encountered one, he would likely refrain from opening it. It was reasonable to assume that the chests would not be placed in conspicuous locations, perhaps even concealed within a wall. Once he had collected all the sponges, he planned to return with the remaining dry sponges. By sealing all nearby entrances and utilizing the sponges in conjunction with a furnace, he could effectively absorb all the water in the vicinity. Locating the concealed resource chests would then become an exceedingly straightforward task, a thorough search. Some matters require patience. Haste often leads to misfortune, akin to losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. With nightfall approaching and the need to account for the time required to leave, it was imperative that the task be completed swiftly. Since simply retrieving the sponge would resolve all his issues, there was no reason to linger over the potential discovery of treasure chests. Under Mo Xiao's guidance, they navigated the cramped confines of the underwater temple until they finally reached the designated sponge storage area. The sponges were, of course, wet and incapable of absorbing surrounding moisture. Yet disassembling them posed no challenge. However, this endeavor required that Lin Cheng first consume a bucket of milk to dispel the negative effects of mining fatigue. As the milk coursed through him, the effects of night vision and water breathing simultaneously dissipated, engulfing him in a wave of suffocating dread. Fortunately, this sensation was alleviated by another potion of water breathing. Lin Cheng dared not linger, for the effects of mining fatigue could manifest again at any moment. His sole objective now was to hastily extract all the sponges to ensure the completion of his task and to reserve some for himself. After all, in this world, there was no other means of absorbing water besides sponges. Before him stood a cluster of solid pillars, likely concealing gold blocks within, a unique feature of the underwater temple. Chapter 140. Secondary enhancement of the infected. Since they had already come this far, it was only fitting to not leave empty-handed, meticulously collecting every item within reach, including the gold embedded in the walls. Although the fatigue from digging had set in once again, it was no longer a pressing concern. Departing was remarkably effortless. With the task accomplished, tomorrow he would venture to the Order City to hand over the necessary items to the designated NPC and, in return, receive the Lord's token. Now, the priority was to return to the shore swiftly. They could not afford to linger until the last moment. Lin Cheng was in high spirits, eager to make a quick escape, and Mo Xiao shared the same sentiment. The two exited the underwater temple, only to find themselves surrounded by a multitude of infected. Yet, in the face of their determined retreat, these pursuers seemed inconsequential. Lin Cheng's boots were enchanted with the deep-sea explorer, granting him a slightly faster movement speed in the water compared to Mo Xiao. Considering Mo Xiao's safety, Lin Cheng selflessly decided to take up the rear, buying her time to escape safely. There was no need to worry about alerting other infected, as long as they could withdraw smoothly. The sheer number of infected nearby was of little concern. At this moment, the world's characteristics also progressed undeniably. Even underwater, firearms operated normally. While the speed of the bullets was somewhat diminished, their damage remained undiminished. Lin Cheng wielded an MP7 submachine gun in one hand and an M4A1 assault rifle in the other. After expending 2 magazines, he could not be bothered to reload and instead switched to the cosmic blade to engage the pursuing infected in close combat. Although his tactics were somewhat traditional, the results proved as effective as ever. Under Lin Cheng's cover, Mo Xiao safely reached the shore, and upon confirming her successful retreat, he too felt no need to waste any more time there. Utilizing the Ender Pearl to its fullest potential, he hurled it towards the distance. The moment the pearl struck the land, Lin Cheng's figure appeared beside the vehicle, while Mo Xiao had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Had this been before, she might have seized Lin Cheng and interrogated him fiercely, but now she understood the purpose of the Ender Pearl and refrained from such ignorance. Aside from Lin Cheng, Mo Xiao was likely the happiest, as they had obtained their mission items. Brother Cheng, after tomorrow, will we finally be able to reside in an absolutely safe area? Lin Cheng nodded. Indeed, the power of the territory space was formidable, a 32-32-32 secure domain, which could serve as their final trump card. With nightfall approaching, they needed to hasten their departure. Tomorrow afternoon, he would head to Order City to seek out the NPC who had assigned him the task. You can tidy up your belongings at home. Once I construct a relatively safe dwelling, you can move in with me. Mo Xiao nodded excitedly, relieved that she would no longer have to live in fear for her safety, finally able to enjoy a restful sleep at night. She could leisurely fish when the infected descended, knowing her supplies would be well preserved. It all felt like a dream. Upon returning to the temporary shelter, Lin Cheng finally let down his guard, lying on the bed, ready to indulge in deep slumber. The most challenging task had been accomplished, and all subsequent tasks would merely embellish their achievements. In this world, survival was paramount, and he had already resolved the matter of existence. The cosmic blade was indeed a goal worth pursuing, but henceforth, he would approach every endeavor with careful consideration of its risks. After all, should he perish, the territory space would likely become ineffective. Having found such a precious asset, he could not afford to lose it easily. At precisely 6 p.m., the night descended officially. Ding. Nightfall has arrived. The infected begin to respawn. Ding. Current survival days in the world, 20. The infected will undergo their second enhancement. Ding. Infected enhancement successful. Attack power, health, and defense have all increased by 20. Furthermore, the probability of a blood moon event has risen by 10. The respawn rate of elite monsters has increased by 10. The special attribute addition rate for elite monsters has risen by 10. Ding. New characteristic for infected. Ordinary infected now have a chance to destroy surrounding blocks. Current block destruction probability for infected, 5. Just as Lin Cheng was preparing to sleep, the announcement of the infected's enhancement sent a chill down his spine. The fact that ordinary infected now possessed the ability to destroy blocks was far from reassuring. Until now, only the tyrant and butcher elite infected were capable of such destruction, and their occurrence was rare. Thus, as long as fortune favored them, they could survive even while building above ground. However, with ordinary infected now having block destruction capabilities, albeit at a mere 5 probability, the potential for disaster loomed. Furthermore, all attributes and respawn rates had also been significantly enhanced. This was merely the 20th day. The difficulty of survival had escalated dramatically. If they were to reach the 100th day, the current number of survivors would likely witness a shocking decline. Just after the infected were empowered, numerous survivors had already met unfortunate fates. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Thankfully, a blood moon had not been triggered. Otherwise, combined with the ordinary infected's ability to destroy blocks, the survivors near Order City would likely face severe casualties. Even Lin Cheng, hiding underground, might not escape unscathed. Even while concealed below the surface, he could still sense the sheer number of infected roaming outside, just as Lin Cheng cast aside his tangled thoughts. Preparing for a comfortable night's sleep before retrieving his lord's token the next day, he noticed the blocks above him beginning to slowly detach. In an instant, Lin Cheng sprang from his bed, gripping his weapons tightly, ready to confront the unexpected intruder. Chapter 141. The Elite Swift won without any surprise. The unexpected visitor that had suddenly arrived at Lin Cheng's temporary refuge was indeed an infected individual. More precisely, it was an elite infected, known as the Swift One. Judging by its characteristics, it belonged to the category of elite infected capable of destroying blocks. Coupled with its diminutive size and its name, it was undoubtedly endowed with remarkable speed. If Lin Cheng wished to avoid being disoriented by this creature, it would be prudent to take the initiative and eliminate it before it could strike. However, as he pulled the trigger, Lin Cheng found himself momentarily dumbfounded. For no matter how he aimed, his bullets failed to connect with the Swift One. One bullet missed, then another, and even with 2 firearms emptied, none of his shots found their mark. In that instant, Lin Cheng seemed to grasp an unsettling truth. Could it be that this so-called Swift One was not merely fast, but possessed the ability to nullify all ranged attacks? If this were the case, then the failure of his previous volleys was understandable. To confirm his hypothesis, Lin Cheng first used blocks to seal the gap above, preventing other infected from entering. Strangely, the Swift One refrained from launching an attack after entering the refuge. A surprising turn of events, as infected typically harbored a profound loathing for survivors. When the Sword of Cosmic Dominion struck the Swift One, it inflicted a fixed amount of damage. This indicated that in future encounters with the Swift One, ranged tactics would be rendered futile. Before Lin Cheng could unleash a second strike, the Swift One abruptly vanished, only to reappear behind him in an instant. With its sharp claws raised high, it delivered a single ordinary attack that drained 7 points from Lin Cheng's health. The sheer magnitude of this damage took Lin Cheng aback. He was clad in full diamond armor. Moreover, it was neither a blood moon nor did the Swift One exhibit any special attributes. The damage was alarmingly excessive. Had it been under the enhancement of a blood moon, the Swift One's assault could have easily left him with a gaping wound. Before his health could be entirely depleted, Lin Cheng managed to vanquish the Swift One, and beside its lifeless form lay a spoils marker. He picked up the loot, which was akin to what he had previously acquired, merely a basic reward. Upon opening it, he discovered an enchanted diamond sword, though its attributes were somewhat lackluster, featuring only sharpness 4 and durability 3. Had this been in the past, he might have valued the enchanted sword, at least finding it useful. However, now that he wielded the Sword of Cosmic Dominion, it was undoubtedly superior in every regard. Nonetheless, this enchanted diamond sword was not entirely without merit. It could be gifted to Mo Xiao. Today, their discovery of Sponge had largely been due to Mo Xiao's contributions. Otherwise, Lin Cheng would have had to search for an extended period. Sometimes, having a fortunate companion during explorations of unfamiliar territories proved advantageous, often yielding unexpected surprises. After making minor repairs to the hole in the ceiling, Lin Cheng refrained from excessive restoration, for this place would soon lose its significance. Once he obtained the Lord's token, he intended to venture outside the City of Order and establish a territory in a conspicuous and prime location. After all, no one could intrude upon it, and he would construct it slightly closer to the City of Order. That area was prime real estate, and its value could be likened to the disparity between city center property prices and those in the suburbs. In the event that survival mode underwent alterations, transforming from apocalyptic survival rules, the location he chose might serve other purposes. As the agonizing wait continued, dawn of the second day finally arrived. According to Haddon's earlier instructions, he was to be at the central square of the City of Order by noon. It was only 6 in the morning, and arriving this early felt excessive. Though Lin Cheng was eager, he knew he must temper his enthusiasm. Furthermore, arriving too early would leave him with little to do, prompting him to tidy up the supplies in his boxes for a more efficient move later. To his surprise, he found a considerable stockpile of resources, from food seeds to bullets and weapons. An array of minerals was at his disposal. Were it not for the numerous small backpacks he possessed, the relocation would have posed a considerable challenge. With the combination of small backpacks, ender chests, and shulker boxes, he could clear out everything in one go. Though it would be taxing, it was far from impossible. Lin Cheng sought every possible task to occupy his time, diverting his focus from his high expectations regarding the Lord's token. His desire for an absolutely secure space was not lesser than Mo Zhao's. Who wouldn't he desire a sanctuary to unwind, to alleviate his excess energy and pass the time? Lin Cheng had even ventured into the nether to mine a substantial quantity of quartz, aiming to adorn his home splendidly. Mo Zhao had also been a considerable help. Relying solely on himself to gather quartz would have taken an eternity. He envisioned more than just a simple matchbox. He aspired to craft an exquisitely designed, both grand and functional quartz villa. Establishing a property near the City of Order within a 32-32-32 absolute secure zone was exhilarating to contemplate. As the tension mounted, Lin Cheng welcomed the dawn of victory once more. The clock struck 11. He could not afford to wait until the last moment to head to the City of Order. Doing so might result in missing Haddon, and he had no desire to wait an additional day. With a flick of the space transfer scepter, Lin Cheng found himself transported to the City of Order, bustling with survivors striving for their existence. Carrying the necessary sponge for his task, he navigated through the crowd towards the central square, finally spotting a familiar silhouette at 11:56. This figure was none other than Haddon, the initiator of the mission. Chapter 142, The Use of the Lord's Token. Haddon. Lin Cheng called out, his voice resonating through the air, instantly capturing Haddon's attention. Both were filled with excitement. Have you arrived so soon? I anticipated it would take at least another month for you to complete your task. How could you doubt my efficiency? I have brought you what you desired. You have prepared the Lord's token, I trust? Of course. The residents of our healing city are known for their integrity. We would never deceive you. Task name: The Temple Beneath the Sea. Task description: A peculiar structure exists beneath the ocean, grand and majestic, constructed from rare materials. It is rumored that the temple houses a wealth of gold, as well as an extraordinary block known as sponge. Task requirements: Collect 4 pieces of sponge. Current collection progress. For 4. Task reward: Lord's Token 1. Having detected that the player had collected the required amount of sponge, and that the task initiating NPC was within the handover zone, the system prompted, shall the task be handed over? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng selected the handover option, and the 4 sponges in his inventory vanished simultaneously. Moments later, a peculiar token symbol appeared in the slot previously occupied by the sponges. This was the Lord's token that Lin Cheng had yearned for. He held it in his hands, exhilaration coursing through him as the corresponding information materialized before him. Item name: Lord's token. Type: one-time consumable item. Function: upon use, it creates a territory space of 32-32-32 blocks centered on the holder's position. Within this space, the holder possesses absolute control. No survivor or creature may damage the territory, interact with its containers, or manipulate any items therein. Water flow, lava flow, and explosions are prohibited within the territory. Upgrade rules: When a new Lord's token is used within an already established territory, it will expand the previous territory space. The Lord's token was flawless, identical to the attributes observed earlier, with no alterations except for the addition of an upgrade rule. It appeared that the territory created by the Lord's token was not merely confined to 32-32-32. Future tasks of a similar nature, particularly those offering Lord's tokens as rewards, could certainly be recommended to me. I could even procure a nether star, provided the task reward was sufficiently enticing. There will be no next time. I only require these for sponges now. Farewell. Haddon hurriedly departed from the central square with the sponges, leaving Lin Cheng to ponder what the man would do with them. Clutching the Lord's token tightly, Lin Cheng strode confidently towards the outskirts of the City of Order. The City of Order rested upon a vast plain, seemingly enveloped by a mysterious force that rendered the terrain perfectly flat, devoid of any irregularities, an almost surreal landscape. However, this flawless expanse was limited to the immediate vicinity and did not extend throughout the entire world. Selecting a spot in close proximity to the City of Order, Lin Cheng withdrew the Lord's token and chose to use it. To his surprise, an announcement echoed, "Ding. You have entered an area where the use of the Lord's token is prohibited. Please move further away from existing structures." Lin Cheng pursed his lips in frustration, realizing the token could not be employed in the vicinity of established buildings. It was only logical if he were to encircle the city gates. It would prevent others from entering. Such an imbalance warranted this rule. Thus, Lin Cheng opted to use the Lord's token a short distance away from his previously chosen location, ensuring there was at least a 20-block gap from the City of Order. Ding. Lord's token used successfully. Territory space created. Expanding 323232 centered on the creator. The territory does not include underground areas, as it is constructed solely above ground. The owner can check the territory coverage at any time, and alterations to the territory space are strictly prohibited. A peculiar force enveloped him, transforming the area, as he silently willed to view the territory's extent. Several red blocks materialized in the air, outlining the framework of the territory space. Within this framework, Lin Cheng could construct freely, safe from harm. Prior to his arrival, Lin Cheng had carried a quantity of quartz blocks and empty chests with him. Before relocating, he needed to establish the new outline, and his actions inevitably attracted the attention of several passing survivors. Who is that? The block he holds is quite exquisite, such a rare and pristine block. I haven't seen him before, but isn't he afraid of being robbed while building near the City of Order? Indeed. Nowadays, chests are not secure. Everyone tries to hide their chests underground, yet he boldly constructs above ground. Could it be that the most dangerous places are, paradoxically, the safest? Is he attempting to deceive thieves with an empty city tactic? Yet, the empty city tactic held little merit. The owner of the house could not possibly remain within at all hours. Moreover, one must not forget the numerous active survivor alliances nearby. Should this unfortunate soul attract the attention of unscrupulous alliances, his house would likely be seized. TSK, TSK, TSK. I simply cannot comprehend it. I consider it a source of amusement, merely observing. Perhaps a grand spectacle will unfold. The passing survivors uniformly regarded Lin Cheng's construction efforts with skepticism. They perceived his actions as akin to suicide, exposing himself to peril and making his resources exceptionally vulnerable to theft. Yet, unbeknownst to them, aside from Lin Cheng, no one else could access the contents within the territory's chests except for ender chests. Lin Cheng possessed a solid foundation in construction, and thus, his quartz villa attracted the attention of several survivor alliances. Some even proposed hiring him to assist in building a space suitable for multiple occupants. Friend, I see you possess remarkable skills. Have you considered monetizing your talents? Chapter 143, Constructing the Quartz Villa. Indeed. Even though your house is yet to be completed, its silhouette suggests a villa-like design. I wish to acquire the exterior appearance of your residence. Feel free to propose a price, and as long as it is reasonable, I shall not haggle. The interlocutor exuded an air of affluence, resembling a wealthy magnate. Yet unbeknownst to him, Lin Cheng possessed a substantial amount of bronze coins, rivaling that of any individual nearby. Although his reserves of bronze coins were slightly less than those of certain affluent survivor alliances, in terms of personal wealth, none could surpass him. While he may not be exceedingly wealthy, he could certainly be deemed affluent within his city. I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling my house at this time, and the building materials I possess are quite rare. Should you wish to replicate it exactly, it would demand a considerable sum, which I believe you currently lack the necessity to expend. Lin Cheng's words were indeed intended as a kind-hearted warning, for quartz is among the rarest building materials known thus far. Furthermore, given the probability of the infected damaging blocks, constructing surface buildings could easily lead to one's own demise. However, this counsel seemed to the other party as mere mockery. He assumed Lin Cheng felt unable to meet the price, and thus his emotions began to fluctuate. No matter the cost, I must have an identical villa. Price is no object. Provided your offer is not outrageous, I will not bargain. Observing the other's relentless demeanor, Lin Cheng decided to withhold further leniency. With his newly acquired territory, he harbored no fears of being robbed. My friend, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions, so I shall be candid. I am currently preoccupied with my own matters. Consequently, no amount you offer will persuade me to assist you. You are courting punishment by disregarding my words. The other party, sensing a confrontation, took a step forward but was unexpectedly repelled by an unseen force. Each attempt to advance resulted in his being pushed back, leaving him with an incredulous expression. Since the advent of global digitization, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. What is going on here? Why can't I enter? No comment. Internally, Lin Cheng reveled in his triumph. He had just set permissions for his territory, disabling the movement rights of all survivors except himself. As for usage and destruction rights, these were universally disabled by default. Only movement rights were enabled by default, necessitating manual intervention by him, the Lord, to deactivate them. When Emo Xiao moved in, he would simply grant her the movement rights. It seemed the effects of the territorial space had commenced, allowing him to continue constructing his villa. After dedicating nearly an entire afternoon, he finally completed the general outline of the quartz villa. Although the territory spanned merely 32-32-32, the villa's craftsmanship far exceeded expectations. From a distance, it resembled a miniature version of the City of Order, more accurately, a scaled-down and modified rendition of it. The immaculate quartz, accented with luminous stones, exuded considerable value. An increasing number of survivors took notice of the quartz villa that had risen from the ground, eager to approach and inspect it. Yet, each time they drew near, they were inexplicably repelled. This peculiar occurrence spread rapidly, becoming the talk of the area surrounding the City of Order. Have you heard? An inaccessible place has emerged outside the City of Order. There exists a remarkable structure, constructed of the same materials as those of the city. Moreover, the builder is not an NPC, but a bona fide survivor. This raises intriguing questions. Logically, if we cannot enter, neither should that survivor be able to. Yet, he is inside. Does this imply it is an utterly secure location, already inhabited by another survivor? As the rumors spread, they became increasingly embellished. Lin Cheng had long grown accustomed to such tales circulating around him. When he designated the territory near the City of Order, he had already prepared himself mentally. Let them speak. It does not cost him anything, and ultimately, it serves only to elevate his stature. Furthermore, he now possessed complete confidence that transactions could occur independently of the continuous support. He could also reveal his identity as a potion manufacturer, thereby attracting a burgeoning number of survivor alliances around his quartz villa, positioning him as the epicenter of commerce. Suddenly, Lin Cheng envisioned a grander scheme to establish a commercial zone centered around himself, potentially supplanting the trading hub of the City of Order. Of course, this replacement would primarily manifest in the variety of goods sold. However, ensuring safety for other survivors posed significant challenges, as he could not personally oversee every transaction, but could only propose a relatively suitable trading model. Yet, all these plans would need to await his complete relocation before they could be set in motion. Meanwhile, Emo Xiao had been anxiously waiting at home all afternoon, initially believing that moving would be impossible that day, just as she contemplated repacking her belongings. Lin Cheng utilized the spatial teleportation staff and instantly arrived at her residence. Have you been waiting impatiently? Cheng Gu. Upon seeing Lin Cheng, Emo Xiao felt a rush of excitement, hastily retrieving her items from the box. I thought we wouldn't be able to move today. I was about to put everything back. Lin Cheng smiled gently. The grandeur of the house required a bit more time to construct. It is now 4:40 p.m. Do we have enough time to move? Emo Xiao nodded vigorously. Of course. I have already packed all my belongings into my backpack and am ready to depart at any moment. Chapter 144. The true meaning of moving. Lin Cheng surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the majority of Emo Xiao's belongings had been dismantled, aside from some unnecessary items. Even the small fishing pond he had constructed was filled in. Goodness, this is truly moving in its most genuine sense. How about this? You drive over first. I have other matters to attend to. As for the permissions, I have already granted them in advance. And I have also reserved a parking spot for you. Make sure to park in the garage. Lin Cheng had meticulously constructed all the amenities of the quartz villa, including the fishing pond, as he intended to fish frequently in the future. The parking area included a garage, and the villa's second floor featured an open terrace. The 32-32-32 space may not be large, but the villa could accommodate 3 floors, each with a height of 5 blocks. Even with decorative embellishments, the maximum height would not exceed 20 blocks, thus alleviating any concerns about surpassing zoning limits. However, the crucial issue now lay in determining the location of the farmland. Although he did not urgently require it, the essentials must always be accounted for. Behind the villa was a small plot of land, while it was not expansive. Constructing a multi-story small farm was still feasible. Each level may be modest in area, but sufficient height would yield the desired effect. Moreover, food has a shelf life. Once it expires, even the most abundant stock of crops becomes futile. Rather than waste, it is better to have just enough. Allowing Emo Xiao to drive over alone was due to the fact that he still possessed the space teleportation scepter, while it was still in cooldown. Lin Cheng intended to tidy up his home. After all, it had served as a temporary refuge for over 20 days, and he felt a sense of attachment to it. Initially, Emo Xiao had worried about finding the place, But upon arriving outside Order City, he immediately spotted the imposing quartz villa. The three-story structure stood like a lighthouse, visible to all who passed by. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened, and the luminous fluorite on the top floor became even more conspicuous in the dimming light. Mo Xiao gaped in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that he could one day reside in such opulent surroundings, all thanks to Lin Cheng. Indeed, being with Cheng Gu meant enjoying the finer things in life. Subsequently, Mo Xiao boldly drove into their otherwise inaccessible area, which instilled a fleeting sense of confidence in some with ulterior motives, only to face repeated failures. Observing those stranded outside the villa, persistently attempting to enter, Mo Xiao exhibited a puzzled expression. Were they performing a mechanical dance? Lin Cheng had exerted considerable effort to clear out the temporary shelter along with the underground passage, leaving no stone unturned. He even ensured that the magma used for nighttime heating within the walls was not overlooked. Before departing, he tossed 2 fragment grenades, obliterating the temporary shelter and underground passage. This was his territory. Even after his departure, he would not permit others to inhabit it. This was not selfishness, rather. What belonged to him could ultimately only belong to him. The cooldown for the family S-space teleportation swiftly elapsed, marking an eternal farewell to the temporary shelter. As Lin Cheng awaited the 3-second teleportation countdown, he cast one last glance at the shelter before appearing on the 2nd floor of the quartz villa. There, he found a small room designated for the teleportation scepter, both discreet and secure. Descending the stairs, he startled Mo Xiao, who was busy organizing their belongings. "Well, Cheng Good, when did you arrive? You appeared out of nowhere and gave me quite a fright. I just got here. You were lost in thought, so you didn't notice me." Lin Cheng replied, casually offering an excuse, knowing Mo Xiao would not question his words. "Cheng Gu, this villa is incredible. Not only does it have 3 stories, but there are also numerous rooms. The best part is that it seems no one else can get in. Of course, didn't I tell you before that aside from the 2 of us, no one else can enter this place? If others could come and go freely and damage my property, why would I go to such lengths, even risking my life to infiltrate the underwater temple? Ha ha ha. That's true. Now we are absolutely safe. Let us celebrate with some fishing tonight." "Celebrate with fishing? You can choose any room on the 2nd floor. They are all of the same specifications. For safety reasons, we want to be using the 1st floor for now. As for the 3rd floor, I have other plans for it, so it will remain unoccupied for the time being." Mo Xiao nodded vigorously, having already explored the villa to a fair extent. The rooms were quite similar in layout, making any choice relatively inconsequential. Pick a room, and I will grant you access to the storage chests in that area. Otherwise, you want to be able to open them. Through exploration, Lin Cheng gradually realized he could control every aspect of this territorial space. The strength of this control could even be confined to a specific block. Thus, Mo Xiao would have more freedom in his stay, as he was, after all, a trusted ally. Lin Cheng had always been generous towards his own. Naturally, this generosity was predicated on the worthiness of the recipient. Mo Xiao was not greedy, opting for a room in the far corner, concerned that choosing a central location might hinder Lin Cheng's future renovations of the villa. Lin Cheng, well aware of Mo Xiao's intentions, appreciated the thoughtfulness of his good friend. Once Mo Xiao had confirmed his chosen room, Lin Cheng granted him permissions for placement, destruction, and use of containers in that space. Regardless, it was still a large area, and even if Mo Xiao were to dismantle his selected room, it would not affect the overall structure of the quartz villa. It was known that this was a world where even the laws of gravity could not reach, a realm where even Newton would weep in despair. As Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao busied themselves tidying up their new home, time passed slowly. Nightfall had quietly descended. Ding! Night has fallen. The infected begin to respawn. Tonight is a blood moon. Chapter 145, Slaying 2 Tyrants. The arrival of the blood moon is undoubtedly a dire omen for the survivors. Yet Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao stand apart from this grim reality. The quartz villa, erected upon level ground, finds itself besieged by relentless infected individuals striving to breach its sanctum. However, an invisible force acts as a barrier, a wall of air that serves as the most vital safeguard for the 2. With a fully equipped fishing rod in hand, Lin Cheng cast his line into the fishing pool, which has now expanded to more than 3-fold its original size. Mo Xiao, sitting beside him, cannot help but feel a twinge of fear. The grotesque visages of the infected are indeed terrifying. The incessant cacophony of their howls sends shivers down one's spine. Yet, as time passes, one grows accustomed to it. For these infected cannot penetrate their sanctuary. Their roars are mere bluster. "Brother Cheng, I can hardly believe that all my dreams have materialized into reality," Mo Xiao reflects. Beginning to fish alongside Lin Cheng, his tone filled with wonder. Is this truly sufficient? Lin Cheng replies with a smile. This is merely the inception of survival. No endeavor reaches its conclusion and perfection. We are merely on the 22nd day of apocalyptic existence. We remain unaware of the enhancements the infected may receive moving forward. When the next war-torn world unfolds, how will the neighboring survivor alliances respond? It is crucial to recognize that humans are inherently social creatures. If the nearby survivors suffer heavy casualties, it will not bode well for us. A persistent concern looms over Lin Cheng, the enigmatic regional barriers. What are they? And how many districts exist beyond their own? Will these districts ever converge? Such questions swirl in his mind, though survival pressures have lessened. The unease of uncertainty pricks at him. A piercing roar suddenly reverberates from the distance, prompting Lin Cheng to direct his gaze towards the source. The sound seems familiar, distinct from the typical cries of ordinary infected. As anticipated, he spots two tyrants advancing towards him. These formidable creatures are notoriously challenging to confront. Lin Cheng recalls the struggle he faced against a single tyrant previously. Now, facing two under the Blood Moon's enhancement, he would have surely fled if still at his former residence. However, with the territorial space providing a semblance of security, he feels emboldened. Gently retracting his fishing rod, Lin Cheng retrieves his M4A1 assault rifle and descends to the third floor. This level serves as his research base for potion brewing and crafting other items. The rooftop, designated for sniping, will soon host a small turret for targeting distant foes. This turret will also store a sufficient supply of ammunition to ensure that he can maintain firepower during engagements. Employing a 4x scope, he effortlessly dispatches several ordinary infected. As the tyrants draw nearer, Lin Cheng understands that even these formidable foes cannot breach the territorial boundaries. After considerable effort, he manages to eliminate one tyrant and now sets his sights on the other. He recalls that slaying elite infected can yield valuable loot. Having previously acquired diamond blocks from basic spoils, he wonders if more substantial rewards await from the medium or high-tier loot. Every hypothesis demands validation through action. Mere contemplation can only sketch a rough outline of possibilities. The specifics must be uncovered through direct experience. Mo Xiao, hearing the continuous gunfire from above, feels compelled to assist in clearing the surrounding infected. To him, Lin Cheng's insistence on exterminating the infected seems driven by a desire for peace and quiet, rather than a strategic consideration, unaware of the potential loot from elite infected. After Lin Cheng dispatches the final tyrant, he descends to reclaim the scattered spoils. In a fluid motion, he employs the Sword of Cosmic Dominion to eliminate an ordinary infected that had been trailing him. His actions flow seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Lin Cheng now regards ordinary infected with little trepidation. Even amidst the Blood Moon's augmentation, they remain easily vanquished, provided no elite infected lurk nearby. For the current survivors, elite infected with special attributes pose a significant threat. Fortune, however, does not favor Lin Cheng. The spoils he retrieves are merely basic. Upon inspection, he discovers a handful of minerals, 5 diamond blocks from one and 5 gold blocks from the other. Though unremarkable, this method of mineral accumulation alleviates the need for extensive mining. A perilous endeavor in this world where encounters with the infected are ever present. Lin Cheng gazes in surprise at Mo Xiao, who is diligently suppressing the infected at the edge of their territory. He wonders what has sparked this newfound enthusiasm for battling the infected. Mo Xiao, what is going on? I meant to ask, why the sudden eagerness to eradicate the nearby infected? They cannot be entirely eliminated. Mo Xiao stands momentarily speechless, unsure how to articulate his feelings of exasperation. Eventually, he offers a sheepish grin and replies, I saw you dealing with the infected earlier and thought, since I have nothing better to do, I might as well lend a hand. Realization dawns on Lin Cheng. He had misunderstood Mo Xiao's intentions. It seems his comrade merely wished to assist. I was primarily focused on eliminating the elite infected. The ordinary ones were just collateral damage. Chapter 146. The expensive rabbits, but it was necessary for me to depart from this space to gather the dropped items from the elite infected. Otherwise, by the morning, the ground would surely be cleared of all remnants, rendering my expenditure of ammunition utterly futile. Ah, I see. Do elite infected yield particularly rare items upon their demise? Upon reflection, it seems that I, Mo Xiao, have never directly confronted an elite infected. My understanding of them is, therefore, nearly non-existent. Eliminating an elite infected might result in the acquisition of an item known as a loot, akin to a blind box, which randomly reveals various treasures. However, should you encounter an elite infected outside our villa, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging recklessly. Why, you ask? because these infected may possess a myriad of extraordinary attributes, and those very attributes could very well be the harbinger of your demise. The mere mention of death caused Mo Xiao to instinctively withdraw, for he had painstakingly discovered a sanctuary suitable for his survival and could not afford to perish so easily. I understand now. In future encounters with elite infected, I shall flee as far as possible and will never confront them. By the way, Cheng good. Earlier, while I was dispatching an infected, I stumbled upon a glimmering object outside. Upon collecting it, I realized it was something we had never encountered before. I am uncertain of its purpose, so I thought I might as well show it to you. Mo Xiao extended his hand, presenting a peculiar item that was indeed unfamiliar. This object was entirely blood red, its surface shimmering with an opulent glow, reminiscent of some precious gem. Lin Cheng picked up the gem and examined it closely, while the detailed information about it simultaneously appeared before him. Item name: Heart of Blood. Type: Prop. Function: has a 1 chance of dropping upon killing an infected. The Heart of Blood can be exchanged with a mysterious merchant for rare items. Lin Cheng, gazing at the Heart of Blood in his hand, was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had eliminated no fewer than 800 infected, yet had never once encountered this so-called Heart of Blood, while Mo Xiao had fortuitously discovered one. However, Lin Cheng had no inkling about the mysterious merchant mentioned in the description, nor had he ever encountered one. Still, being a rare item, it should undoubtedly hold considerable value, surpassing that of diamonds and gold. Though this item could be exchanged for goods, its redemption location remained a mystery for the time being. In that case, I shall keep this item for now, but I will give it to you. If I find another Heart of Blood, I shall present it to you as well. Lin Cheng involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. A 1-drop rate could indeed be deemed exceedingly low. Regardless, it was reasonable to assume that this item was worth around 40 or 50 bronze coins. Yet, Mo Xiao seemed to regard the Heart of Blood as a mere trinket, casually gifting it to him. This was rather in line with his character, valuing money as worthless while cherishing a fishing rod as life itself. Under the protection of their territorial space, the two successfully spent the night above ground. This marked Lin Cheng's first legitimate night spent on the surface since the world's datafication. During that night, he did not remain idle, striving to eliminate nearby infected in hopes of securing a second Heart of Blood. However, it was evident that Lin Cheng had overestimated his luck. Not only did he fail to find the Heart of Blood, but he did not even come across a single bronze coin. Yet, this was somewhat understandable, given that a 1-drop rate is quite low and rarity begets value. If it were too easy to acquire, the Heart of Blood's worth would diminish significantly. Ding! Dawn breaks. The infected have ceased to spawn. With the arrival of dawn, infected across the globe halted their resurgence, and the blood moon's enhancement effects on them dissipated. The City of Order reopened, and as the nearest survivor, Lin Cheng was naturally able to reach it more swiftly than others. As per custom, he first visited the trading center to see if there were any items worth purchasing. Having spent the entirety of the previous day occupied with the quartz villa, he had not had the opportunity to explore the City of Order. After a brief survey, Lin Cheng spent a modest sum of bronze coins to procure some materials necessary for potion brewing. In the forthcoming days, he would embark on the mass production of potions. Apart from the frequently used gunpowder, Lin Cheng also specifically purchased a few rabbit's feet. The current probability of animal spawns in the world was quite low. Searching for rabbits would likely prove futile. Moreover, the time cost was exorbitant, rendering the effort disproportionate to the potential gain. Nevertheless, the price of rabbit's feet at the trading center was rather alarming. Each rabbit's foot could fetch a staggering 10 bronze coins. Consequently, potions brewed from rabbit's feet would inevitably see their prices soar. Lin Cheng did not purchase an excessive amount, acquiring 2 rabbit's feet for 20 bronze coins. With these 2, he could brew 6 bottles of jumping potions, which could very well save his life in critical moments. Having secured the essential supplies, Lin Cheng wandered through the City of Order in search of NPCs exhibiting peculiar behavior. Through recent observations, he had come to realize that every NPC inhabiting this world held potential value. Some could offer him quests, while others could provide valuable information. In summary, there were no useless NPCs, only those that were temporarily of no worth to him. In a somewhat secluded corner of the City of Order, Lin Cheng discovered a ragged little girl. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, her eyes strikingly pure. At that moment, she sat in a dilapidated house, surrounded by some moldy food. Upon noticing movement nearby, the little girl promptly lifted her head, locking eyes with Lin Cheng. When she realized someone was observing her, her expression turned even more fearful, and she fell silent. Lin Cheng surveyed the vicinity but found no other NPCs present. which struck him as somewhat odd. The City of Order was known for its adherence to rules, and every NPC was afforded a certain level of support. Chapter 147. The Call from Antiquity. The NPCs residing here, regardless of their modest means, would never exhibit such a state of distress. Much like the old beggar who previously assigned him a task, although he appeared disheveled, he did not embody the gauntness that one might expect. Numerous signs indicate that this young girl is likely a unique NPC, very possibly possessing a special quest. Whether it be Haddon or the old beggar and the drunkard he encountered before, they all share a common trait. They differ entirely from ordinary NPCs, possessing distinct personalities and backgrounds that allow them to stand out amidst the vast sea of NPCs. This little girl also fits these specific criteria, and attempting to engage her could yield fruitful results. Lin Cheng stepped forward, slowly extending his hand towards the girl. "Little one, do you require assistance?" However, the girl did not respond. Instead, she gazed at him with increasing trepidation. "I am not a villain. I cannot trust you," she finally spoke, her eyes shifting from fear to resolve. "I know you must harbor some fate. Is it a special quest?" Lin Cheng began to gently probe, understanding that even if the girl had no task to offer, he would suffer no loss. Moreover, children of her age possess a degree of wariness towards the outside world, yet it is not overwhelmingly strong. "I can offer you 10 bronze coins in exchange for the task you hold. Of course, if you have none, then it is of no consequence. Typically, tasks issued by survivors require no conditions. However, if an additional reward can be obtained, it is likely that most NPCs would not decline." As anticipated, the girl seemed somewhat tempted and cautiously inquired, "This task is somewhat challenging, and the mortality rate is quite high." "That is of no concern." Lin Cheng's enthusiasm grew at her words. He was not worried about the task's difficulty, but rather feared it might be too simple. Based on his recent experiences with tasks, the greater the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. "As long as I ensure the task is authentic, these 10 bronze coins are yours." He produced the coins from his bag, knowing full well that no NPC could resist such tangible currency. "Very well." The girl timidly approached Lin Cheng, slowly raising her palm. In her hand lay a distinctive coin. This coin was fundamentally different from the bronze ones. Its intricate patterns and designs suggested it was no ordinary item. Item name: ancient coin. Type: quest item. Function: an antiquated-looking coin that, despite the passage of time, shows no signs of corrosion, seemingly enveloped in a mysterious power. Ding. The NPC MOR has issued you the quest, the Call from Antiquity. Will you accept? Indeed, a special quest. Lin Cheng's heart soared. If he could tackle the perilous task of infiltrating an underwater temple, what challenge could possibly daunt him? "I accept." Quest name: The Call from Antiquity. Quest level: S-Class. Quest description: a coin stumbled upon by chance holds the key to an ancient treasure. Yet the bearer of the coin will witness illusions from antiquity. Following the clues within these visions, the bearer must uncover the coordinates of the treasure before it is excavated. These visions will persist until the coin is gifted to another. Quest requirements: discover the coordinates of the ancient treasure and excavate it. Quest reward: ancient treasure. Lin Cheng finally understood why the girl appeared so haggard. It was not due to poverty, but rather from the torment of illusions. Although he was unaware of the nature of these visions, they must be beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. "Big brother, you can keep the bronze coins. Be careful with this." The girl finally relinquished the ancient coin, appearing somewhat joyful. Lin Cheng clutched the antiquated coin tightly, unconcerned, reveling in his unexpected acquisition of an S-Class quest. However, unbeknownst to him, since undertaking this task, certain unseen changes had begun to unfold. In subsequent explorations of the City of Order, he found no other valuable NPCs. Even familiar faces who had previously issued him tasks seemed to have vanished. Yet, with the vast number of NPCs in the City of Order, it was normal not to encounter acquaintances. Perhaps they were simply enjoying themselves in some hidden corner. At that moment, a sudden announcement echoed throughout the server without warning. Server announcement: to encourage the survival motivation of all survivors. A killing event has been initiated across the main world. By slaying any creature within the main world, participants have the chance to earn a kill badge. In the central square of the City of Order, corresponding event NPCs will provide rewards for exchanges. Different quantities of kill badges can be exchanged for varying rewards. The more creatures slain, the more substantial the rewards. Additionally, kill badges will not disappear upon the holder's demise, allowing survivors to legally loot badges from others. This event will last for 7 days. during which the refresh rate of infected beings will remain unaffected. The server announcement resounded 3 times, ensuring that survivors across the globe comprehended the requirements of the event. They were also tempted by the rewards, as this marked the first global event of its kind. However, a segment of rational survivors, including Lin Cheng, were not entirely pleased with the event's introduction. The existence of kill badges effectively incited conflict among players, who wouldn't desire abundant rewards. There were only 2 means to acquire kill badges. The first was to diligently slay various creatures. The second was to seize badges from other players, thereby achieving one's goals more expediently. Clearly, the latter method was far more convenient than the former. Chapter 148. Global Event. In the early stages of the event, the vast majority of survivors remained in a state of safety. After all, the predators choose only the plumpest prey. It was necessary for the survivors to gather resources for a period before the final operations could commence. Although Lin Cheng was eager to discover the rewards available for exchange, he would never engage in such inhumane actions. This was not merely a case of him being overly anxious. Rather, there were certain lines that ought not to be crossed. He was, after all, a human being, and unless provoked, he would never resort to violence against innocent individuals. In the current survival mode, the relationship among survivors appeared competitive, yet it was not as such. Relying solely on individual survivors for survival was utterly futile against the formidable army of infected beings, particularly under the blood moon. One could either seek refuge in a relatively safe location or join forces with other survivors to combat the threat. The existence of the Survivor Alliance exemplified this notion. Without the war-torn world, sustaining such a large number of survivors with resources from the main world would be exceedingly challenging. The pressure of competition would be significantly greater. But the presence of the war world allowed for the acquisition of abundant resources. Moreover, the war world was a realm of renewal, where resources were inexhaustible. Whether it be survival supplies or materials for combat, everything one might desire could be obtained therein. The only condition was to return alive from the war world. Failure to do so would render all previously gathered items futile. It was precisely due to the existence of the war world that relations among many survivors had softened. There was no need for conflict over trivial resources. As long as they refrained from attacking one another, they could explore the war world together and procure what they sought. Mutual support and survival were not insurmountable tasks. As the days of survival increased, the difficulty of survival would inevitably escalate. The infected had already acquired the ability to destroy blocks, and as time progressed, be it 30, 40, or 50 days, their destructive capacity would only grow. Normal shelters would soon become inadequate against the onslaught of the infected, forcing most survivors to seek refuge underground. Yet, even the underground was not devoid of peril. In the event of a crisis, escape might be impossible. Not every survivor possessed the foresight to establish emergency exits to prevent the incursion of the infected. Furthermore, emergency exits might not always function as intended, potentially becoming the proverbial last straw. According to Lin Cheng's conjecture, as survival progressed, survivors would need to band together for warmth. Otherwise, survival in the current mode would rely solely on luck. However, he did not include himself in this collective, as the existence of his territory offered a buffer against most dangers. Lin Cheng quietly visited the central square, where an NPC had indeed appeared following the commencement of the event. Approaching it, he was presented with an exchange interface. Each kill badge could be exchanged for 10 iron ingots, 5 gold ingots, or 1 diamond. Furthermore, 20 kill badges could be traded for a piece of designated enchanted armor, helmets, chest plates, leggings, and boots, each possessing at least 3 enchantment attributes, though experience repair was notably absent among these attributes. Weapons of various kinds were also available, alongside food necessary for survival, with a variety of rewards totaling in the hundreds, encompassing nearly all essential survival materials. It was evident that this event was unprecedented in its grandeur. The further one delved into the exchange, the more kill badges were required. Yet the quality of rewards increased correspondingly. For every 100 kill badges, one could obtain a book of experience repair enchantment. For every 150, a purple shulker box. For every 200, a nether star. And for 500, a vehicle that could be freely stored or deployed, with customizable appearances. The reward for 1,000 kill badges was particularly intriguing, a staff known as the Blacksmith Summoning Rod. The name alone hinted at it being one of the Creator's artifacts. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed so. The blacksmith summoning rod could summon a blacksmith NPC to assist survivors in repairing their gear. The cost of repairs would be determined by the rod's owner, and all profits derived from the blacksmith would belong solely to them. However, the sheer number of kill badges required was staggering, often exceeding 100, and the drop rate for these badges remained uncertain. Should the drop rate be high, all would rejoice. Conversely, a low drop rate would clearly serve to limit the quantity of rewards available to survivors, adhering to the principle of scarcity. Is anyone forming a team to hunt the infected tonight? The rewards from this event are incredibly generous, yet the number of kill badges required is daunting. I feel it may take quite a toll. You all should participate. I shall refrain for now. The infected are simply too formidable. Preserving my life takes precedence. Oh, come now, that is far too timid. If we don't accumulate equipment and resources while we can, it will be even more challenging to gather supplies when the infected grow stronger. I believe this gentleman has a valid point. While we can still fend off the infected, we should seize the opportunity to collect useful items. Count me in for tonight's hunt against the infected. I'm in too. But let us establish a rule. Everyone can only claim their own kills. No one should harbor ulterior motives. Of course, who would betray their companions? That would be a grave breach of trust. Exactly. Should anyone engage in treachery, we will expose them and ensure they become the enemy of the Survivor Alliance in the vicinity of Order City. A portion of survivors had already begun contemplating the necessity of uniting for warmth, and schedules had been adjusted accordingly. The emergence of this phenomenon was a positive sign, yet it was not devoid of potential pitfalls. Chapter 149. The execution of the badge collection plan in the vast wilderness. One encounters all manner of creatures, and the true intentions of one's companions remain shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Cheng, despite lacking direct experience, could surmise that a portion of individuals would lie in wait until the end, poised to deliver a devastating blow to their closest allies, all for the sake of those coveted kill badges. The darker facets of human nature are not to be trifled with. For once tested, the revelations can be quite unbearable. After taking note of the rewards associated with the kill badges, Lin Cheng opted to return to the quartz villa. He intended to participate in this event, aiming to accumulate kill badges to exchange for resources currently unavailable to him, which seemed a worthwhile endeavor. For instance, the Nether Star or the Smithing Summoning Scepter, the latter of which could render items perpetually indestructible. This would simply require a modest expenditure of currency, and according to the rules governing the Smithing Summoning Scepter, the holder would reap all benefits. Moreover, the exchange section boldly proclaimed that this item could only be redeemed once, implying that among the countless survivors, only one could claim the Smithing Summoning Scepter. It is only natural, given the item's considerable advantages, if multiple individuals possessed it. The competition would inevitably become fierce, with equipment repairs becoming increasingly affordable. In such a scenario, who would labor diligently to forge equipment when they could merely summon a smith via the scepter? Mo Xiao, who had been fishing at home, was also privy to the global announcement regarding this event and expressed great interest. Brother Cheng, if we can acquire kill badges by slaying creatures, then can we not also obtain them by defeating monsters other than the infected? Lin Cheng nodded, acknowledging that he had already contemplated this matter. Beyond slaying the infected, he could indeed collect kill badges through the Hell Platform and the Cave Spider Spawn Tower. Given the rules, any creature slain had a chance of dropping a kill badge, making these two spawning facilities exceedingly effective. He and Mo Xiao could easily divide their tasks. One could engage in battles at the Hell Platform, while the other focused on the Cave Spider Spawn Tower. The challenge at the Hell Platform was notably greater, with the ever-present threat of vengeful spirits posing a significant risk to novices. Conversely, the Cave Spider Spawn Tower merely required a mechanical approach to dispatch the descending cave spiders. The only other task would be to gather the dropped spider items, which was a simple endeavor. During their last visit to the Cave Spider Tower, Lin Cheng had already modified the collection apparatus and placed a funnel at the bottom. All drops would be collected into a chest situated beneath the funnel, making subsequent retrieval straightforward. Simply open the chest and transfer the contents into his backpack. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that bringing Mo Xiao to the Cave Spider Spawn Tower would expose that location's coordinates. If a second survivor learned of this location, it would inherently increase the risk. Nonetheless, Mo Xiao was a familiar acquaintance, and the efficiency of the Hell Platform was evidently superior, with a wider variety of drops that Lin Cheng currently sought. Thus, for the time being, the coordinates of the Cave Spider Spawn Tower would be entrusted to Mo Xiao. I shall provide you with coordinates to a spawn tower I have constructed. Simply stand at the base, and you can commence your hunting. Additionally, defeating cave spiders yields spider eyes and string. Although you already possess a fully equipped fishing rod, please bring back the string as well. Certainly. I seek the kill badges solely to exchange for decorative items for my room. Should I acquire excess badges, I will gladly share them with you. Mo Xiao promptly conveyed his intentions, feeling that his room was somewhat too sparse. A few additional decorative pieces would undoubtedly brighten the space. Lin Cheng nodded with a smile, recognizing that everyone has their own aspirations. He could not impose his objectives upon others. With the event underway, the majority of survivors near the City of Order were actively seeking creatures. They had never been so eager for the infected to begin respawning, anticipating a night of grand spectacle. Many survivors sought to provoke the infected, yearning for a significant onslaught of these foes. However, the central issue remained: how to manage the temperature differential. As long as they could effectively address this concern, an influx of infected would merely result in the expenditure of more ammunition. For those seasoned in the art of resource collection amid warfare, ammunition was the least of their worries. Many survivors had initially brought only a meager supply of survival resources, with the bulk of their cargo consisting of ammunition. This strategy was, in Lin Cheng's view, a prudent decision. Only with ample weaponry could one ensure safety in such a perilous environment. Possessing survival resources without the means to defend oneself rendered one akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Other competing survivors would need to strategize the timing of their badge farming. But Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao were not bound by such constraints. Since Mo Xiao required only a few kill badges for decorative items, he would likely amass a substantial surplus. Conversely, Lin Cheng's desired smithing summoning scepter demanded a considerable quantity of kill badges. Relying solely on his efforts to gather these badges could prove an insurmountable task, consuming excessive time that he could not afford to waste. Mo Xiao, the items I wish to exchange for necessitate a significant number of kill badges. If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in accumulating a few more. Mo Xiao did not decline, recognizing that Lin Cheng provided the grounds for his spawning. It would be only fair, even without hesitation, for him to surrender a portion of his kill badges to Lin Cheng. Even should he dedicate the next few days to aiding in the endeavor, he would find it entirely acceptable. Chapter 150. Initial results. Have you memorized the coordinates of the cave spider spawner? I have indeed. When you reach this location, ensure that no one is trailing you before entering. The cave spider spawner is one of the most vital resources we have encountered thus far. Many covet this spawner, and should the survivors discover its existence, your harvesting may become precarious, even life-threatening. Mo Xiao nodded earnestly, assuring Cheng that he could discern the gravity of the situation. He would safeguard the coordinates and ensure that no one else would learn of them. In light of this, we shall proceed separately. I will harvest at the nether platform while you attend to the cave spider spawner. As for the duration, let us set it at 2 days and 2 nights. Be sure to bring ample provisions, and do not forget a bucket of lava. Exercise caution on your journey. Lin Cheng meticulously conveyed every detail, anxious to avoid any missteps along the way. In a sense, this marked Mo Xiao's first independent mission. The previous assignment to infiltrate the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance's base was merely a temporary endeavor. This time, however, he would be away for a full 2 days and nights, during which numerous dangers could arise. Furthermore, Mo Xiao lacked the convenience of a space teleportation staff and would have to rely on driving to reach his destination. The cave spider spawner's location was discovered during his mining excursions, thus the geographical details remained uncertain. He would need to adapt based on the terrain upon arrival, establishing a temporary base as necessary. Despite the numerous uncertainties en route to the cave spider spawner, the interior promised relative safety. After all, Mo Xiao had previously farmed there multiple times without incident. Once Mo Xiao departed, Lin Cheng ascended to the second floor of the quartz villa. He had already positioned the nether portal in a relatively concealed room, one that Mo Xiao was aware of. After all, he held no interest in such a perilous realm. Upon re-entering the nether, Lin Cheng wasted no time observing the newly spawned infected creatures nearby. Instead, he swiftly teleported to the nether platform. The nether platform was teeming with previously spawned monsters, predominantly zombified piglins. These creatures displayed little enthusiasm at Lin Cheng's arrival, as they were inherently neutral. In contrast, the magma creatures and wither skeletons immediately launched an attack upon sensing an enemy. Lin Cheng, of course, did not hesitate. He dispatched each foe without mercy. wielding the sword of cosmic dominion with ease. This one-sided onslaught persisted for an extended period. He earned his first kill badge merely 10 minutes after entering the Nether platform. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor, for obtaining an event item. Kill badge 1 through slaying creatures. Item name: Kill badge. Type: Event item. Function: slaying any creature has a chance of dropping this item, which can be exchanged for various rewards at the NPC in the center square of Order City. Valid for 7 days. Will disappear after expiration. Gazing at the solitary kill badge in his inventory, Lin Cheng fell into contemplation. In those 10 minutes, he had slain no fewer than 50 creatures. Statistically, the drop rate for the kill badge seemed to hover around 2, though this was merely a preliminary estimate. The probability could very well be lower, as one instance of data offered insufficient reference value. Only a considerable quantity would provide a reliable basis. Stowing away the kill badge, Lin Cheng grasped the sword of cosmic dominion once more and commenced another wave of annihilation. His inventory gradually filled with the spoils of battle, coal and bones from withered skeletons, along with rotten flesh and gold nuggets from zombified piglins. Among the drops were also rare items, such as the tears of the damned and a wither skeleton skull. After an entire day and night of relentless farming, Lin Cheng had amassed a mere 170 kill badges. He frowned. This was significantly slower than he had anticipated. At this rate, how long would it take to acquire the necessary badges for the blacksmith summoning staff? In all of Order City, only one person possessed such a staff, and the event lasted a mere 7 days. Beyond that period, not only would the NPC for redeeming rewards vanish, but so too would the kill badges, time being unforgiving. Having already spent a day and night, he had only 6 days and 6 nights remaining. Compared to other survivors, his progress was already commendable. After all, others could only engage with the infected during the night. The majority of their time was spent traversing the map, where the probability of encountering animals had plummeted alarmingly. To collect 170 kill badges in a day and night meant that by the 6th night, he could potentially gather enough badges for the blacksmith summoning staff. Though the time ahead seemed daunting, the potential rewards made the endeavor worthwhile. However, he needed to consider the time cost. This survival mode differed significantly from his previous experiences. As time passed, the infected would only grow stronger, and with the conclusion of this global event, the next wave of enhancements for the infected would soon follow. Additionally, the onset of the next war was imminent, necessitating thorough preparation for future developments. Every moment he possessed required meticulous planning. As for the notion of slaying other survivors for kill badges, Lin Cheng had never entertained such an idea. Unless someone presented themselves willingly, he would never harm the innocent. It was not out of compassion, but rather a desire to preserve the last vestiges of his humanity. If coexistence and mutual benefit were possible, why resort to mutual slaughter? Chapter 151. 1/3 of the target. The drastic reduction in the number of survivors is certainly not a favorable development for oneself. In the future, if one finds themselves in need of something that cannot be readily gathered, they will still need to engage in trade with other survivors. All transactions are predicated upon a foundation of peace. Unless one wishes to undertake every task single-handedly, it is inevitable that they will have to interact with fellow survivors. As he pondered these thoughts, the whispering platform refreshed with a multitude of monsters, each one a living emblem of a kill badge in Lin Cheng's eyes. Given that the event itself is time-sensitive, the urgent pursuit of kill badges must surely be the primary objective for the majority of survivors at present. With swift precision, he dispatched the monsters, either claiming their drops or acquiring kill badges. As the day drew to a close, it became evident that the number of kill badges he had accumulated on the second day was significantly greater than that of the first, totaling a remarkable 200. He now possessed 370 kill badges, having gathered more than 1/3 of his target. It appeared that the drop rate for kill badges in the ongoing battle was slightly more favorable than he had anticipated. This was to be expected, as the vast majority of survivors encountered only infected creatures. Without the enhancement of the blood moon, ordinary infected beings posed little challenge to well-equipped survivors, merely serving as common targets. With the presence of firearm modules, eliminating these ordinary infected was virtually effortless. It merely required aiming and reloading. The time agreed upon with Mo Xiao was nearing, and he believed that during these 2 days and nights, Mo Xiao must have amassed a considerable number of kill badges as well. Coincidentally, he wished to verify something. Did different types of creatures possess varying probabilities for dropping kill badges? After all, he could simply use the space teleportation staff to return, rather than walking back step by step. Upon reaching the quartz villa, he found that Imo Xiao had already arrived ahead of him. Imo Xiao, how many kill badges have you collected over these past 2 days? Chengge, you're back. Imo Xiao exclaimed with delight, hastily putting away his fishing rod. With a hint of pride, he replied, to be honest, I've gathered a total of 400 kill badges. That is far more than I expected. Even after exchanging some for the items I needed, I should still have around 200 kill badges left. I no longer have use for these, so I might as well give them all to you. As Imo Xiao spoke, he distributed a portion of the kill badges. I calculated the number I would need before setting off. You can take these for now, and if you find yourself short, I can help you farm some more. Lin Cheng felt genuinely touched by the 200 kill badges that Imo Xiao offered. Their value was substantial, based on his estimates. An ordinary survivor could manage to collect around 100 in a single night, which was extraordinary. Although the drop rate was consistent, the efficiency of farming infected creatures was diminished by the sheer number of survivors. Among survivor alliances, there could easily be dozens or even hundreds of individuals. This was merely a single alliance. If all the survivor alliances near Order City were to gather, there would scarcely be enough infected creatures to go around. At present, it seemed that an identity reversal had occurred between survivors and infected beings. During the event, survivors had come to realize the vast array of resources and strategies they possessed to combat the infected. Lin Cheng surmised the true intention behind this global event, to encourage survivors to confront the infected head-on in their future survival endeavors, thereby securing more resources and expanding their operational territories. This was indeed a positive development. At the very least, they now possessed the means to resist, provided their weapons and ammunition were sufficiently stocked to face the enhanced infected creatures. Returning to the matter at hand, while the number of infected creatures spawning near Order City was considerable, the average quantity per survivor was quite limited. For the vast majority of survivors, kill badges were a particularly rare commodity. However, this did not imply that Lin Cheng could afford to relax his efforts in collecting kill badges. Rather, he should feel an even greater sense of urgency. The benefits of the blacksmith summoning staff, while seemingly individualistic, could extend to the entire survivor alliance. If the alliance leader obtained the staff, all members would enjoy the convenience of equipment repair. As for other survivor alliances, it was unlikely they would have such an opportunity, as each alliance sought to monopolize the advantages. Who would ultimately prevail in this contest? Lin Cheng placed a reassuring hand on Imo Xiao's shoulder. I need to return to farm for the final grand prize, so I will be away for a while longer. During my absence, please prioritize your safety and refrain from wandering beyond the villa's confines unless absolutely necessary. I understand. Imo Xiao nodded. Lin Cheng's caution was merely a reflection of his concerns regarding envious survivors who might resort to unscrupulous actions in his absence. Should Imo Xiao find himself in danger, he would have no one to rely on. Very well, I won't burden you with any other trivial matters. I trust you will manage. Time is of the essence. I shall depart now and will not return until I have maximized my kill badge collection. If you require anything urgent, you can locate me at the Hell platform we previously established. You should still remember the coordinates. Lin Cheng replenished his supplies of food and equipment in his backpack, carrying a portion of ammunition compared to before. Even creatures slain by firearms had an equal probability of dropping kill badges. For more elusive monsters, employing ranged attacks would undoubtedly be more efficient. Considering the Hell platform's considerable scale, traversing from one end to the other would consume substantial time. Utilizing firearms would afford him a significant advantage in range, allowing him to sidestep many inconveniences. He could farm for a while, then run a circuit along the Hell platform, gathering any items that fell to the ground while drawing in monsters. Once he had collected all the drops, the monsters he had lured would congregate. In such instances, employing the Universe Dominion Sword for swift elimination would prevent any chaotic scattering in the immediate vicinity. Chapter 152, Justifiable Defense. The plan had already begun to take shape in his mind, and the next step was to execute it. The monsters that emerged from the hellish platforms posed no pressure on Lin Cheng whatsoever. The ample supply of ammunition in his backpack was one of his advantages, allowing him to engage targets from a considerable distance using his M4A1 assault rifle equipped with a 4x scope. As a weapon designed for mid-range combat, the assault rifle inherently dealt significantly more damage per shot than a submachine gun. Thus, it was far more reasonable to use the assault rifle for long-range engagements. Once his ammunition began to dwindle, Lin Cheng set down his M4A1, deliberately conserving one magazine. This precaution was to guard against any unforeseen circumstances that might leave him without ammunition. He calculated that in approximately half an hour, the world would initiate a cleanup of dropped items. And he was determined not to let the remnants on the hellish platform be swept away by the rules of this world. After a thorough exploration, his backpack had accumulated numerous useless items, all destined to be discarded into the lava to be incinerated. He sought to eliminate the dross and retain only the essence of what was valuable. After all, he had no space to store an excess of trivial items. As he gazed at the horde of monsters trailing behind him, Lin Cheng resumed the monotonous task of monster hunting. The fixed damage from the Sword of Universal Domination significantly enhanced his efficiency in this endeavor. Waves of monsters fell before him as time sped by. He had initially anticipated that this hunting spree would last several days, but then, Chenggu, are you there? It was Mo Zhao's voice. At first, Lin Cheng thought he was imagining things. After all, he was in the lower realm on a constructed hellish platform. How could Mo Zhao's voice resonate here? Yet, as the voice drew nearer and became more distinct, doubt faded. I'm here. Gather at the coordinates I gave you. Lin Cheng called out emphatically. I'm coming. Mo Zhao's figure gradually emerged from the distance. The first thing he did upon arrival was to dump all the items from his backpack onto the ground. Initially, Lin Cheng assumed they were ordinary drops, but upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find a vast number of kill badges. Where did you get all these kill badges? Lin Cheng inquired. Mo Zhao scratched the back of his head, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Chenggu, ever since you've been away from the quartz villa, there have been people lurking nearby. They seem to be searching for a way to enter the villa, and the survivors in the vicinity have been affecting our survival. So, I kindly warned them, but unexpectedly, they tried to retaliate. Left with no choice, I had to turn the tables on them. The key is, there are still quite a few survivors around the quartz villa. When I counted, I had eliminated at least a dozen. Lin Cheng was nearly speechless. So these kill badges had been taken from other survivors. However, the term taken felt somewhat ambiguous, since it was the others who had initiated the conflict. Mo Zhao's actions could indeed be considered justifiable defense. This was beneficial, as it would at least convey to the survivors that those residing in the quartz villa were not to be trifled with. The reason he had previously ignored their stalking was simply to avoid unnecessary entanglement with them. Although Mo Zhao's actions might intensify the survivors' animosity towards the residents of the quartz villa, differing paths would not converge. Chenggu, have I caused you trouble? Mo Zhao asked, concern etched on his face. Not at all, Lin Cheng reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He could sense Mo Zhao's hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way to the lower realm's hellish platform just to find him. This was clearly more than a mere delivery of kill badges. It was a call for his stance. I won't elaborate further, just this. Well done. Those who were observing us had no noble intentions. Eliminating them won't significantly impact us. Even if they come looking for trouble later, fret not. I have your back. After all, you are a member of the quartz villa, and your actions were solely for self-defense. Lin Cheng's words gave Mo Zhao a profound sense of relief. His greatest fear was Lin Cheng's lack of affirmation, which would leave him to bear the consequences alone. Put away those absurd thoughts. Understand this. A killer will always be pursued by a killer. Their intentions are twisted, and they are eager to strike. Your actions were merely justifiable defense, and given that you eliminated so many of them alone, they would likely lack the audacity to confront you boldly. Curiosity piqued within Lin Cheng. He was eager to know how Mo Zhao had managed to eliminate them all. He was well aware of Mo Zhao's combat abilities, which paled in comparison to his own. To be able to turn the tables on so many outsiders so effortlessly must have involved some special methods. Mo Zhao had no intention of hiding anything, responding candidly. I didn't do much. I just remembered you telling me that the area around the quartz villa is immune to explosions. So, I took out a fragmentation grenade to intimidate them, but to my surprise, they weren't afraid at all. Hence, I decided to show them what true immunity to explosions looked like. Lin Cheng could almost envision the scene, exasperated as he imagined the fate of those survivors. They had not died in vain. The territorial authority system was indeed formidable, far beyond what those survivors could contend with. You're quite sharp. Should anyone else lurk suspiciously around the quartz villa in the future, feel free to take action. You needn't worry about the consequences. Those who dare to cause trouble near the quartz villa are showing blatant disrespect towards me. Lin Cheng spoke with conviction. relieved that he no longer had to endure the discomfort of dealing with those survivors while he was away. With the protection of the territorial authority, he was ready to confront any intruders directly. He had no doubt that no one could match his strength. Chapter 153. The Smith's Summoning Staff acquired Brother Cheng. Since I am already here, how many more badges do you need? Would you like me to stay and help you farm some? Mo Xiao inquired, gazing at the monsters that continuously respawned on the hell platform, a spark of eagerness flickering in her eyes. After consecutively eliminating a dozen survivors, Mo Xiao seemed to have unlocked a new realm of interest in combat. If you find yourself with idle time, you may as well lend a hand. The more, the merrier. Lin Cheng graciously accepted Mo Xiao's offer. The monster respawn rate on the hell platform was perpetually overwhelming. Before he could finish clearing one side, creatures had already emerged on the other. Running back and forth was not only exhausting, but also time-consuming. If they could each tackle half of the hell platform, it would effectively double their efficiency in accumulating badges. Collecting the badges from Mo Xiao and summing them with his own, Lin Cheng was astonished to discover that he now needed only 130 more badges to exchange for the Smith's Summoning Staff. However, acquiring the staff was not his sole objective. There were numerous other valuable items that could also be obtained with a portion of the badges. Once he amassed 1,000 badges, he would head to the City of Order to secure the Smith's Summoning Staff and utilize the remaining badges for other exchanges. Alternatively, he could trade the surplus badges with other survivors for resources. We'll split the responsibilities, each handling half. I require 130 more badges, so if we each farm 65, it will suffice. Once you gather your 65 badges, please hand them over and continue farming. I will exchange for the Smith's Summoning Staff in the City of Order and return to find you. Mo Xiao nodded, still somewhat astonished by Lin Cheng's efficiency in farming. In just a few days, he had amassed data that the Survivor Alliance could only dream of. During Lin Cheng's absence, significant events had unfolded near the City of Order. The Survivor Alliance had resorted to desperate measures to secure kill badges, even turning against one another. Yet, this behavior was limited to a minority. The majority of survivors refrained from turning on their comrades. After all, compared to the few who had amassed a significant number of badges, the less fortunate survivors could only exchange their badges for essential supplies. Originally, it would have taken an entire day and night to gather the required badges, but with the workload shared, they had accomplished it in just over half a day. This efficiency was truly remarkable. With exactly 1,000 kill badges in hand, Lin Cheng used the space teleportation staff to arrive near the portal. Upon returning to the main world, his first task was to head to the central square of the City of Order to locate the NPC responsible for the event. He had amassed over 15 sets of kill badges, filling most of his inventory slots. Many players loitered nearby, all with the same objective, to exchange items. Ugh, I just need 17 more kill badges. Why are they so hard to come by? It's absurd. I spent all last night hunting infected, and guess what? Not a single one dropped for me. Now I realize how vital it is to band together. Those larger survivor alliances can travel in groups and dominate entire areas. Unfortunately, the only way to join a survivor alliance now is to present a certain number of kill badges as an entry fee. Had I known, I would have sought a survivor alliance before the event began. Now here I am, just a few badges short, and I can't find a single creature to farm. The chorus of complaints predominantly stemmed from the frustration of not being able to find infected to earn kill badges. Lin Cheng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. With access to the Hell platform and cave spider farming towers, accumulating kill badges was merely a matter of time for him. Should he choose, he could dedicate the following days solely to farming badges. Then, just hours before the event concluded, he could sell them all at once. Knowing that those desperate for kill badges would eagerly pay a premium, Lin Cheng swiftly approached the event NPC and, upon opening the trade panel, promptly submitted the requisite 1,000 kill badges to redeem the Smith's Summoning Staff. The moment the exchange was successfully completed, he felt a weight lift from his heart, finally resolving a lingering concern. Ding. This exchange consumes 1,000 kill badges. Ding. Congratulations, Survivor. You have obtained the item, Smith's Summoning Staff. Item name, Smith's Summoning Staff. Type, item. Function, can summon a blacksmith at a designated location capable of repairing equipment and any item. The holder of the summoning staff can set prices for repairs, with varying costs based on the extent of damage, all of which will ultimately benefit the holder of the summoning staff. Gazing at the Smith's Summoning Staff in his possession, Lin Cheng felt his breath quicken. A space teleportation staff and a Smith's Summoning Staff? These two items had elevated him to unprecedented heights, an ideal state unattainable in regular survival mode. As the smith's summoning staff was exchanged, word quickly spread among survivors about the miraculous item that had just been claimed. Goodness! Quick, look! Someone from a Survivor Alliance has swiftly redeemed the smith's summoning staff. Is that true? It seems improbable. To my knowledge, the fastest gathering Survivor Alliance, the Azure Survivors, still needs 360 kill badges to redeem the staff. Well, that's the reality. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Wow, it truly has been redeemed. Chapter 154. Setting the repair prices. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly stirred a tempest in the City of Order, leaving the once confident Survivor Alliance feeling disheartened. It is crucial to note that the Survivor Alliance had tirelessly sought after the kill badge, even resorting to ignoble means, all in pursuit of the blacksmith summoning scepter. The existence of this scepter would ensure that the weapons and equipment of the Alliance's members receive the utmost repair, extending their lifespan significantly. However, now that the prize seemed to have vanished into thin air, no Survivor Alliance could accept such a loss. Go find out who exchanged the blacksmith summoning scepter, exclaimed a voice filled with frustration. How could something so vital be taken right under our noses? Does anyone know who redeemed it? We need to borrow the blacksmith summoning scepter, even if it means paying a rental fee. The crux of the matter is that we currently cannot locate the individual. The crowd in the central square had been overwhelming, with countless survivors coming and going, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to identify the one who had exchanged the blacksmith summoning scepter. Observing the frantic search of his fellow survivors, Lin Cheng could only smile wryly. Given their method of searching, even if they continued until next year, they would likely find nothing of substance. As for the blacksmith summoning scepter, Lin Cheng wore a subtle smile. It was not impossible to utilize the scepter. However, it required a price to be paid. Upon returning to the quartz villa, he retrieved the blacksmith summoning scepter from his backpack and began to explore its usage. With a gentle wave over an open area, a settings panel immediately materialized before him, requiring the alteration of several essential parameters. Instructions: prior to summoning the blacksmith, a price must be established. Each 10 of durability loss represents a tier, with a maximum of 10 tiers available. Subsequent charges will be based on the varying levels of durability loss, and the currency can be freely set according to the holder's preference. Lin Cheng thoughtfully stroked his chin. The price setting for summoning the blacksmith appeared to be quite reasonable. Initially, he assumed that the only form of currency accepted would be bronze coins. He was pleasantly surprised to discover the flexibility in setting the price. With this newfound understanding, he could effectively gather various resources through the blacksmith summoning scepter. Minerals, as hard currency, were indispensable, particularly rare ones like diamonds and emeralds. In the current survival mode of the apocalypse, bronze coins still held some value. However, should the survival mode change in the future, the value of bronze coins might plummet to that of worthless scrap metal. Thus, it was prudent to set the price of the blacksmith summoning scepter in terms of diamonds. After determining the type of currency, Lin Cheng began to establish the pricing tiers for the varying durability losses. Price for repairing 10 durability, 5 diamonds. Price for repairing 20 durability, 10 diamonds. Price for repairing 30 durability, 30 diamonds. Price for repairing 40 durability, 40 diamonds. Price for repairing 50 durability, 50 diamonds. Once Lin Cheng set the pricing tier at 50, he ceased to concern himself with further pricing, as his repair scope was confined to items with less than 50 durability. He would not offer repairs for severely damaged equipment. This strategy effectively increased the frequency at which survivors sought repairs, fostering a greater dependency on the blacksmith. Repairing 10 and 20 durability only required 5 and 10 diamonds respectively, which was a far more economical option compared to the cost for 30 durability. This would instill a psychological reliance among the survivors on the blacksmith, a significant leverage in his favor. At the very least, it ensured that once the existence of the blacksmith summoning scepter became known, the survivors, fearing a future without a blacksmith, would refrain from taking any drastic actions against him. The redemption interface had previously mentioned that the blacksmith summoning scepter was bound by a soul-binding state. Unless the holder met their demise, the scepter would remain with them. Upon the dissolution of the soul-binding state, such unique items would not simply drop to the ground like ordinary items. Instead, they would be reclaimed by the world's inherent rules. With their next appearance left to chance, Lin Cheng approached the blacksmith shop, a place where players and NPCs typically traded minerals. At that moment, an additional unique NPC, summoned by Lin Cheng's blacksmith summoning scepter, joined the ranks of customers. Ensuring that no one had noticed him, Lin Cheng raised his voice to exclaim, "Why is there an extra NPC here? And one that can repair equipment? Could this be the legendary blacksmith? Who has used the blacksmith summoning scepter here?" This clever ploy of misdirection proved effective. Following Lin Cheng's shout, survivors who had previously overlooked the suddenly appeared NPC began to congregate around the blacksmith shop, none suspecting Lin Cheng's involvement. Indeed, it was a blacksmith, though the repair prices seemed rather exorbitant. Repairing 10 durability required 5 diamonds, and the costs escalated from there. TSK. If it weren't for enchanted equipment, one could simply craft a new piece, as the price of diamonds was exorbitant. Initially, some were reluctant to accept these costs, yet a portion of the survivors possessed enchanted equipment. For them, durability was a crucial attribute, especially since players had yet to master the complete art of enchanting. The sole means of acquiring enchanted items lay in the relentless collection of resource chests scattered throughout the world. In simpler terms, it was a matter of luck. Fortunate individuals might possess an entire set of enchanted equipment, while others had never even laid eyes on such treasures. Therefore, for those fortunate survivors who owned enchanted gear, investing a few more diamonds to ensure the durability of their equipment was deemed a necessity. "I must hurry home to repair my diamond helmet with protection 3 and durability 2. One exclaimed. "Now that you mention it, I recall that the enchanted diamond sword I found previously has already lost over 30 of its durability. If I don't repair it soon, the cost will be unmanageable." Chapter 155. The reward you deserve. With the first individual daring to venture forth, subsequent survivors began to arrive in droves, eager to experience the conveniences bestowed by the blacksmith's summoning staff. Initially, those who harbored skepticism found themselves ensnared by the irresistible allure of opportunity. Who could possibly resist the temptation of restoring their enchanted gear, worn and frayed, to its pristine condition with merely a handful of diamonds? Yet, hidden amidst the throng, Lin Cheng could not help but shake his head in quiet disapproval. To him, the enchanted equipment cherished by other survivors was of little significance. If he were to auction the full attribute diamond armor adorning his form, it would command an astronomical sum. However, he refrained from such a course of action, believing it essential for the other survivors to grasp the rarity of enchanted gear, thus encouraging them to utilize the blacksmith more frequently. As time elapsed, the diamond accumulation in the blacksmith's possession reached unprecedented heights. The solitary drawback of the spatial teleportation staff lay in the necessity to retract the blacksmith before one could ascertain the accumulated currency. Consequently, if Lin Cheng wished to inspect the current diamond total, he must first withdraw the blacksmith. With the bustling crowd gathered around the blacksmith, each survivor fervently spending diamonds to repair their equipment, retracting the blacksmith at such a moment might go unnoticed, for there would be no overt action involved. However, placing him back would require careful consideration to avoid drawing attention. Should a discerning individual observe his actions, Lin Cheng's position could become perilously compromised. One must harbor no ill intent, but remain vigilant against potential threats. A cautious eye is always warranted. After all, some individuals prefer to strike from the shadows, willing to sacrifice 1,000 innocents rather than let a single foe escape. Lin Cheng could only suppress his curiosity, knowing that at 1800 hours, Order City would close its gates, forcing all survivors to depart. At that juncture, he would reclaim the blacksmith and ascertain the diamonds earned that day. Additionally, with the quartz villa situated nearby, he was confident that no survivor could outpace him in reaching Order City. As long as he returned the blacksmith to his original position before the others arrived, suspicions would remain at bay. Suddenly, Lin Cheng recalled that Mo Xiao was diligently engaged in slaying for badges within the depths of hell. Having lingered in Order City for the better part of an hour, it was likely that Mo Xiao had amassed a considerable number of badges. Hastily returning to the hell platform, Lin Cheng found Mo Xiao tirelessly grinding for kill badges, showing no signs of fatigue. This unwavering dedication placed him ahead of many survivors. Indeed, where there is determination, no challenge is insurmountable. Such relentless gameplay would undoubtedly assist Mo Xiao in overcoming numerous obstacles. In a sense, Mo Xiao and Appo's rare commitment would also help Lin Cheng eliminate many impediments, particularly those laborious tasks requiring time and effort. Mo Xiao, I have procured everything that needed changing. You may take a breather, Lin Cheng said. All right, Mo Xiao replied, offering all the kill badges he had collected without a hint of complaint. Lin Cheng was taken aback by the sheer volume of badges on the ground, astonished that Mo Xiao had kept none for himself. Curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Were you always this straightforward?" Mo Xiao, slightly abashed, scratched his head and replied shyly, "Honestly, before the data age, I had few friends. Yet, I yearned for companionship. Unfortunately, due to my nature, I struggled to take that first step. Strictly speaking, aside from my parents, you are the only person I feel this close to, Chenggu. But let us not dwell on that. From now on, it seems we will rely solely on each other, and I hope this bond transcends any temporal boundaries." Observing the naive smile adorning Mo Xiao's face, Lin Cheng fell into a contemplative silence. Initially, he had assumed Mo Xiao's innocence was feigned, yet it appeared genuine. Society acts as a vast dying vat, and those entering it are akin to blank canvases. Mo Xiao, evidently untouched by this die, retained many glimmers of humanity. "Huh. You'd best keep up," Lin Cheng declared. "To reward your diligent efforts over the past couple of days in earning kill badges, I shall craft you a set of gear tonight." Gazing at his own nearly level 100 status, an idea struck Lin Cheng to forge equipment for Mo Xiao. The human heart is not iron. Familiarity breeds comfort. Without Mo Xiao's assistance, securing the blacksmith summoning would have required at least double the effort, and even then, success was not guaranteed, particularly as survivor alliances began to plunder one another's kill badges. Individually, they may lack the opportunity to redeem the blacksmith's summoning staff, but collectively, their amassed badges would suffice for such an exchange. For Lin Cheng, crafting a set of pseudo-full attribute gear posed no great challenge. And Mo Xiao could certainly contribute to the considerable level expenditure. Lin Cheng could easily teach Mo Xiao how to manage the excessive level consumption, thus preserving some levels for himself, as each 10 levels increase his health cap. As long as he retained over 60 levels, his safety would be assured. Mo Xiao's eyes brightened. He was acutely aware of Lin Cheng's high standards for armor. If Lin Cheng offered to craft him armor, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece worthy of fervent admiration. "Thank you, Chenggu. There's no need for formalities. We are like family, and this is a reward you rightfully deserve. Now, gather up the items scattered on the ground. It is time to return." Lin Cheng glanced at the multitude of loot strewn across the hell platform, selecting useful items while disregarding any newly spawned monsters as inconsequential. After collecting the items, he departed without a backward glance. Upon their return to the main world, the clock struck 1757, leaving merely 3 minutes until nightfall. Had it been before, Order City would likely have shown scant signs of survivor activity at this hour. However, now, Chapter 156, The Yearned Life of Legends near the City of Order. Several encampments for survivors appeared seemingly out of thin air. As the saying goes, a light heart is unburdened, and he had successfully exchanged for the much-needed blacksmith summoning staff. Now, he could leisurely enjoy life. The originally tranquil night had transformed into a scene of brilliance, illuminated by the myriad of campfires. All the survivors were on high alert, patrolling the vicinity armed with firearms, each carrying a bucket of lava. It was unclear when they had abandoned the use of furnaces for warmth in favor of lava. Clearly, using lava for direct heating was more convenient than traditional methods, indicating that the temperature's impact on the survivors had been minimized. As night fell, the infected began to respawn. Ding! With the arrival of night, the infected emerged anew. The surroundings echoed with their howls, and figures of the infected gradually appeared within sight. Fortunately, it was not a blood moon night. The survivors continued their relentless activities, gunfire and the sounds of battle resonating throughout the area. Lin Cheng, enjoying an unusually quiet day, decided to ascend to the rooftop of the quartz villa, reclining comfortably on a bed. This open-air platform was constructed specifically for watching the spectacle, providing a comprehensive view of the City of Order and its surroundings. The busy survivors were solely focused on slaying infected creatures, hoping to increase their chances of obtaining kill badges. Having accumulated 1,000 kill badges and more, Lin Cheng could now relax and observe others toil away. The sense of superiority he felt while others were frantically engaged in their tasks was indescribable. However, it was not that Lin Cheng took pleasure in others' misfortunes. He simply relished the excitement of the scene. Mo Xiao, who had rarely fished lately, joined him to enjoy the spectacle, and Lin Cheng generously laid out a bed beside him. A bucket of lava was placed nearby for warmth, ensuring they would not become too engrossed in the show and neglect the dropping temperature. "Brother Cheng, do you think they can truly capture the infected? It feels like The respawn rate of the infected can't keep up with their killing speed, Mo Xiao remarked, slightly anxious. Isn't that rather normal? Lin Cheng replied with a smile. Previously, the survivors were the ones running faster than the infected. Now, the infected see survivors and flee as if they've encountered a ghost. It's merely a lack of intelligence on the part of these infected. Otherwise, they would surely respawn elsewhere. Who would willingly face death at the hands of others if not forced by circumstance? That's quite tragic. I feel for the infected, Mo Xiao exclaimed. Feel for them? Wait until they gain strength and come charging after you. You won't feel sorry for them then, Lin Cheng retorted. Mo Xiao chuckled awkwardly, realizing Lin Cheng's words rang true. When the infected pursued them, they were relentless. Let us quietly observe. I trust they will notice us before long. What? Mo Xiao suddenly grew anxious. He had recently retaliated against several individuals. If discovered, they might unite against him. He was aware that several survivor alliances were active nearby, some of which he had previously offended. There's no need to worry. If they approach us, they would only be walking into their own demise, Lin Cheng confidently asserted. A pack of starving wolves can never overpower a mighty lion. Numbers mean nothing. They are but ants. Lin Cheng's displayed fearlessness truly astonished Mo Xiao. Perhaps lying here in the chilly breeze had made Lin Cheng a bit too relaxed. He approached a nearby box and slowly retrieved a loaf of bread. Though he had little desire to eat bread at the moment, it was the only option besides potatoes. After consuming roasted potatoes for an extended period, even a highly cost-effective food item became hard to swallow. The most authentic aspect of the current world was the tangible sensations it provided, including taste. One could feel pain when injured and experience the sharp pangs of hunger. Upon entering the water, a slight chill could be felt, though not unbearable. Lin Cheng found himself admiring the survivors who had perished from starvation. They must have endured immense suffering before their demise. He tossed a piece of bread to Mo Xiao, who responded, "When can we indulge in hearty meals and drink freely? That may take some time. You must realize that our current lifestyle is already the dream of many survivors. Once the apocalyptic survival mode concludes, perhaps the local animal respawn rates will improve. If so, we could establish a small farm together. We could certainly have plenty of beef and lamb," Lin Cheng mused. In addition, we could raise chickens for eggs and feathers. The collected chicken meat would be quite useful. Mo Xiao seemed lost in thought, envisioning a pleasant life of fishing, raising chickens, and pigs during their leisure time. We're nearing that idyllic existence, food and drink aplenty, and a very secure place to reside. Overall, our current life has become quite devoid of significant pressure. However, we must not become too complacent. We still need to stock up on essential supplies. Especially for the small vegetable patch I've cultivated. Please keep an eye on it during your free time and remember to harvest when the crops mature. You never know which will come first, an unexpected event or tomorrow. The distant sounds of gunfire persisted, and the faint sounds of survivors arguing could be heard, seemingly over the ownership of kill badges and the right to slay the infected that had respawned nearby. Naturally, these matters were of no concern to Lin Cheng. He had no intention of playing the peacemaker. Why would anyone voluntarily seek trouble for themselves? Feeling somewhat fatigued from watching, Lin Cheng glanced at the space teleportation staff and the blacksmith summoning staff in his backpack. With these two items, he had no need to worry about equipment damage or the hassle of traversing between locations. A wave of drowsiness began to wash over him. In this world, there was no fear of catching a cold, and with the protection of territorial space, there was no need to fret over personal safety. Chapter 157. Unexpected diamond earnings. Just as Lin Cheng was contemplating sleep, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to check the earnings from the blacksmith summoning staff. Such an important matter could not be overlooked. Although the timing of collection did not matter, having a clear understanding of his current income would be crucial for future asset planning. Ding! The system detected that the holder was about to reclaim the blacksmith. Upon reclamation, the holder must return to the designated location to place it again. Would you like to continue with the reclamation? Continue with the reclamation. Ding! Reclamation successful. The total earnings from the blacksmith placement amounted to 137 diamonds. This unexpected bounty left Lin Cheng somewhat astonished, as 137 diamonds equated to more than 2 sets. Even with his fortuitous pickaxe, it would require an entire night of effort, contingent upon luck. If fortune did not favor him, he might not even secure a single set of diamonds in a night. However, in merely one day of placing the blacksmith in Order City, he had garnered 137 diamonds. At this rate, if he kept the blacksmith in position for 10 days, he would amass 370 diamonds. Over 100 days, that would total 13,700 diamonds. Of course, the survivors would not produce diamonds at such a rapid pace. This was merely an ideal scenario. After all, they could not consistently withdraw large sums for equipment repairs, and the wear and tear on gear would not occur so swiftly. A gradual approach would ensure longevity. Attempting to reap too much at once could easily lead to a catastrophic collapse. Compared to the notion of gorging oneself, Lin Cheng preferred a steady stream of transactions. With a reliable source of income established, Lin Cheng found himself untroubled by mining for the time being. Most importantly, the currency collected by the blacksmith summoning staff could be freely designated in various types. Whether diamonds or gold ingots, anything he required could be configured. Now, he simply awaited the dawn to stealthily return to Order City and place the blacksmith in its original position. With a weight lifted from his mind, Lin Cheng slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into a state of relaxation, soon drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao observed Lin Cheng fast asleep. Yet he himself felt no fatigue. Instead, he quietly descended the stairs and began fishing alone. When Lin Cheng finally opened his eyes, it was already the following morning. Although the time had yet to reach the moment when the infected ceased to spawn, the nearby area was devoid of their anguished cries. A throng of survivors congregated outside Order City, laden with their spoils, eagerly awaiting its opening. It seemed they had reaped a bountiful harvest the previous night, though this was only true for a fraction of them. The majority of survivors appeared somewhat despondent, heads bowed as they counted the few kill badges in their possession, alongside the diminutive figures by their sides. No one could be certain whether the stranger with whom they had just conversed would turn into an adversary in the blink of an eye. Lin Cheng suddenly grew curious, wishing to ascertain how many kill badges this group of survivors had accrued throughout the night. He still had over 100 kill badges left, enabling him to exchange for a few items in Order City. Not to say it was merely for household expenses, but at least he could put them to good use rather than let them go to waste. Lin Cheng packed a bucket of lava in his backpack, along with the remaining kill badges. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he found several survivors huddled together around a bucket of molten lava. The warmth from the lava provided comfort to anyone nearby, unrestricted by numbers. Hence, he could easily find a spot to make himself comfortable. As long as he wasn't in the company of enemies, such a small request was often met with willingness. "Friends, may I borrow a spot to warm myself?" Lin Cheng casually approached a seemingly amicable group of survivors, who readily agreed. "Not a problem. It won't be long anyway. Let us chat a bit." "Thank you," Lin Cheng replied, settling beside the lava pit, the temperature noticeably rising. "How many kill badges did you manage to gather last night?" Don't mention it," one survivor replied, seemingly reluctant to discuss their previous night's fortune. "We should have easily secured around 80 or 100. But then a large group suddenly appeared in the latter half of the night. They wiped out all the infected around us, leaving us with nothing. Their speed was astonishing. We couldn't keep up, merely trailing behind. We thought we might get a taste, but ended up with nothing. That certainly sounds frustrating. Were you the only ones to encounter such a situation?" "Not at all. Many survivors faced the same crew. They don't seem to belong to any survivor alliance. Just a makeshift group. I'm not sure what they call themselves, but look over there." Following the survivors, Lin Cheng spotted a squad of around 30 individuals. Each member donned enchanted diamond armor and wielded an array of firearms, submachine guns, assault rifles, and more. While the exact properties of their armor remained unknown, it was evident that acquiring such enchanted gear early in the game was no small feat. These individuals were not to be trifled with. The majority of survivors would consider themselves fortunate to possess even one piece of enchanted equipment, let alone a squad where every member was outfitted. "Have you considered uniting to resist them?" "Resist?" The survivor chuckled, somewhat disdainfully. "They wouldn't think to unite. Everyone is out to collect kill badges by slaying the infected. The greatest risk of nighttime raids lies in the low visibility. Conflicts with other powerful squads merely provide opportunities for others to reap the rewards." Lin Cheng nodded in understanding. Their concerns were valid. In the current survival environment, death resulted in the complete loss of items. Those kill badges left on the ground might easily be snatched up by lurking opportunists. Consequently, their efforts could be rendered futile, and no one was willing to take such a significant risk, thereby emboldening the arrogance of that 30-member squad. Chapter 158, An Unexpected Encounter with Jiang DePeo. Indeed, it is quite challenging. How many kill badges do you currently possess, and what do you intend to exchange them for? Upon hearing such a sensitive question from Lin Cheng, The other party immediately grew tense, regarding him with a wary gaze. Why do you ask this question? Are you interested in the kill badges we hold? Lin Cheng couldn't help but chuckle softly. If he were genuinely interested in the kill badges possessed by this group of survivors, he would have acted long ago rather than engage in idle conversation. Furthermore, he had already acquired the blacksmith summoning staff necessary for 1,000 kill badges. Could he possibly still covet their few hundred badges? Had I truly wished to obtain your kill badges, I would have acted without delay, granting you no time to react. As the other party pondered this, their internal apprehension began to dissipate. I merely wish to understand what you temporarily require. I have no other pursuits except studying the behaviors of others. Lin Cheng endeavored to present himself as a curious researcher, a characterization that proved quite effective. Oh, we seek to exchange for more weapons and equipment. Indeed, when we encounter other survivors in the future, we do not wish to be at their mercy. This is indeed a commendable idea. If I recall correctly, to ensure that each individual acquires the most basic enchanted gear, one would require 100 kill badges. How many members are there in your alliance? We are not a survivor alliance, merely a temporary survival team comprising around 15 individuals. That would mean you need a total of 500 kill badges, a substantial number indeed. How many have you gathered so far? The survivor smiled, a hint of embarrassment crossing their face. Regrettably, after several days of effort, we have only managed to collect 600 kill badges. This leaves us significantly short of our target of 500 badges. Lin Cheng was taken aback by this revelation, for it had already been 5 days since the event commenced, with only 2 days remaining. Gathering 900 kill badges in the remaining time would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge, especially without a fixed farming location. Even if they attempted to farm independently, acquiring those badges would require relentless effort day and night. You all must strive diligently, otherwise, the goal will shift from each person receiving a set of enchanted diamond armor to merely 1 piece each. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd behind them, suggesting that 2 small factions had come into conflict. What is going on? This is our territory. How dare you? Step aside. Selecting your territory is a courtesy. Those who understand the times are wise. If you wish to clash with us, weigh your own capabilities first. Lin Cheng turned to observe that it was the 30-person team that had previously been monopolizing the monsters, now vying for territory once more. He found it perplexing how these individuals operated. After all, it was merely a temporary refuge. Did they truly need to establish hierarchies? Many onlookers simply watched in silence, unwilling to involve themselves with such ruthless individuals. It was evident that their boorishness had become habitual. Lin Cheng frowned but had no intention of intervening. They had not wronged him, so why should he meddle? Nonetheless, he had mentally branded the 30 individuals with a rather unfavorable label. Soon, the clock struck 6. Not only did the infected cease to spawn, but the City of Order also officially opened its gates. Survivors surged forward, all heading towards the central square where the event NPC was located. Lin Cheng, however, was somewhat different. He needed to first visit the blacksmith shop to place the blacksmith within. The sooner this task was accomplished, the better, especially since there were no other survivors nearby. Only after successfully placing the blacksmith did Lin Cheng confidently stride toward the central square. The impact of this killing event was truly immense. The square was now teeming with survivors, making movement nearly impossible. What once allowed for free entry and exit now required long queues. Yet, there was little choice. He could not simply soar over the heads of the crowd. Lin Cheng suddenly regretted not having utilized the spatial teleportation staff to record the coordinates near the event NPC. Had he done so, he could have bypassed the lengthy lines and teleported directly to the location, given the throngs of people nearby. His sudden appearance would likely have gone unnoticed. "Ah, is that you?" While waiting in line, Lin Cheng felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was surprised to find a familiar face, Jiang de Peo. What a small world. I never expected to run into you here. Are you also here to exchange items? Lin Cheng sighed resignedly, replying, "What else would I be doing here, if not for that? You still maintain your signature dry humor. Let me guess how many kill badges you've collected. With your capabilities, gathering 1,000 or 800 should pose no challenge, right?" The mention of 1,000 or 800 kill badges instantly captured the attention of nearby survivors. Lin Cheng could only shrug helplessly, raising his voice slightly. "You must know where to draw the line with jokes. Most of the infected have already been slain by others. As a lone wolf, how many could I possibly gather?" Upon hearing the term lone wolf, the shifty-eyed survivors discreetly averted their gaze. After all, lone wolves are often at a disadvantage when competing for resources like the infected. which typically require numerical superiority to claim. Even a group of 10 may struggle to secure resources, let alone a solitary individual. Ensuring one's safety was already fortunate enough. What more could one desire? Seeing his objective achieved, Lin Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want a trail of followers every time he ventured outside. Chapter 159. Enchantment bottles. There exists an old adage. It is not the thief that one fears, but rather the thief's covetous gaze. Constantly, there are those who fixate upon the kill badges nestled within one's pocket, a notion that is far from comforting. Naturally, such survivors are destined to gain nothing. For my excursions are not undertaken via vehicles. I instead wield the spatial teleportation scepter, deftly circumventing numerous uncertainties, particularly those who might seek to shadow my movements, leaving them with no opportunity to pursue. Joking is permissible, yet one ought to refrain from jesting in such contexts, as many harbor a heightened sensitivity towards the mere mention of kill badges. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Jiang DePeo refrained from further debate, returning to the matter at hand. Do disclose the number of kill badges you possess, satisfy my curiosity. In truth, I have not amassed a significant quantity. I have been diligently recuperating, and currently possess merely over 100 kill badges. Is that truly so? You possess only a little over 100 kill badges? That seems rather inconsistent with your usual demeanor. Jiang DePeo's face reflected disbelief, for in his understanding, Lin Cheng was the man who single-handedly dismantled the residence base of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, although he had diverted a fraction of the pursuers. It was merely a supplementary contribution. Jiang DePeo firmly believed that had he not intervened, Lin Cheng would have effortlessly obliterated the base regardless. Indeed, I would not deceive you, Lin Cheng replied, his expression unperturbed, for in his backpack lay precisely over 100 kill badges, not a single one more. However, I have discovered an excellent location for monster farming. Though the risks are slightly elevated, the rewards are substantial, in merely a few days. I have procured 500 kill badges by myself. Lin Cheng felt a tightening in his chest. For a solitary wanderer to amass 500 kill badges in such a brief span was nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that this fellow had unearthed his own cave spider farming tower? Otherwise, how could he achieve such rapid accumulation? What manner of creatures are you farming that yields such an astounding quantity, defying logic? Do not merely consider the quantity. One must also contemplate the difficulty of the kills. I have nearly exhausted my ammunition, Lin Cheng elucidated. Through my explorations, I have found that firing several shots near the coastline easily attracts a horde of infected. That area is quite distant from Order City, with few survivors active, essentially allowing me to monopolize a vast expanse of infected. Had I not been alone with somewhat lower kill efficiency, I might have preempted that mysterious individual in gathering the blacksmith summoning scepter. It was infuriating, indeed. What methods had that enigmatic figure employed? What kind of organization could possibly collect 1,000 kill badges so swiftly? Observing the clenched teeth upon Jiang DePeo's visage, Lin Cheng merely smiled. Little did he know that the mysterious figure he spoke of stood right before him. However, the area Jiang DePeo mentioned likely pertained to the vicinity of the underwater temple Lin Cheng had explored. It was certain that a considerable number of infected were amassed beneath the waves, sheltered from the sun's burning rays. Upon hearing gunfire and signs of survivor activity, they would swarm in droves, thereby granting Jiang DePeo abundant opportunities to slay the infected. One must concede that this fellow possesses commendable skills, alone, without any geographical advantage. He managed to vanquish such a substantial number of infected. Had it been Lin Cheng in his stead, he would have expended considerable effort or consumed a great deal of ammunition. Why not seize this opportunity to accumulate more kill badges? Why the haste to exchange? Lin Cheng inquired. Are you not here to replenish your ammunition? You could also exchange for supplies beneficial to yourself. After all, whether one exchanges early or late, the outcome remains the same. Might as well enjoy the benefits sooner. That is true. Early purchases yield early enjoyment, while late ones afford discounts. Each approach bears its own merits. During their conversation, the front of the line had seen many survivors exchange items rapidly, for the majority had already deliberated on their desired exchanges in advance. Such is one advantage of queuing, as it grants survivors ample time for contemplation, preventing them from standing beside the NPC while pondering for an extended period. To do so would be a sheer waste of everyone's time. If not met with a beating, at the very least, they would encounter disdain. Some irritable individuals might even take note of one's characteristics and seek to enact revenge after departing Order City. Your turn is approaching. Once you complete your transactions, please wait for me outside Order City. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Given that it is broad daylight, we cannot farm kill badges at present. Lin Cheng nodded in agreement. Jiang DePeo demonstrated commendable abilities, and thus far, no flaws in character had emerged. Overall, he appeared to be a friend worth having. Upon reaching the NPC, Lin Cheng swiftly expended the over 100 kill badges from his backpack. As his gaze fell upon the enchanting armor, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten an important promise. Smacking his forehead, he recollected that he had vowed to forge a set of enchanted gear for Mo Xiao. In his absence, Mo Xiao, being quite earnest, had refrained from reminding him. It was fortunate that Lin Cheng remembered. Otherwise, he would risk being labeled as untrustworthy. After exchanging for necessary supplies from the NPC shop, Lin Cheng hurried back to the quartz villa. Initially, he had intended to utilize some of Mo Xiao's experience to mitigate his own level consumption. However, that was no longer necessary. Not only as a means of compensating for Mo Xiao's wounded spirit, but also because he had exchanged many kill badges for several enchanting bottles. Enchanting bottles are rather unique items, as their name suggests, inherently tied to the art of enchantment. Item name: enchantment bottle. Type: consumable item. Function: upon using the enchantment bottle, a certain quantity of experience orbs will be generated, which can be automatically absorbed by survivors. Chapter 160. The excited Mo Xiao retrieved a portion of diamond armor from the chest and tossed it into the enchantment table for enhancement, carefully selecting valuable enchantment attributes. At present, he lacked surplus thorns enchantment books and experience repair materials, which led him to temporarily exclude these two attributes. Even in the absence of thorns and experience repair, simply donning this protective gear adorned with various auxiliary enchantments was sufficient to mitigate a multitude of risks. He began with the helmet and methodically crafted an entire set of enchanted equipment, depleting all the enchanting potions he possessed. Ultimately, his level stabilized around 40. Entirely within his comprehension. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao remained blissfully unaware, fishing by the pond. Lin Cheng approached Mo Xiao and suddenly shouted, "Run! The infected are coming!" Mo Xiao was startled, nearly dropping his fishing rod. Infected? Where are the infected? Witnessing Mo Xiao's panicked reaction, Lin Cheng couldn't help but laugh, prompting Mo Xiao to realize he had been pranked. With a sorrowful expression, Mo Xiao remarked, "Brother Cheng, please don't shout like that. It could give someone a heart attack." In this data-driven world, the notion of heart attacks seemed outdated. True enough, but the mental strain is considerable. Your shout nearly scared me to death. Here, this is the enchanted armor I promised you. Although the attributes haven't reached their maximum potential, they encompass all the essential qualities. Lin Cheng tossed the complete set of enchanted diamond armor onto the ground, and Mo Xiao gazed in astonishment at the shimmering equipment. You truly crafted an entire set. Of course, I keep my promises. I am not one to go back on my word. He cautioned Mo Xiao, once you don this armor, be sure to exercise caution. In the Death Society, items can drop upon death, so avoid drawing attention while you are out and about. This enchanted armor far surpasses what you could obtain from the event NPCs. If someone were to seize it, you would face significant losses. The creation of this set cost me considerable levels. Should you lose it, you will have to forge another yourself. Mo Xiao understood the stakes involved, recognizing the need to wear the most ordinary diamond armor to deter the covetous eyes of other survivors. Only in the event of battle or dire circumstances would he don this enchanted diamond set, thus maximizing its effectiveness. Moreover, changing into the armor would not consume much time unless he were directly blasted away. With his new equipment in hand, Mo Xiao beamed with delight, flaunting it for an extended period before reluctantly stowing it in the ender chest. This action caught Lin Cheng off guard. He knew that storing it in the ender chest meant that, in a crisis, he would need to have an ender chest nearby to retrieve it. However, to his knowledge, no other ender chests had been discovered apart from his own. Since the armor is crafted, it must be utilized. Storing it in the ender chest means it remains unseen and unusable. While this mitigates the risk of losing it upon death, the full potential of the enchanted armor cannot be realized. One can be cautious, but excessive caution is unnecessary. Although these items are valuable, they are not life-preserving gear. No. I was considering carrying an ender chest with me. This way, when the need arises, I can place it on the ground and retrieve the armor. Even if I were to meet an untimely demise, the equipment would merely drop the ender chest, preventing others from accessing my stored items. Observing Mo Xiao's confident demeanor, Lin Cheng could only smile wryly and explain, "It is not as simple as you imagine. You must first place the ender chest on the ground and open it before switching your gear. This means you will need to perform an additional step before danger strikes. And true peril does not afford you such time to react. In urgent moments, you may only manage to switch half your equipment, all while considering which attributes would be beneficial." In mountainous terrain, it is imperative to prioritize the shoes, as the fall protection they provide significantly enhances your survival chances. If you find yourself near the ocean floor, both the helmet and shoes are crucial. One increases your oxygen levels underwater while the other enhances your movement speed in water. The enchantment attributes I selected for you are similar to mine. You will grasp the specifics once you study them further. Moreover, I must remind you again, to completely mine an ender chest, you must employ the precision collection attribute. Otherwise, the ender chest will automatically disintegrate into obsidian. Precision collection, is that an enchantment for pickaxes? Mo Shao inquired. You could say that, but precision collection can also be applied to axes and shovels, each serving its purpose. If you wish, I can gift you a precision collection enchantment book. You can head to the anvil later to apply it. I encountered Jiang Depao while exchanging items in Order City. Now I must seek him out. Mo Shao nodded, accepting the precision collection enchantment book from Lin Cheng. At that moment, Jiang Depao was outside Order City, scanning the surroundings, pondering how the person he had just spoken with had vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to lose hope, a familiar figure appeared within his sight, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, you have arrived. If you had delayed any longer, the sun would have set. That's quite an exaggeration. It's not even noon yet, let alone sunset. Hee, I was merely jesting. It has been a long time since we last met, and I thought it prudent to find a safe place to converse. Especially since I have matters to discuss and would like to know if you're interested. Lin Cheng nodded, gesturing toward a nearby quartz villa. Let us talk over there. It is likely safer than within Order City, provided the route is secure. Jiang Depao stood frozen, as if struck by an overwhelming revelation, his speech faltering. This villa is yours? I have often heard people discussing such villas while in Order City, yet I never imagined you would be the owner of this one. Chapter 161. The new undersea temple. It was merely a chance discovery, and I hope you can keep it a secret. For I would prefer that this information does not spread to too many people. The reason I chose to confide in you is rooted in trust. I hope you will not let me down. Jiang Depao would certainly not broadcast this information indiscriminately. Having such a capable friend is indeed a boon for him, especially since he is inherently a lone wolf. Would he share this intelligence with the heir? Lin Cheng temporarily granted Jiang Depao the ability to move, thereby preventing him from being isolated by the air walls of the territory space. Upon his first entrance into the villa, Jiang Depao exhibited a look of astonishment, finding it hard to believe that such a luxurious abode could be nestled within the most perilous wilderness. My friend, this place is truly remarkable. Might I stay here for a while? That, I'm afraid, is not possible. Lin Cheng decisively refused. Though he had previously collaborated with Jiang Depao, people are ever-changing. Human hearts are perpetually the most vulnerable to testing. He was not willing to endure another failure, nor the sting of betrayal. This response was entirely reasonable, leaving Jiang Depao no room for rebuttal, as this was ultimately Lin Cheng's domain. One could not simply make a request and expect to be granted residency. Otherwise, the quartz villa would scarcely accommodate many. Ah, is that not your little follower? It appears he is living quite well now, even fishing by the pond. Jiang Depao greeted Mo Shao with a smile, who waved back in acknowledgement. Speak, what brings you here? I discovered a temple in a deep-water area, reminiscent of the undersea temple you previously mentioned. I have a feeling there are many treasures there. Would you be interested in accompanying me? Lin Cheng's eyes flickered. Jiang Depao had indeed found an undersea temple, which caught him completely off guard. Without the enchantment for underwater breathing or the aid of a diving potion, Jiang Depao had managed to venture into deep waters and locate an undersea temple. This fellow's capabilities were indeed extraordinary, which explained his solitary nature. The underwater realm harbors not only the peril of depleted oxygen but also the lurking threat of infected beings that could strike from behind at any moment. Does the undersea temple you speak of show any signs of prior exploration? Lin Cheng needed to ascertain whether this was the same temple he had previously visited. If it were indeed the same, he would have to explore the temple before Jiang Depao ventured there. After all, this was the location marked on the treasure map, and he had yet to investigate the chests there. Should one contain the sword of universal domination, then a former ally could easily become an adversary. Lin Cheng had always exhibited a determined resolve regarding the acquisition of the sword of universal domination. The weapon's power was exceedingly formidable. How could one survive in such a brutal world without wielding immense strength? Well, I did not pay much heed to details. I merely glimpsed the outline of a structure. The specifics will only be revealed upon our entry into the temple. Lin Cheng nodded, suppressing any unusual reaction. In that case, let us devise a strategy. I am quite eager about what lies within the undersea temple. Please provide me with an approximate location of the temple you discovered. so I can confirm whether it is the one I have previously explored. Jiang Depeo's expression stiffened as he queried, "You have already explored an undersea temple?" "Yes." Lin Cheng feigned nonchalance. "I stumbled upon the coordinates of an undersea temple by chance. Since I had some free time, I decided to explore it. But I only found some rather insignificant items." "How did you gain entry?" Jiang Depeo exclaimed, "Each time I descend to the seabed, I scarcely take a few steps before my oxygen runs low." "How could you fully explore an undersea temple? You must have evolved from a fish." Jiang Depeo was thoroughly astonished. For him, this was an utterly incomprehensible feat. "I merely employed a few minor tricks, nothing too elaborate." Returning to the matter at hand, "Please share the approximate coordinates of the undersea temple you found." After Jiang Depeo divulged the coordinates, Lin Cheng sighed in relief, for they were entirely different from those of the temple he had explored. Thus, no further preparations were necessary. "Excellent. The temple you discovered is not the same as the one I explored. Let us find an opportunity to investigate together." Jiang Depeo remained perplexed by Lin Cheng's prolonged underwater excursions, persistently probing, "My good brother, do enlighten me on how you managed to stay submerged for such extended periods. After all, this is our second collaboration. You will find out in due time." Lin Cheng chose not to mention the diving potion, merely leaving it at that. Jiang Depeo could only chuckle awkwardly, yet his curiosity remained insatiable. "I still need to work on my killing badges. Once this event concludes, we shall journey to the location of the undersea temple before the next wave of infected beings strengthens." "Very well. My location is easy to find. Simply come here when the time comes." After Jiang Depeo departed the quartz villa, Lin Cheng quietly revoked Jiang Depeo's mobility privileges once more. The fewer individuals allowed access to the territory space, the higher the security of the quartz villa. Currently, only Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao could bypass the movement restrictions of the territory space. Lin Cheng held absolute trust in Mo Xiao, who had been the only survivor to harbor no wariness towards him since the onset of their existence. Once Jiang Depeo had left, Mo Xiao finally spoke up, "Brother Cheng, shall we continue to explore the undersea temple?" "Indeed, we shall, and I wish to revisit the previous undersea temple as well." Lin Cheng had expected Mo Xiao to be reluctant, yet to his surprise, the latter appeared unusually exhilarated. "Wonderful. I finally have the chance to test how much combat power this set of armor can bestow upon me." Lin Cheng could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. It seemed that the enchanted diamond armor he had crafted for Mo Xiao was proving to be quite effective. Nevertheless, with this set of enchanted diamond armor, Mo Xiao's safety during their expedition to the undersea temple would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Chapter 162. The soaring price of the kill badges. With only one day remaining until the event concludes, the vast majority of survivors are nearing a state of frenzy. They find themselves significantly short of the number of kill badges they aspire to obtain. To complete their desired quantity of kill badges, they must venture out during the day to seek out the infected that have not succumbed to the sun's deadly rays. However, the sheer number of seekers renders the chances of finding any substantial quantity rather meager. As time passes, a few particularly resourceful survivors begin to delve underground, exploring natural caves, a method that proves to be remarkably effective. According to the rules governing the spawning of infected, there is a probability of encountering them in various locations around the world. Unvisited caves are devoid of sunlight and free from competition among survivors. Consequently, a mining frenzy erupts in the vicinity of the City of Order. Their true objective, however, extends beyond mere minerals. They seek the scattered infected and the chance to acquire kill badges. Lin Cheng is suddenly struck by the idea of purchasing experience repair enchantment books at the trading center. For those mining, stumbling upon dungeons should not be overly challenging. Alternatively, natural quarries may yield some fortunate souls who discover the coveted experience repair enchantment books. Seizing the opportunity to collect these books before their value is recognized seems prudent, lest they miss their chance. One wonders if those who find the books and intend to sell them will later lament their decision upon realizing their worth. This acquisition strategy is undeniably prescient. As dusk falls, Lin Cheng manages to purchase 10 experience repair enchantment books at a price of 10 bronze coins each. With these 10 books nestled in his bag, the world around him seems to brighten. At this moment, there remain only 7 hours until the event's conclusion. The efficiency of mining for infected proves woefully inadequate. Should fortune not favor them, an hour may pass without encountering a single infected, even upon finding one. The likelihood of obtaining a kill badge is far from guaranteed. Thus, the quantity of kill badges produced during the day is exceedingly scarce. Some survivor alliances are prepared to offer high prices for kill badges, as many survivors find themselves unable to meet their self-imposed targets. Retaining these badges may hold little significance, as exchanging them for currently abundant food, seeds, or even weapons seems futile. The number of kill badges required to exchange for weapons is not insubstantial, especially as firearms have become relatively commonplace. Among every 10 survivors, at least one wields a firearm, though the remaining ammunition depends on prior stockpiles. When a good is exceedingly rare, yet in high demand, a situation of scarcity naturally arises. Consequently, some survivors seek to sell their badges at inflated prices, prompting others to buy. The price of kill badges has escalated to an astounding 20 bronze coins each, double the price Lin Cheng paid for the experience repair enchantment books. A fact that astonishes many. Yet, even at this elevated price, few survivors are willing to part with their badges. Clearly, they await a more opportune moment. As the event's conclusion looms ever closer, survivor alliances naturally raise their offers. However, this hinges on the number of badges available for sale, should sellers reach their desired figures. The buying will cease. Some individuals begin to succumb to competitive urges. Once the price hits 30 bronze coins, a number of them can no longer restrain themselves, hastily liquidating their remaining badges, thus slowing the price's growth. Survivor alliances have discerned the psychological thresholds of those willing to sell their badges. By fluctuating within this price range, they can acquire badges efficiently. Humans possess an inherent tendency to conform. Seeing others cash in their badges prompts lingering sellers to act, fearing that further delay might render their badges worthless. However, their actions hold no consequence for Lin Cheng. He has already secured the invaluable blacksmith summoning staff, which is presently assisting him in generating a variable amount of diamonds. Lin Cheng is simply awaiting the right moment. Come tomorrow, he intends to revisit the underwater temple he previously explored. He must complete his exploration before other survivors arrive, lest they claim the treasures within, leaving him to lament his misfortune. In normal gameplay, underwater temples harbor no chests. Yet, this world diverges from the game realm. There exists the possibility of finding valuable supply chests, especially given that his chosen temple is marked on a treasure map. The likelihood of encountering valuable items is thus considerably heightened. With time on his hands, Lin Cheng sits beside Mo Xiao at the fishing pond, as they prepare to gather some pufferfish. After their last expedition, their supply of water-breathing potions has dwindled. Furthermore, they will need to accompany Jiang de Pao on a new underwater temple expedition, necessitating an ample supply of water-breathing potions for 3 individuals, a task that is no easy feat to prepare. Just as Lin Cheng anticipates another mundane day, a familiar voice pierces the evening air outside the villa. "Old Lin, are you there? I need to talk to you." "Why can't it wait until tomorrow?" Lin Cheng responds, stepping outside to find Jiang de Pao anxiously trying to enter. "Why can't I get in? It was fine when I entered last time. Every time you come, permission needs to be set. Next time, remember to inform me in advance, otherwise, you won't be able to enter." Lin Cheng fabricates an explanation, which Jiang de Pao accepts without suspicion, as such matters are indeed shrouded in arcane mystery. Chapter 163. The final opportunity. Do you happen to have any surplus kill badges? Jiang de Pao's expression appeared rather urgent at this moment. "Have you run out? Why are you suddenly looking for kill badges? Is it that you have something you haven't exchanged?" "No, I just overheard an intriguing conversation at the tavern in Order City," he replied. To my surprise, this group was concocting a scheme to resell kill badges. Can you guess how much they stand to profit? If they acquire a kill badge for 20 bronze coins, they can sell it for 30. Even at the market price of 30 bronze coins, they would still net a profit of 20 coins. Lin Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the normal price supposed to be the fairest one? How can there be such a significant fluctuation? What is happening? The price range shouldn't vary this drastically. "Allow me to explain," Jiang de Pao exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident as he animatedly gestured. A faction of wealthy survivors is too lazy to send people to gather badges. Most of their members are busy hunting infected creatures scattered throughout the mines. Consequently, only one finance officer deals with merchants in Order City. They uniformly offer 50 bronze coins, regardless of how much these merchants manage to procure them for. No matter the price they pay, they will at least provide the merchants with a base price of 50 coins. With such lucrative offers, merchants are frantically acquiring kill badges. To be honest, I have also obtained the contact information of that Survivor Alliance's liaison and was hoping to team up with you for profits. However, there is only 1 hour left until the kill activity concludes. Perhaps it's a bit too late to start acquiring now? Not at all. Jiang de Pao shook his head vigorously. This is merely the final frenzy. Some merchants have already begun hoarding kill badges, waiting until the last 10 minutes to make their move. As long as the price is high enough, they are willing to part with their badges. After all, keeping them serves little purpose. Lin Cheng's lips twitched. These merchants were indeed reckless, or rather, overly audacious. If the price offered is excessively high, they risk not finding buyers. After all, they acquired these items at a cost. Once the activity concludes, if no survivor alliance is willing to buy at a high price, the badges in their possession will inevitably become worthless. The market possesses a degree of self-regulation. When prices exceed the intrinsic value of an item, consumers will naturally disregard it. After all, the balance between expenditure and return must be maintained. Only a fool would blindly pursue a losing proposition. With merely 3 minutes left in the activity, if these merchants are unable to sell their kill badges, they will surely panic. Thus, the selling price of the kill badges will plummet, potentially sinking even below what they originally paid. In simpler terms, pushing people to desperation can turn a profitable venture into a loss-making one. Merchants rise with profit, yet their inherent greed must be carefully managed. Excessive greed is not favorable. In my opinion, it is best to seize the opportunity to earn some money now, rather than hoard. If they fail to stockpile effectively, they risk losing both their investment and their wealth. Rest assured, I merely wish to capitalize on this opportunity, he continued. Would you be interested in joining me for some monster hunting? I estimate we still have 6 hours until the activity concludes. Infected creatures have started to respawn, and many survivors nearby are working diligently to claim them. Remaining here would likely yield little of what we desire. It would be wiser to venture into some remote areas. Jiang Depeo's eyes sparkled. For a lone wolf, opportunities for profit are scarce. Seizing one is imperative. Although Lin Cheng had access to the Hell platform and cave spider spawns, he couldn't simply bring Jiang Depeo to those locations. Those coordinates were invaluable, particularly the secret of the Hell platform, which must remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. As for the cave spider spawn tower, it could easily be discovered by other survivors, and even if it hasn't happened yet, it is only a matter of time. However, until it is found, that cave spider spawn tower remains his private domain. He was also unaware of the contact information for the Survivor Alliance in urgent need of kill badges. If he were to directly inquire with Jiang Depeo, it might not bode well. The two were, after all, partners, and this information had been voluntarily shared by Jiang Depeo. If they were to gather kill badges in 2 different spawning areas, Jiang Depeo might grow suspicious, thinking Lin Cheng had other lucrative locations he wasn't disclosing, which would create a rift of distrust. A crisis of trust between impending collaborators is perilous. Thus, the most prudent solution is to accompany Jiang Depeo to the hunting grounds he has prepared. This arrangement poses no detriment to Lin Cheng. After all, he need not drive. In that case, I'll call another person. Let us gather all the kill badges we can. More hands make light work, Jiang Depeo pondered, realizing the logic. The vast area was practically empty aside from the 2 of them. Even adding 1 more person would be inconsequential. An extra hand equates to doubled efficiency. And who knows when another such profitable opportunity might arise. It's best to seize this chance to earn a bit more. I left my magma at home. Don't forget to bring 2 buckets along for emergencies. All right. After summoning Mo Xiao, Jiang Depeo drove the 2 to the designated area, encountering several infected along the way. Though these were not within the trio's kill range, engaging them would necessitate descending to collect drops, wasting ammunition, and significantly delaying their progress. With only 6 hours remaining, every second was precious. Wasting even a moment could mean losing out on a kill badge. The price of 50 bronze coins is already an extravagant figure. Upon reaching familiar territory, Lin Cheng did not immediately draw the universe-controlling sword, but instead fought alongside the others with firearms. At times, being too conspicuous could provoke suspicion. Chapter 164. Contentment brings happiness to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Cheng prudently carried 3 barrels of lava. After all, it is preferable for the monster spawning grounds to be somewhat dispersed. This ensures that monsters of equivalent density refresh around each individual, thereby balancing the drop rate of kill badges and alleviating the burden on each person's shoulders. Facing an overwhelming number of infected alone would inevitably lead to immense pressure. As night enveloped the terrain and no signs of other survivors were evident nearby, there was no need to relocate the vehicles. The trio's activity centered around the vehicles, radiating outward. Each individual wielded a barrel of lava, safeguarding against any life-threatening temperature drops. Moreover, they maintained proximity within audible range to provide mutual support in case of unusual dangers. Recently, the occurrence of elite monsters had surged, leading to several unfortunate encounters for survivors. Lin Cheng remained vigilant, contemplating the use of a spatial teleportation staff to return to the quartz villa if necessary. He felt little concern for Mo Xiao, having provided him with several ender pearls before their departure. With their dwindling supply of ender pearls, they would need to venture to the end after their current endeavors. At the very least, constructing a modest Enderman Tower would grant them a limitless supply of Ender Pearls. In a world where battles could erupt at any moment, the teleportation effect of the Ender Pearls was invaluable. If introduced to the market, they would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes, regardless of the price. This distinction between potions and Ender Pearls is crucial. Potions enhance combat attributes or survival abilities, while Ender Pearls are tangible means of preserving one's life. Who could refuse an object capable of whisking one away from danger, even across vast distances? The process of monster spawning remained tedious, with numerous elite infected appearing. Though their attributes were rather ordinary, Lin Cheng dispatched 2 elite infected with relative ease, yet they yielded no spoils. Similarly, Jiang Depeo also felled 2 elite infected without acquiring anything. Contrarily, Mo Xiao, who had the fewest kills, surprisingly obtained a basic loot. Lin Cheng, having lost interest in basic loot, allowed Mo Xiao to open it, and it turned out to be a diamond, with the blacksmith summoning staff in hand. Such resources were no longer scarce for Lin Cheng. Jiang Depeo, however, was intrigued as it was his first encounter with loot dropped by elite monsters. He initially attempted to ingratiate himself to open the loot, but Mo Xiao was not swayed, promptly opening it himself. Jiang Depeo could only force a smile, as he and Mo Xiao lacked a direct connection. Without Lin Cheng as a mediator, they would have never had the opportunity to meet, let alone converse. Lin Cheng certainly did not intend to pressure Mo Xiao into pleasing others. Each individual had their own personality, and preserving that individuality was a challenge in itself. I feel we spawned enough. I have a total of 20 kill badges. I have 17 kill badges. Lin Cheng checked his backpack and found that he had the most badges, though not by much. I have 23 kill badges, which totals 60 badges altogether. That equates to 3,000 bronze coins. Jiang Depeo's eyes sparkled, for the price of third-tier bronze coins was substantial. However, Lin Cheng did not share in the exuberance. The presence of a survivor alliance willing to pay such a high price implied they possessed a significant quantity of bronze coins, suggesting that the value of bronze coins would likely depreciate. Therefore, he would need to adjust the pricing of his potions accordingly to stay competitive in the market. Considering the time for our return, we have over an hour left to spawn. Should we continue for a bit longer? Jiang Depeo appeared reluctant to leave, as opportunities for profit were scarce, especially in such a favorable scenario. Yet, Lin Cheng held a different perspective. 60 bronze coins were sufficient, and continuing would inevitably invite risks. As I mentioned before, if they suddenly lower the prices right before the event concludes, would you sell or not? If we leave now, we can still sell at 50 bronze coins each, but if we wait, we might only receive 30 or even 25. Although the number of kill badges has increased, the lower price per badge means our total earnings would remain similar. Moreover, we must consider the time cost involved in our business. After Lin Cheng's explanation, Jiang Depeo was left speechless. Lin Cheng and Apos' reasoning was undeniably sound. Each decision carried the potential for significant consequences. Wasting over an hour without a substantial increase in earnings would render their efforts futile. All right, let Apos' heed your advice and return promptly. Lin Cheng nodded. For one must always be content. Excessive greed often leads to the loss of one's original purpose and can cause one to become lost in the pursuit of avarice. Mo Xiao had long grown accustomed to Lin Cheng and Apos' prudent approach. In his view, Lin Cheng never undertook actions devoid of certainty. Whenever he acted, it was with unwavering confidence. To prevent any potential theft of their vehicle, Jiang Depeo opted to park it within the confines of Lin Cheng's quartz villa, ensuring that other survivors could not encroach upon their territory. Having alleviated his concerns, Jiang Depeo proceeded to a trading location, which, of course, was not situated within the City of Order. Chapter 165. NPCs invisible to others. The moment the monsters began to spawn, the City of Order had already closed its gates. However, there remained a singular location where prizes could still be exchanged. Perhaps it was a silent consideration from an unseen force, acknowledging that players would be unable to utilize their kill badges once night fell. Thus, the event NPC was situated within a specific building, a discovery made by a few fortunate survivors during their explorations. It must be said, the founder was rather cunning, despite having a backup option available. He withheld this information from the multitude of survivors, leaving them to explore on their own. Upon reaching the designated location, the atmosphere was bustling with activity, as numerous survivors willingly took on nearby security duties. The reason for this? Naturally, it was to seize every possible moment to acquire a precious emergency stop badge. This trading spot was conveniently located nearby, allowing for immediate exchanges upon obtaining kill badges. Each kill badge was valued at 50 bronze coins, sufficient to ensure a comfortable existence for quite some time. Even though the value of bronze coins had depreciated recently, they were still preferable to having none at all. Relying solely on personal means to accumulate bronze coins would take an eternity. The depreciation of bronze coins could be attributed to their increasing numbers as supply grew. Value naturally diminished. Moreover, since the commencement of recent events, nearly all survivors were actively hunting infected creatures, with the initial batch of bronze coins dropping from these foes. As the number of kills increased while probabilities remained constant, the overall supply inevitably surged. Consequently, larger survivor alliances had stockpiled significant quantities of bronze coins. Otherwise, they would not dare to purchase kill badges at such a hefty price of 50 bronze coins each. During the time Jiang Depeo was trading his kill badges, Lin Cheng casually strolled nearby. The sight of haggling had become a familiar one, yet he now found himself amidst other NPCs. Unlike the event NPCs, these figures were unresponsive and appeared merely decorative. This seemed somewhat illogical, for in this world, existence implies purpose. Encountering such utterly useless decorative NPCs was a first for him. Mo Xiao, why not attempt to interact with this group of NPCs? NPC? I'm a bit puzzled. Mo Xiao scratched his head. Are you referring to that event NPC? But there are 3 others here, all dressed differently. Mo Xiao looked bewildered, earnestly scanning the area but detecting no anomalies. What are you talking about? I don't see any other NPCs nearby. Lin Cheng hesitated, feeling a twinge of uncertainty as he rubbed his eyes. Could he have truly misjudged? Yet, within his line of sight, there were indeed 3 distinct NPCs, all staring intently at him. Unfazed by superstition, Lin Cheng guided Mo Xiao closer to the NPCs, only to discover that Mo Xiao truly could not perceive them. Even when their bodies collided, he merely passed through them. Was it possible these NPCs could disregard physical interactions? However, upon reaching out to touch an NPC, he was astonished to find he could indeed make contact. A chill ran down his spine, and Lin Cheng felt as if the very air around him had thickened with tension. Could it be he was encountering ghosts? Yet, how could there be ghosts in a game like MC? Surely, something must have gone awry. Instinctively, he recalled the quest he had fortuitously accepted from a young girl. The S-rank quest titled Call from the Ancients. Could these NPCs be the phantoms mentioned? Remaining composed, Lin Cheng began to strategize. He had previously questioned the authenticity of this quest, as no issues had arisen until now. Lin Cheng approached the NPCs, employing various methods in an attempt to communicate. However, they remained as unresponsive as mere ornaments. Undeterred, he rummaged through his backpack and produced an ancient coin. To his surprise, this led to an unexpected revelation. Where did you obtain this coin? The NPC suddenly spoke, startling Lin Cheng, while the other survivors nearby remained oblivious, making the contrast all the more jarring. Even Lin Cheng, who prided himself on his adaptability, took several moments to regain his composure. Though one often hears that those without guilt fear no ghosts at their door, encountering such an unusual event was enough to rattle anyone's nerves. Is my ability to see you directly linked to this coin? The NPC, appearing to be around 30 years old, spoke again. This coin is the key to the ruins. However, a mysterious guardian dwells within, powerful and elusive, rendering us unable to defeat him. And who are you? We are the ancients, the original inhabitants of this world. But that enigmatic presence has banished us from the ruins, leaving us in a state of limbo, neither living nor dead. Only by reopening the treasures of the ruins can we return to the cycle of life. Young man, I can provide you with the coordinates of the ruins and offer you assistance. In return, you must help pacify our souls. You mean if I venture to the ruins and unlock the treasures, your souls will find peace? Indeed, exactly so. I can sense the presence of the fragmented universe control sword in your possession. Coincidentally, I know the locations of 2 other fragmented universe control swords. Should you agree to my terms, I can disclose all 3 coordinates, 1 for the ruins and 2 for the swords. 2. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had already absorbed one of the fragmented universe control swords. Chapter 166. Return to the underwater temple. If I could continue to absorb 2 more, my damage would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. The most crucial aspect is that I still have an uncharted underwater temple. If there lies a fragmented sword of cosmic dominion within, it would mean I have collected 5 such swords. Suddenly, my thoughts crystallized. Initially, I was uncertain of my purpose. But now I realize it was merely a matter of not having identified my desires. Very well. What are your conditions? The fervor in Lin Cheng's gaze was almost enough to engulf the other party. Surely, no survivor could resist the allure of two fragmented swords of cosmic dominion. I require a vial of dragon breath. Lin Cheng's inner fire instantly cooled by half. Why must this NPC desire dragon breath of all things? Dragon breath is a rather unique item, attainable only through battling the Ender Dragon in the end. Its purpose is to craft lingering potions. But what could this NPC possibly need it for? Of course, these questions were not for Lin Cheng to resolve. His primary objective was to obtain the coordinates of the two fragmented swords of cosmic dominion mentioned by the NPC. Is there a time limit? You understand that this item is rather elusive, and I certainly cannot procure it within a short span. There is no time limit. We have already waited long enough. A few more days will not make a difference. I believe you will succeed in retrieving the items I require and liberate us from this suffering. After uttering these words, the NPC vanished, followed closely by the disappearance of two other NPCs nearby. Lin Cheng found himself at a loss. These individuals departed without leaving any means of contact. Should he manage to acquire the dragon breath, how would he relay the task? During his discourse with the NPCs, Zhang Depeo, who had gone to exchange for bronze coins, returned. Friends, I have exchanged for the bronze coins, albeit the price has dropped slightly. Instead of 50 coins, we only received 44 coins per unit. Fortunately, your early return spared us from potentially receiving even less than 44 coins. According to our previous agreement, let us divide it evenly. As for the surplus, though Zhang Depeo did not articulate it, his mischievous smile conveyed his meaning. Understood, understood. If the surplus cannot be evenly divided, it shall all belong to you. Those who understand me, Lin Cheng included. However, what embarrassed Zhang Depeo the most was that through the sale of 60 kill badges, they collectively acquired 640 bronze coins. Dividing it among three could yield 880 bronze coins for each individual. Zhang Depeo promptly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, realizing that his hopes of earning more were dashed, and he had been undone by his lack of mathematical prowess. Mo Xiao, being a straightforward individual, without hesitation handed over his share of the bronze coins entirely to Lin Cheng. This series of actions left Zhang Depeo astonished. There truly existed someone who would forego money. I finally comprehend why you persistently bring this fellow along. He is indeed a diligent and selfless companion. Your statement is misguided. He is not merely a tool, but a devoted friend. How could one describe a friend's actions as those of a mere tool? All right. Your word is law. Having earned 800 bronze coins, I must contemplate how to utilize this portion of wealth. Oh, by the way, the event concludes tonight. And tomorrow we shall directly explore the underwater temple. Ensure you prepare everything necessary. We must act swiftly, for if others discover those coordinates first, we stand to lose greatly. Zhang Depeo remained preoccupied with thoughts of the unexplored underwater temple, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency that anyone could perceive. Rest assured, I have nearly gathered all the necessary items for exploring the underwater temple. When the time comes, you will realize that bringing me along guarantees your success. Zhang Depeo wore a skeptical expression. Bringing an additional person along for the expedition will not lead to profit, will it? Profit is not solely about numbers. Bringing me along will exponentially enhance our safety. I am referring not just to the numerical advantage. I shall not divulge too much now. When our expedition commences tomorrow, you shall understand. Lin Cheng could already envision Zhang Depeo's astonished expression upon encountering the water-breathing potion. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Yet, the sleepless did not include Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao, for the two bore no existential burdens. After a restful slumber until morning, per their agreement, Zhang Depeo was to arrive around noon. In light of this, Lin Cheng seized the opportunity to explore the previously unsearched underwater temple. Having previously stored the coordinates using the spatial teleportation staff before his departure, he decided not to take Mo Xiao with him this time. Mo Xiao, I am stepping out for a brief excursion. I shall return in approximately 1 hour. If Zhang Depeo arrives before I return, please have him wait a moment. It will not impede our agreed-upon plans from last night. Mo Xiao nodded, aware that his current responsibility was to gather pufferfish. Lin Cheng had informed him that the more pufferfish they collected, the safer their underwater endeavors would be. Perhaps having spent too long with Lin Cheng had influenced Mo Xiao, who had now adopted a more prudent demeanor. 3 seconds of waiting swiftly elapsed. and the scene before Lin Cheng transformed into the previously prepared water-sealed chamber. With the absence of the ancient guardian's interference, Lin Cheng found the difficulty of his exploration significantly diminished. He brandished his enchanted diamond pickaxe, striking the nearby walls with abandon, quickly breaching through them. After breaking through several walls, Lin Cheng finally discovered what he sought within a narrow compartment, a chest. Opening the chest revealed its contents. Yet it did not contain the item he desired most. The absence of the fragmented sword of cosmic dominion was within expectations. After all, if such an item were easily found, it would not hold such value. Though he did not find the fragmented sword of cosmic dominion, he did uncover an exceptionally formidable weapon. Chapter 167, Zhang de Peo in Extreme Shock. Item name: RPG Rocket Launcher. Type: Weapon. Function: consumes the corresponding ammunition to launch devastating attacks on target areas. Capable of inflicting catastrophic damage within a 999 radius. It can destroy all blocks except bedrock and inflicts terrifying damage to living beings, bypassing 80 of armor. The emergence of the RPG rocket launcher left Lin Cheng utterly astonished. It was astonishing that they had progressed to such advanced weaponry. One could only wonder if guided missiles would soon follow. Moreover, the ability of the RPG rocket launcher to obliterate obsidian was truly beyond expectation. As other survivors began to construct walls from obsidian, Lin Cheng could easily employ this weapon for a surprise attack. Of course, in situations where it was not absolutely necessary. This weapon would serve as a last resort. The implications of bypassing 80 of armor meant that even those clad in full diamond gear would be unable to withstand the force of a rocket. The expansive 999 area made it nearly impossible to evade simply by relying on reflexes. Aside from the Ender Pearl, there appeared to be no other means of escape. The RPG rocket launcher had many merits. Yet its sole drawback was the limitation of loading only a single round at a time, compounded by the rarity of the ammunition. It could not be acquired through conventional means, only retrieved from exceedingly rare supply crates. With the RPG rocket launcher in his possession, Lin Cheng had no doubt that he could single-handedly confront a survivor alliance. This was not solely due to the RPG rocket launcher. He had also gathered 3 rounds of ammunition from the crate. As a weapon of immense destructive capability, the ammunition itself was quite unique, each round occupying a slot in his inventory. Fortunately, the quantity he possessed was limited. Otherwise, his entire pack would be filled with these projectiles, leaving no room for other essentials. Content with his acquisition, Lin Cheng stowed the RPG rocket launcher in his backpack and promptly dismantled the crate. By doing so, he ensured that future explorers would believe the underwater temple held no further supply crates, thereby dissuading them from venturing into this perilous locale. This action subtly enhanced his chances of obtaining rare materials, albeit marginally. To avoid overlooking any potential supply crates, Lin Cheng continued his search through the ruins of the underwater temple. However, miracles did not unfold, indicating that the value of the treasure map he had received from Zhang de Peo had been entirely expended. Any gain was better than none. And after retrieving the now-cooled space teleportation scepter, Lin Cheng returned to the quartz villa after a brief 3-second wait. Meanwhile, Zhang de Peo anxiously awaited outside the villa, as Mo Xiao had not granted him access. With no alternative, he could only remain outside. Upon hearing noises from the southern end of the quartz villa, Zhang de Peo immediately raised his voice. "Hey, old Lin, are you back? Can you do something about this? We came to collaborate, after all. It's not right to be turned away. Don't be impatient. There's still nearly an hour until our agreed time. You arrived too early. Bah. I was worried you'd be anxious waiting, so I came early, only to be met with a closed door. All right. Come in so we can discuss the upcoming task." Lin Cheng promptly activated the mobility permissions, and Zhang de Peo hurriedly rushed inside. It was not merely the fatigue of standing outside, but the constant scrutiny from passing survivors that made him anxious. As many suspected, Zhang de Peo was a persistent thief attempting to infiltrate the villa. Initially, this had been the modus operandi of most survivors when the quartz villa first appeared. However, such behavior had nearly vanished, and any survivor frequently roaming near the Order City was well aware that the quartz villa was impenetrable. Yet, Zhang de Peo could not disclose his connection with the villa's owner, as he simply lacked the necessary permissions. Over time, the label of fool had been affixed to Zhang de Peo, a bewildering predicament that felt like a mental assault. "Before we commence, I wish to give you something valuable. Its quantity is limited, so use it sparingly." Lin Cheng tossed a small backpack to Zhang de Peo, neatly filled with several bottles of water-breathing potions and night vision potions. You've likely seen the night vision potions. They circulate widely in Order City. As for the other potion, it grants temporary underwater breathing. Jiang Depeo's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just received astonishing news. How do you possess such miraculous potions? With the ability to breathe underwater, wouldn't that make one akin to a fish? You could say that. If I told you that all the potions circulating in Order City were crafted by me, would you be even more astonished? Jiang Depeo's mouth hung agape, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Lin Cheng worried that if he kept his mouth open any longer, it might dislocate. Goodness. I initially thought your ownership of the quartz villa was shocking enough, but it seems that was merely a fraction of the truth. I am genuinely curious about what occupies your mind. You can even create such wondrous potions. It's quite simple. It's just that you lack the knowledge to do so, and don't expect to glean my methods from me. They took considerable effort to develop. Jiang Depeo rolled his eyes. What do you take me for? We're friends. Who would sever a friend's means of income? However, we must agree that if you have new potions in the future, do remember to provide me with a few bottles for trial. Moreover, if I wish to purchase them, you ought to offer me a discounted price. Otherwise, it would be rather unfair to our relationship. Lin Cheng chuckled, agreeing to provide a discounted price, recognizing the potential for a long-term collaborative relationship between them. Enough chatter. Exploring the underwater temple is not as straightforward as you might think. We must first locate 3 ancient guardians. Until they are dealt with, we cannot explore the underwater temple at our leisure. Chapter 168. An exploration with familiarity. The specific plan was gradually discussed during the journey. For now, we should proceed at a steady pace to avoid any unforeseen circumstances due to haste. Jiang Depeo responded affirmatively. The vehicle is outside. We must not delay. Let us depart immediately. Initially, it was assumed that the coordinates of the new underwater temple were not particularly far from here. Yet the actual journey proved to be significantly longer than anticipated. An entire hour had passed, and Lin Cheng had spoken until his throat was parched, considering all possible factors. However, despite his silence, the vehicle still had not reached its destination. Depeo, how much longer? Lin Cheng inquired. I have traveled this road once before, so I remember it vaguely. If all goes well, we should need about another 30 minutes. Lin Cheng felt as if a flock of crows had just swept above him. A journey of an hour and a half was indeed quite exaggerated. Fortunately, the supply of gasoline was relatively ample, as Jiang Depeo had brought 2 barrels to prevent running out of fuel on the long journey. It was not until they neared a stretch of ocean that Jiang Depeo finally halted the vehicle. The 3 of them disembarked and gazed out at the serene horizon, blissfully unaware of the myriad hidden dangers lurking beneath the calm surface that survivors must always remain vigilant against. Assuming we can remain submerged for about 8 minutes, that should suffice for us to enter, Jiang Depeo eagerly announced as he pulled out the potion, preparing to drink the water-breathing elixir. Do not rush. Save it for when your oxygen is nearly depleted. We have a limited supply of potions. Conserving them is prudent, Lin Cheng advised, prompting Jiang Depeo to reluctantly set aside the potion he was about to consume. The trio advanced in parallel formation, enabling them to collectively respond to any threats. This way, if one detected danger, the others would not be oblivious and could react accordingly, preventing a disastrous encounter. The familiar silhouette of the underwater temple soon reappeared before them. Mo Xiao, having previously explored the temple with Lin Cheng, possessed some experience, yet Jiang Depeo rushed in blindly, oblivious to the surroundings. Lin Cheng, with a sense of resignation, began constructing a water-free space, much like the last time, for rest and communication. Nearby, the infected had already been stirred, gradually converging towards the temple's location. The synergy between Mo Xiao and Lin Cheng was seamless. One held the front line, while the other focused on the construction of the water-free space. As anticipated, the presence of this space effectively blocked the infected from advancing. However, Jiang Depeo had already vanished from sight. Lin Cheng furrowed his brow and followed the direction Jiang Depeo had taken, seizing the opportunity to break through most of the walls before the effects of fatigue set in. With efficiency-enhancing enchantments and rapid underwater excavation, the pace of their progress was commendable. Mo Xiao joined in, and together they created a substantial opening in the walls to connect the internal spaces. Just as they were about to locate Jiang Depeo, they unexpectedly encountered an ancient guardian. Fortunately, the ancient guardian posed little threat to Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao. The enchanted diamond armor they donned absorbed significant damage, allowing them to gradually whittle down the Guardian's health. After defeating the Ancient Guardian, the effects of fatigue returned once more, indicating that another Ancient Guardian lurked nearby. Lin Cheng contemplated for a moment. Given that the terrain was not overly complex, there was no need to waste a potion to eliminate the fatigue. There were still several accessible paths ahead, and perhaps Zhang Depeo was nearby. If fortune favored them, they might defeat all 3 Ancient Guardians without needing to use additional potions. Navigating the confined space, even the most directional individuals could find themselves disoriented. Zhang Depeo had evidently become lost, wielding his pickaxe as if it were an unbearable weight, unable to break through any blocks. His rising panic was compounded when a massive eye suddenly appeared behind him, a daunting Ancient Guardian. The Guardian advanced slowly, amplifying Zhang Depeo's dread. Is this the Ancient Guardian Lin Cheng mentioned? Fear can severely impair one's combat abilities and cognitive functions, and at that moment, Zhang Depeo was operating at less than half his normal capacity. Fortunately, Lin Cheng found him just in time. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Although Zhang Depeo had proven lethal against the infected, having slain countless foes, this was his first encounter with an Ancient Guardian. Moreover, his armor was merely standard diamond armor, lacking any enchantments. For players who were not entirely novice yet still bore some naivete, their first encounter with an Ancient Guardian was often the most perilous. They might mistakenly believe that their combat prowess against the infected would suffice against a Guardian, which was a grave misconception. Most survivors fell victim to counterattack damage rather than direct hits from the Guardian's rays, as they remained unaware of the Guardian's retaliatory capabilities. Can you not follow instructions? Running around aimlessly upon entering the temple. Do you intend to hoard everything for yourself? Lin Cheng exclaimed. Zhang Depeo took a moment to collect himself, managing a strained smile tinged with fear. I thought you said to find the Ancient Guardian as quickly as possible. I aim for a swift resolution. After all, we've already spent so much time on the road. If I could save time, I would. You never mentioned how enormous the Guardian is. Seeing it for the first time nearly rendered me speechless. Chapter 169. A perfect conclusion, by the way. There is one more thing I wish to inquire about. How did I acquire a buff known as excavation fatigue? It's quite normal. This is something created by the Ancient Guardians. As long as you defeat all the Ancient Guardians within the underwater temple, this effect will no longer manifest. To dispel the excavation fatigue, you must first consume a bucket of milk. If I recall correctly, you seem to be without any milk, correct? Zhang Depeo nodded. This was his first encounter with such peculiar phenomena, and naturally, he had not prepared milk to alleviate the excavation fatigue. In that case, the task becomes much simpler. You will be responsible for scouting for monsters in the vicinity while Mo Xiao and I continue our exploration deeper into the underwater temple. Oh, am I the only one doing this? Zhang Depeo clearly hesitated, recalling the significant psychological impact the sudden appearance of the Ancient Guardian had on him. Do not worry. Aside from the Ancient Guardians, other monsters pose little threat to you. Furthermore, you still possess firearms, do you not? With such weaponry, the issue is considerably less daunting. Moreover, you must understand that you are quite unfamiliar with the underwater temple, whereas I have prior experience exploring it. Comparatively, I will require less time to navigate through, and the less time spent, the safer we shall be. Given all this, it is evident that you are not the optimal candidate for exploring the underwater temple. I am. Zhang Depeo took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and soon regained his composure. Lin Cheng's words were undeniably reasonable. It would be wiser to entrust this perilous yet intriguing endeavor to someone experienced. He resolved not to meddle unnecessarily, lest he inadvertently complicate matters and create a laughable situation. The area to be guarded need not be extensive. The primary goal is to secure the direction from which we arrived, ensuring no other infected individuals intrude. Although I have implemented some basic protective measures, absolute security cannot be guaranteed, as exceptions may arise. After addressing some details, Lin Cheng drank a bucket of milk, dispelling the effects of excavation fatigue. With his diamond pickaxe, the efficiency of his excavations was remarkable. With Lin Cheng leading the way, no wall posed a challenge. The most dramatic moment occurred when Lin Cheng, after breaking through a wall, discovered he had reached the outermost layer. At that instant, an infected creature's face was pressed against the breach, startling Mo Xiao considerably. In a swift reaction, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was quick to respond, or else a significant portion of those bullets might have struck him instead. Afterward, Mo Xiao wore an awkward smile. My apologies, Chengge. I got a bit too excited just now. It was quite startling to suddenly see the face of an infected creature, which made me a bit jumpy. Next time, be cautious. Otherwise, you might accidentally shoot me. Even though I am clad in full attribute armor, I doubt I could withstand that. I assure you, there will be no next time. Following this minor incident, the overall exploration proceeded more smoothly. It became evident that, under the current survival conditions, the underwater temple could indeed refresh supply chests. However, the contents of these chests were limited, containing only a small quantity of sponge and a few sea lanterns. While sponge has considerable utility, sea lanterns are less significant and less for decorative purposes. The scattered minerals found in the supply chests were mostly negligible. Lin Cheng already possessed a substantial amount of the precious diamonds. Thus, the iron and gold ingots were of little concern to him. The supplies discovered were not particularly beneficial at this stage. Therefore, Lin Cheng resolved to focus on developing redstone. Establishing an automated farm was becoming imperative. Additionally, the mechanisms crafted from redstone would provide immense advantages in repelling waves of infected creatures. With the territory's inherent blast-resistant capabilities, producing more TNT to place in dispensers would allow for immediate counterattacks against any incoming foes. Of course, these considerations were for the future. Upon reuniting with Zhang Depeo, Lin Cheng divided the spoils found in the supply chests. He was exceedingly honest, laying out all the abundant items on the ground, as trust is the sole bridge for continued cooperation. A single act of dishonesty may yield substantial gains, but such gains would be trivial compared to the value of maintaining one's credibility. I propose a trade. I can forego the sea lanterns. You may sell them as luxury items to other survivor alliances, and I am certain someone will pay a premium for them. However, I desire only the wet sponge. If you agree, the sea lanterns shall all be yours, and the sponges will belong to me. Though Zhang Depeo possessed considerable survival and combat prowess, his common sense could not rival Lin Cheng's. Thus, he was unaware of the sponge's true utility. To him, the opulent sea lanterns appeared far more valuable. This transaction seemed to him a guaranteed profit. He promptly agreed, though he remained oblivious to the greater loss he was incurring. In essence, sponge is a block with practical applications, significantly differing in value from mere decorative blocks. Yet, Lin Cheng was not misleading him. Based on the current understanding of survivors regarding resources, it was true that sea lanterns, being aesthetically pleasing and light-emitting, would command a higher price than sponge. After all, aside from him, it seemed no other survivor was privy to the sponge's true purpose. The exploration of the underwater temple concluded successfully. Yet Lin Cheng did not overlook the temple's coordinates. He chose to record them using the spatial teleportation staff, for such structures are rare and invaluable. Who knows when he might find a use for them? Should he gain the capability in the future, constructing a fish tower would not be out of the question. After all, he possessed sponge, and dedicating time to build a fish tower would be a matter of moments. As the sky gradually darkened, it became evident that the time taken exceeded expectations. Lin Cheng roughly estimated the return trip. It appeared they might not make it in time. At least not before 7 o'clock to return to the quartz villa. As for Zhang Depeo, he lived even further from the City of Order. Chapter 170. The special ability of Blood Moon Protection to return home directly. Lin Cheng had no choice but to bring Mo Xiao and himself back to his residence. In comparison to the safety of the quartz villa and Zhang Depeo's home, it was evident that the former offered a greater sense of security. Who could resist a reliable sanctuary that promised to be free of troubles? Thus, the three of them decided to spend the night at Lin Cheng's quartz villa. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. As they traveled, the sky darkened completely. What infuriated them most was the activation of the Blood Moon mode that night, which granted all infected individuals varying degrees of enhancement. Ding! As night fell, the infected began to respawn. Tonight marked the Blood Moon. After a long hiatus, the Blood Moon had unexpectedly emerged following the trio's exploration of the underwater temple. What a stroke of luck! They had anticipated a mundane adventure, only to discover that a genuine threat loomed ahead. Alas, fortunes once arrived could not be halted. Look at that shadow in the distance. Its size significantly larger than the typical infected. It was likely an elite creature. Zhang Depeo, while driving, pointed in a direction where a massive silhouette was slowly approaching. Lin Cheng immediately grasped his M4A1 automatic rifle equipped with a 4x scope and peered into the distance, only to find it was a tyrant. Lin Cheng was acutely aware of the tyrant's lethality during the Blood Moon state. having previously witnessed its destructive capabilities that obliterated his temporary refuge. This was no ordinary elite creature. It seemed to be the most formidable elite adversary encountered thus far. They could only pray that this elite did not possess any special abilities. Otherwise, the three of them might be doomed. Seizing the moment while the behemoth was still at a distance, they pushed the vehicle to its limits, ensuring their safety as they sped toward their destination. Lin Cheng's face darkened as he shared his thoughts with his companions, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Zhang Depeo remained silent, but discreetly accelerated the vehicle to its maximum speed. The car surged forward like a dart, the howling wind heightening their tension. Mo Xiao, too, felt a surge of anxiety. The fact that Lin Cheng regarded this creature with such gravity indicated its extraordinary nature. For the two who had never encountered a tyrant before, this sudden appearance was a shock, though certainly not a pleasant one. The massive tyrant drew nearer, moving at a pace rivaling their vehicle's speed, complicating matters. More infected began to converge on their location as the tyrant approached, creating an ever-tightening noose. While the vehicle's speed could eliminate some infected through sheer momentum, it would not eradicate them all. If their speed diminished and they collided with an infected, rather than being killed, they would find themselves brought to a standstill, trapped. In this digitized world, it was not unusual for inexplicable phenomena to occur. There was no time to waste. Zhang Depeo, focus on driving. Leave the sniping to Mo Xiao and me. Lin Cheng understood that delaying was not an option, although firing recklessly might activate the tyrant's special attributes. If they continued to hesitate, the tyrant would inevitably catch up. Rather than waiting to perish in despair, it would be wiser to fight desperately. They might yet carve out a sliver of hope. As the driver, Zhang Depeo could not afford to be distracted. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal crash. He possessed a spatial teleportation staff, allowing him to return to the quartz villa in 3 seconds, provided he remained calm. However, Mo Xiao and Zhang Depeo did not share this luxury. If they halted, only death awaited them. After all, Lin Cheng felt a responsibility to ensure the safety of those he had brought along. A bullet shot forth, striking the tyrant with precision. Yet the damage inflicted was disheartening, merely 6 points. This was the M4A1's ammunition, an automatic rifle that should have far greater lethality than a submachine gun. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao wielded his firearm, working tirelessly to eliminate the ordinary infected that were drawing near. They needed to work in tandem to maintain the vehicle's safety. Any misstep could jeopardize their survival. Should they attempt to utilize the Barrett M82A1? Lin Cheng inhaled deeply, retrieving the long-unused Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle from his backpack. Beneath its dark exterior lay an aura of power unmatched by ordinary firearms. Even if the Barrett M82A1 proved ineffective, he still had the RPG rocket launcher as a final fallback. As long as they remained resolute, solutions would outnumber the challenges. A colossal bullet erupted from the Barrett M82A1's muzzle, delivering a powerful blow that significantly depleted the tyrant's health. Seeing the attack succeed, Lin Cheng could not help but smile with satisfaction. As long as their efforts bore fruit, he felt reassured. Based on the current damage assessment, only 2 more penetrating shots were needed to eliminate the tyrant. However, after the 3rd bullet struck the tyrant, Lin Cheng found himself in a state of despair. The tyrant, which should have had its health reduced to 0, instead regained approximately 70% of its vitality. Lin Cheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearful he had misread the situation. The creature's health had clearly plummeted to about 20%. How could it possibly rebound to 70%? A staggering 50% had returned. Then he recalled that it was the Blood Moon state. Had it activated some special ability? Beneath the tyrant's health bar appeared 2 special abilities, Blood Moon Protection and Double Attack. The term Blood Moon Protection brimmed with boundless possibilities, suggesting it might entail regeneration or perhaps a mechanism that restored health to the infected when killed during the Blood Moon. Naturally, these remained mere conjectures, necessitating further eliminations for conclusive insights. Fortuitously, he had procured ample Barrett M82A1 ammunition. Otherwise, he would have been hard-pressed to conduct such experiments. Chapter 171. The true purpose of Blood Moon's protection. Upon entering the lethal threshold for the 2nd consecutive time, the tyrant's health bar inexplicably surged back to 70. This phenomenon further convinced Lin Cheng that the tyrant possessed a unique attribute directly linked to resurrection. After 3 consecutive revivals, could it possibly resurrect a 4th time? Even the most formidable abilities must have limitations. Otherwise, it would pose an apocalyptic threat to the survivors. No one could afford to expend such time and resources battling a creature that could resurrect indefinitely. Analyzing from its name, this resurrection likely only exists under the blood moon's influence, though it cannot be entirely dismissed that it may become completely ineffective afterward. Brother Chum, that colossal creature is still alive. Surely, it won't revive endlessly. Mo Xiao felt the goosebumps rising on his skin. Simply gazing at this massive entity instilled dread, let alone engaging in frequent direct confrontations. For the time being, they could only strive to eliminate it a few more times in hopes of discerning a pattern. Lin Cheng took a deep breath and asked, Jiang de Peo, how far are we from Order City? I estimate we need to hold out for at least another 20 minutes. You must endure. Jiang de Peo, anxious, found himself unable to assist in clearing the nearby infected due to his role as the driver. Consequently, the burden of eliminating the infected fell entirely on Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao. 20 minutes? I will do my utmost. Lin Cheng reloaded his Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, firing shot after shot as the tyrant's health continued to diminish. However, resurrection soon followed. Lin Cheng had prepared for the worst, if necessary. He would leverage his tools to induce frequent revivals of the tyrant. During its resurrection, the tyrant was immobilized. In a sense, forcing the tyrant into a state of revival was a perfect method to delay its offensive rhythm, albeit a strategy that consumed considerable ammunition. The thought of expending all his Barrett M82A1 rounds on this tyrant felt somewhat unjust. Ultimately, the return on investment seemed disproportionately low. Yet, no superior alternatives presented themselves. Perhaps diligence was rewarded, or fortune smiled upon Lin Cheng once more, as he discerned a glimmer of insight amidst the tyrant's revival phase. He noticed countless specks of light gradually converging above the tyrant's head. Although he could not discern their origin, he could at least perceive their final destination. Lin Cheng tentatively fired a shot at the gathering of light, and to his astonishment, this seemingly ethereal spectacle shattered under physical damage. The power of the Barrett M82A1 bullet obliterated the intangible vision, plunging the surrounding space into a crimson sea, significantly enhancing the nearby ordinary infected. Observing this peculiar yet terrifying sight, Lin Cheng began to comprehend the nature of Blood Moon's protection. It seemed that for the tyrant, it merely conferred a revival effect. However, for other infected individuals, it likely functioned as a collective buff. Only upon the dismantling of the tyrant's Blood Moon protection would this group buff manifest. Those affected by the buff experienced a dramatic increase in mobility, practically moving with astonishing speed. The influence of Blood Moon's protection was indeed formidable. With the tyrant dispatched, they merely needed to eliminate the buffed infected to temporarily alleviate their dangers. Lin Cheng relayed this encouraging news to the anxious Mo Xiao and Jiang de Peo, both of whom smiled in relief. Although the buffed ordinary infected appeared more formidable, they remained merely ordinary infected, lacking the offensive capabilities of elite infected, easily dispatched with a few shots. As for the scattered loot that fell to the ground, the trio regarded it with indifference. It wasn't a matter of arrogance. Rather, the decaying flesh seemed no more than refused to the survivors at their current stage of existence. Collecting it would merely waste precious backpack space, necessitating disembarking to retrieve it, a poor trade-off. Of course, it was possible that some infected dropped bronze coins, but each of them already possessed several hundred, rendering a few coins inconsequential. Moreover, given the Blood Moon's presence, the danger of disembarking was incalculable. Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao lost track of how many shots they had fired. They merely recalled a continuous cycle of driving and shooting. It was only when they caught sight of Order City on the distant horizon that their tense emotions began to ease. The visibility of Order City signified their proximity to the quartz villa. Their sanctuary was within reach. Lin Cheng remotely relinquished Jiang de Peo's driving privileges, and the trio drove the vehicle directly into the garage. As they gazed at the infected stranded outside, Jiang de Peo, overwhelmed, slumped to the ground, panting heavily. It's been ages since I experienced such exhilarating events, being pursued by a horde of infected under the Blood Moon. For ordinary survivors, it's an opportunity that is both rare and coveted. Your thought process is truly unique. Aside from you, I doubt any other survivors would wish to encounter such a scenario, Lin Cheng replied with a resigned smile. The infected, empowered by the Blood Moon, were no trifling matter. A moment's inattention could prove fatal. The tyrant they had just faced served as an apt example. Thankfully, Lin Cheng had been vigilant regarding the tyrant's health bar. This villa is quite intriguing. It successfully wards off the outside infected. Honestly, where did this place come from? Zhang Depeo seemed particularly interested in the quartz villa, as did every survivor in Order City. Chapter 172. The flimsy reason the acquisition of this quartz villa was not without reason, since we are friends. I shall reveal the truth to you. Lin Cheng spoke with feigned sorrow. The original owner of the quartz villa was not I, but rather a dear brother of mine. Tragically, he lost his life amidst an onslaught of infected individuals, and most crucially, he had not yet attained a rank. In the final moment before he was completely erased from existence, he bequeathed ownership of this quartz villa to me. Each time I behold this magnificent structure, I am transported back to the joyous moments we shared. Mo Xiao, standing nearby, wore a look of confusion, pondering the disjointed narrative Lin Cheng was weaving. He had never heard of such a tale, and if memory served him correctly, the materials used to construct this villa were procured during their perilous exploration of an underwater temple. Lin Cheng subtly signaled to Mo Xiao to refrain from speaking out of turn, particularly to avoid revealing the truth. While it was indeed true that Lin Cheng held the ultimate ownership of the villa, he felt compelled to narrate the process of acquisition in a manner sufficiently convoluted for Zhang Depeo to comprehend. The villa was hard-won and would not be casually relinquished, nor did he wish to disclose its true origins. If Zhang Depeo continued to press for answers, any normal person would find it unbearable. Should he inadvertently let slip any details, it could spell trouble, especially considering the multitude of hidden tasks scattered throughout the City of Order. If others were to uncover these tasks before him, it would be a significant loss. Well, should you ever, and I mean if, you no longer desire this villa, you may transfer it to me. Zhang Depeo grinned slyly. Even if you choose not to sell it to me, I could take it under my temporary care. It would be better than leaving it vacant. Moreover, it would be a shame to let such a good fortune slip into the hands of others. If you doubt my intentions, I can provide something as a deposit or even pay rent. That is entirely unnecessary, Lin Cheng interrupted, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Even if I must step out, I shall not be gone for long, at most, just a few days. My level of exploration in this world surpasses that of any survivor currently sustained by the Order. If I cannot return from a place, I have faith that it would be equally perilous for you. Tonight is a blood moon. I cannot allow you to venture back into danger. You shall stay here for the night, allowing me to extend my hospitality. The provisions here are nearing surplus. As he spoke, Lin Cheng retrieved a bundle of bread from a box and tossed it to Zhang Depeo. This was not a mere display of bravado. Rather, he had indeed acquired an abundance of food from the war world, and its shelf life was rapidly depleting. His small farm was self-sustaining. How delightful, Zhang Depeo exclaimed, unceremoniously stuffing the bread into his pockets. For a solitary adventurer, he would not forego any opportunity to gather resources, no matter how trivial they might seem. Speaking of which, when the war world opens again, should we consider forming a team? Lin Cheng nodded, acknowledging the strength in numbers, even amidst the dangers of the war world. The previous incursion had seen but a few participants. The next would undoubtedly witness an exponential increase in entrants, thereby raising the danger quotient significantly. Given the frequency of monster spawns and the potential for players to appear directly behind one, Lin Cheng could not guarantee his safe return. Having Zhang Depeo, a formidable combatant, would provide an added layer of security. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I missed out on many opportunities during the last incursion. This time, I shall not allow that to happen. Zhang Depeo clenched his fists, aware of the rich resources the war world offered, which were essential for survival. Unlike the stagnant resource chests of the main world, the war world bristled with possibilities. Mo Xiao shivered at the thought of the dangers they had previously faced. His aversion to the war world was profound. In his youthful naivety, he had followed Lin Cheng into that perilous realm, nearly costing him his life. Thankfully, Lin Cheng had been responsible, doing everything he could to ensure Mo Xiao's survival. Otherwise, he might not even have known how he had perished. Brother Cheng, are we truly going to venture into the war world again? Mo Xiao gulped nervously. I believe our current resources are sufficient, and there is no need to take such risks. Indeed, our supplies are plentiful, but this is merely temporary, Lin Cheng replied earnestly. If we remain stagnant while others advance, it is akin to rowing upstream. We must either progress or regress. When other survivors grow powerful and we cling to our status quo, what do you think will become of us? Mo Xiao's body tensed at the realization. He had been so focused on his own safety that he had overlooked the deeper implications. They were not merely fighting for survival. They were also ensuring their security. As other survivors grew stronger, thoughts of conflict would inevitably arise. In such a scenario, all their might and resources would be their best means of protection. Our foray into the war world is not solely for resources. In a sense, we are in search of weapons. You must understand, resources in the main world do not respawn. Only the war world offers limitless possibilities. Perhaps, if fortune smiles upon us, we may uncover weapons previously unseen. Or at the very least, return with a cache of ammunition. Jiang de Peo concurred. You are correct. Our most pressing scarcity is indeed ammunition. I have already depleted more than half of my supply, and if I do not replenish it soon, I shall find myself utterly defenseless. Chapter 173. The End World Exploration Plan. Lin Cheng cast a surprised glance at Jiang de Peo, filled with a sense of bewilderment. During their previous assault on the residents of the Thunder Dragon Survivor Alliance, they had divided a considerable amount of ammunition. How could it have been consumed so swiftly? He had barely used a quarter of the bullets in his possession, while this fellow was on the verge of running out. The disparity was striking. Alas, one inevitably encounters numerous dangers in the outside world, leading to a far greater consumption of ammunition. Jiang de Peo's tone was tinged with a hint of bitterness, as if he had transformed into an embodiment of jealousy. Who wouldn't desire an absolutely secure dwelling? All right, no need for further explanations. I can sense your sourness from this distance. It feels as though someone has overturned a jar of vinegar, Lin Cheng remarked. It's not just me feeling this way. Which survivor in the City of Order ISN feeling a touch of envy? Nowadays, when everyone goes to sleep, they must remain vigilant against potential enemy attacks. Meanwhile, you, in the state of Blood Moon, can leisurely fish here. Regarding the issue of the quartz villa, Lin Cheng was disinclined to continue the discussion and promptly shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on that. There are still 2 days until the next enhancement of the infected. What are your plans for that time? Nothing much, really. Just gathering supplies and quietly awaiting the next opening of the war world. Speaking of which, it seems the war world will soon commence. According to the rules announced at the time, the war world opens at the beginning of each month. The enhancement of the infected occurs every 10 days. If we consider 30 days as 1 month, then, on the day following the third enhancement of the infected, the second war world will commence consecutively. Precisely. Let us gather at the central square of the City of Order the day after the enhancement of the infected. Agreed. The subjects discussed by the two in the late hours were fundamentally related to future developments, and it was evident that both had clear objectives. Moreover, their goals coincidentally aligned at the conclusion. They both sought to unravel the truth of this world and, subsequently, return to reality. No one wishes to exist within a virtual realm, even if it bears a striking resemblance to the real world. The sensation of being manipulated is far from pleasant. What manner of existence is that so-called creator god? Once the infected ceased to respawn, the state of Blood Moon was lifted, and the survivors outside breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Dawn has broken. The infected have ceased to respawn. The Blood Moon has faded. Time was running short, and after expressing gratitude for the hospitality of the night, Jiang de Peo slowly rose, intending to return to the garage and drive his vehicle back. Are you leaving so soon? Aren't you going to wait until the infected outside have completely vanished? The Blood Moon increases the probability of elite monster spawns, and it is quite possible that large numbers of elite infected are still lurking outside. If he encounters any elite infected that have not been scorched by the sun on his way back, it could lead to considerable trouble. Many matters remain unresolved. You have already granted me a great favor by allowing me to stay for the night. You have your plans as well. After our conversation last night, I realize you are an ambitious individual, and we share certain commonalities. I believe that in the not-too-distant future, we shall become comrades in arms, willing to brave fire and water together. Jiang de Peo's sudden seriousness left Lin Cheng feeling somewhat at a loss. After all, since their acquaintance, Jiang de Peo had always presented himself with a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, the more he feigned indifference, the more likely he was to harbor unknown secrets within. Very well. You have your objectives, and you are no longer a child. You can arrange your own affairs. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me here. It is certainly easier to find than your home. Jiang de Peo smiled slightly. Indeed, who in the vicinity of the City of Order is unaware of the quartz villa? Let's not prolong this. I likely won't be able to come by for a while. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Watching Jiang de Peo's vehicle gradually recede into the distance, Lin Cheng's smile also began to fade. It was evident that recent events had multiplied, necessitating meticulous planning on his part. Upon reflection, 3 significant matters required urgent attention. First and foremost was the quest for Dragon's Breath. Before that, he needed to locate the end portal to enter the end. Whether he could slay the Ender Dragon was another matter. The primary objective was to gather a vial of Dragon's Breath to complete the task. Secondly, the third enhancement of the infected was imminent, alongside the second opening of the war world. To seek the end portal, a journey was necessary, and the number of Ender Pearls in his possession was currently sufficient. Venturing into the end carries risks, but that does not imply it is entirely unfeasible. However, once in the end, returning would necessitate defeating the Ender Dragon. Cross-dimensional travel cannot be accomplished with the spatial transport scepter, as proven during previous experiments in the Nether. To slay the Ender Dragon, the most crucial step is to destroy the Ender Crystals, for those accursed things can rapidly restore the dragon's health. Even with a firearm, he could not withstand the dragon's rapid health recovery. Convincing Mo Xiao to accompany him would certainly be a more prudent approach. They could split their tasks, one focused on slaying the Ender Dragon while the other focuses on destroying the crystals. With each playing their part, they would eventually be able to vanquish the Ender Dragon. Yet, one matter still needed clarification. Did the End harbor infected creatures akin to those in the Nether? If so, he would need to exercise even greater caution during the exploration of the End. There, not only were there Endermen, but also a vast number of infected that could spawn at any moment. Moreover, he would need to contend with the formidable Ender Dragon. Acting alone would only lead to overwhelming challenges, and even as a duo, they must remain exceedingly vigilant. This was indeed a daunting predicament. Lin Cheng sighed silently, first heading to the resource warehouse to gather all the Ender Pearls he could carry. Since action was imminent, he must prepare thoroughly, and the sooner they departed, the better. After all, locating the end portal would require some time. In addition, Lin Cheng intended to concoct as many potions as possible, particularly those for damage absorption and health recovery. The more preparations he made, the greater his chances of success. After defeating the Ender Dragon, the rewards would be plentiful. Chapter 174. The quest for the end portal. Slaying the Ender Dragon serves not only to fulfill the ancient calling quest, but also allows him to explore the mysterious outer islands of the End. He possesses merely one shulker box, which he acquired from that trickster, Mo Xiao. Should he manage to locate an outer island, he would have no concerns regarding the repair of his equipment, as the experience gained would be substantial. Furthermore, he would no longer have to worry about the sufficiency of his shulker box in the future. With a sufficient quantity, he could even venture to the City of Order to sell them, as their worth is considerable. Even in a standard survival scenario, shulker shells are a rare commodity. And especially in these tumultuous times, carrying resources with him is far safer than storing them at home. It is reasonable to assume that the Survivor Alliance would be willing to pay handsomely for portable storage space, as it is far more practical than a small backpack. Most crucially, shulker boxes can be used to store small backpacks, creating an infinite nesting effect, significantly reducing storage limitations. Moreover, unbeknownst to many, shulker boxes can also be utilized in the war world. By carrying multiple shulker boxes, he could bring back more resources on his next expedition to that perilous realm. After all, the war world is fraught with danger. Each journey is akin to flirting with death, and few are eager to traverse it unless they find themselves in dire need of supplies or aspire to reach greater heights. In contrast to others who rely on numerical backpacks for storage, which ultimately leads to communal sharing of spoils upon return. Carrying additional shulker boxes allows for a more personal allocation of resources, who would willingly share the fruits of their labor with others unless compelled by necessity. However, all these considerations hinge upon his victory over the Ender Dragon. Once he enters the End, there is no returning to the overworld without defeating the dragon. Not even with the spatial teleportation staff. Lin Cheng assembled a plethora of items and brought along all his Ender Pearls and the Eyes of Ender he had meticulously prepared. He had been preparing for this venture into the graveyard for quite some time. He yearned to witness the End poem and the fabled creator god. As for the enigmatic figure he had encountered earlier, Lin Cheng retained a vague recollection. He had heard whispers of a mysterious entity known as him within the gaming realm, extremely dangerous and shrouded in mystery. This was the sole label that players associated with him. Whether this individual had any connection to Lin Cheng remained uncertain. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting encounter, a figment of imagination. The path to locating the End portal would undoubtedly be arduous, for the trajectory of the Eyes of Ender invariably points towards the portal. Whether faced with mountains or rivers, one must either forge ahead or change direction. Regardless of the choice made, it would consume considerable time and energy, involving extensive travel. Given the uncertainties inherent in the quest for the end portal, should he stray too far, the return journey would be equally time-consuming. If he were to encounter another blood moon, Mo Zhao's predicament would become perilous, potentially even fatal. Thus, Lin Cheng made a bold decision to venture forth alone in search of the end portal. This way, as nightfall approached, he could utilize the spatial teleportation to return safely to the quartz villa, ensuring his security. Weighing all factors, this choice emerged as the optimal solution. Cheng, good. Are you certain you want to go alone? Yes, Lin Cheng nodded, feeling compelled to explain. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being pursued by a tyrant? That is unnecessary. However, for your sake, I would not mind being chased by a tyrant, as it would allow us to endure hardships together. All right. Two grown men need not speak such sentimental words. Just wait here patiently for me. I am not going to the end alone. Once I discover the portal, I will send you the coordinates. You must ensure discretion and confirm that no one is following you. This journey to the end will be perilous, yet the rewards will be immense. As for how much we will gain, I cannot provide a definitive answer, but it will certainly surpass our previous excursion to hell. If all goes as anticipated, our levels will experience extraordinary growth, and I can also take you to behold a magnificent structure. What Lin Cheng referred to were the copious experience points dropped upon slaying the Ender Dragon, as well as the towering end cities. In the past, Mo Zhao would have shown little interest in such tales, but having tasted the thrill of battle, he now found himself intrigued by adventure. At that moment, his imagination began to wander, pondering the nature of the grand edifice Lin Cheng spoke of. After all, even the underwater temples, which he regarded as sacred and untouchable, paled in comparison to what Lin Cheng deemed magnificent. Therefore, whatever Lin Cheng considered grand must indeed be an extraordinary and colossal structure. After discussing pertinent matters, Lin Cheng set off with a backpack full of supplies. He refrained from immediately deploying the Eye of Ender, aware that he was still within the realm of order and that others might be watching. The existence of the Quartz Villa was already a remarkable anomaly, and countless survivor alliances nearby were undoubtedly coveting it. Any deviation from the norm would surely attract the attention of hidden observers, making his every action subject to scrutiny. If that were to happen, his attempts to stealthily enter the End and defeat the Ender Dragon, as well as retrieve the dragon's breath, would become significantly more challenging. When focused on vanquishing a formidable boss, the greatest concern is the possibility of being schemed against from behind. It is crucial to remember that the Ender Dragon is exponentially more powerful than the Wither. Defeating this creature is far more daunting than one might expect. The current world differs in many respects from the traditional gaming realm, leaving one to wonder just how formidable the Ender Dragon might be in this reality. Chapter 175. Locking in the final position after tossing several Ender Pearls, the approximate location of the end portal was successfully pinpointed. Lin Cheng continued along the predetermined path, encountering numerous unique terrains, from towering mountains to expansive lakes. To ensure the accuracy of his direction and minimize the time spent searching for the end portal, Lin Cheng opted against taking detours. If there was a mountain, he ascended. If there was a lake, he navigated across it by boat. In essence, as long as his resolve remained steadfast, solutions would invariably outnumber the challenges. After more than 3 hours of arduous trekking, Lin Cheng had already discarded 7 or 8 Ender Eyes before finally locking onto the position of the Ender Eye. When the Ender Eye was cast and remained suspended without veering off course, it signified the discovery of the end portal. To be prudent, Lin Cheng first utilized the spatial teleportation staff to document the coordinates of the ground below, subsequently employing the method known as real-man mining, a direct vertical descent, which, under normal circumstances, would avoid lava. However, as he delved deeper, caution became paramount. A misstep could lead to a fall into lava. And even with the spatial teleportation staff in hand, escape would be dubious. Of course, such concerns were merely those of ordinary survivors and bore little significance to Lin Cheng. Prior to his departure, he had brewed a batch of fire-resistant potions using flame paste, ensuring that even a plunge into lava would not severely impact him. Empowered by the fire resistance, Lin Cheng pressed forward undeterred, burrowing deep into the earth. When the stone before him transformed into mossy cobblestone, he knew he was on the right track. Continuing deeper along the mossy walls, he occasionally encountered some infectors that had spawned within, but they posed little threat and were swiftly dispatched with a few strikes. Players familiar with the vicinity of the end portal would understand that this area is a labyrinthine tangle of complex terrains. Discovering the end portal in a short span indeed required a stroke of luck. Fortune favored the diligent, and Lin Cheng's relentless pursuit led him to finally uncover the end portal. Gazing at the dormant portal before him, an excitement began to swell within him. Yet, he refrained from activating it in haste. He had promised Mo Xiao that they would enter the inn together. For the time being, he could not inform his companion of his location through private messages. So Lin Cheng utilized the spatial teleportation staff to record his current coordinates and teleported back to the quartz villa. With 5 hours remaining until dusk, he estimated that although he could reach the portal in time, returning would be impossible. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as time in the end was indifferent to day or night, resembling the realm of the nether. However, should a blood moon arise, the situation would warrant a different approach. Upon hearing the commotion from above, Mo Xiao was no longer astonished, as he had grown accustomed to Lin Cheng's uncanny ability to appear and disappear. It seemed almost like a special power unique to Lin Cheng. Although curiosity lingered in his heart, he refrained from inquiring, respecting Lin Cheng's silence. "Brother Cheng, how goes the quest for the inn portal? Have you found it?" Lin Cheng responded with a soft affirmative, and a look of delight blossomed on Mo Xiao's face. He could hardly believe that everything had transpired so smoothly. Lin Cheng had only been gone for a few hours and had already located the enigmatic inn portal that baffled all survivors. "Without delay, we must set forth. The conditions within the inn remain unknown, so be prepared for the possibility of death. Your life is yours to choose. Whether to accompany me is entirely your decision. Regardless of your choice, I shall respect it, for life is indeed precious." Lin Cheng's tone was grave, granting Mo Xiao ample opportunity for contemplation. This was, after all, a matter of life and death, even if Mo Xiao chose to stay behind. Lin Cheng would harbor no grievances. Every individual deserved the chance to preserve their own life, despite their close relationship. He would never coerce Mo Xiao into perilous choices regarding his existence. Perhaps it was Lin Cheng's nonchalant attitude that instilled in Mo Xiao a profound sense of respect. The remnants of his fear of death dissipated, and the thought of perishing in the pursuit of understanding resonated with him as a fitting end. Moreover, his accumulated experience points could offset a single death, and if all his equipment were to be lost, he could simply start anew. With the quartz villa at his disposal, any material losses mattered little, as everything remained secure at home. As long as he lived, all possibilities remained open. "I will accompany you. Long before you began your search for the inn portal, I promised we would venture together. Even in death, we shall face it side by side." "Excellent," Lin Cheng exclaimed. A surge of affirmation coursing through him. He had indeed chosen wisely. This journey, fraught with peril, required him to bring forth all his resources. Should any items fall into the abyss, it mattered not, as the most crucial possessions were bound to his soul. To mitigate any unforeseen events that might hinder Mo Xiao's timely arrival, Lin Cheng opted not to use the spatial teleportation staff directly, but instead traveled alongside Mo Xiao by vehicle. This way, he could assist in managing any unexpected occurrences. As Mo Xiao was still a novice in combat, as he had previously feared, should the vicinity of the quartz villa be rife with spies from the Survivor Alliance, Mo Xiao's solo departure could easily lead to being stalked or embroiled in conflict. If no one followed them, all the better. But he preferred to be prepared for any eventuality. It soon became evident that Lin Cheng's concerns were justified. Dusk was rapidly approaching. Their decision to depart at this moment drew the attention of several hidden survivors. In no time, a dozen individuals dispersed in various directions to report back to their respective leaders, inadvertently increasing the challenges that lay ahead on their journey to the end portal. Chapter 176. The ingenious illusion. Are you suggesting that the owner of the quartz villa has ventured out at this hour? Indeed. I witnessed their departure with my own eyes. This is rather peculiar. The nightfall is merely a few hours away, and the choice to drive indicates a considerable distance. The very emergence of this quartz villa exudes an air of mystery. Perhaps following them will yield unexpected revelations. However, we must not act with undue haste. We are not the only ones surveilling this individual. We must ensure that other survivor alliances do not reap the rewards of our efforts. Here's the plan. You shall discreetly follow them, keeping a safe distance to avoid detection. If you can ascertain their purpose without being discovered, a generous reward awaits upon your return. It seemed as though the survivor alliances had conspired in advance, for the orders from each alliance leader bore striking similarity. All aimed to ensure their own anonymity while covertly observing the situation. Little did they realize, from the moment they set off, Lin Cheng had already discerned their intentions. Even if it were another in his stead, the presence of such a multitude of survivors trailing behind would inevitably create some stir. "Brother Cheng, it appears we are being followed." Even the oblivious Mo Xiao sensed the tension in the air. "Let them follow. Their efforts will yield no fruit." Lin Cheng replied, his expression largely unchanged, save for a twinge of regret. The source of his regret? The jeep they were currently driving. which had accompanied him for a considerable duration. To abandon it now felt disheartening, yet one must sacrifice to gain. For the sake of what lies ahead, I must relinquish this vehicle. Mo Xiao, when we reach the lake, do not brake. Accelerate straight into the water. Ah? Mo Xiao paused, momentarily incredulous. Are you certain? Without this vehicle, we cannot evade the pursuit. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, even if we shake them off, our ability to escape from any infected creatures will be severely compromised. Do not concern yourself with such matters. I must shed these tailing shadows. Do you still possess any underwater breathing potions? Yes, my previous expedition to the underwater temple went quite smoothly, so I have 2 potions remaining. Excellent. Upon entering the water, consume the potion and remain submerged for 15 minutes. The last 3 minutes will suffice for our ascent. Those following us will not linger here for long. I doubt they grasp the concept of underwater breathing. Understanding dawned on Mo Xiao, realizing why Lin Cheng was so confident in this plan. It was a clever ruse to mislead the pursuing survivors, who would never fathom the existence of such miraculous underwater breathing potions. Let us proceed as you suggest. Brother Cheng, brace yourself. In a bid to enhance the realism of their act, Mo Xiao pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to surge forward. To the onlookers from the survivor alliances, this appeared to be a sign of the vehicle losing control. As they approached the lake, the jeep showed no signs of slowing down. Then, before the astonished eyes of many, it launched into the tranquil waters, creating ripples upon the surface. The following survivors were left utterly dumbfounded. Did they truly leap into the lake without warning? This left them in a state of bewilderment. Under such circumstances, they dared not approach too closely. After all, who could predict whether the 2 individuals would resurface? They lingered for several minutes, observing the still surface without a sign of life. Growing anxious, they cautiously drew nearer, a scene that did not go unnoticed by other alliances tracking the pair. Yet, they maintained a silent understanding, refraining from interference. United by a common goal and mutual interests, they coexisted peacefully. Surely they haven't drowned below? Impossible. They are the owners of Quartz Villa. Their understanding of the world far surpasses ours. If we comprehend such principles, how could they not? That notion is utterly far-fetched. Can you propose any reasonable explanation for this awkward predicament? Well, it seems there isn't one at the moment. Then it is settled. Everyone is susceptible to errors. Xing Shui and the others merely made some common miscalculations. Do you think it possible, hypothetically, that they jumped from the vehicle just as it plunged into the lake and were inadvertently struck by it? That does strike a chord, while the probability is low. It is not entirely implausible. The world is vast and full of wonders. Unexpected occurrences can certainly happen. Otherwise, how could anyone remain submerged for 10 minutes unless they had transformed into a fish? All right, everyone should return to their respective places. There is no point in remaining here now that we've lost track of them. What this brother says is quite reasonable. Nightfall is fast approaching, and lingering here could lead us into peril. It is a poor bargain to risk our lives for 2 warriors whose fates are uncertain. I shall take my leave. Very well, we shall depart as well. With one leading the way, the others followed suit, recognizing the urgency of the approaching night. Once they had all vacated the area, Lin Cheng slowly resurfaced, his demeanor unchanged and his oxygen levels perfectly stable, showing no signs of distress. The survivor who had just departed would likely be stricken with terror upon returning, as if witnessing a resurrection. Come forth, they have all departed. We have a little over 3 hours until nightfall. Our time is limited, so let us hasten our journey. Chapter 177. The emergence of the Ender Dragon at last. They have departed. These individuals truly possess remarkable perseverance, having lingered until now. However, they are merely following orders. Without further ado, it is time to leave. Lin Cheng has an exceptional sense of direction, and relying on his memory, he managed to locate a small town encountered during their exploration. Searching for supplies and chests is, of course, out of the question. The yield does not justify the time spent. The primary objective of entering this small town is to find a suitable means of transportation, as mere walking, frankly, is rather inefficient. Fortuitously, the 2 of them stumbled upon a tricycle after meandering about for a while. Having grown accustomed to vehicles with 4 wheels, the sight of a 3-wheeled contraption felt somewhat peculiar. Moreover, the stability of a tricycle is significantly inferior to that of a 4-wheeled vehicle, making it prone to tipping over with the slightest oversight. Yet, there were no better options available. To prevent the sole remaining vehicle from succumbing to Mo Xiao's questionable driving skills, Lin Cheng resolved to take the reins himself. After accelerating, he successfully arrived at the coordinates of the end portal before darkness enveloped the land. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Cheng deemed it prudent to ensure that the vehicle was not parked nearby. He specifically instructed Mo Xiao to dispose of it in the nearest lake. The end portal is a closely guarded secret in the current world. Its exposure is strictly forbidden unless absolutely necessary. I understand. I will take care of it. With all preliminary preparations concluded, they ventured deeper underground. With each descent, they filled in the blocks above their heads. This way, even if other survivors happened to pass by and inadvertently removed a block, they would not discover a direct tunnel leading underground. So far, their progress has been remarkably smooth. And together they arrived at the final location of the end portal. Is this the end portal? Indeed, this particular portal is unique. It remains inactive at present. Come. Stand in the center. Lin Cheng beckoned Mo Xiao to join him in the middle of the portal. Side by side, they positioned themselves as the eyes of Ender were gradually placed into the portal's recesses. The atmosphere around them began to shift dramatically. And as the last eye of Ender was inserted, an unfathomable darkness materialized before them. In an instant, they were engulfed by the suffocating void, and when light returned, they found themselves in the end. Compared to hell, the darkness of the end is undeniably more profound. Even a torch placed on the ground only dispels the surrounding shadows. Eerie sounds reverberated nearby, seemingly emanating from some peculiar creature. Lin Cheng recognized the sound and turned to see a black entity towering over him. Its purple eyes fixated upon him. An Enderman? Lin Cheng did not maintain eye contact for long, quickly diverting his gaze to survey his surroundings. The landscape was slightly longer than he had anticipated, but it roughly matched his expectations, with sporadic infected entities scattered throughout the end. However, there were far fewer than he had imagined. It appeared that their journey in the end might be less challenging than expected. Mo Xiao, be extremely cautious not to lock eyes with those dark creatures for too long. Otherwise, you will become their target. What is that? Mo Xiao's mind was awash with questions as he gazed at the tall, slender, pitch-black creature, fascinated yet wary. However, recalling Lin Cheng's warning, he quickly averted his eyes. He had no desire to cause trouble for Lin Cheng in such an unfamiliar environment. That would be courting disaster. Do you remember the Ender Pearls you previously gifted me? They are the creations of Enderman. Defeating an Enderman has a chance to yield Ender Pearls, and if your sword possesses the looting enchantment, the drop rate increases. However, now is not the time to farm for Ender Pearls. We must first deal with a significant adversary. Significant adversary? Just how large? Far larger than any creature you have ever encountered. As for the location of this formidable foe, follow me, and you shall see. The end is not particularly vast. Roughly the size of 4 or 5 order cities. Thus, it did not take long for the two to reach the central point of the end. Along the way, they beheld towering obsidian pillars, their immense heights rendering the tops nearly invisible when gazed upon. Flickering purple lights and eerie glimmers adorned the apex of some pillars. The material of these columns is obsidian, which, in a sense, offers some protection against explosions. Atop these pillars lies an item known as an end crystal, which has the ability to continuously heal the Ender Dragon. To successfully defeat the Ender Dragon, destroying these end crystals is an essential task. The Ender Dragon? Brother Cheng, I must be hearing things. This was the first time Mo Xiao had encountered the term dragon in this world. He had always believed that dragons were unattainable beings, even within a virtual realm. Indeed, it is a dragon, a colossal creature, entirely black with purple eyes, resembling the Enderman you just observed. Its attack patterns are unique, comprising both melee and ranged assaults. I shall not elaborate further. You will understand when the time comes. Roar. As they conversed, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from directly above them. Instinctively, Lin Cheng looked up, locking eyes with the descending Ender Dragon. This massive black dragon, its eyes radiating an eerie purple, unleashed a powerful gust from its enormous wings, sending a tempest crashing towards them. The howling wind rendered their eyes nearly shut, and the oppressive force made it difficult to breathe. In this initial clash, both Lin Cheng and the dragon sensed a profound intent to battle in one another's eyes. This would undoubtedly be a fight to the death. According to the game's rules, upon entering the end, players face either annihilation at the hands of the Ender Dragon or the opportunity to vanquish it. Watch out above. Quickly dodge. Do not be careless. A direct hit from the Ender Dragon could send you soaring into the air, resulting in a fall that would be most perilous. Chapter 178. The dragon-slaying plan. Lin Cheng immediately pushed aside Mo Xiao, and the two retreated in opposite directions, even clad in full attribute armor. They could not confront the Ender Dragon head-on. The disparities in health points and damage output were insurmountable. Mo Xiao, having recently honed his combat instincts through several battles, swiftly drew his weapon and began to launch an attack. Although a volley of bullets did cause a slight decrease in the dragon's health, it was but a drop in the ocean compared to its maximum life force. What astonished Mo Shao the most was that the fraction of health he had managed to whittle away began to regenerate as the Ender Dragon soared into the sky. The colossal obsidian pillars, topped with Ender crystals, exhibited an astonishingly rapid recovery rate. Lin Cheng had not deceived him. At that moment, while the Ender Dragon hovered in midair, a searing breath of fire descended upon Lin Cheng's position. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have certainly been struck. Lin Cheng refused to waste this rare opportunity. Knowing that the dragon's breath was essential for crafting lingering potions, he promptly began to collect it in glass bottles. 1, 2, 3. While the Ender Dragon continued its relentless assault, Lin Cheng skillfully evaded, not for any other reason than to gather as much dragon breath as possible. After slaying the dragon, resurrecting this behemoth would demand both time and effort, thus he sought to collect as much dragon breath as he could. With a filled backpack, thanks to the shulker box and small backpack, he could accommodate an abundance of dragon breath, though his supply of glass bottles was dwindling. Brother Cheng, we cannot continue like this. If we remain on the defensive, we will eventually be struck by this beast. Mo Shao, clearly fatigued from dodging, noted that the dragon's attacks were becoming increasingly ferocious. Let us split up. You destroy the Ender crystals, or you draw the Ender Dragon's attention. Choose one. Mo Shao glanced at the towering obsidian pillars, gritted his teeth, and declared, I will destroy the Ender crystals. To him, it seemed a daunting task, but he felt compelled to alleviate Lin Cheng's burdens. All right, stay safe. Lin Cheng nodded, not refusing, as the dragon's ire was currently directed at him, making it prudent for him to engage the beast. Mo Shao, when the Ender crystals are destroyed, they will explode. Be cautious. You can use arrows, snowballs, or fishing hooks to trigger the explosion. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not approach the Ender crystals too closely. Understood. With that, the two separated. Following a few shots with his firearm, Lin Cheng realized that the weapon's damage seemed diminished. This was to be expected. Firearms significantly enhance the combat capabilities of survivors, and without a reduction in their damage to the Ender Dragon, anyone could become a dragon slayer. He contemplated using the peculiar properties of beds to defeat the dragon, but beds vanished the moment they entered the end. According to the world's rules, beds could be placed in the nether and the end without issue, but sleeping in one would cause an immediate explosion. Such an explosion would inflict considerable damage upon the Ender Dragon. Alas, the current world rules had rendered this trait unusable, leaving him no choice but to confront the dragon directly. He retrieved a long dormant diamond bow, knocking an arrow with precision. The arrow struck the Ender Dragon's forehead directly, inflicting damage far exceeding that of his firearms. Since it proved effective, he resolved to continue utilizing his bow. Though the damaged sword of Cosmic Dominion had fixed damage and adjustable attack speed, he could only strike the dragon when it approached the dragon pool. The potential for dealing continuous damage using spider webs still existed, yet he currently lacked any webs, aside from the mines. Finding spider webs in this world required venturing into cities, and given the sudden nature of the encounter, he was ill-prepared. Damn, Lin Cheng muttered, berating his oversight as he continued to unleash volleys with his fully enchanted longbow. With infinite enchantments at his disposal, he need not fret over running out of arrows. As for the durability of the diamond bow, he had no concerns. The existence of the blacksmith's summoning staff allowed him to infinitely repair any equipment. With these two advantages, wearing down the Ender Dragon was merely a matter of time. Boom. A violent explosion erupted not far away, jolting Lin Cheng as he recognized it as the sound of Mo Shao detonating an Ender crystal. The vast range of the explosion could easily affect nearby survivors. He wondered how Mo Shao fared at that moment. Attempting to glance towards the explosion's origin, he found the Ender Dragon once again lunging at him, not affording him a moment's distraction. A lapse in concentration would result in him being mercilessly battered by the dragon. Reluctantly, Lin Cheng continued to evade, only to discover that the portion of health he had managed to deplete was nearly restored after the dragon circled around. His damage output was thus halved. This Ender crystal truly posed a formidable challenge. Lin Cheng squinted, aiming his diamond bout at the nearest Ender crystal. If his aim proved true, he might just trigger an explosion. Considering the bow's parabolic range, he deliberately raised his aim slightly, charging, and released. Whoosh! The arrow soared, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. As it ascended towards the obsidian pillar, Lin Cheng believed he had succeeded. Yet, no explosion followed. So close. Undeterred, Lin Cheng recognized that merely hitting the obsidian pillar was half the battle won. Resolutely, he pressed on. For the next duration, Lin Cheng evaded while attempting to strike the Ender crystals. Whether Mo Shao remained alive could only be inferred from the sporadic sounds of explosions, serving as their mutual signal of communication. After 2 long hours, Lin Cheng finally struck his first Ender crystal. The Ender Dragon's eerie purple gaze radiated an overwhelming fury, a murderous intent that sent chills down his spine. They had become archenemies. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao had destroyed 4 Ender crystals, and the dragon's health now hovered at half. Its attacks grew increasingly frenzied, nearly dragging Lin Cheng into the air on several occasions. Had Lin Cheng not possessed foresight and used an Ender Pearl to teleport away, he might have been cast into the void. Chapter 179. The poem of the Yin. Lin Cheng gazed into the endless void behind him, tightly clutching the sword of universe domination. The number of Ender Pearls was dwindling, and based on Mo Xiao's current rate of destruction, by the time he dismantled all the Ender crystals, he would likely be doomed. At that moment, an inexperienced Mo Xiao would be left to confront a solitary Ender Dragon. Even if the dragon could no longer regenerate health, it would still be beyond Mo Xiao's capability to contend with. The instant kill of the sword of universe domination. Perhaps it was a gamble worth taking. Lin Cheng glanced at the sword in his hand, fully aware of the minuscule 2 chance for an instant kill. After all, since acquiring this probability, he had never once triggered an instant kill. He was uncertain what the prompt would even indicate. Once, twice, thrice, the instant kill still eluded him, and Lin Cheng was on the verge of numbness. A 20 chance might not activate, let alone a mere 2. As he observed the approaching Ender Dragon and the single-digit number of Ender Pearls remaining in his inventory, Lin Cheng felt it was time for the most significant gamble of his life. At worst, he would die once. The Ender Dragon lunged again, and this time Lin Cheng did not hastily evade. Instead, he waited until the dragon was nearly upon him before throwing the Ender Pearl. Simultaneously, he unleashed a swift strike. The seemingly unremarkable slash erupted into a cascade of radiant light. The dazzling, multicolored brilliance illuminated the entire End dimension. Terror flickered in the dragon's eyes, a reflection of human fear. Yet, this moment of dread was short-lived as the dragon was instantly slain by the vibrant radiance. The 2 probability for an instant kill had been triggered. Lin Cheng's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He had indeed stumbled upon fortune. Ding. Congratulations, survivor. You have successfully slain the Ender Dragon. Ding. Congratulations, survivor. You have earned the title, Dragon Slayer. Title, Dragon Slayer. Function, upon activation, a title will appear above the survivor's head, which can be hidden or displayed at will. When displayed, it exerts a pressure on nearby creatures, causing hostile beings to regard the title holder as neutral, provided the holder does not initiate an attack. In addition to experience, there were further rewards. The abundance of experience points was enough to elevate Lin Cheng's level significantly, far surpassing what he could gain from grinding for 2 nights outside. At the dragon pool in the inn's center, a dark purple dragon egg appeared. This was the emblem of the Dragon Slayer. Lin Cheng approached and excavated the dragon egg, placing it in his backpack. This object was rather peculiar and could vanish if not handled with care. Moreover, anything related to the End often bore a connection to teleportation. If he recalled correctly, in the game, right-clicking would teleport the dragon egg to a random location. It might just end up in a place he could never anticipate. After slaying the Ender Dragon, Lin Cheng felt not only exhilaration but also a sense of relief. To him, the Ender Dragon had represented the final barrier obstructing his path in this world. At that moment, a dialogue echoed in his ears, seemingly emerging from the depths of time itself. I have seen the player you mentioned. Lin Cheng? Yes, be cautious. He has now reached a higher realm. He can read our thoughts. Of no consequence. He perceives us as part of the game. I admire this survivor. He has not faltered, accomplishing everything exceedingly well. He seems capable of seeing and even hearing our conversation. The text creates a marvelous interface. It is remarkably fluid, and compared to the reality behind the screen, it does not instill fear. Before survivors could read, they too heard voices. Those who have not played refer to players as witches and sorcerers. Survivors dream of soaring through the sky on a stick enchanted by demons. They dream of sunlight and trees, fire and water. They dream of creation and destruction, of hunting and being hunted. They dream of sanctuary. Ah, that primordial interface. After millions of years, it still operates. But what has this survivor truly constructed in the realm of tangible reality? He toils diligently, alongside billions of other survivors, crafting a genuine world within the folds of data. And within that data, creating a reality out of data. He cannot decipher that thought. No, he has not yet attained the highest realm. To reach that level, he must complete the long dream of life, rather than a fleeting fantasy within the game. Often, he falls into sorrow during that interminable dream. He has created a world devoid of summer, trembling under a black sun, mistaking his sorrowful creation for the real world. Attempting to heal his sorrow would destroy him. Resolving sorrow is his personal affair. We cannot interfere. This dream is too intense for him. Telling them how to live would obstruct their existence. I will share a story with this player, but not the truth. No, it is the truth intricately wrapped within a cage of words, not the ultimate truth. I shall once again bestow upon him a body. The two voices were distinctly different, echoing from a far-off place, imperceptible in their origin. The subsequent sounds gradually faded, and Lin Cheng could no longer hear the contents of the poem of the end. Yet, the words he had just encountered continued to resonate in his mind. The information conveyed in that dialogue left Lin Cheng somewhat stunned. What he had heard was indeed the content of the poem of the end. Did this world truly possess the poem of the end? Unbeknownst to him, Mo Xiao had appeared behind Lin Cheng, equally terrified, sprinting towards him with all his might. Chenggu, are you all right? The wails of the Ender Dragon were terrifying. I thought you had fallen into the void with that beast. Chenggu? Hey. Seeing Lin Cheng lost in thought, Mo Xiao grew anxious and waved his hand. Snapping back to reality, Lin Cheng looked at the worried Mo Xiao and exclaimed with fervor, Did you hear that? Hear what? The poem of the end. This might be a clue left by the creator god. No. Mo Xiao appeared confused, unable to grasp the situation. I didn't hear any voices, and I don't know what the poem of the end is that you speak of. But Lin Cheng seemed oblivious. Just as he was engulfed in that eerie exhilaration, a cold voice suddenly pierced his ear. You are the chosen survivor. It is time to awaken. Chapter 180. Proof of dragon slaying. Lin Cheng suddenly awoke, his excitement gradually subsiding. His earlier emotions seemed somewhat beyond his control. How peculiar. No. That voice just now did not belong to either of the interlocutors from the end of days poem. This implies that the entity that awakened him was someone else. Amidst Mo Xiao's astonished gaze, Lin Cheng searched frantically around him, utilizing the few remaining ender pearls he had in a desperate hunt for nearby clues. Yet, he discovered nothing. The owner of the voice seemed to have never existed at all. Who spoke just now? The only response came from the endless echoes of the end, along with the void that could devour all. Now composed, Lin Cheng let out a sigh. He felt as if he had gained everything, yet was enveloped in profound confusion. This stark contrast in emotions could easily plunge a person into an abyss of uncertainty. Regardless of the source of that voice, his journey would certainly not conclude here. The so-called creator would inevitably be encountered again. It was merely a matter of time. The bounty of this expedition into the end was sufficiently rich, and the experience points along with the title of Dragon Slayer would be his greatest assets henceforth. In a corner unseen by Lin Cheng, the man with white eyes reappeared, even hovering atop a block that seemed almost impossible to stand upon. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Cheng, yet he showed no intention of disturbing him. The man murmured to himself, The end of days poem may acknowledge you, but it does not mean you are under the world's protection. Now is not the time. When the moment arrives, you shall meet me. Before this enigmatic being could depart, the end stone that obstructed his path slowly vanished into thin air. A passageway emerged on the congested wall, yet where it led remained a mystery. Upon returning to the location where he had slain the Ender Dragon, Lin Cheng found Mo Xiao still standing there, dazed, even neglecting to collect the experience orbs scattered nearby. Mo Xiao, what's wrong? Mo Xiao hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Lin Cheng. The earlier state of Lin Cheng had indeed frightened him considerably. However, he also wanted to maintain Lin Cheng's dignity and could not bluntly state that Lin Cheng had appeared almost mad. Struggling for words, he felt an internal whirlwind of emotions he could not articulate. Sighing, he lamented, Sometimes it's truly exasperating. It's nothing. I was just a bit shocked. The fact that such a massive Ender Dragon left no corpse means we cannot prove we slayed it. Not to worry, look at this. Lin Cheng smiled faintly, revealing the title of Dragon Slayer above his head. Ding. Title successfully displayed. Current title, Dragon Slayer. The imposing purple title hung above Lin Cheng, akin to a glittering business card, radiating brilliance even as he merely stood there. Additionally, he retrieved the dragon egg he had stored in his backpack. This Mo Xiao was momentarily taken aback. The sight was utterly astonishing. Although these items had little to do with him, he was indeed a witness to the dragon slaying. Moreover, he was the sole eyewitness. Were you injured while breaking the ender crystals? No, I merely climbed to the top of the obsidian pillar. It was a tremendous waste of time. Otherwise, I could have destroyed all the ender crystals. Mo Xiao appeared somewhat regretful. Had he not been so slow, he might have witnessed the final blow against the Ender Dragon. Actually, you could have stayed below, Lin Cheng remarked, though he did not wish to expose it. He felt it necessary to mention. You still had some ender pearls in your pocket. With the right angle, it should have been easy for you to fly to the top. Mo Xiao's smile suddenly froze. Fly up? He had been so preoccupied with anxiety and activity that he completely forgot the utility of ender pearls. Not a big deal. The final outcome is good. The task is complete, the Ender Dragon is slain, and this dragon egg is the best reward for us. We should collect the experience orbs, otherwise, they will disappear soon. Alright. The two finished preparing and began to survey the current state of the End. With the Ender Dragon gone, the danger level had significantly decreased. The Endermen were hardly intimidating. The best method to defeat them was by using a boat. Simply placing the boat in front of oneself ensured that any approaching Enderman would be forced to become stuck within it, as creatures cannot initiate a riding state independently. Teleport? If you can, show me how you can teleport away with a boat. Lin Cheng had successfully slain numerous Endermen using this method, which also replenished his meager supply of Ender Pearls. Mo Xiao followed suit, and together they farmed enough Ender Pearls for 2 sets before they decided to stop. However, this was not the most efficient method for acquiring Ender Pearls. Constructing a small Enderman spawning tower was imperative, but the time was not yet ripe. There were too many areas requiring time investment. They would return to build it when the opportunity arose or when they needed more Ender Pearls. With the Ender Dragon slain, what else could possibly challenge him? As for the End Gateway, there was currently no need to explore it. Acquiring the Shulker box would require some time, and the urgent task was to return to the overworld. After all, the war world was about to commence. Come, let us jump into the portal beside the dragon pool, and we shall return to the overworld. Lin Cheng guided Mo Xiao to the portal next to the dragon pool, which shimmered as if containing countless stars, truly enchanting. Mo Xiao had long since become accustomed to such peculiar phenomena and jumped in without hesitation. This was not merely a shift in mindset and experience. It was an unequivocal trust in Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng did not linger either and similarly chose to return to the overworld. As the two jumped through the portal, they found themselves back in the overworld, where the sun had already risen. The infected were nearly all scorched to death by the sunlight, and their positions had been transported quite far away. Glancing at the coordinates, he noted that the distance to the City of Order was not insignificant. Without seeking a means of transportation, how long would it take to walk there? A brief exploration of the vicinity revealed no sign of even a small village, let alone a tiny town. Chapter 181. The significance of testing. Fortunately, there are waterways nearby, allowing us to advance by boat rather than relying solely on foot to return to the City of Order. How intriguing that there are indeed people in this remote area. Observing the two individuals clad in enchanted diamond armor, it is apparent they must be individuals of considerable wealth. Is it not justifiable to seize the opportunity to rob them? The boss is right, that enchanted diamond armor was likely acquired during the last hunt. We lacked the capability then, but now that we possess the means, it is unexpected to find such fools presenting themselves. Lin Cheng turned around and noticed over 10 individuals eyeing him with predatory intent. From their conversation, it seemed they had mistaken him for their prey. However, it appeared they had miscalculated. High-level hunters often present themselves in the guise of their quarry. Brother Cheng, there's no need for you to intervene with such lowly scum. Let me test my skills, Mo Xiao declared. Having been pent up with frustration in the end, where he felt he had contributed little, he was eager to prove himself. The vexing Ender Crystal had been particularly exasperating, yet these seemingly ordinary foes posed no real threat. If you wish, I shall leave it to you. Just remember not to overestimate your abilities, seek assistance when necessary. It was rare for Lin Cheng to see Mo Xiao so eager for combat, so he decided to grant him this opportunity as a form of training. It soon became evident that Mo Xiao's combat prowess was formidable, as he effortlessly dispatched 2 of the opponents. The remaining survivors were not fools. They quickly recognized that these 2 were not to be trifled with and retreated in embarrassment. Lin Cheng, of course, had no intention of pursuing them further. There were plenty of bandits in the mountains, and chasing them would be a waste of time and energy. Such petty conflicts seemed beneath him. Even if they were to defeat all of them, the spoils would hardly be worth the effort and time invested. Well done. Your combat style is commendable, that you could benefit from refining the finer details. However, your innate talent for battle is evident, Lin Cheng praised. Brother Cheng, upon our return, should we continue to engage in warfare? I believe. Mo Xiao hesitated, then decided to voice his true feelings. We are already ahead of the other survivors. Risking our lives for such endeavors is unnecessary. As long as we possess many items they lack, we could simply trade amongst ourselves to acquire what we desire. Things are not as simple as you imagine. Lin Cheng sighed softly before explaining. The truly valuable and useful items are not easily relinquished by the Survivor Alliance. Such items are considered their trump cards. In critical moments, these items can yield unexpected benefits, even saving their lives. If you were in their position, would you carelessly trade away something that could save you? Mo Xiao shook his head. He realized that no one would willingly part with their life-saving assets. So, If we truly desire those precious items, we must rely on our own efforts to obtain them, while trading can provide some items and conveniences. Over-reliance on it will eventually lead to backlash. Brother Cheng is correct. I was indeed thinking too short-sightedly. I still have much to learn from you regarding the broader perspective. Mo Xiao acknowledged, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Cheng's words. Such concepts need not be formally learned. With experience, one naturally understands them. By the way, keep a close watch on Jiang DePeo. Although we've collaborated a couple of times, I still don't fully grasp his character, Lin Cheng advised. Mo Xiao replied, slightly puzzled by Lin Cheng's words. While he was not particularly familiar with Jiang DePeo, he considered him a regular collaborator compared to other survivors with whom he had only exchanged brief encounters. To know someone, one must not only see their face but also understand their heart. Our time together has not exceeded a day. To fully trust someone, one must inevitably conduct some tests. Only those who pass such tests qualify as partners. Those who cannot will fade into mere memories. True friends will stand by you in times of danger, even risking their lives, while mere acquaintances will abandon you when peril arises. Rationality is an admirable quality, but when it comes to one's closest friends and family, it is sometimes necessary to set aside that rationality. People are not cold machines. Emotions, while a vulnerability, are not a flaw. Of course, such tests must be conducted with the assurance of one's own safety. Never gamble your safety to test another. Mo Xiao's face illuminated with comprehension. He had observed Lin Cheng's amicable interactions with Jiang DePeo, initially believing them to be close friends. However, it now seemed their relationship was merely superficial. Jiang DePeo had yet to pass Lin Cheng's tests, thus he would not be considered a core ally. So what exactly does this so-called test entail? Mo Xiao inquired. Are we not about to enter the world of warfare? This presents an excellent opportunity for testing. When danger arises, one can discern a person's true intentions. I have a favorable impression of Jiang DePeo, and our collaboration stems from a simple desire to survive. Yet, I suspect his motives may not be entirely pure, which has led me to contemplate testing him. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Wait, Brother Cheng. When you took me to the war world last time, were you testing me as well? Chapter 182. Helicopter transport. Lin Cheng feigned calmness as he cleared his throat twice, saying, You think too much. How could I possibly be testing you? I merely wished to take you to gather some supplies. Besides, at that time, you had just started following me, and you had little in the way of resources. If we don't seize this opportunity to collect some materials, do you truly believe you could have lived so comfortably during this period? He continued, Moreover, I never forced you into the war world. You willingly chose to follow me. You cannot lay all the blame at my feet. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment and realized that Lin Cheng was indeed correct. When they entered the war world, he had been impulsive, following along without much thought. Lin Cheng had never insisted he accompany him into such a perilous environment. Even if it were a test, it was an opportunity Mo Xiao had presented to Lin Cheng. Not the other way around. I was just mentioning it casually. Brother Cheng, don't take it to heart. What is our relationship now, anyway? Lin Cheng silently rolled his eyes. Thankfully, Mo Xiao is quick-witted. Otherwise, he might have been led into a trap by this fellow. Enough with the nonsense. If we continue to waste time on the road, we one team make it back to the City of Order tonight. Although the war world was anchored in the City of Chaos, they needed to rendezvous with Jiang DePeo first. The dangers along the way to the City of Chaos were numerous, and they could not afford to take unnecessary risks. Lin Cheng was acutely aware of the thoughts of the survivors who had accompanied him from the City of Order, knowing all too well their intentions to uncover the secrets he harbored. The existence of the quartz villa had stirred envy in many, with individuals eager to claim this treasure for themselves. Unfortunately, while they harbored such thoughts, they lacked the capability. Attempting to seize the quartz villa from him would require first asking whether the sword of dominion he wielded would allow it. Ultimately, their arrival at the City of Order was delayed by an hour longer than anticipated. The two had dispatched numerous infected along the way, even encountering some elite infected creatures. Fortunately, these elite infected were of relatively average strength, and the two managed to defeat them with minimal effort and no injuries. By around 8 p.m., they finally entered the protective perimeter of the quartz villa. Glancing back at the infected they had left behind, Lin Cheng exhaled slowly in relief. Although these ordinary survivors posed little threat to them at present, the time wasted was still quite vexing. 1,000-mile die can collapse from an ant's nest. These seemingly inconspicuous ordinary infected, when gathered in numbers, could easily overwhelm a powerful survivor alliance. Standing in a relatively safe spot, Lin Cheng utilized the surrounding terrain to eliminate the infected without difficulty. As for the dropped items, he selected a few useful ones to take with him. allowing the rest to fade away naturally. The night passed with the two mostly resting, as they needed to conserve their energy for the upcoming perilous journey. The time spent in the end world was not extensive, totaling merely a day. However, the expenditure of energy was not comparable to ordinary endeavors. The strength of the Ender Dragon exceeded Mo Zhao's imagination. Even the task of destroying the few Ender crystals had drained a considerable amount of his vitality. He felt somewhat weary, realizing that he hadn't been able to assist Lin Cheng much at all. The night passed without incident. By the next morning, Zhang Depeo arrived at the quartz villa as promised, but to Lin Cheng's astonishment, he was not piloting a standard vehicle, but rather a helicopter with flight capabilities. Lin Cheng stared in shock at the imposing machine stationed outside the villa. In just a few days, you've upgraded to a flying vehicle. Tell me, where did you acquire this? Zhang Depeo, brimming with pride, patted the helicopter beside him and boastfully replied, I found this in the heart of a major city. Many survivors attempted to seize it alongside me, but they were just a tad too slow. I secured control of the helicopter, while those scoundrels resorted to underhanded tactics, wanting to destroy it instead. If it weren't for my innate talent, which allowed me to quickly master flying, I might have perished in the air. Recalling this, Zhang Depeo appeared genuinely indignant, clearly still aggrieved by the experience. However, there was little he could do. The helicopter was essentially unclaimed property, and whoever could seize it would possess it. Even if someone did acquire it, the original owner could easily be erased. Thus, the item would once again become unclaimed. In essence, those with ability would obtain many possessions others lacked, yet to fully claim such items would still require significant sacrifice. The helicopter's fuel consumption during flight was considerably higher than that of an automobile, yet its speed and convenience were unmatched. Without further ado, let us prepare to head to the teleportation portal near the City of Chaos. It should be opening soon. Lin Cheng observed Zhang Depeo with skepticism as he attempted to bring the helicopter into the villa's confines. What was he up to? Was he not intending to take the helicopter away? Once we enter the City of Chaos, who will keep watch over the helicopter to prevent it from being stolen? Such a conspicuous machine in the sky would undoubtedly attract attention, and it could easily fall prey to thieves. Even if I choose a hiding spot, there is no guarantee someone won't follow me. I can't afford to lose the hard-earned helicopter just because I was careless. Is your sole purpose for bringing this helicopter here to show off to us? Lin Cheng queried, bemused. Why else would I? Am I supposed to gift it to you? Zhang Depeo's nonchalant demeanor caused 3 dark lines to appear above Lin Cheng's head, just before the helicopter was about to cross into the villa's domain. He revoked Zhang Depeo's access to the territory. In Zhang Depeo's perspective, an invisible barrier suddenly obstructed his path forward. Chapter 183. Journey to the City of Chaos. It was akin to an unanticipated halt while advancing without a care. This sudden interruption left Zhang Depeo utterly startled, momentarily believing that there was a malfunction with his helicopter. After several attempts, he realized he lacked the authorization to enter the quartz villa. Of course, this was merely jest. The value of a helicopter far outweighed that of an ordinary vehicle. If he were to be pursued en route to the City of Chaos, the likelihood of being ambushed by others was certainly high. As Zhang Depeo lamented, should he return from the war-torn world with little to show for it, losing a helicopter would be a significant misfortune. I must inform you in advance that my vehicle has been rendered inoperative. If you cannot locate another vehicle, we shall have to rely on foot to reach the City of Chaos. Lin Cheng's revelation was akin to a bolt from the blue, leaving Zhang Depeo in a state of bewilderment. Is that true? Your vehicle is genuinely out of commission? Had you informed me sooner, I would have refrained from flying the helicopter and could have simply driven a car instead. You never asked, Lin Cheng replied. An awkward silence ensued as they realized the impending war in the City of Order was not far off. Relying solely on foot posed numerous dangers and would consume considerable time. Very well, I shall scout the City of Order for any sellers of vehicles. If I find one, it could save us a great deal of time. Lin Cheng, possessing a substantial number of bronze coins, was willing to spend a little. The blacksmith summoning staff continued to yield diamond profits for him. Although fewer individuals were engaged in repairing equipment than before, the accumulation over time was not insignificant. The diamonds he had amassed were now consolidated into diamond blocks, which would undoubtedly prove useful in their future endeavors. The trading sector near the City of Order had matured significantly, with various items available for purchase, though prices remained inconsistent. The variation in pricing among merchants necessitated careful comparison to avoid becoming a victim of overpricing. Lin Cheng was not one to suffer losses in commerce. After thorough price scrutiny, he successfully procured a jeep for a mere 100 bronze coins. Such a price would have been unfathomable previously, but the current devaluation of bronze coins was severe. He speculated that there were likely coins of higher denominations, such as gold and diamond coins, to establish a more accurate valuation. Driving the newly acquired Jeep, Lin Cheng added 2 barrels of gasoline. The unscrupulous merchants in the City of Order were quite numerous. The Jeep's internal fuel storage had been completely depleted before even reaching the quartz villa. Fortunately, the distance from his home was relatively short. Otherwise, he would have had to return to purchase more gasoline from that merchant. The absurdity of this commercial chain was truly exasperating. After nearly an hour of bustling activity, Lin Cheng, accompanied by Mo Xiao and Jiang Depeo, commenced their journey toward the City of Chaos. His sense of direction was remarkable, and his memory was sharp, allowing him to avoid asking for directions to pinpoint the coordinates of the City of Chaos. The number of survivors traveling alongside them was considerable, all seemingly intent on entering the second war-torn world. In light of past experiences, many had fully armed themselves with weapons before entering the war zone. While their objective was to acquire supplies, a solid foundation was essential. Otherwise, they risked being eliminated upon entry. The brutality of the war-torn world exceeded that of the main world by more than a factor of 2. There, life was deemed expendable. Every survivor met with drawn weapons. Where it was a matter of kill or be killed, each person needed to safeguard their hard-won supplies, as various enemy attacks were common on the way to the ultimate portal to the main world. Thus, every survivor remained in a state of heightened vigilance, where a moment's inattention could result in death. Compared to the last encounter, the presence of Jiang Depeo elevated their safety quotient. To ensure preparedness, Lin Cheng carried his RPG rocket launcher, ready to unleash a rocket if necessary. Ahead lay the City of Chaos. He checked his supplies one last time and made final preparations. When the war-torn world opened, they would enter without hesitation. Jiang Depeo nonchalantly remarked, "No need to inspect. These supplies were thoroughly checked last night. There is no way anything went amiss. By the way, how will we communicate once we enter the war-torn world? You need not worry about that. The war-torn world has a unique communication feature, even allowing us to see the total number of survivors currently alive. However, the world is vast, and the teleportation locations possess a degree of randomness. If you see other survivors nearby, try to distance yourself as much as possible. This is an ender pearl. You should be familiar with its function. Here, take a few for emergencies." Lin Cheng generously gifted Jiang Depeo 10 ender pearls. For him, acquiring these pearls was merely a matter of revisiting a location. "Goodness, you possess quite an impressive array of items. I've indeed heard of these. They are said to enable teleportation, a life-saving artifact. However, I've only heard tales and never encountered one until now. Receiving 10 at once has me questioning your wealth." With a calm demeanor, Lin Cheng replied, "My wealth is not substantial. I am merely generous toward you. Use them sparingly, don't waste them, as my supply is limited. Just ensure you don't perish within." Chapter 184. Entering the world of war. Mo Xiao stood beside, wearing an expression of disbelief, for he had witnessed the astonishing speed at which ender pearls could be harvested in the end. Not merely 10 ender pearls, but an entire set could materialize in no time at all. Moreover, the pitch-black sword in Lin Cheng's grasp exuded an air of peculiarity, with 2 swift strikes. One could easily fell an enderman, and at times, a single blow would suffice. With the unique properties of the weapon, slaying endermen would be an effortless endeavor. Ahead lay the chaotic city, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease gnawed at his psyche. Jiang Depeo fidgeted restlessly, feeling a disquiet throughout his body. Indeed, extreme tension could manifest in physical discomfort. Such psychological turmoil often escalates to physiological symptoms. There was no need to be so apprehensive. While the brutality of the world of war was considerable, it did not warrant outright terror. Once they arrived, they should heed his commands. As long as they did not encounter excessively large survivor factions, they would undoubtedly be safe. One could only hope. The clamorous, chaotic city stood in stark contrast to the orderly City of Order. NPCs lurked, ever ready to ambush players, adhering to their vile nature. Unfortunately, some survivors, oblivious to these traits, fell prey to the NPCs, who swiftly looted the equipment dropped upon their demise. The NPCs here were merciless, seizing every opportunity to eliminate survivors. Even seemingly innocuous NPCs could harbor malicious intent. After Lin Cheng dispatched an NPC attempting to ambush him with a swift strike, he effectively deterred several nearby NPCs from making a move. Though these NPCs were compelled to attack survivors, they were not devoid of intellect. Recognizing the strength or weakness of a survivor was a fundamental rule for enhancing one's survival. One ought to select softer targets rather than confront a formidable opponent directly, for such folly would lead to mutual destruction, or worse, one's own demise. The trio was unlikely to linger in such a perilous location. Their paramount goal remained to enter the world of war. The portal to this realm was on the verge of opening, surrounded by a throng of survivors, all with a shared objective. With merely 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the world of war, the rules were about to be announced. The world of war had a limited capacity, with a maximum of 50,000 participants for this opening. Survivors who perished within this realm would be barred from re-entry for the remainder of the month. Those who had not entered could fill any vacancies. Furthermore, 24 hours after the opening, no survivor could enter the world of war until the next war and the subsequent activation of the portal. The countdown commenced. As the 10-minute timer began, the nearby survivors grew increasingly tense. This slow anticipation was the most anxiety-inducing, for if the portal were to open immediately, they might feel more at ease. Yet, the longer they waited, the more they speculated about the potential dangers that could befall them. It's truly exasperating to have waited so long. I should have arrived just in time, Zhang Depeo lamented, surveying the sea of humanity around him. They had traveled great distances only to find themselves waiting another 10 minutes. The unsettling gazes of the nearby survivors, tinged with malice, compounded his unease. As the chaotic environment offered no semblance of protection, in the chaotic city, those who approached could very well harbor ill intentions. Before they even entered the world of war, they could be slain by others, resulting in a grievous loss. Moreover, the threats to survivors were not limited to fellow survivors. Certain NPCs posed dangers as well. Fortunately, the three of them traveled together, each facing a different direction, forming a triangular formation. This configuration was the most stable, allowing them to respond swiftly to threats from any direction while providing support to one another. As the 10 minutes slipped away, a minor incident occurred. The portal to the world of war opened without any sound of announcement. The moment the countdown concluded, the portal burst forth with radiant light, startling countless survivors. Drawing from his prior experience in the world of war, Lin Cheng understood that the portal would not deposit them in perilous locations. Thus, he grasped the still-dazed companions behind him and stepped boldly through. As they crossed the threshold, a flash of light enveloped them. And when the three opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in the world of war. Because they had made contact during the passage, they arrived together in the same location. Lin Cheng silently noted this characteristic, recognizing its potential utility in the future. They surveyed their surroundings for any signs of infected beings, particularly elite foes, vowing to prioritize the extermination of elite infected upon discovery. Stay close, everyone. We cannot predict whether other survivors may appear behind us. Lin Cheng meticulously outlined every detail requiring attention, for even the smallest nuances could yield far-reaching consequences. Zhang Depeo and Mo Xiao cautiously advanced through the passage, hesitant to stride boldly forward. The uncertainty of the dangers lurking at the other end, compounded by the utter darkness, rendered them cautious. They could not adjust the gamma or brightness here, making torches their only option. Lin Cheng had prepared a flint beforehand, with a mere spark upon the ground. A blazing flame erupted. Fortuitously, beneath his feet lay a block of hellstone, which, due to its burning properties, would not extinguish on its own. This served as a continuous source of illumination, proving far more resource-efficient than torches. Every bit saved counted. Small accumulations could lead to considerable benefits. Furthermore, in times of need, the flint might yield unexpected advantages. Chapter 185. A startling discovery. Cheng, there are 2 boxes ahead. Mo Xiao's voice soon echoed from the other end of the passage. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Cheng lifted his leg and advanced towards them. The 2 supply boxes contained a portion of ammunition and food. While their value was not particularly high, it was still prudent to take some. Should his backpack become full later, these items could serve as substitutes to be discarded. However, if his backpack remained under capacity, bringing these supplies back would not be a loss. After all, ammunition and food are consumables. It is worth noting that food has a limited shelf life. Once the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, it becomes ineffective. This place appeared to be a basement, surrounded by moss-covered stones. We must devise a way to reach the surface. Lin Cheng took a moment to observe the nearby environment, quickly assessing the geographical layout. Exploring underground was an unwise choice, as they could not accurately gauge the time of day outside. The drop in nighttime temperatures could be perilous, particularly when faced with infected individuals. They could not afford to engage in a futile display of indecision. Yet, there were no ladders available. They could not simply dig their way up bit by bit. Heaven knows what awaited them above, should they inadvertently encounter a horde of infected. Despite the inherent risks, there remained potential avenues for retreat. The expedition was left to me. Lin Cheng randomly selected a direction and prepared to begin his ascent, retrieving a ladder he had prepared in advance. during my exploration. Do not stray too far, and remain vigilant for your safety. If I do not return within 2 minutes, ascend via the ladder I have set up." Jiang DePeo and Emo Xiao nodded, though their emotions diverged, one brimming with anticipation, the other fraught with tension. Venturing into the unknown always harbors uncertainties. There may be dangers, but also opportunities. Fortunately, the exploration proceeded without significant obstacles. Upon reaching the surface, Lin Cheng discovered that he was surrounded by snow. Not a single building was in sight. Thus, it appeared they were in an underground shelter. This shelter had seemingly emerged autonomously from the war-torn world, rather than being constructed by survivors. At present, the optimal course of action would be to continue exploring underground for a while longer. However, the vastness of the war-torn world was far beyond their expectations. Persisting in such a confined space would not only squander time but could also lead to missed opportunities. Therefore, it would be wise to advance and search for a larger structure. The greater the building, the more likely they would encounter other survivors, and correspondingly, the chances of acquiring valuable resources would increase. 2 minutes passed swiftly, and Mo Xiao and Jiang DePeo soon followed Lin Cheng to the surface. "Old Lin, what are our plans now?" "Indeed, we have options. Let's choose a direction and proceed. After all, the war-torn world is vast, and we won't reach its end anytime soon." The current population of survivors stood at 48,000, and this number was steadily rising, suggesting that more survivors were continually entering. Within the last 24 hours, the likelihood of encountering other survivors was high. Thus, in this vast expanse, they were particularly vulnerable to danger. For safety's sake, they needed to establish a stronghold. Lin Cheng had nearly finalized his plan. The last time they entered the war-torn world, most survivors lacked experience, flailing about like headless chickens. But this time would be different. The sheer number of individuals entering the war-torn world had surged, and the rate of deaths now correlated directly with the influx of survivors. This indicated that the majority of survivors were willing to trade their experiences for the opportunity to explore the war-torn world. The abundance of resources would determine whether a survivor's future would be prosperous or fraught with difficulty. Someone, Jiang DePeo, suddenly tensed, pointing towards a small hill nearby, covered in snow, making it difficult to discern if anyone was truly there. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I could not have misseen it. Someone clearly darted past." Lin Cheng nodded. Retrieving a firearm from his backpack, followed suit by the two behind him. "Exercise caution. The brutality of the war-torn world far exceeds that of the primary world. We will split up. I will approach from the front while you two flank from the sides. I intend to discover who it is." The trio moved in relative harmony until they neared the source of the sound, yet no one emerged to fight back. This was rather illogical under such circumstances. One would typically resist, even if their ability to do so was limited. Were they merely surrendering? Just as Lin Cheng pondered this, the three voices stepped forward. Wait, don't shoot. A woman?" Jiang DePeo was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but Lin Cheng and Mo Xiao also displayed varying degrees of astonishment. This marked the first instance they had encountered a female in this digitized world. The woman mirrored their shock, as though two beings from disparate dimensions had collided. "Where do you hail from?" "We entered through a portal. It is said that this world is rich in resources, and we are on the brink of starvation. If we do not risk seeking supplies, we may very well perish from hunger. Moreover, our levels have all dropped to 0. Should we die again, it would be the end for us." Upon observing the woman's pitiable demeanor, Jiang DePeo evidently softened, even contemplating stepping forward to engage with her. However, Lin Cheng intervened. "Hold on. You are not new to survival in this world. Do you truly believe their words without scrutiny? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. What is described in their speech may well be a fade. Regardless of whom you encounter or what situations arise, do not trust easily. Only by maintaining control can you obtain what you desire. Moreover, do you not find this situation peculiar? It is as if a palpable force has separated men and women into two distinct realms, and now the two worlds seem poised to converge." Chapter 186, New Functional Props. Upon Lin Cheng's reminder, the group finally recognized the peculiarity of their situation. It seemed they might not exist within the same world after all. What should they do now? Dispose of them? Jiang DePeo appeared somewhat eager, though it was unclear what had him so exhilarated. "Can you not think of anything else?" Lin Cheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "They still hold some value for the time being. Let us first inquire about the situation over there." The three women being questioned felt utterly distressed, realizing that this group was openly discussing how to deal with them. Wasn't this a tad too reckless? "Don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. We could all perish together. Quite fierce, aren't we?" No need to rush. Let us take our time. Jiang DePeo snorted, revealing his firearm, while the others matched his defiance, albeit with noticeably less confidence. Let us not escalate tensions prematurely. Exchanging information could be mutually beneficial. Lin Cheng had little interest in violence. His priority was to comprehend the current world's rules. They still possess some value. In our forthcoming inquiries, you need only respond with yes or no. If you can resolve all my uncertainties, I assure you no harm will come to you. Lin Cheng had maintained a composed demeanor, thus the women were willing to negotiate. After all, they hardly appeared capable of overpowering him and his companions in a fight. Is there no male in your world? Yes. Is there a place called the City of Order, or perhaps the City of Chaos? Yes. Lin Cheng pondered briefly, organizing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Based on his previous encounters at the underwater temple regarding regional boundaries, he could summarize several points. The current world is divided into multiple major regions, each containing its own City of Order and City of Chaos. Now, it seemed the barriers between these regions had been breached by certain factors. However, it remained unclear whether only the barriers of the war world had been dismantled, or if the main world's barriers had also fallen. Should the latter be true, it would signify the commencement of a truly global survival scenario. He had previously contemplated why the number of survivors nearby was so scarce. If data were indeed globalized, the active survivor count in the vicinity would surely be sufficient to overflow an entire City of Order. Can we leave? Let us go. Lin Cheng waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of obstructing their departure. Yet, just as the three women prepared to leave, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted behind them. Jiang DePeo had taken action, and it was under Lin Cheng's directive. Why the sudden urge to eliminate them all? Jiang DePeo inquired with keen interest while reloading his magazine. It was worth noting that Lin Cheng had just assured them he would not harm them. I only promised I wouldn't act, but I never said you two wouldn't. The responses from the two women were riddled with inconsistencies. They were certainly not as miserable as one might assume. A subtle smile crossed Lin Cheng's face. Surely, you don't believe anyone would risk their life without experience to venture into a place known as the Graveyard of Survivors, do you? Moreover, they are not even clad in armor. I refuse to accept that in the same world, no one would possess armor. At the very least, they should have scavenged some armor from supply crates, yet they appear to have nothing. This kind of deception could be seen through at a glance, surely. They did not genuinely believe it? This left Jiang DePeo momentarily speechless. He had indeed been convinced without a shred of suspicion. Alas, I'm just a simpleton. When it comes to discernment, one must rely on intellect like yours. Go inspect their dropped items. If we discover any unique drops we've never encountered, then we'll have an additional target for our hunt. Lin Cheng's tone was chilling. People from different worlds would not cooperate, as each would seek to acquire items and resources not found in their own realms. Greed serves as a catalyst for conflict. All right, let us head over. There are plenty of items scattered about. The three moved in succession towards the location of the dropped items, most of which were identical. However, Lin Cheng soon spotted an item that starkly contrasted with the others, a lavish cube adorned with a large question mark on each face. Lin Cheng's breath caught in his throat. This item was not unfamiliar to him. It was a remarkably special item known as the Lucky Block, a contraption reputed to yield various blind box rewards. How could such a thing appear in this world? Item name: Lucky Block. Type: Functional Block. Function: placing the Lucky Block on the ground and destroying it will trigger random events with a chance of obtaining items, summoning monsters, or even activating command events. Upon reading the phrase command events, Lin Cheng recognized the complexity of this item. Choosing to activate the Lucky Block was a double-edged sword, for it could either bestow fortune or calamity. There was even a possibility of being struck dead by a command lightning bolt. As for what one might obtain, even the creator could not ascertain. However, Lin Cheng was certain that whatever emerged from the Lucky Block would not be excessively overpowered. Thus far, the creator of this world had not released any excessively outrageous weapons or equipment, suggesting a desire to maintain balance within the strategic framework of this world. Therefore, it was likely that the contents of the Lucky Block would consist of merely slightly superior enchanted gear or powerful firearms with exceptionally scarce ammunition. Brother Cheng, I've found a peculiar block with a question mark. It's called the Lucky Block. I found one too. Jiang DePeo and Mo Xiao both reported their discoveries of the Lucky Block, indicating that this was no mere coincidence. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Cheng's mind. Could it be that defeating individuals from different worlds yields lucky blocks? Chapter 187. Dracoon's combat capability. This item appears quite formidable. However, its practical application remains uncertain. Old Lin, have you encountered it before? Lin Cheng nodded, then shook his head. In a certain sense, he had indeed come across it. Albeit in the realm of reality and through the medium of a game. The lucky block is a rather unique entity when placed on the ground and subsequently struck. It triggers random events. Nonetheless, for safety's sake, I would advise you to procure some obsidian to construct a secure shelter before proceeding. Otherwise, if it spawns a multitude of explosives, you might find yourself violently propelled into the air. This is a world of warfare, after all. Jiang DePeo swallowed hard upon hearing Lin Cheng's words, instantly dismissing the notion of opening those lucky blocks. Lin Cheng harbored his own plans, after all. His quartz villa could be configured to be immune to explosions. Taking these lucky blocks back to his quartz villa for activation would ensure the utmost safety for himself. My previous thoughts warrant further exploration. We must seek out individuals residing in different worlds. According to my hypothesis, those who inhabit disparate realms are not solely female. Each major zone has a maximum capacity, and any excess individuals are allocated to an independent zone. This war will be even more brutal than the last. I believe it won't be long before some astute survivors encounter the lucky blocks. At that point, this world of conflict will truly evolve into a bona fide battleground. The mere possibility of such a scenario caused Lin Cheng to involuntarily gasp. No wonder this realm is dubbed the world of war. It appears the creator had already foreseen this dimension. There are 3 individuals over there. Their furtive demeanor suggests they have discovered something. Engage. Eliminate them at all costs. Indeed. What one fears often comes to pass. Lin Cheng suddenly heard shouts from behind. Instinctively turning around, he saw 7 figures charging toward them, armed with submachine guns. Should they confront them directly, it would likely result in a deluge of bullets claiming their lives. Lin Cheng, uninterested in wasting time, swiftly utilized an ender pearl to create distance, simultaneously tossing a fragmentation grenade at their feet. The ensuing explosion claimed the lives of 3 of the 7, while the remaining 4 sustained varying degrees of injury. Such is the price of recklessness. Undertaking any endeavor without meticulous planning, merely propelled by fervor, will inevitably lead to misfortune. Lin Cheng had no intention of pausing. He drew his diamond longbow and unleashed arrows with breathtaking precision, akin to those equipped with a GPS. Each arrow struck true. The survivor, already on the brink of death, found their life extinguished in an instant. Lin Cheng's formidable combat prowess instilled terror in the approaching foes. They, too, were wise enough to realize they could not provoke this individual. The remaining survivor hastily fled, neglecting to retrieve their fallen comrades' belongings. Goodness, Old Lin, your combat methods are astoundingly decisive. Jiang DePeo expressed his astonishment, for Lin Cheng's capabilities indeed surpassed the ordinary. This is merely a fraction of his prowess. Chenggu has many more cards to play. Mo Xiao, brimming with pride, proclaimed, as if the battle god himself were standing before them. Understood, understood. Your title as the chief admirer is certainly well-deserved. Jiang DePeo's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Having such a fervent fan is no simple matter. Enough of this banter. Let us examine the items dropped by these foes for any lucky blocks. Lin Cheng hastily returned to the previous site, rummaging through the pile of discarded possessions for quite some time, but alas, to no avail. It appears that lucky blocks are indeed quite rare. Since they belong to the same world, how could this survivor be foolish enough to charge in recklessly? Old Lin, should we seek out others from different zones? It would be prudent to prioritize recruiting females, as they are likely to be from other zones. This would also facilitate my collection of lucky blocks. Jiang DePeo's avarice was evident. He was determined to gather more lucky blocks. Human nature inherently gravitates towards the allure of chance. Who wouldn't desire to reap rewards without toil? However, our immediate priority remains the search for resources and lucky blocks. Anything beyond that would merely be a bonus. Lin Cheng remained clear-headed. His sole purpose in this realm was to acquire supplies. The quantity of lucky blocks he might obtain would depend on fortune, perhaps at times. A few fools might even present themselves. Of course, all of this is hypothetical. Whether it can be successfully executed remains to be seen. For now, let us proceed in one direction, seeking a structure to serve as our steadfast refuge in this world of war. Otherwise, should a horde of infected emerge, we might find ourselves surrounded and perished on the spot. Let us not forget that this world of war differs greatly from the past, following several enhancements. The strength of the infected has escalated significantly. Currently, the infected possess the potential to destroy blocks, and encountering a sufficient number of ordinary infected could prove fatal. Jiang DePeo had no doubts regarding this assertion. Without a fixed defensive location, they could indeed fall victim to a horde of infected. Thus, they would advance toward the true north, where the portal to the main world lies somewhat closer. The trio maintained a relatively safe formation, moving cautiously while surveying their surroundings. Eventually, they stumbled upon a small town, characterized by a dozen or so modest buildings, primarily residences. Typically, the probability of uncovering rare resources within such homes is dismally low. Yet it is better than nothing. To ensure efficient resource gathering, the three decided to search separately, each tasked with exploring 4 or 5 buildings. The extent of their discoveries would depend on their individual fortunes. Within the structures assigned to him, Lin Cheng unearthed a substantial cache of ammunition and a 6x scope. Chapter 188. Going against the grain. The other matters are of little significance. As for food, only a few items of notable value have been reserved. Baked potatoes, while considered a staple of survival food, have become almost repulsive to Lin Cheng. If given the choice, he would prefer to never eat baked potatoes again. Yet he wonders if there might be better alternatives. The situation for Mo Xiao and Jiang Depeo is quite similar. They have not even found a 6x scope. Overall, it appears that Lin Cheng is the luckiest among them. With this 6x scope, he now possesses a greater chance of targeting distant foes. This high-magnification sniper scope must be mounted on his only sniper rifle, the Barrett M82A1. The combination of its immense damage and extraordinary range, now enhanced by the 6x scope, renders him quite formidable. Though the peripheral houses offer a wide field of vision, they remain on the outskirts. We shall select a centrally located building for renovation. This 2-story villa appears quite luxurious, yet we need to modify it based on its original structure. By utilizing the blocks at our disposal, we can construct a 3rd floor. This will grant us a vantage point superior to that of the surrounding buildings, allowing us to see farther. Otherwise, when infected creatures respawn nearby, our view may be obstructed by the peripheral structures, hindering our awareness of the outside world. Hearing is but a rumor. Seeing is believing. Only through first-hand observation can one find peace of mind. Regarding the blocks used for construction, they cannot be the emergency blocks we carry. We shall dismantle materials from other buildings. Lin Cheng does not wish for his renovated structure to clash with the nearby architecture. Such a mismatch would immediately alert other survivors passing through that there are occupants here, inevitably leading to a conflict. Should they not be present at the time? Their home could be pilfered. An ambush upon returning to a temporary refuge in such a confined space could easily result in disaster. Unfortunately, Jiang Depeo and Mo Xiao are utterly inept at construction, relegating them to laborious tasks while Lin Cheng handles the building. After spending nearly an hour, the trio finally completed the 3rd floor intended for their temporary shelter. The process could have been expedited, but they encountered a wave of infected creatures. Fortunately, the number was manageable, and they were able to dispatch them with relative ease using their firearms. The 3 of them unleashed a torrent of firepower, swiftly eliminating the infected before they could even approach. With an additional person, their firepower was naturally intensified. Currently, the population in the war-torn world stands at 50,000. Likely due to new survivors filling previous vacancies. It is time for us to strategize our next moves. As Lin Cheng spoke, he gestured for the others to open the map. Our current location lies directly south of the main world's teleportation portal, and en route to the portal. 3 major cities have been marked. These cities likely harbor a multitude of survivors, making them less than ideal for our immediate search. Based on my prior explorations of the war-torn world, each large city is typically accompanied by at least 3 smaller towns. Even these smaller towns will yield more resources than the current settlements we are exploring. Our radiation levels are around 50%. As none of us have ventured into the cities during this time. Nonetheless, we must continue to gather antibiotics that other survivors may overlook. Why? Jiang Depeo questioned. Puzzled, given the current trend, it seems unlikely that anyone would venture into the cities of the main world for supplies. Most would merely take a cursory look for vehicles, which would yield minimal returns, making the effort to collect antibiotics seem like a waste of backpack space. No. Now that the war-torn world is showing signs of merging with other regions, the main world might also undergo similar changes. What if the nearby terrain shifts? Or new cities emerge from thin air? Lin Cheng proposed a hypothesis. With an increase in city numbers, our radiation exposure will inevitably rise. And one might unwittingly wander into a city's boundaries. You know well that the edges of a city are not merely defined by entering buildings. Based on previous explorations, the city's boundaries extend several blocks beyond the outermost structures. As the number of cities increases, the safe pathways available to players will naturally diminish. Thus, by stockpiling antibiotics, we can alleviate some of the pressure. Moreover, antibiotics are predominantly found in clinics and hospitals, with only a slim chance of appearing in other structures. Better safe than sorry. My friend. Jiang DePeo quickly conceded, realizing the depth of Lin Cheng's reasoning. Let us prioritize searching clinics, pharmacies, and hospitals to amass antibiotics. With approximately 4 hours until dusk, we have ample time to explore a small city. So, according to your earlier plan, shall we head north? Not just yet. We should avoid the northern path for the moment, as the majority of survivors will undoubtedly gravitate towards the teleportation portal for safety. This is merely the first day in the war-torn world, and there is no need for us to rush towards the portal. We shall take the contrary approach, searching in the less frequented nooks and crannies of nearby small towns. Without delay, let us set forth to gather supplies. The search will undoubtedly be monotonous. Yet encountering elite infected creatures can be quite thrilling. After enduring various trials, the trio spent over 2 hours scouring a small town. They also encountered several survivors behind them, but fortunately their quick reactions allowed them to neutralize the threats. However, Mo Xiao was slightly slower on the uptake, resulting in him losing half of his health. Had Lin Cheng not been nearby, Mo Xiao's life could have been forfeit. Following this incident, Mo Xiao seemed utterly terrified, refusing to leave Lin Cheng's side to search alone. Chapter 189. A calamity for the innocent. Lin Cheng felt indifferent about the situation. However, Mo Xiao's meticulous ability to gather supplies was nothing short of impressive. No tiny detail would escape his attention. Bringing him along for the search for resources might yield unexpected treasures. Brother Cheng, I found 2 bottles of Type 1 antibiotics. Brother Cheng, there are quite a few lumps of coal here. I've taken them all. Brother Cheng, do we need iron? I see there's plenty of iron here. Should I smelt it on the spot? It became evident that having an extra person around to search for supplies added a touch of liveliness to the task. Before long, Jiang DePeo, for reasons unbeknownst to Lin Cheng, also joined their ranks, insisting on acting together. I'm the one charging ahead while you two chatter behind. How infuriating. Although he couldn't quite label it as mere chatter, it was undeniably distracting. I don't care. I want to join in. Lin Cheng couldn't help but smirk at the childlike antics of the two. Fine, let us go together. There is barely any loot left to search. A short while later, the trio returned to their makeshift shelter to organize the supplies they had gathered. How many Type 1 antibiotics did you find? Not many, just 7 bottles in total. It's less than I expected. You have 7, and Mo Xiao and I together have 13, 20 bottles of antibiotics in total. Jiang DePeo's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You two found a total of 13 bottles? Goodness, I can't tell if you were just lucky or if my searching method was flawed. I thought working in pairs would decrease efficiency, but it seems that's not the case. In truth, it makes no difference. The area is finite, and the number of boxes is largely fixed. Searching a building together significantly reduces the time required. While they conversed, Lin Cheng's expression suddenly shifted, and he gestured for silence. Shoo. It seems there's noise outside. Listen closely. Jiang DePeo and Mo Xiao instantly tensed, straining their ears to catch snippets of conversation. What the hell? It's rare to find a woman, and yet her combat skills are so formidable. She almost turned the tables on me. This is the first time I've seen a woman in this world. I wonder when I'll encounter another? Never mind that. Let us figure out what this lucky block can do. According to its description, it seems capable of producing some rare items. Upon hearing the mention of the lucky block, Lin Cheng felt a rush of curiosity and cautiously leaned out of the third-floor window. To his astonishment, a 4-person team was examining a lucky block placed on the ground. Lin Cheng's expression darkened. They weren't planning to activate the lucky block here, were they? If it summoned an explosive tower, this entire area could be obliterated. Would that not spell disaster for the 3 of them? In contrast, Mo Xiao and Jiang DePeo seemed almost eager for the group to activate the lucky block, as if it would provide them with a spectacle. Such ignorance bred fearlessness. They knew nothing of the potential horrors the block could unleash, only harboring limitless expectations. Boom. The moment the lucky block was activated, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, scattering the 4 individuals in different directions. Lin Cheng instinctively shielded his eyes. The scene was too harrowing to behold. The closer one was to the blast, the greater the damage suffered. Perhaps the individual who triggered the block was now nothing but ash. Jiang DePeo and Mo Xiao's pupils constricted in shock, and they shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, they were not the targets of the lightning. Otherwise, their journey through this war-torn world would have ended abruptly. I warned you not to tamper with the lucky block. Do you believe me now? Lin Cheng admonished. The odds of it yielding good or bad outcomes are equal. Unless one is supremely confident in their luck, they should refrain from recklessness. Jiang DePeo pointed at the pile of items that had fallen to the ground, his eyes gleaming with greed. Should we seize the opportunity and loot them? The other 3 who were blasted away must be low on health. It would be a piece of cake for us. Go ahead. Lin Cheng did not deter Zhang Depeo's plan. The nature of this war-torn world was one of survival of the fittest. Moreover, the opponents might still possess a lucky block. While dangerous, it also held potential rewards. Such occurrences could lead to directives such as kill, game mode, or even fly. Regardless of which directive was invoked, as long as it posed no harm to them, it could be beneficial. With Zhang Depeo and Mo Xiao stepping into the fray, Lin Cheng could comfortably observe the unfolding events. The duo faced the three severely weakened survivors without losing ground, initially focusing their fire to eliminate one before splitting to tackle the others. This operation yielded 2 lucky blocks. Had the previous survivor not activated one, they could have secured 3. Here, take these 2. If you uncover anything valuable, I'll open mine afterward. Zhang Depeo refrained from coveting the lucky blocks, having grasped their potential peril. Presenting all the lucky blocks to Lin Cheng was merely a test. He needed to ascertain the ratio of favorable to unfavorable outcomes. By offering the lucky blocks to Lin Cheng, it was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement devoid of emotional factors. Lin Cheng understood well that he was being treated as a guinea pig. However, he was unfazed, for opportunities to acquire lucky blocks were scarce. Even if Zhang Depeo didn't view him as a test subject, he would nonetheless assume that role himself. Thus, wisdom is gained through experience. It seemed these individuals had scoured numerous locations, as the items littering the ground were abundant. Even Lin Cheng's backpack was nearly full from the haul. The ammunition alone would save them considerable time, rendering them less fearful even in the face of an oncoming horde of infected. Just as Zhang Depeo's triumphant proclamation fell from his lips, a swarm of dark figures appeared on the horizon. Lin Cheng squinted into the distance. The billowing dust did not seem to originate from survivors. A quick glance through his 6x magnification scope sent chills down his spine. Chapter 190. Such luck should be used for lottery tickets. Before him lay a vast horde of infected individuals, their numbers staggering, interspersed with elite infected creatures. Among them were even tyrants and splitters, closely followed by a contingent of butchers. Judging by their scale, this was undoubtedly a surge of infected numbering in the thousands. Such a tide of infection was far beyond the capacity of the 3 of them to withstand with ease. You truly have a knack for foreboding, he muttered. The horde is upon us. We must remain still and silent. Lin Cheng was not particularly concerned about the approaching wave. Should the foundation of the building collapse, they would simply fall. After all, this world was one where even Newton's laws could not apply. The roars of the infected grew ever closer, mingling with the cries of survivors. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Lin Cheng, while they had not yet been spotted by the infected. The panicking survivors could inadvertently lead the infected to their location. If they were to encounter a few foolish souls, they could very well attract a multitude of infected. Lin Cheng inhaled sharply, urgently instructing his companions to barricade the entrance to the 3rd floor. The fleeing survivors had already entered the town, and nearby structures crumbled like mere sandcastles under the assault of the infected. Notably, a tyrant swung a massive weapon, effortlessly demolishing a wall. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they reached their building, and Lin Cheng could already hear the sounds of survivors moving about. Run, run. How could we possibly encounter so many infected? This is truly dire. Enough of your lamentations. We must find a safer spot to hide and seal the exit. Defending a single point may prove challenging, but our ammunition supply is plentiful. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Listening to the sounds that seemed alarmingly close, Lin Cheng deduced that the survivors must have reached the 2nd floor. Fortunately, his foresight had prompted him to have Mo Xiao and Zhang Depeo block the stairway in advance. Yet, despite this, the mindless survivors had drawn far too many infected to their location. Soon, the roars of the challengers echoed throughout the building, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding walls. Lin Cheng's breath quickened. Amidst the chaos, he managed to raise the floor 1 level higher, attempting to prevent the ceiling from collapsing beneath them. However, this proved futile. A colossal tyrant easily shattered 2 thick floors, and fortuitously, the breach occurred perilously close to their hiding place. Consequently, the tyrant detected the 3 of them. Goodness! Such luck surely warrants a lottery ticket. They braced themselves for a counterattack. Should they fail to hold their ground, they would have to use an ender pearl to escape. There could be no direct confrontation with this menacing horde. With no other option, Lin Cheng led Mo Xiao and Zhang Depeo in their defense. Meanwhile, the survivors on the 2nd floor, desperate to ascend, sought to stack blocks to reach them. After all, each level gained offered a modicum of respite. Lin Cheng was determined not to grant them their wish. Had it not been for their own recklessness, they would not find themselves in such peril. With a swift motion, he tossed a fragmentation grenade, sending both survivors and blocks flying. This decisive action sent a shiver down Zhang Depeo's spine. In a world where brutality reigned, He believed no one could rival Lin Cheng's ruthlessness. Lin Cheng's nature was thus: as long as everyone kept to their own affairs, all was well. However, should his interests be threatened, matters would take a different turn. This horde is overwhelming. At this rate, we cannot even handle the elite infected, let alone the ordinary ones. After expending wave upon wave of ammunition, Jiang Depeo began to falter. The relentless stream of infected targeted their position, and despite their crossfire, they could only eliminate the most basic infected. Even against a relatively weaker butcher, they required considerable time to bring it down. Moreover, they had to remain vigilant against the towering tyrant, which continued to wreak havoc on their floor. Attacking the infected while reinforcing the floor demanded their utmost concentration. This might be manageable in the short term, but sustaining such effort indefinitely would surely deplete their energy. We should activate the contingency plan, using the Ender Pearls to gain distance and proceed northward. The number of survivors there should be greater, and upon discovering the infected, they will surely find ways to bolster their ranks rather than harm us. This could grant us a moment to breathe, and if fortune favors us, we might explore the city. Alternatively, we could expend 2 or 3 Ender Pearls to teleport beyond the infected's aggro range. Upon weighing their options, the latter appeared more favorable. Even if it meant sacrificing more Ender Pearls, their safety was paramount. Thus, they unanimously agreed to utilize several Ender Pearls to escape the infected's wrath. After all, none wished to attract a multitude of infected, which could lead to being besieged from all sides. Exchanging glances, the three withdrew an Ender Pearl from their pockets and hurled it towards the same direction with all their might. The moment the Ender Pearl touched the ground, their forms vanished into thin air, leaving behind a swarm of confused infected and the occasional flicker of purple light. However, this did not signify their freedom from pursuit. The scale of the infected horde was immense, and a single Ender Pearl could not sever the aggro. Next came the second Ender Pearl. Yet they still did not escape the infected's attention. Lin Cheng, along with Mo Xiao and Jiang Depeo, resorted to a third Ender Pearl, finally arriving at a comparatively safer location. Jiang Depeo felt a pang of regret. His supply of Ender Pearls was already limited, and now he had expended 3. Curse it. It's all the fault of those oblivious survivors for running right into us. If it weren't for your quick thinking with that grenade, I would have torn their skins off myself. Chapter 191. A familiar figure observing Jiang Depeo's furious demeanor, Mo Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. The Ender Pearls did not appear to be particularly valuable to them. Just as Lin Cheng was about to mock him, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Whirling around, he was astonished to find a familiar face. He never anticipated encountering this individual here. The drunkard? A flood of questions surged through his mind in an instant. The drunkard was the NPC from the tavern in Order City who had assigned him a task. Distinctly not one of the survivors. Logically speaking, NPCs were never supposed to appear in the war world, let alone linger here like the survivors. However, all his questions could only be answered once he approached the drunkard. Yet, not far off, a wave of infected was advancing towards the drunkard with increasing speed. At this rate, if the drunkard did not leave promptly, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the tide of infected. Lin Cheng's understanding of the drunkard's combat abilities was rather superficial, having never witnessed them firsthand. Any assumptions he made were mere conjectures. Old Lin, what are you staring at? Jiang Depeo waved his hand in front of Lin Cheng's eyes. In his perception, Lin Cheng rarely engaged in such behavior. Seeing an old acquaintance, more accurately. An NPC from Order City, Lin Cheng was taken aback. Are you serious? How could an NPC end up in the war world? Did he accidentally wander in? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. I feel compelled to rescue him. After all, this is an NPC. He might provide us with some hidden quests. Lin Cheng replied candidly, believing that some matters were not meant to be concealed, for once the other party discovered the truth later, it could lead to a breach of trust. Indeed, the existence of NPCs is always purposeful, even if one appears in the war world. There may be reasons beyond our imagination, Jiang Depeo mused. His enthusiasm for hidden quests was unparalleled. The wave of infected ahead is merely a minor faction. Although numerous, there are not many elite infected among them. The 3 of us should be able to handle them with ease. Time is of the essence. The sooner we resolve this, the better, to avoid any unnecessary complications. Mo Xiao had no objections. Once the 3 had settled on a plan, they immediately launched their attack. Amidst a barrage of firepower, the seemingly overwhelming infected were effortlessly dispatched. Lin Cheng paid no heed to the plethora of items that littered the ground and hurried towards the drunkard, who stood there, seemingly lost in thought. Drunkard, how did you end up here? After obtaining the lower realm star, you should have gone on an adventure. Yet here you are in the war world? The drunkard, absorbed in contemplation, was momentarily startled by the familiar voice. "Ah, I recognize you. You are that remarkably talented young adventurer. What brings you here? First, answer my question. How did you arrive in this world?" The drunkard's gaze was now devoid of the confusion that once characterized it, replaced instead with an unprecedented determination. "I am here for adventure, of course. However, I understand your curiosity. Although I am a native of this world, it does not preclude me from entering the war world." The drunkard flashed a grin, as if he could instantly discern Lin Cheng's inner doubts. "This world is filled with wonders, and I have grown increasingly fond of it. Is there any new information you can share with me? I can share some information, especially since we have collaborated once before. As for the two behind you." The drunkard glanced at Jiang DePeo and Imo Xiao standing behind Lin Cheng, though he did not articulate it. His meaning was unmistakable. He preferred that they not hear the conversation between him and Lin Cheng, particularly regarding the so-called new information. "That and Oppos. That's fine. We can step aside." Jiang DePeo promptly pulled Imo Xiao aside. For him, as long as they could receive a hidden quest, it mattered little who undertook it. He trusted that Lin Cheng would not let them engage in fruitless endeavors. At the very least, they would benefit in some way. "Now, we can speak freely. The essence of this world is a grand inlaying. You can even find things here that do not exist in the original world. Moreover, this war world appears to connect to multiple dimensions, which means we may encounter individuals from other worlds. I am already aware of what you mentioned, having encountered it myself. And I even acquired this." Lin Cheng, maintaining a composed demeanor, retrieved the lucky block he had obtained from his backpack. "If I am not mistaken, defeating individuals from different worlds should also yield lucky blocks. Indeed, I did not expect you had already come into contact with it." The drunkard looked at the lucky block in Lin Cheng's hand, his expression seemingly relieved. "I personally advise against opening this block at random unless you are confident in your luck. By the way, there's another piece of new information I wish to share. The recent activation of the war world seems aimed at drastically reducing the number of survivors." Lin Cheng's composure faltered upon hearing this. If the opening of the war world was indeed intended to diminish the number of survivors, those of them who had entered could very well face near-total annihilation. "Where did you obtain this information? The war world should lack any form of management. Is this news credible?" Lin Cheng harbored a degree of skepticism regarding this revelation. His nature was such that he remained doubtful of anything not definitively confirmed, contemplating all possible outcomes. "No one informed me. I deduced this pattern myself. The rules of the world do not change arbitrarily. I was present during the last activation of the war world, yet did not observe individuals from other worlds arriving. This time, however, the frequency and intensity of the monster surges have significantly increased, not merely due to the infected receiving a power boost. In your future explorations, you may also encounter natives from other worlds, and their missions are not merely to gather resources here." Chapter 192. The Absurd Legend. Although the drunkard did not explicitly state the purpose of this group of indigenous people, Lin Cheng could surmise their intentions to some extent. "Are you suggesting that these NPCs, oh no, the indigenous inhabitants, are here to assist the war world in executing the survivor eradication plan? In a certain sense, one might indeed interpret it that way. But rest assured, I have no intention of turning against you. How many Universe Dominion swords have you collected? The quantity is somewhat lacking. However, once I return from the war world this time, I should be able to acquire a couple more." Lin Cheng had long been preoccupied with the 2 Universe Dominion swords mentioned by the NPC from the ancient summons. Had the war world not opened in such haste, he would have certainly waited until he obtained the Universe Dominion sword before entering. That item is indeed an elusive treasure. Have you had any interesting experiences during this time? If you wish to enrich your experiences, you might consider venturing to the end. It is said that there exists an Ender Dragon there. Lin Cheng touched the tip of his nose and modestly replied, "To be honest, the Ender Dragon you mentioned has already met its demise at my hands." After speaking, Lin Cheng quickly revealed the title above his head before concealing it once more. The moment he displayed the title, the drunkard's eyes were filled with disbelief. "You have become a dragon slayer. It is indeed surprising to find such a remarkable individual among the younger generation. It seems I have not misjudged you. Perhaps you truly possess the potential to collect all the Universe Dominion swords. You flatter me. However, I remain somewhat puzzled. Surely, you did not come to the war world merely for adventure?" Lin Cheng's gaze flickered, clearly betraying his distrust of the drunkard's earlier statements. He distinctly remembered that the drunkard had previously succumbed to despair due to the loss of a close friend. A shadow that had haunted him for many years could not possibly be dispelled by a mere shining star from the lower realms. The drunkard, unperturbed by the unveiling of his concealed truth, smiled gently and said, "My entry into the war world indeed stems from other reasons. But now is not the time to disclose them. My matters are inconsequential. Let us focus on yours. Having become a dragon slayer, you naturally should have the opportunity to encounter the legendary poem of the end. Have you come across that existence?" "Which one?" The drunkard suddenly appeared taken aback. Then softly murmured, "Since you have heard the poem of the end, you should be able to access that level." "What do you mean?" Lin Cheng was left bewildered. "You must be referring to the voice that emanates the poem of the end, right?" "Precisely. That individual is the creator of this world. Your status as a dragon slayer suggests you may very well become the next inheritor. You might feel somewhat bewildered now. So allow me to share a legend that circulates among the indigenous people. This world was crafted by the creator god Notch. And every blade of grass and every block originates from his hand. Upon slaying the Ender Dragon, the poem of the end will emerge. Only one person can hear it. And the one who does so will become the next inheritor. The inheritor gains a unique ability and may have the chance to create their own world." Lin Cheng gulped, thinking the legend was rather absurd. Notch should be referred to as the founder. How did he become the creator god here? Furthermore, while he indeed heard the poem of the end, he had not acquired any abilities, let alone understood what it meant to be an inheritor. The notion of creating one's own world seemed overly grandiose. He found it hard to digest. Legends are merely that, legends. If you have not encountered the creator god Notch, then this tale must be false. The drunkard appeared somewhat regretful but acknowledged that not everything can unfold according to one's wishes. A certain degree of regret is necessary for fulfillment in life. Are you aware that there exists an indigenous inhabitant with completely white eyes? It seems he has a room constructed entirely of bedrock, along with an exceedingly dark throne of bedrock. Lin Cheng felt a sense of familiarity with the white-eyed man. As if he had seen him before, yet any memory of him seemed to have been erased, no matter how hard he tried to think. He could not grasp the essence of it, not even a hint. He could only describe the scene he encountered while exploring the treasure map coordinates. Bedrock? Initially, the drunkard thought he had misheard, but after Lin Cheng confirmed it multiple times, he shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. Bedrock is arguably the most indestructible block in this world. No method can destroy it. To construct a house using bedrock would imply a being of creator god caliber. However, the only founder known to us indigenous people is Notch. Well, I must return to my own affairs now. Remember my words. The danger level of this war world is several times greater than last time. You must prioritize your safety. Don't you wish to know the true purpose of my presence here? Lin Cheng nodded earnestly. The drunkard did not hesitate and stated, "Wait until you return alive to the City of Order and prepare a fine drink for me at the tavern. That is simple. We shall meet again then. Wait. You must have a considerable number of ender pearls, right? Lend me a few. I will return them to you upon my return." The drunkard was rather unreserved, immediately asking for ender pearls. Lin Cheng was not one to be stingy, especially since he possessed a fair number of ender pearls himself. To befriend an NPC is indeed a tale tinged with a hint of legend. "I want to give you more than necessary. I'll just lend you a set," which conveniently makes an even number. "Well, it seems I did not misjudge you. You are indeed generous." The drunkard accepted a set of ender pearls, wearing a grin of satisfaction as he departed. Once the drunkard left, Imo Xiao and Jiang hurried over, inquiring about their conversation. Lin Cheng recounted the drunkard's speculations, detailing everything, which immediately caused concern to etch across their faces. Chapter 193. The Violators, United in Attack. Surely not. To my perception, the vast majority of NPCs exhibit a friendly demeanor. How could they possibly turn against us? Perhaps they have received directives that compel them to act. We cannot impose our own notions upon their conduct. Lin Cheng could only shake his head in resignation. The drunkard had at least collaborated with him once and had no reason to deceive him. Ultimately, we must exercise caution. The strength of the NPCs should not be excessively formidable, as evidenced by the chaotic city. Nevertheless, it cannot be ruled out that some NPCs possess astonishing combat prowess. After all, we belong to two distinct factions. Previously, the trade relations in the City of Order had prevented any conflict, but now, with conflicting interests at play, the outcome is uncertain. Alas, why must everything keep shifting unpredictably? I find myself increasingly perplexed by the rules of this world. Jiang Depeo was engulfed by a sense of powerlessness, a realization that he believed he had mastered everything, yet ultimately, he had comprehended nothing. Global announcement. The rules governing this war have undergone slight modifications. We shall now proclaim the amended regulations. First, the return portal to the main world has a maximum capacity limit, allowing a maximum of 5, individuals to return. Once this number is reached, the portal will automatically close, and any survivors remaining in the war world will be eradicated. Second, the portal to the main world will open 48 hours hence. Until then, even if one reaches the main world, the portal's location will be inoperative. Third, this war has merged 12 major regions upon returning to the main world. These 12 regions will amalgamate. As each region possesses its own city of order and city of chaos, a competition must determine the strongest region to serve as the core. Only the most powerful region, city of order and city of chaos, will be retained, with the criterion for selection being the number of survivors in that region. Following this announcement, individuals from different regions will be marked for distinction, indicated by the tags displayed above the heads of the survivors. The global announcement echoed 3 times to ensure that every survivor could comprehend the rules with clarity. Lin Cheng's mind instantly sharpened, with 12 regions in total. Only one region, city of order and city of chaos, would be preserved. Any rational survivor would hope for their city of order and city of chaos to be in proximity. Otherwise, after the amalgamation of the 12 regions, the vastness of the map would exceed their imagination. Who would willingly traverse such an extensive distance for no reason? Moreover, the quota for returning to the main world has shifted from unlimited to limited, with a mere 5,000 spots available. It is significant to note that the war world has a maximum capacity of 50,000 individuals, meaning only 10 can return. Furthermore, one must consider the possibility of killing individuals from different regions, which may yield lucky blocks. Mutual slaughter has become an inevitable conclusion. Lin Cheng noticed the emblem of the second region appearing above his head. This must be the so-called regional tag. Mo Xiao and Jiang Depeo also bore the emblem of the second region above their heads, indicating their affiliation with the same region. They had now transitioned to independent operations, transforming into a collective struggle for their region, which was crucial for the preservation of their city's order and chaos. Naturally, the city of order and city of chaos must be retained for their second region. After all, your quartz villa is situated near the city of order. If the city of order in the second region survives, it would undoubtedly enhance the value of your property. Jiang Depeo wore a look of envy. The essence of jealousy was unmistakable. Yet, some things cannot merely be acquired through envy. No amount of longing could replicate the former glory of the quartz villa. Presently, the priority is to band together for warmth. On one hand, they must remain wary of survivors from other regions, and on the other, they must be cautious of NPCs entering the war world. Lin Cheng sighed heavily. There is no fixed method to distinguish between survivors and NPCs. Who knows whether those before him are NPCs or ordinary survivors? We cannot afford to be isolated. If other regional individuals discover the 3 of us, it would spell certain doom. We must move swiftly northward. Lin Cheng directed his gaze toward the true north. The emergence of this announcement had completely disrupted all his prior plans. This war will serve as a significant reshuffle of the world, and only by gathering together can they strive to be among the top 5,000. In a certain sense, if one region's cooperation is sufficiently strong, it may even allow them to emerge unscathed. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is minuscule, as no one knows the population distribution among the regions. If the total number of regions exceeds 5,000, would they not first need to undergo some internal purification before departing? Friends ahead, I see you are also from the second region. Shall we temporarily join forces? Suddenly, someone called out from behind. Lin Cheng turned to see a small group of over 10 individuals gradually approaching them. These individuals bore no weapons and did not appear to be seeking trouble. Nevertheless, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Cheng advised Mo Xiao and Jiang Depeo to prepare their ender pearls, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. If they truly seek collaboration, it would be most advantageous. Not only would it save them ender pearls, but it would also provide a temporary ally. The group seemed to harbor a degree of caution toward the 3 of them, choosing not to draw too close but rather to observe from a distance. Cooperation is certainly plausible. They all belong to the same region and must compete for the best positions. Lin Cheng stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his companions, signaling that he would take the lead. Since their goals aligned, they should establish a few ground rules. The other party appeared genuinely interested in collaboration. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. Before departing the war world, internal strife must be avoided at all costs. Under no circumstances should they turn against their comrades. As for the distribution of resources, whoever obtains them retains them. Others must not harbor ulterior motives or resort to theft. Should anyone violate this agreement, they shall face the wrath of all. You need not worry that our numbers will overwhelm you. To be honest, we have only just assembled on our journey. Chapter 194. Time flies when it comes to the number of individuals. Everyone is quite similar. Each original group only consists of a handful of people. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Cheng, and any final cooperation matters can be discussed with me. Do you have any plans? None. But we believe we should hasten our progress towards the portal of the main world. Even in our search for supplies, we should focus our efforts near the main world portal, so that when it opens, we can be the first to arrive. The idea is commendable. Yet others are likely to think the same. We may not secure the supplies once we reach that point. For the sake of caution, it would be wiser to stick together. Regardless of past grievances, we are now comrades from the same large district and should unite temporarily. This reasoning is sound. Let us set off. Lin Cheng and the others nodded in agreement. A temporary alliance was indeed the prevailing trend. Wandering off alone could lead to dire consequences. As the saying goes, we are all part of the same large district now, and at least we can expect not to act recklessly against one another. After a lengthy journey, we encountered a significant wave of infected individuals. Fortunately, our numbers were substantial, and with our firepower, we easily dispatched a large group of ordinary infected. We even crossed paths with a couple of survivor groups from other districts, but it seemed they were all heading northward. Prior battles had only served as futile endeavors, and thus, we tacitly agreed not to engage in real combat. Until we approached the vicinity of the main world portal, the calm circumstances underwent a drastic transformation. Centered around the coordinates of the main world portal, the area was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. Survivors from various districts stood in different formations, seemingly preparing for a grand battle. Before Lin Cheng and the others could fully assimilate into their respective districts' ranks, an unknown individual inadvertently dropped a fragment grenade, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The tranquility was shattered. The 12 districts erupted into chaos, a battleground aptly described as a storm of bullets and shells. Lin Cheng exchanged glances with Jiang DePeo and Mo Xiao, and the three quietly distanced themselves using ender pearls. Remaining in the crowd made them susceptible to the shrapnel from the grenade. Moreover, the sheer number of nearby survivors obstructed their line of sight, making them vulnerable to unforeseen area damage. They had no desire to become unwitting casualties of this war. Goodness, these fighters are truly relentless. How many lives will be lost? Where there is war, there are sacrifices, especially one ignited for the honor of each district. After swiftly neutralizing a survivor from another district who dared to approach, Lin Cheng continued to observe the unfolding chaos. Indeed, many astute individuals had already taken cover, watching the situation unfold. Engaging in random warfare would only lead to excessive depletion of their district's manpower. Thus, a competent commander could significantly tilt the odds of victory. The battle raged on for an extended period, reducing the number of survivors across the districts to fewer than 1,000. From an initial 50,000, only around 12,000 remained. Such a decline was far more drastic than anticipated. Taking a deep breath, Lin Cheng stood firm and raised his voice. Friends, we must unite. From now on, follow my command. Of course, if you feel I lack the authority to lead, you are welcome to proceed with your original battle plans. However, the number of survivors left is considerably lower than you might have expected. Should we continue with the previous strategy, the remaining individuals will surely suffer dire fates. When numbers swell, all kinds of people emerge, and naturally, some would resist. Yet, the fate of such dissenters would be grim. The war persisted for a full 30 hours. Just before the war world opened, the final count of survivors dwindled to a mere 3,000, 2,000 short of the maximum required to traverse the main world portal. Logically, when the number falls below 5,000, further conflict should cease. However, everyone desired to secure their district's proximity to the Order City and Chaos City, leading to an ever-decreasing number of survivors in the war world until few remained. Under Lin Cheng's command, they ultimately secured victory due to their district's numerical advantage. Upon returning to the main world, the surrounding areas underwent profound transformations. The terrain near the Quartz Villa and Order City remained largely unchanged, while distant landscapes had experienced subtle shifts, likely due to the merging of the 12 districts. That very night, Lin Cheng discovered the significant demographic changes resulting from the fusion of the 12 districts. The influx of survivors near Order City was markedly greater, with many unfamiliar faces, including several female survivors, compared to the previous world. This new reality bore a closer resemblance to an authentic world. In the following days, Lin Cheng dedicated himself to seeking out NPCs related to the ancient call. After 3 days of diligent searching, he finally located the relevant NPC and successfully obtained 2 fragmented Universe Dominion swords. Following a series of fusions, the combat capability of the swords in his possession had more than doubled compared to before. Meanwhile, the infected continued to grow stronger over time, making the ground increasingly perilous. Some infected could even construct blocks, moving significantly faster than the survivors, and mere foot speed could not shake off their relentless pursuit. In such times, the value of ender pearls became apparent. Lin Cheng's business acumen outshone that of ordinary survivors. Within Order City, limited quantities of ender pearls were sold, greatly inflating their worth. The survival clock swiftly approached day 91, with just 9 days remaining until the ultimate challenge of surviving 100 days. This was a monumental test for all survivors, including Lin Cheng. While the quartz villa offered him protection from the infected, uncovering the hidden truths of this world would necessitate venturing into the unknown. Chapter 195, The Resilient Ordinary Infected. At this moment, the entire world found itself enveloped in a tense rhythm, with people diligently stockpiling supplies. Each nightfall brought forth a portion of survivors who, due to their insufficient provisions, teetered on the brink of death. Thus far, conflicts among survivor alliances had become a rarity, as all recognized the necessity of cooperation in these dire times. Any internal strife would only hasten their demise. For if one remains passive today, who will rally to their aid when peril befalls them tomorrow? As darkness descended once more, Lin Cheng felt a shiver creep down his spine while observing the nearly frenzied infected outside. The combat prowess of the infected had vastly outstripped that of the survivors, with even the most ordinary infected now posing a significant threat. Their health and attack power had seen considerable enhancement, and after 9 iterations of fortification, these ordinary infected rivaled even early elite infected in strength. Moreover, they now possessed attributes that many elite infected lacked. During the arrival of the blood moon, ordinary infected could even wield a unique skill, allowing them to hurl their fallen comrades into the air. This development drastically increased the likelihood of ordinary infected successfully eliminating survivors, as many remained unprotected against such assaults. In the face of dual threats, one could easily find themselves crushed amidst a throng of infected. This situation underscored the critical importance of ender pearls, which had become exceedingly coveted. Lin Cheng had meticulously safeguarded the end portal, with only he and Mo Shao aware of its location. The audacious Jiang de Peo had taken to exploiting his thick skin, choosing to remain in Lin Cheng's quartz villa whenever the blood moon appeared. In his words, safeguarding one person was akin to safeguarding 3, why not make the most of it? Lin Cheng could only shake his head in resignation, for he shared a decent rapport with this individual. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, the occurrence of the blood moon had become increasingly frequent. It had now appeared for 2 consecutive nights, bringing with it an astonishing rate of infected respawns and a proliferation of elite monsters that many survivors found insurmountable. Those survivor alliances that once constructed shelters above ground had long since retreated underground, yet even this refuge did not guarantee their safety. Instances of infected breaching their makeshift sanctuaries had occurred more than once. Thus, Lin Cheng's quartz villa emerged as the most sought-after haven near the City of Order. Countless individuals yearned to gain entry, with many even contemplating a forceful breach. Yet, the survivors belonging to the Second District merely shook their heads in silence. They had attempted such incursions countless times, only to return empty-handed. A mysterious force surrounding the quartz villa prevented any survivor from entering without the owner's permission. And even the infected posing a lethal threat could not breach its defenses. In his moments of leisure, Lin Cheng constructed a series of redstone defensive mechanisms around the perimeter of the villa. These redstone defenses comprised 2 tiers, the first being the most rudimentary form of protection. A trench had been excavated at the outermost edge, filled with lava, as infected were unlikely to fall into such pits on their own. Moreover, in areas that were expansive and impassable, infected would attempt to traverse using blocks from other locations. However, within the confines of the quartz villa's territory, such maneuvers were impossible. Instead, infected found themselves constrained to the range of activated pistons, which could move blocks back and forth. Consequently, when the sticky pistons retracted, the concealed lava pits would be revealed. Despite the initial acquisition of certain survivor-like abilities, the intellect of the infected paled in comparison. Their forward momentum would often lead them unwittingly into the fiery abyss, meeting a gruesome end. As for the second tier of redstone defenses, it consisted of dispensers encircling the villa. The mechanism controlling these dispensers was a lever located on the 2nd floor. A simple tug would unleash a barrage of arrows. While the arrows themselves lacked significant damage, their 360-degree coverage provided unparalleled protection. Moreover, the ammunition could be swapped for other projectiles, such as fire charges, TNT, or splash potions, depending on the prevailing needs. In desperate times, even water and lava could serve as alternatives. As daylight broke, Lin Cheng sighed quietly at the sight of the infected. Impervious to the sun's rays, the infected had evolved beyond recognition, now immune to the searing effects of sunlight. The only difference between day and night lay in the absence of the blood moon and the continuous respawning of infected. However, a mere span of daylight was insufficient to eradicate all infected, unless every survivor mobilized in unison. Consequently, in areas largely neglected by survivors, the infected quietly amassed in numbers. Should a survivor inadvertently wander into such a zone, they would likely be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of adversaries. In this fast survival landscape, many survivors felt as though they were merely prolonging the inevitable. As time marched on, the prospect of survival approached the critical mark of 100 days. Many survivors were aware that upon reaching the 100-day milestone, something extraordinary would transpire. This belief served as the primary source of motivation for most, as the pressures of their current environment weighed heavily upon them. Without a beacon of hope, they might have already succumbed to despair. Lin Cheng, too, awaited this moment. He had heard whispers of the end poem, and perhaps, when the 100 days were reached, he would witness something truly remarkable. On the 95th day of survival, a new dawn arose. Countless survivors gathered outside the quartz villa, their collective intent singular in focus. They did not seek to forcibly compel Lin Cheng to relinquish control of the villa. They were acutely aware of their current limitations. Even a fool could discern that the majority of rare items within the City of Order were the fruits of the villa's proprietor, Lin Cheng himself. Requesting an audience with the master of the quartz villa, one voice rang out, swiftly echoed by the throng of survivors, creating a cacophony of fervor. Chapter 196. United we stand in a state of drowsiness. Lin Cheng glanced outside, pondering the endeavors of the survivors. What could have transpired? Were they intent on dismantling my humble quartz villa? It seemed too audacious. Time was of the essence, so let us be succinct. The man who had taken the lead stepped forward. Our purpose here is to implore you to guide us to survival. In this City of Order, your name is synonymous with renown. You possess not only extensive survival experience, but also an abundance of rare resources. Indeed, you could sustain the entire city single-handedly. Which is why we believe there is no one more suitable than you. Why must we seek a leader? Lin Cheng's tone was nonchalant, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he held little interest in their plight. Because we fear that if we remain disjointed, we shall be easily overwhelmed by the scattered infected. However, if we unite as one, like strands of a rope, our chances of survival will be significantly enhanced. Finding someone with survival expertise to lead us is our only hope for enduring this ordeal. All the survivors present cast hopeful glances towards Lin Cheng, who stood aloof. Many had succumbed to the pressures of survival in recent days, unable to bear the weight of their circumstances. They yearned to return to their former world. There was no way they would passively await their demise here. You fail to grasp that even without leading you, I could survive on my own. You must present me with a compelling reason to persuade me to lead you. Otherwise, I shall not engage in such futile endeavors. Morality alone will not suffice. You need to provide a rationale that is both convincing and irresistible to me. Upon hearing this, many survivors found themselves scratching their heads, pondering for an extended period, yet failing to conjure a valid justification. The task seemed daunting. It required a reason that was not only reasonable but also one that Lin Cheng could not refuse. They realized that they might not arrive at a conclusion even by the next day. How about this? You will hold absolute authority and within the bounds of reasonable command. Your word shall be law. Perhaps this was the stepping stone they sought, as numerous survivors knelt on one knee, expressing their loyalty and respect in the face of survival. This act of kneeling was not in vain. Lin Cheng, witnessing this display, found himself momentarily taken aback, recognizing their genuine desire to live. Considering his future plans, it was prudent to gather as many allies as possible. After all, there is strength in numbers. Thus, Lin Cheng emerged as the leader of the largest survivor alliance in the City of Order. With this newfound identity came an array of pressures and responsibilities that weighed heavily upon his shoulders. With most of his worries alleviated, Lin Cheng commenced directing the survivors in constructing a base high above the ground, as the infected had begun to destroy blocks. Building on the ground would be tantamount to courting death. Their collective number was approaching 2,000, and mutual defense could mitigate numerous dangers. Furthermore, as long as they ascended to sufficient heights, the infected would require time to reach them, during which they could suppress the infected with their firepower, ensuring that those who approached would be eliminated en route. Previously, the reluctance to build a base in the sky stemmed from the visibility of a large dark mass to the villagers below. They sought to avoid the theft of their resources, but now survival took precedence. The likelihood of such nefarious acts diminished significantly, as the sky would merely serve as a shelter for those who had endured many nights By day, they could explore various locations for resources and retrieve their supplies. When night fell, they would convene at this base, coexisting peacefully while fending off the infected. This base, which imposed minimal restrictions on its members, was indeed what most survivors yearned for. I feel we have aligned ourselves with the right person. I have never encountered a leader of a survivor alliance who does not constrain the actions of their members. In a sense, this leader was chosen collectively by us. May the construction of this base proceed safely. Through the collective efforts of nearly 2,000 individuals, a colossal aerial platform measuring 128 was completed. Even so, with such a large number of people occupying the platform, it appeared somewhat cramped. To ensure the most concentrated firepower against the infected, Lin Cheng opted to construct a secondary platform, a smaller 64 platform at the apex. This would allow any survivors who remain to ascend to the top level and eliminate the infected from a position of advantage, serving as a contingency plan. The efficacy of this backup plan would only be determined when the true night arrived. All remained vigilant, armed with firearms and weapons, awaiting the final moments of daylight. As darkness enveloped them, the chilling cacophony of infected howls echoed in their ears, their sheer numbers and density instilling dread. The infected's perception of the survivors had reached unprecedented heights. Even from a distance, they could accurately detect the presence of survivors nearby. Observing the infected below constructing blocks to ascend, Lin Cheng issued a command: open fire. Spare no effort in exterminating those infected attempting to climb. All threats must be quelled at their inception. There is no time to deliberate after the infected have approached. At present, the infected possess considerable health, and a few bullets would not suffice to vanquish them. However, utilizing some diminished damage could potentially conserve ammunition. In this dire situation, every bullet saved counts, after all. The infected were numerous. If eliminating one infected could save 2 bullets, then slaying 100 would conserve 200 rounds. Even from afar, the sounds of gunfire and the cries of the infected reverberated near the City of Order. Simultaneously, this marked an unprecedented unity among the survivors, all striving towards a common goal. Chapter 197. The establishment of the second platform under the unwavering resolve of the collective. This night passed peacefully, free from casualties. This circumstance provided a robust psychological support for the survivors, who finally discovered a viable means of existence. Word of this method spread rapidly, and soon, not just the survivors near the Order City banded together, even those from distant regions chose to forge connections through this approach. However, the 128 by 128 platform barely accommodated the current individuals, let alone the influx of newcomers. Therefore, the expansion of the platform became an imperative necessity. Yet, Lin Cheng harbored a slight selfishness. As the saying goes, with many people comes a multitude of eyes, and in a large crowd, one cannot evade the presence of ill-intentioned individuals. A surge in numbers could easily lead to chaos, the consequences of which would be dire and impossible to contain in a moment's notice. Should such turmoil arise during the resurgence of the infected, the risk of casualties would be exceedingly high. Thus, the creation of a backup platform was essential. This move, however, met with opposition from the newcomers. They felt it was discriminatory. Boss, we can't be cast aside just because we arrived later. We believe staying with you is the safest option. The safety of other locations is debatable. The reason we traveled great distances to reach here was not merely to seek warmth in numbers, but to rally under your banner. Your name echoes for miles around Order City. We came for you, and you mustn't let us down. Lin Cheng fell into contemplation. Their concerns were understandable, for the 2 platforms were indeed situated far apart. To assuage their doubts, he recognized that ensuring their safety was paramount. The emergence of such skepticism stemmed from fears for their safety, compounded by the belief that Lin Cheng would not provide support from his side. How about this? Let us shorten the distance between the 2 platforms and establish an aerial support corridor. Should one side face insurmountable danger, the other must come to their aid at all costs until the crisis is resolved. What do you think of this solution? Seeing the crowd begin to relax, Lin Cheng stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. This is a crucial moment for us to unite and overcome adversity. There is no perfect solution to every dilemma. You can all see the limitations of this platform. Accommodating newcomers would lead to overcrowding during emergencies, significantly hampering our efficiency. If you were in my position, how would you handle it? Now is not the time for cunning or deception. I believe everyone's desire is simply to survive. None of us can predict what the 100th day will bring or the challenges we will face. At this moment, our only recourse is to trust one another. Even if trust is lacking, we must endure together. Lin Cheng's impassioned speech calmed the wavering survivors. He spoke truthfully. Even the 9th wave of infected was already formidable. By the 100th day, the 10th wave would undoubtedly bring unforeseen horrors. The sentiments expressed by the leader resonated. They realized their previous doubts were unwarranted. And one of them humbly apologized. "We were wrong to doubt your intentions. I apologize. Do not fret. Every person's goal is merely survival. And you have done nothing wrong. However, I must make one thing clear. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here should not blame me for my ruthlessness." With the establishment of the second platform approved by all, Lin Cheng proceeded to appoint its administrator. He turned his gaze to Mo Xiao, who had quietly supported him from behind, a smile of encouragement gracing his face. "Mo Xiao, after much contemplation, I believe you are an excellent leader. The role of the second platform's administrator is yours." Mo Xiao's mouth fell agape in shock. He had never anticipated being entrusted with such a responsibility. "Do not be surprised. Your capabilities are evident to all, and this decision is not born from favoritism." Lin Cheng smiled gently, realizing that his choice was not solely based on loyalty but also on the uncertainty of others' ability to shoulder such a significant role. It was wiser to appoint someone suitable, a person who understood him. Jiang DePeo in the crowd exhibited a fleeting expression of resentment, though it quickly vanished. He felt no envy or jealousy. Rather, he believed Lin Cheng had overlooked him, considering his combat prowess superior to that of Mo Xiao. Having become sensitive to the emotions of those around him since assuming leadership, Lin Cheng swiftly detected Jiang DePeo's discontent. After the crowd dispersed, he approached Jiang DePeo for a brief conversation. "Do you also feel that my choice of Mo Xiao as the second platform's administrator is questionable?" "Of course not. You are in charge of the platform now. If you choose him, I have no objections." "Do you know why I did not select you?" Jiang DePeo, previously indifferent, now displayed a glimmer of anticipation, eager to understand why he was deemed unfit for the role. "Because you are overly eager for battle. Such fervor can cloud your judgment. An effective administrator must possess not only exceptional combat skills but also a calm mind, capable of viewing the bigger picture. In that regard, Mo Xiao surpasses you." Chapter 198. The new species that can fly. Jiang DePeo suddenly displayed an expression of epiphany, realizing that the absence of choice was due to this very reason. With the misunderstanding resolved, a satisfied smile graced his face. As long as there were no doubts about his combat abilities, he was indifferent to other matters. Lin Cheng observed Jiang DePeo as he strode away, unable to suppress a wry smile. This fellow was the complete opposite of Mo Xiao, as he yearned for acknowledgement of his combat prowess. Thus, Jiang DePeo was a born warrior. The establishment of the second platform consumed nearly an entire day. Thanks to previous experience, certain details were significantly improved compared to the first platform. This bolstered the confidence of many survivors on the second platform, assuring them that Lin Cheng would never abandon them during perilous times. Days passed in this manner. Once ammunition was depleted, they dispatched individuals to retrieve more. When food ran low, they sent out others for resupply. On the 99th day of survival, dawn broke. If they could endure this day, perhaps the night would herald something extraordinary. No one was willing to abandon their steadfast platform, fearing that leaving would mean a final farewell. Some even speculated that their encounters might be entirely comprised of elite infected creatures. The recent surge in the number of tyrants at night had reached an alarming level. Just last night, the count had peaked, with nearly 1,000 tyrants eliminated. This did not even account for the butchers and splitters. The ground was littered with items dropped by ordinary infected, but thankfully there was an automatic cleaning function. Otherwise, a casual stroll would fill their bags to capacity. Tonight would be crucial, and everyone must remain vigilant. Yet, there was no need for excessive anxiety. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. It was a fate they could not escape. Lin Cheng stood at the center of the first platform, a lofty vantage point from which he could survey the entire scene. "Boss, do you think we can survive this?" "Absolutely. You must have faith in yourselves. Regardless of the circumstances, trust those who guard your backs." Having fought side by side recently, their bonds had deepened. The treachery that characterized the early days of survival had vanished. At that moment, a mysterious presence loomed above. Observing the movements on the two elevated platforms, Lin Cheng was not unfamiliar with this enigmatic figure. The daytime environment had remained largely unchanged, but as evening approached, a dramatic transformation unfolded in the surrounding area. The twilight sky no longer radiated a golden hue. Instead, it was stained with a bloody tint reminiscent of a blood moon. Witnessing such a celestial anomaly, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of anxiety, as this was his first encounter with such phenomena. The crowd gradually gathered to marvel at the strange sight, for it was an unprecedented spectacle. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look! Something is flying in the sky." Instantly, the attention of the masses was captured. As they focused on the incoming shadow, emotions surged like boiling water. "It's a monster! An airborne infected creature. A new species has emerged. What is happening? It's not even 6 p.m. Could nightfall have arrived early? Lin Cheng gripped the universe's dominant sword tightly, sensing that the world's rules were subtly shifting. This reality was entirely different from what he had previously understood. The emergence of new species at such an untimely hour confirmed his suspicions. These newly appeared monsters were not only massive but also sported enormous wings, resembling raiders at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, they were distinctly different from raiders. Boss, not only are airborne infected approaching, but ground-level infected are also mobilizing. All nearby infected were converging towards their position, and the situation appeared dire. From his vantage point on the platform, Lin Cheng gazed downward, where a sea of infected loomed ominously. The shrapnel grenades they hurled down could inflict considerable area damage, yet against such overwhelming numbers of infected, the odds seemed grim. While they could eliminate the majority of infected with the grenades, what would happen once they ran out? Dragon! There's a dragon! Another voice cried out from the crowd. But instead of panic, an eerie silence fell over them. Everyone was transfixed, staring at a massive shadow in the sky. It was indeed an ender dragon. Lin Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. He was not astonished that the ender dragon appeared in the main world, but rather that he clearly saw a figure atop the dragoness head. In the gaming world he knew, taming an ender dragon was only possible with the Dragon Rider mod. Such a scenario was impossible in the original survival mode. The ability to summon an ender dragon to the main world indicated that this individual was no ordinary person. Perhaps it was the legendary creator, Notch. However, there was no time for astonishment, as the infected were now relentlessly advancing towards the platform. Merely dealing with these infected was already overwhelming for the majority of survivors. How could they muster the energy to confront the ender dragon above, along with those flying infected resembling raiders? The figure atop the ender dragon looked down upon the scene. Upon noticing Lin Cheng's black sword, a faint smile graced his lips. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Cheng suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing beside him. Force TP. Lin Cheng and Apos' breath quickened. He never anticipated that his encounter with the creator would happen so swiftly. The intentions of this individual remained unclear, prompting him to adopt a combative stance. Interesting. The universe's dominance was once in your hands. No wonder they regarded you as a unique entity. Notch spoke, his voice resonating with an ancient clarity, as if it transcended time itself. I trust you have already deduced my identity. I am the creator of this world, though you may also refer to me as Notch. Chapter 199. I am the creator god of this place. What is the origin of this world? Lin Cheng stood before the creator god, unwavering and composed, boldly voicing the question that had plagued him for so long. You may perceive this world as a server, with you as a unique player within it. Your uniqueness has disrupted the normal operations and balance of the server. Your exceptional nature has drawn the attention of the server's master, and I am that master, the creator god of this world. Therefore, I have decided to erase you. Only by completely eliminating you can all players return to the path I have established. Notch's expression was calm, as if deciding a person's fate was merely a trivial matter. You intend to kill me? Lin Cheng instinctively recoiled 2 steps, but upon reflection, he realized that retreating held little significance. If a creator god truly wished to end his life, a mere command would suffice to render him irretrievable. I have that thought, and I intend to act. Why not simply use a command to kill me? Due to certain special reasons, but those reasons are inconsequential now. With a gentle wave of his hand, a sword identical to the one in Lin Cheng's grasp, the sword of universe domination, materialized. Indeed, it is unfortunate that it is not entirely complete. The missing part resides in your possession. Once you are slain, the sword of universe domination can be restored to its entirety. Lin Cheng sought to flee, only to be astonished to find himself utterly immobilized, a notification above his head indicating a lack of movement permissions. He never anticipated that the territorial constraints he had once imposed on other survivors near the quartz villa would befall him. Notch remained unfazed, employing the power of commands to teleport Lin Cheng directly before him. Raising the sword of universe domination high, he struck down without hesitation. This blow seemed to cleave through the very fabric of the main world, fissures of void appearing all around. The seemingly lethal strike landed squarely upon Lin Cheng, yet strangely, he emerged unscathed. His health bar remained entirely intact, as if the blow had struck nothingness. Notch was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. My sword of universe domination is nearly complete. Even if incomplete, It should have effortlessly dispatched you. Because I am here. A similarly enigmatic figure materialized beside Lin Cheng, making no sound, as though conjured from thin air. I have temporarily exploited a loophole in the rules to switch you to creative mode, albeit only for an instant. Lin Cheng gazed at the figure. His heart struck anew. We have met before. Indeed, we have. Upon reflection, a significant portion of your current achievements is intricately linked to me. Him smiled faintly, yet his gaze remained unchanged, still that hollow white. Him. You should not interfere in this matter. Notch's expression darkened, gripping the sword of universe domination tightly. Him stepped forward, nonchalantly placing himself between Lin Cheng and Notch. Notch, you cannot kill this individual. Furthermore, your actions are somewhat irregular. The end poem is intended to seek candidates for the subworld administrator. He is the chosen candidate for the end poem. Yet you not only deny him that role, but also seek to take his life. Notch exhaled sharply. His existence has already violated the rules. He should not possess this knowledge. However, he is a unique presence. You cannot erase someone's exceptional qualifications simply because of the rules you have established for your world. You remain as stubborn as ever, believing yourself to be destined for greatness, convinced that all your actions are just. Him and Apos' demeanor was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You are mistaken. I have never considered myself destined for greatness, nor do I believe my actions are inherently just. What is deemed justice is merely a matter of perspective. His fate should be determined by himself, not dictated by the rules you have set forth. Notch and Apos' gaze flickered, fixated on Lin Cheng behind him, contemplating for a long moment. Ultimately, he sighed, very well. Since you are here today, it is clear that you cannot succeed in killing this young man. Therefore, I shall send him to the subworld. Wait, I still do not understand. You need not understand. As soon as those words fell, Lin Cheng felt the scenery before him undergo a profound transformation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an utterly unfamiliar world, where the flora and fauna closely resembled those of the main world. However, the sole difference was the absence of the rampant infected. Instead, there were many cattle and sheep surrounding him. Compared to the original main world, it felt as though he had entered a veritable paradise. Him also appeared at his side. Young one, this shall be your world from now on. Huh? Lin Cheng was perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Had he become one of the creator gods? I understand you have many questions. Fear not, for I will address them all. The so-called subworld can be understood as a slightly lower-tier server, while the place you just inhabited was a more advanced server, though not the highest tier. What you must do now is to continually expand your world. As for how to do so, I trust you will gradually comprehend it through your exploration. What about my previous friends? Can I bring them here as well? Lin Cheng was still uneasy about Mo Xiao. You wish to bring people here? Indeed. That is certainly possible, but I advise against bringing too many, as they would merely become a burden. As for when survivors of your own will appear in your world, that depends on your development. Now, you need only silently call out the names of those you wish to summon. If all goes well, they shall arrive in a few seconds. Lin Cheng nodded, mentally invoking the names of Jiang Depeo and Mo Xiao, and in an instant, they appeared in his world. The suddenness of the event left them startled, still clutching their firearms, poised for battle. Yet upon entering the world, their weapons and items from their bags began to vanish slowly. What is happening? Where are my guns? Good heavens, even the bullets in my bag are gone. Chenggu, how did you end up here? Their astonished expressions elicited a chuckle from Lin Cheng. This is now truly my world. From this moment forth, you shall no longer suffer the torment of the infected. We can build structures openly on the ground. We can live here with integrity, pursuing the things we wish to do. And I am the creator god of this place.